Chapter 1. Transmigration to Namek on Namek. Within a cocoon-shaped room, Dandy. Hide quickly. Upon hearing the hushed urging from outside, Dandy stood there, bewildered, his gaze fixed upon his own hands. Before him lay a pair of green palms, each adorned with merely 4 fingers. Have I truly transmigrated? In disbelief, Dandy reached up to touch his head, only to find it devoid of hair, replaced instead by a pair of protruding antennae. Dandy? Could it be the Dragon Ball universe? A Namekian? Realizing the voices from outside were addressing him, Dandy pondered his memories of Dragon Ball, concluding that he must be the god of Earth in this timeline. While I've always dreamed of transcending to divinity, the Earth god in Dragon Ball seems rather feeble, doesn't it? Moreover, the most crucial point is, Dandy intended to pull down his pants for a look, but before he could, an extraterrestrial clad in battle attire entered the room. Kid, if you wish to live, come out quickly. With a gun pointed at him, Dandy had no time to inspect himself and reluctantly stepped outside. As he emerged, the first figure that met his gaze sent a chill down his spine. His face turned pale with fear. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball would recognize the person before him. What's happening? I encounter Frieza right at the start. This is undoubtedly a hellish difficulty level. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Frieza enveloped Dandy, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He had not anticipated the sheer terror of facing Frieza directly. The sinister smile on that cold face radiated an unsettling chill that made him shiver. Observing this, Elder Muley swiftly shielded Dandy, only to then notice the Dragon Ball clutched in Zabon's hand, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Other villages had evidently already suffered. Ding! A sudden voice echoed in Dandy's mind, startling him from his stupor. Transmigrated detected. The 10,000-fold return system is preparing to activate. Please select a system type. Type 1. Disciple return system. Obtain returns through teaching skills, with a maximum return of 10,000 times. Dandy shook his head at the introduction. Was this a jest? In the realm of Dragon Ball, with his paltry strength, how could he possibly take on disciples? Type 2. Healing return system. Earn returns by saving those on the brink of death, with a maximum return of 10,000 times. This one seems promising. 10,000-fold returns? That's sufficient to grow stronger. My baldness will not be in vain. Dandy's heart leaped with joy. He distinctly remembered that his ultimate skill was saving lives, specifically at a level akin to the magical beans. This was right up his alley. Given the unfolding events, he recalled that both Vegeta and Son Gohan had been saved by him in the past. Under the current circumstances, it seemed likely that he would save them again in the future. Choose Type 2. Dandy silently affirmed in his mind. What a jest. Armed with this 10,000-fold return system, what fear could Frieza possibly instill? Choice received. System activating. Healing return system activated. Current system level 1 returns equal to 10 times the strength of the saved individual. Cooldown period 1 year. What a swindle. What a wretched system this is. It promised 1,000-fold return, yet the reality is merely 10-fold, and I can only utilize it once a year. Is this not a blatant act of false advertising? However, what does the system's first level mean? Can the system be upgraded? Before him stands Frieza, the tyrant of the universe, whose combat power exceeds 100 million. Dandy is acutely aware that his current strength barely reaches 50, which he considers a stroke of fortune. Moreover, even the mightiest Namekian warrior, Naru, possesses a combat power of less than 50,000. With the current system, even if he were to rescue Naru, the return would only amount to a few 100,000 in combat power. A mere few 100,000 would likely result in instant defeat at the hands of Frieza. Is this pathetic system mocking me? It seems relying on it is futile. I must devise my own means of survival. Frieza looms before him, and the immediate priority is to stay alive. Dandy begins to meticulously recall the plot of Dragon Ball. If I remember correctly, I shouldn't be meeting my demise here. Even if I were to perish, it would be during the climactic battle. Dandy remembers why he is still alive and stealthily glances towards the nearby mountain, where he spots 2 partially hidden heads. Indeed, it's Gohan and Krillin. They will come to my rescue. With this thought, Dandy finally regains his composure. Though this system may seem utterly useless, it is still preferable to having none at all. Surely, there must be a way to upgrade it. If I adhere to the original plot, I will undoubtedly survive. Dandy strains to recall the progression of events. How could I possibly remember? Despair washes over him, as the saying goes. One pays attention to the protagonist while neglecting the surrounding events. How could he possibly retain details of what transpired at this very moment while engrossed in the manga? As Dandy struggles to recollect, Frieza, enraged by Muli's refusal to surrender the Dragon Balls, takes action. Ho ho ho, Saboo, let them witness how to behave. With Frieza's command, Dandy feels a pang of anxiety, and he watches as Saboo vanishes from view, followed by a sickening sound behind him. Dandy's breath catches in his throat as he turns to see an elderly Namekian sent hurtling away, his neck twisted in a manner that clearly indicates death. "You bastard!" Another Namekian, witnessing this atrocity, erupts in fury, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Saboo ho ho ho. "Do you now understand how to behave?" Frieza's chilling voice echoes ominously seeing this. Muley instinctively shields Dandy and another child, suppressing his voice as he negotiates with Frieza. "What do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls?" "For trivial wish, I desire immortality. You vile fiend, even in death, I shall not grant you the Dragon Balls." The elder grits his teeth defiantly. Namekians are inherently kind-hearted even in the face of certain death. They refuse to assist the malevolent Frieza. "Oh, ho ho ho, I never anticipated that everyone on this planet would utter such words. So, what if I were to eliminate these two children?" Frieza continued to smile coldly, having previously devised a method to compel the Namekians to surrender the Dragon Balls. He felt confident. Dandy and Muley were simultaneously taken aback by his words. The notion of being sacrificed caused Dandy to tremble uncontrollably, for he was indeed one of the two children present. "If I perish here, will I still have a chance to be resurrected?" Faced with Frieza's deadly threat, Dandy felt his mind go blank. Muley, equally tense, silently calculated their time. "Beast, how can you lay a hand on children?" No sooner had Muley spoken than Dodoria, one of Frieza's subordinates, suddenly activated his scouter with a series of beeps. "Lord Frieza, it appears a formidable power is approaching. Has a savior arrived?" Dandy's expression brightened with hope as he gazed into the sky, wondering if Gohan and the others had finally made their move. Three figures swiftly descended from the air. It was the three robust Namekians returning from their expedition. Muley's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. We have help." In stark contrast to Muley's elation, Dandy hung his head in disappointment. He understood that these three were no match for Frieza, and as men each of them possesses merely around 1,000 in battle power. Quickly, Dodoria assessed the newcomers with his scouter, his face contorting into a mocking grin. "A paltry 1,000 in combat power is hardly worth my notice, let alone a threat." Seeing the grim situation unfold, the three Namekian warriors were filled with rage and immediately engaged in battle, their powers surging as they swiftly dispatched several minions. However, Muley realized from the recent events that Frieza's group relied on their scouters to detect any presence nearby children. "Quickly leave this place," Muley urged, pushing the two children towards safety. Dandy remained still, knowing the fate that awaited those who fled. The most prudent course of action was to await Gohan's rescue. He feared that any hasty movement could alter the unfolding events. Yet, in that moment, he witnessed Muley suddenly spring into action with a burst of energy. Muley seized the opportunity while Dodoria was caught off guard, unleashing a powerful blast that destroyed his scouter. He then leapt into the air, swiftly shattering the scouters of the fallen minions. "As well, this is bad. He aims to Frieza coldly commanded. He understood that to obtain the Dragon Balls, he must resort to threatening Elder Muley. Therefore, Muley could not be allowed to perish just yet. Upon hearing Frieza's orders, Dodoria dared not defy him. He broke into a cold sweat and swiftly turned to pounce upon the three young targets. "Do you think three of us cannot defeat you?" the three Namekians confidently exclaimed in unison. Dodoria, however, wore a disdainful expression and scoffed. "Against you? It will take no more than 10 seconds." Dandy could no longer bear to witness the unfolding scene and quietly closed his eyes. The outcome of this battle had long been predetermined. The disparity in power was insurmountable. As anticipated, in mere moments, the three Namekians were effortlessly annihilated by Dodoria. Muley stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend how the village's sole hope had been so easily extinguished by Dodoria. Who were these individuals, and how could they possess such overwhelming strength? It seemed that the Namekian race was doomed. Observing the despair etched on Elder Muley's face, Frieza displayed a triumphant grin and continued to exert pressure. "Oh ho ho! Do you understand now? There is no escape for you. Surrender the Dragon Balls, and consider it compensation for our device. You should be familiar with our methods by now. Should you resist, those two children will meet their demise." Upon hearing this, Muley, drenched in cold sweat, glanced anxiously at Dandy and his companion. He realized that while his own life mattered little, the children represented the hope of this planet, particularly Dandy, the most exceptional among the Dragon Clan. "Very well, I will comply, but you must ensure the children remain unharmed." Muley reluctantly conceded. "Ho ho ho, naturally." Frieza donned an innocuous smile, as if he were indeed a trustworthy individual. "If only you had acted this way from the start, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Chapter 2. Breach of Contract. Dandy felt a wave of despair and concern as he witnessed Elder Muley attempting to negotiate with Frieza. He knew Frieza would never honor his word. Yet he also understood that as a mere powerless figure, any attempt to speak out would likely result in Frieza dispatching him with the ease of crushing an ant. Muley had no choice but to gamble on a dying horse since resistance only led to certain death. He might as well take a chance he retrieve the Dragon Balls he had hidden away, reluctant yet compelled to hand them over. Here are the Dragon Balls, please leave swiftly. Oh ho ho, your efforts are appreciated. Frieza smirked wickedly. I shall keep my promise. However, there's one more matter that must be addressed. You must reveal to me the whereabouts of the other 2 Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Meula's previously dim eyes ignited with fury. He glared fiercely and shouted, You despicable fiend! You wish for me to betray the other villages? I would rather perish than allow you to succeed. Frieza's expression darkened, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he replied in a chilling tone. Ha ha, blame yourself for destroying our detector. If we cannot find another village, obtaining your Dragon Ball will be in vain. Therefore, you must understand that if my objective cannot be achieved, I shall not allow you to live either. Muley trembled with rage, yet found himself powerless, shouting futilely, We had an agreement you promised to leave after taking the Dragon Ball. Frieza, however, erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ha ha ha. How is it that all of you from this planet are so alike, so rigidly virtuous? Regardless, you all adults and children alike shall perish. What did you say? Though Muley had contemplated the possibility of Frieza reneging on their deal, he never anticipated such blatant audacity. You are utterly devoid of integrity. What a shameless beast you are. Dandy, hiding behind Muley, found Frieza's mocking laughter unbearable with that laugh. Do you think you're Jiren? Alas, I cannot die here. Dandy realized that, with his current abilities, he could not save these people at that moment. His only thought was survival. Even if not for the sake of testing the paltry system he had acquired, he could not die according to the original plot. Otherwise, he would be incapable of confronting Frieza. After all, without Dandy's presence, even if they gathered all the Dragon Balls, they would be unable to make a wish. Frieza, unfazed by Meula's scorn, instead wore a chilling smile. After all, facing the unarmed Namekians, the concept of honor was completely absent from his lexicon. Dodoria. Eliminate them all. Dodoria, upon receiving the command, revealed a grotesque grin, eagerly preparing to strike. It's over. Children, run. Muley stepped forward, recklessly charging at Dodoria, determined to buy time at any cost. You scoundrel, let me show you the might of the Namekians. As Dandy saw Dodoria poised to attack, panic engulfed him, rendering him uncertain of what to do. Just as he prepared to flee, he witnessed a companion dash out, only for Frieza's fingertip to glimmer with ominous light. Kark. Muley turned back in alarm, only to freeze and shock. Kark had already fallen to Frieza's hand. Am I to perish here? Surely, I shan't die here. This cannot be the original plot. In a shroud of despair, Dandy cast his gaze toward the mountain, the only glimmer of hope for survival. In that moment, Dandy locked eyes with Gohan. Please, save me. With Frieza himself intervening, the terror of death rendered Dandy's mind blank. Without a second thought, he sprinted toward Gohan. Dodoria, noticing this, leapt up with disdain, directly blocking Dandy's path. Little brat, trying to escape? Killing you is easier than squashing a bug. If you beg me, I might consider granting you a swift death. Gazing upon the pockmarked visage of Dodoria, a suffocating pressure enveloped Dandy, causing his heart to nearly cease. Its rhythmic beating stopped this. In that critical moment, son Gohan could no longer bear the sight, his sense of justice surging forth as he rushed into the fray, delivering a decisive kick that sent Dodoria hurtling through the air. Observing this, the bald Krillin could not help but exclaim in frustration, Gohan, you truly are foolish. Krillin had never anticipated that Gohan would reveal their presence merely to rescue these Namekians. After all, with their meager strength, they were woefully inadequate against the likes of Frieza and his formidable crew. Who are you? At this juncture, Dodoria, having lost a scouter, found himself at a loss regarding Gohan's true power. You villain, I shall make you pay. The kind-hearted Gohan had never encountered anyone as malevolent as Dodoria, his fury igniting to the point where his strength surged dramatically. Is that so? You speak with such bravado. As a henchman of the Frieza force, renowned as the most powerful in the universe, Dodoria held an unwavering confidence in his abilities. Yet before he could finish his taunt, Krillin seized the opportunity to strike from the side, delivering a swift kick to Dodoria's side, sending him flying once more. Foolish Gohan, hurry and flee. If you don't, your life is forfeit. Krillin cried out, swiftly lifting Dend into his arms and turning to soar into the distance. Frieza, witnessing this scene, wore an ominous expression, his voice cold as he commanded, Dodoria, pursue them at once. Capture those wretches. Dodoria, unwilling to defy his orders, reluctantly followed. Internally lamenting, he thought about how this mission had gone awry so many times. First, the destruction of the scanner, and now, Gohan's interference. Lord Frieza would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. In midair, Krillin observed Gohan's panicked demeanor, aware that he was still just a child, and quickly urged, Gohan, fly with all your might. Otherwise, we are doomed. Dandy was cradled in Kellen's arms, feeling the rush of wind by his ears, and he clutched tightly to Kellen's clothing, exhaling a sigh of relief within. It seemed as though events were unfolding in accordance with the narrative etched in his memory. For the moment, they were safe. However, matters were far from as simple as Dandy had envisioned. Hot on their heels was Dodoria, whose speed significantly surpassed Kellen's, rapidly closing the distance between them. Kellen sensed the formidable presence approaching from behind and felt a sudden unease. This is not good. They were about to be caught. Perhaps it was time to confront the threat head-on. Seeing only one pursuer, Gohan's anger flared, unquenched. After all, Gohan was still young in his initial strike. He hadn't contemplated the consequences, and he remained reckless in the face of danger. Foolish Gohan, we are no match for him. We must devise a means of escape. Catch. Kellen, fully aware of Dodoria's true strength, furrowed his brow and decisively tossed Dandy to Gohan. Gohan, quickly close your eyes. Dandy was tossed through the air to Gohan, feeling dizzy from the weightlessness. However, upon witnessing Krillin's posture, he quickly understood the situation and promptly closed his eyes. Solar flare. Even though Dandy had shut his eyes in advance, he still perceived a blinding flash of light before experiencing another sensation of weightlessness. As the two carried him downward at great speed, noticing Krillin stealthily preparing to hide with Gohan, Dandy urgently whispered, No, if he can't find us, he will surely obliterate this entire area. I hadn't considered that. Krillin softly replied, but your reminder has sparked an idea. In midair, Dodoria was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light, and upon reopening his eyes, he realized he had lost track of his targets. Enraged by his third failure, he felt a surge of fury. After all, despite Frieza's leniency towards his subordinates, he would not spare Dodoria for repeated incompetence. Yet, after circling the vicinity 4 or 5 times, Dodoria still failed to catch a glimpse of anyone. You scoundrels, don't think you can evade me. I will hunt you down and tear you to shreds. I will see where you hide. As he spoke, Dodoria swiftly ascended to a higher altitude, gathering his power before launching a fierce attack downward. Just as you predicted, Krillin's expression was a mixture of complexity and admiration for Dandy. Grateful that Dandy had anticipated this scenario and prepared Krillin accordingly. As the tremendous impact approached, Krillin seized the moment of chaos to swiftly pull Gohan and Dandy upwards, taking refuge at a safe distance behind Dodoria. Ha ha ha, you deserve to seek death. There will be nothing left of you. Dodoria exclaimed as he beheld the area below completely obliterated. Rubbing his ample head, he began to formulate his report to Frieza. Once Dodoria had departed, Krillin sighed in relief, reflecting on the difficulty of navigating this unfamiliar planet, facing formidable foes, while safeguarding 2 children and managing to survive against the odds. Gohan, let us return. By the way, can that little guy from Namek fly? After such an extended flight, Dandy had grown accustomed to the sensation of soaring through the skies. At this moment, as he attempted to release his grip, he astonishingly realized that he could instinctively fly. Thank you for rescuing me. Dandy expressed his heartfelt gratitude. For the recent series of events had been utterly exhilarating, bringing him perilously close to meeting his demise. The one deserving of thanks, however, is Gohan, for it was he who bravely endeavored to rush forth to save him. Dandy nodded in response, gazing at Gohan with heartfelt gratitude. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. At last, he was following the original storyline, escaping the menace of Frieza. However, it was clear that Frieza and his cohorts would still act on Namek, and as I recall, Vegeta was also present on Namek at this time. These are formidable adversaries indeed. The upcoming events are fraught with peril. Nevertheless, I possess this return system. Perhaps I can discover a means to counter them. According to the tenfold return principle, if I wish to confront Frieza personally, I must save individuals with combat powers exceeding 10 million. Yet, it appears that even Goku, before his transformation into a Super Saiyan, did not attain such power. To surpass Frieza, I must upgrade this system. I remember it indicated that the current system is at level 1. I am uncertain how to elevate it. Perhaps simply healing others will accumulate experience? With this thought, Dandy promptly prepared to test his hypothesis. Is anyone injured? Krillin, assuming Dandy was expressing concern, chuckled and replied, "We're all fine." That was merely a piece of cake for us. Hearing Krillin's words, Dandy turned his gaze towards Gohan. "Rest assured, I am quite well." Gohan smiled, appearing to believe that the Namekian he had rescued was not malevolent, unlike Frieza's gang. Noticing that neither of them was injured, Dandy shrugged, realizing he could not test his healing skills at that moment. He needed to find someone who was wounded, otherwise he would remain ignorant of how to utilize the skill. Unbeknownst to Krillin and Gohan, Dandy was preoccupied with thoughts of the impending events, while they were anxious about Bulma's safety, quickly leading Dandy towards her temporary base. Along the way, Dandy endeavored to recall the subsequent developments in the storyline, seeking a strategy to confront the looming crisis. I must ponder where I might find someone injured. Meanwhile, Dodoria was hastily returning to report to Frieza. As he flew, he contemplated how to atone for his blunder when, unexpectedly, he was kicked from the side into a lake by a shadowy figure. Struggling to emerge from the water, he wiped his face in a disheveled manner, only to look up and find a figure standing on the shore. "Dodoria, long time no see." The newcomer stood with arms crossed, mockingly smirking at Dodoria. Vegeta. Chapter 3. Target. Dodoria. As Dandy soared through the skies, his mind raced frantically through the corridors of memory. He recalled that poor Dodoria was likely on his way back, only to encounter Vegeta and suffer a severe beating. At this thought, his eyes widened like saucers, and he nearly flipped in excitement midair. Dodoria's strength was certainly commendable. If I could revive the severely injured Dodoria, it might just grant me enough experience to elevate my system. Looking at my current self, I realized I was utterly pathetic. In the entire Namek, aside from Bulma, I was perhaps the weakest. With the tenfold return, there was no hope of confronting Frieza. It was imperative that I first focus on strengthening myself. Dandy is acutely aware that if he were to replicate the original storyline in its entirety, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at the hands of Frieza, although I would subsequently be resurrected by the Dragon Balls of Earth. I have no desire to experience the taste of defeat. Dandy is aware that the prowess of Doleria has reached approximately 20,000. If he were to receive a tenfold return, that would amount to around 200,000. This level of strength has already surpassed that of Captain Jinyu, and should be sufficient for self-preservation, provided he does not encounter Frieza. Furthermore, if the system upgrades according to the strength of those rescued, Doleria's power would undoubtedly rank among the foremost on the current Namek. I must return and investigate. Dandy Fei, positioned behind the two, suddenly spoke up after making a firm decision. What? Upon hearing this, Clint immediately halted, standing frozen in place. Although unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he couldn't help but remark, "Surely, the people from your village must have been slaughtered by that gang." Dandy nodded, feeling no surprise at all regarding this matter. As Gohan paused, preparing to speak, he suddenly sensed two formidable auras clashing fiercely not far away. The intensity of the two opposing forces was remarkable. Krillin also sensed the overwhelming energies, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Who could it be? Did someone dare to confront Frieza and his cohorts? Krillin, trembling with fear, wondered, who possessed such audacity? Could anyone truly stand against Frieza and his allies? Dandy was acutely aware that the fierce confrontation was undoubtedly between Vegeta and Dodoria, and he immediately soared towards the scene. Alas, it was perilous. Before Krillin could intervene, he noticed that Gohan, filled with curiosity, eagerly followed suit. Understanding that children are often driven by their inquisitiveness, Krillin could only shake his head in resignation and trailed behind. The task of supervising a child is indeed no small feat. The trio stealthily approached the battleground, landing discreetly on the ground while meticulously concealing their presence, akin to thieves cautiously advancing. There was Vegeta. Krillin instantly recognized him from a distance, his legs turning to jelly as cold sweat broke out on his brow. The psychological trauma Vegeta had inflicted upon him during their previous encounter on Earth was still fresh in his mind. He vividly recalled the moment he prepared to deliver a final blow to Vegeta, only to be met with that icy glare. Had it not been for Goku's timely intervention, he would have undoubtedly dispatched Vegeta. After all, that fiend was as merciless as Frieza, capable of dispatching even his fellow Scions with nary a blink. Krillin understood all too well that if Vegeta were to discover his presence, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance in accordance with his earlier threats. We should make our escape promptly. Overcome with fear, Krillin prepared to take flight, but Dandy swiftly restrained him. He can sense energy. What? It was only then that Krillin realized Vegeta was not equipped with a scouter. What should we do now? How did that wretch arrive on Namek? It must be for the Dragon Balls. Dandy spoke with a grave expression. Dragon Balls? How could they possibly know that there are Dragon Balls here? Krillin looked perplexed. Dandy cast a glance at him, silently thinking, isn't it simply information that originated from your Earth? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for he was currently assuming the identity of a Namekian and ought not to be privy to such matters. Dandy understood that the two individuals before him were fundamentally good and bore no responsibility for leading the malevolent beings to Namek. Although the blood of the Namekians coursed through his veins, his heart remained that of an Earthling, albeit one from a different Earth than Krillin and the others. Yet, gazing upon the two, Dandy felt a sense of kinship, akin to encountering fellow countrymen from a distant land. That durian-headed foe was no match for Vegeta. Gohan had been intently observing the clash between Dodoria and Vegeta, and as Dodoria seemed on the verge of collapse, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. It appeared that Vegeta had grown even more formidable. Krillin, witnessing the scene, was drenched in cold sweat. Even if Goku were to arrive now, it would not be an easy situation to navigate. Dandy could hardly discern the movements of the two combatants. Upon hearing those words, he immediately focused all his attention on Dodoria, eagerly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. As long as he could revive the near-fatal Dodoria and harness his tenfold power, he would effortlessly dispatch him once more. Dandy contemplated that when the time came to eliminate Doria, he would not waver in the slightest. However, his immediate priority was to rescue him first. Furthermore, by that time, with a tenfold return on his efforts, facing the current Vegeta would be a trivial task. Although Dandy recognized that better opportunities for even greater returns lay ahead, he could no longer afford to wait. The notions of delayed gratification and pursuing higher returns paled in comparison to the urgency of shedding his novice identity. Dandy understood clearly that at this stage, no matter whom he attempted to save, it was impossible to attain a combat power exceeding 100 million. Ultimately, the resolution of the Frieza predicament would rely on Son Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan. Even though he was unable to upgrade his system, he could afford to wait another year. By then, his skills might have cooled down, and perhaps he could seize an opportunity to assist the Super Saiyan. The immediate priority was to strengthen himself. As he watched Dodoria being ruthlessly driven away by Vegeta, and now heading in their direction, Dandy's anxiety intensified. His hands clenched into fists. When Vegeta had thoroughly incapacitated Dodoria, he would dash forth to save him. Dandy's gaze was fixated on Dodoria, who was desperately fleeing. Behind him, Vegeta relentlessly pursued, exerting all his strength to unleash a powerful energy wave. The wave seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly trailing Dodoria. In the blink of an eye, the energy wave caught up with Dodoria, and its formidable force obliterated him into mere fragments. The three onlookers were left in utter astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, their eyes wide open, their faces etched with shock. Such a formidable adversary had been reduced to nothingness. Krillin, witnessing Dodoria's annihilation at Vegeta's hand, was even more terrified. Dandy, in a fit of frustration, smote his thigh and lamented. I only recalled that Dodoria would be vanquished by Vegeta. Never did I expect him to be utterly obliterated. How can one rescue him now that he has been reduced to mere fragments? Vegeta, reveling in his newfound might, basked in the aftermath of his successful strike, exclaiming, at last, not only is Kaiotsu no match for me, but even Dodoria pales in comparison. Indeed, the battle on Earth had significantly augmented his strength. Originally, Vegeta was no match for Dodoria. Even Kaiotsu held him in contempt. However, after the harrowing encounter on Earth, his power had surged tremendously, allowing him to dispatch Dodoria with the utmost ease. Yet, what was that remark from Dodoria? What did he mean by, so those two little brats are Earthlings? Which two brats? Could it be the faint energy signatures that had just emerged nearby? As Vegeta pondered this, his gaze shifted towards Dandy and his companions. During the skirmish, he had sensed several energies in close proximity. This was disastrous. Krillin, upon noticing Vegeta's attention directed towards them, was gripped by panic. If Vegeta discovered their presence, death would be their only fate. Was it truly possible for Vegeta, amidst such an intense battle, to have been aware of their energy signatures? Krillin found it astonishing. When Vegeta was on Earth, he was incapable of sensing energy. Now, he exhibited such proficiency. What an extraordinary talent. Dandy remained remarkably composed, leading the two into the crevice of the rocks. Lacking a detector, he believed that as long as they concealed their energy, they would remain undetected. Indeed, Vegeta soared overhead, circling several times, yet found nothing. Krillin and Gohan, acutely aware of Vegeta's formidable energy, hovered in the air, their hearts racing with trepidation, fearful of being discovered. How infuriating! Was their inability to sense energy due to their nascent mastery of the technique? They should never have destroyed the detector. But what was that energy they sensed earlier? Surely, there must be someone below. As Vegeta descended closer, the three of them held their breath, paralyzed with fear. Just as the tension reached a breaking point, a large fish suddenly leaped from the water, startling Vegeta, who paused momentarily, displaying a look of resignation. Ah, so it was merely this creature. At least I was not mistaken in my sensing. With that, Vegeta ascended higher to locate the energies of the Namekians congregating nearby. It appeared that Frieza and his cohorts were currently without detectors. Thus, I must swiftly search for the remaining Dragon Balls and conceal them. In doing so, Frieza and his minions shall never locate the rest. Ha ha ha, a crew of fools reliant solely on their detectors, now akin to a band of blind men. Fortune is favoring me, Vegeta. With this thought, Vegeta sped towards the gathering of individuals. As soon as Vegeta had departed, Dandy, Krillin, and Gohan emerged from their rocky hideout. Krillin and Gohan, drenched in sweat and weakened like noodles, collapsed onto a nearby stone, gasping for breath. What a relief. We made it through. I thought we were doomed. Oh, and I must thank you. Krillin extended his hand to Dandy, acknowledging, without your timely warning, we would have been flying around, easily discovered by that ruffian Vegeta. I am Krillin, and this is Gohan. Pleased to meet you. Gohan also politely extended his hand. Upon witnessing this, Dandy extended his hand in a friendly manner. Shaking theirs in turn. I am Dandy, he said. There is no need for thanks. After all, you have saved my life as well. Dandy expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards Sun Wukong and Krillin. After all, in such a perilous situation, they had the audacity to rescue a stranger like him from the clutches of Frieza. This kindness would forever be etched in Dandy's heart. One day, when he becomes powerful, he is determined to find an opportunity to repay their generosity. Dandy silently pondered. Dandy, we hail from Earth, and it appears you have nowhere else to go. Why not accompany us? We shall safeguard you, suggested Clint, to which Sun Wukong enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Dandy pondered for a moment and, recognizing that accompanying them would indeed be safer until he acquired strength, nodded in agreement. Let us hasten back to Aunt Bulma. She remains unaware of the current circumstances. Gohan, with his inherently kind heart, began to worry about Bulma being alone. The trio, fearful of being discovered by Vegeta, concealed their energy and walked for quite some time before reaching their destination. I truly regret coming here, Krillin lamented, though he felt a twinge of guilt towards Yamcha and the others. Had I known this place was fraught with danger, I would never have sought the Dragon Balls. After all, I have already perished once and cannot use the Dragon Balls to resurrect myself again. Just before entering, Krillin recalled the perilous scene they had just faced. Wearing a frown, Gohan, however, was not as troubled and cheerfully stepped inside the cave. Aunt Bulma, we are back. Within the cave, Bulma had constructed a shelter with capsules and, upon opening the door, began to shout, How could you have the leisure to go for a stroll? Did you really trust me, a delicate girl, to remain alone in this desolate wilderness? Krillin could only chuckle helplessly. Ha ha ha. Gohan, she dares to say we were idle. Gohan also wore a look of resignation. Compared to battling outside, they would much prefer to stay here and enjoy a cup of tea. Who is this person? At that moment, Bulma noticed Dandy. He bears an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo. What on earth has transpired? As Krillin was about to step inside, he lethargically remarked while removing his shoes, Let us discuss this further inside. Seeing Krillin downcast, Bulma promptly announced, I have wonderful news. My father just called to say that Goku has set out and should arrive here in a few days. Goku? Upon hearing that name, Dandy's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. How could one acquire power, if not from the protagonist himself? Chapter 4. Dandy's new plan. My father has modified the spacecraft that Goku flew to Earth during his childhood. He is currently training while hastening his way here. Klein and Son Gohan were immediately electrified by this news, their hearts igniting with hope. After all, Son Goku is their ultimate warrior. Son Gohan was so elated that he grasped Dandy's hand and began to dance with joy. However, as Dandy gazed at the jubilant faces around him, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. No. I recall that Son Goku's current strength primarily derives from the Kaioken technique, and it seems his inherent power is not particularly high. Dandy recalls that the system had explicitly stated it would return the strength of those near death who had undergone treatment. However, Sun Wukong's augmented power through the King Kai Fist cannot be deemed as his own inherent strength. Dandy came to realize that the notion of acquiring restored combat power through Sun Wukong was one he should abandon. After all, at present, Sun Wukong's own prowess might even be inferior to that of Dodoria. Upon entering the room, Krillin and Gohan were enjoying beverages while seated on the sofa, recounting the events to Bulma. Meanwhile, Dandy remained silent, quietly seated, his mind incessantly pondering the forthcoming plans. According to his recollections, Frieza possessed a combat power exceeding 1 million and would soon unleash his wrath upon everyone, seeking to annihilate them and devastate the entire Namek. Under no circumstances must Frieza be allowed to fulfill his wish for immortality. Dandy is acutely aware that his foremost task ahead is to resurrect Piccolo, for only then can the Dragon Balls on Earth be brought back to life. To make a wish using the Dragon Balls, one must gather all 7 of them. Furthermore, having lost all his scouters, Frieza will undoubtedly summon the Ginyu Force. For the sake of safety, I must first attain a power that surpasses that of Captain Ginyu. Once I possess strength greater than his, no one aside from Frieza will pose a threat to me. Indeed, I may even seize the opportunity to defeat Captain Ginyu in Frieza's absence and directly acquire all 7 Dragon Balls. Dandy understood that with a mere level 1 system, he stood no chance against Frieza. Therefore, his only objective was to ensure he surpassed Frieza's strongest minion. Having clarified this, Dandy resolved to collaborate with others, gaining strength while simultaneously ensuring the narrative progressed in a manner that would allow Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan. Alas, it was unfortunate that Dandy glanced at Klin, who, with his bald head, seemed destined to meet an inescapable fate. Noticing Dandy's gaze upon him, Klin hastily urged, "Do not hold back, Dandy. Please, have something to eat." Having witnessed the massacre of the villagers firsthand, it was likely that he had little appetite. Bulma looked at Dandy with a hint of compassion, then sighed, "I never anticipated that you would encounter such perilous circumstances." Dandy, however, harbored no concerns for the villagers. Firstly, they were utterly incapable of escaping the clutches of Frieza. Secondly, he was aware that the villagers would eventually be resurrected by the Dragon Balls. Lastly, he had only recently traversed into this realm and had merely exchanged fleeting glances with the villagers. Nevertheless, Dandy vividly recalled the elder Muley shielding him with unwavering resolve, and his heart brimmed with gratitude towards him. As he gazed at the food before him, Dandy found himself devoid of appetite, merely feeling a slight thirst. Lifting the cup, he swallowed the beverage within, and soon thereafter, he felt quite satiated. "Ah, that's right. The Namekians require no sustenance, only water suffices." Dandy suddenly recalled the characteristics of the Namekians and murmured, "Ah, is that so?" Klin and Bulma were taken aback by his words. "Well, Uncle Piccolo doesn't consume food either. It seems they can photosynthesize." Son Gohan added thoughtfully from the side. Dandy extended his hand to observe his verdant skin, contemplating whether he should venture outside to bask in the sun for a while. At that moment, both Krillin and Son Gohan were startled, their expressions betraying a sense of alarm. The two hastily pushed open the door and dashed outside simultaneously. The air was thick with tension, as if a significant presence had vanished. It was Vegeta, mercilessly slaughtering the Namekians. Upon hearing this, Bulma also emerged. That Vegeta truly is a ruthless individual. Does such a being not fear the prospect of remaining alone forever? Dandy gazed expressionlessly at the sky, aware that at this very moment, Vegeta had seized the opportunity, with Frieza lacking a detector, to locate the last village of the Namekians and executed a massacre, subsequently concealing a Dragon Ball. It appeared that events were unfolding in accordance with his expectations. With this in mind, he could foresee the forthcoming developments. After Vegeta concealed the Dragon Ball, he sensed the presence of the isolated Zappo, only to be brutally beaten due to his ignorance of Zappo's transformation abilities. This presented an excellent opportunity. Dandy recalled that initially Zappo had not noticed the barely conscious Vegeta. He could take advantage of this chance to revive Vegeta. His strength should be considerable. With this thought, Dandy felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, his immediate priority was to acquire power. Vegeta's combat prowess must have surpassed 20,000 by now, which would translate to a tenfold return of approximately 200,000, sufficient to contend with Captain Ginyu. Dandy understood that this was a prime opportunity to achieve his initial strategic objective of surpassing Captain Ginyu's prowess. However, should he succeed in reviving Vegeta, he would no longer be able to infiltrate Frieza's spaceship, thus thwarting his chances of gathering the elusive Dragon Balls. Dandy was aware that, thus far. Events had unfolded in accordance with the original narrative, and he could predict the trajectory of the story. However, once he saved Vegeta, the original plot would be irrevocably altered, rendering the future unpredictable. In any case, during the forthcoming period, it mattered little whose hands the Dragon Balls fell into. As long as they did not fall into those who spoke the Namekian language, no one would be able to successfully make a wish. Dandy understood that after the last village was obliterated by Vegeta, only he, Nail, and the Grand Elder remained on this planet. The initiative lies with me. After much contemplation, Dandy resolved to rescue Vegeta at this moment. Although he understood that if he could endure until the final showdown and unleash his healing abilities, he would have the chance to attain even greater strength, he realized that this would not alter the outcome. He would still be no match for Frieza. Ultimately, it would be Goku who confronted Frieza, so he thought it better to first savor the taste of becoming a formidable warrior. From the moment Dandy acquired the system, an insatiable excitement coursed through him. After all, how many could maintain their composure in the face of such extraordinary circumstances, waiting several days to harness newfound power? Especially since Dandy had already savored the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the skies, an experience he had never dared to imagine prior to his journey across worlds. Although a battle power of 200,000 might appear modest, it is indeed formidable within the vast expanse of the universe. It is worth noting that before his transcendence, Dandy could not even claim a prominent position in his class rankings, let alone in the cosmic hierarchy. With a heart full of anticipation, Dandy resolved to seek assistance, yet found himself in a quandary. Lacking the ability to sense energy, he was uncertain of where Vegeta might encounter Saboo. He must devise a plan to enlist the help of Krillin and Gohan. Speaking of which, I must take the two of them to seek the guidance of the Elder Guru. Dandy recalled that according to the plot, he was to lead Krillin to seek out the Grand Elder. Seizing the opportunity, he could conveniently detour to find Vegeta, thus simplifying matters. With this thought in mind, Dandy promptly inquired, "What brings you to Namek?" Although he was already well aware of the circumstances, he felt compelled to adhere to the necessary protocols, lest he arouse suspicion. Krillin immediately clarified that they had journeyed to revive the Earth's guardian, thereby restoring the Dragon Balls to resurrect their fallen comrades who had perished during the battle against Vegeta. So, that was the reason for their arduous journey to Namek. Upon hearing these matters he was already well aware of, Dandy appeared enlightened and promptly declared, "Come with me. I shall take you to meet the Grand Elder." The Grand Elder? Who is that? Currently, all Namekians are born from the Grand Elder. The villains who attacked the village have acquired 5 Dragon Balls, and just now, Vegeta has obtained another. The final Dragon Ball resides with the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Krillin was the first to react. This is bad. If all the Dragon Balls fall into the hands of Frieza and Vegeta, and we cannot wait for Goku to arrive, our wish will be in vain. Precisely. Therefore, we must hasten to the Grand Elder. Dandy pondered briefly. There is no time to lose. Let us set forth at once. Klein urged, suddenly recalling their previous encounter. In order to avoid detection by Vegeta, we must travel on foot. Dandy, how far is the Grand Elder's location from here? Dandy was momentarily taken aback. Walk there? It would take 33 days. What? 33 days? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. By then, the Dragon Balls would have been snatched away. Very well, let's fly. As long as we sense any energy approaching, we shall hide. Gohan, you stay here to protect Bulma. With that, Krillin took to the skies, accompanied by Dandy. Dandy was unaware of where Vegeta would soon engage in battle with Saboo, so he decided to fly towards the Grand Elder with Krillin. Throughout the journey, Krillin wore a furrowed brow. Despite his diminutive stature, his intellect was anything but small. Vegeta had grown stronger than ever, and now there was an even more formidable Frieza to contend with. It was uncertain whether Goku would be able to handle this challenge. The final Dragon Ball must be secured. Only by obtaining it could they buy time for Goku's arrival, and hopefully, he would bring forth a miracle when he did. As Krillin pondered these thoughts, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. It turned out that Vegeta had annihilated the Namekian village and was now concentrating on sensing the energy from other villages, fortuitously detecting the presence of a few individuals. Quick! Stop! Vegeta is coming! Krillin exclaimed in alarm, promptly pulling Dandy to the ground. Wait, that's strange. As soon as Krillin landed, he noticed that Vegeta, mid-pursuit, had abruptly changed direction. What is going on? As Dandy had just inquired, he suddenly recalled. It must be that Vegeta has discovered Saboo. He hastened towards Saboo's direction. As Dandy had just made his conjecture, he heard Krillin's voice exclaim. Vegeta has unexpectedly changed direction and is heading that way. Krillin, perplexed, indicated the direction of Vegeta. It turned out to be over there. Dandy took off immediately, heading towards Vegeta's direction. Huh, where are you going, Dandy? Krillin was taken aback by Dandy's sudden flight towards Vegeta, and upon recalling Vegeta's formidable strength, he felt his legs turn to jelly. Why was Dandy in such a rush? Could it be that the Elder had been discovered? Chapter 5. Rescuing Vegeta. Boom. A tremendous shockwave surged from ahead, and even from a distance, the ground trembled violently, causing rocks to tumble into the waters below. What an incredible power! Who could Vegeta be battling? Could it be the Elder? It was overwhelmingly strong. How infuriating! There was no way I could ever stand up to them. As Krillin sensed the fierce battle in the distance, a sense of unease washed over him. Even without sensing energy, Dandy could perceive the fierce battle ahead, prompting him to hasten his flight. Observing Dandy's urgency, Krillin surmised that the Great Elder must be at the center of the conflict. Truly, the Great Elder is formidable. Since both sides are evenly matched, we must rush to provide support. With this thought, Krillin promptly embraced Dandy and urged, quickly, Dandy, hold on tightly to me. The two accelerated, soaring forward with all their might. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Saboo engaged in combat, their excitement escalating with each exchange. Haha, too slow, Saboo. You're, just like Dodoria, prepare to meet your demise. With these words, Vegeta taunted Saboo, continuously showcasing his enhanced power and speed, effortlessly toying with his opponent. Saboo, I never imagined your progress would be noteworthy. However, you have successfully awakened the dormant power within me. Saboo, clearly at a disadvantage and looking disheveled, spoke in a low tone. In response, Vegeta's face radiated confidence as he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Dormant power? Saboo, you are truly ridiculous. Saboo, anticipating Vegeta's disbelief, merely fixed his gaze upon the arrogant scion. Rest assured, I will ensure your demise is crystal clear. If it weren't for the grotesque appearance post-transformation, I wouldn't conceal my strength. Vegeta continued to mock Saboo. Transform. Ha ha ha. Do you think you are a scion? There's no moon present. Vegeta exclaimed, reveling in his apparent superiority. Saboo's expression darkened, revealing a menacing demeanor. I am not a scion with that foolish, convoluted transformation. Watch closely. Well then, do transform before my eyes, Vegeta challenged, unprepared for the imminent spectacle. Before he could finish his sentence, Saboo's face morphed into that of a ferocious crocodile, his body swelling ominously. What? Before Vegeta could react, the transformed Saboo swiftly closed in, gripping Vegeta's head with his hands and using it as a hammer to strike violently against Vegeta's own skull. Ah! Vegeta cried out in excruciating pain. To his astonishment, Saboo had indeed transformed, and in this new form, possessed an overwhelming strength that Vegeta found nearly insurmountable. However, the ordeal was far from over. After delivering a brutal blow to Vegeta, Saboo tossed him into the air, gathering energy to unleash a powerful attack. As Vegeta soared, instinct compelled him to cast aside the pain. The royal bloodline of the Scion Prince ignited his fury. Damn it! I cannot be defeated. I must gather the Dragon Balls and attain invincibility. I will vanquish Frieza, avenge my father, and restore the honor of the Scions. I am the Scion Prince. It cannot be so easily done. With this determination, Vegeta clenched his teeth, unleashing all his power as he surged towards Saboo. Allah! Vegeta roared, unleashing all his might. Saboo, however, merely chuckled, swinging his fist towards Vegeta. Boom! The two collided, striking each other's faces simultaneously, both sent flying backwards. Saboo felt a sharp pain in his cheek, while Vegeta, on the other hand, was struck hard enough that he could barely keep his eyes open. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced his eyes open to watch Saboo warily. What do you think, Vegeta? Are you astonished by my power? Did you think what you've seen in the past was our true strength? How naive! I shall reveal to you that not only I, but Lord Frieza can transform as well. What? Vegeta's expression shifted to one of alarm. Even at Frieza's current power level, the depths of his strength felt unfathomable. What if he could transform further? The thought was too daunting for Vegeta to contemplate. Saboo, having anticipated Vegeta's reaction, seized the moment of Vegeta's distraction to launch a ki blast at him. Yet, this move was also within Vegeta's expectations. He swiftly dodged, only to be caught off guard as Saboo appeared beside him in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta felt his insides churn violently, his body curling up instinctively. It's over. Saboo seized the opportunity to wrap his arms around Vegeta from behind and dove towards the ground with incredible speed. It was only when they were near the surface that Saboo released his grip, allowing Vegeta to plummet like a brilliant meteor. Boom! Vegeta crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater with water swiftly flooding in around it. Saboo watched as the pit filled, transforming into a lake, and when he saw no sign of Vegeta, he concluded that he had likely perished beneath the water. Phew! Finally dealt with. I must hasten to report to Lord Frieza. Saboo restored his handsome appearance, wary of getting wet, and flew directly towards Frieza's spaceship. Beneath the water, the severely injured Vegeta waited until Saboo had left before struggling to surface, gasping for air. I will not die so easily. I must become stronger. With those words, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments later, two figures appeared in the sky. What on earth happened here? Krillin frowned as he surveyed the chaos. He sensed a powerful force departing, while another had vanished entirely. Could it be that the Grand Elder has failed? Krillin searched meticulously. Dandy was also intently searching and soon spotted a figure, immediately diving down. Is that Vegeta? Upon seeing Vegeta, Krillin was instantly filled with fear, pausing midair, paralyzed with trepidation. It was only when Dandy landed beside Vegeta and Krillin observed that Vegeta remained completely still that he dared to descend. If even Vegeta had been defeated, what a formidable opponent they must be. Could it be that a battle had just transpired between Vegeta and Frieza's minions? A wave of despair washed over Krillin. Considering the current circumstances, if even Frieza's subordinates were this challenging to confront, would Goku truly be of any help? Were they not allies? Dandy was certainly aware that Vegeta and Frieza were not allies. He carefully assisted Vegeta to his feet, confirming that he still had a heartbeat. Excellent. This fellow is currently on the brink of death. Dandy's heart surged with excitement. Hey, Dandy, what are you planning to do? Klein was completely taken aback. As the seemingly timid Dandy displayed an unexpected audacity by daring to reach out and touch Vegeta, Dandy paid no heed to Krillin. He found himself at a loss to explain his actions and simply extended his hand before Vegeta. As he contemplated the healing of Vegeta, he immediately sensed a surge of energy flowing from his hand into Vegeta's body. Dandy, are you saving him? Have you lost your mind? Krillin exclaimed, stepping back in fright, his words faltering. In less than a breath, Vegeta opened his eyes, instantly alert, and sprang back in disbelief, surveying his own body. You saved me? Vegeta gazed at Dandy with a mix of astonishment and suspicion, then, upon realizing his physical state, erupted into boisterous laughter. Haha, my power has ascended once more. Foolish Namekian. You likely have no idea who I am. Feeling the surge of his newfound strength, Vegeta was overwhelmed with joy, only to then notice Krillin standing nearby. You are that Earthling? So, the little brat referred to by Dodoria is you. I never imagined that with your primitive technology, you would have the audacity to come to Namek. You seek the Dragon Balls as well, I presume? Alas, with me here, I fear disappointment awaits you. Haha. At this moment, Vegeta was entirely lost in the euphoria of his power increase, while Dandy discreetly concealed one hand behind his back, silently gathering his own strength. Dandy remained uncertain about Vegeta's subsequent actions, yet one must always remain vigilant. In light of this young man's life-saving intervention, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Depart swiftly back to Earth. Once I have dealt with Frieza and established my dominion over the universe, I shall return to settle the score with you. Convey to Kakarot that, at that time, I shall crush him and his son like mere insects. Witnessing Vegeta's unexpected decision to spare him, Krillin finally allowed his anxieties to dissipate. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat and couldn't help but cast a glance at Dandy, who, to his astonishment, wore an expression of sheer elation, as if he had stumbled upon a fortuitous event. Chapter 6, System Upgrading. It has been detected that the host has revived a dying individual, returning tenfold the strength of the one saved. In the moment Dandy revived Vegeta, he was immediately engulfed by a surge of formidable power, a force tenfold that of Vegeta's own. Although Vegeta, being a scion, would experience a doubling of his strength upon resurrection from the brink of death, Dandy had acquired a power 10 times that of Vegeta's previous capabilities. Thus, Dandy now possessed an impressive strength that was 5 times greater than Vegeta's. This translated to a battle power of approximately 200,000. While Vegeta's battle power had indeed doubled, it merely increased from a little over 20,000 to just over 40,000. Consequently, Dandy no longer regarded the current Vegeta as a threat. He could extinguish Vegeta's life at will. Having finally gained this power, there was no need for him to continue in hiding. As Dandy's strength surged, the system notifications in his mind had yet to conclude. Ding! Due to the acquisition of immense power, the healing return system has been upgraded to level 2, and the cooldown period has been reset. Please select the type of system upgrade. Type 1. Obtain a 100-fold return of the Savior's strength with a cooldown period of 1 year. Type 2. A 1/10 probability of obtaining a 1,000-fold return of the Savior's strength, with a successful outcome resulting in a cooldown period of 1 year. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Dandy's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system had indeed upgraded. This meant he had another opportunity for a return. Although the cooldown for the upgraded system remained a year, he was nonetheless quite content with the reset. Wait a moment. Since there was another chance for a return, perhaps I could have the opportunity to defeat Frieza? Faced with the system's choice once more, Dandy began to deliberate. Type 1 offers a 100-fold return? This implies that if I save someone on the brink of death with a battle power exceeding 100,000, I may have a chance to conquer Frieza. However, I cannot choose whether to trigger the system. Thus, I must refrain from carelessly employing my healing abilities during this period to avoid inadvertently activating the return. Dandy meticulously calculated and, based on his understanding, concluded that the only individuals who might possess a combat power reaching 1 million were Goku prior to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, Piccolo fused with Nail, and Vegeta at the brink of death. Among these, it was perhaps only Vegeta who truly approached the point of death. After all, although both Goku and Piccolo sustained severe injuries, they managed to remain standing until the very end. However, all three must endure until the ultimate showdown. For if any of them were to be injured during this period, I would be unable to provide medical assistance. Dandy meticulously recalled the events that could transpire between now and the ultimate showdown, suddenly striking upon a pivotal thought. Gohan. Dandy realized that if he were to reserve this opportunity for a final return, he would have to forsake the gravely injured Gohan. This was unacceptable. Gohan had risked his life to save him. How could he possibly stand idly by and allow him to perish? Would that still make him a decent human being? Upon contemplating this, Dandy promptly eliminated Type 1 from consideration. However, Type 2, despite possessing only a mere 1/10 probability of activation for a refund, offers a staggering 1,000-fold return. This implies that by merely saving individuals with combat power exceeding 100,000 on the brink of death, there exists a chance to confront Frieza. Dandy comprehended this matter and promptly made a decision. He chose Type 2. Dandy is aware that on this planet, individuals possessing a combat power exceeding 100,000 are relatively easy to find. Moreover, Dandy himself has already attained a combat power of over 200,000. This figure, in the current context of planet Namek, places him in a position of superiority, second only to 1. At worst, when Captain Ginyu arrives, he could capture the captain, who has a combat power of 120,000, and relentlessly battle him to the brink of death before bringing him back. As long as he does not encounter Frieza, Dandy is entirely capable of ensuring his own safety. Nevertheless, it would be wise for him to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Dandy contemplated that if he attracted too much attention, it would inevitably draw Frieza's gaze. He resolved that if he were to strike, he must do so in a manner that rendered his opponent speechless. He could not allow Frieza to perceive him as a threat. Dandy, having pondered over the matter, resolved to refrain from confronting Vegeta for the time being. This fellow Vegeta might yet surpass my current prowess. It would be wise not to foster enmity with him just now. Keeping him around could potentially serve as a stepping stone for my own enhancement and strength in the future. With this realization, Dandy discreetly tugged at Krillin's side. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We should make haste. Vegeta, taken aback by the apparent disregard of the diminutive Namekian before him, ultimately decided that uncovering Frieza's whereabouts took precedence over all else. Dandy departed with Klin, and it was only after they had flown a considerable distance that Klin, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Dandy, what manner of healing ability do you possess? It feels akin to that of a magical being. Moreover, why did you choose to rescue that scoundrel Vegeta?" Dandy had already formulated his response. Did you not notice that Vegeta was engaged in combat with Frieza's minions? His strength is formidable. Allowing him to clash with Frieza and his forces would be advantageous for us. However, Vegeta has just slain the entirety of your village. Do you not harbor animosity towards him? At that moment, Krillin perceived that although Dandy appeared to be a mere child, his intellect was anything but juvenile. Yes, I despise him, but the villagers can be resurrected using the Dragon Balls. What is of utmost importance now is to ensure the Dragon Balls remain usable. The Grand Elder's time is running short. We must hasten to find him. Dandy quickened his pace, leaving Krillin momentarily stunned, unable to match his speed. What could be the reason? Was Dandy's strength truly this formidable? Meanwhile, on the other side, Frieza's subordinate, Apule, had discovered the village that Vegeta had mercilessly slaughtered. How could this be? It must have been that rascal Vegeta. Apule hurried back to the spaceship to inform Frieza, who was anxiously pacing within. At that moment, both Saboo and Apule returned almost simultaneously. Lord Frieza, I could not locate the village, but I encountered Vegeta, and I have defeated him, Saboo reported. Lord Frieza, I found the village, but it has been utterly destroyed. The Dragon Balls are also missing. It's likely Vegeta's doing. Apule added. The two pieces of news caused Frieza's brow to furrow in intrigue. Saboo, is Vegeta dead? I did not confirm, but he should be. Though there is a possibility he is still alive. However, he was not in possession of the Dragon Balls during our encounter. Saboo realized that his supposed triumph over Vegeta had now seemingly spiraled into a predicament. Saboo, swiftly locate Vegeta. Remember, if he is still alive, spare him. Frieza commanded. Apule, immediately contact the Ginyu Force and have them bring the scanners. Maintaining his composure, Frieza quickly devised a plan. Yes, Apule responded and departed, while Saboo remained frozen in place. Lord Frieza, why are we mobilizing the Ginyu Force? He inquired, sensing that Frieza's disappointment in his and Dodoria's repeated failures had reached a breaking point. I have an ominous premonition. It seems a formidable foe is about to emerge. The Scions have always posed a latent threat. Initially, I believed the danger was Vegeta. But now it feels as though someone else lurks in the shadows. Huh, Lord Frieza, surely you exaggerate. You are so powerful that no one could possibly rival you. Hearing this, Saboo felt a wave of relief and hastened to flatter Frieza. Are you questioning my intuition? Frieza's voice turned cold. Go find Vegeta at once. Yes. Saboo, relieved, sprang into action. The Scions, with their tenacity in battle, only grew stronger. Although they were far from his match, it was prudent to eliminate them before they could transform into Super Scions, which would complicate matters greatly. Aside from the Scions, no other races posed a significant threat. Frieza mused as he gazed out at the expanse beyond the spaceship, deep in contemplation. Krillin, trailing behind Dandy for an hour, felt near exhaustion when he finally spotted a towering peak in the distance. Atop the mountain stood a distinctive Namekian cocoon-shaped structure. Was this the residence of the Grand Elder? It appeared to be untouched by the recent turmoil. Dandy had already descended, while Krillin slowly followed behind, exhausted as he landed on the mountaintop. Upon touching the ground, Krillin collapsed onto the earth, unable to steady himself. Dandy, undeterred and without a hint of breathlessness, strode directly to the entrance. As the grand door swung open, a Namekian emerged. Naru, Dandy greeted with a smile. Dandy, you have arrived. The Elder has already been informed of the situation. The Elder is already aware? Upon hearing those words, Dandy's heart tightened. Could it be that the Elder was aware of his predicament? As he stepped into the room, Krillin curiously surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood Naru and Piccolo, who bore an almost identical resemblance, yet the aura radiating from them was undeniably benevolent. In stark contrast, the Elder was a towering figure, his face etched with deep wrinkles, a testament to his advanced age. Earthlings, I am eternally grateful for your salvation of Dandy. The Elder first expressed his gratitude to Krillin, then turned his gaze towards Dandy. Dandy, I am astonished that you have awakened your inner power all on your own. Awakening inner power? Krillin cast a sideways glance at Dandy, sensing that indeed, Dandy's strength had noticeably intensified moments ago. Chapter 7. The Elder's abilities. The malevolent beings seek to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. They are on the verge of annihilating my children. The Elder murmured, his heart heavy with sorrow. Realizing that the Elder was already aware of the situation, Krillin decided to be forthright. Elder, since you are already informed, I shall be direct. Might I request the Dragon Ball position behind you? I assure you that I will do everything in my power to prevent those fiends from acquiring it. Upon entering the room, Krillin's eyes immediately fell upon the Dragon Ball resting on the Elder's chair. Upon witnessing this, Dandy stepped forward. Great Elder, I implore you to grant their wish. Once fulfilled, the Dragon Balls of Earth will be restored, and at that moment, all of our kin on Namek will also be revived. What? You mean to say there are Dragon Balls on Earth? The Great Elder, initially unaware, pondered this revelation and soon realized it must pertain to Caddischild, who had safely arrived on Earth long ago. The Great Elder continued. Has the Namekian who crafted the Dragon Balls on Earth passed away? Krillin nodded in affirmation. Was the child's demise a tragic fate? Or did he simply succumb to old age? Krillin, perplexed by the Great Elder's inquiry, nevertheless answered honestly he was killed by a scion. The Great Elder's expression transformed into one of confusion. How could a mere scion slay a genius of Namek? Was that scion a super scion? What do you mean? Krillin responded, bewildered. Did the scions not possess sufficient strength? Observing Krillin's confused demeanor, the Great Elder realized it would take time to clarify. Thus he commanded, Earthling, step forward. Though puzzled, Krillin complied and approached the Great Elder. The Elder then placed his wrinkled hands upon Krillin's bald head, and in an instant, the Great Elder absorbed the entirety of Krillin's memories. Ah, I see now. He had indeed split into two beings. Although one had awakened the powers of the former demon realm, being a split entity, it is no wonder he was defeated by the scions. My Namek can produce Dragon Balls, and our Dragon Clan possesses formidable strength. Had he not divided, he surely would not have fallen to the scions. At this juncture, the Great Elder turned to Dandy and proclaimed, Dandy, you are an exceptional member of my lineage, and it brings me great joy to see you unlock your inner potential. Your future is boundless. Earthling, your heart is inherently kind. Though you may occasionally harbor less noble thoughts, your true nature is not malevolent. I am willing to assist you. Take this Dragon Ball, the Great Elder said as he offered the Dragon Ball, which Krillin promptly accepted into his hands. Dandy, however, remained deeply troubled by the words of the Elder, sensing that something was amiss. Dandy could not help but furrow his brows. The Grand Elder was evidently aware of my enhanced abilities. From his words, it seemed he believed I had awakened an inner strength. Or perhaps he was privy to my true nature. His incessant remarks might be an attempt to shield me from Krillin. Dandy understood that since the Grand Elder had touched Krillin's head, he was aware of all that Krillin had experienced since their encounter. Furthermore, he could comprehend that Dandy's sudden surge in strength was a consequence of healing Vegeta. It was entirely reasonable that, through the Dragon Clan's healing abilities, he had awakened his latent powers. Dandy chuckled quietly, and then recalled another unsettling thought. The Elder had mentioned something about splitting into two individuals, one of whom seemed to have awakened the powers of the demon realm, likely referring to Piccolo. However, I remember the Celestial mentioning that those slain by demons cannot descend into hell, yet Raditz did, suggesting that Piccolo is no longer a demon. No. That detail isn't crucial. What matters is, was that statement ever made? Dandy found this statement rather peculiar, especially since he had never encountered the term Great Demon Realm before. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the Elder let out a sorrowful sigh. I hope you can fulfill your wishes. Fulfill? What does that mean? Krillin was momentarily taken aback. The Elder's lifespan was dwindling. If he were to pass away, the Dragon Ball would revert to an ordinary stone, Nailu explained. I see. Rest assured, Elder, I shall do everything in my power to protect this Dragon Ball. Krillin vowed. Then I entrust it to you. The Elder managed to muster a trusting smile. Elder, Frieza and his cohorts may very well find this place. You should find a way to avoid them, Krillin suggested with concern. However, the Elder gazed helplessly at the ceiling. I am too old to move. If Frieza truly finds this place, there is little I can do. By the way, Earthling, I sensed a powerful inner strength within you when I touched your head. It has yet to be awakened. I possess inner strength too, just like Dandy. Krillin was taken aback, quickly shaking his head in disbelief. That is impossible, Elder. Krillin prided himself on having trained under Master Roshi since childhood, believing he had surpassed the limits of human capability and nearly exhausted his potential. How could there be any inner strength left dormant? The Elder merely smiled silently, his hand resting on Krillin's head emanating a peculiar energy. Oh, the power is surging forth. Krillin suddenly felt a tremendous force coursing through his body. Haha. My power has increased instantly. Just as he finished speaking, Krillin cast a worried glance at the Elder. Elder, will helping me in this way diminish your own strength? What a kind-hearted child. Fear not. I am merely awakening your inner strength, which will not affect me, nor will it shorten my lifespan. I understand now. Krillin became excited. And when inner strength was mentioned, he immediately thought of someone, Son Gohan. Long before, during their battle with Raditz, everyone had recognized the immense power within Gohan, which could be unleashed when he became angry. If the Elder could awaken Gohan's power, they would significantly bolster their strength. Surpassing even Son Goku might not be impossible. Elder, may I bring someone with me? He possesses immense inner strength. Of course, the more benevolent warriors, the better. I shall go fetch him at once. With that, Krillin eagerly grasped the Dragon Ball and soared into the sky. Observing Krillin's departure, Dandy hesitated for a moment before addressing the elder. Elder, I must take my leave as well. The Grand Elder gazed at Dandy with a face full of satisfaction before slowly speaking. Dandy, you are the hope of the Namekian people. With Nail here, you need not worry about me. Go forth with confidence. Dandy nodded vigorously before soaring into the sky. He understood that Krillin would inevitably encounter Vegeta on his return journey, and at this moment, Krillin was no match for Vegeta. The circumstances had shifted dramatically, and he could only hope for Krillin's safe passage. Pursuing Krillin's figure, Dandy took flight as well. Dandy understood that Krillin still had a significant role to play in the events to come, and it was imperative that nothing went awry. Meanwhile, Vegeta, resting in place, sensed an approaching energy signature that he recognized all too well. It was Saboo, returning once more. Transform, will you? You are no longer a match for me, he thought, as he submerged himself beneath the water's surface. Saboo soared above Vegeta, scrutinizing the depths, only to be met by a ki blast that erupted through the water's surface, hurtling towards him. What? Startled, Saboo swiftly dodged, but to his astonishment, Vegeta shot upward from the water in hot pursuit. With a resounding impact, Saboo raised his hand to parry Vegeta's assault, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Vegeta, I can't believe you're still alive. How fortunate for you. You must have hidden the Dragon Ball? Haven to you? If you wish to avoid another beating, you'd best accompany me to see Lord Frieza. Seeing Vegeta, Saboo felt an unexpected sense of relief. As long as Vegeta remained alive, he could fulfill Frieza's orders. Haha. Vegeta bellowed with laughter. Kill me? You might want to give that a second thought. I can hardly believe I just rattled your brain. I hope you still remember where you stashed the Dragon Ball. As he spoke, Saboo transformed in an instant and charged at Vegeta. Did you think I was not your equal? How presumptuous. Vegeta scoffed inwardly, launching a ki blast aimed directly at Saboo's eyes. A mere trick. Saboo sneered, extending his hand to deflect the attack, unaware that Vegeta's strike was not intended to harm him. Under Vegeta's masterful control, the ki blast detonated before making contact, blinding Saboo in an instant. What is happening? Saboo frantically rubbed his eyes, while Vegeta seized the opportunity to unleash his full power, swiftly maneuvering behind Saboo. Channeling all his strength. Vegeta delivered a crushing blow to Saboo's spine, shattering his battle suit. Saboo gasped, rendered speechless by the overwhelming speed and power that Vegeta now exhibited, far surpassing their earlier confrontation. This exceeded Saboo's comprehension. Before Saboo could react, Vegeta surged forward once more, landing yet another devastating strike that sent Saboo plummeting. Vegeta did not relent. He continued to unleash his princely techniques, relentlessly bombarding Saboo with energy blasts. The barrage of ki attacks fell like a torrential rain, obliterating the mountains beneath Saboo, creating vast craters in their wake. Yet, despite this, Saboo, relying on his formidable physique, soared into the air, enduring Vegeta's onslaught. Observing this, Vegeta sneered disdainfully and then pointed to the side before descending to the ground. The battered Saboo, seething with rage, landed not far from Vegeta, unleashing a torrent of curses. Vegeta, you scoundrel. You've exhausted quite a bit of energy now. While Vegeta appeared confident, he still held back. Not only did he intend to defeat Saboo, but he also sought to reclaim his lost honor. Saboo, in pain, was ignited by intense hatred. So what? You are no match for me. I've already proven that. Nevertheless, Saboo glanced at his own body, perplexed as to why he felt at a disadvantage. Had he forgotten to transform? Looking at his rugged arms, Saboo realized that he had indeed completed his transformation. What is going on? Oh, you probably don't know. Scions gain tremendous power when they claw their way back from the brink of death. Vegeta's words dripped with mockery. He was aware that Saboo had once bested him in his transformed state, boasting a battle power exceeding 30,000. Now, however, having revived from near death, Vegeta possessed nearly 50,000 in battle power, making it a trivial task to defeat Saboo, even in his transformed state. What? Saboo was taken aback by Vegeta's declaration, quickly shifting to disbelief. Stop bluffing. I'll make sure to beat you to within an inch of your life before presenting you to Lord Frieza. At this, Vegeta burst into raucous laughter. Are you implying that you're afraid to use your full strength lest you accidentally kill me? Saboo, conflicted, stared intently at Vegeta, unable to believe that Vegeta could have significantly increased his strength in such a short time. We'll find out. Saboo encouraged himself as he prepared to charge at Vegeta with fervor. Chapter 8. A Personal Vendetta. You are no match for me in this transformed state. I have already proven it. Saboo continually motivated himself as he recklessly lunged toward Vegeta. Saboo, remember this. Never underestimate a scion. We are a warrior race. Vegeta roared fiercely as he withstood the relentless assault of Saboo. Witnessing Vegeta endure the full brunt of his attack left Saboo in a state of disarray. However, he had no choice but to continue unleashing his might upon Vegeta. Saboo's fist rained down like a torrential downpour. In the midst of Saboo's onslaught, Vegeta's gaze flickered, allowing him to perceive and counter each of Saboo's furious strikes. Seizing the opportune moment, Vegeta delivered a powerful blow to Saboo's abdomen. The impact was thunderous, shattering Saboo's battle suit like fragile tiles, and his abdominal muscles crumbled as if made of mere paper, pierced by Vegeta's formidable strike. An overwhelming wave of agony surged through Saboo, instilling within him a chilling sense of impending doom. Vegeta, spare me. I was merely following Frieza's orders. Saboo pleaded. Humph. Do you not think it is rather too late to beg for mercy? Vegeta retorted disdainfully, his expression one of utter contempt. Let us join forces. Together, we can surely defeat Frieza. I trust you as much as I would a ghost. Vegeta exclaimed, unleashing a powerful energy blast that detonated within Saboo's body, sending him hurtling skyward. As Saboo fell helplessly through the air, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk. He summoned his energy, preparing to obliterate Saboo into nothingness. Just then, a figure darted through the sky at incredible speed, snatching the injured Saboo and soaring away. Who is that? Vegeta wondered, astonished that someone could move with such swiftness. Eluding even his keen observation, he contemplated launching his energy blast at the figure, but hesitated, realizing that their speed surpassed his own. Chase, Vegeta commanded, curiosity driving him to pursue. Yet, despite his utmost effort, the figure receded into the distance, prompting Vegeta to halt, engulfed in uncertainty. Who could this individual be? Even while burdened with an injured Saboo, they were faster than me. This person's strength far exceeds my own. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the retreating silhouette. In the air, it was Dandy who had whisked Saboo away. After acquiring newfound power, he had refrained from engaging. But memories of Saboo's past transgressions against his village compelled Dandy to take matters into his own hands. As he flew, Dandy grappled with the decision of whether to heal Saboo. This wretch was on the brink of death. Should I attempt to save him? Perhaps it will not trigger the system's return. After all, the probability is only 1 in 10. Dandy hesitated within, pondering whether a mere 1 in 10 chance of success was truly attainable. Perhaps it would be best to abandon the idea altogether. Though Dandy was consumed by a thirst for vengeance, he still hesitated to take the gamble. Saboo, his body pierced and racked with pain, had resigned himself to the inevitability of death. With great difficulty, he managed to open his eyes, only to feel a surge of joy upon realizing he had been saved. As he gazed upon his rescuer, he was astonished to discover that it was a Namekian. Who are you? Saboo inquired, recognizing the Namekian as a familiar figure. Indeed, it was the very child from Namek who had been rescued long ago. However, there was a noticeable difference. This Namekian appeared to be taller. It turned out that Dandy, anxious about being recognized by Vegeta, had taken deliberate measures to alter his appearance. Dandy recalled the technique that Piccolo had once employed to elongate his limbs, and to his astonishment, he succeeded effortlessly. Consequently, upon his appearance this time, Dandy had elongated his arms and legs, resembling Piccolo in stature. From a distance, it would likely appear to Vegeta that he was confronting an unfamiliar Namekian. Now that I've transformed, even those Namekians who have previously encountered me may not recognize me. He mused. Simultaneously, Saboo was contemplating this realization before he spoke. Young hero, I implore you to assist me and transport me to that spaceship over there. Saboo uttered weakly, unaware that Dandy was regarding him with a cold smirk. Hey, Saboo, it was you who annihilated our village when Dodoria pursued us, wasn't it? The imposing demeanor of Dandy, coupled with his precise recollection of Saboo's name, caused a tightening in Saboo's chest. How could he know me? Could he be the small boy who escaped? How has he suddenly grown so tall? Is it possible that Namekians can transform as well? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Saboo exclaimed, Please, save me. I assure you riches and glory in the future. I can take you back to the Frieza force and secure you a position. At that moment, Saboo, having transformed and enduring the agony from his grievous injuries, wore a grotesque expression. Humph. Dandy scoffed contemptuously at Saboo's words. What do you intend to do? Saboo stammered, taken aback by Dandy's derisive laughter. What do I intend? Humph. Of course, it is vengeance. Remember, you shall perish at the hands of a Namekian. Die. Saboo felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Dandy's proclamation. Nevertheless, He clung to a sliver of hope. After all, he is merely a Namekian child. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? Even mature Namekians boast a battle power of only 1,000. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Even gravely wounded, I cannot succumb to a mere child. With that in mind, Saboo dismissed Dandy entirely, clutching his chest as he slowly made his way to Frieza's spaceship. Were it not for his desire to remain calm, Saboo might have considered eliminating Dandy on the spot. Once I return to Lord Frieza, there will be a healing pod awaiting me, he thought, forcing himself to take a breath as he gradually approached the spaceship. But do not underestimate me. Dandy chuckled, then extended his hand to unleash a ki blast. This marked Dandy's inaugural strike, and he too was filled with anticipation regarding its might. Even if one bears grave injuries, the resilience of the body remains. Let me witness just how potent my strike can be. Saboo sensed something amiss behind him, and as he turned his head, he beheld a colossal wave of energy hurtling towards him. Boom! Before he could react, Saboo was engulfed by the ki blast. In the wake of the tremendous explosion, not even a trace of Saboo remained. Sensing the overwhelming force that had instantaneously obliterated Saboo, Dandy nodded in satisfaction. Truly, with a battle power of 200,000, a mere flick of the wrist could render Saboo to ashes. As Dandy pondered, he glanced back at the distant Vegeta, finding immense satisfaction in his incredulous expression. Without hesitation, he swiftly departed. Vegeta should not recognize me. It is imperative that he remains unaware of my true strength for now. Dandy understood that in order to survive, it was best to avoid drawing Frieza's attention. The fewer individuals aware of his true strength, the better. However, the sensation of avenging himself with his own hands was truly gratifying. Dandy silently contemplated within himself. The reason for targeting Saboo was not only to exact personal revenge, but also to test the limits of his newfound strength. After all, having acquired such formidable power, he was determined to revel in its use. As he beheld the mysterious figure that swiftly dispatched Saboo, Vegeta found himself momentarily immobilized. Who is this individual? He appears to be a Namekian. Although Vegeta could not clearly discern Dandy's form, the overwhelming aura emanating from him made it evident that Dandy far surpassed his own capabilities, instilling a sense of trepidation within Vegeta. Where did this being emerge from? Such immense power. It seems I must exercise caution. As Dandy departed, Vegeta prepared to turn away when suddenly he sensed another formidable energy nearby. Glancing back, he was astonished to see an unusual creature soaring through the air, sporting two bald heads. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta realized it was not a creature with two heads, but rather a bald figure cradling a Dragon Ball the size of a head. It was that Earthling. Initially taken aback, Vegeta's surprise quickly transformed into elation. Huh, what a stroke of luck. The second Dragon Ball has presented itself so effortlessly. Excited, Vegeta pursued him. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, Krillin accelerated his pace, covering a journey that would ordinarily take several hours in under 30 minutes. As he surveyed the terrain below, his mind was filled with visions of Gohan receiving the Elder's enhancement and the extraordinary power he would wield, perhaps even surpassing Goku. So engrossed was Krillin in his excitement that he failed to notice Vegeta trailing behind him. Upon recognizing the familiar landscape, Krillin landed swiftly, only to find Bulma outside, engrossed in a magazine. He quickly admonished her, "Bulma, how can you be outside reading a magazine? It's perilous." Bulma set down her magazine, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the enormous Dragon Ball in Krillin's hands. "Oh, Krillin, is this the Dragon Ball from Namek? It's so large." She reached out to take the Dragon Ball, only to discover she could hardly lift the hefty sphere. Gohan, having previously encountered the Dragon Ball in Dandy's village, was not surprised. However, upon observing Krillin's expression, he was suddenly filled with dread. What's wrong? Krillin, taken aback by Gohan's reaction, soon sensed something amiss and broke into a cold sweat, incredulously turning around. Vegeta? As he witnessed Vegeta descending slowly with a menacing grin, Krillin instinctively clutched the Dragon Ball tighter. This is infuriating. To encounter Vegeta at such a moment. If only I had delayed just a little longer. Gohan would have received the Elder's enhancement, and his power would have significantly increased. Although my strength has surged, I am still no match for Vegeta. This is bad. What should I do? Meanwhile, Dandy had quietly appeared, approaching Krillin's side. Dandy, why did you follow me back? I fear for your safety, and all who followed you have returned. I truly thank you. However, look at the good deed you have done. You have revived Vegeta, and now he has come knocking at our door. Listening to Krillin's complaints, Dandy felt no concern within his heart. Haha. Vegeta gazed upon the feeble figures before him and laughed with glee. I must say, you are indeed my lucky stars. First, this little one saved me. And now you have brought me the Dragon Balls. To think Kakarot's son has also arrived? Where is Kakarot? That useless being did not accompany you? I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Let us make a deal. If you obediently hand over the Dragon Balls, I shall spare your lives. How does that sound? Vegeta was in high spirits at that moment. Krillin clutched the Dragon Balls tightly, pondering whether he should surrender them. He was aware that Frieza had already obtained 5 Dragon Balls. If he relinquished the one in his possession, Vegeta would then possess 2. Consequently, all 7 Dragon Balls would fall into the hands of another. The pivotal question remained, were Vegeta and Frieza truly allies? Based on Vegeta's earlier confrontation with Zarbin, it seemed they were not. Vegeta, are you not allied with Frieza? What is your purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls? You dare to pose such a foolish question to me? It is, of course, to attain immortality. As long as I am immortal, I shall have the opportunity to exact vengeance upon that scoundrel Frieza. Vegeta replied with a cold sneer. I see. In that case, even if I were to give you this Dragon Ball, you would still need to find a way to obtain Frieza's 5 in order to gather all 7. Why not join forces? Together, we can confront Frieza. Join forces? Ha ha ha. Vegeta erupted in laughter, his eyes brimming with disdain. I am unaware of the method you employ to enhance your strength, but do you truly believe you are worthy of allying with me? Not only us, but Goku shall soon arrive on this planet as well. When he does, we can unite our strengths and stand a chance against Frieza. Kakarot, you place your hopes upon that waste? Humph. Vegeta scoffed derisively. There is no need for that garbage to intervene. As long as I acquire the power of immortality, I shall become the legendary Super Saiyan. No one shall be my match. Before I change my mind, hand over the Dragon Balls quickly. I may yet spare your lives. Chapter 9. Gathering the 7 Dragon Balls faced with Vegeta's threat, Krillin remained hesitant, while Dandy, from the side, reached out and snatched the Dragon Ball, directly handing it over to Vegeta. Ha ha ha, you truly are an astute little one. Vegeta exclaimed with delight as he accepted the Dragon Ball. Though you are still young, you possess more sense than most of the inhabitants of this planet. Dandy observed Vegeta's smug demeanor and inwardly scoffed. You all may have acquired the Dragon Balls, but what does it matter if you cannot comprehend the language of Namek? For now, I must conceal my true capabilities. I have no desire to attract undue attention. As for Frieza, you ought to devise your own strategies to confront him. When I have amassed sufficient strength to contend with Frieza, I shall intervene. The most pressing matter at hand is to await the arrival of the Ginyu Force. At that juncture, Frieza will abandon the Dragon Balls, granting me the opportunity to make my wish. Until then, perhaps I should assist Frieza in gathering the 7 Dragon Balls. Dandy understood that Frieza had already acquired several Dragon Balls and would not easily relinquish them. Therefore, he had no opportunity to make a wish. Only when Frieza realized that even if he gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, he would not utilize them, would he leave the Dragon Balls behind to seek out the Elder. It seemed that Frieza, in his quest to find the Elder personally, was likely motivated by a lack of trust in the Ginyu Force. Dandy secretly contemplated. Vegeta had already acquired the Dragon Balls and, disregarding the others, soared into the sky, excitedly heading towards the Dragon Ball he had previously obtained. Haha. Although Frieza possessed 5 Dragon Balls, the remaining 2 were already in my grasp. I merely need to devise a plan to seize Frieza's 5 Dragon Balls. Vegeta, too, was calculating in his mind. As he witnessed Vegeta's exhilaration as he took flight, Krillin immediately felt a pang of regret. Dandy, we had explicitly promised the Elder to protect this Dragon Ball with all our might. How could you so easily hand it over to Vegeta? Dandy, however, wore a nonchalant expression. It matters not. Even if Vegeta obtains the Dragon Balls now, it would be futile. We must hasten to the Elder. We must expedite Gohan's ascension in strength. Upon hearing these words, Krillin was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the implication. Ah, I see. How brilliant, Dandy. If we do not bestow the Dragon Balls upon Vegeta, our very lives may be at stake, though we have lost the Dragon Balls for the time being. As long as we accompany Gohan to the Elder and enhance his power, we shall have the opportunity to reclaim the Dragon Balls from Vegeta. It was then that Krillin grasped Dandy's ingenious plan. Dandy let out a cold snort and nodded. Among this group, it seemed that only Krillin possessed a modicum of intellect, capable of discerning the superficial intricacies of the situation. Yet, the ultimate objective remained a secret known solely to him. What are you all discussing? What does it mean to enhance strength? Gohan was perplexed by Krillin's words. Gohan, don't worry about that. Come with me. Without further ado, Krillin seized Gohan and swiftly soared towards the Grand Elder. Bulma stood there in a daze, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, paralyzed by fear. As she watched the two ascend into the sky, she furtively cast a glance at Dandy. The thought of being a young girl alone on this alien planet, in the company of an extraterrestrial, filled her with a twinge of trepidation. Hastily, Bulma began to subtly distance herself from Dandy, inching away cautiously. Dandy chose to disregard Bulma and instead contemplated his forthcoming plans. As of now, Sun Wukong had yet to arrive at Namek. Thus his primary objective was to ensure the Dragon Balls could be utilized to grant a wish for Piccolo's successful resurrection. Currently, Vegeta had acquired 2 Dragon Balls, while Frieza possessed the remaining 5. The situation had deviated from its initial course. Henceforth, I shall take the reins to steer the unfolding events. Dandy understood that from the moment he saved Vegeta, the course of future events was no longer within his capacity to foresee. If memory serves him correctly, after the arrival of the Ginyu Force, Frieza had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. However, due to his inability to make a wish, he utilized a scouter to locate the Grand Elder. Subsequently, he commanded the Ginyu Force to safeguard the Dragon Balls while he ventured alone to seek out the Grand Elder. To divert Frieza and lead him away from the Dragon Balls, it was imperative to ensure he assembled all 7 of them. Dandy, upon contemplating this, immediately conceived a plan and addressed Bulma. Bulma, may I borrow your Dragon Ball radar? Dragon Ball radar? How do you know about it? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I don't have time to explain. Vegeta cannot carry 2 Dragon Balls with him. I must stealthily retrieve those 2 Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Bulma realized the validity of his statement. On this planet, it was likely that she was the only one possessing a Dragon Ball radar. If she concealed the Dragon Balls that Vegeta had obtained, no one else would be able to locate them. Suddenly, Bulma grasped the situation. But how could this little brat arrive at such a conclusion so swiftly? Could he be even more astute than herself, the genius scientist? Was that Namekian truly this clever? Here, she exclaimed, handing over the radar. Dandy promptly took off into the sky. Bulma watched as Dandy abandoned her, a wave of fear washing over her. Oh, can you truly bear to leave a blossoming young girl like me all alone here? Dandy didn't even glance back. Just a moment ago, she was frightened and avoiding me, and now she fears my departure. What a paradoxical woman she is. Dandy silently contemplated within himself. He understood that on this planet, no one would take an interest in someone as frail as Bulma, not even Vegeta. It would be best for her to remain here, sipping tea and perusing magazines. There are indeed advantages to being diminutive. At this moment on Namek, it seemed that only Bulma was at ease. Rest assured, as long as I acquire strength and vanquish Frieza, this journey to Namek shall be nothing more than a leisurely excursion for you. Dandy, lost in thought, pressed the Dragon Ball radar. Following its guidance, he trailed behind Vegeta at a distance, soon arriving at the location where the latter had concealed the Dragon Balls. He observed as Vegeta submerged himself in the water, placing 2 Dragon Balls together before resurfacing. The remaining 5 Dragon Balls were in Frieza's possession, and without any detectors. They should remain unaware of my presence. Resolute in his decision, Vegeta propelled himself forward, soaring towards Frieza's energy signature. Upon witnessing this, Dandy swiftly submerged himself in the water and soon retrieved the 2 Dragon Balls. They were indeed quite difficult to grasp. Dandy extended his arm with great difficulty, delicately grasping 2 Dragon Balls, and cautiously made his way towards the remaining 5. Inside the spaceship, Frieza stood, his heart swelling with unease as he noted the prolonged absence of Saboo. The Scions grew stronger with each battle when they set off for Earth. Vegeta's combat power had been less than that of Chuyi, yet upon their return, he had managed to defeat Chuyi and subsequently vanquished Dodoria. Could it be that Saboo was no match for him now? Saboo had even resorted to transforming. Frieza was acutely aware that Chuyi's power level stood at 18,000, while Dodoria's reached 22,000, and Saboo, in his transformed state, could attain a staggering 32,000. Upon hearing the distant roar of battle not long ago, Frieza understood that a fierce clash had recently transpired, and Saboo's continued absence clearly indicated he had encountered some trouble. The most plausible scenario was that he had been defeated by Vegeta. The audacity of Vegeta to elevate his power from over 10,000 to a level capable of overcoming transformed Saboo in such a short span was astonishing. Indeed, the Scions could not be spared, Frieza concluded. At that moment, Frieza spotted a figure soaring through the air. Upon closer examination, he recognized it as Vegeta. It appeared that Saboo had truly met his downfall. How dare you, Vegeta, brazenly present yourself before me? Do you truly have no regard for the might of the universe's supreme overlord? Frieza immediately propelled himself into the air, foregoing his infant carriage, and shattered the glass before him. His face contorted with rage, he rushed outside the spaceship, only to witness two energy blasts hurtling towards him. Vegeta, how dare you launch a surprise attack on my vessel? Frieza's fury intensified as he swiftly utilized his telekinesis to intercept one of the blasts. Just as he prepared to unleash his wrath, he realized that what was hurtling towards him were the very Dragon Balls he had long coveted. Dragon Balls? Frieza quickly turned to discover another one crashing into his ship. Ha ha ha. So that's it. Vegeta, it seems you have come to your senses. Do you wish to return to the Frieza Force and serve me once more? Seeing the last two Dragon Balls being delivered right to his doorstep by Vegeta himself, Frieza's countenance brightened with joy, and he presented a cordial expression to Vegeta. However, the Scions must not be spared. Secretly contemplating this, Frieza maintained his smile and gracefully returned to his ship, manipulating the remaining Dragon Balls to float before him in unison. Vegeta, since you have graciously offered me the Dragon Balls, I shall not hold you accountable for the demise of Saboo and the others. With thoughts of his impending wish swirling in his mind, Frieza beamed with delight, his gaze solely fixed on the Dragon Balls. Yet, Vegeta was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Frieza would discover him the moment he arrived. To Vegeta's utter astonishment, the Dragon Balls he had just concealed were swiftly discovered and presented right before Frieza's eyes. What was happening? Who could be responsible for this? Frieza had obtained all 7 Dragon Balls? What should he do? Should he attempt to seize them? The mere thought of confronting Frieza made Vegeta break into a cold sweat. He scarcely had the time to ponder the circumstances surrounding the Dragon Balls. Seizing the moment while Frieza was preoccupied with counting the orbs, Vegeta unleashed his full energy and fled at top speed. Frieza, noticing Vegeta's sudden escape, felt a flicker of confusion. Did he perceive my intent to eliminate him? Was my smile not sincere enough? Chapter 10. Gohan's hidden power. Forget about Vegeta for now. He is unlikely to escape my grasp. Frieza dismissed any further thoughts of Vegeta, his attention entirely fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls before him. He chuckled to himself. My dream is about to become a reality. With a booming voice, Frieza proclaimed, marvelous Dragon Balls, grant me the eternal power and immortality of Frieza. Yet, nothing occurred. Why was there no reaction? Frieza stood bewildered, soon noticing the differing star patterns on the Dragon Balls. Was it necessary to arrange them in a specific order? Frieza began to manipulate the Dragon Balls, aligning them in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 4. What comes next? At last, he arranged the Dragon Balls correctly, and once more, with utmost reverence, he made his wish. Marvelous Dragon Balls, grant me the eternal power and immortality of Frieza. Still, there was no response. Had I already acquired the power of immortality? Frieza clenched his fists, feeling no change. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind. During a massacre of a village, a Namekian had remarked, even if you possess all the Dragon Balls, you cannot fulfill your wish. No wonder he said that. The Dragon Balls must possess a special method of use. What could it be? A specific command? A designated location? Or perhaps a particular sequence? It seemed only the Namekians held the key to this mystery. With this thought, Frieza burst forth. Everyone, cease the slaughter of the Namekians. Conduct a thorough search of Namek. We must find a survivor. Quickly contact the Ginyu Force. Urge them to hasten their arrival. Once he had arranged everything, Frieza felt a surge of indignation, realizing he had been outsmarted. Those wretched Namekians. Not far away, Dandy lay concealed beneath a stone, observing Frieza's every move with keen clarity. A smile crept upon his lips as he thought, fortunately, I threw the Dragon Ball in time. Otherwise, Vegeta would have met his doom. This fellow Vegeta possesses an audacity that is truly remarkable, daring to fly directly before Frieza. Now that Frieza had acquired all 7 Dragon Balls, he found himself unable to utilize them, leaving him to await the arrival of the Ginyu Force. Surely, Krillin and the others must be nearing the Grand Elder by now. At this thought, Dandy's heart sank with sudden apprehension. Oh no, Krillin and the others are flying at full speed, and Vegeta will undoubtedly seek them out. Dandy, filled with frustration, lightly tapped his head, realizing that he had altered the course of events, leading to unforeseen circumstances. I must assist them. Meanwhile, Vegeta swiftly escaped, plunging into the water to conceal his energy. As long as Frieza lacked a detector, he would remain undetectable beneath the surface. Sensing that Frieza had not pursued him, Vegeta finally relaxed, surfacing and gasping for breath. Encountering Frieza had been perilously close. It must have been those Earthlings doing. But why would he hand over all the Dragon Balls to Frieza? How infuriating. They have thwarted my plans. I shall not forgive them. Enough of this. I must find them first. Clenching his fists in anger, Vegeta sensed Krillin and Gohan's energy soaring rapidly and immediately darted in their direction. As Vegeta soared through the sky, he suddenly detected another formidable energy, racing towards the same destination at a speed surpassing his own. What an impressive aura. Who could it be? What awaited them there? At that moment, Krillin was flying at full speed alongside Gohan, his mind racing with thoughts. Gohan possessed immense latent power, once the Elder activated it. Even Vegeta might not stand a chance against him. Goku would be arriving soon. If the three of us joined forces, we could surely confront Vegeta. While contemplating this, Krillin spotted a distant mountain. Gohan, look ahead at that mountain. We're almost there. To the summit. At that instant, both sensed a powerful force sweeping towards them from behind. It was Vegeta. Gohan, you must find the Elder. I'll handle this. Panic surged through Krillin as he saw Gohan still frozen in place. Hurry, Gohan. Only then did Gohan snap back to reality and hastily ascend the mountain. Just as he took flight, Vegeta arrived before Krillin, coming to a sudden halt. You little brat, you dare play tricks on me. Play tricks on you? Krillin, taken aback by Vegeta's fury, was utterly bewildered. What tricks have I played? Observing Krillin's innocent expression, Vegeta sensed something was amiss. He had flown with all his might from Frieza, and given the power of these two Earthlings, it was impossible for them to have reached this place so swiftly. Thus, those two Dragon Balls could not have been acquired by these two Earthlings. What are you two doing here? Having come to a realization, Vegeta calmed himself. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that Gohan had already entered the Grand Elder's chamber. That was Kakarot's son. He had sought refuge within that room. The formidable energy they had sensed moments ago seemed to have followed him there. With this thought, Vegeta discerned that the situation was undeniably complex. What are you plotting? He inquired. No, nothing, Krillin stammered, but Vegeta was not inclined to trust his words. Enough of your pretense. Stand aside, Vegeta declared, his fury igniting as he swiftly circumvented Krillin and ascended towards the pinnacle of the solitary peak. At that very moment, within the chamber, the Grand Elder placed his hand upon Gohan's head. You possess extraordinary power within you. You must not be from Earth, are you? Why, yes, I'm sorry. But could you please be quick? I need to rescue Uncle Krillin. Gohan urged politely. Nearby, Nail had sensed Vegeta's approach and, perceiving the impending threat, shifted his stance to emerge outside the chamber. Please leave. Individuals like you are not welcome here. Nail's expression was rife with hostility. Namekian? Huh. You must be tired of living. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. You bear an uncanny resemblance to that fellow from Earth, but he was swiftly dispatched by us. Do you wish to experience death as well? Did you not hear me? Get lost. Nail escalated his tone. In light of Nail's provocation, Vegeta prepared to retaliate when a fleeting thought crossed his mind. This Namekian bore a striking similarity to the one who had previously slain Zarbon. Furthermore, the potent energy he had sensed earlier. Could it be him? Vegeta's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he detected yet another formidable presence emanating from within the chamber. A realization dawning upon him that something was amiss. What manner of place is this? This energy? It resonates with that of a scion. Could it be Kakarot? Before he could finish his thought, Gohan emerged from the room. It's you? How did your power multiply so dramatically after entering this chamber? Vegeta inquired with curiosity, attempting to lean into the room for a better look. Yet, another figure emerged from within, the diminutive Din. Upon seeing Din step out, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of contemplation, followed by a moment of clarity. Of course, as long as a scion is on the brink of death and receives treatment from this little one, their power can exponentially increase. That explains everything. They must have first injured Kakarot's son and then healed him, resulting in his remarkable power surge. This means that I too have a chance to augment my strength. If I can elevate my power further, even without relying on the Dragon Balls, I shall undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan. With this realization, Vegeta's gaze grew fervent. This journey has proven to be fortuitous. Hey, little one, it was you who saved Kakarot's son, wasn't it? Vegeta elevated his head, casting a cold, condescending glare at Din, already formulating his threats. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dandy immediately discerned his thoughts. It seemed he believed that it was I who rescued Gohan, thereby enhancing his strength. In that case, it would be best to turn the tables to my advantage. Dandy nodded and then inquired, what is it, Vegeta? Do you also wish to enhance your strength? Chapter 11. Nara versus Vegeta. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Nara was immediately taken aback. Dandy, this individual has slaughtered everyone in our entire village. Dandy nodded. I know. Are you still poised to assist him? In that moment, Neutron sensed that the Dandy before him was not the familiar figure he once knew. I merely inquired whether he wished to enhance his abilities. Dandy disregarded Neru's words, his eyes glistening with mirth. Upon witnessing Dandy's demeanor, Vegeta became increasingly convinced that it was indeed Dandy who had facilitated Gohan's surge in strength. Just as I suspected. I understand now. A triumphant expression adorned Vegeta's face. If you wish to avoid demise, heed my instructions. Vegeta's countenance shifted, adopting an imperious tone. Krillin, observing the situation, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Vegeta, do not act recklessly. Gohan's current strength rivals your own, and with the rest of us, you stand no chance. Oh, is that so? Vegeta instantaneously soared to Gohan's side, arrogantly lifting him off the ground. Gohan's face contorted in fear, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Gohan. Krillin was taken aback, astonished that Gohan was rendered motionless by fright. As a scion, how can he display such terror? Bah, it seems that Kakarot's offspring is indeed a worthless wretch. Baldy, you see it too, don't you? This fool is nothing but a liability. Do you still hold out hope for him? If you wish to live, follow my orders. Before Vegeta could finish, a pair of green hands clasped his shoulders. Hey, if memory serves, this should be the third time I've said it. You are not welcome here, so be gone. Neru stepped forward, firmly gripping Vegeta's shoulders. With a slight exertion, Vegeta winced and released Gohan, ensuring Gohan's safety. Neru exerted more force, sending Vegeta hurtling away, then removed his outer garment, crossing his arms to unleash his full power. Witnessing Neru's might, Krillin and Gohan were left utterly astounded. Dandy, however, was not taken aback. He was aware that Neru, the foremost warrior of the Namekians, possessed a combat power exceeding 40,000 and should not be weaker than the current Vegeta. Upon witnessing Neru's strength, Vegeta was rendered speechless, astonished that this Namekian before him possessed power comparable to his own. Could he be the one who had slain Dabura? If that were indeed the case, his true strength must exceed what he was presently displaying. Vegeta recalled his near-death experience, which had likely augmented his power by approximately double. When he first arrived on Namek and battled Koei, he had detected his own combat power to be over 20,000. After experiencing a near-death boost, Vegeta estimated that he now possessed nearly 50,000 in strength. Yet, he sensed that Neru's power was not inferior to his own. Furthermore, having previously seized Dabura from him with ease, it was evident that Neru's strength surpassed his own. How infuriating. I am the prince of the Scions. I am a combat prodigy. There is no way I could be outmatched by a mere Namekian. Though he thought this, Vegeta remained undeterred and unleashed his full power. Neru, seeing that his threats had failed, prepared to engage in battle. Dandy, and you there, Earthling, please protect the Elder. Neru's duty was to safeguard the Elder. And with Vegeta's aggression, he had no choice but to act. Soaring forward, Neru struck with a knife hand aimed directly at Vegeta's neck. Vegeta raised his hand to block, while simultaneously launching a punch toward Neru's abdomen. Neru also defended himself, tightly gripping Vegeta's fist. The two remained locked in a stalemate midair, both unleashing formidable energy. Oh, the clash of their energies erupted in the air, as both warriors exerted themselves in an attempt to breach the other's defense, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Incredible! Krillin exclaimed, astonished that Neru could contend with Vegeta on equal footing, and promptly called out to Gohan. Gohan, set aside your kindness. You have witnessed Vegeta's malevolence. He slaughtered an entire village of Namekians for the Dragon Balls. Your strength should be nearly on par with Vegeta's. Hurry and assist Neru. The two of you together can surely defeat him. Gohan hesitated upon hearing this, taking a moment before responding. Wouldn't it be unfair if two were to fight one? Krillin was left speechless. Indeed, Gohan was truly the spitting image of his father, Goku. Dandy's thoughts regarding son Gohan are not particularly surprising. He is merely engaged in a continuous mental calculation. If memory serves, Neru's combat power should be nearing 50,000, thus placing Vegeta's combat power in a similar range. This implies that when I rescued him, his power was approximately over 20,000. Previously, I had acquired 10 times Vegeta's combat strength at that moment, which means my current power should be around 200,000. If I were to undergo a near-death revival once more, Vegeta's combat power would likely surpass 100,000. This indeed appears to be the only instance where combat power exceeds 100,000. Dandy meticulously contemplated the next steps required to vanquish Frieza. Realizing that a well-crafted strategy was imperative. To personally eliminate Frieza, he needed to activate the system's thousandfold return. And the individuals he saved must possess at least 100,000 battle power. Only then could his own battle power potentially exceed 100 million. However, even upon reaching such formidable strength, he would merely be able to match Frieza at full power. To achieve complete victory, he would either need to ally with Son Goku or attain an even greater battle power. Although Frieza's normal state did not exhibit such elevated power levels, no one had ever attempted a surprise attack while he remained in that form. After all, he merely suppressed his own strength in his everyday state. It was not akin to a technique like the Kaioken that artificially amplifies power. That 100 million battle power was indeed genuine. Dandy understood that facing Frieza was no trivial matter. If his own combat power was insufficient and he attempted to ambush Frieza in his untransformed state, only to find himself incapable of delivering a fatal blow, the consequences would be dire. He needed to meticulously plan how to trigger this return. Currently, the highest combat power among the Namekians, Naru, was below 50,000. To avoid squandering his opportunity for return on Naru, it was prudent not to rescue him. Presently, Vegeta's combat power was also just shy of 50,000. If he were to save him once more, his power would approach 100,000. As long as the system's return was not activated during this rescue, Dandy could safely assist him in the future. However, if Vegeta's power exceeded his own, given his temperament, Dandy might find himself in peril. Thus, he needed to be cautious in seeking a power return from him. Next was Goku, whose combat power remained a mystery. What was certain was that upon arriving on Namek, he had utilized the Kaioken to achieve an impressive 18,000 combat power. Thus, he should not be considered a target. Following him was Captain Jinyu. Inflicting significant damage before offering aid could also be a viable strategy. Lastly, there were Gohan and Piccolo. Reflecting on Piccolo, Dandy recalled why he had appeared on Namek. Indeed, it was to resurrect Earth's Dragon Balls that the Namekian Dragon Balls had been used to bring him back. With the power of the Eternal Dragon, he had been transported to Namek, where he had even fused with Naru, gaining formidable strength capable of contending with Frieza's second transformation. With this in mind, Dandy resolved to adhere to the original plan and transport Piccolo here. This way, Piccolo could attain the power of fusion. Should Dandy acquire a thousandfold return from Piccolo, he would undoubtedly be able to vanquish Frieza in an instant. Just as Dandy contemplated his next steps, Krillin sprang into action. He raised his hand before him, and a circular energy wave materialized above his head. Kienzan. Seizing the moment, Krillin decisively launched the attack, aimed squarely at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta was embroiled in battle with Naru, facing Krillin directly, while Naru remained oblivious, turned away from the attack. As the Kienzan approached, Vegeta smirked knowingly. Having previously encountered this technique on Earth, just as the energy wave neared Naru, Vegeta displayed a wicked grin. A failed scheme. Yet, Krillin smiled confidently, relishing the intended effect. With a swift motion, he redirected the Kienzan, accelerating it towards Vegeta instead. What? Vegeta was taken aback, but swiftly accelerated once more, raising his stature dramatically. Simultaneously, he clenched a ki blast in his hand and hurled it forcefully towards Krillin, exclaiming, "Perish." Krillin was caught off guard by Vegeta's astonishing agility. Despite the sudden change in direction and increased speed of the energy attack, he managed to evade it, even finding the strength to counterattack. However, the rapidity of Vegeta's assault was overwhelming, and Krillin found himself completely outmatched, unable to evade. As the ki wave hurtled towards him, Krillin realized he could not withstand it. In that critical moment, Gohan stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Krillin. Boom. The ki wave was intercepted by Gohan, erupting into a massive explosion that enveloped Gohan, Krillin, and Dandy. Fortunately, Gohan's enhanced power was sufficient to withstand Vegeta's onslaught. Although the trio was shrouded in the aftermath of the explosion, none were harmed. Vegeta wore a broad smile, realizing that while the Namekian before him possessed unexpected strength, he still held the upper hand in combat. It seemed that the Namekian was merely swifter than most. Vegeta's confidence grew ever more resolute. At this moment, Dandy was shielded behind Sun Wukong, having devised a clear plan. The foremost priority, aside from finding a way to trigger his system's thousandfold return, was to resurrect Piccolo. to successfully bring Piccolo back to life. The Dragon Balls of Namek must be utilized. The only opportunity to use the Dragon Balls arises when Frieza discovers that they cannot grant wishes and abandons them in search of the Grand Elder. It was during this critical moment that Nail held Frieza at bay, providing the others with ample time to make their wishes. Nail must retain his strength. With this thought in mind, Dandy remained composed amidst the chaos, extending a single finger as a wave of energy burst forth, hurtling directly towards Vegeta. With a swift strike, the energy wave pierced through Vegeta's body before he could even react. What? A wave of astonishment swept through those present as they turned to gaze in the direction from which the energy wave had come. At this moment, Dandy feigned surprise, glancing back as if the energy wave had originated from behind him. Who could it be? Nairu instinctively grew wary, his foremost concern being the safety of the Grand Elder. Upon the emergence of the mysterious energy wave, Nairu promptly retraced his steps to the Grand Elder's dwelling. "Are you all unharmed?" he queried anxiously, scanning the surroundings and sighing in relief upon discovering that no one had been injured. Clint initially presumed that Gohan had intervened, but upon observing Gohan's own bewilderment as he surveyed the area, he quickly realized that the assailant was likely someone else. Nairu continued his vigilant inspection, acutely aware that the individual responsible for the attack possessed strength far beyond his own. It appeared that this enigmatic figure was aiding them. With the knowledge that the energy wave had been directed at Vegeta, Nairu finally felt reassured. His duty was to protect the Grand Elder. As long as the Elder remained safe, he could find solace. Clint, however, was drenched in cold sweat, anxiously scanning his surroundings. The thought of the formidable Vegeta being gravely injured by this mysterious force filled him with terror. Since Goku had yet to arrive on Namek, this powerful stranger could not possibly be someone he recognized. Amidst the collective bewilderment, only Gohan regarded Dandy with a hint of confusion. At that fleeting moment, he had sensed Dandy's energy surge dramatically. Surely it was just a trick of the mind. Gohan shook his head, recalling that Dandy had barely managed to contend with Dodoria, and it was he who had risked his life to save him. Vegeta, though fixated on the group, could not discern who had attacked him through the veil of smoke. He merely felt the searing pain as his body was pierced. Clutching his chest with desperation, Vegeta struggled to propel himself toward Dandy. "Help me," he cried out, his body grievously wounded and blood flowing profusely, causing him to feel lightheaded and his consciousness to wane. "Hey, Dandy, don't fall for his ruse," Clint thought, recalling how Vegeta had escaped Earth in a critically injured state, yet had still managed to threaten him. Had it not been for Goku's intervention, Clint would have undoubtedly slain that detestable fiend. But upon returning to his ship, Vegeta had issued a menacing proclamation, vowing vengeance upon Earth once he regained his strength. Clint firmly believed that if Dandy were to save Vegeta, the latter would surely turn against him in an instant. Dandy gazed at the approaching Vegeta, his mind racing with calculations. If he could revive him without triggering the system's return this time, Vegeta's combat power should approximately reach 100,000. Rescuing someone with a battle strength exceeding 100,000 was his objective. Theoretically, the more individuals with power surpassing 100,000, the greater his chances of activating the system's return. However, at present, Vegeta's strength did not even reach a fraction of that mark. Should he endeavor to save Vegeta now? Dandy pondered internally. After all, the success rate of the system was merely 1 in 10. The probability of failure this time remained exceedingly high. If he chose not to rescue Vegeta, the prince would undoubtedly meet his demise. Should Vegeta perish, would it then fall upon me to confront the Ginyu Force? Dandy contemplated that, in such a scenario, he would inevitably have to demonstrate his prowess before Son Gohan and Krillin. Consequently, when Frieza returned, he would be the first to face the repercussions. At that moment, should he fail to successfully activate the system's return with his battle power of 200,000, he would merely be regarded as a plaything in Frieza's eyes. No, until he possesses absolute certainty, he cannot confront Frieza. Dandy made an immediate decision. In order for someone to confront the Ginyu Force, he must take a gamble. This time, he must ensure Vegeta's survival. He must allow him to endure the forthcoming battles. Although he resolved to act, Dandy still intended to wait until Vegeta was on the brink of death. After all, only at the precipice of demise would Vegeta gain a doubling of his fighting prowess. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. Vegeta needed to be nurtured as a key contender, becoming the true target of Dandy's rescue, thus equipping him with the strength to face the Ginyu Force. As Dandy remained motionless, Vegeta grew increasingly anxious. "Hurry and save me. Otherwise, we shall all perish," Frieza has already acquired 7 Dragon Balls. Only I can thwart him. Rush to my aid. Only when I become a Super Saiyan can I put a stop to him. Dandy remains still. I assure you, once I succeed, I shall never bring harm upon you. Dandy has yet to make a move. In the future, I shall not lay a hand on Namek nor Earth. Dandy remains motionless. Should anyone dare to infringe upon Earth, I shall undoubtedly defend it. Dandy continued to gaze coldly at Vegeta. How infuriating. Vegeta felt on the brink of losing consciousness, relying solely on his formidable willpower to stave off the inevitable. However, as the bleeding intensified, he could no longer maintain his levitation. Descending to the ground, he placed his hand on the earth, unable to suppress a spurt of crimson blood. Foolish creature, do you truly wish to perish here? Finally succumbing to a haze, Vegeta swayed and collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 13. Do you wish to try again? This wretch is finally meeting his end. As Vegeta fell, Krillin exhaled in relief. Nappa, however, regarded Vegeta with icy detachment, contemplating how best to dispose of his lifeless body. Gohan, witnessing Vegeta's agony, felt a pang of sympathy and closed his eyes. Turning his head away, seeing that Vegeta had fallen unconscious, Dandy felt that the moment was ripe, and thus stepped forward, placing his hand upon Vegeta. Hey, Dandy, you aren't really considering saving him again, are you? Just as Krillin's words faded, a radiant glow began to emanate from Dandy's hand. What? Are you out of your mind? Krillin immediately fell into a state of panic. As the light vanished, the wounds on Vegeta's body began to heal instantaneously. Dandy closed his eyes, awaiting the outcome from the system. Should he succeed in activating the return system this time, he would only possess a combat power of around 40 to 50 million, rendering him far from a match for Frieza. Even with such combat power, survival should not prove overly difficult. Dandy contemplated the worst-case scenario. Should a return be triggered this time, the next would not occur for another year. At that moment, the unconscious Vegeta, having been revived by Dandy's healing, felt the surge of his enhanced power and was instantly overcome with elation. This formidable strength. Have I truly ascended to Super Saiyan? Vegeta unleashed his power, a formidable aura blazing around him. This spectacle astonished Nelu and Krillin, for Vegeta's strength had evidently grown even greater than before. Gazing at Nelu, who had previously sparred with him, Vegeta donned a scornful expression. Turning his attention to Dandy, he seemed to await judgment, eyes closed in anticipation. Little one. Though you were reckless moments ago, I am in high spirits now, so I shall grant you clemency. Dandy closed his eyes for 3 seconds, and upon hearing no notification from the system, he recognized Vegeta's arrogant voice, realizing that he had indeed come back to life and his power had doubled. It appeared that this time, he had made the right wager. With a gentle exhale, Dandy's gaze turned fervent as he looked towards Vegeta. He was now in the presence of the only individual with a combat power of 100,000 that he could engage with. Contrary to his previous reluctance for the system to succeed, Dandy now eagerly hoped for another opportunity to arise, and this time, he fervently wished for the chance to successfully trigger a return. Did he wish for yet another chance? Dandy's gaze was resolute as he smiled at Vegeta. Shall we try once more? Vegeta was taken aback, as if he had misheard. Indeed, do you truly believe your current strength is sufficient to contend with Frieza? Absolutely. Frieza has already acquired all 7 Dragon Balls and has likely become immortal. The mere thought of this caused Vegeta to grit his teeth. Even as a Super Saiyan, he feared he might be powerless against Frieza. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin was puzzled. Vegeta, did Frieza take your 2 Dragon Balls as well? Yet, it has been bright since earlier, and the dragon did not appear. What? The dragon? What does that mean? Vegeta was utterly confused. I see now. Krillin suddenly grasped the situation. Frieza probably has no idea how to use the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, taken aback by Krillin's revelation, exclaimed, so, Frieza has yet to grant his wish? That should be the case. When the dragon appears on Earth, the entire sky darkens. But I wonder if the same holds true for the Dragon Balls on Namek. Krillin remarked, glancing at Dandy and Nail. Indeed, that's correct. Moreover, the Dragon Balls of Namek can only be activated using the Namekian language, so Frieza has certainly not granted his wish. Nail patiently elucidated to Krillin. This is splendid. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he turned his intense gaze towards Nail. That Namekian, since you harbor such animosity towards me, I offer you a chance. Come forth and attempt to kill me with all your might. Yet Dandy found himself deep in contemplation once more. Should his plan unfold seamlessly, and he were to vanquish Vegeta once again, the latter's power would surge to nearly 200,000, regardless of whether his system triggers a return. With Vegeta's might, he ought to be capable of defeating the Ginyu Force. At that juncture, he could harness the Dragon Balls of Namek to summon the Eternal Dragon Purunga, thereby granting 3 wishes, complemented by the Dragon Balls on Earth, culminating in a total of 4 wishes. If utilized wisely, perhaps they could yield extraordinary outcomes. Nairo, witnessing Vegeta's unexpected plea for his own demise, was perplexed by the prince's motives and glanced at Dandy. Noticing Dandy's subtle nod of affirmation, Nairo charged forward, extending his arm with force and plunging it into Vegeta's abdomen. A low grunt escaped Vegeta's lips as the familiar pain enveloped him once more. However, his eyes burned with fervor as he advanced step by step towards Dandy. "Come on, little one, hurry and save me. I will assist you in defeating Frieza." "Do not." Dandy abruptly turned his head and retreated. "What? You dare to deceive me?" Vegeta was instantly filled with rage, gritting his teeth, consumed by hatred. He could not believe he had been outwitted by this little brat. Naru cast another glance at Dandy, perplexed by his actions. He pondered that perhaps after rescuing Vegeta, Dandy regretted the latter's arrogance and resorted to this tactic to strike him down once more. With this thought, Naru nodded in appreciation, admiring Dandy's cleverness. Truly, as an exceptional member of the Dragon Clan, this maneuver was quite ingenious. Naru realized that Vegeta had experienced a significant power surge upon revival, which filled him with unease. For he was no longer a match for Vegeta. If the latter were to commit evil, Naru would be powerless to stop him. Unexpectedly, Dandy effortlessly resolved this predicament using the wisdom of his lineage. Krillin, witnessing this, was also taken aback. Unable to comprehend the reasoning behind Dandy's actions, one moment he was saving someone, the next he was the tea. However, Krillin leaned towards the notion of letting Vegeta perish. After all, based on his impression of Vegeta, even if Frieza were defeated, Vegeta would still remain a malevolent adversary. Only Gohan regarded Dandy with a complex expression. He had not anticipated that this child from Namek would differ from the other pure-hearted Namekians, resorting to deceit to fulfill his objectives. Although this tactic had indeed allowed him to vanquish Vegeta once more, Gohan found it wholly unacceptable to achieve victory through such means. To triumph over his opponents, one must rely on their own strength, continually striving to enhance their abilities. This was the martial philosophy Gohan had learned from his father and Piccolo. It was precisely because of his respect for Piccolo that Gohan held a fondness for the Namekians, leading him to desperately save Dandy. Yet, to his dismay, he found no trace of the purity and kindness typical of Namekians in Dandy. Instead, he sensed a similarity to Earthlings, who would lie for their own gain. "You dare to toy with me?" Vegeta, sensing death encroaching upon him, was filled with indignation and immediately extended his hand towards Dandy, energy beginning to coalesce in his palm. "This is bad." Naru realized Vegeta intended to strike at Dandy and swiftly positioned himself in front of him. Boom. Vegeta's attack lacked strength, and Naru easily intercepted it. "You are indeed untrustworthy. Die." Chapter 14. The Threat of the Ginyu Force. Vegeta exhausted the last vestige of his strength to strike at Dandy, but was thwarted by Naru. In his fury, Naru swung his hand in a blade-like motion towards Vegeta. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Vegeta lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, narrowly evading the attack. "Oh?" Naru was taken aback, not anticipating that Vegeta would fall so easily. He lifted him from the ground, preparing to throw him away. "Naru, don't." Dandy immediately intervened. "What is it?" Nello asked, perplexed. "The elder has something to convey." Upon hearing this, Nella disregarded Vegeta, casting him aside with haste as he rushed into the room. Nello informed everyone that a formidable power was approaching Namek. Nello was taken aback. The current state of Namek was already chaotic enough. What other forces could be arriving? Once outside, Nella relayed the elder's message to the others. "Wonderful. It must be Goku coming." Krillin's first instinct was that Son Goku was on his way. "No. It is a very malevolent aura. Extremely powerful," Gohan asserted with grave seriousness. "What shall we do? None of us can match them." Panic seized Krillin as he noticed Dandy approaching Vegeta. "Dandy, are you going to?" Dandy nodded and took a deep breath. He hoped that this time the system would successfully activate the restoration. If that were to happen, everything would come to a conclusion. Placing his hand upon Vegeta, Dandy once again invoked the healing spell. Vegeta let out a cold grunt and then opened his eyes. "You saved me again?" Vegeta was astonished that, in a moment of utter despair, Dandy had once more rescued him. It seems one must be on the brink of death to gain strength, does one? Merely being gravely injured likely bears no effect, does it? Dandy's words instantly resonated with Vegeta, awakening a realization within him. So, you little rascal. You intentionally sought to instill despair in me. At last, Vegeta comprehended the truth. But how did you come to uncover the secrets of the Science? Dandy did not respond. Yet his countenance was evidently grave. To his dismay, the system had once again failed to activate. A mere 1 in 10 chance, indeed a dismal prospect. Vegeta observed the dejected expressions of those around him, perplexed by the situation. However, the next moment, he gazed in astonishment at the heavens. What an overwhelming energy. Could it be the Ginyu Force? Vegeta immediately adopted a serious demeanor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Indeed, 5 distinct energies. Frieza had summoned the Ginyu Force. Krillin, noticing the despair etched on Vegeta's face, seemingly aware of the nature of their visitors, spoke up. The Ginyu Force? Who are they? Vegeta inhaled deeply before elucidating. They are Frieza's most formidable fighters. Moreover, they are surely equipped with scouters. With those devices, we have nowhere to hide. Frieza will swiftly locate us. Vegeta's visage was one of despair, yet suddenly a glimmer of hope appeared. He hastily declared, "Listen, you must enter me. Little bean. You must save me. This way, my power will increase. And once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I assure you, I will not harm you." Krillin observed Vegeta's serious expression, recognizing that he was not jesting. Gohan had also sensed the approach of those 5 energies. The malevolent force they harbored sending chills down his spine. However, Gohan was a Saiyan as well. Why not allow him to become a Super Saiyan? Krillin promptly suggested. It's too late. Dandy spoke at the opportune moment. If you were aware in your hearts that salvation awaited you, you would not struggle on the precipice of life and death, and thus, you would be unable to harness your strength. We must give it a try, Vegeta quickly interjected. Moreover, my healing powers have been exhausted. It will require some time to replenish. Dandy did not wait for Vegeta to finish speaking and continued to elaborate. At this moment, he harbored no desire to heal Gohan, nor did he wish to assist Vegeta. After all, Gohan's current combat power was still under 100,000. Should he trigger the system while attempting to save him, he could not ensure that his own combat power would surpass 100 million, thereby forfeiting the opportunity to vanquish Frieza. Furthermore, healing Vegeta, whose power now approached 200,000 and was second only to his own, posed a significant risk. If this endeavor did not trigger a return, Vegeta's strength would inevitably surpass his own, thus relinquishing his control over the situation. This concern was particularly pressing as he would soon need to utilize the Dragon Balls to make a wish. It is inconceivable that Dandy would leave such a perilous threat. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Vegeta was suddenly filled with despair. At present, my strength offers a glimmer of hope against the Ginyu Force, yet Frieza remains an insurmountable adversary. How infuriating. Success is within reach, just one final step away. In his exasperation, Vegeta was interrupted by Dandy's sudden revelation. Frieza has already acquired 7 Dragon Balls. Yet he lacks the means to make a wish. Once he obtains the Scouter, he will undoubtedly seek out the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Dandy's statement, Nail's expression darkened, and he cast a concerned glance toward the interior of the dwelling. The prospect of Frieza's impending arrival instilled a palpable sense of mortal dread among them. Shall we simply await our demise here? However, Vegeta's eyes gleamed with newfound determination. Frieza cannot possibly bring the Dragon Balls with him. He will surely assign the Ginyu Force to guard them. We still possess hope. Dandy was taken aback by Vegeta's remarkable intelligence. As he audaciously preempted the lines Dandy had prepared, the only way to survive was to attain immortality. Vegeta clenched his fists, striving to persuade the others. But that's our wish, Krillin exclaimed, feeling disheartened. If such a wish were indeed granted, Earth's Dragon Balls would be rendered incapable of resurrecting anyone. Was this entire journey to Namek in vain? It would be far better to live peacefully on Earth. Yet, if Vegeta were not granted power, it was inevitable that they would soon be located and eradicated by Frieza. The Dragon Balls could indeed fulfill 3 wishes. Nail timely reminded from the sidelines. Hearing the discussion, Nail understood that in the face of the newly emerged Ginyu Force's threat, everyone needed to unite. 3? I thought it was just 1. Krillin exclaimed with delight. If there are 3 wishes, our wish can also be fulfilled. Then let us hurry, Vegeta urged. We must quickly hide from Frieza. As soon as he leaves the Dragon Balls, we will ambush the Ginyu Force. Earthlings, come with me. After all, the Ginyu Force consists of 5 members. And you too. You must use the Namekian language to make the wish. Vegeta hastily organized the plan, and the thought of soon attaining immortality brought a confident smile to his face. Humph. I already know how to use the Dragon Balls. Frieza, you have underestimated me. It seems that Lady Luck is still on my side. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nail's expression darkened. He never expected Vegeta would dare to command him. My duty is to protect the Elder. I will not join you. At Nail's refusal, Vegeta's fists tightened in anger. Enough of this nonsense. Otherwise, I will kill this so-called Elder right now. Vegeta. Wait. Krillin interjected promptly. If the Elder dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish immediately. We still have Dandy. Let him accompany us. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, Krillin quickly allied himself with Vegeta, arranging the next steps of their plan. He understood that now was not the time to dwell on past grievances. The path to achieving their goal lay solely in cooperating with Vegeta. As long as we can resurrect Piccolo, Earth's Dragon Balls will be able to bring everyone back to life. Unfortunately, if I were to perish here, even the Dragon Balls would be unable to revive me. With such thoughts, Krillin felt a wave of pessimism wash over him. Let us decide quickly and move. Vegeta, disinterested in engaging in banter with Nail, urged his companions to set off. Vegeta, you must promise us that once we obtain the Dragon Balls, you will grant our wishes. Enough with the chatter. All I ask for is immortality. The other 2 wishes are yours to decide. With fervor etched on his face, Vegeta was eager to embark on their journey. Agreed. It is settled. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. After finalizing their pact, the 4 of them soared towards Frieza's spaceship. As the group departed, Nail returned to the Grand Elder's side. Nail, my time is running short. I wonder if I can hold on until they fulfill their wishes. Nail was taken aback by the Grand Elder's words. Grand Elder, Nail, you must do everything in your power to assist them, especially that boy Dent. He is a prodigy of our race. We will rely on him in the future. Yes, Grand Elder. Frieza, fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls before him, anxiously awaited the arrival of his subordinates. Finally, he spotted 5 fiery trails streaking across the sky, prompting a smile to spread across his face. As the 5 spaceships crashed to the ground, their hatches opened in unison. 5 figures emerged nearly simultaneously, landing before Frieza in an orderly fashion. Whoosh. Raikum. Clap. Berta. Zoom. Jeez. Crash. Guldo. Snap. Jinyu. Jinyu Force assemble. Frieza bore patiently as the 5 posed dramatically before finally addressing them. Humph. You made me wait for so long. I sincerely apologize. We were quite far away, Lord Frieza. What is the mission this time? Knowing that Frieza had summoned them in haste, Jinyu, the captain, immediately inquired. Seeing his most trusted Jinyu Force, Frieza revealed a determined smile. Quickly, hand me the scouter. We must locate the surviving Namekians. Moreover, it is likely that Dodoria and Zarbin have been eliminated by that brat Vegeta. Find him for me. Remember, bring him back alive. Consider it done, Jinyu replied, presenting a brand new scouter before promptly activating his own to scan the area. Several powerful energies were detected nearby. Based on their battle power, they must belong to Vegeta. Accompanying him were 2 formidable forces, though their identities remained a mystery. Those 2 fellows. Humph. It seems those pesky youngsters have reappeared, and Vegeta has allied with them. How laughable. Jinyu, eliminate those 2. Yes, Lord Frieza. Additionally, we have detected the presence of a Namekian from a considerable distance. Oh. Upon hearing this, Frieza's eyes brightened. This was indeed the matter of utmost concern to him. He promptly activated his scanner to investigate. It turned out that we had yet to explore that location. Splendid. It appears there are indeed survivors. I shall personally interrogate them. I must ascertain the method for utilizing the Dragon Balls. As Frieza spoke, he excitedly settled into his hover pod and instructed Jinyu. Jinyu, you are tasked with safeguarding the Dragon Balls here. Let the others pursue Vegeta. Yes. Jinyu stood at attention. Reassured, you can count on me. In a flash of light, Frieza accelerated swiftly towards the Grand Elder's direction. Haha, how exhilarating. My wish is about to be fulfilled. Frieza soared in his cradle, racing towards the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Krillin led the group to Bulma's hiding place, which was not far from Frieza's spaceship. Everyone, be mindful of concealing your presence. Krillin admonished as he landed and promptly knocked on Bulma's door. Bulma, quickly bring out the dragon radar. Upon hearing Krillin's voice, Bulma opened the door, momentarily taken aback. Dragon radar? She looked at Dandy in confusion, only to catch sight of Vegeta behind the group. Ah, Bulma gasped, her hair standing on end in fright. Vegeta? Hey, Bulma, don't be afraid. There's no time to explain. Just hand over the dragon radar. Krillin urged. Didn't I already give it to him? Bulma queried, pointing at Dandy in bewilderment. Dandy was at a loss for words, never anticipating that Krillin would think to return for the dragon radar so promptly. He retrieved the radar from his pocket and handed it directly to Krillin. When did you get the radar? Krillin inquired, slightly puzzled. In his recollection, the group had always been together, seemingly never apart. Wait a moment. Krillin sensed something amiss. He suddenly realized that when he had taken Gohan to seek the Elder, Dandy had seemingly remained behind with Bulma. Yet, when he and Gohan arrived at the Elder's abode, Dandy emerged from within the Elder's quarters. How did Dandy manage to reach the Elder faster than they did? A thought struck Krillin's mind. Dandy, could it be that you are a twin? Vegeta, equally perplexed, glanced at the radar in Krillin's hand. From the name of this device, he surmised it must be an instrument capable of revealing the location of the Dragon Balls. Could it be that my concealed Dragon Balls were discovered by this device? Vegeta swiftly realized that having hidden the Dragon Balls so effectively, it should be impossible for anyone to find them. Someone must have utilized this instrument to locate the 2 Dragon Balls I had stashed away. Initially, this device was in the possession of that Earth woman, only to later fall into the hands of that diminutive Namekian. The individual who cast those 2 Dragon Balls to Frieza must be among these 2. Vegeta cast a suspicious glance at Dandy and Bulma. It couldn't possibly be that little Namekian. Although Vegeta was aware of Dandy's extraordinary healing abilities, he did not believe that this little Namekian had the capability or audacity to execute such actions right under his nose. Moreover, when he had rushed to the Elder, that little one was indoors assisting Goku's son in enhancing his strength. There was no way he could have arrived so swiftly. Could it be this woman? Vegeta found himself scrutinizing Bulma with increasing intensity, his gaze rife with uncertainty. Noticing that Vegeta remained inactive, Bulma quickly regained her composure. Upon closer inspection, she noted that Vegeta did possess a certain rugged charm. His aloof demeanor was quite appealing, exactly my type. As she pondered this, Bulma became aware that Vegeta was stealing glances at her. Could he have noticed me? Is he captivated by my beauty? Yet, he continues to feign indifference, maintaining the cool exterior. Vegeta, observing the myriad expressions flitting across Bulma's face, broke into a cold sweat, internally lamenting. This woman appears rather foolish. It likely isn't her. Damn it, who could it be? The same individual who killed Saboo and ambushed me must be the one. What kind of hidden figures are lurking on this planet? My strength has once again surged. If I had encountered him sooner, I would have shown him no mercy. Vegeta's thoughts drifted to the mysterious expert who had abducted Saboo, as well as the enigmatic figure who had suddenly injured him during his confrontation with Nappa. Once I attain immortality, I shall unearth each and every one of you. At that time, I will make you pay. Only Gohan remained somewhat naive, still unable to grasp why Krillin had brought them to retrieve the Dragon Ball radar. Uncle Krillin, what do we need the Dragon Ball radar for? The matter at hand is pressing. With the Dragon Ball radar in our possession, we will be able to determine clearly whether Frieza has left the Dragon Balls behind. Klin promptly elucidated that although his current strength among the group was not particularly remarkable, he possessed confidence in his agility. The reason he immediately thought of retrieving the Dragon Ball radar was that the 7 Dragon Balls had gathered together, and Klin and his companions only needed to launch a surprise attack when Frieza departed with the Dragon Balls, thus seizing the opportunity to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon. Just as Klin activated the radar, revealing the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, a formidable energy surged through the sky with a roaring intensity. Chapter 16. Vegeta takes action. The group sensed the powerful force streaking across the sky and was instantly taken aback. Even though they had all experienced enhancements in their abilities, they felt minuscule in comparison to that overwhelming power. It was Frieza. Sun Wukong recognized the aura and immediately maintained a serious demeanor. That direction leads to the Grand Elder. Klin quickly grasped the situation, cursing inwardly at how swiftly Frieza had located the Grand Elder. After uttering this thought, Klin glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. Excellent. The 7 Dragon Balls remain untouched. Frieza has not taken them with him. Upon hearing Klin's words, Vegeta's face broke into a grin. Frieza, you have grown complacent. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Vegeta prepared to take action. Wait. Klin swiftly interjected, urging them to wait until Frieza had moved further away. Otherwise, they might be discovered, which would spell disaster. Vegeta immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Frieza had acquired the detector, and if they rushed towards the Dragon Balls now, he might become suspicious and return. There's no need to rush. Vegeta sneered. confident that Frieza would never anticipate that his proud Ginyu Force would not stand a chance against him, as long as Frieza was absent. Even if the Ginyu Force appeared before him, Vegeta was certain he could handle them with ease given his current strength. Before he could finish speaking, Vegeta sensed 4 formidable auras approaching swiftly. Humph, has the Ginyu Force arrived already? Recognizing the intensity of the 4 energies, Vegeta chuckled coldly and confidently soared towards them. Sun Wukong and Klin exchanged glances, then followed suit. Dandy smiled subtly within, pleasantly surprised that events unfolded in alignment with his design without excessive effort on his part. Wait, does this imply that his presence is rather inconspicuous? Well, so be it. Embracing modesty is the order of the day. After all, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. A master strategist requires but a few brilliant moves. When the time comes for me to vanquish Frieza, you may all marvel in astonishment. As Dandy contemplated these matters, he followed closely behind Krillin and Gohan. In midair, Vegeta intercepted the 4 members of the Ginyu Force. Well, Vegeta, I never expected you to confront us without hiding. The one soaring at the forefront was the renowned Bart, famed for being the fastest in the universe. Vegeta responded with a cold smile, seemingly unperturbed. Noticing this, Bart pressed a button on his scouter. I heard you defeated Dodoria and Zarbon. It seems your strength has significantly increased. No sooner had he spoken than the scouter emitted a series of beeps. With a battle power of 28,000, Vegeta, you indeed have a chance to eliminate Dodoria and Zarbon. But do you truly believe that such power makes you our equal? And those little brats behind you must be the 2 pests that Lord Frieza ordered us to eliminate. This truly is effortless. Krillin and Gohan were momentarily taken aback, sensing the overwhelming power of the 4 before them, which surpassed their own. They had not anticipated that the mission assigned by Frieza included their own demise. Leave Vegeta to me. The rest of you can handle yourselves, Bart declared with a grin. We do not agree. Why should the credit go to you? Then, as per the usual rule, let us settle this with rock, paper, scissors. Bart replied with a hint of resignation, and the 4 gathered in a circle. Before they could even call out rock, paper, scissors, Vegeta let out a cold laugh and instantaneously appeared beside Guldo. With a swift motion, he severed Guldo's head from his body. What? The others were instantly astonished. How could Vegeta, with merely a battle power of 28,000, move so swiftly and eliminate Guldo with such ease? Having heard of Guldo's peculiar super abilities, Vegeta had swiftly taken action, and then, without hesitation, he lunged forward and pierced Bart's body. How is this possible? Bart, who was reputed to be the fastest in the universe, had not even glimpsed Vegeta's figure. Haha. You fools who rely solely on scouters. Vegeta laughed arrogantly. What does this mean? The remaining Geese and Berta, witnessing their comrade's swift defeat, were left speechless in shock. What does this mean? Open your eyes and see. Vegeta exclaimed as he unleashed his full energy. Beep, beep, beep. The scouters of the 2 began to blare incessantly. 50, 000, 60, 000, 100, 000, 110, 000. Good heavens, it's still rising. 170, 000, 180, 000. The scouters' readings halted at an astonishing 180, 000. How is this possible? Upon witnessing Vegeta's formidable prowess, the 2 were momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. Their own strength barely reached 100,000, and even the captain they revered, Ginyu, possessed a battle power of merely 120,000. Yet, before them stood Vegeta, boasting an astonishing battle power of 180,000. When JIS announced Vegeta's strength, Dandy was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Vegeta's current battle power was only 180,000. This implied that during the last rescue, his strength had merely been 90,000. Fortunately, the system had not successfully activated the return mechanism. Otherwise, I would have been left with only 90 million in battle power. 902 million in battle power still paled in comparison to Frieza. Dandy began to feel relieved, having just saved someone for the 2nd time. Fortunate that the system had not successfully activated. It was indeed my own impatience in seeking to enhance my strength. There will be many more opportunities ahead, Dandy reflected. Realizing that they were on the brink of the ultimate battle, it was imperative to swiftly enhance their combat prowess. Flee. Witnessing Vegeta's formidable strength, JIS was the first to take flight, followed by a moment of hesitation from Raikum before he too ascended into the air. Humph. Attempting to escape. In an instant, Vegeta soared forward, delivering a powerful punch to the retreating Raikum's back. Ugh! The battle suit seemed to be just an ornament, shattering instantly under the force of the blow, causing Raikum to spew forth a stream of blood. Observing this, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle, poised to strike again, but Raikum suddenly grinned viciously. With his mouth agape, Raikum unleashed a potent energy wave aimed directly at Dandy, Krillin, and Gohan. Krillin gasped in shock, taken aback by Raikum's unexpected assault. There was no way to evade it. Vegeta stood momentarily stunned. He had no concern for Krillin or Gohan's lives, but Dandy was right beside them. He was an essential figure, capable of healing their wounds, and they would rely on him for their wish later. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta darted forward to shield them from the energy wave. Boom! The tremendous impact resonated like a meteor crashing to the earth, and as the dust settled, Vegeta's battle suit was utterly obliterated. What a cunning foe! Vegeta gasped. Though this strike had not harmed him, it left him in a disheveled state. Vegeta actually defended us from the attack? Krillin stood frozen in place, bewildered by the stark contrast between the Vegeta before him and the one he had always perceived. Perhaps he wasn't so malevolent after all? Thank you. Gohan expressed his gratitude politely towards Vegeta. Dandy gazed at Vegeta with a complex expression, seemingly contemplating whether he had begun to change for the better. If that were the case, perhaps during the impending battle, he could lend a hand if the opportunity arose. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Gohan before sweeping his gaze back to Dandy. Fortunately, the little one was unharmed. With this thought in mind, Vegeta shot off at high speed, his target set firmly on Riku. Prepare to face your doom. Aiming at Riku ahead, Vegeta spread his hands wide, gathering energy before unleashing it with all his might towards Riku. The tremendous shockwave skimmed across the ground, instantly engulfing Riku's figure. Boom! Vegeta afforded Riku no time to react. Once he confirmed that Riku had been reduced to mere fragments, he turned his gaze towards the distant Frieza's spaceship. Meanwhile, guys had already fled without a trace. How infuriating that the wretched insect managed to escape. Chapter 17. Captain Jinyu's ultimate technique within Frieza's spaceship. Guys had returned, reporting the situation to Captain Jinyu. What? Guldo, Riku, and Buddha have all been killed? Vegeta's power level has surged to 180,000? What nonsense is this? Captain Jinyu, upon hearing Guys' account, could scarcely believe his ears. We did not foresee this, yet it is indeed the truth. Guys, sweating profusely, felt a lingering dread at his narrow escape. Captain, perhaps we should promptly inform Lord Frieza? Jinyu's face was etched with reluctance and fury. How could that brat Vegeta, who once possessed merely a power level of over 10,000, possibly escalate to 180,000 so swiftly? No, we have not fulfilled Lord Frieza's orders. Do you wish to meet your end? Before Lord Frieza's return, I, Captain Jinyu, will take matters into my own hands. One Vegeta is not insurmountable. Are you going to employ that technique? Guys was taken aback at first, then a smile crept across his face. Indeed. It seemed you were about to grow stronger yet again. With renewed confidence, Captain Jinyu began to make arrangements. We must hide the Dragon Balls. If we lose them, our lives will be forfeit as well. Upon hearing this, Guys immediately began to dig a pit to bury the Dragon Balls. All right, let us depart. With Jinyu's command, the two assumed their battle-ready stances. It was indeed a mere duo now. There was no way to present an imposing formation. Jinyu, observing the desolate scene, trembled with cold sweat. Cursed Vegeta, how dare you disrupt my formation? I shall not let you escape unscathed. At that moment, Jinyu's scouter began to beep incessantly. That bastard is coming. How infuriating. I will not spare you. At this moment, Vegeta soared through the air, and upon spotting Frieza's spaceship, he quickly noticed two figures hurtling towards him. With a contemptuous snort, he sensed Captain Jinyu's power and could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Trash. Captain Jinyu, upon seeing Vegeta, was instantly consumed by rage, his veins bulging. How dare you oppose Lord Frieza? What audacity do you possess? As he glanced at the readings on his scouter, Jinyu's face twitched in disbelief. Indeed, it registered at 180,000. Hearing Jinyu's words, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Indeed. Jinyu, upon witnessing my strength, do you not wish to flee? Do you truly intend to sacrifice your life for Frieza here? Jinyu smirked coldly. Vegeta, I must admit, you possess some power. You are worthy to be my opponent. This battle should prove quite intriguing. What? Observing Jinyu's confident demeanor, Vegeta felt a twinge of suspicion. How could he remain so composed upon sensing my battle power? Is his power not rumored to be 120,000? With a self-assured smile, Captain Jinyu declared. My battle power stands at 180,000. What? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but as he sensed again, he realized Jinyu's power was evidently lower than his own, prompting him to burst into laughter once more. Ha ha ha, Jinyu, do not boast. Even if you possess 180,000 in battle power, you lack the audacity to be arrogant before me. I have mastered the technique of controlling my energy, and in an instant, my strength can soar even higher. Is that so? Then come and test it. Jinyu retorted with a derisive smile. What? You dare to disregard me, Vegeta? Enraged, Vegeta bellowed as he charged towards Captain Jinyu. Take this. Vegeta swiftly thrust his palm forward. To his surprise, Jinyu did not even attempt to evade, allowing Vegeta to pierce through his body effortlessly. What is going on? Captain Jinyu, with a cold grunt, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, you truly are formidable. I relish this body of yours. You find my body appealing? You pervert. How revolting. Vegeta was taken aback by Jinyu's unexpected confession amidst the tension. Just as he prepared to finish off this loathsome creature, Jinyu suddenly began to radiate light. Change. With a thunderous shout, Captain Jinyu and Vegeta simultaneously unleashed beams of white light. As the brilliance faded, Vegeta found himself staring at Jinyu, who had transformed into his very likeness. Almost immediately, an intense pain surged through Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to gaze in disbelief at his own midsection. What was happening? Ha ha ha. Captain Jinyu could not suppress a triumphant grin. Pardon me, but your body now belongs to me. How could I have turned into you? Vegeta struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Did I not mention? I have a fondness for your physique. Hence, we have exchanged bodies. Is this truly possible? Witnessing Jinyu's success, Jeez hurriedly approached. Captain Jinyu, here is your scouter. Jinyu donned the scouter and, filled with exhilaration, began to chuckle coldly. Vegeta, though I am eager to eliminate you, your body once belonged to me, and I find myself somewhat reluctant to do so. Let fate take its course. With that, Captain Jinyu, brimming with pride, soared back to Frieza's spaceship alongside Jeez. Ha ha. This new form is indeed formidable. I can fly faster than ever before. Upon landing before the spaceship, Jinyu exuberantly unleashed his full power. Jeez, quickly, check my battle power. Yes, Captain. Jeez, filled with excitement, scrutinized the scouter. 16, 17, 18. It's indeed 180, 000. Excellent. Marvelous. Ha ha ha, although I lost 3 members. I am certain I can recruit others in the future. With this powerful body, Lord Frieza will undoubtedly hold me in even greater esteem. Meanwhile, Vegeta, dragging his grievously injured form, floated in despair amidst the heavens. It is over, everything is lost. At that moment, Den finally arrived with Krillin and the others. Spotting the severely wounded alien in midair, Krillin was the first to succumb to fear. Who is this guy? Could he be one of the Jinyu force? Didn't Vegeta take care of him? Dandy gazed at the wounded Jinyu before a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Vegeta had exchanged bodies? Just as Gohan prepared to strike, Dandy halted his movement. Hurry, save me. The moment Vegeta caught sight of Dandy, his eyes gleamed with hope. Indeed. If this fellow could rescue me, there was still a chance. I could utilize the Dragon Balls to reclaim my body. With this in mind, Vegeta hastily soared towards Dandy. I am Vegeta. Quickly, save me. Vegeta? What on earth is happening? Krillin pondered in confusion, unable to comprehend how Vegeta had transformed so drastically in such a short span of time. Dandy has come to comprehend the unfolding situation. Yet the moment is not yet ripe. Firstly, Vegeta is not on the brink of death. After all, he possesses a formidable power level of 120,000. Dandy must judiciously exploit this potential and fulfill the conditions necessary to activate the system. Secondly, if he were to easily trust Vegeta's words, it would appear quite irrational. Aware of his current state, Vegeta understands that his assertions may not be readily accepted, so he endures the pain and recounts the events to his companions. If that is indeed the case, we are not your adversaries. Or rather, we are not the adversaries of Jinyu, who inhabits your body. Krillin realizes the gravity of the situation and concludes, this is dire. Time is running short. Frieza is likely to return any moment now. How could this happen? What should we do? Above all, please save me. Vegeta feels himself on the verge of collapse. It is entirely his own fault for having struck too forcefully, inflicting severe injuries upon Jinyu's body. As blood continues to flow, he can barely maintain his levitation. Chapter 18. Goku arrives as Vegeta wavers perilously and then closes his eyes completely. Krillin swiftly reaches out to catch him. Dandy, he is not mistaken, at the very least. He currently represents our fighting strength. I implore you to save him. Krillin beseeches. Upon witnessing the situation, Dandy began to ponder deeply. Frieza must be nearing the Grand Elder by now. If I head to the spaceship at this moment, I should be able to eliminate Jinyu and Geese, thereby successfully utilizing the Dragon Balls to make a wish. Considering Vegeta's current state, he is likely on the brink of death. This body possesses a battle power of 120,000. If I can successfully trigger a 1,000-fold return, that would amount to 120 million. This body will not gain a doubled strength, but it can still be salvaged. I sincerely hope this time I can successfully obtain the system's return. Dandy resolved to descend, simultaneously reciting in his mind that once he activated the system's 1,000-fold return, he would acquire a staggering 120 million in combat power. This should suffice to confront Frieza. Dandy, filled with anticipation, began to heal Vegeta. A faint glow flickered, and the wounds on Captain Jinyu's abdomen were instantly mended. Dandy, upon witnessing this, closed his eyes and awaited the system's notification, yet a prolonged silence ensued. Damn, has failure struck once more? Could it be that this wretched system was developed by penguins? The success rate is abysmally low. Dandy longed to strike immediately, to beat Vegeta into submission once more, only to heal him afterwards. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such an action would be utterly imprudent. After all, he lacked the finesse required. Should he inadvertently bring about Vegeta's demise, he would expose his own capabilities in front of Gohan and the others. What would happen when faced with Frieza? Would he become a coward before Krillin and Gohan? Despite not being a paragon of virtue himself, the mere thought of such a disgrace was unbearable. Gohan had previously risked his life, fully aware of the insurmountable odds, to save him from the clutches of Frieza and his minions. How could he, in good conscience, abandon Gohan and the others to flee from Frieza? It was simply unthinkable. As Vegeta opened his eyes, the realization that he had survived washed over him. Dandy had saved him, yet he felt no elation. The loss of his original body weighed heavily on him. Should he attempt to return? He was no match for Captain Jinyu in his current form. Should he simply wait here? Frieza would be returning shortly, and the outcome would still be fatal. Despair enveloped him as he understood that his survival was merely a temporary reprieve. Escape was ultimately impossible. Krillin, too, grasped this grim reality. Fighting was futile, and escape was not an option. It was disheartening to see their meticulously crafted plan unravel in such a manner. Perhaps they could attempt to bring Gohan to the brink of death? Krillin suggested tentatively. Yet, Vegeta held no hope. In his eyes, Gohan could never grow stronger. That individual lacked the spirit for battle, a true disgrace to the Saiyan legacy. Dandy silently shook his head upon hearing Vegeta's words. Son Gohan was far from being useless, for he had rescued himself from the clutches of Dodoria. Dandy firmly believed that, under similar circumstances, Vegeta would undoubtedly lack the courage to charge forth. Observing the others succumb to despondency, Dandy remained unfazed, cognizant that only he possessed the capability to swiftly eliminate both Jinyu and Geese, thereby securing the Dragon Balls for his wish. Yet, he decided to bide his time. At that moment, Dandy's gaze was fixated on the sky. If memory served him right, that individual would arrive shortly after the Jinyu force's arrival. Sure enough, with a piercing whistle, what appeared to be a meteor descended from the heavens. Ah, a spaceship. Could it be that Father has arrived? Upon sighting the vessel, Gohan's excitement surged. Hearing Gohan's words, Krillin also reacted, his enthusiasm igniting. It's Goku. He has finally come. We are saved. Kakarot? Vegeta turned his gaze toward the spaceship, instinctively revealing a look of disdain upon hearing Goku's name. However, upon further contemplation, Vegeta's eyes brightened. If it truly was him, there remained a glimmer of hope. Despite his intense aversion to Kakarot, Vegeta now regarded him as a lifeline. After all, that fellow possessed the blood of a Saiyan. Moreover, Dandy was present on their side. The group hastened toward the spaceship's landing site, with Vegeta fixated on the ship's entrance. Creak. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, Goku's figure emerged before them. During his days aboard the ship, he had engaged in rigorous training, utilizing Bulma's father's advanced technology to amplify the gravity within the vessel to 100 times that of Earth. In such extreme gravitational conditions, Goku took time to acclimate. Once he adapted to the 100-fold gravity and could move normally, he relentlessly fired energy blasts, skillfully redirecting them back toward himself and enduring the impacts to enhance his prowess. This endeavor brought him to the brink of death thrice, with the aid of a Sinzabine rescuing him from the precipice of demise. These near-death experiences significantly augmented his strength. Oh, Gohan? Krillin? What are you doing here? Are you all right? Oh, is this a Namekian? Quite diminutive indeed. Who is this fellow beside you? Why does he have horns? He looks rather fearsome. Where's Bulma? Upon hearing Goku's leisurely barrage of inquiries, Vegeta felt a wave of irritation wash over him, akin to a crow incessantly cawing in his ear. Hey, Kakarot, let us have a spar. Vegeta exclaimed impatiently. He needed to ascertain whether the Kakarot before him possessed the strength to contend with Captain Ginyu, who had assumed his body. If he lacked such power, Vegeta would ensure he was left with but a breath before entrusting him to Dandy for healing, until his strength can effortlessly contend with the current state of his body. Only then can it be assured that Kakarot is capable of facing Captain Ginyu, who possesses his body. This is the hope that Vegeta sees. Although the notion of Kakarot surpassing his own power greatly irks him, it is the only viable option for his purpose at this moment. As long as Kakarot can inflict severe damage upon the body that Ginyu has usurped, after undergoing treatment once again, he should indeed surpass Kakarot. With this in mind, what does it matter if this lower-class warrior temporarily takes the lead? Oh, that tone. Could it be you, Vegeta? Vegeta was taken aback that Goku recognized him immediately from his first utterance. It would be strange for Goku not to, for only Vegeta would address him by this name of a scion. Ah, Vegeta, your power has surged immensely. Yet what has happened to your body? Has your training mutated you? Vegeta realized that he truly could not tolerate Kakarot's presence. Merely hearing his voice filled him with irritation. Enough chatter. Vegeta, unwilling to engage in further banter with Goku, pressed a button on his scouter. Beep beep beep. 5,000. How is it the same as on Earth? Hey, Kakarot. You didn't think you came to Namek for a vacation, did you? Have you not been training diligently these past days? No, that is not right. Back on Earth, I nearly defeated him. Now that he has recovered, his battle power must be at least over 10,000. Seeing Vegeta fiddling with the scouter, Goku chuckled. Oh, Vegeta. You still believe in that device of yours? Upon hearing this, Vegeta promptly removed the scouter and crushed it to pieces. Darn it, Kakarot. You are actually concealing your battle power. Stop looking down on me. Come on. Yet, despite saying this, Vegeta sensed that Kakarot's energy was indeed quite feeble. Heh. Who would have thought that there would be a fight right after disembarking the spaceship? Goku immediately wore an excited smile upon witnessing this. After all, on the ship, he could only spar with himself, which had rendered these past days exceedingly dull. Hey, Goku, now is not the time for fighting. Krillin quickly interjected from the side. We are in big trouble. Although there were past grievances with Vegeta, it is far more crucial now to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Vegeta was taken aback by the dim-wittedness of the bald Krillin and retorted quickly. Little bald one, stop causing a ruckus. If Kakarot cannot even defeat me in this body, how can he hope to reclaim the Dragon Balls? Is he seeking death? While Vegeta saw a glimmer of hope, he also brimmed with confidence regarding the body that had been taken from him. After all, it was his body, endowed with the battle power he took great pride in. As a lowly warrior, Kakarot could never be a match for him. It was at this moment that Krillin finally grasped the situation. That's right, Goku. Vegeta's body has been seized by that minion of Frieza. We must defeat him. Goku, do you have confidence? Chapter 19. The Might of Son Goku. Upon hearing this, Son Goku's expression turned serious as he attentively sensed the energies in the vicinity. Not far from their location, there existed two formidable presences. Furthermore, there was another, immeasurably powerful energy far off in the distance. Could that be Frieza? What a terrifying aura. Noticing that Son Goku swiftly locked onto the enemy's energy, Krillin immediately inquired. What do you think, Goku? Are you confident? I should be able to handle those two over there. However, as for Frieza, his power is unfathomable even to me. Yet the prospect of battling such a formidable opponent fills me with exhilaration. What? Krillin exclaimed, suddenly flustered. Hey, Goku, this is not the time for recklessness. We need to hurry and retrieve the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo. Then we can rush back to Earth in your spaceship. Vegeta had been observing Son Goku intently. When he heard Goku claim he could take on the Ginyu Force captain who had stolen his body, Vegeta couldn't help but scoff. After all, it was his own body, and he held great confidence. However, upon witnessing Son Goku's calm demeanor after sensing Frieza's energy, along with his eagerness to fight, Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Was he truly unafraid? Has he become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was bewildered by Goku's composure. Impossible. A legendary Super Saiyan appears only once every few centuries. If the legend holds true, then it should be me, the Saiyan Prince, who transforms into a Super Saiyan. With this thought, Vegeta's anger flared. Kakarot, stop the chatter. Let us settle our grudges here and now. As Vegeta spoke, he summoned all his energy and charged towards Son Goku. He unleashed his swiftest speed, but to his astonishment, as he reached Goku's side, Goku's figure had vanished. Upon focusing, he realized that Goku had somehow appeared beside Gohan. Vegeta stood there, stunned, gazing at Goku in confusion. What just happened? When did he get there? How could his speed be so incredible? I distinctly felt his energy was weak. Vegeta, unwilling to accept this, thought that even if he was unfamiliar with this body, he could still exert a battle power of at least 100,000. He had not held back at all. Could Kakarot's battle power have already surpassed 100,000? How could this be? He only had a power level of 5,000 on Earth. What Vegeta remains oblivious to is that when Goku engaged him on Earth, his combat power indeed lingered just above 5,000. However, following that desperate battle with Vegeta and after receiving medical attention, Goku consumed a Senzu bean, enabling his strength to surpass 10,000. Subsequently, after several days of rigorous training aboard the spaceship and enduring 3 near-death experiences, Goku's combat power surged eightfold, reaching an astounding 100,000. More significantly, at this moment, Goku has honed his skills through relentless training, achieving an extraordinary mastery over his ki. When not in use, Goku almost entirely suppresses his energy, rendering him undetectable by scanners, which would only register his power at 5,000. Even more terrifying is Goku's ability to unleash the Kaioken technique at a moment's notice, amplifying his strength 2 to 3 times instantaneously, resulting in a staggering combat power of 200 to 300,000. Thus, Vegeta, with his mere 100,000 power level, stands no chance against Goku. Dandy could perceive the formidable strength exhibited by Son Wukong, a power comparable to his own, approximately around 200,000 in combat prowess. It seems that Son Wukong is currently utilizing a mere 2-fold Kaioken, if his power is indeed akin to mine. Then his inherent strength should also reach about 100,000. It appears that Son Wukong could very well serve as my prospective target. Dandy has finally ascertained the prowess of Son Wukong. Henceforth, should Son Wukong sustain an injury, I shall be able to tend to his wounds directly, eliminating the need for him to seek treatment at the healing facility. Dandy pondered, then shook his head with a sigh. How foolish I am. The situation has deviated entirely from its original course. Now it is Vegeta who has been swapped, and Jinyu is no longer a match for Goku. Thus, even if Goku were to sustain injuries, they would solely be inflicted by Frieza. Goku will not have the opportunity to utilize the healing chamber. If he were to be injured, it would fall upon me to rescue him. Dandy understood that before he could attain formidable combat prowess, he must prioritize Son Wukong as his primary source of strength. Although Vegeta had made his move, Son Wukong did not rush into action. Instead, he approached Son Gohan, gently ruffled his hair, and softly remarked, "Gohan, your strength has grown." Dandy stood beside Son Wukong, gazing at Son Wukong up close, and was instantly overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. Could this truly be the aura of a protagonist? Dandy was enveloped by a wave of warmth, as the imposing figure of Son Wukong instilled a profound sense of security. Though his displayed strength hovered around 200,000, it was evident that he harbored boundless potential. Most importantly, Son Wukong's composed demeanor provided an unwavering reassurance. Impossible, Vegeta thought in disbelief, unable to accept that Son Wukong could surpass him in such a brief span. He clenched his fists, channeling formidable energy, which coalesced into a purple energy sphere. Kakarot, unless you abandon your son, you shall only receive this energy blast. With a frenzied motion, Vegeta hurled the energy sphere, which crackled with electricity as it hurtled towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong remained unfazed, casually taking his son Gohan's hand while lightly deflecting the energy sphere with the other. Instantly, it ricocheted back. What? It's coming back? Vegeta, eager to witness how Son Wukong would counter his assault, was astonished by how effortlessly he had reversed the energy blast. Caught off guard by such an unexpected turn of events, Vegeta was taken aback. There was no time to evade. He could only brace himself, arms crossed in front of him, desperately attempting to withstand the full force of his own attack. Boom! The energy sphere erupted, engulfing Vegeta entirely. Son Wukong, without a glance at Vegeta, guided Gohan to Krillin's side. Krillin, I appreciate your efforts this time. Gohan has grown a lot alongside you. Not at all, Wukong. You've become incredibly strong. With you here, I feel at ease. Krillin responded earnestly. To be honest, I've always feared for my life, especially since I've already died once. Even the Dragon Balls couldn't save me. Aha. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly before stating, leave the rest to me. With that, he turned his serious gaze toward Vegeta. Vegeta was in disarray, his battle suit tattered, and his body riddled with wounds, blood streaming profusely. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries. Gritting his teeth in stubborn defiance as he fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong's figure. He was not lying. Sun Wukong's combat prowess was indeed formidable. How had he trained to achieve such strength? Sun Wukong coldly regarded Vegeta and remarked, Vegeta, I sense a change in you. You seem less malevolent than when you first arrived on Earth. Cease this at once. I have no intention of killing you. Vegeta's fury ignited at Sun Wukong's words. Kill me? Huh. Kakarot, remember this. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I am not to be slain by a lowly warrior like you. With that declaration, Vegeta unleashed his full combat power and charged at Sun Wukong. A punch was thrown, but once again, Vegeta found himself striking at nothing but air. Damn it, Vegeta roared, desperately searching for Sun Wukong's presence. I'm right here. Sun Wukong gently tapped Vegeta on the back. How infuriating. Take this. Vegeta swiftly pivoted, unleashing a flurry of punches. Huh. Yet, Sun Wukong, with his arms crossed over his chest, effortlessly twisted his body, evading each of Vegeta's assaults with ease. Although you have indeed grown stronger, I have already stated that you are no match for me. Observing Sun Wukong's relaxed demeanor in the face of his relentless attacks, Vegeta felt as though his lungs might burst from frustration. The condescending tone in which Sun Wukong ridiculed him was more unbearable than death itself. Dandy observed the duel between the two individuals. Although he sensed that the aura exhibited by Sun Wukong at the moment of his strike was akin to his own, he couldn't shake the feeling that, should a real confrontation occur, he would likely not stand a chance against Sun Wukong. What, after all, distinguished him from that formidable opponent? Dandy contemplated intently, his gaze fixed firmly on Vegeta. Dandy firmly believes that Sun Wukong will exercise caution in his strikes, refraining from easily dispatching Vegeta. As long as Vegeta is brought to the brink of death, he will have yet another opportunity to enhance his combat prowess. Kakarot. Vegeta roars defiantly, demanding, unleash your full strength and face me. I would rather perish in battle than endure such mockery from you. Come forth. Vegeta is acutely aware that Sun Wukong is not exerting his full power. Rather than suffer this humiliation, he would prefer to perish beneath Sun Wukong's true might. Oh, is that so? If that is your wish, then I shall take this seriously. Upon hearing Vegeta's plea, Sun Wukong immediately adopts a serious demeanor. Chapter 20. A desire to cease living in the midst of combat with Sun Wukong. Vegeta comprehends that he is utterly outmatched. This is not solely due to the body of Captain Ginyu he inhabits. Vegeta understands that even in his own form, he would struggle to manipulate Captain Ginyu with such ease. Throughout this encounter, he has felt no trace of Sun Wukong's energy. Undoubtedly, Sun Wukong has surpassed him. Even if he had not undergone the body swap, he would still fall short against his rival. Initially, he had contemplated exploiting the Saiyan trait of gaining power at the brink of death, aiming to incapacitate Sun Wukong just enough for Dandy to revive him. This way, though temporarily eclipsed by Sun Wukong's strength, Vegeta could at least come to terms with his situation, as it would be a choice of his own making. However, with Sun Wukong's first strike revealing an overwhelming superiority, Vegeta's pride has taken a grievous blow. He had previously survived a near-fatal experience on Earth, receiving medical treatment from the Frieza Force, emerging from the precipice of death to attain a boost in power. Following that, his battle with Saboo nearly claimed his life once more, and it was only due to Dandy's timely intervention that his strength could grow again. Subsequently, during his confrontation with Naru, he was pierced by a mysterious adversary, once again confronting death. Fortunately, Dandy saved him yet again, allowing him to traverse the threshold of death thrice, culminating in the power he possesses now. I have endured countless life and death struggles over these days. Teetering on the edge of mortality, coupled with my innate talent as a Saiyan prince, has granted me my current strength. How could a lowly warrior like you surpass me? Vegeta erupts with a torrent of fury, launching a fierce attack towards Sun Wukong. Boom. Before his fist could connect with Sun Wukong, Sun Wukong's fist had already struck Vegeta squarely in the chest. Ugh. Vegeta's eyes brim with despair as he realizes the chasm that separates them, extinguishing any courage to continue living. This is impossible. This cannot be. In his heart, he cries out vehemently, surrendering all resistance as his body begins to plummet. How could that rascal Kakarot ascend to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta has always been unable to perceive the true extent of Goku's formidable energy. Nonetheless, he finds himself easily vanquished. Coupled with Goku's calm demeanor upon sensing Frieza's energy, Vegeta becomes convinced that Goku must have transformed into a Super Saiyan. This singular possibility elucidates why he has faced death thrice yet remains unable to surpass him. Why am I not the one? As Vegeta's gaze gradually dims, Dandy rushes over to grasp his body. Leave me be, you brat. Do not save me. Vegeta murmurs, utterly devoid of the will to live. He feels he has no face left to continue his existence. As the Prince of the Saiyans, to be so thoroughly humiliated by a lower-class warrior. Although he currently inhabits Captain Jinyu's body, the overwhelming superiority exhibited by Goku fills Vegeta with despair. Is this a nightmare? Please, let me awaken. With his eyes closed, he yearns for this all to merely be a dream. However, Dandy remains indifferent to Vegeta's desire to live. To him, Vegeta is merely a grand prize. A chance to unlock a system that grants a thousandfold return. Regardless of Vegeta's will to survive, he must be saved first. Grasping Vegeta and seeing his eyes shut, Dandy fears he may die and hastens to administer aid. As a flash of light envelopes them, Vegeta is suddenly revived. Opening his eyes and gazing at the distant Goku, Vegeta's blood pressure surges once more. Damn, it truly was not a dream? Goku, astonished by Dandy's effortless revival of Vegeta, exclaims, impressive. However, Dandy's expression is one of deep concern. After several seconds of silence, the system has still not activated for a return. Is the probability of 1 in 10 truly so low? Goku, observing the revived Vegeta, calls out to him, Hey, Vegeta, I do not wish to kill you. Let us end this. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta grits his teeth and suddenly reveals a cold smile. Humph, you do not wish to kill me? It seems you have yet to become a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? What is that? Goku asks, puzzled. Bursting into maniacal laughter at Goku's confusion, Vegeta declares, How foolish of me. Kakarot, listen well. Even if you have gained immense power, it changes nothing. You are no match for Frieza. Remember this. Only by becoming a Super Saiyan can one defeat Frieza. And the one destined to become the ultimate Super Saiyan can only be I, Prince Vegeta. As the crowd gazed at the frenzied Vegeta, silence enveloped them, leaving them at a loss for words. How can you assert that Goku has not transformed into a Super Saiyan? He is undeniably far more formidable than you. Krillin exclaimed, clenching his fist in frustration. Humph. Vegeta's face regained a confident smirk. Kakarot, indeed. You are destined never to become a Super Saiyan. This is because deep within your heart, you still harbor that foolish kindness. A Super Saiyan is the most combative being in the entire universe, one who would never spare any enemy. As long as you cling to that senseless compassion, you are fated to never ascend to the level of a Super Saiyan. Only someone like me, who has discarded all emotions and possesses a cold, merciless demeanor, has the chance to transcend into a Super Saiyan. Just wait, Kakarot. I will surely surpass you and become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta chuckled coldly, convinced that he still had the opportunity to outshine Goku, believing that achieving Super Saiyan status was the key. The immediate priority was to reclaim his own body. He needed to act swiftly before Frieza returned, so he must find Captain Jinyu without delay. Finally regaining his composure, Vegeta declared, I must remind you all. Frieza has likely located that elder, so if you wish to use the Dragon Balls for a wish, you must hurry. Upon hearing Vegeta's warning, Krillin quickly reacted. Right, Goku. We need to find the Dragon Balls immediately. Meanwhile, at the elder's location, Frieza had arrived at the summit of the solitary peak. Nail emerged, observing Frieza with a cold gaze. Who are you? Frieza, stepping out of his hovercraft with an air of elegance, responded, I am Frieza, here on Namek to collect the Dragon Balls and fulfill a modest wish. Although I have gathered the Dragon Balls, my wish remains ungranted. Hence my inquiry on how to realize it. Sensing Frieza's overwhelming power, Nail felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow, yet he maintained a facade of composure. You should leave. Having slaughtered so many of my kin, I could never divulge that information to you. A chilling laugh escaped Frieza's lips. Do you seek death? There are more Namekians here than just you. I can always inquire from another. Nail's unease grew, and he glanced towards the interior of the dwelling. The Earthlings had likely yet to fulfill their wish. The elder must not come to harm. Realizing this, Nail hastily spoke. I must warn you. The elder inside is the creator of the Dragon Balls on this planet. If he perishes, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well. Frieza's expression shifted to one of surprise. The elder? Frieza gently unleashed a wave of energy, instantly shattering the ceiling. Upon glancing inside, he beheld a rather extraordinary Namekian, appearing frail and aged. Oh, so it appears that you Namekians are not prone to deceit. I shall place my trust in you this once. Frieza did not press the Grand Elder. Yet the Elder chose to speak up. Naru is the only combat-capable Namekian. He is not easily dealt with. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Frieza scoffed derisively. Oh ho ho, do you truly intend to withhold the truth from me? This could lead to a fate worse than death. Chapter 21. A desperate delay. Seeing the two Namekians before him, both seemingly unafraid of death, Frieza felt a surge of frustration. He had traveled from the distant planet Frieza to this one in pursuit of the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desires. It appeared that this endeavor had cost him dearly. While he was indifferent to the loss of his minions, the demise of his trusted subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon, left him exasperated. These two had been his loyal aides, and their absence raised concerns about who could be entrusted with future matters. Fortunately, Frieza had already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. He had once believed that his wish would soon be realized, and if that were the case, the sacrifices of his subordinates would not have been in vain. Yet now, he found himself hindered at the final step, having amassed the Dragon Balls but utterly clueless on how to utilize them to grant his wish. His sole leverage rested with the 2 individuals before him. Thus, while Frieza threatened them, he too was under the same threat from them. Very well, since negotiation proves futile. Allow me to demonstrate the most terrifying power in the universe. As he observed their indifference, a sinister grin spread across Frieza's face. However, Naru remained undaunted and cautioned him. You must realize, Grand Elder over there has little time left. If we engage in battle here and accidentally harm him, it will serve no advantage to either of us. Let us relocate our confrontation. Humph. Frieza sneered contemptuously, noting that this Namekian seemed quite confident in his own abilities. Very well, I shall shatter your confidence entirely, and then torment you until you wish for death. Frieza was also wary of the possibility that the Grand Elder might perish, rendering the Dragon Balls ineffective, thus he nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Frieza acquiesce, Naru took the lead in flying away, with Frieza closely trailing behind. Naru's pace was not swift, and as he glanced back at Frieza, he silently resolved to delay for as long as possible, hoping that Dandy and the others could fulfill their wish in the meantime. As Frieza observed, Naru was not flying at a rapid pace and frequently glanced downward, seemingly in search of a suitable battleground. Unaware of Naru's intentions, Frieza grew somewhat impatient after witnessing him ascend for a while, prompting him to urge, very well. My patience is not limitless. Let us settle here. Naru, realizing that his reasoning could only delay the inevitable for so long, was compelled to land on the nearest island, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Upon touching down, Naru straightened himself, adopting a stance of readiness for combat. Noticing Naru's readiness, Frieza smirked coldly and lightly tapped his scanner. To my surprise, you possess the audacity to engage me. As Naru unleashed his full energy, Frieza glanced at his scanner. Impressive indeed. A battle power exceeding 40,000. You are certainly unlike any other Namekian I have encountered. You are the strongest among them. You possess the arrogance to back it up. Frieza then chuckled icily, shifting the tone of the conversation. However, allow me to enlighten you. Do not be too astonished, my battle power stands at 530,000. Upon hearing this, Naru's expression remained unchanged. He understood that if a confrontation ensued, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow from Frieza. Yet, in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, Frieza would likely refrain from killing him outright, instead opting for torment to extract the secrets of their usage. His mission was to buy time, creating opportunities for Dandy and the others to utilize the Dragon Balls. Nevertheless, Naru was acutely aware that his chances of survival today were grim. Yet, even in the face of death, he resolved to die with some semblance of worth. Observing Naru's unflinching demeanor and fearless attitude, Frieza persisted in his persuasion. You are no match for me. Why not share the Dragon Ball secrets? Your strength is commendable, and I could offer you a position in my ranks, second only to me. Frieza, intent on acquiring the secrets of the Dragon Balls, first sought to entice him. Naturally, Naru remained unmoved, his expression betraying no sign of change. Ha! I almost forgot how rigid and obstinate the inhabitants of this planet are. Very well, let us proceed. Do not fear. I shall not unleash my full power. It would be unfortunate to end your life so swiftly. How about this? I will only use my left hand. What say you? As a warrior, Naru felt a surge of anger at Frieza's condescension, his veins pulsing with fury. Damn it, brace yourself. With that declaration, Naru charged forward, transforming his hand into a blade and striking down with all his might. Ha! In response to Neru's full frontal assault, Frieza did not even flinch, coldly allowing Neru's hand strike to land upon his neck. It appears you have not held back. Indeed, you possess merely a battle power of over 40,000. Frieza observed Nelu's offensive techniques with a subtle smile, remaining perfectly still. Initially curious about the hidden secrets or extraordinary skills this individual might possess, he was taken aback to discover that Nelu had already revealed the entirety of his strength. Such meager combat prowess barely penetrated Frieza's defenses, since he remained obstinately ignorant. Prepare to endure excruciating pain. As he spoke, Frieza swiftly extended his hand, grasping Nelu's wrist with an iron grip, applying pressure. Nelu barely perceived Frieza's movement before he felt his hand ensnared. Almost instantaneously, a wave of agonizing pain surged through him. Frieza maintained a relaxed demeanor, a faintly cruel smile adorning his face. So how does it feel? Are you beginning to comprehend my might? Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Nelu attempted to withdraw his hand, but to no avail. In desperation, he seized his restrained right arm with his left hand, exerting all his strength to free himself from Frieza's grasp, only to discover that even this effort was futile. Such formidable power! Nelu was astonished by Frieza's strength. Despite his utmost exertion, he could not budge him an inch. Is this the disparity of tenfold strength? In that moment, to escape the torment, Nelu resolutely used his left hand as a blade, forcefully severing his own right arm. With blood gushing forth, Nelu finally liberated himself from Frieza's hold at the cost of his severed limb. Ah, you truly possess some spirit. Frieza couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he was displeased with Nelu's impulsive actions. The initiative in battle must remain firmly in his grasp. With this thought, Frieza subtly shifted his stance, his elbow gently striking Nelu's abdomen. Though Frieza endeavored to moderate his strength, the blow shattered Nelu's internal organs. As Nelu doubled over, retching in agony, Frieza chuckled coldly. My apologies. It seems I have yet to master my own power. Nelu, racked with pain, struggled to rise, clutching his severed arm to staunch the bleeding, rendered speechless by the intensity of his suffering. Be sensible. Speak quickly. Otherwise, I shall only inflict more torment upon you. As blood flowed and his insides lay in ruins, Nelu felt his life force waning. To stave off death's swift approach, he clenched his fists tightly, his muscles tensing in response. With a ferocious roar, Nelu's severed limb rapidly regenerated, and his damaged organs healed completely. Despite this miraculous recovery, he had expended considerable energy, his weakened body gasping for breath. Frieza's eyes gleamed with newfound interest. Ah, so you possess the ability to regenerate. This is quite advantageous. I need not worry about your swift demise. I possess even more ruthless methods, Frieza declared as he approached Neru. You are well aware that you are no match for me. Why do you continue to struggle? Neru remained silent, resolute in enduring Frieza's torment. Each second he could endure was a victory. Dandy, you must succeed. Goku, accompanied by Krillin and others, soared towards Frieza's spaceship. As they neared, two figures emerged from the vessel. Captain Ginyu, now inhabiting Vegeta's body, and the previously escaped guys. Vegeta, how have you healed? Captain Ginyu was taken aback upon witnessing his former body restored. Spare me your words. Prepare to meet your end. Vegeta had no time to waste on idle chatter and was ready to engage in combat at once. After all, who could predict when Frieza might return? Goku, however, appeared somewhat unsettled. He sensed Frieza's energy erupting from afar, seemingly in battle with someone. Could it be that Frieza was clashing with that Namekian? Goku detected that the Namekian confronting Frieza was not particularly formidable, yet had been battling Frieza for a while. What on earth was happening? Chapter 22. The Body Retrieval Plan. Vegeta, what fuels your confidence? Are you not aware of the strength of your own body? Captain Ginyu was perplexed by Vegeta's unwavering assurance. He had exchanged bodies with him, and the combat power of his original body was a mere 120,000, hardly a match for this new form. Yet, the Vegeta before him radiated confidence. Your pathetic body is indeed no match for mine. However, you shall still fall before us Scions. Hearing Vegeta mock his original form, Captain Ginyu felt no anger. After all, that body was one he had previously acquired. Regardless, he now possessed a far more powerful vessel. So, the individual beside you is your ally? Captain Ginyu, observing Vegeta's confidence, cast a glance at Goku. A Scion? It appears this must be the Scion from Earth. Haha. I never imagined you would place your hopes in him. Captain Ginyu laughed heartily, with guys joining in. He had already measured Goku's combat power with his scouter. Haha. Vegeta. Has your mind deteriorated? You dare to summon an ally with a mere power level of 5,000 to face death? Just as Lord Frieza commanded us to eliminate those little brats. Since you have delivered yourselves to us, it saves us the trouble of searching. As JIS hurled an energy sphere towards Vegeta, the latter swiftly deflected it and, in an instant, darted towards JIS. What? Upon witnessing Vegeta's approach, JIS was instantly filled with panic. After all, Vegeta currently possessed the body of Captain Ginyu, boasting a formidable battle power of 120,000, rendering JIS utterly outmatched. Captain, save me, JIS cried out, hastily retreating behind Ginyu. The captain, furious, realized that he had only this one ally left. Should he fall now, he would be left as a mere figurehead. How could he maintain formation when they ventured out again? Just as Ginyu prepared to act, Son Goku suddenly appeared before him. Hey, your opponent is me. With that declaration, Goku launched a powerful punch. A mere weakling with a battle power of only 5,000 dares to seek death. Ginyu, dismissive of Goku's fist, raised his hand to block it. Thud. However, upon absorbing Goku's punch, Ginyu was unexpectedly sent flying. What is happening? What is this situation? Feeling the pain coursing through him, Jinyu's face contorted in disbelief. He glanced again at the scouter. 5,000. The reading remained unchanged. Could the scouter be malfunctioning? Ginyu, now wary, clenched his fists tightly, keeping a vigilant eye on Goku. Meanwhile, seeing Ginyu preoccupied, JIS unleashed his full speed in a frantic escape. Vegeta pursued relentlessly, swiftly closing in on JIS. With a swift motion, JIS, realizing escape was futile, pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, utilizing the momentum of his attack to collide with Vegeta's advance. Vegeta raised his arm to block the kick, and simultaneously, his other fist swung in retaliation. JIS, prepare to perish. JIS, instinctively fixated on his scouter, noted that Vegeta's battle power was only 30,000. Surely, he was unable to fully harness the captain's body. This thought invigorated JIS. Despite not being a match for the captain, he still possessed a battle power exceeding 30,000. Faced with a Vegeta limited to only 30,000, he felt a glimmer of hope for victory. However, with such a mindset, when JIS met Vegeta's punch, he felt as if his arm might shatter. What is happening? Vegeta, your battle power exceeds 30,000. The scouter failed to detect your true capabilities. Vegeta, reveling in his triumph, thought to himself, these fools only rely on their scouters to gauge an opponent's strength. They are nothing but foolish beings, fixated solely on their devices. Now, it is time to abandon the numbers and let strength speak for itself. Do you understand? You are no match for me. And that fool Ginyu will hardly stand a chance against Kakarot. Given the current situation, your demise is imminent. Do you comprehend? Observing the disbelief etched on Gi's face, Vegeta let out a cold smirk. I have no time to toy with you any longer. Farewell. With that, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch that shattered Gi's battle armor and plunged deep into his chest. Ugh. Gi's eyes immediately spewed forth a torrent of blood. I am showing you mercy by sending you on your way sooner. Vegeta chuckled triumphantly, his fist clenching as an immense energy sphere began to coalesce. Boom. Another resplendent firework erupted in the sky, mingled with crimson flames. The Ginyu force is nothing to boast about. Having accomplished this, Vegeta swiftly soared towards Goku. Perhaps Ginyu might take an interest in Kakarot's body. The thought ignited a thrill within Vegeta, prompting him to scan his surroundings. If he could position himself in front of Kakarot before Ginyu executed his body-switching technique, he could reclaim his own form. Not far away, Ginyu was sent flying by a punch from Goku, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion, soon twisting into a sinister grin. You nearly had me fooled. Oh? Goku raised an eyebrow in confusion. I completely forgot to harness the power of this body. As Ginyu spoke, he unleashed his full energy. This boasts a combat strength of 180,000. It can be said that, aside from Lord Frieza, no one in the universe would be my equal. Gazing at the numbers displayed on the scouter, Ginyu felt a surge of confidence return. Is that so? Goku observed Ginyu with keen interest. Then let us engage in a worthy battle. With that, Goku resolved to compress his power using the Kaioken technique at twice its usual intensity, ensuring a fair fight. Dandy observed as Vegeta took the initiative, having already vanquished Goku, and now fixated on Ginyu. He understood Vegeta's intentions, without needing my reminder. Vegeta was already poised to seize the opportunity to reclaim his own body. This is precisely as it should be, with just a subtle nudge. Events unfolded in alignment with my design. Dandy chuckled, realizing that his most formidable weapon since his arrival in this realm was not merely the system, but also his profound understanding of the unfolding events. Those who fought on the battlefield were soldiers and generals. It was only those who strategized from the rear who could truly be regarded as kings. Dandy understood that Frieza was currently entangled with Niru and would not return anytime soon. Therefore, he needed to contemplate the 3 wishes in advance. It was essential to have sufficient pieces in play. The Dragon Balls on Earth must be used to revive Piccolo, who must then fuse with Niru. Only with this strength could he ensure Piccolo's utility in the future. Thus, 2 wishes would be consumed. As for the 3rd wish, he wondered if it could enhance the success rate of his system. A mere 10% probability was far too low. Jinyu unleashed all his energy, towering over Goku, and with great effort, hurled an energy blast. Goku waved his hand to deflect the blast, only to find Jinyu had already appeared before him in the next instant. Goku instinctively countered Jinyu's punch, yet to his surprise, it was deftly blocked. The 2 engaged in a fierce exchange of blows mid-air. "Humph, you're not as formidable as I thought," Jinyu declared with pride. Meanwhile, Goku was reveling in the thrill of the battle. "Haha, you truly are a master. Your skills are impressive." Goku realized that with his Kaioken doubled, his energy level was comparable to that of Jinyu, who possessed Vegeta's body. Thus, their confrontation now hinged on their respective combat techniques. Despite Goku employing numerous moves, Jinyu adeptly countered them, fueling Goku's excitement further. Vegeta, observing Goku's performance from the sidelines, felt a surge of frustration. That Kakarot was actually enjoying himself in this fight. It would be disastrous if Frieza returned. With that thought, Vegeta prepared to assist Goku in vanquishing his opponent. However, upon seeing Jinyu in possession of his own body, Vegeta hesitated. After all, it was his body. Engaging in a serious fight would be quite problematic. As Vegeta contemplated joining the fray, Goku grew anxious. "Hey, Vegeta, this is a battle between him and me. You must not interfere." Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth, nearly fuming with rage. "Damn Kakarot, this is not the time for your games. We must secure the Dragon Balls quickly. Get a move on." Goku, realizing the gravity of the situation, sheepishly scratched his head. "Haha, my apologies. I couldn't help but get caught up in the moment." Meanwhile, Jinyu was momentarily stunned. He had poured all his effort into the fight, utilizing Vegeta's full combat power of 180,000. How could Goku perceive this as mere play? Jinyu couldn't help but shout, "Stop pretending. You, with a mere 5,000 power level, think you can defeat me? I have yet to unleash my full potential." Dandy, feeling a surge of impatience, recognized the urgency of summoning the dragon as swiftly as possible. Any delay could spell disaster, especially if Nail were to perish. Invoking Piccolo to Namek would then serve no purpose. Chapter 23, Arise, Dragon. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, Vegeta could not suppress a chuckle. How ludicrous. Jinyu currently possessed Vegeta's own body. How could he possibly conceal his full strength? What an absurd boast. Kakarot, swiftly dispatch him. But do ensure you do not kill him. Vegeta feared that Goku might inadvertently annihilate his original body, which would be catastrophic. Unexpectedly, Vegeta was taken aback when Goku seemed to take Jinyu's words seriously. "So, you possess untapped strength?" Jinyu observed Goku's earnest expression and grinned with satisfaction. "Indeed, and I know you have yet to reveal your true capabilities. Are you saving them for Lord Frieza? Let me be frank. Lord Frieza boasts a combat power of 530,000. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? You would be better off joining us. With your strength, you could stand on equal footing with me." Goku dismissed Jinyu's taunts, preparing to strike, but Vegeta, perceiving Jinyu's demeanor, suddenly had a thought and called out to Goku. "Kakarot, unleash your full power. Let him witness your might. And let us see if you are capable of contending with that scoundrel Frieza." Hearing Vegeta's urging, Goku nodded. "All right then, I shall reveal my utmost strength." Jinyu's face lit up with excitement. If Goku's power truly surpassed Vegeta's current form, he would undoubtedly seek to exchange bodies. Becoming alert at Jinyu's eager expression, Vegeta insisted, "Kakarot, show me just how far your strength has ascended, and I must reclaim my body." As he spoke, Vegeta discreetly kept a watchful eye on Captain Jinyu. Unbeknownst to Goku, engrossed in his concentration, he began to harness his energy. "I wager your combat power has reached 200,000, Jinyu remarked with a smile. "Observe." As he spoke, Goku unleashed his energy. Threefold Kaioken. Chanting inwardly, a dark red aura erupted, enveloping Goku's form entirely. Beep beep beep. The detector registered the shift, its readings fluctuating. 300,000. Jinyu's jaw dropped in astonishment at the numbers displayed on the device. Meanwhile, Vegeta wore a look of complete nonchalance. Kakarot, this cannot be all your strength, can it? Goku nodded in response, continuing to amplify his energy. The fivefold Kaioken. As Goku's expression turned grave, the numbers on the scouter continued to ascend. 34, 35 still rising? 41, 42, 47, 50,000. How could this be? This power has actually reached 50,000? Captain Ginyu felt as though his heart had shattered in an instant. He had been so pleased with his own battle power of 18,000. Yet his opponent effortlessly elevated his strength to 50,000. It seemed he had indeed been playing with him all along. Such combat prowess could even challenge Frieza himself. Beside him, Vegeta could no longer maintain his composure. He had thought he was merely surpassed by Kakarot, but this was not just a surpassing, it was a brutal annihilation. Even if he faced death once more and was revived, he could not attain the strength Kakarot possessed at this moment. Contemplating this, Vegeta clenched his fists, roaring inwardly. How infuriating! How utterly vexing! What is the reason behind this? Does that Kakarot truly possess greater talent than I? Has he truly transformed into a Super Saiyan? Faced with the formidable Goku, Captain Ginyu could not help but take a step back. Is this truly your full strength? After unleashing the fivefold Kaioken, Goku's demeanor was entirely serious. Truth be told, my momentary explosive power could be even greater. What? Ginyu gasped in astonishment, his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. This level of power is even approaching that of Lord Frieza, if I could obtain it. While contemplating this, Captain Ginyu suddenly shouted, "Change." As his voice boomed, a surge of white light erupted around him. Now's the time. Witnessing this, Vegeta sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself between Ginyu and Goku with all his might. Upon seeing this sudden turn of events, Goku also reacted instantly, unhesitatingly launching a ki blast at Jinyu's ambush. Boom. At that moment, Vegeta stood in front of Ginyu, both being struck by the energy wave. In the instant of the explosion, Vegeta and Ginyu had successfully exchanged bodies. Ginyu returned to his original form, but bore the brunt of the explosion, being utterly obliterated. Behind him, Vegeta also endured the blast, but was shielded from the majority of the damage by Ginyu. Moreover, as his strength surpassed Jinyu's, he was merely left severely injured. Ouch! That hurts. Vegeta glanced at his hand, relieved to see it was no longer the monstrous purple-skinned appendage. Thankfully, he had returned to his own body. With this final thought, Vegeta succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon encountering Captain Ginyu, Dandy was unexpectedly obliterated into fragments, causing him to feel a pang of sorrow. That was my infinite gift pack. Dandy originally intended to repeatedly exploit Jinyu's body to enhance his combat prowess, as Ginyu, unlike the Saiyans, did not experience a power boost with each near-death encounter, allowing for continuous augmentation. However, the intricacies of Jinyu's body-swapping technique posed a significant challenge. A careless mistake could result in Dandy himself being swapped into Jinyu's form, which would be disastrous. Contemplating this, Dandy concluded that Jinyu's demise might not be such a bad outcome after all. Fortunately, there was still Vegeta. Dandy could not help but cast a glance at Vegeta. Although he had not yet succumbed to death, he appeared to be on the brink of expiration. After all, that was a blow delivered by Goku infused with 5 times the power of the King Kai fist. Merely surviving such an assault was a remarkable feat. Dandy was on the verge of embarking on a rescue mission for Vegeta when he heard the urgent voices of Krillin and Gohan calling out to him. "Dandy, hurry over here." It turned out that the duo had seized the opportunity, while Ginyu and Geese were away, to stealthily wield the Dragon Ball radar in their quest for the coveted Dragon Balls. At that moment, they had successfully unearthed the Dragon Balls that Geese had concealed. Quickly, "Dandy, we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Let us make our wish before Frieza returns." Dandy gazed at the assembled Dragon Balls before him, realizing that this was the true matter at hand. "Arise, Shenron." Dandy immediately shouted in the Namekian language. The 7 Dragon Balls began to radiate light, and at that moment, the entire sky of Namek darkened. "The dragon is about to emerge," Krillin exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing this. Soon after, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the Dragon Balls, spiraling upwards and coalescing into the form of the dragon in midair. "Wow, is this the Dragon Ball of Namek? It's enormous. The dragon has appeared." It is entirely different from the one on Earth. Upon seeing the dragon, Sun Wukong also felt a surge of exhilaration. Greetings, the ethereal deity Purunga. Dandy acknowledged the dragon's presence with a bow. Speak your desires. As long as it lies within my power, I shall grant you 3 wishes. Purunga's cold voice resonated. Chapter 24, Nairu's Choice. Dandy. Wish for the resurrection of all the humans on Earth who fell to the Psiots. Hearing Krillin's words, Dandy shook his head, offering an explanation. He was aware that the Namekian dragon, Purunga, could only resurrect one individual at a time. What? Upon hearing Dandy's explanation, everyone was taken aback. If only one person can be revived at a time, then even resurrecting their fallen comrades would be impossible. After all, there were already 4 who had perished and traversed the Snake Way to reach the King of Worlds. The King of Worlds had been closely monitoring the situation on Namek and, upon witnessing the dragon's emergence, promptly updated everyone on the circumstances. Upon receiving this news, Piccolo immediately contemplated a solution. Before Piccolo could speak, Dandy proposed an idea. We could first revive the Namekian on Earth. This way, the Dragon Balls there can bring others back to life. Indeed, Krillin instantly realized the merit of this plan. Just as Piccolo was preparing to contact everyone through the King of Worlds, he was momentarily stunned, not expecting his small compatriot to think of it before him, thus viewing him in a new light. Without waiting for the group to decide, Dandy swiftly made his wish to Purunga. Time was of the essence. With the utterance of this wish, the halo above Piccolo's head vanished instantaneously. Gohan. As soon as Piccolo was revived, he placed his hand on the King of Worlds, using his power to communicate with Gohan from a distance. Uncle Piccolo, where are you? Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Son Gohan immediately looked around in search, while Son Wukong understood the situation. Hey, King of Worlds. So you have been watching over this place all along. Ahem. The King of Worlds coughed, and then said, Wukong, listen closely, Frieza is extraordinarily powerful, so do not even think of confronting him. Since the wish has been granted, you must leave Namek at once, understood? However, before Son Wukong could respond, Piccolo interjected immediately. Gohan, for the second wish, teleport me to Namek. Frieza, that villain, has slain so many of my compatriots. I must confront him myself. As soon as Piccolo uttered these words, the King Kai and those around him were left in a state of shock. Hey, Piccolo, are you out of your mind? What if you perish on Namek? The Dragon Balls would vanish once more. Faced with the skepticism of the others, Piccolo remained unwavering in his confidence. After this period of training, my strength has significantly increased. I am determined to deal with Frieza myself. As he spoke, Piccolo firmly pressed his hand on the back of King Kai. Gohan, don't just stand there. We must act swiftly. Ah, yes. Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Son Gohan was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly conveyed his wish to Dandy. Dandy had long anticipated this wish and was awaiting Gohan to speak. However, before that, Dandy posed a question. Is Nera still alive? Dandy has yet to master the art of sensing energy and thus is compelled to inquire. Who is Neru? Goku asks with curiosity. He is the Namekian who fought against Frieza. Oh, he fought against Frieza? Goku immediately focuses his senses and responds, though the energy is faint. He should still be alive. Having confirmed this, Dandy swiftly makes his wish. With a whoosh, Piccolo instantly vanishes from King Kai's planet. Almost simultaneously, on the Earth's divine temple, the old Kai suddenly appears out of thin air. Piccolo has been resurrected. The Supreme Kai realizes this, and a smile graces his face. I vanished with his death, and I am reborn with his resurrection. Consequently, the Dragon Balls on Earth can also restore him. Piccolo feels a sudden darkness envelop him, only to find himself in Namek, surrounded by an abyss of shadows. As he inhales the air, a sense of familiarity washes over him. Is this the sensation of returning to one's homeland? There is no time for reflection. He must swiftly locate Gohan and the others. Scanning his surroundings, Piccolo realizes he cannot see Gohan and the others and comes to understand. Perhaps the wish lacked a specified location. Energy. Where is Gohan's energy? It seems to be quite distant. Nearby, however, there exists an overwhelmingly powerful energy. Who could it be? As Piccolo carefully attunes his senses, he discovers a presence not far from him, radiating an energy so formidable it sends a shiver down his spine. Dandy had completed his second wish and was aware that only one wish remained. Since he alone understood the language of Namek, he contemplated carefully. This wish must be for himself. With that thought, Dandy quickly made his wish to Purunga. For the third wish, may the success rate of my system become 100. Frieza was mercilessly tormenting Nail when he suddenly noticed that the sky had darkened instantaneously. What was happening? Why had night fallen so abruptly? And what was that beam of light in the distance? The colossal figure of the eternal dragon, Purunga, was only vaguely visible to Frieza as a mere light column from his position. A crowd had gathered there. It was near my spaceship. A foreboding sensation washed over Frieza, and he began to panic. Could it be that someone was utilizing the Dragon Balls to make wishes? Realizing this, Frieza's expression soured. Cunning individuals. Just wait for me. Wishes can only be granted by me. With this thought, Frieza abandoned Nail, gathering all his energy and soaring towards the light beam at the fastest speed possible. As Frieza departed, Piccolo's figure arrived nearby. Observing the nearly lifeless Namekian lying on the ground, Piccolo was struck by how remarkably similar he looked to himself. Could it be that all Namekians resembled one another? Nail was, after all, the first Namekian Piccolo had encountered on Namek. Who are you? Nail trembled upon seeing Piccolo, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed Dandy and the others had succeeded. Upon witnessing the sky turning completely dark, Nail understood that Dandy had successfully summoned the eternal dragon, Purunga. Seeing a Namekian he had never encountered before, Nail realized that this must be the Namekian from Earth. He had been revived by Purunga. Hey, who was it that I just fought? Piccolo asked impatiently. It was Frieza. Just as I thought. Piccolo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat upon hearing the name. He had only heard of Frieza's formidable strength. And although he believed his training had significantly enhanced his power, making him capable of battling Frieza, he had not anticipated the immense disparity in strength he would feel upon arriving on Namek and sensing Frieza's aura up close. You are that Namekian from Earth. Despite not being a warrior, you are so powerful. Listening to Nail's words, Piccolo replied coolly, I'm sorry, but I have urgent matters to attend to. Although you appear to be on the verge of death, I cannot assist you. Wait, the Grand Elder said that if you were still the same Namekian, you could surely defeat Frieza. The same Namekian? Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow. Indeed, if you had not been divided into two entities, Naira murmured. Are you suggesting that I must merge with the deity and revert to my former self? Piccolo was taken aback by such astonishing information. Indeed. Although I have been rendered thus by Frieza, I am well aware of his might. At your current state, you are no match for him. Humph, Piccolo scoffed. Say what you will. I cannot possibly agree to amalgamate with that deity. Ahem, regardless, I am on the brink of death. Why not merge with me instead? I am a combat-type Namekian, capable of significantly enhancing your strength. Piccolo instantly displayed a look of disdain. Merge with you? I appreciate your goodwill, but I simply wish to remain myself. This was the first time Nairu had witnessed such an expression on a Namekian's face. He could not perceive the simplicity and kindness typical of his kin in Piccolo. It seems you are indeed the Namekian who has regained the identity of the great demon realm, are you not? Certainly, you are different from us. Naira gazed at the sky, aware that persuading Piccolo to merge was essential to resolving the present dilemma. Otherwise, Piccolo would only meet his demise. Ahem. Do not hesitate any longer. Place your hand upon me. Piccolo's disdain intensified upon hearing this. Understanding Piccolo's apprehensions, Nairu continued, Rest assured, you will remain yourself. I merely become your strength. Oh, are you certain you are not deceiving me? Naira nodded vigorously. If you do not trust me, you will only meet your end at the hands of Frieza. Piccolo was engulfed in inner turmoil, sensing something amiss. Good fortune does not simply fall from the heavens, and he must remain vigilant against potential treachery. As he wrestled with his thoughts, cold sweat began to trickle down his face. Naira, too, was in a state of internal conflict. He had lived an honest life, yet now, at the brink of death, he had learned to weave lies. Were it not for this, Piccolo would surely refuse to merge with me. Yet even if he were to merge with me, he would still be himself, merely influenced by my kindness and enriched with my knowledge. This would not be a misfortune for him. I suppose this can be deemed a benevolent falsehood. Chapter 25. Frieza's wish. Piccolo grappled with intense inner turmoil. After a considerable time, he finally crouched down, his expression rife with reluctance. Humph. I shall trust you just this once. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, I will not hesitate to end your life. Tell me, what must I do to merge? Nairu observed Piccolo's skeptical demeanor, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes, yet he spoke earnestly. Place your palm upon my body. Then relax your mind. Leave the rest to me. Remember, after merging, you will possess greater power. I hope you will make good use of it. As instructed by Nairu, Piccolo placed his hand upon him, yet his words remained sharp. don't you dare pull any tricks. Otherwise, I'm helping you. And instead of gratitude, you dare to speak like this. Upon finishing, Nara closed his eyes, his body beginning to emanate a dazzling light. Observing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow. Hey, what are you doing? What kind of nonsense is this? Naru offered no reply, pouring every ounce of his strength into the radiant glow. Frustration welled within Piccolo, prompting an exclamation. Damn it. You. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly sensed a tremendous energy surging forth from Naru's being, continuously flooding into his own body. His eyes widened in astonishment as he struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. What is happening? Piccolo murmured, attempting to break free, only to find himself immobilized. As the brilliance intensified, Naru ultimately transformed entirely into light, swiftly entering Piccolo's form. With a gasp, Piccolo shut his eyes, feeling the final surge of power course through him. Upon reopening them, Naru had vanished, and Piccolo sensed that his body had been irrevocably transformed. Memories that did not belong to him began to surface in his mind. This power. Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling the tumultuous energy within him, a smile involuntarily creeping upon his lips. I never anticipated that I would possess such formidable strength. Tightly gripping his fists, Piccolo savored the extraordinary transformation of his being. Incredible! Who would have thought that assimilation could yield such immense power? With this, no matter who the opponent is, victory is assured. Recollecting the earlier encounter with Frieza, which could be characterized as a beating, Piccolo brimmed with confidence at the thought of defeating Frieza. Rest assured, Naru, I will defeat Frieza and save Namek. With these thoughts in mind, Piccolo soared into the sky, exhilarated as he sped towards the distant pillar of light. The figures of Frieza and Piccolo approached the dragon's light, while Shinron Porunga shook his head at Dandy's wish. I am sorry, but your wish exceeds my capabilities. Please articulate another desire. As Dandy made his wish, he harbored a premonition that the desire he had expressed to Porunga might remain unfulfilled. However, upon hearing Porunga's unequivocal refusal, a wave of disappointment washed over him. It was indeed beyond the capabilities of the eternal dragon. Krillin and Gohan observed Dandy conversing with Porunga in the Namekian language, utterly unaware of the content of their dialogue, and thus suggested, why don't we have the dragon send us all back to Earth? That would ensure our safety. Goku, however, was the first to voice his dissent. No, Krillin, I have finally encountered the strongest warrior in the universe. I yearn to engage him in battle. Inspired by his father's words, Gohan added, indeed, I cannot abandon the people of Namek and flee. Upon hearing this, Dandy shook his head. With his presence, he would devise a means to protect planet Namek and eradicate Frieza. Thus, there was no need to destroy planet Namek. And everyone certainly need not wish upon the dragon to escape to Earth. At this moment, Dandy suddenly recalled that Frieza must be on his way. I must hasten to draw from the system once more. Dandy felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at the thought of confronting Frieza. He then glanced at the unconscious Vegeta beside him and nearly forgot about this fellow. Please, do not let him perish. Dandy, gripped by the fear that Vegeta might succumb to excessive blood loss, hastened to his side. This time, he believed he could successfully trigger the restoration. Extending his hand towards Vegeta, a radiant green light enveloped him, and Vegeta immediately awakened from his unconscious state. Bewildered, he gazed at his hands, then clenched his fists tightly. Feeling the surge of energy within him, a triumphant and arrogant smile blossoming on his face. Ha! My power has grown stronger once again. Vegeta's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the space. Then, his attention shifted to the nearby Brolunga, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. What was that? Could it be a Dragon Ball? The thought flashed through his mind, and his gaze sharpened instantly. At that moment, he noticed Dandy beside him, a cunning glint appearing in his eyes. He swiftly reached out, seizing Dandy with a fierce grip, and growled, quickly, wish for me to become a Super Saiyan. His heart brimmed with anticipation and longing, eagerly yearning to harness the power of the Dragon Ball to fulfill his desire. However, Dandy felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had initially believed this would activate the system to enhance his own strength, only to realize now that the system remained dormant. To make matters worse, after his healing, Vegeta's power had now surpassed his own. Faced with Vegeta's threat, Dandy found himself in a precarious situation. After all, Vegeta's body already possessed a combat power of 180,000, and following this near-death recovery, his strength had soared to nearly 400,000. Now caught in Vegeta's grasp, Dandy's own combat power of 200,000 000 was utterly insufficient to break free. He could only shout. Rolunga can only grant wishes within his capability. Your wish far exceeds his limits and cannot be fulfilled. What? Vegeta bellowed in fury, then quickly revised his demand. Then wish for my eternal immortality. Hurry, or I shall slay you. As Vegeta raised his hand to threaten Dandy, an unforeseen event occurred before he could act. His wrist was firmly grasped by someone. Vegeta's expression shifted as he turned to see who dared to impede him, only to hear a familiar voice from behind. Vegeta. Do not act recklessly. It was none other than Son Goku. Vegeta's expression darkened immediately. He realized that, given his current strength, he was still incapable of contending with Goku. Goku had been observing the situation from a distance, and upon seeing Vegeta about to harm Dandy, he rushed over without hesitation. As Goku approached to rescue him, Dandy breathed a sigh of relief. He cast a grateful glance at Goku, silently thinking, "Thank you, Goku. If you hadn't come to save me, I might have perished here." Meanwhile, witnessing Vegeta's seething rage, Dandy inwardly seethed. How infuriating. Have you all activated some kind of cheat? Those who were once no match for me have now surpassed me. This wretched system has failed 3 times already. I still haven't managed to trigger a return. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before the dragon, Porunga, and shouted, "Grant me an eternal, indestructible body." As everyone focused their attention, they realized the newcomer was Frieza, unaware that only the Namekian language could invoke a wish. Goku shouted in alarm upon seeing Frieza making his request to the dragon. As Frieza's voice faded, the figure of Porunga began to flicker and then abruptly vanished into thin air. At that moment, the sky brightened once more, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into mere stones, crashing down to the ground. This is disastrous, Goku thought, gazing at the Dragon Balls turned to stone, reminiscent of the wishes granted on Earth, and he immediately feared that Frieza's wish had indeed been fulfilled. Dandy felt a twinge of sorrow within his heart. Krillin and Gohan also came to the realization, a wave of sadness washing over them. The Dragon Balls had vanished, signifying the death of the Grand Elder. Observing the despondent expressions of the crowd, Frieza erupted into a gleeful laugh. "Humph, you foolish lot, nearly disrupted my plans." While saying this, Frieza tightened his grip, savoring the transformation brought by the Dragon Balls. Wait? Frieza soon discovered that his body appeared unchanged, just like the last time. What is happening? Could it be that my wish remains unfulfilled? What was that just now? Vegeta, however, was the first to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Frieza. Do not indulge in your grand illusions. The Grand Elder has perished, the Dragon Balls are gone, and no wish can be granted, neither for me nor for you. Oh? Frieza was immediately reminded of the words spoken to him by Nail not long ago. Did that old fool die? Why did he have to die now, of all times? How infuriating. With this thought, Frieza could not help but seethe with anger, his face twitching with rage. The power of the Jinyu Force was no longer detectable. Since you have acquired the Dragon Balls, they must have been annihilated by you. How vexatious. I was so close to having my wish realized. If it weren't for your interference, I wouldn't have felt such fury for the first time. Frieza slowly descended before the group, his face still twisted in a malevolent grin. Yet, beneath that facade, everyone could sense the profound anger and chill hidden within. Unforgivable. You lot. Absolutely unforgivable. I shall rend you limb from limb to assuage my wrath. Frieza finally could no longer contain himself and bellowed. Ha ha ha. Frieza, do not underestimate me. To be honest, I have already transformed into a Super Saiyan. As Frieza landed, Vegeta boldly stepped forward, shielding Dandy behind him, and confidently spoke to Frieza. Chapter 26. Frieza's first transformation. What? At Vegeta's proclamation, Frieza was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Oh ho ho ho. A sharp, mocking laughter echoed. Vegeta, this jest is far from amusing. You dare to speak so arrogantly before me? It seems you have forgotten just how terrifying I truly am. Allow me to help you recall. As he spoke, Frieza crossed his arms, an intangible aura enveloping him as he unleashed his power and fury. As he sensed Frieza's overwhelming presence, Vegeta, aware of his own inferiority, clenched his teeth and broke into a cold sweat. Yet, driven by his ambition for greater power, he tightened his fists and resolutely stepped forward once more. Realizing that he could not attain immortality through the Dragon Balls, he swiftly altered his strategy. Vegeta understood that he must once again teeter on the brink of death, harnessing Dandy's powers to break through and elevate his strength. He was convinced that after experiencing death once more, he would surpass the current Kakarot, transcend the limits of a Saiyan, and ascend to the rank of Super Saiyan. Frieza, Do you still doubt my transformation into a Super Saiyan? Just wait and see. Vegeta taunted. Goku, too, felt the surge of Frieza's energy, a force even more formidable than his own five-fold Kaioken, which instantly sobered him. Concurrently, he sensed his blood boiling with excitement. Truly, a rival of equal measure. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin, upon sensing Frieza's might, stood frozen like statues, paralyzed with tension. With their battle powers barely exceeding 100,000, they were utterly powerless before Frieza. Dandy found himself shielded by Vegeta, who, upon sensing Vegeta's provocative demeanor, instantly comprehended his intentions. Following his recent resurrection, Vegeta presumably possessed a battle power of 360,000. Should he experience another near-death revival, there was a promising possibility for further enhancement of his strength. In his quest to surpass Son Goku, Vegeta planned to strike first, allowing Frieza to nearly obliterate him, subsequently harnessing Dandy's power to augment his combat prowess. How scheming of you, Vegeta. Yet, I shall not forget your recent demeanor towards me. Understanding Vegeta's ulterior motives, Dandy chose not to expose him. After all, his primary concern was to tend to the dying, thereby activating the system's thousand-fold return. Thus, Dandy was inclined to allow Vegeta to pave the way for him. Nevertheless, he could not shake off the discomfort stemming from Vegeta's brazen attitude and Frieza's chilling presence. Ah, you wretched fiends. Once I trigger the system's return and acquire my strength, you shall witness the consequences. Unbeknownst to Frieza, who was taken aback by the display of his own power, Vegeta audaciously dared to boast. A few insignificant ants presume to devour an elephant. Frieza bellowed with derisive laughter, but his expression darkened instantaneously, and his body surged forward. Die, you insufferable pest. In the blink of an eye, Frieza appeared before Vegeta, his fist laden with formidable pressure, aimed directly at him. With a resounding clap, Vegeta had prepared adequately. He extended his hand and firmly grasped Frieza's wrist. A wicked grin spread across Vegeta's face as he locked onto Frieza, his eyes narrowing in a menacing glare. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed his full potential. A tempestuous aura erupted, causing his hair to stand on end, veins to bulge on his forehead, and his gaze to transform into one of unbridled fury. Seeing this, Frieza unleashed a punch with his other hand, only for Vegeta to swiftly counter by seizing Frieza's fist with his other hand. Vegeta roared with exhilaration, his energy intensifying. Frieza, you surely do not know that a Saiyan's battle power can transcend its limits in the face of ultimate combat. As if in response to Vegeta's declaration, the scouter worn by Frieza began to beep incessantly. Curiosity piqued, Frieza glanced at the figures displayed on the device. 400,000? It's still rising? How can this be? In the next moment, the scouter shattered under the strain with a loud crack. In disbelief, Frieza recoiled several steps, scrutinizing Vegeta intently. It seems you are not merely boasting. Even Dandy, positioned behind Vegeta, was left bewildered. What is happening? Vegeta's battle power should only be 360,000. Dandy distinctly recalled that before his near-fatal encounter, Vegeta's power level was merely 180,000. After the near-death experience, it should have doubled to 360,000. However, Frieza's scouter evidently registered a combat power exceeding 400,000. I understand now. Suddenly, Dandy comprehended that Saiyans, when confronted with extreme challenges, possessed the potential to transcend their limits. Beside him, Son Wukong also felt perplexed, although Vegeta had never mastered the Kaioken technique. The strength he now displayed had astonishingly surpassed even Wukong's five-fold Kaioken power. What could he have undergone? Compared to his time on Earth, Vegeta had become exponentially more formidable. Wukong marveled inwardly, realizing that if he were to collaborate with Vegeta's newfound strength, they might truly stand a chance against Frieza. No, at this moment, it seemed that Vegeta alone could very well defeat Frieza. Nevertheless, Wukong still yearned for the opportunity to confront Frieza in a one-on-one battle. Such was the essence and aspiration of a martial artist. Krillin, having witnessed Frieza's formidable prowess, had initially succumbed to despair. However, upon observing Vegeta's ability to withstand Frieza's onslaught, hope ignited within him once more. This is wonderful. We are saved. Vegeta's power has increased dramatically, surpassing his previous limits. How has he achieved this? Wukong, you must be stronger than them. Otherwise, we shall face dire consequences. The others may not matter, for the Dragon Balls on Earth have already resurrected. But if I were to perish again, it would be truly the end for me. With this thought, Krillin's face contorted in distress, feeling his own limits being surpassed. Vegeta's confidence soared. As he realized he could withstand Frieza's attacks, arrogance took hold of him. Frieza, your power is nothing but this. Cease your pretense. Transform now. Taken aback by Vegeta's audacious demeanor and provocative words, Frieza paused. You know my transformation secret? Vegeta smirked. Humph, it was inadvertently revealed to me by Cyberman. So do not expect to catch me off guard. Unleash it quickly. Inwardly, Vegeta was calculating. Once Frieza transformed, his power would undoubtedly exceed Vegeta's current strength. Although Vegeta acknowledged he would not be a match for Frieza in his transformed state, he estimated that if he experienced another near-death enhancement, he could surpass the Saiyan limits and ultimately become a Super Saiyan. Kakarot, I must apologize. The one destined to become a Super Saiyan shall be me. At this moment, Dandy felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he lacked the ability to sense energy, standing in close proximity to Frieza, he could still perceive the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. The anticipation of Frieza's transformation only intensified Dandy's sense of suffocation. Vegeta, please do not perish. Dandy gazed at Vegeta, who stood resolutely in front of him, silently praying. It seemed that, unbeknownst to them, they had formed a mutual alliance, with Vegeta seeking to enhance his strength through Dandy, while Dandy aspired to elevate his own power by leveraging Vegeta's prowess. Frieza observed the arrogant Vegeta, pondering the machinations swirling within his mind. Yet, he could not allow the Saiyan to grow conceited. He must shatter their confidence with overwhelming force. With this thought, a sinister expression crept across Frieza's face. Ah, how delightful it is to witness someone who has grown impatient with life. Does a mere semblance of power truly breed such confidence? Very well. Let you hasten towards your demise. Frieza chuckled coldly as he spoke. The trio on Earth remained puzzled by Vegeta's mention of transformation. Curiosity got the better of Krillin, who spoke up first. Hey, Vegeta, what do you mean by transformation? Vegeta, fixated on Frieza, wore an expectant expression. To him, Frieza's transformation represented an opportunity to become a Super Saiyan. Certain races could alter their appearance in response to perilous situations, becoming significantly more formidable. In their everyday state, they conserved energy by maintaining a normal form. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Frieza scoffed derisively. I am different. I maintain this form because my power is so immense that it is difficult to control. It would disrupt my normal existence. A chill ran down the spines of the others at Frieza's revelation. Although Vegeta had managed to withstand one of Frieza's attacks, he had still seemed somewhat at a disadvantage. If Frieza's strength could further escalate, Vegeta would undoubtedly fall short as his opponent. Based on Vegeta's exhibited power, it appeared to be on par with Goku's. This suggested that if Vegeta could not contend with Frieza after his transformation, neither could Goku. Open your eyes wide. Witnessing my transformation is a rare opportunity. You shall not live long to recount it. Consider it a retribution for provoking me. Remember, even when I obliterated planet Vegeta and faced the Saiyan King, I did not resort to transformation. Frieza taunted. Vegeta, your father met his end like a mere insect crushed by my hand. You shall meet a similar fate. Vegeta scoffed at this. He had long hardened his heart. Though pride in his Saiyan heritage coursed through him, he felt little affection for his father. I have surpassed my father since childhood. Do not underestimate me, nor the Saiyans. Frieza, undeterred by Vegeta's words, clenched his fists and bellowed, unleashing an aura of terror that spread ominously throughout the air. Chapter 27, The Horned Frieza with a Furious Roar. Frieza unleashed an overwhelming force that caused his battle suit to shatter instantaneously, scattering into countless fragments. How extraordinary! The battle suit was effortlessly torn apart. Both Son Gohan and Krillin were rendered pale with shock at the sight before them. After all, the battle suit was notoriously resilient, even at their utmost strength. They could only inflict minor damage. Yet, Frieza had merely released a slight surge of energy, obliterating the suit completely. As the onlookers beheld Frieza's unveiled form, they were momentarily speechless, particularly astonished by the confidence radiating from his visage. Could this truly be a transformation? It appeared hardly altered. Vegeta, unable to suppress his impulse, began to mock Frieza. Hey, Frieza, what sort of trickery is this? Is shedding your battle suit your idea of a transformation? Despite his taunts, a cold sweat broke out on Vegeta's brow as he sensed the ominous energy emanating from Frieza intensifying with his words. Humph, Frieza sneered, his voice sharp and piercing, as if it could penetrate the very soul of his listeners. As he chuckled, his bones began to tremble violently, producing an eerie cracking sound that filled the air with a chilling sense of foreboding. Suddenly, Frieza's expression contorted in agony, as if his body were enduring immense suffering. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, he erupted into deafening roars. With each bellow, his physique expanded at an astonishing pace. His once slender limbs swelled with muscle. Exuding an overwhelming sense of power, his torso elongated rapidly, doubling in size within moments. Simultaneously, his hands and feet grew longer and more robust, brimming with strength. When the final roar subsided, Frieza had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His height transformed from a pitiful 4 feet to an astonishing stature exceeding 10 feet. At this moment, Frieza resembled a vengeful deity, akin to an immovable mountain. His exterior appeared as that of a towering and robust minotaur, adorned with a pair of sharp, menacing horns that exuded an aura of terror. His visage had also transformed, appearing more mature and ferocious. Vegeta, witnessing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. His countenance a portrait of incredulity, rendered motionless in place. He had never anticipated that Frieza's transformation would be so drastically different from that of Saboo, emanating such a dreadful, overwhelming presence that nearly suffocated him. Gohan and Krillin were even more affected, rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, unable to move even a single step. In contrast, Goku maintained a semblance of calm, although his face bore the weight of seriousness. His eyes sparkled with a blend of excitement and astonishment. After all, it was the first time he had encountered an adversary as formidable as Frieza. And even the battle-hardened warrior could not help but marvel at his might. Dandy stood to the side, fully aware of Frieza's unfathomable power and having mentally prepared himself for his transformation. Yet, upon witnessing the towering figure of Frieza, standing over 3 meters tall, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Frieza surpassed Dandy's wildest imaginings. There he stood, an insurmountable mountain, relishing the terror reflected in the eyes of those around him. After a moment, a smirk crept onto his lips as he spoke in a tone laced with mockery. "Have you finished your admiration? Let me make myself clear. Now that I have assumed this form, I shall show no mercy." His voice was chilling, reminiscent of the abyss of hell, sending shivers down the spine. After all, even I find it difficult to control my own power at this level. By the way, my combat strength now exceeds 1,500,000. Upon hearing Frieza's self-revelation of his combat prowess, Vegeta's expression darkened instantly. He clenched his teeth, filled with disbelief and rage. How can this be possible? Vegeta's eyes widened, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He had believed that, through his extraordinary breakthrough, he would be capable of matching Frieza. He estimated that his combat strength had reached an impressive 700,000, and even if Frieza managed to surpass his previous strength of 530,000 through transformation, he felt confident enough to challenge and defeat him. However, reality dealt Vegeta a crushing blow. He could not fathom that Frieza's transformation had catapulted his strength to over 1,500,000. Such a terrifying increase in both speed and magnitude exceeded all of Vegeta's expectations. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, even if he were to face death once more and rely on Dandy's healing to double his combat strength, he would still only reach 1,400,000. It seemed unlikely that he could stand against Frieza. With this thought, a profound sense of fear surged within Vegeta. This fear was not born from a fear of death or defeat, but from the despair and powerlessness of realizing that he could not surpass Frieza and achieve his goals. For so long, Vegeta had regarded Frieza as his greatest foe, yearning to conquer him and prove his strength and the pride of the Saiyans. Yet now, Frieza's display of overwhelming power made him acutely aware that all his previous efforts appeared futile. The chasm between him and Frieza remained insurmountably vast. What a terrifying opponent! Is this the strength of the cosmic overlord, Frieza? Observing Vegeta's once indomitable spirit beginning to falter, Frieza smiled with satisfaction. Feeling despondent, are we? It's too late. As he spoke, Frieza erupted with a formidable aura. With a mere gesture, an overwhelming force surged forth. The land within several kilometers surrounding Frieza was instantly reduced to dust. The onlookers swiftly ascended into the air to evade this impending calamity. Dandy, Krillin, and Gohan, the two with the weakest abilities, managed to narrowly escape Frieza's indiscriminate assault due to their distance. Yet their thoughts were consumed with concern for Dandy. In their search, they were shocked to find him suspended in mid-air, caught by Vegeta. Upon seeing that Dandy was unharmed, Gohan exhaled in relief, for in their eyes, Dandy was merely a defenseless child from Namek. "Ah, Uncle Krillin, you're bleeding." Gohan soon noticed the crimson liquid streaming from Krillin's bald head. Fortunately, it's just a minor injury, Krillin replied solemnly. Witnessing this, Goku hurriedly flew towards Gohan and Krillin, positioning himself protectively in front of them. After all, one was his own son, and the other had grown up alongside him. Goku could not allow harm to befall either of them, especially Krillin, who had already faced death once. Dragon Balls could not revive him again. Frieza stood upon the soul patch of land, hands on hips, mockingly observing the crowd. The little ants are quite swift in their escape. However, this is merely a trivial greeting. Even a scion could accomplish such a feat. With a demeanor that toyed with the spectators, Frieza coldly regarded them. Vegeta, you must comprehend the sensation of toying with insects. But this time, you have become the insect. You cannot even fathom the extent of my power. To grant you a glimpse of a fraction of my strength, allow me to demonstrate. He scanned the two groups before him, one comprised of Vegeta and the captured Dandy, and the other featuring Goku, with Gohan and Krillin sheltered behind him. I choose you, Frieza declared, unleashing his formidable energy and soaring into the sky with a velocity that doubled his previous speed, rendering him invisible to the onlookers. Chapter 28. Wrathful Gohan. Frieza propelled himself skyward with astonishing speed, his razor-sharp horns resembling lightning as they lunged towards Goku. Under the force of his might, Frieza pierced Goku's chest in an instant. Even someone as powerful as Goku could not perceive Frieza's movement, suffering a devastating blow in the blink of an eye. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief as his body was impaled, hot blood cascading down Frieza's horn. Such speed. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the unfolding scene before him. Just moments ago, they had personally utilized a scanner to assess Goku's power level, which had reached an astounding 50,000. This signified that even in comparison to his own strength at this moment, Goku's combat prowess would not lag significantly behind. However, in a most unexpected turn of events, even Goku found himself utterly powerless against the transformed Frieza. Father. Gohan watched in horror as his father, Goku, was pierced through the body by Frieza, leaving him in a state of shock. He instinctively clenched his fists, his eyes wide with disbelief, his expression a portrait of incredulity. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable surge of rage welled up within him, as though it threatened to consume his very being. Beside him, Vegeta too witnessed this harrowing moment, his face darkening considerably, his hands clenched into fists involuntarily, trembling slightly from the intensity of his grip. Damn it! How dare he strike Kakarot first? Yet, before anyone could fully grasp the situation, Frieza had already pivoted swiftly, hurling Goku away like a cannonball. Goku's body traced an arc through the air before plunging heavily into the water below. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta firmly grasped Dandy's arm, fearing he might rush to rescue Goku. I absolutely cannot allow that fool Kakarot to transform into a Super Saiyan first. Vegeta admonished himself in silence, fully aware that should Goku be revived by Dandy, his power would experience a significant enhancement. He might even ascend to Super Saiyan status before Vegeta himself. Thus, he resolved to prevent Dandy from rescuing Goku at all costs. At this moment, Dandy was equally anxious. He had not anticipated that Frieza, having transformed into his horned form, would not charge towards Krillin as he had expected, but instead direct his assault towards Son Goku. Witnessing Goku severely injured, he felt an urgent desire to rush to his aid. Although Goku's usual combat power was merely 100,000, the thousand-fold return would surely amount to over 1 billion for me. No, this is not the time for such considerations. If Goku is not rescued, who will take on the role of the main force in the battles to come? Dandy understood that if he could not obtain the system's return, he would have to rely on Sun Wukong to shoulder the responsibility. However, Vegeta, consumed by jealousy, clutched him tightly, rendering him unable to escape. Damn Vegeta, release me at once. Otherwise, I shall never come to your aid again. Dandy shouted fervently as he struggled with all his might. However, Vegeta remained unyielding, convinced that Dandy would not forsake him in the wake of Goku's demise. After all, if Goku were truly dead, these individuals would have no choice but to rely on him, Vegeta, for survival. After an intense struggle, Dandy finally summoned every ounce of strength to break free from Vegeta's iron grip and immediately soared towards Goku. What? Vegeta was utterly taken aback. How could the diminutive Dandy escape his vice-like hold? Feeling a sharp pain coursing through his wrist, Vegeta glanced down, his mind swirling with confusion and astonishment. How could this little fellow possess such immense strength? My battle power is over 700,000, Vegeta murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the swiftly departing Dandy. After casting Goku aside, Frieza wore a chilling smirk, tauntingly declaring, Apologies, but my power has grown so formidable that I can hardly keep it in check. Witnessing the terror etched on their faces, Frieza regarded Vegeta with a grotesque sneer, his expression rife with provocation. His decision to strike Goku was a calculated move, aimed at shattering Vegeta's psychological defenses and plunging him into despair. Father. As he watched his parent being flung away, Gohan's heart raced with anxiety. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward, intent on rescuing his father. Whoosh! Yet Frieza appeared before Gohan in an instant. A mocking smile plastered across his face as he obstructed Gohan's path. This is bad, Gohan. Dandy soared towards the water's surface, his heart sinking as he witnessed Gohan being confronted by Frieza. He froze in place, acutely aware that Gohan was no match for Frieza. Should Gohan find himself in peril, Dandy would undoubtedly rush to his aid. After all, without Gohan, Dandy would have perished long ago. Is that person your father? Humph, do not worry. I shall soon send you to reunite with him. Frieza sneered, his face contorting with malice upon seeing Gohan dare to stand before him. You scoundrel! Gohan's fury ignited in an instant at Frieza's words. His eyes widened, fixating on the loathsome foe before him, his body trembling involuntarily with rage. Frieza paused, taken aback. He had expected Gohan to display the same despair and terror as others did in his presence. Yet he was met with a youth brimming with indignation. Get lost! Gohan roared, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's neck. The speed and force of the strike caught Frieza completely off guard. He had never anticipated that Gohan would dare to strike him, much less possess such formidable strength. In his moment of carelessness, Gohan's kick landed squarely upon him. The impact left Frieza momentarily dazed. In the past, all who encountered him would cower before his overwhelming power, too frightened to move. Yet today marked his very first encounter with defiance. Before Frieza could recover from his shock, Gohan pressed his advantage, swiftly raising his right fist and delivering a thunderous uppercut that connected solidly with Frieza's chin. The force of the blow was astounding, leaving Frieza reeling and disoriented. What is happening? Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, was struck with disbelief, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His eyes widened as he fixated on the battlefield, murmuring to himself, that little brat's aura is continually swelling. In that moment, a furious roar echoed across the arena. Ya 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 ya. In an explosive display of power, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches upon Frieza's abdomen, each strike resonating with unparalleled might, forcing Frieza to stumble backward. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Following this relentless barrage, Sun Wukong executed a fierce kick that struck Frieza with tremendous force, sending him soaring through the air. Undeterred by the momentary reprieve, Sun Wukong inhaled deeply, channeling his entire being into gathering strength. As his breaths grew increasingly rapid, the aura surrounding him intensified, radiating formidable energy. At last, feeling sufficiently charged, he propelled a devastating energy blast forward. This energy sphere streaked through the air like a shooting star, embodying cataclysmic power as it collided with Frieza. In the sky, the energy blast erupted with a thunderous explosion, reminiscent of a nuclear detonation, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud. The sheer ferocity of the blast sent tremors through the very fabric of space. After several agonizing seconds, a powerful shockwave surged forth, displacing countless fragments of stone that shot outwards like bullets in all directions. The velocity and impact of these debris instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure upon all present. What formidable strength this was! Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Kakarot's son, in a state of fervent emotion, had exhibited such overwhelming prowess. Could it be that he had transcended to a Super Saiyan? Vegeta pondered, his mind racing with speculation as he observed Sun Wukong, contemplating the terrifying consequences had such a ferocious assault been directed at him. Dandy gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong. At that moment, the power demonstrated by Sun Wukong had remarkably surpassed his own, even approaching the strength of Goku under the recent quintuple Kaioken. This indicated that Sun Wukong's battle prowess had reached an astonishing level of at least 400,000. What extraordinary beings the Saiyans truly are! Dandy could not help but marvel silently within himself. He could hardly fathom that, in such a brief span of time, his once formidable combat power of 200,000 had ceased to be an advantage, and he was perilously close to becoming the weakest among them. Contemplating this, Dandy stole a discreet glance at Klen. Fortunately, this bald-headed companion remained by his side. Otherwise, he would have truly descended into the ranks of the utterly powerless. Yet, What difference did it make between several thousand and 200,000 in combat prowess? Dandy let out a bitter laugh. Before Frieza, he and Krillin were likely indistinguishable. After unleashing his full power, Gohan panted heavily, his eyes revealing profound concern as he fixated on the direction in which Goku had been flung. Indeed. I must go to save Goku. As Dandy realized that Son Gohan was safe, he suddenly recalled that Son Wukong was still submerged in the water, his fate uncertain. Just then, a figure burst forth from the depths. It was none other than Son Wukong himself. When Son Gohan beheld his father gracefully soaring towards him, a heavy weight in his heart was finally lifted. Father! Son Gohan gazed in disbelief at Son Wukong, astonished to see that the wound on his chest had miraculously healed. You nearly frightened me to death. Thankfully, there is one last Senzu bean remaining. Senzu bean? Dandy then realized that when Son Wukong arrived on Namek, he indeed brought along several miraculous beans. Although he consumed 3 of them aboard the spaceship, there remained one. Upon witnessing this, Dandy could not help but feel a pang of regret for having squandered the opportunity to enhance his combat prowess. Reflecting on this, he cast a resentful glare at Vegeta, thinking that had it not been for his interference, he would have certainly arrived in time to rescue Goku. In light of these circumstances, Goku's resurrection from the brink of death should have undoubtedly elevated his fighting capabilities to a new level, wouldn't it? Dandy silently contemplated. Son Wukong made a playful grimace at his son, Son Gohan, before fixing a serious gaze downward. Beneath him, Frieza had risen to his feet. Though covered in dust and appearing quite disheveled, not a single injury marred his body. This little brat is quite remarkable. To think he could strike at me. However, provoking me will only lead to a more excruciating demise. Son Gohan, witnessing his all-out assault fail to even ruffle a hair on Frieza, was momentarily stunned. This is it. Frieza is far more formidable than we anticipated. Son Wukong sensed it too. As Frieza's gaze turned menacing, his aura surged even further. In the distance, Piccolo, racing towards them, also felt the intensifying energy emanating from Frieza. Hold on, everyone. I'm coming. Chapter 29. Frieza's counterattack. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, his body beginning to tremble slightly as a formidable aura erupted from him, continuously climbing. How is this possible? His energy has become even more powerful. Son Gohan widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Frieza. At that moment, he had exhausted all his strength. Facing such terrifying pressure from Frieza, he felt utterly powerless. Frozen in place, unable to make another move. Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. He had thought that by giving his all, he might barely keep pace with Frieza. Yet, feeling Frieza effortlessly elevate his power once more, a wave of despair washed over him. Frieza's strength seemed like an abyss. Just when he thought he was catching up, he was left far behind. In stark contrast, Son Wukong felt a different surge of emotion. He too clenched his fists, but his face radiated excitement. He keenly sensed that, despite his recent injuries, his own power had seen a further enhancement. Frieza has grown stronger again. What an incredible aura! Son Wukong murmured with exhilaration, feeling his blood boil with anticipation for an intense battle with Frieza before him. Frieza's cold gaze swept over everyone, settling on Son Gohan. A cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Little one, how dare you strike at me? You will all pay dearly for this. With his words, Frieza shot forward like lightning towards Son Gohan. Gohan, quick, dodge. Upon witnessing the scene, Son Wukong felt an urgent sense of dread. However, before Son Gohan could react, Frieza's figure had already materialized before him. With a fierce swing of his hand, Frieza landed a devastating blow to Son Gohan's face. The impact was so tremendous that Son Gohan's neck was instantly snapped, and he was sent hurtling through the air. Bang! He crashed heavily onto a distant mountain, immediately buried beneath a pile of rubble, seemingly rendered utterly immobile. The true spectacle was only just beginning. Frieza coldly remarked to Son Wukong, "Will the loss of your beloved son cause you heartache, you inferior scion?" Son Wukong had initially intended to engage Frieza in a fair fight, but now his concern shifted towards Son Gohan. Regrettably, his supply of Senzu beans had been exhausted, leaving him powerless to rescue his son. Moreover, Frieza had clearly restricted his movements. Any reckless action on Son Wukong's part would undoubtedly provide Frieza the opportunity to strike. Vegeta, observing the situation, revealed a sinister smile. He was entirely indifferent to Son Gohan's plight. Noticing that Frieza had turned his back, he seized the moment to gather his energy. With sufficient power amassed, Vegeta eagerly unleashed a wave of energy towards Frieza's back. Ha ha ha, Frieza, you have grown overly complacent. You have exposed such a significant flaw. As Vegeta launched his attack, Frieza remained unmoving, prompting Vegeta to erupt in laughter. Endure my full force strike. Even if you do not perish, you will surely shed a layer of skin. A massive explosion ensued, debris swirling about, yet Frieza remained unscathed, hovering in midair. He turned coldly, a smirk etched across his face as he fixed his gaze on Vegeta. Do not be in such a rush, Vegeta. Your turn will come soon. Seeing his most potent attack yield no effect on Frieza, Vegeta's hope shattered instantaneously, giving way to an abyss of despair. It was over. Everything was at an end. Was this fiend's combat prowess truly limitless? Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle, Dandy had cautiously submerged himself underwater, stealthily swimming towards Son Gohan's direction. He understood that, having been awakened by the elder Namekian and fueled by his recent surge of anger, Son Gohan's power must now exceed 100,000. If he could rescue him, there was a chance to trigger a system return capable of confronting Frieza. Dandy's heart raced with urgency. Although he had anticipated Frieza's overwhelming strength, the reality of facing his terrifying aura was an entirely different experience. Each time he locked eyes with Frieza, he felt an all-consuming fear that seemed to penetrate his very soul. I must activate the system's return as swiftly as possible. There can be no further delay. Dandy was consumed by anxiety, fearing that any misstep could render him a target of Frieza's wrath. After all, the date of his demise, as etched in his memory, loomed ever closer. The moment Frieza became aware of his healing abilities, he would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Thus, he must urgently succeed in triggering the return. I implore you, Gohan, create a miracle. Dandy made every effort to approach Son Gohan without drawing attention. After all, it was Gohan who had rescued him from the clutches of Frieza when he first arrived in this world, and now, with Gohan's life hanging in the balance, Dandy was determined to provide aid as swiftly as possible. Vegeta, under the chilling gaze of Frieza, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His only glimmer of hope lay in Dandy's healing, which could potentially push him beyond his limits. Where has that little rascal gone? Vegeta realized that Dandy was no longer behind him. Peering around, he spotted Dandy swimming toward Gohan. This fool. He could fly, yet he chooses to swim. Little did Vegeta know that Dandy was merely attempting to diminish his presence before Frieza out of fear for his life. Goku's son was on the brink of death. If that little rascal managed to save him, he would soon gain a significant power boost. I cannot remain passive any longer. I must also approach the brink of death. With this thought, Vegeta clenched his teeth and shouted, preparing to strike. Even though he was acutely aware of his inferiority to Frieza, he resolved to charge forward and embrace his fate. This was a rare opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan. However, before Vegeta could make his move, a disc-shaped energy attack hurtled toward Frieza's back. It was only when the attack drew near that Frieza became aware of it. Sensing the immense lethality of the strike, Frieza quickly elevated his position, only to discover that it was that bald-headed warrior who had dared to challenge him. How infuriating! Frieza had not anticipated that such weak insects would dare to attack him. He immediately prepared to eliminate Krillin. Energy Blade Slash. Aware that he was no match for Frieza, Krillin initiated a series of rapid energy blade slashes before Frieza could act. Simultaneously, Krillin extended his arms and shouted, Solar Flare. Just as Frieza was concentrating on evading the energy blade slashes, he was blinded by the sudden burst of brilliant light. In that moment of disorientation, Krillin excitedly redirected the energy blade slashes toward Frieza. The blades approached from various angles, but Frieza, sensing imminent danger despite his blindness, clenched his fists tightly and then abruptly released them. A tremendous shockwave emanated from Frieza, instantly shattering Krillin's energy blade slashes. What an insufferable foe! Frieza regained his sight just in time to prepare an attack against Krillin. Yet Vegeta had seized the opportunity to position himself directly above Frieza. Take this. Vegeta soared into the air, his leg muscles surging with power, propelling him towards Frieza like a cannonball. The force of his legs was astounding, seemingly capable of penetrating anything. However, as his foot struck Frieza, he felt an immense recoil, akin to kicking an unyielding steel plate. Frieza's body swayed slightly, yet he remained unyielding. Meanwhile, a sharp pain radiated through Vegeta's leg, prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips. Damn it! Vegeta roared, his eyes flashing with anger and indignation. He had not anticipated Frieza's defenses to be so formidable. His full-force kick had failed to inflict any harm. He realized that this adversary was even more powerful than he had imagined. Frieza laughed triumphantly, his voice laced with mockery and disdain. He fixed his gaze on Vegeta, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Do you truly believe that with your pitiful swarm you can defeat me? Such navet. Vegeta, seizing the moment, retorted with a taunt. Ha 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 ha. Frieza, cease your boastful proclamations. I shall make you witness the might of a Super Saiyan. His voice dripped with unabashed provocation. Silence. Frieza bellowed, his expression contorting into a snarl upon hearing the words Super Saiyan. Clearly incensed by Vegeta's taunt, his fury intensified. He resolved to no longer tolerate the provocations of these insects. They would pay dearly. You will all regret crossing me, Frieza hissed through clenched teeth, his tone imbued with a murderous intent. His eyes locked onto Vegeta, ready to unleash his assault. Vegeta sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza, fully aware that he was about to face a life-and-death battle. Yet, knowing there was no retreat, he stood resolute, fists clenched, prepared to confront Frieza's onslaught. If I am gravely injured once more, I will undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan. With this conviction, Vegeta decided to advance against Frieza. Just as Frieza was about to strike, a figure suddenly streaked across the horizon, approaching at an astonishing speed, akin to a meteor slicing through the sky, arriving before them in an instant. The onlookers gazed upward, curiosity piqued about the identity of the newcomer. Frieza's expression turned grave as he fixated on the man, seemingly recognizing him. Meanwhile, Vegeta wore a puzzled expression, bewildered as to why this individual had appeared in this moment. Chapter 30. Arrival of Piccolo high above the battlefield. A green figure soared through the sky with remarkable speed. It streaked past like a comet, leaving many spectators unable to discern its true nature. Upon its arrival on the battlefield, the figure did not immediately engage in the fray. Instead, it came to a sudden halt before Gohan. In that moment, the onlookers finally recognized the newcomer as Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo appear, Gohan's spirits soared, and he called out enthusiastically, Uncle Piccolo. Over the past year, Gohan had trained alongside Piccolo, who had imparted numerous survival skills and guided him through their rigorous training, accompanying him in his growth. It was even Piccolo who, in the face of Vegeta, had selflessly shielded Gohan, sacrificing his own life to save him. Thus, for Gohan, Piccolo held immense significance. Upon hearing Gohan's exclamation, Piccolo quickly responded, Gohan, are you all right? What just transpired? Though concern gnawed at him, Piccolo maintained an outward calm. He had sensed Gohan's energy surge to extraordinary levels, only to witness it diminish drastically during his battle with Frieza. Piccolo feared that Gohan might have sustained severe injuries. However, seeing Gohan standing there unharmed brought a wave of relief and confusion to his heart. It was only when he noticed Dandy behind Gohan that understanding dawned upon him. Dandy, you saved Gohan, didn't you? Yes. Dandy nodded, feeling no surprise that Piccolo, whom he had never encountered before, recognized him. He was aware that Piccolo had now fused with Nail, thereby acquiring Nail's memories, which undoubtedly included knowledge of Dandy's healing abilities. Dandy was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by Piccolo at that moment. According to his recollections, the fusion with Nail had bestowed upon Piccolo a staggering battle power exceeding 1,000,000. With all allies now assembled, Dandy observed that Frieza had shifted his focus towards Piccolo, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He began to strategize internally. Just moments ago, he had successfully revived Gohan, yet the malfunctioning system had failed to activate the return. What could be the reason for this? Had he misjudged the situation, or was it possible that the system required a year of cooldown before it could take effect? Dandy meticulously recalled that during the system upgrade, it was explicitly stated that the cooldown period had been reset. Is a mere 10% probability truly so minuscule? Never mind. It would be prudent to observe the battle first. Should a situation arise where one is gravely injured and on the brink of death, I shall reconsider my course of action. After all, I have yet to utilize the ability 10 times. Statistically speaking, employing it a total of 10 times should significantly increase the likelihood of triggering the system's refund mechanism. Now that Piccolo has also arrived, it would be ideal to wait until he is severely weakened before I intervene to activate the system. At present, Piccolo's strength must exceed 1,000,000. If the 1,000-fold return is triggered, that would translate to a combat power surpassing 1,000,000,000. The mere thought of it fills me with exhilaration. Piccolo charged forth. As Dandy pondered this, it suddenly dawned on him that if Frieza was indeed present, then the time for his transformation was imminent. This time, success was imperative, otherwise There would be no one capable of countering Frieza's second transformation. Unbeknownst to Dandy, Piccolo was oblivious to his thoughts. Upon seeing that everyone was safe, he finally relaxed, crossing his arms in front of him while intently surveying Frieza. Is this creature truly Frieza? Through Nail's memories, Piccolo had previously witnessed Frieza's formidable power. However, at that time, he had faced a mere 1-4-meter-tall figure. The monstrous being before him now, towering over 3 meters, was a perplexing sight. Had he undergone a transformation? The current strength displayed was indeed formidable. Internally astonished, Piccolo's expression grew solemn. He could sense that the Frieza before him was several times stronger than the one he had encountered while battling Nail. This overwhelming aura caused Piccolo to furrow his brow, instilling a sense of caution within him. Vegeta, upon spotting Piccolo, allowed a contemptuous smirk to grace his lips. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be that worthless fool I easily defeated on Earth. Vegeta's gaze was rife with disdain and scorn. The mere fact that this individual was resurrected using the Dragon Balls incited a surge of anger within Vegeta. He could not fathom why these Earthlings would squander their precious wish on reviving such a useless being. Damn it, if only the wish had been for my immortality. Upon hearing Vegeta's derision, Piccolo's eyes sharpened, yet he did not waver from his intense focus on Frieza. Vegeta dares to label me as worthless. I shall remember your words. Once Frieza is dealt with, I will settle this score with you. Vegeta's mockery intensified at Piccolo's threat. What grandiose claims you make. Do you truly believe you can contend with Frieza? Is this a sense of humor exclusive to Namekians? His laughter was laced with blatant derision and scorn. Very well. Go ahead and meet your demise. Once you are vanquished, it will be my turn to strike. Initially, Vegeta had intended to rush forward and confront Frieza. But upon seeing Piccolo, he hesitated, unwilling to face defeat before him. He resolved to wait until Piccolo was dispatched by Frieza before making his own move. However, Piccolo paid no heed to Vegeta's provocations, remaining fully concentrated on the adversary before him. At that moment, Krillin, observing Piccolo, wore a grave expression, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This is hopeless. Even if Piccolo has trained with King Kai, he could never match Frieza's power. Goku had trained for a year under King Kai, and his strength had only increased by less than 10,000. Piccolo, please do not act rashly. If you were to perish, the Dragon Balls we painstakingly revived would vanish once more. Krillin fervently lamented within his heart. After all, this journey to Namek was solely to resurrect the Dragon Balls on Earth. Should Piccolo fall here, all their efforts would be in vain. Krillin couldn't help but regret utilizing the precious wish from the Dragon Balls to transport Piccolo to Namek. At that moment, Goku's gaze remained fixed upon Piccolo, his eyes shimmering with bewilderment. How curious, what on earth has Piccolo experienced? Why has his energy undergone such a remarkable transformation? Goku pondered. The Piccolo before him emanated a distinctly different aura, as if he were an entirely different adversary from the one Goku had previously known. Although he was aware that Piccolo had trained under King Kai for a time, Goku sensed an inexplicable mystique enveloping him. Furthermore, he could feel the immense power lying dormant within Piccolo. Frieza, witnessing yet another adversary joining the fray, felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, and his expression grew serious. Gazing at the newly arrived Namekian, Frieza furrowed his brow. This fellow, why does he appear so familiar? Frieza scrutinized the newcomer, attempting to recall the identity of this enigmatic figure. Suddenly, a fleeting image crossed his mind. Nail. It's him. Frieza whispered in astonishment, but then shook his head, muttering to himself. Impossible. That wretch had long been tormented to the brink of death. How could he possibly be alive? At this thought, Frieza remembered the little scion he had just dispatched, his neck broken. How could he be revived, full of life? And that scion from Earth, who had been pierced through by Frieza's attack, was now completely unscathed and resurrected. What secrets do these individuals harbor? Frieza's gaze swept over the assembly. However, upon re-evaluating the Namekian before him, he realized there were striking differences from Nail. His presence, demeanor, and power imparted an entirely new sensation. This sparked doubt in Frieza's mind. Is it merely a resemblance? Yet, regardless, he was certainly no match for me. As this thought blossomed within him, the gravity of Frieza's expression slowly dissipated, replaced by a confident smile. No matter what tricks you employ, you are no match for me. He firmly believed that his formidable strength was sufficient to conquer any foe, and even in the face of this mysterious Namekian, he felt no trepidation. After all, in the vast cosmos, no one could truly challenge the authority of King Frieza. Meanwhile, Piccolo appeared remarkably composed, standing quietly, emanating an unsettling aura. Humph, Frieza, you vile creature. Today marks your demise. Big's gaze turned icy as he fiercely addressed Frieza. As Dandy observed that Piccolo was on the verge of taking action, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He subtly adjusted his position, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice to assist Piccolo. Chapter 31. The might of Piccolo. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Frieza could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Oh ho ho, you pitiful insect. Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" In response, the corners of Piccolo's mouth curled up into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. This is bad. Krillin, witnessing Piccolo's determination to confront Frieza, was instantly engulfed in panic. This is sheer madness. Piccolo has no comprehension of the terrifying strength Frieza possesses. His approach is nothing short of a death wish. We have only just revived Earth's Dragon Balls. Vegeta, meanwhile, coldly observed the unfolding battle below. Rest assured, he will soon learn the extent of Frieza's power. But by then, it will be too late. Only Gohan harbored unwavering confidence in Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo is not a reckless individual. His calm demeanor surely indicates he possesses a strategy. Another soul filled with confidence was Dandy. Dandy understood that if Frieza did not continue to transform, he would likely be incapable of threatening the current Piccolo. At this moment, Piccolo stood before Frieza, extending a hand to strike him fiercely. "Die, Frieza!" Piccolo roared as he unleashed his attack. Frieza, taken aback, was astonished by Piccolo's astonishing speed, which he had not anticipated. However, he did not falter. Instead, he immediately released a formidable energy to counter Piccolo's assault. With a thunderous crash, their elbows collided, generating a tremendous wave of energy. The surrounding air seemed to be ripped apart, creating visible ripples. "What is happening? How can that guy be so powerful?" Vegeta murmured, his eyes reflecting shock as he witnessed Piccolo's offensive. He had not expected Piccolo to unleash such velocity, and it appeared that he was not at a disadvantage against Frieza. This guy has truly become significantly stronger. How did he achieve this? Vegeta marveled at Piccolo's prowess, realizing that he was indeed not merely posturing. Could this be the power of the Dragon Balls? As Vegeta contemplated this, he glanced at Krillin and the others. Meanwhile, Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. How is this possible? When did Piccolo become so formidable? He stammered. "I don't know, but judging by Piccolo's aura just now, he is indeed different from before," Goku remarked, seemingly having anticipated that Piccolo would not be at a disadvantage. "It appears Piccolo has encountered some extraordinary fortune with the King Kai. Perhaps we can trust him this once." Krillin, filled with excitement, acknowledged the king's remarkable capabilities. Tien and Yamcha have also gone to the King Kai's place. Could it be that they have grown stronger too? He pondered, realizing that he was the only one among them who had not trained under the King Kai. However, Goku shook his head. He understood that Piccolo's strength was clearly not derived from the King Kai, especially since he could easily discern that Piccolo was not utilizing the Kaioken. Beyond the Kaioken, the King Kai lacked the ability to elevate Piccolo's power to such an extent in a short period. Listening to Krillin and the others, Vegeta grasped that Piccolo's strength was not a result of a wish made with the Dragon Balls. Damn it, that guy had only a few thousand in strength while on Earth, and now he has reached such heights. How is this possible? Vegeta seethed with frustration. He had fought tooth and nail, narrowly escaping death multiple times and overcoming one powerful adversary after another to attain his current strength. In a mere span of time, those beings whom I could have effortlessly crushed, whether it be Kakarot or that Namekian, have astonishingly surpassed my own strength. How infuriating. I am the prince of the Saiyans. I am the elite of a warrior race. It is utterly inconceivable that I should be outmatched by such beings. Observing Vegeta's frenzied demeanor, Dandy wore an expression of profound understanding. I comprehend, I truly do. I once believed that a battle power of 200,000 would allow me to stride confidently. Yet merely a few days later, I find myself relegated to the bottom. Without a formidable system to support me, I would truly struggle to navigate the world of Dragon Ball. Just as Vegeta questioned his very existence, the tide of battle shifted. After being intercepted by Frieza, Piccolo suddenly unleashed his power, accelerating once more. With a resounding thud, he struck Frieza squarely in the face. As Frieza was sent reeling, Piccolo hastened after him. Appearing instantly behind Frieza, fists raised, delivering another crushing blow. Frieza, realizing the predicament, executed a backflip, retaliating with a kick aimed at Piccolo's fists. followed by a powerful surge as he launched himself at Piccolo. With a cold smile, Piccolo leaned slightly, evading Frieza's punch, and then with a fierce upward motion, collided with Frieza's jaw. "How infuriating, you scoundrel!" Frieza bellowed in outrage, taken aback by his unexpected disadvantage. He had not anticipated that Piccolo would prove to be such a formidable adversary. Despite employing a variety of techniques, he had found himself at a disadvantage. "Humph, Frieza. Your strength is merely mediocre. Now, allow me to reveal my true power." Piccolo retorted with a cold smirk, having discerned Frieza's capabilities. With that, he clasped his hands together and began to chant an incantation. As he did so, a formidable energy gradually coalesced in his palms. "This is bad." Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the energy in Piccolo's hands, prompting him to leap backward in haste. Simultaneously, Piccolo hurled the energy sphere towards Frieza. A thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. As a brilliant light flashed, a massive crater emerged at Frieza's location, shrouded in thick, billowing smoke. Did it succeed? Krillin inquired nervously. All eyes were fixated on the crater, eager to behold Frieza's demise. However, as the smoke dissipated, they were astonished to find Frieza standing unharmed at the bottom of the pit. "Ha ha ha ha. To be candid, your level of power poses no threat to me whatsoever." Although Frieza was struck, he laughed triumphantly. Despite having taken a solid hit from Piccolo, Frieza emerged virtually unscathed, save for a bit of dust. "Infuriating," Piccolo thought, gritting his teeth as a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. He had believed that his full-force attack would at least severely wound Frieza, yet he was taken aback by the latter's formidable strength. "However, you have managed to compel me to exert a fraction of my power, which is commendable. Alas, it remains unfortunate that you are still unworthy to be my adversary," Frieza continued indifferently. With that, an overwhelming aura erupted from Frieza, instantly enveloping Piccolo. "This is bad." Sensing Frieza's aura, Piccolo's heart sank, realizing he had likely underestimated Frieza's power. It turned out that Frieza had not even unleashed his full strength during their confrontation. "What should we do? Is Piccolo in danger?" Krillin asked anxiously. "Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo will surely find a way," Gohan reassured. Though he too could not help but gaze at Piccolo with concern. Dandy observed the clash between the two with a cool demeanor, fully aware that if Frieza were to become serious and transform once more, Piccolo would undoubtedly find himself outmatched. At that moment, he anticipated his next opportunity for a reward would soon arrive. Suddenly, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted again. Under Frieza's confident gaze, Piccolo removed his cape and hat, casting them aside with a resounding thud. After a subtle rotation of his neck, Piccolo quietly declared, "In that case, I shall unleash my full strength to engage you." Chapter 32. Frieza at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha. Frieza laughed derisively upon witnessing this. His icy gaze was filled with disdain, and a mocking smile graced his lips as he arrogantly proclaimed, "You believe that merely shedding your garments will augment your strength? How utterly ludicrous." Frieza echoed the very words that Vegeta had previously used to taunt him, returning them to Piccolo without alteration. However, Piccolo's expression remained unchanged in the face of Frieza's ridicule. Yet, Goku and the others understood that Piccolo had been diligently engaged in his daily weighted training, carrying an astonishing load of over 1,000 pounds. Now, having cast off this burdensome weight, Piccolo's physical encumbrance was significantly reduced, promising a remarkable enhancement in his speed. Unbeknownst to Frieza, who merely sneered, he extended his arms, and a torrent of energy began to coalesce before him, forming a powerful energy wave. With a swift motion, he propelled this colossal energy wave forward at an astonishing velocity. Its fierce momentum aimed directly at Piccolo and the individuals standing behind him. At that very instant, Piccolo displayed an unprecedented swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. The others, positioned at a safe distance, found it relatively easy to evade Frieza's assault, successfully dodging his attack. Fearing that Dandy might be too slow, Gohan tightly grasped Dandy's hand as he took cover. "Dandy, be careful. I'm unscathed." Observing Gohan's deep concern for him, Dandy felt a warmth spread within his heart. Piccolo's form flickered, effortlessly evading Frieza's energy wave, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he appeared before Frieza like a phantom. "What?" Frieza's expression changed dramatically, his face a mask of disbelief. He never anticipated that Piccolo's speed had escalated to such an extent, rendering even him somewhat unable to perceive Piccolo's movements. In a desperate attempt, Frieza rolled several times, barely managing to create some distance between himself and Piccolo, eyeing him warily. Ha ha ha, Frieza, weren't you supposed to be formidable? Why are you hesitant to strike? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Piccolo's lips as he laughed provocatively. Upon hearing this, a surge of fury ignited within Frieza, his eyes ablaze with rage. He swung his arm violently, unleashing several razor-sharp energy waves in an attempt to strike Piccolo. However, no matter how hard he tried, Piccolo always managed to deftly evade his onslaught. Damn it! What a cunning little insect. Frieza growled through clenched teeth, his voice filled with anger. He was baffled as to how Piccolo's power had transformed so drastically merely by shedding his clothing, becoming so terrifyingly formidable. His speed was now in stark contrast to what it had been before. Frieza understood clearly that, at Piccolo's previous velocity, it would have been impossible for him to evade Frieza's energy waves. Yet at this moment, not only was he unable to land a hit on Piccolo, but he was also consistently on the receiving end of the assault. If this continued, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to vent his pin-up rage during this battle. With this thought in mind, Frieza resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Death Ray. Suddenly, he extended his finger sharply, and a powerful beam of energy shot forth from his fingertip, racing directly toward Piccolo. This was the swiftest offensive maneuver among all of Frieza's techniques. "Piccolo, be careful," cried Krillin and the others in alarm. Yet this time, Piccolo did not evade. Taking a deep breath, he brought his fingers together, gathering a brilliant orb of light in his palm, and struck toward the Death Ray. Huh! With Piccolo's fierce shout, Frieza's attack was unexpectedly deflected away. Simultaneously, as Piccolo swung his hand with force, the light in his palm expanded after repelling Frieza's assault, forming a massive energy wave that surged forth, enveloping Frieza within it. Boom! In the wake of a tremendous explosion, Frieza remained rooted in place. Although he had successfully thwarted the assault, he was now enveloped in smoke, appearing utterly disheveled. How dare you! Witnessing Piccolo's relaxed demeanor, Frieza could no longer maintain his composure, veins bulging on his forehead as fury consumed him. Krillin was astounded. He never imagined that Piccolo could dominate Frieza throughout the encounter, leaving him utterly speechless. Vegeta, too, bore a grave expression, realizing that this adversary possessed strength that slightly surpassed even Frieza's. Meanwhile, Goku wore a serious countenance. As an observer, he perceived the situation with clarity. Despite Piccolo's evident advantage, Goku sensed that Frieza was yet to reveal his hidden capabilities. Only Gohan, brimming with excitement, shouted, "Uncle Piccolo, you're amazing." Dandy appeared somewhat anxious, acutely aware of Frieza's formidable strength. He feared that Piccolo might provoke Frieza to such an extent that he would retaliate with lethal swiftness. Should that occur, all of Dandy's previous efforts would be rendered futile, and the Dragon Balls on Earth would vanish once more. Frieza glared at Piccolo with seething rage, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, but soon, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Ha ha ha. I must confess, I have indeed underestimated you. I did not anticipate that not all of you Namekians are worthless. You possess some ability." Frieza's tone dripped with mockery and disdain, yet he exuded an unmistakable confidence. Piccolo coldly retorted, "Humph, only now do you realize this?" Frieza smirked, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. "In that case, I shall grant you the opportunity to witness my true power." As he spoke, the aura surrounding Frieza intensified, a terrifying pressure enveloping the atmosphere. Observing this scene, Vegeta was suddenly engulfed by dread. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "What? This monster still has the capacity to elevate his strength? Is there no limit to his power?" Vegeta understood all too well that if Frieza were to amplify his strength once more, he would stand no chance against him. Even if he were to find himself on the brink of death again, he could not hope to match Frieza's might. With this realization, Vegeta's legs weakened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He recognized that his previous assumptions had been overly naive. He had thought he could contend with Frieza. In retrospect, it seemed nothing more than hubris. How could I possibly rival him? Vegeta lamented. If Frieza's power could indeed increase further, then Vegeta would be utterly defenseless before him. The mere thought of sustaining injuries was trivial. With but a single blow, he could be obliterated. The notion of transforming into a Super Saiyan felt utterly futile. Damn it! Vegeta bellowed in a fit of rage. He regretted his earlier decision. Had Piccolo not suddenly intervened and disrupted his plans, he might have already sustained severe injuries, only to be healed by Dandy. In that scenario, even if he were not Frieza's equal, he could have awaited another opportunity to flirt with death. However, now it was all too late. Engaging Frieza again would likely deprive him of even that fleeting chance. Even if he were to approach death once more, could he genuinely triumph over Frieza? Contemplating this, Vegeta hesitated yet again, his battle power hovering around 700,000. Even if it were to double, it would barely exceed 1 million. The Namekian before him possessed a battle power that had already surpassed 1 million. Even with a single healing, could he truly overcome them? With this thought, Vegeta glanced towards Goku. Why was Kakarot so composed? Did he not feel fear? That fool had just narrowly escaped death. But how did he manage to survive? Little doubting never came to his rescue. Could it be that he relied on those peculiar beings from Earth? Infuriating. He must have harnessed them to augment his strength. Previously, he possessed a combat power exceeding 500,000, and now, on the brink of death once more. Could it be that Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan? With this thought, Vegeta's gaze towards Son Goku turned envious, as the initial fear dissipated entirely. No, I must become a Super Saiyan. Dandy observed the expression on Vegeta's face, knowing full well that he was undoubtedly consumed by an intense sense of reluctance. Turning his gaze towards Frieza, it appeared he was poised to initiate the next stage of his transformation. Very well, Frieza, go ahead and incapacitate Piccolo. I am eagerly anticipating the expression that will grace your face once I trigger the system's return. Chapter 33. Frieza's second transformation. Frieza regarded Piccolo with a cold smile, his eyes brimming with mockery and disdain. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards, releasing a sharp, maniacal laughter. As Frieza's expression shifted unexpectedly, Piccolo was instantly enraged. His eyes widened, burning with fury. Frieza, cease your grandstanding. I will bring you down and make you feel the wrath of the Namekians you have slaughtered. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan cheered him on from the sidelines. Clenching his fists, he affirmed with unwavering determination, "That's right, Uncle Piccolo. Show him your strength. You must win." However, Frieza remained utterly unfazed. He continued to chuckle coldly, his expression laced with heightened derision. "Foolish creature, do you truly believe this is all the power I possess?" A hint of confusion flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. "Is the truth not evident before you?" Frieza's sharp laughter echoed, slicing through the air like a blade. "You likely remain unaware of my ability to transform," he proclaimed with a sense of triumph. Transform? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, his face registering shock. "Have you not already transformed from a diminutive figure into what you are now?" Frieza was momentarily at a loss for words. "Have you encountered me before?" "Never mind, it is of no consequence. After you witness my transformation, you will soon find yourself paralyzed with fear. Just like Vegeta and the others." His gaze swept over Vegeta and the others with a smirk, and he laughed boisterously. "I shall instill in you a despair so profound that you will be rendered utterly motionless." His voice was laden with an icy chill. "Listen closely, with each transformation, I shall unleash an even greater power." Frieza continued, his eyes sparkling with confidence and boundless mockery. "I can transform 2 more times. Do you grasp what this signifies?" Frieza's words struck Piccolo like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Instantly, Piccolo's countenance shifted to one of grave concern. "2 more times?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide as he fixated on Frieza, a wave of intense unease surging within him. Not only Piccolo, but Vegeta, Krillin, and the others nearby were also taken aback by Frieza's proclamation, retreating in disbelief. Their faces were etched with incredulity. What did he say? He can still transform 2 more times? Vegeta's eyes momentarily flashed with a hint of panic as he sensed the surrounding air grow heavy, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, facing Frieza, Piccolo was engulfed in utter shock. "Ah ha ha ha. Indeed, this is the expression I desired. Widen your eyes and behold," Frieza proclaimed, his laughter echoing through the vast expanse. "You should consider yourselves fortunate. No one has ever witnessed my second transformation before." His tone was laced with arrogance and vanity. As he spoke, Frieza's aura began to surge dramatically, and his form began to morph. His muscles swelled once more, his body gradually enlarging, and his presence grew increasingly formidable. Piccolo and the others gazed in terror at Frieza's transformation, their unease intensifying. They understood that the impending battle would be extraordinarily arduous, and Frieza's strength had clearly surpassed their expectations. If Frieza was already this challenging to contend with, what would happen after 2 more transformations? At that moment, an astonishing sight unfolded. Frieza's body began to reshape yet again. A row of sharp bone spines erupted from his back, and his head rapidly expanded, protruding backward until he took on a terrifying, alien-like form. Frieza completed his transformation with a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Haha, sorry to keep you waiting." I hope I haven't frightened you too much." His voice had changed, now deep and raspy, imbued with malevolence and an oppressive aura. "Now, let us commence the first round of our duel." Confronted with this sudden change, Piccolo's eyes widened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could no longer maintain his composure. Silently pondering, what manner of monster is this? Though Vegeta did not directly face Frieza, he felt the terrifying aura emanating from afar, prompting him to gasp in disbelief. Furrowing his brow tightly, he muttered, "Frieza's power has increased by more than double. This is utterly terrifying." Beside him, Goku's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on Frieza, a grave expression crossing his face. He clenched his fists, contemplating. Frieza has grown even stronger. I wonder if I can still handle him. Yet, amidst this turmoil, an uncontrollable thrill surged within Goku's heart. Observing Piccolo's fluctuating expressions, Frieza wore a disdainful and mocking smile. "What is this? Do you think that without your heavy attire, you are invincible? How utterly ridiculous." He paused before continuing, "By the way, you seem quite confident in your speed. Why not let me test just how swift you truly are?" Upon finishing his words, Frieza suddenly lunged at Piccolo with a menacing expression. Piccolo sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Frieza, and his heart skipped a beat. He realized that with his current strength, he could not possibly confront Frieza head-on. Therefore, he refrained from recklessly engaging and swiftly employed his flight technique, maximizing his speed in an attempt to escape Frieza's attack range. "Humph, mere trifles. Think you can flee? It won't be that simple." Frieza scoffed, his figure flickering as he pursued Piccolo like a specter. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared directly in front of Piccolo. Upon witnessing Frieza's astonishing speed, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, yet he gritted his teeth and once more accelerated, soaring upward with all his might. As he flew, he inwardly cursed, "Damn Frieza, even if your power has increased, my speed will never be inferior to yours. You shall not catch me." However, just as Piccolo believed he could elude Frieza, the latter suddenly let out a chilling laugh. "Navi, ye fool. Do you truly think your speed can rival mine?" No sooner had he spoken than Frieza's body trembled violently, a terrifying aura erupting from him. In an instant, his speed surged, surpassing Piccolo and positioning him ahead. Piccolo stared in disbelief at Frieza, his heart laden with despair and fear. He could not fathom that Frieza's transformed speed was so extraordinary, far beyond his imagination. At that moment, he grasped the vast chasm that lay between him and Frieza. "Ah, we meet again, Namekian," Frieza remarked with a hint of disdain on his lips. "Allow me to present you with a little welcome gift." As he spoke, he extended 2 fingers, their tips glowing with a violet luminescence. In an instant, an invisible force shot forth, and Piccolo barely had time to react before he felt an agonizing pain. Looking down, he saw a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. "Huh, it seems you're not satisfied. Shall I send a few more your way?" Frieza chuckled softly, a glint of cunning and cruelty in his eyes. He raised his arm once more, unleashing several more invisible blasts towards Piccolo. Wide-eyed, Piccolo was filled with a mix of rage and terror. He knew that if this continued, his demise was inevitable. No longer hesitating, Piccolo gritted his teeth and summoned all his speed, desperately evading Frieza's relentless attacks. He moved rapidly through the air, seeking a safe haven. Yet, Frieza's assaults shadowed him, unyielding in their pursuit. "Want to escape? Is your resolve already faltering?" Frieza chuckled lightly, his face adorned with a mocking expression. In his pursuit to instill fear in Piccolo, he maintained his position directly in front of him. Regardless of how Piccolo accelerated or maneuvered, it was as if he were toying with a feeble ant. Frieza unleashed energy blasts from his fingertips, cascading towards Piccolo like a torrential downpour. "If my memory serves me right, your Namekian kin should possess regenerative abilities, correct? These minor wounds should be of little consequence to you, no?" A cruel glimmer flickered in Frieza's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upward. With that, he employed both hands, causing the number of energy waves in his grasp to double, launching them once more at an astonishing velocity. This time, the frequency of his assaults accelerated significantly, coalescing into a dense barrage that enveloped Piccolo entirely. On the other side, Piccolo trembled violently as if under a hail of bullets, blood pouring from his body, forming a crimson mist. Each energy wave left a deep wound upon him, inflicting excruciating pain. Despair etched upon Piccolo's visage. Yet he gritted his teeth, striving to protect his vital points. However, the disparity in power between him and Frieza was insurmountable, rendering him incapable of withstanding such a ferocious onslaught. "Ha ha ha ha." Frieza's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the space, sending chills down one's spine. He reveled in the torment of his opponent, deriving immense satisfaction from witnessing Piccolo's agonizing struggle. Dandy finally awaited this moment, his gaze fixed intently upon Piccolo, calculating the precise moment to intervene and save him. It was imperative not to act too soon, if Piccolo were not on the brink of death. Any attempt at rescue would fail to activate the system for restoration. However, if he delayed too long, and Piccolo perished, the consequences would be dire. The current situation was reminiscent of the original storyline. Surely, Piccolo could not perish so easily, could he? Chapter 34. Vegeta's planned such astonishing speed. It was terrifying. Vegeta gazed in shock as Frieza effortlessly toyed with Piccolo, a chilling sensation creeping over him. Meanwhile, Gohan could no longer remain seated. Witnessing his uncle Piccolo being relentlessly battered by Frieza filled him with urgency. He sprang to his feet and dashed forward. Stop it. Gohan's fury erupted, his aura surging anew. This is not good. If Piccolo dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish. Krillin shouted anxiously, preparing to rush to the rescue. Observing the scene, Vegeta quickly intervened, grabbing Krillin. Hey, bald guy. Krillin, startled by the voice from behind, turned to find Vegeta, panic washing over him. What are you doing, Vegeta? Krillin questioned, bewildered. Bald guy, listen closely. Right now, immediately, inflict a serious injury upon me. Vegeta spoke with grave seriousness. Huh? What? Krillin stammered, caught off guard and unsure how to respond. Listen. Don't you want to save that guy? If I can claw my way back from the brink of death once more, I will undoubtedly become a Super Saiyan. I will come to his rescue. Time is of the essence. Vegeta's expression remained stern as he addressed Krillin and Dandy. He understood the significance of this battle and recognized that only by becoming a Super Saiyan could he defeat Frieza. Hey, little one, remember to save me later. Vegeta urged Krillin, then turned to Dandy with a tone imbued with determination. Krillin and Dandy exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting deep concern. But, even if you want to grow stronger, why not let Goku do it? Krillin clearly hesitated at the thought of Vegeta gaining power. Yet Vegeta shook his head, shouting, There is no time. He cast his gaze toward Goku, who was following closely behind Gohan, silently vowing to break through his limits. That Kakarot was simply too kind-hearted. He would never become a true Super Saiyan. Vegeta shouted fervently, convinced that only he could transcend the limits of the Saiyans and become a true Super Saiyan. At that moment, Gohan had already soared before Frieza, unhesitatingly delivering a powerful kick towards him. However, Frieza was well prepared, effortlessly elevating his position to evade the strike. Gohan had anticipated this and, with unwavering determination, unleashed his energy, rocketing into the sky above Frieza. With all his might, he struck down a massive energy wave towards Frieza. Die! Gohan roared. Frieza, initially dismissive of Gohan, was taken aback as he sensed a sudden surge in Gohan's power. Just as his surprise settled in, the energy wave was upon him. Frieza quickly spread his arms, attempting to withstand the lethal blow. Gohan continued to pour forth energy, his body radiating an immense aura as he infused it relentlessly into the energy wave. The wave swelled rapidly, transforming into a colossal orb of energy with a diameter of several meters. Gohan clenched his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. At that moment, it felt as if his body had been drained, yet he persevered, channeling every ounce of energy into the wave. With the final spark of his essence, the energy wave grew enormous and formidable. Not so fast. Just as Gohan ceased to channel his energy, Frieza immediately detected the wave's momentum faltering. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes as he summoned all his strength, forcefully pushing back against the overwhelming energy wave. Danger! Goku's heart raced as he saw Gohan preparing to detonate the energy orb, only to witness it being pushed back by Frieza in that critical moment. The situation was dire. And without hesitation, Goku intervened. Simultaneously, Piccolo unleashed his full power in an attack. Two brilliant energy waves shot forth like lightning, one following the other, striking the energy orb. Boom! The orb, struck by the two powerful forces, abruptly changed direction, soaring into the sky. After a brief period, the energy wave could no longer maintain its form and finally erupted. A tremendous explosion of energy unleashed a shockwave that rapidly spread outward. Kaboom! The energy wave detonated in midair, its powerful aura sweeping across the sky, leaving it clear and cloudless. Phew! We made it just in time. Goku and Piccolo sighed in relief, knowing that had they delayed even a second longer, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. At this moment, Son Gohan had exhausted all his strength, yet it proved futile. Piccolo, burdened by his heavy body, barely hovered in the air, blood dripping from his form. Yet he managed to smile with a sense of satisfaction. Gohan, you did well. Although your efforts were thwarted, you have made significant progress. I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo. I used all my power, but I still couldn't injure Frieza. That is of no consequence. You have already demonstrated great prowess. Now, allow me to handle the rest. Son Goku comforted, observing his father with admiration. Father, give it your all. Son Goku nodded and turned to Piccolo, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Piccolo, for taking care of Gohan. With that, he soared towards Frieza. Frieza's face contorted in disbelief, fixated on Son Gohan. What is happening? How can this child unleash such formidable power? This is inconceivable. He is merely a scion. He could not fathom how Son Gohan possessed such immense strength. Frieza's heart swelled with confusion and rage as he pondered. How infuriating. I have never encountered such formidable scions before. Now they all seem so powerful. Could it be that these scions have all evolved? A sinister glint flickered in Frieza's eyes. Well, if that is the case, then I shall eliminate you all. The potential of the scions was immeasurable. He wondered how these individuals had augmented their strength. His gaze shifted to the distant Vegeta, who was fervently attempting to persuade Krillin. Kakarot is too easily swayed by emotions. He cannot embody the ruthless essence of a true Super Saiyan. Only I possess the chance to become a Super Saiyan. Krillin, you must comprehend that if we do not seize this opportunity, we shall all perish here. Vegeta's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded Krillin. I can no longer contend with Frieza. I would falter in a single encounter. It falls upon you now. Thankfully, this little one still stands. We still have a chance. Dandy had always been affectionately referred to as Little Bean by Vegeta, yet he had never taken it to heart. At this moment, however, he felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, who could say whether saving Piccolo might not activate the system's return? Vegeta's prowess was commendable, and an additional opportunity could only be advantageous. But Krillin was so anxious that his words stumbled out, his voice trembling as he spoke. No more buts, just act. Vegeta urged. But with my strength, it's impossible for me to seriously injure you. Krillin finally managed to articulate. Chapter 35. Mini-Key Wave / Rest Assured. I shall reduce my fighting power to its lowest level. When I am on the brink of death, your task will be deemed accomplished. Vegeta proclaimed with unwavering confidence, having already devised his plan. Well, all right, I'll give it a try. Krillin conceded, fully aware that Piccolo could not perish. If Frieza were allowed to continue his rampage, Piccolo would surely meet his end once more. And the Dragon Balls, which had been so painstakingly gathered, would vanish again. That is more like it. Upon hearing Krillin's agreement, a triumphant smile spread across Vegeta's face. Come on. Vegeta puffed out his chest, presenting it unreservedly to Krillin. After a moment's hesitation, Krillin steeled himself, extended his hand, closed his eyes, and unleashed all his strength in a fierce attack directed at Vegeta. Boom! The energy wave erupted, and Krillin could not resist the urge to open his eyes. Is this truly your full strength? Vegeta mused, observing his unscathed chest, feeling an overwhelming urge to give Krillin a good thrashing. This guy's power was astonishingly feeble. He stood there, taking the blows without flinching. And yet Krillin couldn't even harm him. Frieza, from a distance, witnessed this spectacle. What is going on? Are they turning against each other? Vegeta touched his chest, realizing only his battle suit had been torn, while his body remained entirely unharmed. Just as he was about to burst with frustration, he suddenly recalled Krillin's technique. You have a particularly powerful move, the one with the circular motion. That's the key wave slash, which utilizes sharp energy to slice through the opponent. Krillin explained. Yes, exactly. Let us use that. Vegeta's hope was rekindled. Are you certain? What if it slices you in half? Can Dandy still save you then? Krillin's concern surfaced. Vegeta too imagined that scenario, momentarily hesitating. I'm not sure. Upon hearing this, Dandy immediately replied, for he had not attempted it before and could not speak recklessly now. If Vegeta were to be cleaved in two, and his healing technique proved ineffective, he would be left helplessly watching him perish. It is said that dying by being bisected is an agonizing fate. Hey, bald kid, you aren't trying to deceive me? Are you? If you merely reduce that circle, wouldn't it penetrate me effortlessly? Vegeta swiftly conceived a solution. Very well. I shall endeavor to try. Krillin could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Logically, he should be able to diminish the shape of the energy blade. Frieza fixed his gaze on Vegeta. while Goku had already approached him. Frieza, allow me to be your opponent. Oh, you? Frieza scrutinized this individual before him, who had just been pierced but now stood before him unscathed. This fellow is also a scion. How did he miraculously survive? He bears a striking resemblance. Frieza pondered intently and suddenly had a revelation. It is that guy? Indeed, when I obliterated planet Vegeta, there was a scion who resisted until the very end. And this one looks exactly like him. With this thought, Frieza sneered once more. Scion, do you wish to challenge me? Heh. How peculiar it is today that you all seem utterly unafraid. Is it merely due to the legend of the Super Saiyan? Just some absurd tales. Although with my current strength, extinguishing your lies would be effortless, I shall allow you to witness my ultimate power to instill a deeper sense of despair. Observing the confidence radiating from Frieza's eyes, Goku grew increasingly cautious. This shall be your honor. My final transformation will reveal my true self. Upon hearing Frieza's words, a collective gasp echoed among them, their dread of Frieza intensifying. After witnessing his previous 2 transformations, they understood that with each metamorphosis, Frieza's strength surged exponentially. Now, having undergone 2 transformations, he was already formidable, let alone the final one. What terrifying power would that entail? Behold, my ultimate transformation, Frieza declared with pride. Commencing his metamorphosis, Vegeta, witnessing this, could no longer restrain himself. He had to elevate his strength urgently. Thus, he promptly lifted Krillin before him. Hurry, we must act swiftly. Time is running out. Krillin, upon seeing this, hastily raised his hand, gathering a small energy blade within it. Although this energy blade was modest in size, it was imbued with tremendous power. Krillin exerted every ounce of his strength and unleashed the energy slash. The disc-shaped energy blade, akin to a compact disc, hurtled towards Vegeta at an astonishing speed, instantly piercing through his chest. With a gasp, as the energy slash exited his body, Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned ashen, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Hurry, save me, Vegeta managed to utter with great difficulty. He was acutely aware that his heart had been severed, and time was of the essence. Without prompt medical intervention, he faced imminent death. At that moment, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming dizziness enveloped him, plunging his vision into darkness. This cannot be happening. Frieza still has the ability to transform. Seeing this, Dandy panicked and exclaimed to Vegeta, even if your power has increased, it is utterly impossible for you to defeat him. We're doomed this time. Beside him, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly despondent upon hearing these words. To his astonishment, after he had fought so hard to the brink of death, Dandy showed no intention of saving him, instead revealing a profound sense of despair, as if he had lost the will to live. What nonsense is this? Vegeta roared in fury, gripping Dandy's collar tightly. There is still hope. Believe me, if I can transform into a Super Saiyan, I will surely defeat Frieza. You cannot possibly become a Super Saiyan, Dandy retorted without hesitation. The so-called Super Saiyan is merely a legend. You. Vegeta trembled with rage, spitting out blood once more. Are you mocking me? Deliberately leading me into despair? No, that is not the case. Dandy calmly elucidated that his healing abilities were nearly depleted. Should he extend his treatment further, it would exhaust all his remaining energy. The last vestige of his strength must be devoted to rescuing that Namekian over there. After Dandy uttered those words, his body transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the location of Piccolo. That wretched little brat. Vegeta seethed through gritted teeth. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of fury surged within him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he collapsed involuntarily. Observing Vegeta's fall, Dandy swiftly returned, extending his hands to perform a healing spell. Hey, Dandy, must you always trick him like this first? Krillin inquired, watching as Vegeta once again coughed up blood in anger. It's the only way to elevate his power. I have no other choice, Dandy helplessly explained. Fortunately, although each of his performances was exceedingly clumsy, the blood-drained Vegeta always managed to take him seriously. Having said that, he did not wait for Vegeta's response and once again flew to Piccolo's side. At this moment, Piccolo, having lost too much blood, was on the brink of death. Unable even to activate his regenerative abilities, Dandy continued to wield the healing spell. As a radiant light flashed, Bik's injuries were instantly restored to their original state. Thank you, Dandy, Bik exclaimed, feeling revitalized, and a smile broke across his face, expressing his gratitude. Hearing Bik's words of thanks, Dandy smiled gently. Feeling a mix of emotions within, the fusion of Neru and Bik not only enhanced their power but also rendered Bik significantly more courteous. At that moment, Frieza was undergoing a transformation, his eyes keenly observing the scene of Dandy healing the two. Witnessing their miraculous recovery, Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment. So that's it. This little fellow possesses such remarkable abilities. He cannot be allowed to remain. This thought flashed through Frieza's mind, and with it, a formidable and terrifying power erupted from him as he completed his final transformation. Sensing Frieza's overwhelming aura, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. This is it. We are truly doomed. This power is far too immense. We must flee. However, despair gripped Bik as he reflected. It's futile. This force is so powerful it could utterly obliterate Namek. No matter where we escape, it's a dead end. Chapter 36. Frieza's ultimate form. Even though Bik had regained his strength, the overwhelming presence of Frieza compelled him to grit his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could only curse vehemently. What a monster! As the crowd stood in bewilderment, Frieza's figure materialized before them like a specter. At that moment, Frieza emanated an icy aura of lethal intent, coldly surveying the gathered individuals as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. His appearance had undergone a significant transformation compared to his previous form. His physique had become more streamlined, closely resembling that of a human, standing at a mere height of approximately 1.60 meters, considerably shorter than before his metamorphosis. Yet this alteration did not render him endearing or gentle. On the contrary, he exuded the essence of a formidable warrior. His muscular frame, though not exaggerated, was distinctly defined, radiating an aura of terrifying strength. Furthermore, his skin had become smooth, with the horns atop his head and various spines along his body vanished, rendering him more refined and immaculate. However, despite the changes in his exterior, Frieza's gaze remained imbued with malevolence, cold and oppressive. His eyes shimmered with a ruthless light, as if capable of piercing through the very soul of a person, instilling an unsettling chill. Upon witnessing Frieza's final form, Piccolo was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sense of despair. He realized that there was no retreat left for him. He could only brace himself to confront this dreadful adversary. I apologize for the efforts you all expended to revive me, but I may very well perish here alongside you, Piccolo murmured, his voice tinged with resignation and sorrow. At that moment, Frieza, with an impassive expression, did not even glance at Goku, instead extending a hand. Whoosh! A dazzling beam of light erupted from his hand, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning cutting through the crowd. The onlookers were left aghast, unable to respond in time. The beam shot past them, striking the distant Dandy, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! In the wake of the immense shockwave, Dandy's figure vanished instantaneously, leaving only a cloud of dust swirling in the air. Dandy! Gohan exclaimed in shock, a stabbing pain surging through his heart, engulfed by a wave of regret and self-reproach. He had never anticipated that Frieza had discerned Dandy's healing abilities and had launched an attack on him at the earliest opportunity. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that it rendered any reaction futile. At this moment, given Dandy's strength, he had likely been obliterated by Frieza's overwhelming power. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, sorrow and remorse flooding his expression. How could he have allowed such a tragedy to occur? Why had he failed to protect Dandy? At that juncture, Piccolo, too, felt a profound sense of despair through Frieza's assault. He stared wide-eyed, murmuring to himself, "How terrifying. I merely glimpsed a flash of light in an instant, leaving me no time to react." An unprecedented sense of helplessness surged within him. Dandy was merely the first casualty. Soon, the others would likely meet the same fate at the hands of Frieza, one by one. Ha ha ha, there is no way for you to recover from this. Frieza's chilling voice echoed, laced with a sense of pride and mockery. He appeared to revel in the terror and despair etched upon the faces of the crowd, a perverse pleasure swelling within him. In the face of such dire circumstances, how would these loathsome insects respond? They could only resign themselves to a bitter demise. Such is the consequence of provoking the universe's supreme overlord, Frieza. Son Gohan turned around, only to discover that Frieza had vanished from sight. No, he has gone. His eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could utter another word, Frieza materialized beside them. Infuriating. Although they knew they were no match for him, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo gritted their teeth and launched an assault against Frieza. "Yeah!" Son Gohan roared, raising his right fist to strike at Frieza. "Hiya!" Krillin, refusing to be outdone, kicked fiercely at Frieza. "Take this." Piccolo joined in, both hands swinging toward Frieza. Yet, in the face of their combined onslaught, Frieza merely chuckled, effortlessly evading their attacks with a slight shift of his form. Kamehameha! Krillin shouted once more, bringing his hands together to unleash a blue energy wave. Special beam cannon. Piccolo followed suit, releasing a green energy wave. Hiya! Gohan, undeterred, unleashed a white energy wave. The three energy blasts converged from different directions, creating a formidable stream of power that encircled Frieza. However, Frieza instantaneously vanished from their midst. Where did he go? The trio scanned their surroundings. Behind you, Vegeta, ever perceptive, alerted them. Indeed, Frieza's voice resonated, and in an instant, two beams of light shot forth, aimed directly at Son Gohan. This was the same technique he had used against Dandy. Full dodge. Seeing Son Gohan's utter lack of reaction, Vegeta, in a fit of exasperation, flew forward and kicked him out of harm's way. As the energy blast detonated in the distance, Piccolo was astonished. Such tremendous destructive power. Meanwhile, Piccolo noticed that while he couldn't discern the trajectory of Frieza's attacks, Vegeta seemed to perceive them clearly. Not only that, but his body was able to keep pace. How has his power increased so dramatically? Piccolo pondered in disbelief. Just moments ago, Vegeta had been no match for him, yet now his strength surpassed his own. Upon witnessing the desperate struggles of the masses to escape, Frieza once again revealed a sinister smile. After his final transformation, he could once again toy with these fools at his leisure. Thank you for saving me. Though Son Gohan had received a kick from Vegeta, he understood that it was Vegeta who had come to his rescue. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Do not misunderstand. I had no intention of saving you. I merely seek an additional spectator to witness my triumph over Frieza. With a confident grin, Vegeta continued. Do you truly believe you can defeat Frieza? Piccolo inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Haha. Vegeta arrogantly glanced at Piccolo. My strength is beyond question. Who are you to doubt me? With that declaration, Vegeta's gaze fixated on Frieza. Seeing Vegeta's renewed arrogance, Frieza offered a cold smile. Oh, Vegeta, do you actually possess confidence once more? Could it be that your overwhelming fear has driven you to madness? Unperturbed, Vegeta clenched his fist, brimming with self-assurance. Cease your arrogance, Frieza. Prepare yourself for death. I have transformed into the very Super Saiyan you dread. Frieza, taken aback by the proclamation, could not help but laugh. Ha! Even now, you dare to jest. Just wait. Soon you will no longer be able to laugh. With that, Vegeta unleashed his full power, charging towards Frieza with ferocity. Chapter 37. Vegeta in despair as Vegeta poured every ounce of his strength into his fist. Preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Frieza, the latter remained unmoved. With an expressionless face, Frieza coldly regarded Vegeta as one might observe an ant struggling in vain. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to strike Frieza, a mocking smile appeared on Frieza's face. In an instant, he vanished, leaving Vegeta in a state of shock. However, he soon detected Frieza's presence, excitement flooding his features. Without hesitation, he launched another punch in that direction, the wind from his strike howling with tremendous force. Found you, Vegeta shouted, but upon contact, he discovered it was merely an illusory shadow. It turned out that Frieza had anticipated his move and had left behind a phantasmal image to confound him. Damn it, Vegeta roared, spinning around to continue his search for Frieza's true form. Haha, Vegeta, you are utterly naive. Upon witnessing Vegeta's disheveled state, Frieza's laughter echoed from afar, laced with mockery and derision. Vegeta, taken aback, turned around, his countenance darkening, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated Frieza's astonishing swiftness. He was utterly incapable of perceiving the villain's form. What instilled greater dread within him was the realization that Frieza still possessed considerable strength, and even now, he had yet to unleash his true power. How could this be? Vegeta murmured to himself, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes. Had all his relentless endeavors been in vain? Was he truly incapable of vanquishing this malevolent fiend, Frieza? As these thoughts coursed through him, Vegeta's breath quickened, causing his body to tremble slightly. How could this be? I should have transformed into a Super Saiyan by now. Observing the renewed uncertainty etched upon Vegeta's face, Frieza's expression morphed into one of satisfaction. This transformation from confidence to self-doubt was, in Frieza's eyes, the most exquisite sight. Ha 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 ha. Oh, Vegeta. Do you truly believe you can ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan? Frieza bellowed, his laughter rife with scorn and disdain. Let me impart a truth upon you. I have yet to exert even a fraction of my true strength. With your meager capabilities, victory over me is utterly unattainable. I suggest you refrain from further humiliating yourself by clinging to the fantastical notion of a Super Saiyan. Listening to Frieza's taunts, Vegeta felt an overwhelming shame wash over him, accompanied by a profound fear that surged from the depths of his being. If Frieza's words bore any truth, it would signify that he stood no chance of defeating him. This realization plunged Vegeta into a state of despair. Was this the fate of the Saiyans? No matter how fiercely they fought, would they forever remain subjugated beneath Frieza's heel? Unable to rise. No, he would not resign himself to such a fate. Vegeta clenched his teeth, silently vowing to overcome Frieza. Even in the face of such formidable odds, he would summon every ounce of strength to fight until the very end. It was impossible. I have indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. Deep within, Vegeta understood that with Dandy's power, he could no longer withstand Frieza's onslaught after his third transformation. This signifies that he can no longer rely on a state of near death to transcend his limits and enhance his strength. Presently, Vegeta finds himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, as if he were plunged into an abyss of despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope or escape. At this juncture, the only recourse is to stake everything, unleashing all his might in a desperate bid for survival. Contemplating this, Vegeta's eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched, muscles taut, and every vein pronounced, emanating an overwhelming and suffocating aura of power. I am a Super Saiyan. I am a Super Saiyan. Vegeta silently reassured himself, bolstering his confidence. Frieza, today marks your doom. Prepare to experience the true might of a Super Saiyan. Face your demise. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta concentrated all his energy into his right hand, manifesting a dazzling golden radiance. This luminescence shone with the brilliance of the sun, harboring cataclysmic power. Then, with a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed his right fist, hurling that radiant energy towards Frieza with tremendous force. The light streaked across the sky like a meteor, imbued with lethal intent aimed directly at Frieza. Mere trifles. In response to Vegeta's all-out assault, Frieza's lips curled into a condescending smirk. He crossed his arms defiantly, his gaze rife with disdain. Hey, Vegeta, have you lost your mind? You'll obliterate this planet. Piccolo exclaimed in horror, eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding events. At this moment, Vegeta had completely lost his reason, recklessly attacking Frieza below. Indifferent to the consequences, Piccolo understood all too well that if Frieza evaded the strike and it landed on Namek, the planet would be doomed. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, an unsettling realization dawned on Frieza. He was acutely aware that if this planet were destroyed, he would find himself in significant trouble, although he could survive in the cosmos. Traversing to another planet was no simple task. It required considerable time and effort. With this thought weighing on him, Frieza charged toward Vegeta's attack without hesitation, delivering a kick that effortlessly sent Vegeta's full force strike flying far away. How could this be? So easily dismissed. Krillin and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Vegeta's utmost effort was effortlessly repelled by Frieza's single kick, revealing the vast chasm of power between them, plunging Krillin and the others into despair. Vegeta himself felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. He was acutely aware of the immense power contained within his recent strike. Yet, Frieza had merely used a kick to send it soaring away. What this signifies? Vegeta understood all too well. Frieza's prior assertion of using merely a tenth of his strength was certainly not mere bluster. Heavy breaths escaped Vegeta's lips, his body trembling involuntarily from sheer terror. It was over, utterly over, he murmured, his voice laden with despair and helplessness. An overwhelming sense of fear surged within him like a relentless tide, rendering him powerless to resist. Although Frieza had yet to strike, the mere aura emanating from him imposed an unprecedented weight upon Vegeta. He felt as though he were crushed beneath an insurmountable mountain, his fighting spirit dissipating in an instant. Ho ho ho, Vegeta, are you not going to make a move? Then I shall commence my attack. Frieza's sharp, piercing laughter echoed through the air, laced with mockery and derision. However, as his gaze fell upon Vegeta, he was taken aback to discover that the latter was already in tears. Those were tears mingled with despair and humiliation, cascading down his cheeks. Each drop was a manifestation of Vegeta's inner turmoil and unwillingness to accept his fate. How peculiar. It is my first time witnessing a Saiyan weep. Even when planet Vegeta was destroyed, your father did not shed a single tear. It seems you are even weaker than your father. Frieza sneered contemptuously. As his words lingered, Frieza swiftly descended before Vegeta. The latter's eyes widened in horror, utterly defenseless. He had lost the will to fight, plunging deep into despair. Ho ho ho. Have you succumbed to despair so quickly? I have yet to finish my fun. Chapter 38. Goku takes action as Frieza mockingly laughed. He swung his lengthy tail like a whip, striking Vegeta mercilessly. Each lash was accompanied by a sharp crack, eliciting cries of agony from Vegeta. Indeed, scream. Beg for mercy. What a delightful sound. Frieza danced through the air with agile movements, while Vegeta was tossed about like a mere plaything. In excruciating pain, Vegeta could not muster any resistance, resigned to Frieza's whims. Finally, as he heard Vegeta's cries grow faint, Frieza felt a sense of boredom. He decided to bring this farce to a close, delivering a powerful kick that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. What a useless creature. Not even daring to retaliate, Frieza chuckled triumphantly. He reveled in the thrill of tormenting another, casting a taunting glance towards Piccolo and the others nearby. What? Are you not going to save him? He is on the brink of death at my hands. Frieza's lips curled into a slight smirk, laced with derision. Yet, confronted with such a formidable adversary, Piccolo and the others stood frozen in place, their faces drenched in cold sweat and their eyes filled with trepidation. At that moment, their hearts were consumed by an overwhelming fear, rendering them utterly motionless. The sheer power emanating from Frieza instilled a profound dread within them. Enough. At that instant, a voice thundered, resonating like a clap of lightning, causing everyone to flinch. They turned in unison to witness a figure soaring towards them. It was Son Goku. Goku's expression was grave as he surveyed the scene before him, his heart swelling with rage and sorrow. He beheld Vegeta, on the brink of collapse, tormented by Frieza, unable to move an inch. Meanwhile, Frieza reveled in his triumph, seemingly intent on prolonging Vegeta's humiliation. Goku descended beside Vegeta, his eyes locked onto Frieza, burning with fury as if they could ignite flames. He clenched his fists and coldly addressed Frieza. The outcome is already decided. There is no need for further torment. Decided, you say? Haha. Frieza erupted into a cacophony of laughter that echoed across the battlefield. A cruel glint flickered in his eyes, as if he could already taste the sweetness of victory. I almost forgot about you, you lowly scion. Frieza's demeanor shifted abruptly, his words dripping with contempt as he spat at Goku. You, like your father, stand before me without a shred of fear. Memories of the destruction of planet Vegeta flooded his mind, reigniting a fury within him. This father-son duo was insufferable, their very presence irksome. I will make you regret this. Frieza seethed internally, determined not only to vanquish Goku but also to make him acutely aware of their insurmountable differences, plunging him into despair. The fates of you and your father will be identical. Watch closely. I shall slay Vegeta and your son before your very eyes, and then I will end you. The scions will be extinguished from this universe once and for all. Frieza threatened viciously, his gaze ablaze with a murderous intent. Yet, Goku remained unfazed by Frieza's venomous words, his countenance resolutely fixed upon his adversary, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He sensed a powerful force stirring deep within him, as if something was on the verge of breaking free. In that moment, Goku suddenly felt his energy surge once more, an immense power erupting from within him. His body radiated a blinding light, distorting the very air around him with his overwhelming presence. Could this power signify? Sun Wukong murmured to himself, a look of astonishment gracing his face. He finally comprehended the reason for his earlier exhilaration. It was due to the enhancement of his power. Vegeta and I have agreed to engage in a duel. Thus, you cannot slay him. Sun Wukong emphatically declared to Frieza, feeling the surge of his newfound strength. Upon hearing this proclamation, Frieza was rendered speechless. Internally, he mused, does this fellow even pay attention to what I say? Have my words truly been dismissed as mere background noise? At that moment, Vegeta also noticed the expression on Sun Wukong's face. Observing his calm demeanor, he widened his eyes in surprise. Kakarot, Vegeta murmured, sensing an unprecedented transformation. Suddenly, a light flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Kakarot, your aura has changed. It appears you have transcended your limits once more. Haha. Indeed, this is the latent potential of a scion. When confronted with formidable foes, our bodies instinctively awaken hidden powers, granting us greater strength. He turned to Frieza, his gaze filled with defiance and disdain, despite the weariness in his eyes. What do you think, Frieza? Did you not anticipate this? He is the legendary Super Saiyan, the very being you dread. However, Frieza merely responded with a cold chuckle. He abruptly stomped down on Vegeta, causing the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood. Enough. Cease your foolish jesting. Frieza bellowed, then shifted his attention to Sun Wukong. You, however, are somewhat exceptional. Unlike other Scions, you indeed possess certain unique traits. Frieza scrutinized Sun Wukong, attempting to unveil the secret behind his strength. Yet, should you insist on being the first to meet your demise at my hands, I shall gladly oblige. As he spoke, Frieza launched a kick aimed at Sun Wukong. Bang! Unfazed, Sun Wukong supported himself with his hands, evading Frieza's attack while delivering a kick to Frieza's face. Frieza landed gracefully, reaching up to touch his face. The blow was not particularly forceful, yet it was profoundly humiliating. Feeling the insult, Frieza's lips curled into a cold smile. Die. Frieza pointed a finger at Sun Wukong. Whoosh. Several beams of light shot forth, reminiscent of the techniques he employed against Dandy. Be careful, Wukong. Dodge. Krillin urgently warned. Yet, Sun Wukong remained still, extending a hand and swiftly waving it before him. Clap, clap, clap. The beams of light scattered, all deflected by Sun Wukong's swift movements. Frieza was taken aback upon witnessing the scene. You can actually fend off my attack with just one hand? Deep down, Frieza understood that if one were to merely block a single strike, it might be attributed to sheer luck. However, the fact that this individual could effortlessly deflect a barrage of his relentless assaults clearly indicated a formidable strength. It seems I have underestimated you. Frieza mused inwardly, resolutely vowing, I shall not allow a single scion to remain. This fellow, who previously could not withstand even my first form and was easily pierced by me, now possesses such terrifying power. If this trend continues, these scions will soon acquire strength that rivals my own. Chapter 39. The fierce battle with Goku. At this moment, Vegeta, witnessing the situation, struggled to raise his head. A triumphant smile graced his face as he provocatively addressed Frieza. Ha 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 ha, Frieza. I suggest you unleash your full power. Kakarot has now become the super scion that you fear the most. Upon hearing this, a shadow of anger crossed Frieza's face. How infuriating. You loathsome creature. Dare you spout such nonsense? Die. Before he could finish his words, Frieza unleashed another death beam aimed at Vegeta's heart. Whoosh. A ray of light shot from Frieza's hand. But in an instant, Goku appeared before the beam, kicking it away with ease. Hey, Frieza, I told you, your opponent is me now. He is already on the brink of death. Why do you continue to pursue his demise? Goku gazed at Frieza, his expression earnest. In response, Frieza sneered. Who cares about him blabbering about super scions? Such a tiresome individual deserves to perish sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Vegeta, lying on the ground, was astonished by Goku's words. Hey, Kakarot, how can you entertain such foolish thoughts? Vegeta struggled to rise, shouting at Goku, you must become ruthless. Become heartless. Cast aside your ridiculous kindness. Only then can you transform into a true super scion. You must achieve this. You must become a super scion. Do not allow a scions to be looked down upon. To be treated as a joke. Vegeta's voice was filled with a poignant sorrow, as if he were entrusting the heavy burden of the scion legacy to Goku. However, upon hearing these words, Goku furrowed his brow, his expression one of perplexity. I do not comprehend what it means to be a super scion. Nor can I be as cold-blooded as you. I simply wish to face Frieza in an honorable battle. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he clenched his fists and responded through gritted teeth. Coughing, he uttered, Kakarot. Vegeta, battered and broken from Frieza's torment, were numerous wounds from which blood flowed incessantly. With great difficulty, he spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Remember the Scion planet, Planet Vegeta, which was annihilated by Frieza. Your parents, your kin, your Scion brethren, all perished at Frieza's hands. He obliterated Planet Vegeta out of fear of the Scion potential. Vegeta, enduring the agony, continued, you must defeat him. Avenge all Scions. With the last vestiges of his strength, he imparted his hatred for Frieza to Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong tightened his fists, his gaze sharpening. He fixed his eyes on Frieza, a surge of fierce determination swelling within him. I am a Scion raised on Earth. Perhaps it is the Scion blood coursing through my veins that ignites my desire to combat the strong. Vengeance is of little consequence to me. Frieza, your power exhilarates me. Let us engage in a fair battle. Sun Wukong proclaimed, his voice brimming with resolve and courage. Vegeta suddenly felt a pang of despair. His impassioned words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Humph, an arrogant fool. Frieza retorted with a cold smirk, disdain flickering in his eyes. He regarded Sun Wukong with a slight sneer. You, a mere scion, dare to challenge my authority? How utterly laughable. As Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, Frieza dismissed him entirely. Beside them, Piccolo felt a jolt of alarm and quickly signaled to Krillin and Gohan. Lowering his voice, he urged, Hey, Gohan. We need to get out of here, lest we become a hindrance to Goku. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in power between them and Frieza. Remaining would only distract Sun Wukong. Piccolo feared that Frieza might suddenly turn his attention to them, for while Sun Wukong sought an honorable fight, Frieza was anything but honorable. Frieza was a cunning adversary, and no one could guarantee he wouldn't strike at anyone else. At that moment, excitement sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes as he sensed the formidable and oppressive aura emanating from Frieza. A confident smile broke across his face, radiating powerful energy as he prepared for the impending battle. Noticing the vulnerabilities in Frieza's stance, Sun Wukong darted forward like a shooting star, his speed astonishing as he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. With fists raised, he charged at Frieza with fierce intensity. Bang! As Sun Wukong faced the oncoming fist of Frieza, the latter extended his hand and effortlessly intercepted the attack. A slight smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth. In a swift motion, he propelled a kick aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Reacting quickly, Sun Wukong sidestepped the blow, while Frieza, undeterred, instantly pursued him. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. In an instant, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from sight, evading Frieza's relentless chase. Observing this, Frieza chuckled softly, then similarly disappeared from view. The next moment, he materialized behind Sun Wukong, conjuring a sphere of energy to hurl at him. Take this. Sun Wukong seemed to anticipate Frieza's move, pivoting to strike at what he believed was his foe. Yet, his attack only met a mere illusion, for Frieza had already evaded. Frieza flickered in midair, swiftly positioning himself above Sun Wukong. Drawing a deep breath, he gathered energy once more and unleashed it with ferocity towards Sun Wukong. However, just as Frieza wore a triumphant grin, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Wait. Frieza's eyes widened as he clearly saw Sun Wukong in that moment. Yet as he released the energy sphere, only an illusion remained below, while Sun Wukong had vanished without a trace. Ah, there he is. Frieza soon spotted Sun Wukong again, but chose to observe his movements, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Indeed, as Sun Wukong landed once more, Frieza swiftly unleashed a wave of energy. This time, Sun Wukong could not evade. He braced himself, arms outstretched, attempting to block the oncoming assault. The powerful energy wave pushed Sun Wukong back, forcing him to grit his teeth as he summoned all his strength to withstand Frieza's might. Witnessing Sun Wukong's desperate struggle, Frieza erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. You foolish fool, daring to block my energy wave with your bare hands? Truly delusional. With all his might, Sun Wukong delivered a fierce kick to the energy wave, propelling it upward into the sky. Phew. Phew. So hot. Only after his hands parted from the energy wave did Sun Wukong exhale heavily, blowing on his palms in a futile attempt to soothe the burn. On the distant King Kai's planet, the king observed the unfolding events on Namek with a grave expression. Behind him stood Tien and others, perplexed by the seriousness etched on his face. What is happening on Namek? They could not help but inquire. Is Piccolo still alive? Has Wukong already engaged Frieza? The King of the Worlds did not respond, but continued to sense the situation on Namek, searching for Dandy's presence. Chapter 40. The Tenfold King's Fist. While the king was searching for Dandy, he noticed that Son Goku had engaged in battle with Frieza, instantly diverting his attention to the two. Piccolo was still alive. However, his fusion with the Namekian did not render him stronger than Frieza. Despite his power having increased exponentially, he remained unable to defeat Frieza. The crowd was astonished, nearly leaping from their seats. They widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the king. How could Piccolo's strength, having multiplied several times, still be insufficient against Frieza? In unison, they voiced their astonishment and fear. They could not help but ponder the implications. If even such a formidable Piccolo could not overcome Frieza, what hope did they possess? After all, their own powers paled in comparison to Piccolo's. Now, with Piccolo's strength amplified numerous times, yet still unable to challenge Frieza, it was difficult to fathom just how powerful Frieza truly was. This terrifying disparity in strength filled the onlookers with despair. What of Goku? How was he faring? Yamcha could no longer contain his curiosity. He had already engaged with Frieza. The king's expression turned grave as he spoke. What? Yamcha and the others were taken aback, having just been informed of Frieza's terrifying prowess. The fact that Goku had already clashed with him left them in shock and concern. Frieza was so fearsome. Would Goku be all right? Worry crept into their minds. Do not fret. Goku will be fine for now, the king reassured them. Though he is at a disadvantage, he is holding his ground against Frieza. The king was observing the battle between Goku and Frieza, acutely aware that Goku's displayed power had surpassed his own. Nevertheless, Goku remained suppressed by Frieza, causing the king to sweat profusely. The potential of the seance was indeed immense. Goku had enhanced his strength manifold since his training here. To be honest, I can scarcely determine his current level, the king lamented. Upon hearing the king's words, Yamcha and the others were incredulous. Incredible. Goku's power has surged exponentially. Tien exclaimed, his eyes widening. Indeed, it seems we cannot afford to become complacent. We must strive diligently to train and not allow Goku to widen the gap between us, Yamcha declared through gritted teeth. The group felt speechless. It was apparent that Goku's progress was beyond their reach. Did Goku have any hope of defeating Frieza? With a face full of anxiety, Jiaozi turned to the king of the world and inquired. Upon hearing this, the king revealed a hint of regret on his countenance and slowly shook his head. It is difficult to say. Frieza's power is exceedingly formidable. Even Goku may struggle to overcome him. However, Goku has exerted himself to the fullest. We can only hope for a miracle. Upon hearing the king's words, Jiaozi and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Fully aware that if Piccolo was not a match for Frieza, the outcome of this battle hinged solely on whether Son Goku could triumph over Frieza. Yet at this moment, Goku found himself at a disadvantage, and the situation appeared grim. Suddenly, Yamcha recalled a pertinent thought and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't Goku wearing that heavy training suit? If he were to remove it, perhaps he could enhance his chances." The king of the world sighed and replied, "That battle suit has long been discarded by Goku. The attire he currently dons is indeed robust, but it is not particularly heavy. Thus, he cannot elevate his combat efficacy by shedding cumbersome clothing like Piccolo can." What? Yamcha and the others gasped, feeling a wave of suffocation. They had hoped that Goku still possessed a glimmer of hope, only to discover he had already exhausted all his strength. Goku, he won't be in danger, will he? Jiaozi asked anxiously. However, amidst their growing concern, Tianjinhan displayed a confident smile. With unwavering determination, he gazed at everyone and assured them, "Do not worry. Goku will surely prevail." His words astonished those present, who turned to Tianjinhan, eager to understand the source of his unwavering confidence. Taking a deep breath, Tianjinhan elaborated, "Have you all forgotten that Goku possesses the Kaioken? With his current prowess, he can at least withstand a tenfold Kaioken." At this revelation, everyone suddenly comprehended. "Indeed," Yamcha exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "It seems Goku is destined to win." Yet, the king of the world shook his head once more. Regrettably, Goku is already employing the tenfold Kaioken. What? The group felt their recently ignited hope extinguished in an instant. Son Goku, already a formidable fighter, had amplified his strength several times over. And yet he was still being suppressed by Frieza? Nonetheless, there remained a sliver of hope. Just as despair enveloped the group, the king of the world unexpectedly shifted his tone. "Oh, what is this?" Tianjinhan and Yamcha perked up, turning their attention to the king. The king averted his gaze to a corner of Namek, where a child from the planet stood. This was none other than Dandy. As Dandy beheld Frieza's terrifying aura during his third transformation, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He recalled that at this moment, Frieza had already discerned his healing abilities and would likely strike at him without hesitation, in the face of Frieza's complete form. His battle power of 200,000 rendered him utterly defenseless. Dandy thus directed all his attention towards Frieza. Indeed, at the very moment Frieza completed his transformation, he witnessed Frieza launching an attack against him. Dandy yearned to flee, yet it was evident that time had run out. Dandy could only open his arms, aiming towards Frieza, and unleashed a powerful energy wave with all his might. However, the brilliance was too swift, darting past him and exploding directly in the palm of Dandy's hand. Dandy was struck by Frieza's attack, feeling an immense force erupting in the palm of his hand. The overwhelming power surged through his body, as if it were intent on tearing him apart. "Ah!" Dandy let out a cry of anguish, feeling the rush of wind by his ears. And suddenly darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, he discovered that he was not dead, merely grievously injured. It turned out that although Frieza's strike was executed with remarkable speed, its force was not as devastating as anticipated. While Dandy's defense prevented him from being shattered, he nonetheless sustained severe injuries. Dandy, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, struggled to cast a healing spell upon himself. As a radiant light enveloped him, he felt a soothing warmth encase his entire being. His wounds swiftly mended, and his body gradually regained vitality and vigor. Dandy finally exhaled a sigh of relief. feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort as all his pains dissipated. Regaining his composure, he released a long, deep breath, filled with both gratitude and apprehension. He was acutely aware that had it not been for his healing abilities, he might have already met his untimely demise. Yet, he could not refrain from cursing. Damn this system, how can it still be unactivated at this point? What on earth is going on? Dandy understood that theoretically, healing his near-death self could potentially trigger a system return. However, it appeared that the system's return had yet to be activated. Just moments ago, he had successfully pulled both Vegeta and Piccolo back from the brink of death, and considering his own revival, it was perplexing that the return had not been initiated after such efforts. Yet, despite his grievances, Dandy swiftly regained his composure. Frieza had already begun to make his move against him. It was imperative that he did not approach the battlefield recklessly from this point onward. Dandy pondered silently, resolving to find a place to conceal himself, waiting for the moment when Frieza engaged in battle with the others to seize an opportunity. With Sun Wukong present, who had just consumed a Senzu bean and surpassed his limits once more, coupled with the Kaioken technique, he should be able to attain a combat power in the millions. It seemed feasible for him to temporarily hold Frieza at bay. With this thought, Dandy felt a slight sense of relief. He firmly believed that Sun Wukong would be able to withstand Frieza for a time, during which he could seek the opportune moment to tend to those on the brink of death. Dandy meticulously reflected upon the circumstances of the battlefield. According to the data obtained from the detector, Sun Wukong's initial combat power upon arriving at Namek was estimated to be 100,000. Following his ambush by Frieza and subsequent revival through the use of a Senzu bean, his combat prowess should have escalated to 200,000. At this juncture, should Sun Wukong employ the Kaioken technique, his instantaneous combat power could potentially soar to 20 times that amount, culminating in an astounding 4 million. It must be feasible, one would presume. Dandy, after calculating, could not help but break out in a cold sweat, for Frieza's full power was said to exceed 100 million. Even without exerting himself to the fullest, his battle power should still be in the tens of millions. By all accounts, it was impossible for Sun Wukong to withstand even a single blow from Frieza. However, unbeknownst to Dandy, during his last transformation, Sun Wukong had faced Frieza's overwhelming pressure and had once again surpassed his physical limits, achieving a staggering power level of 3 million. Thus, under the influence of the Kaioken tenfold, Sun Wukong's strength could reach 30 million. This terrifying trait of the Saiyans, growing stronger in the face of formidable opponents, defies mathematical explanation. This was the key to Sun Wukong's ability to contend with Frieza, albeit temporarily. A transient battle power of 30 million was still a mere insect attempting to block a chariot in the face of Frieza's power exceeding 100 million. Should Frieza become serious, Sun Wukong would remain utterly defenseless. Observing Sun Wukong's expression, Frieza's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, and a sense of delight welled up within him as he spoke again. "You truly astonish me. Before this, the most formidable opponents I encountered were no match for Captain Jinyu. You surpass him by many multiples. Yet, you cannot hope to defeat me." Sun Wukong clenched his fist upon hearing this. "Is that so? How would we know without a confrontation?" Chapter 41. A taste of power. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Frieza's playful spirit ignited. "Haha, since you wish to play, I shall indulge you." No sooner had he spoken than Frieza's eyes widened. An invisible pressure surged forth, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. With keen perception, Sun Wukong detected the attack and leapt into the air. As his feet left the ground, the mountain beneath him erupted violently, crumbling to dust. "I can do that too," Sun Wukong exclaimed, soaring to meet Frieza in kind. Frieza was struck and began to plummet downward. No. Sun Wukong realized that a powerful aura was moving rapidly, and he understood that the figure he had struck was merely an illusion. "You fell for it." Before Sun Wukong could react, Frieza had instantaneously appeared behind him, sneering coldly as he delivered a fierce kick downward. Bang! Although Sun Wukong had sensed something was amiss, he could not react in time to Frieza's swift assault. With a powerful kick, Frieza sent Sun Wukong crashing into the water below. The impact created a tremendous splash. Frieza hovered above, gazing intently at the water's surface, awaiting Sun Wukong's emergence. "Come out quickly. Such a feeble attack should pose no challenge for you," Frieza mockingly shouted, while Goku held his breath underwater, vigorously rubbing his back and grimacing in pain. "It hurts," he thought, enduring the agony while contemplating his next move. "Damn it. Frieza is too fast. I can't even see his actions." Goku lamented inwardly. What should I do now? Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. That's right, He seems unable to sense energy, relying solely on his eyes to track his opponent. With this realization, a glimmer of hope ignited within Goku. Yes, without hesitation, he extended his hands and unleashed two powerful energy blasts. I will use this to confuse him, he resolved silently. At the same time, he carefully distanced himself from the two energy blasts, striving to create no disturbance. Hey, if you don't come out soon, I'll start attacking indiscriminately. Frieza, noticing the surface of the water had returned to calmness while Goku remained hidden, began to feel anxious. He threatened, "Don't say I didn't warn you." With that, Frieza prepared to strike. At that moment, Goku had already retreated to the side, silently urging himself, and immediately controlled one of the energy blasts to burst forth from the water. Is he coming? Upon seeing the surface explode, Frieza focused intently, ready to counter. No, that is not him. Realizing the incoming blast was merely an energy wave, Frieza quickly recognized the deception. Just then, from another direction, another energy wave burst through the surface. Over here. Frieza immediately turned to confront it. No, that's not it either. Frieza realized again that it was yet another feint. Damn it. Frieza suddenly understood he had been outwitted. At that moment, Goku had concealed his energy and soared above Frieza. Take this. Goku clasped his fists together and struck downwards with tremendous force, sending Frieza flying. Boom. Frieza's body was hurled away, crashing violently onto an island, instantly shattering it to pieces. Did I succeed? Watching the dust cloud from his successful strike, Goku anticipated the outcome. As the dust settled, however, Frieza emerged unscathed. Twisting his arms in a warm-up. How is it that you're not even scratched? This is really troublesome. Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit helpless. The Frieza before him was more powerful than he could have ever imagined, and his attack had failed to inflict any harm. Honestly, I didn't expect you to reach this level. As Frieza gently brushed off the dust from his attire, he coldly declared, aside from my father, you are the first to tarnish my perfect form. A glimmer of astonishment and fury flickered in his eyes. You should take pride in that. However, you shall pay a grievous price for it. Frieza's voice dripped with malice as he gritted his teeth. I shall not kill you outright. Instead, I will subject you to endless agony, allowing you to perish in despair. Upon hearing Frieza's ominous threat, Goku's heart sank, yet he maintained a facade of composure. He understood that in the face of such a formidable adversary, any hint of retreat was unacceptable. There seems to be no way to inflict harm upon him. This is truly dire. Goku pondered, his brow furrowed in concern. The opponent's defenses were overwhelmingly robust, rendering his attacks futile. A strategy was needed. At that moment, Frieza suddenly extended his palm towards Goku. Let me offer you a taste of delights. As he spoke, massive boulders began to levitate around him, propelled by his telekinetic force. Go. With a swift thrust of his hand, the boulders hurtled towards Goku like meteors, whistling through the air. How fast? Goku's eyes widened as he focused intently, employing his agility to evade the incoming projectiles. However, the sheer speed and multitude of the boulders made it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. As he contorted his body to dodge the onslaught, he failed to notice that Frieza had already positioned himself above him. You have grown careless. Frieza's triumphant voice echoed as a powerful aura emanated from his hand, enveloping Goku entirely. It is over. Goku's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched on his face. He had never anticipated Frieza's speed to be so overwhelming, leaving him no time to react. Hiki. Time to explode. Frieza chuckled with delight, forcefully propelling his energy wave into the distance, controlling its detonation. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave erupted in the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud and unleashing a tremendous shockwave. This shockwave not only obliterated nearby peaks but also leveled everything in its path. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan had already taken flight to safety, yet the ferocity of the shockwave compelled them to raise their arms in defense. What a powerful shockwave! Piccolo exclaimed, his face betraying astonishment. The mere force of the explosion left him in a state of disarray. What an incredibly formidable opponent! Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan huddled behind Piccolo, barely escaping the calamity. Oh no! Goku! Krillin gazed towards the direction of the explosion, his heart brimming with despair. He understood that this attack could prove to be a fatal blow for Son Wukong. Father! Son Gohan, too, was engulfed by worry, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he looked into the distance, silently praying for his father's safety. Only Piccolo wore a smile, his eyes glinting with a knowing expression, as if he possessed a unique understanding of the unfolding events. Fear not, that fellow Wukong will emerge unscathed. Piccolo spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Krillin's face contorted in confusion. He gazed at Piccolo, his mind teeming with questions. How could Sun Wukong, caught at the epicenter of such a formidable attack, possibly remain unscathed? Chapter 42. The resurrected Vegeta looked behind you. Piccolo's voice resonated with confidence as he gestured towards the rear, urging Krillin to take a glance. Following Piccolo's indication, Krillin and Son Gohan turned their gaze and were struck by the sight behind them. There stood Sun Wukong, completely unharmed, his form intact, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Phew, that was close. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, the preceding scene having been truly harrowing. Yet, his tone carried no trace of fear or anxiety. Instead, it exuded a sense of relief and ease. I'm glad you're both safe. Sun Wukong smiled warmly at Krillin and Son Gohan, his eyes reflecting genuine concern. After uttering this brief reassurance, he unleashed a powerful aura once more, his figure darting towards Frieza with the swiftness of lightning. Hey, is that? At that moment, Krillin's attention was drawn to a figure appearing not far away. He squinted slightly, trying to discern the identity of the individual. Dandy? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, instantly recognizing the figure's owner. Son Gohan, following Krillin's gaze, spotted Dandy and his face lit up with elation. He rushed forward, clasping Dandy's hand tightly, jumping with joy like a child. Wonderful. Dandy, you're alive? Son Gohan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Thank goodness, I almost didn't make it. After Dandy reunited with the others, he promptly inquired about the current situation. What is the present state of affairs? Dandy understood that since Frieza had completed his final transformation, the only one capable of confronting him was Goku. He pondered whether he would have a chance to rescue Goku if the opportunity for redemption did not present itself. It would be dire indeed. Dandy was acutely aware that, according to the original course of events, he should have perished by now. If he recklessly intervened to save Sun Wukong and failed to trigger the return, thereby hindering his transformation into a Super Saiyan, it would spell disaster. It was indeed a meticulously crafted plan, yet he had overlooked the perplexing difficulty of triggering this wretched system for a return. Dandy silently shook his head within. Upon hearing Dandy's inquiry, Sun Wukong's expression grew somber as he replied, Father is currently engaged in battle with Frieza. Vegeta has been grievously injured by him and is on the brink of death. Upon receiving this news, Dandy suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope and exclaimed, What? Vegeta is not dead yet? He pondered to himself that, according to the previous course of events, Vegeta should indeed have perished by now. However, Krillin contemplated a significant question, and a flicker of hope crossed his gaze as he excitedly said to Dandy, That's right. Dandy, we must hurry back. If we can save Vegeta. With Goku and Vegeta joining forces, there is a chance to contend with Frieza. This proposal stunned everyone, for Dandy's arrival had indeed introduced some unpredictability into the current situation. If they could revive Vegeta, perhaps he could truly provide more assistance to Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Frieza, upon spotting Sun Wukong flying from a distance, displayed a look of astonishment on his face. He widened his eyes in disbelief and said, You are still alive? Sun Wukong, with a serious countenance, replied, Hey, if we're going to fight, let's do it properly and refrain from destroying others' planets. Concurrently, Piccolo appeared to show little interest in rescuing Vegeta. He fixated intently on the distant Frieza and Sun Wukong, his mind burdened with thoughts. It seemed impossible that Wukong could escape at the very instant of the explosion. In that moment, he appeared to have suddenly elevated his power. Piccolo marveled, his eyes shimmering with shock. They are both monsters. This battle has transcended my understanding. Piccolo could not help but express his feelings, a surge of intense frustration welling up within him. He had once believed that after merging with Nail, he had acquired formidable combat strength sufficient to easily defeat Frieza. Yet now he realized he was utterly outmatched, unable even to comprehend the clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza. The disparity in their strengths was staggering, leaving him feeling profoundly disheartened and despondent. Faced with Sun Wukong, who could evade his attacks with ease, Frieza expressed his surprise. You truly catch me off guard. You possess quite the skill. I believe so too. Sun Wukong replied candidly. Frieza then chuckled lightly, continuing, You are indeed remarkable. Allow me to extend some privileges to you. Tell me your name, and I shall remember it. I am Sun Wukong, a scion from Earth. Sun Wukong declared earnestly. Sun Wukong? Very well, I shall remember that. Haha, then let us conclude the warm-up exercises. What do you think? Frieza, brimming with confidence, continued to provoke Sun Wukong with his words. Agreed. Sun Wukong responded, his face breaking into a hearty smile. Your expression suggests anticipation. I shall indulge you. Do you prefer ground combat or aerial battles? I can accommodate either. You choose. Frieza persisted, setting the stage for his conditions. He aimed to conquer his opponent within their realm of strength to instill an unparalleled sense of despair, just as he had done with Vegeta. He sought to extinguish all fighting spirit, for that was Frieza's method, not only to vanquish the body of his adversary, but to shatter their will. You wish for me to choose? Then I shall not hold back. Ground combat it is, Sun Wukong declared, utterly unconcerned. His only thought was to engage in a thrilling battle. Very well, Frieza replied, confidence radiating from him as he gestured towards a larger island in the distance. What about over there? No problem. Two figures swiftly soared through the air, descending upon the distant isle. Hey, they've gone to the far island. What an opportunity. Krillin exclaimed upon witnessing Sun Wukong and Frieza's departure, immediately turning to Dandy. Vegeta must be nearby. Let us hasten to rescue him. Dandy nodded. His system had yet to be activated, so he must continue to make earnest attempts to save those on the brink of death. Frieza had already set his sights on me. The opportunities that lie ahead are dwindling. Dandy harbored quiet concerns within his heart. Several figures silently swooped down from the low skies, swiftly arriving beside Vegeta. How splendid! He still clung to life, although Vegeta had succumbed to unconsciousness. His heart nearly ceasing to beat, he miraculously retained a flicker of breath. Upon witnessing the scene, Dandy placed his hand upon Vegeta, and with a flash of light, Vegeta immediately opened his eyes. He sat up, gazing bewilderedly at Dandy before him, as well as the figures of Krillin and Gohan beside him, murmuring softly, "Is this truly hell? Have you all met your demise?" "No, Dandy is not dead. He saved you," Krillin quickly interjected. Vegeta then extended his hand to examine himself, clenching his fist tightly as he keenly sensed his own power. My strength has indeed surged again. Vegeta soon realized that after this brush with death, his capabilities had once more ascended. That's right. Vegeta, you must join forces with Goku. Together, you can surely defeat Frieza. What? That fool Kakarot is still alive? Vegeta immediately began to search the vicinity for energy signatures. He is still engaged in battle. That scoundrel Frieza. Vegeta gritted his teeth, then swiftly exhaled. We should flee. Frieza's power is like an endless abyss. He is merely toying with Kakarot. What? I can't believe Vegeta would lose his fighting spirit at this moment. Krillin exclaimed. Hey, Vegeta, aren't you the Prince of Science? Will you really allow Goku to face Frieza alone while you cower? Exactly. Dad is still fighting desperately against Frieza. Silence. Vegeta roared in fury. We are no match for Frieza. Rather than rush to our deaths, it is wiser to temporarily evade his wrath. Once I have regained my strength, I will personally deal with that bastard. Seeing that Vegeta had completely lost his fighting intent, Gohan looked on in disappointment. His gaze filled with disdain for Vegeta. Krillin scratched his head, pondering that Vegeta's reasoning did hold some merit. He has a point. At that moment, Piccolo's voice rang out. Gohan, Krillin, we should leave at once. We must ensure the Dragon Balls on Earth do not vanish. Piccolo, exhibiting great rationality, assessed the current situation and concluded that remaining here would only lead to their demise. It would be far more prudent to depart early, thus preserving the Dragon Balls on Earth. Moreover, Piccolo was determined to take Gohan with him to prevent his needless sacrifice. The fighting spirit of the group had been utterly extinguished upon witnessing Frieza's full might. However, Krillin remained hesitant. Goku has already died once. If we abandon him and he falls in battle, there will be no way to bring him back. Stop overthinking it. I know that fleeing is difficult to accept right now, but our presence will be of no help. We cannot assist Goku. We might even become a burden. Piccolo insisted on leading everyone away. While you are indeed quite irritating, I must admit that you are rather astute in critical moments. Vegeta sneered from the side. He had arrived on Namek with the singular ambition of attaining immortality through the Dragon Balls. Now that the Dragon Balls were gone, and he found himself no match for Frieza, remaining here seemed utterly futile. The most crucial point was that, according to these individuals, it appeared that the Dragon Balls on Earth were still functional. If he merely accompanied them to Earth, wouldn't he have the same opportunity to acquire the Dragon Balls? Even this Namekian named Piccolo, despite the mystery surrounding his formidable power, was no longer a rival to Vegeta. Once he reached Earth, he would be the most powerful being. At that time, wouldn't everything be at his command? As long as he attained immortality, even if Frieza pursued him to Earth, the outcome would remain uncertain. Moreover, that Goku fellow seemed to still possess some strength. Piccolo added. What? Son Gohan and Krillin were momentarily stunned. At such a critical juncture, Goku still retained a competitive spirit? Chapter 43 The Battle on the Island. What? Kakarot still has energy to spare? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Vegeta immediately resumed his focus on the distant battle. Sensing Goku's aura, he couldn't help but clench his fists. That Kakarot. How on earth did he manage to achieve this? At this moment, Dandy was utterly disinterested in the dispute among a few individuals. His heart was heavy with disappointment. He had never anticipated that even after saving Vegeta, the system would remain silent. What on earth was happening? Could it be that this faulty system had failed? Observing that Piccolo and Vegeta were both inclined to abandon the situation, Gohan resolutely disagreed. I want to have it. I must assist my father. With these words, Gohan propelled himself towards Goku. Goku and Frieza had landed upon the island. You certainly possess a knack for empathy, Goku remarked as he removed his shirt, twisting his arms and pressing his legs to engage in stretching exercises. You must have considerable confidence in your own strength. Frieza chuckled in response, embodying the essence of the universe's supreme tyrant, exuding absolute self-assurance. In fact, I can be quite amiable at times. Would you care to join me in my endeavors? Goku, maintaining his composure, regarded Frieza silently, unperturbed by the overture. That just lacks any semblance of humor. Frieza erupted into laughter. You truly possess no sense of wit. Nevertheless, you are correct. I shall not spare a single scion. As he spoke, Frieza's expression grew cold and menacing. Here is a little concession. During our confrontation, I shall allow you the use of one hand. How does that sound? Oh, one hand is sufficient? How generous of you. Goku continued his stretches, seemingly unfazed by Frieza's taunts. Once he had adjusted his body to its optimal state, Goku finally spoke. Shall I make the first move? No objections, as you wish. Frieza dismissed the suggestion with a mocking demeanor, arms crossed, his expression a mask of derision. He intended to shatter Goku's confidence through this unfair approach. Here I come. With that declaration, Goku was enveloped in a crimson aura, his speed surging to its zenith as he charged at Frieza. In the face of Goku's rapid assault, Frieza wore a smirk, effortlessly leaping aside to evade Goku's strike. Following this, Frieza executed a downward kick, forcing Goku to perform a backflip to narrowly escape. Observing Goku's unsteady stance, Frieza closed in, unleashing a flurry of kicks. Goku, refusing to yield, evaded while propelling himself upward to retaliate with several fierce kicks, all of which Frieza deftly dodged. Your prowess is merely mediocre. Through this brief exchange, Frieza discerned Goku's capabilities, scoffing as he accelerated, swinging his tail to land a sharp blow to Goku's face. Smack! Sun Wukong was immediately sent flying. However, before he could touch the ground, he deftly reversed his position and launched himself back into the fray. This took Frieza by surprise. Before he could retract his tail, Sun Wukong had firmly grasped it with both hands. With a mighty yell, Sun Wukong exerted every ounce of his strength, swinging Frieza around like a flail, causing him to spin wildly in midair, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. With the speed reaching its zenith, Sun Wukong hurled Frieza towards a nearby rock formation. The impact was tremendous as Frieza crashed into the solid mountain, breaking it into a heap of rubble. Before the dust could settle, Frieza emerged with a furious rush, charging straight at Sun Wukong. Impressive. Sun Wukong was astonished that Frieza, after being swung around for dozens of rotations, could still maintain such clarity and purpose. As Frieza lunged towards him with a powerful kick, Sun Wukong raised his arm to block it while delivering a series of punches with his other hand. After all, Frieza could only use his legs, and with Sun Wukong's relentless combination of strikes, it became increasingly difficult for him to defend himself. Infuriated, finally, Frieza could no longer tolerate being at a disadvantage and swung his fist at Sun Wukong. The unexpected blow connected squarely with Sun Wukong's face, sending him reeling backward. Just as he landed, Sun Wukong executed a deft maneuver, springing back to his feet. Didn't we agree not to use our hands? Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression not one of shock but rather exhilaration. At the very least, Frieza resorting to using his hands indicated that he could not defeat him without them. Your preferential treatment has expired. Frieza showed no shame in his breach of agreement, instead reveling in his triumph. Is that so? Allow me to offer you some advice as well. You are far too arrogant and underestimate your opponent, which leaves you vulnerable with every strike. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's audacious critique, Frieza's expression darkened. Is that so? Do you wish for me to unleash my full power? You indeed possess remarkable talent. Even I am somewhat impressed. However, I find this tedious skirmish to be rather boring. It is time to determine the victor. With Frieza's declaration, Sun Wukong grew cautious. He understood that Frieza had yet to unleash his full potential, but correspondingly, he too had a hidden trump card. Regardless, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Are you willing to serve me? Hearing this, Sun Wukong couldn't help but chuckle. Hadn't he just asserted that he would never let the Scions go? Frieza's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a sinister smirk. I take back my previous statement. If you are willing to serve me, I can spare your life. This offer is exclusively for you. You are a talent. Destroying you would be a tremendous waste. You possess capabilities far exceeding that of Captain Jinyu. Sun Wukong continued to sneer. Don't dream. Do you truly believe I would ever accept? Upon hearing this, Frieza's malevolent grin persisted. I knew you would refuse, but one must at least attempt, lest you later regret not having inquired further. However, all you Scions are the same. Inherently disinclined to remain subservient, rebellion is inevitable. That is why I annihilated planet Vegeta. Since you are so obstinate, your only fate is death. In the face of Frieza's threat, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. I am not so easily vanquished. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza erupted into a sharp cackle. You possess great confidence. I know you claim to be exerting your full strength, yet in truth, you are holding back, surprised that his concealment had been pierced. Sun Wukong had initially planned to unleash his power unexpectedly. Humph, did you think you could deceive me? I was merely toying with you all along. How about this? I will now employ only half of my strength. What do you say? Do not underestimate my half strength. It is more than sufficient to crush you. As Frieza spoke, his expression turned cold and menacing. Dandy remained silent, observing the fierce battle between the two from a distance, his hand clenched tightly with anxiety. He understood that the current Sun Wukong was certainly no match for Frieza. And a deep-seated worry gnawed at him. What if Frieza unleashed his full power and eliminated Sun Wukong without hesitation? He could no longer rely on the system. He needed to devise a plan for the eventuality that he might fail to trigger the system's return. How could he facilitate Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan? Fortunately, Frieza still seemed to be toying with his opponent. Should he become serious, the immediate demise of Sun Wukong would extinguish any hope of a comeback. As Dandy contemplated this, a palpable sense of unease enveloped him. Chapter 44, Piccolo's Decision. Is it true? Have you not even utilized half of your strength? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, his heart brimming with confusion and astonishment. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing Frieza's face in search of any hint of a flaw or a trace of jest. However, Frieza's gaze was unwavering and confident, devoid of any semblance of humor. Haha, you must be joking. This is simply outrageous. Sun Wukong chuckled wryly, finding it hard to believe. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Although he had held back somewhat, he had already unleashed the vast majority of his power. The revelation that Frieza claimed to have yet to even tap into half of his potential left Sun Wukong utterly astounded. He realized that if Frieza's assertion held any truth, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. He had initially perceived a certain gap in strength between himself and Frieza, but he had never anticipated it to be so vast. This revelation led Sun Wukong to apprehend that this battle might prove far more arduous than he had envisioned. Heh. I am beginning to feel a surge of excitement. Frieza observed the astonished expression on Sun Wukong's face, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, revealing a sense of pride. He relished the feeling of being in control, as though everything was within his grasp. You see, I haven't had the opportunity to truly unleash my full potential in quite some time. Frieza continued, his tone imbued with a long-awaited exhilaration. This statement served both as a provocation to Sun Wukong and a confident demonstration of his own prowess. Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly serious. He sensed Frieza's aura intensifying. Entirely devoid of any bluster, he understood that Frieza possessed a power far exceeding his expectations. Faced with such an adversary, he realized he must exert every ounce of his strength to have even a sliver of hope. Not far off, Vegeta and Piccolo, along with others, were observing the spectacle. Since these Earthlings were unwilling to vacate the area, Vegeta had little choice but to accompany them back to the fringes of the battlefield. After all, only the spaceship that Sun Wukong had arrived in was operational, and Vegeta, unfamiliar with the Earth's script, was unable to initiate it. What is going on? Why are they just standing there, not making a move? Krillin questioned, bemused by the sight of the two standing face to face without action for an extended period. They are both waiting for the right moment. Piccolo assessed, observing the two combatants. It's terrifying. Even from this distance, their auras invoke an overwhelming sense of dread. Piccolo remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Humph. Vegeta snorted at the scene. Kakarot has yet to unleash his full power. Gohan could sense the immense strength emanating from both fighters. Surely, that can win. Despite his fervent hopes, Son Gohan's expression could not conceal his anxiety. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense, as if a monumental storm were on the verge of breaking. It is difficult to ascertain the realms of power that both of them have reached, realms beyond our imagination. One can only hope that Goku emerges victorious. Piccolo could no longer discern the intricacies of their clash. Indeed, at this juncture, we must rely solely on Goku. Krillin exclaimed hastily. The current Son Goku is no match for Frieza. Suddenly, Dandy, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Oh, how do you know? The others were taken aback. If even Piccolo could not perceive the battle, how could Dandy? By the way, Dandy, how did you manage to survive? Piccolo, having fused with the memories of Nail, was aware of Dandy's original strength. He could not fathom how Dandy had endured Frieza's onslaught, especially considering that even he lacked absolute confidence in withstanding Frieza's strike. Have you forgotten? I have activated the latent power within me. Dandy gazed at the perplexed faces of Piccolo and the others, elucidating his thoughts. As he concluded his statement, an overwhelming aura surged from his being. With both hands clenched into fists, he unleashed his formidable power. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Dandy's prowess. Even Gohan sensed that Dandy's strength might surpass his own. Unbeknownst to Gohan, the sheer might he could wield in his enraged state was truly extraordinary. Following a series of breakthroughs, his own combat capabilities had now reached an astonishing level of 200,000. Meanwhile, Krillin stood with his mouth agape, realizing that Dandy's strength was far beyond his own. Dandy, how have you achieved this? Krillin pondered, reflecting on how Dandy's current power rendered their previous efforts to rescue him unnecessary. Truly, he exemplified the exceptional nature of the dragon race, harboring such immense power within him. A flicker of delight crossed Piccolo's eyes. Having merged with Nail's memories, he understood that Dandy had previously possessed negligible combat strength. Yet, he was taken aback to witness Dandy's capabilities soar to such heights upon awakening his inner power. This force was several times more formidable than Nail's. Was this the full extent of a Namekian's potential? If so, could merging with Kami restore his original strength? A glimmer of hope ignited within Piccolo. Hey, King Kai. Are you watching? Piccolo called out into the void. Cough, cough, yes. King Kai was intently observing the latest developments on Namek when he was unexpectedly summoned by Piccolo. Piccolo, you must hurry and lead everyone away from Namek. King Kai suddenly realized the urgency of the situation and urged him to act swiftly. Upon hearing King Kai's voice, Piccolo disregarded his advice and spoke urgently. King Kai, quickly contact Earth and instruct them to gather the Dragon Balls, then teleport Kami to my side. It must be done without delay. Wait, what? King Kai was bewildered, unable to comprehend Piccolo's intentions. No, that is not possible. Dandy immediately interjected. Upon hearing Beak's words, he instantly comprehended Beak's intentions. Beak planned to merge with the Supreme Being and subsequently eliminate Frieza. Dandy understood that if Piccolo truly proceeded with his plan, Frieza would undoubtedly be no match for him, easily vanquished in an instant. However, this would hinder the Scions from grasping the crucial secret of transforming into Super Scions. Most importantly, if Piccolo fused with the Guardian, the Dragon Balls on Earth would vanish. He still harbored wishes to be granted by the Eternal Dragon, and he could not allow its disappearance at this juncture. Thus, Dandy immediately intervened to halt Piccolo. Why are you stopping me? Piccolo was taken aback that Dandy was the first to obstruct him. Once the Guardian ceased to exist, the Dragon Balls on Earth would also disappear. With the Grand Elder now deceased, should the Dragon Balls vanish, the fallen Namekians would remain irretrievable. Presently, only the two of them, Namekians, remained. If they could not be resurrected, it was conceivable that the Namekian race might face extinction. Contemplating Dandy's words, Piccolo nodded. After all, he lacked the egg-laying reproductive capability of the previous Demon King Piccolo, and it seemed that Dandy did not possess such an ability either. If the Dragon Balls were to truly vanish, the Namekians would fade from existence in this universe. Yet, could Goku alone confront Frieza? As long as Frieza refrained from killing him for the time being, he was certain that he could prevail. Dandy brimmed with confidence and cast a glance at Klin. After all, a person of great significance to him was present. Klin, taken aback, misinterpreted Dandy's words as a reference to Gohan and immediately turned his gaze towards him. Indeed, Goku would undoubtedly risk everything to ensure Gohan's safety. Only Vegeta, after witnessing Dandy's prowess, wore a face of astonishment and suddenly exclaimed, "So it is you." Vegeta pointed a finger at Dandy, his expression seething with fury. "You are the one who killed Saboo and ambushed me, aren't you?" Chapter 45. The compromise of Vegeta recalled the moment when he was on the verge of eliminating Saboo, only to be interrupted by that shadowy figure. This individual was a Namekian and possessed a strength that surpassed his own at that time. Subsequently, this person had hastened to the Grand Elder before him. He also remembered the encounter with Nappa when he was suddenly and severely injured by a hidden assailant. After witnessing Dandy's strength, Vegeta finally understood everything. Dandy had not anticipated that Vegeta would still bear a grudge about past events at this juncture, prompting him to speak up hastily. It was all for the purpose of enhancing your strength. Vegeta could not help but recall how, whenever he was injured and sought Dandy's healing, Dandy would feign reluctance to treat him, forcing him into despair so that his combat power could be doubled. With this thought, Vegeta let out a cold snort. Although Dandy's methods were somewhat difficult to accept, one could at least argue that he had done the right thing in the end. It was precisely because Vegeta believed that Dandy would not save him that he found himself grappling with life and death. Hey, little squirt. The reason you have such confidence in Kakarot is that you plan to wait until he is gravely injured before rescuing him again, allowing him to break through his limits once more. Am I right? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the others suddenly felt a spark of hope. Indeed, there's that tactic, Krillin exclaimed excitedly. Goku was now capable of battling Frieza. Although he was at a disadvantage, if he could surpass his limits again, he would surely be able to deal with Frieza. Piccolo also felt a flicker of optimism. It seemed there was still a chance for a turnaround. If successful, he would not have to fuse with the Supreme Kai, although he understood that merging with the Supreme Kai would grant him power. Piccolo still harbored a deep-seated reluctance to do so. He yearned to remain his original, untainted self. Yet, was he still the same? A strange unease washed over him as he pondered whether his personality had altered since fusing with Nail. That wretched being had dared to deceive him. Observing the confidence etched on the faces of those around him, Vegeta could not help but douse their enthusiasm with cold water. Hey, don't celebrate too soon. Frieza is already aware of this little squirt's abilities. The moment he shows up, Frieza will undoubtedly strike at once. Moreover, Kakarot might not even be gravely injured. He could very well be killed outright by Frieza. Even if he survives, who among us can withstand Frieza's might when he is severely wounded? If we intervene, we will merely be walking to our deaths. Frieza will not grant this little squirt the opportunity to save Kakarot. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the group snapped back to reality, plunging once more into a profound sense of despondency. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta, observing their disappointment, uttered the words he had long prepared. Fret not. I am still here. His voice resonated with unwavering determination and confidence, aiming to instill a glimmer of hope in them, encouraging everyone to collaborate in executing his plan. Vegeta continued, Hey, the one named Piccolo, you should possess the strength to injure me, right? If so, alongside this little squirt, I shall have the opportunity to grow stronger once again. Grant me that strength. With just 2 more transformations, I am certain I can surpass that rascal Kakarot. At that moment, I will undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing that scoundrel Frieza. As he spoke, he pointed his thumb at himself, radiating an unparalleled confidence. Vegeta's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation. Indeed, the prospect of sending Dandy to rescue Goku carries immense risks. While Vegeta aimed to persuade the others to aid in his quest for strength, there was undeniable merit in his assertions. However, hesitation lingered among the group. If Vegeta were to indeed grow stronger, who could assure that he would not evolve into the next Frieza? Do not hesitate any longer. Let me transform into Super Saiyan Vegeta. This is our only opportunity. Observing the uncertainty among the others, Vegeta shouted once more. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Little did he expect that, even at this moment, Vegeta was contemplating becoming a Super Saiyan. Regrettably, it is far too late to accomplish that now. Dandy's words echoed in the ears of the crowd. Why? Vegeta inquired perplexedly. Do not tell me that your healing abilities have conveniently failed at this very moment. Dandy shook his head and explained. It is because you no longer believe that I would save you. As long as you hold on to the conviction that I will revive you, you cannot struggle on the precipice of life and death, and thus, you will never transcend your limits. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Vegeta felt as though a thunderclap had struck him. Yet, upon reflection, he understood that Dandy spoke the truth. Curse be it. Vegeta immediately regretted having unmasked Dandy, forcing him to admit that his reluctance to save him had been a deception all along. As long as he harbored any doubts about Dandy, he could experience the sensation of nearing death. However, now that he had exposed Dandy, he could no longer believe the lies that he would concoct about his unwillingness to save him. The opportunity to grow stronger lay before him. Yet he had sabotaged it himself, leaving Vegeta in a state of profound frustration. How could this happen? This is infuriating. Krillin, too, came to a realization and proposed, fortunately. Goku is unaware that Dandy is still alive. If he is gravely injured and near death, we can cover for Dandy to rescue him. There is still hope for success. Krillin knew that this was their last glimmer of hope. Vegeta, I know you are reluctant to help Goku break through his limits, but you must understand, this is our only chance. Among us, you possess the greatest strength. Only you can hold off Frieza for a moment. Dandy's safety is entrusted to you. You must ensure that Dandy reaches Goku safely. Please. Krillin earnestly pleaded, looking at Vegeta. These words caused Vegeta to hesitate. Internally, he grumbled, "Cursed be it. What is this? Not only can I not break through my own limits, but I also have to help that lowly warrior, Kakarot, to surpass his? This is simply impossible." With this thought, Vegeta felt intensely displeased, and he clenched his teeth, forcing out a response through gritted jaws. You want me to assist that lowly warrior Kakarot in becoming stronger? Don't be ridiculous. This statement was laden with disdain and dissatisfaction towards Kakarot, yet tinged with a hint of resignation. Despite his reluctance, Vegeta glanced in Frieza's direction and ultimately chose to acquiesce. After all, he recognized that this might be their only viable option. After a struggle within himself, Vegeta finally sighed and said, "Fine, I shall go along with your wishes." However, as Vegeta uttered these words, a tempest of emotions churned within him. A powerful sense of unwillingness surging forth like a tidal wave. He could not abide the thought of Kakarot potentially surpassing him. This feeling of resentment proliferated in his heart, gradually morphing into an obsession. Simultaneously, Vegeta's gaze solidified with determination. He resolved silently that, by all means, he must strive to enhance his strength, ensuring that Kakarot could not easily eclipse him. "That's good," Krillin exclaimed, observing Vegeta's agreement, then turned his attention towards Frieza. "When the time comes, I too shall employ the Ki Blast, exerting all my strength to impede Frieza." Gohan, noticing the resolute glint in Krillin's eyes, clenched his fists tightly. "Uncle Krillin, we shall all join forces to thwart Frieza." With their decision made, the group turned their focus towards the battle on the island, awaiting their opportunity. After numerous failures, Dandy understood that he might not succeed in triggering the system's return this time, and he contemplated how to guide Goku's transformation. On the island, Goku fixated on Frieza. Sensing his rising energy, Goku realized that Frieza was not merely posturing. Just as Frieza's power plateaued, he suddenly moved. Whoosh! Frieza appeared before Goku in an instant, his elbow striking towards him like a bullet. Ah! The blow landed squarely on Goku's face. So fast, Goku marveled inwardly. Frieza's speed surpassed his expectations, rendering him nearly incapable of following the movements with his eyes. Humph! Frieza, having landed a hit, refrained from pressing the attack further, instead relishing the gravity of Goku's expression. "What is the matter? I've only exerted half my power, and you cannot keep up?" With that, Frieza executed a sweeping kick, knocking Goku to the ground. "Ha! Before me, you are unworthy to stand." As he spoke, Frieza's tail coiled around Goku's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Chapter 46. 20 times Kaioken. Frieza's tail, like a nimble whip, ensnared Goku, hoisting him high. Then, Frieza extended his robust arm and delivered a brutal elbow strike to Goku's chest. The immense force sent Goku into a pained cry. Ah? Ugh! Accompanied by this wail, a stream of crimson blood erupted from Goku's mouth. Witnessing this, Frieza's brow furrowed in disgust as he cast Goku aside. Yet, Goku did not succumb. He endured the excruciating pain, clutching his chest, and defiantly rose to his feet, preparing to launch another assault on Frieza. Humph! You can only cling to a thread of life. Frieza's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he effortlessly leaped into the air, evading Goku's attack with ease. Witnessing Frieza's nonchalance and dodging his strikes filled Goku with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He understood that the current circumstances were decidedly unfavorable, and Frieza's formidable prowess rendered him nearly defenseless. Yet, a burning frustration welled within him. How infuriating! Gritting his teeth in anger, Goku felt powerless against Frieza's overwhelming force. However, he harbored no intention of retreating. There was no way he could concede defeat. Regardless of the odds, he was resolute in his determination to vanquish his foe. With a renewed sense of purpose, Goku summoned all his strength and lunged at Frieza once more, attempting to mount a counterattack. Yet, Frieza did not even spare him a glance. He simply lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick, as rapid as lightning. The blow struck Goku with tremendous force, sending him hurtling back to his original position at an astonishing speed. Gasping, Goku trembled on unsteady legs, struggling to maintain his stance, each movement appearing excruciatingly laborious. He widened his eyes, fixating on Frieza ahead, his gaze betraying an indomitable fighting spirit. However, his breath had become noticeably weak, as if he might collapse at any moment. "Ah, it seems you are on the verge of collapse, aren't you?" Frieza remarked, a smirk gracing his lips, revealing a hint of mockery. He appeared quite pleased with Goku's performance, though laced with a tone of derision. "The mere fact that you still dare to stand is quite commendable." Piccolo and Vegeta, observing the battlefield, felt a heavy weight in their hearts. They recognized that the situation was shifting unexpectedly, and Goku's predicament was clearly dire. "This is bad." Goku's strength pales in comparison to Frieza's. Piccolo furrowed his brow, speaking with a grave tone. He was acutely aware of Frieza's might and the immense pressure Goku faced. That fiend, his power truly knows no bounds. Vegeta's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Damn it! How naive of me to believe I could defeat him. What is Goku thinking? Even now, he hasn't unleashed his full power?" Krillin, filled with anxiety, clenched his fists. Worry etched across his face. He longed to rush in and assist Goku but felt utterly powerless. Regrettably, it seems Goku is utterly at a loss. He is simply out of options. Piccolo sighed resignedly, understanding Goku's plight. After all, anyone would feel despair when faced with such a formidable adversary. Krillin's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he gazed at Piccolo. He found it difficult to accept this grim reality, desperately hoping that Son Goku was merely concealing his true strength. Son Gohan's expression mirrored his shock, realizing that perhaps his father was resigned to his fate. King Kai, anxiously observing the fierce battle, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart heavy with dread and unease. That scoundrel Frieza had managed to incapacitate Son Goku using only half of his power. Upon witnessing the latest developments, King Kai exclaimed in horror. Tien Han's face turned ashen at this revelation, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. What? Son Goku utilized the Kaioken tenfold, and yet he could not withstand even half of Frieza's might? How could this be? Yamcha's voice trembled, a chill surging from his feet, as if the very world were on the brink of collapse. I had repeatedly warned Son Goku not to provoke Frieza lightly. It seems we are truly doomed now. Seeing that Goku had lost his will to attack, Frieza continued to mock him. Ho ho ho. Son Goku, why have you ceased your assault? Are you afraid? Fear not. I shall not grant you the mercy of a swift death. That would be too kind. I intend to make you suffer endlessly, to feel profound agony and despair. Ha 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 ha. Son Goku's expression turned grave as he pondered. Damn it. How much power does this fiend still possess? Merely using the Kaioken tenfold is insufficient to contend with him. It appears I must attempt the Kaioken 20-fold. But given my current physical condition, if he truly is only employing half of his fighting capacity, then even the Kaioken 20-fold may not pose a threat. Yet, I have no other recourse. I must stake everything on this. I hope my body can endure. Please do not falter in the heat of battle. Taking a deep breath, Son Goku prepared to unleash his final technique. Frieza, meanwhile, watched with keen interest as Goku's expression shifted, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Ho ho ho. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. It's too late for regrets now. You brought this upon yourself. At that moment, Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment. He sensed an immense surge of energy, and looking up, he beheld a renewed crimson aura emanating from Son Goku, stronger than before. Still not giving up? Wishing to continue your futile resistance? Then I shall ensure your suffering is even more profound. Frieza sneered. Meanwhile, Son Goku was forcibly channeling the Kaioken 20-fold, not merely achieving a fleeting boost, but maintaining it in a steady state. As Son Wukong's body began to tremble, veins bulged from his skin, and his face contorted in agony. Die. In an instant, as his power peaked, Son Wukong vanished from his original position. The next moment, he appeared right before Frieza. Eh? Frieza was astonished to discover that Son Wukong's strength had seemingly doubled once again. Before he could react, Son Wukong's fist struck him fiercely in the face. Ah! Frieza let out a piercing scream as his body was sent hurtling backward. Ah! Following this, Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches upon Frieza, each blow raining down mercilessly upon every muscle of Frieza's body. Despite the relentless assault, Son Wukong showed no signs of relenting. His fists grew faster and more ferocious. as if intent on utterly obliterating Frieza. Almost there, Sun Wukong realized that this state of power would not last long. Having thoroughly battered Frieza's muscles, he surmised that his opponent would be momentarily incapacitated. Now, Kamehameha. Sun Wukong concentrated all his energy between his palms and unleashed it with all his might, sending forth a beam of energy as wide as a barrel that roared toward Frieza. At that moment, Frieza had just regained control of his body and had no time to evade. He could only extend his hand to block the incoming attack. Ugh! Seeing the Kamehameha being intercepted, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to push it forward. A blinding flash erupted, and a tremendous shockwave spread outward. After a brief pause, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Frieza was completely engulfed by the Kamehameha. As the dust began to settle, Sun Wukong, trembling with anticipation, peered into the remnants of the chaos. Despite having sustained injuries, Frieza remained suspended in the air, a brooding expression on his face as he gazed at Sun Wukong. It's over. Sun Wukong suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. Chapter 47. One more move, how could this be? Sun Wukong murmured in disbelief, his body quaking as he felt himself drained of nearly all strength. After executing that last technique, he had exhausted every ounce of his power, pushing his body to its limits. His eyes were filled with bitterness and despair, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Did 20 times the Kaioken, combined with all my strength, truly have no effect on him? Sun Wukong gazed incredulously at his adversary, Frieza, a profound sense of helplessness swelling within him. He was not exaggerating. It seemed he had indeed exerted only half of his strength. Wukong's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an endless sense of loss. His eyes widened as he beheld Frieza emerging unscathed from the smoke of the recent explosion, the chilling gaze of his opponent sending shivers down Wukong's spine. At this moment, Wukong had exhausted all his energy. He could no longer maintain his levitation and could only descend slowly to the ground, gasping for breath. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips trembling as if he might collapse at any moment. Beside him, the onlookers Piccolo and Vegeta mirrored the despair etched on his face. They understood the immense power behind Wukong's previous strike. Yet now, that blow had merely inflicted a superficial wound on Frieza. Confronted with such a formidable enemy, their fear and hopelessness only deepened. It was truly unbelievable that Wukong's earlier strike had been so powerful, yet Frieza remained unharmed. Krillin wore an expression of utter confusion. His breath has almost faded away, Gohan murmured, worry etched across his features. Piccolo revealed a look of resignation. It's over. The King Kai was right. Frieza is not a foe to be trifled with. Damn it, Kakarot's power just doubled in an instant. Is that the ability of a Super Saiyan? But why is he still unable to defeat Frieza? Vegeta was filled with a sense of unwillingness and doubt. Could it be that even a Super Saiyan was no match for Frieza? Vegeta's face was a portrait of disbelief. There must still be a chance. Though Dandy spoke with bravado, his confidence was notably lacking. Frieza had transformed into his complete form, and his playful demeanor had vanished, replaced now by an overwhelming fury. In the face of Frieza's wrath, no one could hope to withstand even a single blow. Would events continue to unfold as they once had? Dandy found himself in a state of uncertainty. After all, he had altered the course of events, and according to the butterfly effect, even the slightest modification could yield a dramatically different outcome. Should Frieza choose to eliminate Goku and subsequently deal with everyone present, it would spell the end of all things. The King of the Worlds gazed in despair at the unfolding events on planet Namek, as Son Goku unleashed the 20-fold Kaioken and struck Frieza with the Kamehameha. The king clenched his fists in anticipation. However, upon witnessing Frieza emerge from the smoke, a wave of hopelessness washed over him once more. This was truly the end. The king understood that Goku's body could not sustain the strain of the 20-fold Kaioken. That last attack had already drained Goku's energy. Moreover, judging by Frieza's displayed prowess, even if Goku were to master the 20-fold Kaioken fully, he would likely still fall short against Frieza. The king was acutely aware of the hidden strengths possessed by his prized pupil, Goku. Just a moment. Amidst his despair, a thought suddenly struck the king. There was still one move left. Struck by the powerful Kamehameha, Frieza felt an intense pain coursing through his body, his eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding events. How infuriating. That had been perilously close. Where had that fool acquired such formidable strength? Frieza gritted his teeth, feeling the sting of pain. He glanced down at his hands, horrified to find them marred and bloodied, crimson droplets oozing from his wounds. He had never anticipated being injured, let alone bleeding and experiencing such excruciating agony. This was the first time he had encountered such a sensation, igniting a furious rage within him. A low, menacing chuckle escaped Frieza's lips. The sound of his teeth grinding together in wrath. Clenching his fists tightly, blood dripped from his fingers. Consumed by pain, Frieza's gaze burned with fury, directed at Son Goku. Filled with boundless hatred. That detestable scion would pay dearly. Frieza roared silently within himself. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Resolutely deciding to show Sun Wukong a taste of his true power, he descended with a thunderous impact, his feet crashing onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With each deliberate step he took towards Sun Wukong, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, as if the very world trembled in response. "You have inflicted pain upon me," Frieza coldly remarked as he advanced. His voice dripped with malice, instilling a chilling dread. As his pace quickened, transforming into a sprint, he lunged at Sun Wukong like a ferocious beast pouncing on its prey. Sun Wukong, observing Frieza's relentless approach, felt an ominous sensation rise within him. At last, Frieza halted just a few paces away from Sun Wukong, leaning slightly forward as he unleashed his full power. "I will make you experience 1,000-fold, a myriad of suffering," Frieza roared, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a swift kick to his back. Though Sun Wukong reacted with remarkable speed, his body struggled to keep up, forcing him to awkwardly evade Frieza's assault. Yet Frieza's velocity was astonishing. He unleashed a flurry of attacks that left Sun Wukong gasping for breath. "Ha ha ha. Did you really believe your frail body could evade my strikes? Such naivety," Frieza taunted. Charging forward once more, combining fists and feet to deny Sun Wukong any respite. Frieza's fist struck Sun Wukong squarely in the face, sending him hurtling through the air. Approaching again, Frieza delivered a brutal kick to Sun Wukong's body. "You wretched, foul monkey," Frieza shouted as he sent Sun Wukong soaring. "How dare you oppose me?" Leaping into the air, he struck Sun Wukong again. "I will make your existence a living hell." Another aerial kick sent Sun Wukong crashing down to the ground. As Sun Wukong struggled to rise, Frieza approached him coldly. "Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago?" Frieza exclaimed as he sent Sun Wukong flying once more. "What's wrong? Are you afraid to retaliate now?" Frieza stretched out his hand towards Sun Wukong. "What of your Super Saiyan form? It's nothing but a mere illusion. This ends now." Sun Wukong, burdened and gasping for air, could only attempt to shield himself from Frieza's onslaught. He understood that Frieza had yet to desire his death, otherwise, a single strike would suffice to end his life. Witnessing his father being mercilessly kicked about without the ability to fight back, Gohan was consumed by rage. "No, I must save my father," he exclaimed. "Hey, Piccolo, Vegeta, should Wukong not be on the brink of death?" Krillin, observing the scene with cold sweat trickling down his face, prepared to gather his energy for an attack. "We must hurry and rescue him." Vegeta gazed into the distance, equally drenched in cold sweat. He sensed that under the wrath of the furious Frieza, he could scarcely endure a single blow. Piccolo, too, wore a grave expression, acutely aware that if he were to strike, it would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor. Should he perish, the Dragon Balls would be irrevocably lost. Dandy was engulfed in despair. Approaching Sun Wukong now would undoubtedly lead to his demise at the hands of Frieza, unless, in a fleeting moment, he could heal Sun Wukong and simultaneously receive a return from the system. Was it worth the gamble? Chapter 48. Spirit Bomb. Wait. Hold on. Piccolo suddenly interjected, halting Son Gohan, and then turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong, as if he had discerned something extraordinary. It seemed that Wukong had a plan. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately focused their attention on Sun Wukong, while Frieza looked on in astonishment. "What do you mean by that? Surrender?" Frieza watched as Sun Wukong struggled to rise. Arms raised high above his head, his mouth agape as he gasped for breath. "It's the Spirit Bomb." Krillin instantly recognized the technique, having witnessed Sun Wukong employ it once on Earth. "Go for it, Dad," Son Gohan exclaimed, his heart filled with hope upon seeing the familiar move. "So it's that technique." Vegeta recalled that Sun Wukong had previously used it against him. What Spirit Bomb? Only Piccolo remained unaware of this technique, for he had perished when Wukong first unleashed it on Earth. The Spirit Bomb is a secret technique taught to Sun Wukong by King Kai. Krillin explained hurriedly. This technique can absorb energy from all living beings on the planet, whether they be human, animal, or plant. Even microorganisms can contribute their strength, which is then gathered to form the Spirit Bomb to strike at the opponent. Is that so? Piccolo nodded thoughtfully, though a bitter smile crossed his face. With a cold chuckle, he remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "That King Kai fellow has never mentioned such a technique to us. He even claimed that we couldn't learn the King Kai fist for now. How biased. However, all the inhabitants of this planet are already deceased, and the flora is exceedingly sparse. Even if we can gather some energy, will it truly be sufficient to contend with the formidable Frieza?" Krillin questioned anxiously. His eyes filled with doubt and concern. "There appears to be no other course of action. We must take a chance on this desperate measure." Krillin sighed helplessly, silently praying for the effectiveness of this technique. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was laboring to steady his breath, concentrating deeply as he prepared for the impending battle. "O heavens, O earth, all living beings of Namek, in order to vanquish the malevolent Frieza, please lend me a fraction of your strength, that I may use it to defeat that vile fiend." In quiet contemplation, Sun Wukong fervently prayed, yearning for the gathering of energy. As time elapsed, his aura gradually stabilized. Sensing the life force of the entire Namek slowly coalescing, Sun Wukong began to strategize internally. The power of the spirit bomb was immensely formidable. Were it not for dire circumstances, he would never resort to such a measure. A careless misstep could potentially obliterate the entire Namek planet. Yet now, this was his sole recourse. If he failed to vanquish Frieza, not only would this planet suffer, but the entire universe would fall victim to Frieza's tyranny. Feeling the energy coalesce, Sun Wukong realized his strength was still insufficient to defeat Frieza, and he continued to summon more. This planet's energy was far too meager. Perhaps the nearby planets could lend me some power as well. Observing Sun Wukong's gesture of surrender, Dandy was momentarily taken aback but soon grasped his intention. He silently raised his hand, signaling those around him to join in. One by one, the others followed suit, lifting their hands in solidarity. At that instant, everyone felt a tremendous force siphoning away from within them. What is happening? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he was utterly drained of strength, as though all his energy had been expunged in an instant. Unable to support his own body, he collapsed to the ground. Piccolo experienced a similar depletion, his countenance paling. Witnessing this scene, Gohan raised his hand without a moment's hesitation. He understood that this was a moment of unity, where any sacrifice was worthwhile. However, upon seeing Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan exhausted, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, a tiresome charade." He crossed his arms over his chest, coldly observing the unfolding events from a distance. At this moment, Frieza reveled in his triumph, casting a mocking gaze upon Sun Wukong. Internally, he sneered, "What's this? You wish to surrender now? This is unlike you, Sun Wukong. Were you not just boasting a moment ago? Alas, it is far too late for regrets now. Or do you think I would believe your feigned surrender? Do not be naive. Even if you harbor some cunning scheme, what can you achieve in your current state?" Frieza's laughter resonated through the air, laden with endless derision and contempt. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood silently, appearing as though he had indeed lost the will to fight. Only Krillin and the others noticed a colossal spirit bomb forming far above Sun Wukong's head, its diameter reaching an astonishing 50 meters. As they felt the weight of this power, everyone was seized by a sense of suffocation. Is this the spirit bomb? Is this the life force of the entire Namek? It is overwhelmingly potent. Frieza, unable to sense energy, remained oblivious to Goku's actions. He merely observed the scion before him, who could barely stand, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, completely unaware of Goku's intentions. Goku, attuned to the energy sphere's power, realized it still paled in comparison to Frieza's might. Absorbing energy demanded considerable time, a significant flaw of the spirit bomb. He needed more strength, praying that Frieza would not discover his plight. He must hold on. Goku felt his body struggling to maintain his arms aloft, and they began to tremble uncontrollably. "Are you afraid? Your body shakes so violently." Witnessing Goku's intense trembling, Frieza felt a flicker of satisfaction, yet the pain coursing through him fueled his hatred. "Humph, do not think that mere surrender will save you. Even if you were to kneel and beg for mercy, I would never relent." As he spoke, Frieza surged forward, delivering another vicious kick to Goku's face. Ugh! Goku was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "No, I must continue to channel energy to Goku, or he will perish." Seeing Frieza strike, Dandy could no longer contain himself. "Vegeta, raise your hands now. This is no time for your stubbornness." Vegeta merely scoffed, turning his head away. Even against Frieza, there was no way he would lend his strength to Kakarot. "You." Dandy clenched his jaw resolutely, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Vegeta, how about we strike a bargain? If you lend your strength to Goku, I shall reveal to you the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Dandy's voice resonated with unwavering determination and confidence. What? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening in shock as a wave of intense doubt surged within him. His gaze reflected incredulity, yet soon morphed into a smirk of disdain. Humph, how dare you, little brat, deceive this prince? His tone dripped with evident sarcasm. What gives you the right to know the secrets of a Super Saiyan? Nevertheless, Dandy did not falter. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze firmly on Vegeta, declaring loudly, I speak nothing but the truth. If you do not believe me, you may test my method. A resolute expression graced his face, as if he possessed unwavering faith in his words. After a moment of silence, Vegeta, unable to resist the allure of Dandy's challenge, suddenly let out a cold laugh. Fine. I am curious to see what you, little brat, are capable of. Should I discover that you are deceiving me, I will ensure you meet your demise. Upon concluding his statement, he slowly raised both hands, feeling the energy within him being gradually siphoned away, his complexion turning pale. Simultaneously, his heartbeat quickened, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, as if he were under immense pressure. In the span of a single breath, Vegeta's power was instantaneously drained. Chapter 49, Go Spirit Bomb. As Vegeta infused his energy into the Spirit Bomb, it rapidly swelled with vitality. Meanwhile, Goku was sent flying by Frieza's kick, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet, he swiftly struggled to rise again, striving to lift his hands anew. Frieza observed Goku with confusion, pondering why he insisted on keeping his hands raised. Was there something in the sky? Frieza curiously glanced up. What is that? When did the moon appear? To his astonishment, Frieza spotted a colossal, luminous orb in the sky. At the same time, Goku sensed that the energy of the Spirit Bomb had amassed to a formidable level. Could it be this fellow's doing? Frieza scrutinized the glowing object, realizing it bore no resemblance to the moon. Ultimately, he comprehended that it was a concentrated energy wave. This revelation filled him with shock and fury. Damnable scoundrel! Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. Die. He prepared to launch an attack against Goku, but suddenly felt a surge of intense danger wash over him. In a swift maneuver, Frieza executed a backflip in midair, narrowly evading the impending assault. Subsequently, an energy-sword passed the spot he had just occupied. How infuriating! Have those wretched insects not yet perished? Frieza felt a surge of anger and swiftly turned his gaze toward the distance, only to discover that it was Krillin, exerting every ounce of his strength, who had unleashed this formidable energy attack. Wait, why is Vegeta still alive? Frieza's attention was suddenly drawn to Vegeta's figure, and not far from him stood a green-skinned individual, Dend. How infuriating! Could it be that the Namekian boy is still alive? Frieza gritted his teeth and thought to himself, if Dend had rescued Goku, he would soon face the combined assault of both Vegeta and Goku, a scenario he did not wish to confront. However, before Frieza could contemplate further, Goku had already pressed down with both hands, directing the colossal energy sphere toward Frieza with unyielding force. Frieza was momentarily stunned, watching the energy sphere grow larger before his eyes, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. How infuriating! You wretched beings shall not prevail, Frieza shouted in fury, then swiftly ascended into the air and kicked at the energy sphere with all his might. Begone! He roared, his face contorted in rage as he unleashed his full power against the energy attack. Yet, at the very moment of contact, an intense feeling of impending doom washed over him. It turned out that the energy sphere had no effect on the kind-hearted, but was specifically designed to punish the wicked. As Frieza made contact with the sphere, it reacted instantaneously. The energy sphere, charged with immense power, erupted violently, unleashing unparalleled energy. With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying blast engulfed the entire Namek. The sheer force tore a gaping hole in Namek's atmosphere, creating a stunning spectacle. Fierce winds howled through the air, toppling Dend and the others to the ground. They were unable to maintain their footing against the violent gusts, rolling helplessly with the wind. At that moment, Goku too had exhausted his final reserves of strength, his body crashing heavily to the ground. King Kai observed the scene silently, not daring to blink, lest he miss any detail. As he witnessed the energy sphere he had painstakingly created strike Frieza with precision, an indescribable joy surged within him. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape as if he wished to scream, yet no sound emerged. His expression was one of profound agony. What has happened? Has Goku been defeated by Frieza? Yamcha inquired cautiously, his voice laced with concern and anxiety. Only then did King Kai snap back from his overwhelming excitement. a radiant smile blossoming across his face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha ha! Goku has defeated Frieza." What? Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. The distinction between the characters, and, though seemingly minor, signifies two utterly divergent outcomes. Is it truly real? Tianjin Fan inquired with astonishment, his voice faltering. He could hardly fathom what he had just heard, that even Goku, who had exerted himself to the limits with the 20-fold Kaioken, was insufficient to contend with Frieza, who had only employed half of his power. How could it be that Goku was now capable of vanquishing Frieza? The KO nodded gravely in affirmation. In response, the crowd erupted into cheers and ecstatic cries. They leaped with joy, embracing one another in celebration, tears of happiness glistening in their eyes. On Namek, the aftermath of the spirit bomb's explosion had finally subsided, yet the landscape had been irrevocably altered. The towering mountains near the epicenter were obliterated, leaving only a litter of rubble and torrents of water cascading freely. Gohan struggled to maintain his composure as he painstakingly extracted Krillin and Din from the water, laying them on the ground beside him. He then extended a hand toward Vegeta. "Humph, who needs your assistance?" Vegeta retorted, completely ungrateful, as he pulled himself out of the water unaided. Beyond these four, the figures of Goku and Piccolo had vanished. Where's Dad? And Uncle Piccolo? Once assured of the safety of those nearby, Gohan immediately began searching for Goku. However, his gaze yielded no trace of his father, prompting him to turn toward the site of the recent explosion. There, a circular abyss had been carved by the detonation of the spirit bomb. The water, previously displaced by the shockwave, now flowed back, cascading into the chasm like a circular waterfall. Surely, Dad wouldn't. As he beheld the void created by the explosion, a flicker of despair ignited within Gohan. His eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the scene before him. "There is no energy," Krillin exclaimed, his face stricken with shock as he searched the surroundings, yet finding no trace of Goku or Piccolo's presence. "It can't be. It simply cannot be." Gohan cried out in desperation, unable to accept the grim reality that his beloved father and Uncle Piccolo might be lost forever. If Uncle Piccolo were gone, then the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. Even if the Dragon Balls remained, Goku had already perished once before. He could not be resurrected again. Was it truly the case that he would never again see his father? Son Gohan's heart was engulfed in despair and helplessness, tears blurring his vision. At that moment, it felt as though his heart had been hollowed out, suffering immensely. He stood there in a daze, as if all his strength had been stripped away. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the water's surface, and a green head emerged. Piccolo had surfaced. "Uncle Piccolo!" Son Gohan exclaimed in delight, his eyes brimming with excitement. Piccolo turned to look at Son Gohan, a faint smile gracing his face, before reaching down to pull another person from the water. "Dad." Upon closer inspection, Son Gohan realized the figure was none other than his father, Son Goku, and joy overwhelmed him, tears streaming down his cheeks. "This is wonderful." At that moment, Piccolo was swimming toward the shore with the unconscious Son Goku, while Dandy was already prepared for treatment. He aimed to revive Son Goku from the brink of death. Perhaps this time, he could successfully activate the system. Now, Son Goku's strength was sufficiently formidable to please Dandy. Just as Piccolo reached the shore with Son Goku, and Dandy extended his hand to administer aid, an invisible force suddenly enveloped him, causing his body to uncontrollably ascend into the air. Meanwhile, Krillin inadvertently glanced at the mountain nearby, where a terrifying figure stood. "Frieza? It's Frieza, he is not dead." Hearing Krillin's voice, everyone turned in fear toward the mountaintop. As Dandy ascended, he internally screamed in alarm. "This is bad. Why is Frieza targeting me?" Chapter 50, Super Saiyan. After enduring the spirit bomb's assault, Frieza found himself at the center of the explosion, severely injured, one eye nearly blind, and a portion of his tail severed. This was the most severe damage he had ever sustained since his birth. However, his robust physique allowed him to survive. Despite this, the intense pain radiating from his body only fueled his anger. "Those accursed monkeys, I will make you pay." Frieza glared at the group with his remaining eye, determined to first eliminate the healing boy. He understood that if Dandy continued his healing techniques, the group would soon regain their full fighting capacity, perhaps even elevate the Saiyans' power further. He could not allow those monkeys to grow stronger. As Frieza felt the agony coursing through him, he had never anticipated that Son Goku could inflict such tremendous damage under such dire circumstances. "I will crush you all in an instant. You will not be granted another chance." As these thoughts raced through his mind, Frieza extended his palm, using his telekinetic powers to lift Dandy into the sky. Let you witness how the last glimmer of hope shatters. Damn it, Frieza. Goku roared in fury upon witnessing the scene. Having unleashed a powerful spirit bomb that had undeniably struck Frieza, he was left bewildered as to how the villain still remained unscathed. If even the spirit bomb lacked the potency to vanquish Frieza, then it seemed all hope was lost. A profound sense of despair enveloped Goku, rendering him unstable on his feet, barely managing to support his weight with one leg while the other limped helplessly. Everyone, flee, Goku bellowed. Fully aware that victory was no longer within reach, and that they could only resign themselves to fate, he resolved to remain behind and confront Frieza. However, Gohan and Krillin paid no heed to his words. Upon seeing Din ensnared by Frieza, Gohan and Krillin were consumed by urgency. Without hesitation, Gohan, fueled by rage, summoned forth another surge of energy and charged towards Frieza. Simultaneously, Krillin, expending his remaining strength, conjured a ki blast and hurled it desperately at Frieza. Just as Frieza prepared to crush Din, intending to unleash devastation, he was met with the oncoming ki blast. Fully aware that a direct hit would be detrimental, Frieza swiftly dodged to the side. In the next moment, Gohan stood before Frieza, yet the villain's power far surpassed Gohan's expectations. Even in a wounded state, Frieza was a foe too formidable for Gohan to contend with. Before Gohan could make a move, Frieza unleashed a ferocious strike, landing a swift kick to Gohan's neck. Gohan barely had time to utter a cry of anguish before his neck was snapped, and he was sent hurtling through the air. Krillin watched in horror as Gohan was launched away, his heart brimming with rage and sorrow. He realized that Gohan's fate was dire. In a reckless act of desperation, Krillin charged towards Frieza again, launching another ki blast in an attempt to halt him. Are you so eager for death? Frieza taunted, extending his hand once more. In the midst of evading Krillin's attack, Frieza had inadvertently lost control over Din. The moment Din regained his freedom, he swiftly fled, propelling himself towards Goku with all his might. Piccolo, witnessing Gohan's plight, especially the brutal manner in which his neck had been broken, rushed forward in anguish, catching Gohan's body and soaring towards Din. Vegeta, seeing Din's rescue, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, dragging his weary form towards Din. After Frieza's recent attack, even if he had not perished, he was gravely injured. If this little Namekian could restore my strength, perhaps there was still a chance, Vegeta mused, hastening towards Din. Meanwhile, aside from Goku, no one noticed or cared that Krillin was now ensnared by Frieza and was desperately struggling in midair. Goku. No matter how Krillin struggled, he could never escape Frieza's grasp. The thought of having already succumbed to death weighed heavily on him. Even the Dragon Balls could not restore him to life, plunging him into a profound despair. Upon witnessing this, Goku was instantly drenched in cold sweat, having just seen his son, Gohan, mercilessly kicked away by Frieza, his fate uncertain. Now, with Krillin ensnared in Frieza's clutches, his demise seemed imminent. Frieza, release him. Let everything come at me. Yet, Frieza, upon hearing Goku's anguished cries, wore a mask of hatred, relishing Goku's distress. I never expected to see you so flustered. Ha ha ha. Behold this magnificent display. As he spoke, Frieza tightened his grip, and Krillin suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of force. Goku's final desperate shout echoed in the air, and in the next moment, Krillin erupted like a colossal firework, bursting into a brilliant spectacle. Krillin! Goku cried out in despair, immediately closing his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Ha ha ha, succumb to despair, you wretched monkey. You will all perish. Frieza, reveling in Goku's helplessness, erupted into triumphant laughter. Goku, his eyes glazed over, murmured to himself, Krillin has died once. Even the Dragon Balls cannot revive him, and Gohan. Realization struck him, and he widened his eyes, flames of fury igniting within. His body trembled, breaths coming in rapid, heavy gasps, reminiscent of a cornered beast. The loss of Krillin and Gohan's uncertain fate filled him with sorrow and rage and unbearable truth. Clenching his teeth, he let out a low growl, his hair standing on end as golden light erupted from his being. His expression twisted into a fierce grimace, veins bulging on his forehead, muscles taut, strength surging within him. He felt an unprecedented wrath, propelling him beyond his limits. Krillin, Gohan, I shall avenge you. As Goku's voice echoed through the air, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. What? Frieza immediately took notice of Goku's transformation, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Piccolo also sensed the change in Goku. Vegeta stood frozen, incredulous at the sight. What is happening? However, Piccolo did not pause, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Cradling Gohan, he swiftly approached Dend. After all, although Gohan had been flung by Frieza, he might not yet be dead. As long as Gohan drew breath, Dend still had a chance to save him. Bick and the Grim Reaper raced against time, determined to ensure that Sun Wukong would not meet his demise. Dandy soared towards Sun Wukong, his gaze fixed intently upon the transformation unfolding before him. At last, it has finally happened. Sun Wukong has truly ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. Dandy gazed at Sun Wukong with exhilaration, fully aware that Frieza was utterly defeated. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Vegeta suddenly recalled something and immediately called out to him. "Hey, little squirt. Didn't you promise to reveal to me the secret of becoming a Super Saiyan? How did Kakarot manage to achieve it?" Although Vegeta found it hard to believe, the overwhelming aura radiating from Sun Wukong compelled him to acknowledge that it was highly likely Sun Wukong had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. Anger. Dandy uttered just 2 words before noticing Piccolo soaring towards him, cradling Son Gohan in his arms. He immediately began to fly towards Piccolo. Anger? Vegeta was taken aback by the statement. What could it possibly mean? Wasn't the Super Saiyan the most ruthless warrior in the entire universe? Could it be that anger was the key to becoming a Super Saiyan? Indeed, one must embrace anger, immerse oneself in the depths of profound rage. Dandy approached Piccolo and, addressing Vegeta, fulfilled his promise with a few words. He then placed his hands upon Gohan. With a sudden flash of light, Gohan abruptly opened his eyes. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Dandy's mind. Ding! The system has detected the host has revived a dying individual. Activation successful. The saved has been returned 1,000-fold of their strength. Chapter 51. The Turn of Events. Haha. I have finally succeeded in activating the system. Dandy heard a voice in his mind, and he was so exhilarated that he nearly cried out. After enduring for so long, he could finally stand tall. Upon hearing the prompt, Dandy immediately closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in the sensation of the formidable power coursing through his body. In an instant, he felt his heartbeat accelerate, as if it were about to leap from his throat. Simultaneously, his blood surged through his veins with fervent urgency, as if striving to break free from the confines of his flesh. Every cell within him seemed to awaken, pulsating joyfully and exultantly, allowing him to perceive the astonishingly rapid ascent of his strength. When Dandy finally opened his eyes again, a brilliant light flickered within them. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surge of power, as a smile involuntarily spread across his lips, radiant and triumphant. In that moment, he felt as though he were capable of anything, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of confidence. Is this the 1,000-fold return of Gohan's power? Dandy inwardly marveled, pondering, such formidable power should surely not be outmatched by a Super Saiyan. What Dandy was unaware of was that Sun Wukong, having been inspired by the Grand Elder, had unleashed his latent power. Furthermore, after confronting Frieza and breaking through his limits under pressure, Sun Wukong's strength had surged to an astonishing 200,000. At this moment, Dandy was faced with the overwhelming return of Sun Wukong's 1,000-fold strength, equating to a battle power of 200 million. Upon acquiring such formidable power, Dandy's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Initially, he had aspired to personally vanquish Frieza, relishing the thrill of combat. Yet now, possessing a battle power of 200 million, the importance of defeating Frieza seemed to diminish significantly. It was akin to once harboring a mere 200,000, with dreams of purchasing a luxury car when wealthier, only to suddenly find oneself with 2 billion. The urgency to acquire the vehicle waned considerably. Once, I took pride in driving luxury cars. Now, it would be a privilege for such vehicles to be driven by me. As Dandy contemplated, he cast his gaze towards Frieza, only to find Goku fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Poor Frieza, you are no longer worthy to be my adversary. For now, you may entertain yourself with Goku. Dandy understood that at this moment, Sun Wukong was seething with rage, so he decided to let Frieza serve as an outlet for his fury. As for the extent of his own power, he was uncertain whether the current Sun Wukong possessed the qualifications to engage in a duel with him. Given Sun Wukong's inherently combative nature, it was needless for him to say anything. The warrior would undoubtedly seek to challenge him. Dandy was aware of Sun Wukong's eagerness to seek vengeance on Frieza, yet he did not hasten to find Sun Wukong. Piccolo and Gohan, who were closest to Dandy, had been intently focused on Sun Wukong, but upon sensing Dandy's transformation, their eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. They stared at Dandy, as if beholding a completely unfamiliar figure. Piccolo felt a disquieting power emanating from Dandy, who had just moments ago been on par with Gohan. now radiating an overwhelming aura that was both formidable and unsettling. Bewildered by this anomaly, Piccolo furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend how Dandy's strength had surged so drastically in an instant. Gohan, his mouth agape, was filled with perplexity and shock. He gazed at Dandy, pondering internally, what is happening? How could Dandy suddenly become so powerful? From whence does this overwhelming energy originate? The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the same astonishment and confusion in their eyes. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having just absorbed the secrets imparted by Dandy, was striving to immerse himself in rage. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura erupting from Dandy, one so formidable that it left him profoundly shaken. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Dandy, his expression a mix of confusion and shock. Clenching his jaw tightly, jealousy ignited in his eyes. To Vegeta, it was an affront that a mere Namekian child could possess such immense power, surpassing his own capabilities by countless degrees. How infuriating! How could this diminutive Namekian possibly achieve such strength? Vegeta muttered under his breath, struggling to accept this reality. Dandy's ascendance and strength presented not merely a challenge, but a profound threat, simultaneously igniting a deep-seated jealousy within him. He not only understood the path to becoming a Super Saiyan, but had also attained such formidable power. Vegeta's expression gradually darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, and his hands clenched involuntarily. What was the meaning of this? Within his heart, Vegeta battled fiercely, utterly unwilling to accept being surpassed by Dandy. His soul was rife with anguish and resentment, an inexplicable fury surging within him. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans, once the pride of the entire Saiyan race. Yet now, he found himself eclipsed by a lowly Saiyan warrior raised on Earth and that diminutive fellow from Namek. Vegeta felt as though his dignity had been cast to the ground, trampled mercilessly. Moreover, the one who trampled upon his honor was utterly oblivious, merely passing by without a thought, thereby completely disregarding his dignity. This was far more disheartening than direct humiliation, for it underscored that no one regarded him with any esteem. Driven by this intense jealousy, Vegeta's psyche began to unravel. His once proud self was now wholly supplanted by envy. He began to perceive Goku and Dandy as adversaries, his heart brimming with animosity. How infuriating! I am the prince of the Saiyans. How could this happen? Kakarot, and even that little Namekian, have managed to become so formidable. How dare they surpass me? Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes ablaze with unyielding fury. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. I should have been the first to transform into a Super Saiyan. Everything should belong to me. How dare Kakarot claim it before me? Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Goku, the resentment and anger in his eyes threatening to erupt. At this moment, Goku remained blissfully unaware of Vegeta's shifting emotions, consumed by his own rage over Krillin's death, focusing intently on Frieza. Frieza, in turn, had completely lost interest in the unfolding drama between Vegeta and Dandy. He stared with wide eyes, his face a mask of disbelief. He sensed the overwhelming power surging within Goku as his hair suddenly turned golden, eliciting a flicker of doubt and fear within him. What is happening? Frieza murmured, struggling to comprehend the events transpiring before him. The Goku now standing there bore no traces of the original kindness and innocence. His furrowed brow evoked a sense of foreboding. Could it be the Saiyan transformation? Frieza began to panic, cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. But isn't the Saiyan transformation supposed to be into a great ape? What then is this golden hair? Frieza struggled to recall the knowledge he possessed about the Saiyans, yet found himself devoid of answers. Panic began to swell within him as he grappled with the unexpected turn of events. No matter the circumstances, the Saiyans could not be permitted to remain. Frieza vowed silently to himself, irrespective of what transformations Goku had undergone, he was determined to annihilate the Saiyans completely. He would not allow them to pose a threat to his dominion over the universe. Taking a deep breath, he hastily quelled his rising anxiety, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He directed his attention towards the distant figures of Vegeta and Gohan, along with the diminutive green silhouette beside them. They must be eliminated first. Frieza mused internally, understanding that he could not allow these individuals to continue their growth. Thus, he swiftly raised his hand, pointing towards Dandy's direction. Humph! I shall no longer hold back my power. You all shall perish. Frieza bellowed, preparing to unleash his energy wave. However, at that moment, a figure appeared before him like a flash of lightning, pressing against his finger with its chest. Frieza focused his eyes in disbelief, recognizing Goku standing before him. An expression of fury etched across his face, and in the next instant, Goku seized his hand. What? Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind reeling. He could never have anticipated that Goku could manifest before him in an instant. What instilled greater fear within him was the realization that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Goku's grip. How is this possible? Frieza murmured incredulously to himself. The excruciating pain radiating from his wrists surpassed anything he had ever imagined. Goku's eyes gleamed with an infinite thirst for vengeance, fixated intently on Frieza. His expression was dark and foreboding, as if he intended to devour his foe whole. A wave of despair washed over Frieza as he recognized that the Goku before him had transcended his understanding. Yet, he remained unwilling to surrender, attempting to resist. Frieza, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you kill Krillin? He had already been revived with the Dragon Balls once. Moreover, you now intend to slaughter other innocent lives as well. Witnessing Frieza's intent to strike at Dandy and the others, an enraged Goku roared once more. You fiend! Today marks your demise. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, Frieza's countenance darkened ominously, his gaze fixed upon Wukong with malevolent intent. How detestable! Frieza suddenly exerted himself fiercely, breaking free from Son Wukong's grasp. He swiftly retreated a few paces, maintaining a cautious distance. Then, with his uninjured eye, he scrutinized Wukong from head to toe. You, just moments ago, could barely stand. How have you suddenly become so formidable? Frieza inquired, astonishment lacing his voice. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his voice to tremble. Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan? Chapter 52, An Uneven Battle. Frieza's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Son Wukong before him. Wukong felt an inexhaustible surge of power welling within him, fueled by an unquenchable rage. He realized that this strength emanated from the depths of his anger and hatred. Unable to restrain his emotions any longer, Wukong unleashed his full aura, a brilliant golden radiance intensifying around him. Frieza, you have thoroughly provoked me. Prepare to face my wrath. Wukong roared, dashing towards Frieza with lightning speed. He scorned the notion of utilizing energy attacks, opting instead for the most direct and visceral method, engaging Frieza in a brutal melee to vent his fury. With a resounding thud, Wukong's formidable fist struck Frieza squarely in the face, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Wukong's speed was astonishing, allowing him to quickly close the distance to the airborne Frieza, positioning himself above him. With both hands clenched into fists, resembling two colossal mountains, Wukong descended with a fierce momentum, delivering another crushing blow to Frieza. Frieza cried out in agony as he was struck once more, his body seemingly on the verge of being torn apart, deeply embedded into the ground. However, before Wukong could pursue his attack, a thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the very ground beneath them. Frieza raised his hands high, fiercely clenching his fists, emanating a terrifying aura. He too unleashed his formidable power. At this moment, a sinister smile crept across Frieza's face as he slowly ascended into the air, confronting Wukong. Do not elevate yourself to such lofty ideals, standing upon your so-called moral high ground. Have you Scions never slaughtered the innocent? Frieza retorted, his face contorted with fury. They were exterminated, Wukong replied, his expression unwavering. As if it were a matter of course. Frieza found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Let me tell you, it was I who annihilated them. Frieza then proclaimed with unrestrained glee, I detest those monkey-like beings. He continued to sneer, as a Scion. Do you not feel a twinge of sympathy for them? In response, Goku, his expression unchanging, replied coolly, I am a Scion who was raised on Earth. Now, it is my turn to obliterate you. With a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Frieza laughed heartily. You wish to annihilate me? Such bold claims. You shall merely become my defeated foe, just as you were before, and shall be again. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, what difference does it make? Your body is already battered beyond repair. You are no match for me. Frieza spoke with an air of arrogant confidence, yet Goku's countenance betrayed a subtle smile. Hey Frieza, could it be that you are experiencing fear? Is that why you endeavor to convince yourself to remain unafraid of me? Goku's lips curled in a knowing smirk, as if he had seen through Frieza's fade, his expression tinged with playful mockery. What? Frieza's face shifted, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, though it was swiftly suppressed, replaced by a visage of rage and insanity. Die. As he spoke, Frieza suddenly launched a surprise attack, unleashing a colossal wave of energy directed at Goku, enveloping him in its fierce embrace. Die, die, die. Frieza screamed frantically, continuing to unleash energy blasts that rained down upon Goku. venting his inner turmoil and dread. Boom, boom, boom. The air crackled with violent explosions. The fierce waves of energy crashing like a relentless tide, swirling up dense clouds of dust, as if to tear the very fabric of the world asunder. Yet, Goku stood resolute like an unyielding mountain, braving Frieza's tempestuous onslaught. A faint golden aura shimmered around his form, akin to a resilient shield, steadfastly resisting Frieza's energy waves. Each impact caused his body to tremble slightly, yet his gaze remained unwavering and calm, devoid of any trace of fear. Dandy stood at a distance, quietly observing the fierce confrontation between the two combatants. What once sent shivers down his spine, the waves of energy, now appeared as mere fragile balloons, bursting with a loud pop, yet inflicting little harm. At last, Frieza ceased his relentless assault. Meanwhile, not far off, Son Goku remained poised in midair, resembling a resplendent star, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Even if you now realize your mistakes, I shall not grant you mercy. Son Goku's voice was icy and resolute, reminiscent of a judge from the depths of hell. Frieza gazed at the golden figure before him, terror etched across his face, his eyes brimming with disbelief and despair. Impossible. How can this be? How could you possess such formidable strength? Frieza muttered to himself, his tone laced with madness and defiance. Frieza, your time has come. Upon hearing this, a maniacal grin spread across Frieza's face. Ha! What grandiose claims! I am the supreme being of the universe. I am the strongest. Super Saiyan. Merely a ridiculous myth. Observing Frieza's deranged demeanor, Dandy felt a twinge of pity mingled with amusement. This former emperor of the cosmos had succumbed to madness, losing all rationality. Son Goku offered no reply. Instead, he slowly extended a hand toward Frieza, palm facing forward. What? Frieza's eyes widened in terror, incredulity washing over him as he beheld Son Goku. A wave of intense fear surged from his feet, enveloping his entire being. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. The Saiyan before him was far beyond his imagination, a force of unimaginable strength. Frieza felt death looming ever closer. Suddenly, Son Goku made a slight movement, merely releasing a subtle pulse of energy. Yet, this simple act unleashed staggering power. Frieza was hurled backwards by the force of the energy wave, his body spinning uncontrollably in the air. He desperately struggled to regain his composure, yet was powerless to do so. How infuriating! Frieza finally comprehended that this Saiyan had been toying with him all along, never unleashing his full potential. His heart brimmed with rage and indignation. The humiliation was intolerable. This shall not be forgiven. Frieza gasped for breath, his eyes glimmering with fury, fixating on Son Goku, wishing nothing more than to tear him to shreds. As Son Goku observed Frieza's incredulous expression, a faint smile crept across his lips. You see, I was not boasting. His voice was calm, imbued with confidence and authority. His gaze was steadfast and piercing, as if conveying to Frieza, do not deceive yourself. I am far more powerful than you. Just moments ago, Frieza, who had been contemplating the simultaneous destruction of Sun Wukong's body and spirit, was astonished to find that a similar fate was beginning to befall him. Before he could finish his thought, Sun Wukong's figure flickered and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared before Frieza. His fist struck like lightning, the speed so extraordinary that it was imperceptible to the eye. A dull thud resonated as Sun Wukong's fist crashed into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza had no time to react, letting out a muffled groan as he doubled over in pain, a bitter taste rising in his throat. His complexion turned ashen, clearly indicating he had sustained a grievous blow. Frieza, still unwilling to concede, gritted his teeth against the pain and roared in fury, launching another punch with all his might. Yet, this blow was effortlessly evaded by Sun Wukong. Frieza's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he swung again. This time, not only did Sun Wukong dodge, but he also landed a solid hit on Frieza's face. How dare you toy with me? Frieza bellowed in rage, his anger boiling over. He had never imagined someone would dare to treat him in such a manner. He had always been the one to manipulate others, and now, he found himself at Sun Wukong's mercy. The humiliation was unbearable. Die! A fierce glint flashed in Frieza's eyes as he clenched his fists, exuding a menacing aura as he launched into a furious assault against Sun Wukong. His fists descended like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with tremendous power, sweeping towards Sun Wukong like a violent storm. However, in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, Sun Wukong remained remarkably composed. His gaze was cold and resolute, devoid of any fear. Rather than retaliate, He relied on his agility and deft movements to continuously evade Frieza's every attack with remarkable finesse. As Frieza unleashed a relentless barrage, he found himself panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He stared at Sun Wukong with wide eyes, incredulous as he pondered, how can this guy so effortlessly evade all my attacks? This is impossible. No one has ever managed to do this before. Realizing he could not land a blow on Sun Wukong, Frieza quickly retreated to gain some distance. Prepare yourself, he declared, and in an instant, he extended a finger to launch a surprise attack, a purple beam of light erupting from his fingertip. This purple beam was none other than Frieza's ultimate technique, the Death Beam. Chapter 53, Frieza's Descent into Madness. Frieza's maneuver was executed with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. However, Son Goku remained unfazed, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of confidence. Just as the death ray was poised to strike him, he remained utterly still. The beam shot directly toward him, yet instead of detonating, it passed through his form as if he were but a mere illusion. What? Frieza's countenance shifted dramatically, bewildered by the inexplicable survival of Son Goku. Moreover, his ultimate technique had not detonated. Could it be that Son Goku possessed the ability to become invisible? A whirlwind of questions swirled within Frieza's mind. Yet he resolved to persist. He determined to launch another assault in hopes of uncovering a weakness in Son Goku's defenses. Thus, Frieza raised his finger once more, preparing to unleash the death beam again. This time, he thought to himself, there would be no escape. Frieza struck again, unleashing a barrage of over 10 death rays, effectively enveloping Son Goku and every angle surrounding him. Whoosh! The beams once again traversed through Son Goku's form. Infuriating. Frieza finally discerned the truth. Son Goku had skillfully evaded the death rays at the precise moment of contact, swiftly returning to his original position. To an observer, it appeared as though Frieza's beams had merely passed through him. This revelation underscored Son Goku's formidable prowess to evade Frieza's onslaught while simultaneously positioning himself for a counterattack. Yet, Son Goku refrained from retaliating, seemingly toying with Frieza instead. That insufferable wretch. Frieza was consumed by rage, experiencing for the first time the bitter taste of being so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Dandy observed that Sun Wukong did not immediately unleash a barrage of blows upon Frieza. Instead, he continuously showcased his formidable prowess, effortlessly toying with Frieza as if he were a mere plaything. Inwardly, he mused, Scions truly revel in their flamboyance. Fortunately, Frieza is not akin to Cell, otherwise, it would be dire indeed. Yet, what harm is there in a little ostentation? We possess the capital to indulge in it. Dandy profoundly comprehended Sun Wukong's actions, yet upon reflecting on the recent events, a twinge of regret washed over him. I could have rescued Sun Wukong more swiftly. If only I had acted a moment sooner, perhaps Klin would have been spared. However, had Klin survived, it seems Sun Wukong would have been unable to achieve his transformation. Would he? No, just moments ago, when Gohan's neck was severed, Sun Wukong's fury ignited instantaneously. Dandy recalled the moment he had just traversed into this realm, amidst the chaos. He caught a fleeting glimpse of Krillin and Gohan concealed behind a stone, which instilled a sense of security within him, allowing him to regain his composure. Although it was Gohan who emerged to rescue him, without Krillin's presence, the trio would likely have succumbed to Dodoria's grasp. In truth, the deepest gratitude is owed to Gohan, for not only did he save me last time, but it was also thanks to him that I activated the system this time. Dandy glanced once more at Son Gohan, who, upon noticing Dandy's gaze, immediately returned a smile. No problem. His father had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and would surely be able to vanquish Frieza. Dandy consoled him, witnessing Sun Wukong evade his death ray with astonishing speed. Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. You despicable creature, all you know is to dodge. Had you been struck by my death beam, you would have perished long ago. Frieza bellowed in a fit of rage. Oh, Sun Wukong replied, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. He understood all too well that this was merely Frieza's attempt to provoke him. Yet, he remained unfazed, even willing to take the bait. Why don't you try hitting me? Sun Wukong straightened his posture, defiantly puffing out his chest. Huh? Do you intend to withstand my attacks without evading? Frieza's face turned an ashen shade, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Sun Wukong, gritting his teeth in fury. You should give it a try. Sun Wukong maintained his composure, his heart steady, gazing at Frieza with a glint of confidence in his eyes. Seeing Sun Wukong's arrogant demeanor, Frieza secretly reveled in delight, believing that Sun Wukong was severely underestimating him, and this presented a perfect opportunity. Thus, with a maniacal expression, he laughed sinisterly and shouted, You arrogant fool. I will make you regret this. Prepare to meet your end. As his words echoed, Frieza abruptly extended his finger, unleashing a formidable death ray that surged towards Sun Wukong like a bolt of lightning. This ray was significantly larger and tenfold more powerful than the previous one. Frieza was convinced that if Sun Wukong did not evade this time, he would undoubtedly be struck, resulting in severe injury or even death. In that moment, he envisioned seizing the opportunity to counterattack and potentially turn defeat into victory against the lesser foes. As the beam hurtled towards Sun Wukong, Frieza was engulfed in anxiety, feeling as if his heart were gripped by an iron hand, making it nearly impossible to breathe. His heartbeat quickened instantaneously. With wide eyes, he roared with a malevolent expression. You boastful scion monkey, let us see if you dare not to dodge. Yet, Sun Wukong remained entirely composed, expressionless, and indifferent to the oncoming stream of light, allowing the death ray to collide with his visage. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the immense force sent Sun Wukong's body reeling backward involuntarily. However, mere moments later, he gradually regained his stance, his gaze icy and dismissive toward Frieza. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk as he confidently declared, I told you. You can no longer defeat me. Upon witnessing this, Frieza's face drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet, his body trembling uncontrollably. Could it truly be ineffective? He had never imagined that one day he would encounter such a formidable adversary, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of despair. He widened his eyes, gazing in terror at the figure of Sun Wukong before him, as if he were witnessing the arrival of death itself. Sun Wukong advanced towards him step by step, each stride landing like a hammer upon his heart. As Sun Wukong drew nearer, Frieza's fear and hopelessness intensified. Cursed be this fate. I should have annihilated the Scions long ago. To think that the legends were true, that a Super Saiyan actually exists. Frieza clenched his fists, swinging them in frustration. His face contorted with annoyance. Never before had anyone dared to toy with me, to insult me. I am Frieza, the mightiest in the universe. This must surely be a nightmare. Indeed, it is a nightmare. If it were not a dream, how could there exist a Dragon Ball capable of granting wishes? With this thought, Frieza's expression turned even more deranged. Ha ha ha, since this is a nightmare, then I shall be the master of this dream. The course of events shall be determined by me. I will obliterate every last Scion, even if it is merely in a dream. A sinister smile spread across Frieza's face, his eyes glinting with cruelty and madness. He fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong, as if savoring the imminent triumph that awaited him. Sun Wukong observed the frenzied Frieza, a resolute determination surging within him. It must come to an end. He resolved to hold nothing back. Extending his right hand, fingers together, he aimed directly at Frieza, his gaze resolute and piercing. Prepare to meet your demise, Frieza. Sun Wukong's voice resonated with authority, echoing across the battlefield. His aura surged, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of the universe. Yet, upon witnessing Sun Wukong's readiness to strike, Frieza seemed to recall something, displaying no hint of panic. On the contrary, a cunning smile crept across his face. Hey, I seem to remember that you Scions are unable to survive in the universe, aren't you? Frieza suddenly proclaimed, his tone laced with arrogance. What? Sun Wukong paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his visage. Ha ha ha. I am far too clever. I shall not perish. It is you who are doomed. Frieza erupted into a raucous laughter, his voice brimming with confidence and satisfaction. As he spoke, Frieza raised both hands above his head, and a colossal energy sphere materialized above him. His face radiated with pride, as if victory were already assured. Oh ho ho. Foolish monkey, prepare to vanish along with this Namekian planet. Frieza bellowed, his voice reverberating like thunder. He channeled all his strength into the energy sphere, poised to unleash his final assault. I can thrive in the void of space, while you Scions can only await your demise. As he spoke, Frieza had already exhausted all his strength to conjure a planet-destroying attack. Ha ha ha, even you cannot withstand my ultimate strike, Frieza declared, preparing to unleash his devastating move. Upon witnessing this, Son Goku immediately felt a surge of panic and readied himself to intervene. At that moment, another figure materialized above Frieza in an instant. Chapter 54, Accept the Challenge, Kakarot. Frieza, with both hands raised high, was on the verge of releasing the planet-destroying attack when a golden figure unexpectedly appeared above him. What is that? Son Goku's heart raced as he glanced upward at the silhouette above Frieza. His eyes widened in astonishment as he discerned that the figure was, in fact, Vegeta. What is happening? Why has Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan? Son Goku furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with confusion. Clearly, There was something transpiring that he was unaware of. Vegeta must have been revived by that child from Namek. What about Gohan? With this thought, Son Goku anxiously scanned his surroundings for Gohan's presence. Soon, he spotted Gohan floating in midair, and a wave of relief washed over him. Unfortunately, Krillin had been obliterated. It seemed there was no hope for his revival. Moreover, Krillin had already perished once, even with the Dragon Balls. The memory of Krillin flooded Son Goku's mind, igniting a mix of sorrow and rage within him. Krillin had been his companion since childhood, sharing countless trials of life and death. Such a bond was beyond mere words. Now, with Krillin having fallen at the hands of Frieza, Son Goku was engulfed in unbearable anguish. Damn Frieza! He seethed, his gaze filled with fury directed at Frieza. At that moment, Vegeta appeared like a specter behind Frieza, brimming with confidence, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Frieza! With a fierce shout, Vegeta's voice pierced the air, causing Frieza to tremble, his face betraying a mix of confusion and surprise. Yet, Frieza's movements remained relentless as he continued to drive his hands downward with all his might. The planet-destroying attack began to descend slowly toward the ground. Suddenly, Vegeta interjected, "Hey, Frieza, you will not destroy this planet. I still have a score to settle with Kakarot here." Without hesitation, Vegeta lifted his foot and, channeling all his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the planet-destroying attack that Frieza had meticulously crafted. With a resounding crash, the attack, infused with Frieza's full might, was sent soaring away like a mere ball, propelled by Vegeta's kick. What? Frieza's expression transformed into one of profound shock and terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the extraordinary events unfolding above him. The scion known as Son Goku remained utterly still, who possessed the power to alter my planet-destroying attack. As Frieza pondered this, he turned in astonishment. To his greater surprise, upon turning back, he beheld another figure, radiant with a dazzling golden light and cascading golden hair, a Super Saiyan standing before him. This silhouette was hauntingly familiar, evoking an indescribable fear within Frieza. Vegeta? Frieza's voice trembled, laden with astonishment and dread. His eyes widened further, struggling to accept the reality before him. At this moment, Frieza's heart was awash with confusion and unease. He began to question whether he was truly grounded in reality or if this was merely an elaborate nightmare. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan had not manifested for centuries, yet now too had emerged unexpectedly. Such a scenario was utterly unfathomable, leaving him in disbelief. What on earth is happening today? Did I consume some poisonous mushroom before sleep? Frieza muttered to himself, attempting to rationalize the bizarre phenomenon he was witnessing. He couldn't help but recall his previous suspicions and wariness of the Scions, which now seemed to have deeply rooted themselves in his subconscious, conjuring this nightmare. Confronted with Vegeta's appearance, Frieza became increasingly convinced that he was ensnared in a dream. Otherwise, how could these Scions appear like popcorn, one after another? When did I even fall asleep? Frieza felt bewildered, silently resolving that upon awakening, he must take immediate action to eradicate all Scions, to eliminate any potential threat. Vegeta hovered silently above Frieza, his gaze fixed not on him, but intently on the distant Son Goku. His voice was cold and resolute. "Kakarot, is there truly any merit in battling this fool? Why not engage with me instead?" Upon hearing these words, Son Goku felt a wave of confusion, uncertain as to why Vegeta had suddenly made such a request. "What did you say?" He blinked in disbelief, looking at Vegeta with perplexity. Vegeta took a deep breath, his tone laced with provocation. "Kakarot, you must have seen it. Although you transformed into a Super Saiyan first, I too have now attained that power." Noticing that Son Goku still did not comprehend, Vegeta continued, "Kakarot, I had never realized that the catalyst for becoming a Super Saiyan was the utmost rage. In the past, I always attempted to suppress my emotions, striving to become cold and unfeeling, which prevented me from breaking through. Fortunately, as the proud prince of the Scions, witnessing your transformation into a Super Saiyan filled my heart with a tumult of resentment and fury. It was precisely this fervor that ultimately enabled me to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan." His gaze sparkled with confidence and pride. "Now, I am the formidable Vegeta. I shall never again be defeated by you, a mere low-class warrior. Let us settle this once and for all. I shall demonstrate that my power as a Saiyan prince far surpasses that of a lowly fighter like you." With a menacing grin, Vegeta raised his thumb, confidently pointing it at himself. "I am the mightiest Super Saiyan." Goku looked at Vegeta in astonishment, never anticipating that Vegeta would follow suit and transform into a Super Saiyan as well, but soon a smile graced his face. He could empathize with Vegeta and was eager to engage in combat with him. He felt his blood surging with exhilaration. Indeed, Vegeta, while on Earth. We had agreed to have another bout. However, let us first deal with that despicable Frieza. Upon witnessing Vegeta challenge Goku, Frieza's heart swelled with delight, believing that these two scions would turn upon each other. Yet, when he heard Goku utter his name, his expression shifted. Akin to a student caught daydreaming and suddenly called upon in class, he was momentarily stunned, then cast his gaze downward, his demeanor darkening as he clenched his teeth in fury. Are you referring to this fool? A cold smirk crept upon Vegeta's lips as he swiftly swung his fist, delivering a devastating blow to Frieza's abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as Frieza, in agony, spewed forth a mouthful of bile. Kakarot, have you witnessed this? This is the current Frieza. He is now as defenseless as a dog, posing no threat whatsoever. Vegeta declared triumphantly. Almost immediately, he soared into the air and delivered a kick to the small of Frieza's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Curse you! Frieza seethed, feeling the searing pain igniting his rage. However, having expended excessive energy in unleashing his planet-destroying attack, he now felt utterly exhausted, his body rendered powerless, left at the mercy of Vegeta's whims. Upon witnessing Frieza gathering the energy for his planet-destroying attack, Dandy initially prepared to intervene, for the destruction of Namek would spell his own demise as well. However, he soon realized that Vegeta had already surged forward. Indeed, Vegeta possessed remarkable talent. With just a hint from me, he swiftly ascended to the status of Super Saiyan. He certainly would not allow Goku to seize all the glory for himself. As Dandy contemplated this, a smile involuntarily crept across his face, and he resumed his musings. I wonder if I could easily contend with Vegeta should he and Goku join forces? Chapter 55. The reluctant Frieza was engulfed in a sense of bitterness and regret. If given the chance to relive the moment, he would undoubtedly have unleashed his full power at the onset of the battle, swiftly eliminating Vegeta and that scion named Goku. Had it not been for Goku's spirit bomb striking him, Frieza firmly believed that with all his might, he could have triumphed even against a Super Saiyan, never yielding to Goku and Vegeta. However, it was now far too late. Frieza found himself thoroughly subjugated by Vegeta. Frieza, take a good look. I have become Super Vegeta. The one who will end you is none other than I. I shall avenge my father, all the fallen scions, and the planet Vegeta. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and he brought his foot down with tremendous force upon Frieza's form. Coughing, Frieza felt his body contort under Vegeta's overwhelming pressure, blood erupting from his mouth. Frieza, today is your reckoning. I still have to face Kakarot. I do not have the luxury of time to waste with you. Prepare to meet your end. Vegeta bellowed, his face contorted in a menacing snarl, fists clenched tightly, radiating an aura of ferocity. With that, he extended his right hand, unleashing a potent energy wave that surged forth from his palm, striking with a velocity akin to a speeding cannonball, piercing through Frieza's chest. All right, Kakarot, now let us engage in a proper battle. With Frieza vanquished, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, resembling a ferocious beast eager to embark on a fierce confrontation. Indeed, Vegeta, the previous skirmish lacked any excitement. I too eagerly anticipate this clash, where we shall both exert our utmost. Allow me to witness your true strength. The eyes of Sun Wukong glimmered with a sharp brilliance, enveloped by a formidable aura. As his energy surged forth, his golden hair blazed like a fire, radiating intense energy. His muscles were taut, veins protruding, showcasing unparalleled strength and dominance. Similarly, Vegeta emanated a powerful aura, his face brimming with confidence as he regarded Sun Wukong, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve and determination. The two stood facing each other, and at the moment their eyes met, it felt as though the entire world quivered. With a simultaneous roar, a wave of immense energy erupted across the battlefield. This energy wave rapidly spread, distorting the surrounding air. In an instant, their figures soared into the air, intertwining as fists and palms collided, each impact igniting violent explosions. Vegeta's strikes were akin to a tempest, his fists moving with the swiftness of lightning, each blow carrying cataclysmic power. Sun Wukong, nimble in his evasions, retaliated with a ferocity akin to a gale, compelling Vegeta to regard him with caution. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta exclaimed, Kakarot. He unleashed a powerful punch, the heat generated by his fist slicing through the air, warping the surrounding space. Sun Wukong sidestepped and retaliated with a kick aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta grunted, his body leaning back slightly, yet he quickly regained his balance. Meanwhile, As the two engaged in their fierce aerial duel, a green figure materialized beside Frieza. Dandy approached Frieza, casting a cold gaze upon the once mighty tyrant of the universe. Though his body was pierced, it still trembled slightly, indicating that he had not yet succumbed to death entirely. Piccolo and Gohan soon joined Dandy's side. Is he dead? Gohan inquired, unable to fathom the sight of the once invincible evil emperor now rendered so feeble, easily vanquished by Vegeta. A twinge of regret welled up within Piccolo. The demon who had brought catastrophic ruin to Namek was clearly on the brink of defeat, yet Piccolo lamented not having personally delivered the final blow to Frieza. Damn it! Frieza's weakened voice broke the silence, causing both Gohan and Piccolo to startle. Piccolo swiftly took a step back, unleashing a ki blast aimed at Frieza. Bang! However, even in his weakened state, Frieza's physical resilience proved beyond what Piccolo could shake. The ki blast inflicted little harm upon him. Despicable! Frieza spat venomously. Though Piccolo could not wound him, he could still evoke immense pain. Oh, you can still speak, Piccolo remarked, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You call me despicable? Are you referring to my seizing the moment while you are gravely injured, preying upon the weak? As he spoke, Piccolo could not help but laugh derisively. Ha! Is this not your customary approach? His laughter was laced with scorn and indignation. Frieza, tell me, when have you not used your strength to coerce your opponents into submission? When you arrived on Namek, you brutally slaughtered my kin and forced the elders of various villages to surrender the Dragon Balls to you. Piccolo's eyes burned with resentment as memories of his innocently slain brethren and the torment they endured flooded his mind. Frieza, how dare you accuse me of being despicable? His voice turned low and icy. For what you have done to me, for the suffering you inflicted upon Nail, and for the plight of all my fellow Namekians, I shall make you wish for death. A resolute determination underscored Piccolo's words. As he spoke, he aimed once more at Frieza, unleashing a torrent of ki blasts that rained down upon him like a relentless storm. Frieza was engulfed in excruciating agony, his body relentlessly battered by energy waves, each strike tearing at his wounds and eliciting anguished cries. The unceasing barrage diminished his breath, rendering his voice increasingly feeble. Piccolo showed no signs of mercy. He sought to make Frieza experience the depths of suffering, to impart a lesson on the severity of his maleficence. Frieza struggled under Piccolo's relentless assault. Yet his strength had been utterly depleted, leaving him unable to withstand the onslaught. How infuriating! If only I possessed my peak power, I would never concede to these super Saiyans. How dare you, mere insects, lay hands upon me? Piccolo, listening to Frieza's wails, gradually furrowed his brow. What was this strange sense of compassion stirring within him? It perplexed him that he could feel a twinge of pity upon hearing Frieza's cries. Oddly enough, as a member of the demon race, he should revel in tormenting his foes, unbeknownst to Piccolo, since his death and subsequent entry into the afterlife. He had ceased to be the malevolent demon king he once was. Now, having fused with Nail, he had adopted a newfound benevolence. Thus, when he inflicted suffering upon Frieza, a flicker of compassion emerged. Unable to persist in tormenting Frieza, Piccolo ultimately relented, allowing Frieza to face his own demise. Frieza, you have committed countless atrocities, and now you await your just retribution here. You wretched insect, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? If I still possess my strength, I would not spare you. Frieza's face was a mask of bitterness, prompting a faint smile from Piccolo. Frieza, you are on the brink of death. It is too late for any words now. Unexpectedly, Dandy seemed to take this in. With a malevolent grin, he addressed Frieza. Frieza, are you suggesting that if you were to regain your full strength, you could defeat those two Saiyans? Chapter 56. Frieza's resurgence. Seeing the smile on Dandy's face, Piccolo immediately sensed trouble. Gohan widened his eyes in alarm, urgently warning, Dandy, you can't be considering. Frieza, upon hearing Dandy's voice, jolted with sudden realization. The diminutive Namekian possessed formidable healing abilities. If he were inclined to assist, Frieza could swiftly reclaim his former glory. The thought filled Frieza with secret glee. Yet an insidious smile crept onto his face. Hey, little Namekian, listen well. Revive your king at once. Witnessing Frieza's expression, Dandy was consumed with rage. In stark contrast to his former self, Frieza was now bloodied and battered, his smile more akin to a grimace than anything resembling joy. What was even more infuriating was his audacity to command Dandy with such arrogance. Dandy could not help but retort, Frieza, have you even considered why I would save you? In response to Dandy's inquiry, Frieza let out a cold snort, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Little brat, Do not presume that my current state of injury renders me incapable of dealing with you. Let me assure you, with my power, ending your life would be but a trivial task. With that, Frieza attempted to raise his hand to demonstrate his strength. However, due to his severe injuries, his arm could only tremble slightly and remained unable to lift. Dandy observed Frieza's grotesque demeanor and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature, revealing a malicious countenance. However, Dandy did not take Frieza's threats to heart. He was acutely aware that Frieza was no longer capable of posing any danger to him, even if Frieza were to regain his former glory. Dandy could effortlessly dispose of him at any moment. In response to Frieza's demands, a smirk played at the corners of Dandy's mouth, exuding a hint of mockery. Why don't you try begging me? His voice dripped with provocation and derision, audaciously challenging Frieza's limits. Frieza was momentarily taken aback by Dandy's words. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dandy. Beg him? Frieza had never humbled himself before anyone, let alone requested anything from others. As the Emperor of the universe, he had always held himself in high regard, untouchable and formidable. Even in the presence of the god of destruction, Beerus, he had only displayed a modicum of humility, never once stooping to plead. Now, being so openly belittled by Dandy ignited a flame of indignation within him. How dare he ask me to beg? This is a gross violation of my dignity, an affront to my very being. Frieza seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes shimmering with fury. His pride forbade him from easily yielding, especially to someone he deemed insignificant. Yet, the current predicament placed him in a quandary. If he did not plead, he might truly lose his life. Frieza pondered silently. Despite his pride and self-esteem making it difficult to accept such a scenario, the instinct for survival whispered that perhaps pleading was his only avenue for salvation. Frieza found himself hesitating, his heart a tumultuous storm of conflict and struggle. He was reluctant to relinquish his noble dignity. Yet he was keenly aware that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. His expression fluctuated, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow. He silently reassured himself. Those Namekians are rather predictable. They always fulfill their promises. If I beseech him, he is likely to truly spare my life. This is merely a temporary measure. Once I regain my strength, I shall make him pay dearly and demonstrate the consequences of provoking Frieza. With these thoughts in mind, Frieza resolved to implore Dandy for his life. In a subdued tone, he said, "You little brat, save my life. I assure you, I will secure a prominent position for you within the Frieza force." Dandy, upon hearing Frieza's words, found himself torn between laughter and tears. He thought to himself, how utterly unreasonable this fellow was to believe that such a plea could compel others to save his life. Dandy shook his head, responding with disdain. "Is this what you call seeking help?" He then pressed Frieza with a pointed question. "After all the heinous acts you've committed against the Namekians, do you not feel even the slightest twinge of remorse?" Faced with Dandy's inquiry, Frieza instantly grasped the implication of the words, internally cursing under his breath. He found the demand utterly outrageous. Yet, at that moment, he had no alternative but to grit his teeth and reply. How infuriating. The mere thought of uttering the even more difficult words that lay ahead filled him with a sense of impending madness. However, in the interest of survival, he ultimately restrained his fury. After a prolonged silence, Frieza finally uttered, I am sorry, I was wrong." Hearing this, Dandy nodded in satisfaction before inquiring further. "Pray tell, what exactly was your error?" At Dandy's words, Frieza was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Deep down, he did not believe he had erred. Rather, he felt compelled to submit due to circumstances beyond his control. He regarded each of his actions as the most prudent choice. Whether it was seizing the Dragon Balls through force, threatening the village elder with the lives of the children to obtain the Dragon Balls, exterminating the Scions to eliminate potential threats, or torturing others to extract the secrets of the Dragon Balls, he believed he had done nothing wrong. There was, however, one matter that Frieza acknowledged as a mistake. Gritting his teeth, he admitted, "I was wrong to allow the Scions to flourish. I should have eradicated Vegeta and the other Scions when I had the chance." Upon hearing Frieza's confession, Dandy instinctively covered his face. It dawned on him that those who commit the most egregious acts do so not because they can disregard their conscience, but rather because they lack one entirely, allowing them to perpetrate evil with a clear conscience. Truly, it is a challenge to compel you to admit your faults. Dandy contorted his face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan could not help but clench his fists, his heart brimming with rage and discontent. He never anticipated that this cornered Frieza would believe that his failures stemmed from a lack of ruthlessness, rather than reflecting upon his wicked deeds. Piccolo also gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, his indignation reaching its zenith. He never imagined that, as the former Demon King Piccolo, he would find himself unable to claim the title of villain in the presence of Frieza. However, Dandy seemed to have reached an understanding, accepting Frieza's apology. He slowly crouched down, gently placing his hands upon Frieza's body. Sensing Frieza's feeble aura, he recognized that Frieza's life now hung by a thread. Although Dandy was aware that his restorative abilities were on cooldown, he hesitated not. Instead, he focused intently, channeling his healing power to gradually infuse Frieza with vitality. "Dandy, you can't possibly be considering healing him," Son Gohan exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing the scene. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding event. He could not fathom why Dandy would choose to resurrect Frieza. After all, this fiend had mercilessly slaughtered countless Namekians, bringing them endless suffering and calamity. Dandy offered no explanation, instead continuing to employ his healing technique. A brilliant light flashed, and in an instant, Frieza's wounds were fully healed, his vitality rapidly restored. As Frieza felt the resurgence of life within him, he immediately rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. Drawing in a deep breath, he sensed the powerful energy coursing through his body. He realized that his injuries had completely vanished, and both his strength and energy had been thoroughly revitalized. Witnessing this transformation, Frieza could not help but erupt into maniacal laughter. "Oh ho ho, little one, your power is truly remarkable." Frieza was astonished by Dandy's abilities, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "In light of your act of saving me, I shall spare you for now. Once I deal with those two monkeys, I will return to settle the score with you." With a menacing glare directed at the two Super Saiyans hovering above, Frieza swiftly ascended into the sky. Prepared to engage in a deadly confrontation with Son Goku, he silently vowed to himself that, come what may, he would defeat Goku and Vegeta, redeeming his honor. "This time, I shall not underestimate them." Frieza gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly, an overwhelming aura radiating from his being. His gaze shimmered with unwavering determination. "This time, I shall give my all, and they will witness my true power." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Frieza inhaled deeply, concentrating all his strength within. With each breath growing heavier, an immense force emanated from him. 90%. Frieza's body began to tremble slightly, the surrounding air seemingly thickening under the weight of his power. 95%. 100%. Chapter 57. Targeted again on Namek. Frieza's form gradually expanded. His once diminutive stature now appeared formidable, muscles bulging and veins protruding, as if his entire being was filled to the brim with strength. Dandy observed the transformation of Frieza, a smirk playing upon his lips. He was acutely aware that Frieza had succumbed to madness, entirely devoid of reason, fixated solely on the pursuit of power. This singular obsession with strength, neglecting the essence of balance, echoed the future actions of the formidable Trunks. Yet, Frieza remained blissfully unaware of his own state. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he soared towards the fiercely battling Goku and Vegeta, silently vowing, "Saiyans, I shall make you taste the bitter flavor of despair." On the battlefield, the radiant bursts of energy clashed rhythmically, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. Goku and Vegeta's figures intertwined amidst the brilliance, their speed rendering them almost indistinguishable. Their fists and legs collided with the ferocity of a tempest, each strike imbued with astonishing power. Frieza hovered in midair, intrigued by the fierce contest between Goku and Vegeta, a cold smirk adorning his lips as he mused. These two are indeed amusing, engaging in a dog-eat-dog struggle. Nevertheless, the ultimate victory shall belong to me. Once again, Goku and Vegeta's fists met with a thunderous impact. Their bodies shuddered slightly, yet they quickly regained their composure. They then separated and faced each other defiantly. Excitement sparkled in Goku's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Vegeta, grinning. "Vegeta, your strength is undeniably formidable. It seems that a swift resolution is unlikely." Vegeta's eyes gleamed with confidence and arrogance as he scoffed. "Haha, Kakarot, do not get too full of yourself. As the prince of the Saiyans, I was born a top-tier warrior. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I cannot possibly lose to a lowly fighter like you." Goku smiled faintly in response. "Oh, is that so? Let us see who is superior." With that, he resumed his battle stance. "Come, the warm-up is over. Unleash your full strength." Goku's gaze sharpened, while Vegeta's face radiated with triumphant fervor as he bellowed, "Kakarot, today shall be your demise." I will personally end your life. Fearlessly, Goku stood tall, replying loudly, "Is that so? Then let us put that to the test." As their words hung in the air, the atmosphere around them instantly thickened with tension. Observing this, Frieza flew to Vegeta's side. "Hey, Vegeta, how about we join forces to deal with this bothersome fellow?" Frieza's eyes were fixed on Goku, imbued with hatred. As a wicked smile crept across his face while he proposed to Vegeta, "Get lost." Vegeta cast not a glance at Frieza, bellowing directly instead. He then gazed into the distance, silently musing. What on earth is that Namekian child up to, even saving a creature like Frieza? Is he oblivious to the current predicament? Vegeta furrowed his brow, thoroughly perplexed by Dandy's actions. He understood that Frieza's unscathed appearance here must surely be attributed to Dandy's intervention. Yet, he simply could not fathom why Dandy would choose to spare Frieza's life. Was this not courting trouble for himself? Not only Vegeta, but Piccolo and Gohan were equally bewildered. With expressions of confusion, they turned to Dandy, awaiting his elucidation. "Dandy, why would you save Frieza?" Gohan anxiously inquired as he watched Frieza take flight. "Indeed, Dandy. What is going on?" Piccolo, having merged with Nail's memories, recalled that Dandy would never stoop to such actions. However, in the face of their inquiries, Dandy merely smiled subtly, exuding confidence as he declared, "It is nothing. I simply believe that allowing him to die so easily would be too lenient. I wish for him to experience profound defeat and despair before meeting his end. Rest assured, with me here, he shall not stir up any tempest." Upon finishing, Dandy patted his chest, signifying his assuredness. Witnessing Dandy's unwavering conviction and confidence, Gohan and Piccolo found themselves at a loss for words. They could only place their trust in Dandy, hoping he could indeed manage the situation as he professed. Dandy gazed faintly at Frieza hovering in the sky, fully aware that even if he were to regain all his strength at this moment, he would still fall short against the formidable Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta. Regardless of any unforeseen circumstances, he had his own presence to rely upon. With Dandy's current prowess, vanquishing Frieza would be a trivial endeavor. After all, having endured suppression for so long, he had finally managed to rise above. What was wrong with reveling in his newfound freedom? Who says only the Saiyans can indulge in such exuberance? I, Dandy, can revel even more than you. Dandy exuded an undeniable confidence. If Goku and his companions are Super Saiyans, then I am now a Super Namekian. A super-duper Namekian? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, as he had never encountered such terminology before. "Piccolo, do not be astonished. If you could revert to your original form, you would possess strength no less formidable than my own." Upon witnessing the astonished expression on Big's face, Dandy offered a smile. "Is it possible for me as well?" Big pondered, filled with uncertainty, yet secretly committed Dandy's words to memory. Dandy gazed at Piccolo's expression and suddenly sensed an overwhelming eagerness within him, as if he could hardly wait to merge with the deity. Should Piccolo undergo this fusion, his power might well surpass that of a Super Saiyan, perhaps even eclipsing my current strength. Dandy suddenly came to a realization and pondered within himself. Upon careful reflection, he found these individuals to be truly formidable. Whether it be Piccolo, Goku, or Vegeta, their capacity for growth was nothing short of astonishing. Dandy reminisced about the combat experiences of these individuals. Each time they confronted formidable foes, they consistently transcended their own limits, growing ever stronger. This astonishing rate of development instilled a sense of panic within Dandy. He felt compelled to continue enhancing his own strength. "I activated the system twice in succession, reaping tenfold and then 1,000-fold returns on my combat power, yet my current prowess barely surpasses theirs. If, in due course, their abilities continue to escalate, I fear they will inevitably outstrip mine. Truly, they are an extraordinary bunch." As Dandy contemplated this, a cold sweat broke out upon him. He had originally believed that his growth and strength was sufficiently extraordinary, only to realize that he had merely caught up to the pace of this group. It seems that without a modicum of true skill, one cannot hope to thrive in the world of Dragon Ball. Suspended in midair, Frieza's expression twisted into one of fury. How infuriating! Frieza had not anticipated that even at his peak strength, he would be so blatantly disregarded by Vegeta. "Vegeta, you are truly ungrateful." Frieza immediately redirected his wrath, preparing to strike at Vegeta. "Step aside, Frieza. Do not disturb our duel." Vegeta fixed his gaze on Goku, ready to continue their battle. Goku also chose to ignore Frieza, his face alight with eagerness as he charged towards Vegeta. The two figures moved through the air like lightning, their every clash sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the world. As if the very earth trembled in anticipation of their fierce combat. Frieza radiated a powerful aura, yet was overlooked by the two stubborn Saiyots. His expression contorting into a grimace of rage. Impudent fools! Perish! You two foul monkeys! With that, Frieza raised his hands above his head once more. A massive purple energy sphere coalescing ominously. Ha ha ha! It seems that annihilating this planet is the most perfect solution. None of you shall survive, except for me. Frieza sneered, preparing once again to obliterate Namek. Chapter 58. Instant kill on Frieza. Hey, Frieza. Do not lay a hand on Namek. Dandy initially intended for Frieza to confront either Son Goku or Vegeta, hoping he would experience the sting of defeat. To his surprise, Frieza was utterly disregarded by both Son Goku and Vegeta. Dandy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, only to find that the enraged Frieza had once again begun to gather energy for his planet-destroying attack. Upon witnessing this, Dandy silently lamented the situation. That mischievous child, Frieza, was on the verge of causing a ruckus simply because he was excluded from the fun. It was imperative for him to intervene before matters escalated further. Dandy suddenly materialized before Frieza. Frieza, you shameless scoundrel. Frieza, upon recognizing the diminutive figure of Dandy before him, was filled with disdain. However, as Dandy spoke, he delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. G.U.H. Frieza, struck in the stomach, immediately expelled bile, feeling as though his very insides were about to be emptied. Simultaneously, his eyes widened in shock, as if they might pop from their sockets. Following this, Dandy launched a kick that struck the colossal planet-destroying energy ball Frieza had gathered, sending it hurtling away with a swift motion. What is happening? Frieza could hardly fathom that it was this little Namekian who had thwarted his efforts. How can you possess such formidable power? Frieza stared at Dandy, his expression one of disbelief. Frieza, what a pity. You could have avoided such a swift demise. Upon encountering Frieza, Dandy, filled with indignation, coldly addressed him. I initially intended to grant you an opportunity to engage in battle with the Super Saiyan, to allow you to realize that you are no match for them. However, to my dismay, you remain obstinate, even contemplating the destruction of planet Namek. Thus, I can no longer afford to spare you. Dandy lifted his head, his gaze cold and indifferent as he fixed his eyes on Frieza. What did you say? Frieza, upon hearing Dandy's threat and witnessing his icy demeanor, immediately fell into a state of panic. What on earth is happening? Why are all of you? Frieza was bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been the one in control of the situation, yet now, three individuals with overwhelming power had suddenly appeared before him. Dandy paid no heed to Frieza's panic. With astonishing swiftness, he thrust his right hand forward, piercing directly into Frieza's chest. Dandy could distinctly sense that as his palm penetrated deeply into Frieza's form, he encountered no warmth whatsoever. A sardonic smile crept across his mind. No wonder you are so callous. It is because even your blood runs cold. Frieza, with his body pierced, widened his eyes in terror, gazing at Dandy, his mouth opening and closing as if to utter something, yet no sound escaped his lips. Dandy continued, Frieza, remember this. Today, I shall slay you to avenge the countless innocent lives mercilessly extinguished on Namek. His tone grew increasingly fervent, as if he sought to unleash all the pent-up rage within him. When you report to Yama, I hope you sincerely apologize to them. You must act swiftly. If you delay even for a moment, you may find that the opportunity for an apology has vanished. As his words resonated, Dandy drew back his hand, and an unparalleled force erupted forth, a torrent of energy surging into his palm, coalescing into a terrifying energy wave. Frieza's expression turned to one of despair as he muttered, No, no. Yet, it was far too late. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave surged forth like a wild stallion, obliterating Frieza's form entirely. Frieza's flesh was torn asunder, transforming into a crimson mist that dissipated into the air, swept away by the impact of the energy blast. In that moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill, with only the scattering blood mist bearing witness to Frieza's demise. Having vanquished Frieza, Dandy vigorously shook his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Indeed, there is a certain exhilaration in personally delivering justice to this fiend. Dandy reminisced about the sensation he experienced upon first encountering Frieza after his arrival in this realm. At that moment, he was ensnared by the frigid gaze of his adversary, as if a chilling wave surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, enveloping him in an icy grip, akin to a descent into a frozen abyss. The feeling of being scrutinized by that mocking smile seemed to penetrate his very soul, leaving an indelible shadow within Dandy's heart. After having dealt a decisive blow to you with my own hands, I hope to dispel the haunting echoes of that psychological torment. Dandy smiled faintly, secretly relieved. Fortunately, I now possess formidable power and am no longer the insignificant pawn I once was. He then raised his gaze towards the two Saiyans. At that moment, Vegeta and Goku had ceased their actions, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared at Dandy. Just moments ago, as Frieza struck, both had prepared to intervene. Yet they could never have anticipated that Dandy would so swiftly resolve the situation. Goku was particularly taken aback, for he could distinctly feel that Dandy's displayed strength surpassed even his own when transformed into a Super Saiyan. An overwhelming admiration filled him, and he couldn't help but ponder, this little fellow is truly remarkable. I would love to engage him in battle to test my mettle. Meanwhile, Vegeta, equally astonished, was consumed by an indescribable mix of rage and jealousy. Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely at Dandy, his expression one of disbelief. How could you? Dandy, adorned with a gentle smile, gracefully floated to the midpoint between the two. He gazed at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, his tone serene as he remarked, "Perhaps it is time for you both to exercise restraint. I couldn't help but sense that Namek was on the verge of succumbing to the full force of your battle." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, retracting his energy. However, Vegeta, unable to accept this, recklessly charged towards Dandy, exclaiming, "I command you to cease." Dandy intensified his tone, not even flinching as he reached out to grasp the oncoming fist of Vegeta, holding it tightly in his grasp. Vegeta immediately let out a piercing scream. "Vegeta, I could end your life at any moment. If you understand, then behave yourself." Dandy coldly warned Vegeta with a piercing gaze. At that moment, both were acutely aware that they were utterly no match for the Namekian before them. As Vegeta fell silent, Dandy suddenly regarded him with keen interest, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a touch of mockery. Observing this, Vegeta furrowed his brow, perplexed by Dandy's intentions. Then, Dandy inquired, "Vegeta, do you recall what you promised me when you implored for my aid in the presence of the Elder?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. He certainly remembered. At that time, he had been gravely wounded and on the brink of death, compelled to seek Dandy's assistance in hopes of healing to enhance his power. The recollection left him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a brief silence, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and muttered, "Are you referring to my promise not to harm you? What a jest! Are you attempting to humiliate me?" A surge of rage welled up within Vegeta as he glared fiercely at Dandy, his eyes wide with fury. Dandy's audacious reminder of his inadequacies, coupled with his brazen bravado, filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. It was not merely the initial statement, but rather the subsequent remarks that stung the most. Dandy paid no heed to Vegeta's reaction and continued to press for answers. Vegeta gritted his teeth, straining to recall the events of that time. At last, he remembered another promise he had made. "I shall no longer entertain thoughts of conquering Earth or Namek." Do you truly believe I still possess the capacity to threaten Namek? Vegeta retorted with a sardonic smile. Dandy gently shook his head, a hint of disappointment evident in his gaze. Then, with a sudden realization, Vegeta's eyes widened as he pondered the words. "You mean to say that I once declared my unwavering commitment to safeguarding Earth should it ever come under threat?" Indeed. Dandy merely nodded, indicating his acquiescence. "What a joke. Why should I concern myself with the protection of Earth?" Vegeta remarked with evident disdain. "Moreover, as a Namekian, why do you care about Earth?" Vegeta posed another question, unable to fathom Dandy's deep concern for the planet's safety. Dandy smiled mysteriously, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he continued, "For there are Dragon Balls on Earth. Surely, there will be those who covet them in the future. Peace on Earth is destined to be fleeting. Thus, I require you to fulfill your promise." Vegeta swiftly grasped the implication. The Dragon Balls on Earth had been revived. He scoffed lightly, yet did not outright reject Dandy's proposal. The very thought of the Dragon Balls on Earth ignited within him a desire to journey there. Precisely. One must uphold their word. Failure to do so would result in a fate akin to that of Frieza. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Dandy admonished him, his tone grave and earnest, though internally he reveled in his advantage. Indeed, strength is paramount. Had I not possessed overwhelming power, Vegeta would have struck at me long ago. Why would he obediently listen to my discourse otherwise? Nevertheless, Vegeta was consumed by feelings of humiliation and resistance under Dandy's oppressive presence. Even his genuine desire to protect Earth could not reconcile with the manner in which he was being coerced. After all, what Scion Prince would willingly submit to being commanded? How presumptuous. The potential of a Scion is limitless. I shall train with fervor and, one day, I will surpass you. Vegeta contemplated fiercely, his fists clenched in determination. In a fit of indignation, he soared into the sky, declaring, I shall go to Earth and protect it. Dandy watched as Vegeta departed with an air of displeasure, unable to suppress a sigh. This fellow truly is excessively concerned with his pride. He actually took off in a huff. All while I was contemplating the possibility of him joining forces with Goku. Chapter 59, The Resurrection of All. Dandy's desire for Vegeta to journey to Earth stems from the hope that future troubles may find resolution through him. It is always the soldiers and generals who march into battle, while only the king can remain in the rear. I certainly do not wish to shoulder all burdens alone. One must put on a facade, yet life is meant to be danced and sung. Let others handle the intricacies. I shall simply embrace my role as a languid, carefree king. Before his journey across realms, Dandy was merely a tireless worker, yearning for a life of ease. Of course, such tranquility requires a certain level of prowess. Upon witnessing Dandy's confident demeanor, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement, immediately breaking into a broad smile. Haha, Mr. Dandy, you are truly remarkable. To defeat Frieza with such apparent ease is nothing short of extraordinary. He expressed his genuine admiration for Dandy's formidable strength. Dandy smiled and nodded, while Vegeta, taken aback by the realization of his own strength, appeared incredulous and utterly unable to accept the necessity of taking further action to suppress it. In contrast, Goku felt a genuine admiration, undoubtedly contemplating the need to exert himself further in his training to ultimately surpass his own limits. This clearly illustrates the disparity in realms between individuals. Dandy responded with a smile. Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Goku. It's merely my duty. I must also express my gratitude for your special effort to protect us Namekians. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Sun Wukong bashfully scratched his head and replied with a grin. There's no need for thanks. To be honest, I was also eager to witness Frieza's prowess. That being said, Mr. Dandy, I wonder if there might be an opportunity for us to spar? Dandy had long anticipated that Sun Wukong might make such a request, for he understood well that engaging in battle with formidable opponents was Sun Wukong's greatest passion. With a smile, he replied, Of course, Mr. Wukong. But now is not the opportune moment. Once we have resolved the current matters, we shall seek a suitable occasion for an exhilarating combat. At that moment, Piccolo and Gohan arrived at Dandy's side. What happened? Why did that rascal Vegeta fly away? He must be feeling quite humiliated, having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, only to find himself outclassed. It must be weighing heavily on his mind. Dandy summarized, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget about him. There are pressing matters at hand. As he spoke, Dandy addressed the empty space. Hey, King of the Universe, are you watching this? The king had been closely observing the events unfolding on planet Namek. And when he witnessed Son Goku transform into a Super Saiyan, his eyes widened and his mouth fell agape in disbelief. Incredible! Son Goku has become so formidable that even Frieza cannot contend with him. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the king's words, unable to comprehend how the tide of battle had so swiftly turned. Just moments ago, Goku had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Frieza. Yet now he seemed to possess an unassailable strength. At that moment, an even more astonishing development occurred. Vegeta erupted with a powerful aura, his muscles bulging, his hair transitioning to a golden hue, his demeanor radiating confidence and authority. The king was once again left speechless. Vegeta has transformed too. These Scions truly perform miracles. He mused inwardly, aware that once a Scion surpassed their limits, they would experience a significant surge in power. However, he had not anticipated that they would achieve such breakthroughs consecutively amidst battle. As the king stood in stunned silence, those around him held their breath, anxiously awaiting further revelations about the happenings on planet Namek. When Dandy 2 harnessed his power and showcased his capabilities, the king was utterly at a loss for words. My lord, what exactly is transpiring? The crowd, witnessing the king's astonishment, immediately inquired. After several seconds of silence, the king finally spoke. Super Namekian? What is this all about? I have never heard of such a thing. Yamcha and the others were left in shock. Super Namekian? Is he not Piccolo? The king shook his head, preparing to explain, when he suddenly heard Dandy calling out to him. Ah, yes, I am here. The king was taken aback that Dandy was aware of his existence and was addressing him from afar. Despite the considerable distance rendering visibility impossible, the king donned a sycophantic smile. The onlookers were bewildered by the sudden shift in the king's demeanor, now exhibiting such deference. Earlier, you instructed the deity of Earth to gather the Dragon Balls. Have they been collected? Dandy inquired. He has not yet contacted me. Before the king of the worlds could finish speaking, a voice resonated from the deity of Earth. Great king, can you hear me? It is I, the god of Earth. Oh, this is not good. Is it you? Indeed, as per your instructions, I dispatched Bobo to gather the Dragon Balls, and he has successfully collected all 7. The king of the worlds immediately expressed his excitement and turned to Dandy, saying, he has just reached out to me. Please, convey your wishes. That is splendid. The Dragon Balls of Earth possess the power to resurrect many souls simultaneously, correct? Dandy inquired. Indeed. This surpasses the Dragon Balls of Namek. Dandy spoke as he soared into the distance, recalling that it was the very place where the Dragon Purunga of Namek had vanished. He wished to implore the deity of Earth to grant a wish to resurrect all those who had perished on this planet since Frieza's arrival. No problem. The King Kai promptly relayed Dandy's request to the god on Earth. But why, one might wonder? Would it not be simpler to wish for the resurrection of those slain by Frieza's forces directly? Foolishness. For in doing so, the comrades who fell at the hands of Vegeta would remain beyond the reach of revival. Dandy elucidated, I see. The King of Worlds immediately grasped the situation. As Bobo made his wish, the Dragon Shinron furrowed his brow. To resurrect so many people from such a great distance, especially numerous powerful beings. I shall endeavor to try, Bobo implored. With a dazzling brilliance emanating from Shinron, a multitude of individuals arose on planet Namek. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Shinron felt a sense of depletion, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as though his essence had been drained. Before Bobo could utter a word, he vanished swiftly. What has transpired? Are we alive again? The Namekians who had been slain stood bewildered. Something is amiss. Why is the sky so dark? In the village where Dandy resided, the elder Muley, along with the 3 young Namekians and the village elders, had inexplicably returned to life. Alas, before them, in addition to their fellow kin, stood the armed remnants of Frieza's forces. The 3 young Namekians swiftly took action, efficiently eliminating this group in no time. In every village, all Namekians who had perished at the hands of Frieza and Vegeta were revived. The elder on the solitary peak, frail and nearing the end of his days, also opened his eyes. What transpired? How did I return here? In the wilderness, 3 figures appeared, equally astonished. What is happening? These figures were Chio-E, Dodoria, and Zabon. Their places of death were not far apart, all near Frieza's spacecraft, allowing them to quickly locate one another in midair and converge. Were you also defeated by Vegeta? Through brief exchanges, the trio swiftly identified their common adversary. That despicable Vegeta. Let us unite our efforts. We must eliminate him. No, we can only incapacitate him. We must bring him back to report to Lord Frieza. Meanwhile, Frieza himself appeared in the sky above the original battlefield, gazing at the darkened sky and the shattered earth. He wore a puzzled expression. What is happening? I am alive again? Could it be that my previous wish upon the Dragon Balls truly succeeded? Is this so-called immortality merely the ability to revive after death? Observing the distant figure of the divine dragon, Frieza felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow, suppressing the urge to rush forward. Those 3 individuals should not be underestimated, particularly that young Namekian. I must seek assistance from my father and brother. I shall return. With this thought, Frieza swiftly flew toward his spacecraft. Upon nearing the vessel, he spotted Captain Ginyu and Jis. Report, Lord Frieza, Vegeta, enough chatter. Activate the spacecraft immediately. Yes. The 2 were momentarily taken aback, but promptly complied with Frieza's command. With a resounding boom, Frieza's spacecraft ascended, soaring into the cosmos. As he watched the vast Earth recede, gradually transforming into a sphere, Frieza felt his racing heart finally begin to settle. Lord Frieza, what has happened to you? What is going on? Only then did Captain Ginyu dare to inquire about Frieza's transformation into his final form. Gazing at Ginyu and Jis, Frieza was filled with uncertainty, perplexed as to why these 2 had also returned to life. It seemed that this was not true immortality. However, to maintain an air of mystery before his subordinates, Frieza's expression remained stern, offering no explanation. Do not speak unnecessarily. Adjust the destination, target planet Namek. On the planet Namek, Dandy gazed at the suddenly darkening sky and the emergence of Purunga before him. realizing that his wish made back on Earth had indeed come to fruition. It seemed that the Grand Elder had also been successfully revived. However, our time was running short. I must hasten to make my final wish. Yet, when this opportunity to wish stood before him, Dandy found himself hesitating. The wishes granted by the enhancement system seemed impossible to fulfill, so what should I wish for? Throughout the preceding intense battles, Dandy had scarcely had the time to contemplate the matter of wishing. Chapter 60, The Final Wish. Dandy was acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by the Dragon Balls of Namek. They could grant life to the deceased not merely once, but multiple times. Thus, whether it be Kaiatsu or Krillin, utilizing the Dragon Balls of Namek would undoubtedly lead to their resurrection. However, the Dragon Balls could resurrect only one individual at a time. If the remaining wish were to be employed to restore both Kaiatsu and Krillin, only one could be brought back to life. Dandy is aware that Dumpling is currently training under the Lord of the Kais on King Kai's planet, while Krillin has never undergone such rigorous training. Perhaps it would be a splendid choice to allow Krillin to learn there for a while. Dandy pondered quietly, ultimately deciding to refrain from resurrecting Dumpling and Klin for the time being. Although he had never encountered Dumpling, he had already considered himself one of the righteous, akin to Sun Wukong and others. Thus, he was inclined to assist these Z warriors in fulfilling their desires. Most importantly, as someone who had traversed from another realm to Earth, Dandy aspired to lead a tranquil life here. To achieve this, he needed to resurrect these subordinates to help him navigate various troubles. Suddenly, a new thought struck Dandy, since the battle had concluded. Should he not utilize this final wish to return everyone to Earth? It would indeed be a grave waste to expend such a precious wish in this manner. Dandy spoke in a grave tone, acknowledging that the collective wish to relocate everyone to Earth was born out of necessity, as Namek faced imminent destruction. However, with the crisis on Namek now resolved, making such a precious wish again would undoubtedly be a tremendous waste. Just then, three figures suddenly appeared beside the group. Gazing at the colossal dragon in the sky and the 7 resplendent Dragon Balls, their eyes widened in astonishment. Could this indeed be the legendary Dragon Balls? One of them asked in disbelief. These individuals seem to be the very targets that King Frieza is pursuing. Another remarked, although they were uncertain as to why they had inexplicably returned to life. They were resolute in their intent to seize the Dragon Balls and claim their reward from King Frieza. The three speakers were none other than the formidable Lychee, Budas, and Guldo, who had previously been effortlessly dispatched by Vegeta. Upon witnessing their arrival, Dandy instantly sensed the impending trouble. Alas, the wish he had previously made had inadvertently resurrected them as well. Dandy lamentingly remarked, I forgot to mention, we only need to resurrect the Namekians. Dandy quickly realized that if these 3 individuals could be resurrected, then surely Frieza could as well. Contemplating this, Dandy couldn't help but feel a pang of regret and trepidation. With a casual flick, he unleashed 3 energy waves, instantly reducing the trio to mere remnants. He then began to ponder deeply. It appeared that all those who had perished on Namek recently had returned to life, except for Krillin. Dandy understood that the Dragon Balls of Earth could not resurrect the deceased more than once. Thus, Krillin remained unrevived this time. Alas, if Frieza were to return, there would be no guarantee that he would not wreak havoc. Dandy was immediately filled with anxiety. Should Frieza strike again and obliterate the entire Namek planet? Even he would be left to await his demise. Although the force of a planetary explosion would not be sufficient to annihilate someone with a combat power of 200 million like Dandy, he would still be unable to survive in the vastness of space. It was imperative that he locate Frieza without delay. In a moment of urgent contemplation, Dandy suddenly conceived a solution. Polona, I beseech you to bestow upon me the extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement possessed by the Yggdrasians. Dandy swiftly made his wish to the dragon Purunga. A mere trifle. Purunga chuckled softly, for this wish posed no challenge at all. As a radiant light emanated from Purunga and enveloped Dandy, he immediately sensed a transformation within himself. There you go. All your wishes have been granted. Farewell. With those words, Purunga transformed into a beam of light and vanished from Dandy's sight, while the sky of Namek swiftly returned to its brilliance. Dandy felt an instantaneous surge of awareness, as if a sixth sense had awakened within him. Could this be the ability to sense energy? Previously, Dandy lacked this capability, although he was aware that with training, he could eventually acquire such a skill. The urgency of the situation left him no time to waste. If he could master the instantaneous movement of the Yardrat, he would not only gain the ability to detect energy signatures, but could also reach the source of that energy in an instant. He must hasten to find Frieza. Dandy attentively sensed a powerful aura surrounding him, radiant and tempestuous. Dandy discerned that it was the unmistakable aura of Sun Wukong. Dandy swiftly sensed another similar energy, racing through the air with great speed. It must be Vegeta. Oddly enough, there were no other formidable presences on Namek. Dandy was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he could not detect Frieza's energy. Could it be that Frieza had not been resurrected? Perhaps he should venture outside to search. Dandy expanded his search radius and swiftly sensed a formidable aura rapidly retreating from Namek. Such malevolent energy. Could it be Frieza? So he has already fled? What a coward. Dandy decided to take a trip to the past, knowing that Sun Wukong still resided on planet Namek, from where he could sense his presence at any moment. It should be just like this. Dandy extended his fingers and placed them upon his forehead, attuning himself to Frieza's aura before softly uttering, "Let us go." In an instant, he vanished from sight. "Incredible!" exclaimed Sun Wukong, astonished by the sheer swiftness of Dandy's movement. "I never imagined Mr. Dandy could move with such blinding speed." Master Wu Tian was indeed correct. There are always individuals beyond the realm of the extraordinary. But where has Mr. Dandy gone? Meanwhile, Frieza stood aboard his spaceship, gazing contemplatively into the dazzling expanse of the universe, burdened with thoughts. The simultaneous emergence of two super scions, coupled with that little creature from Namek, posed a formidable challenge. They must be eliminated. Otherwise, the standing of Frieza's army in the universe would inevitably be jeopardized. I must enlist my father and brother. Only through our combined strength can we hope for victory. These wretches are truly insufferable. They cannot survive in the cosmos. Surely, they won't pursue us, will they? Wait. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Frieza's brow. If those three cannot endure in the universe, then why not simply obliterate Namek? The realization struck him, and he was filled with regret. In his moment of fear, he had been solely focused on escaping, neglecting this decisive option. Jinyu, adjust the spaceship immediately. We must return. Yes, Lord Frieza. Though Captain Jinyu was perplexed by Frieza's erratic behavior, he understood that unwaveringly executing Frieza's commands was the safest course of action. Just as Jinyu was maneuvering the spaceship, a figure suddenly materialized beside Frieza. "Is it you?" Frieza gasped in shock at the unexpected apparition, and upon recognizing the figure, he was drenched in perspiration. "Hello, Frieza. It's good to see you again." It was none other than Dandy. Chapter 61. The vengeful trio. Upon encountering Frieza, Dandy immediately displayed a mocking smile. In contrast, Frieza was engulfed by a wave of shock upon the sudden appearance of Dandy. The haunting memory of being slain by this very individual not long ago surged back, causing Frieza's eyes to widen to an alarming degree, as if they might leap from their sockets. Panic was vividly etched upon his grotesque visage. His lips parted slightly, seemingly on the verge of uttering something. Yet fear constricted his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Simultaneously, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The once commanding presence befitting a cosmic emperor had dissipated, replaced by a visage marred with anxiety and astonishment. However, despite Frieza's speechlessness, Captain Jinyu, standing nearby, remained oblivious to Frieza's peculiar state. In an effort to demonstrate his loyalty and capability, Captain Jinyu sneered, casting a scornful glance at Dandy as he advanced toward him step by step. "Hey, little brat. When did you sneak aboard our ship? Such audacity." A smirk of disdain graced Jinyu's lips. "This is not a playground for you, so run along and find your mother. Or perhaps I should send you to hell to seek them out." With that, Captain Jinyu extended his hand, intending to seize Dandy. Observing this, Frieza's expression darkened further. Just as Jinyu was about to make contact with Dandy, Frieza finally regained control over his body and found his voice, bellowing in fury, "Stop right there, Captain Jinyu." This sudden outburst left Jinyu momentarily dumbfounded, rooted in place, unsure of how to respond. What is happening, Lord Frieza?" Frieza had no time to answer Jinyu. After halting his advance, he flexed his hands, confirming that his trembling had ceased, and then approached Dandy, bowing elegantly. "My esteemed guest, what brings you here?" Witnessing Frieza's beaming smile, both Dandy and Jinyu were momentarily taken aback. "Lord Frieza, what is going on? How is it that you—" Jinyu gazed at the bizarre scene before him in confusion. In response to Jinyu's inquiry, Frieza could only clear his throat and, with a glance, urged Jinyu to bow as well. At that moment, Frieza could no longer concern himself with his image in the eyes of his subordinates. Survival had become his most pressing need. "Ahem, Frieza, I must admit, This is quite an adjustment for me. Dandy coughed gently, a look of barely suppressed amusement gracing his features. Observing Dandy's expression, Frieza, panting heavily, offered a sycophantic smile and continued. Hee, esteemed sir, you are truly remarkable. I must admit, I was indeed in the wrong. Frieza recalled how Dandy had compelled him to acknowledge his faults before bringing about his demise. Though perplexed by his inexplicable survival, he hoped it was not too late to express contrition. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Dandy proudly lifted his chin and retorted with a cold smirk. It is good that you understand. You have quite the sense of timing. So, now you seek mercy? Frieza nodded fervently, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yes, I acknowledge my mistakes, Lord Dandy. Please, be magnanimous and spare me this once. Dandy felt a secret sense of satisfaction within, though his expression remained grave. Very well, tell me, where did you err? Frieza was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. This, His eyes darted around as he scrambled to formulate a response that might appease Dandy. Observing Frieza's continued inability to answer his question, Dandy's smile swiftly turned to frost. Frieza, you truly lack conscience. It seems you are beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, Frieza's demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve. Shedding any pretense. If that is the case, do not blame me for what follows. With that, Frieza unleashed a thunderous roar, die. Before the echoes of his words faded, he erupted with an overwhelming surge of energy, a terrifying force that obliterated the entire spacecraft in an instant. Lord Frieza, Captain Ginyu was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at Frieza's sudden aggression. He could hardly fathom that Frieza would launch an indiscriminate attack without regard for friend or foe. At this moment, Frieza had assumed his ultimate form, as he often boasted, his power far too immense to contain. Captain Ginyu barely had time to react before he was engulfed by this dreadful energy. With despair etched in his gaze, Captain Ginyu ultimately disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the cosmos. Having successfully destroyed the spacecraft, Frieza, now exposed to the void of space, revealed a smirk of cold satisfaction. He regarded the unscathed Dandy with a sense of glee. Though Dandy possessed healing abilities, he was but a Namekian, surely unable to endure the harshness of space for long. Now fully exposed, Dandy awaited the inevitable embrace of death. Did you expect otherwise? No matter your strength, you can only await your demise. However, to Frieza's astonishment, Dandy did not display the panic he anticipated. Instead, Dandy gazed at him with calm assurance, as if he had foreseen this moment. Frieza, do you believe this will be the end of me? Dandy's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence. The lingering remnants of the atmosphere still carried his words. Upon witnessing this, Frieza couldn't help but furrow his brows, perplexed by Dandy's unwavering composure. Could it be that this Namekian had some hidden strategies yet to reveal? The thought stirred a wave of unease within Frieza. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. Though you possess great strength, in this vast universe, only death awaits you. As he uttered these words, Frieza swiftly altered his course, propelling himself into the distance at great speed. Only I shall survive in this cosmos. I shall proceed to obliterate Namek. All those so-called super scions perish at once. Dandy could only see Frieza's lips moving, the sound failing to reach him, signaling that the air had nearly reached a vacuum. A cold smile crept across his face. I knew you harbored ill intentions. As he spoke, Dandy unleashed a wave of energy directed at Frieza. In the vastness of space, energy could still propagate, and the absence of friction rendered it even more concentrated. This force pierced directly through Frieza's body. Yet, this alone would not suffice to send you to the underworld. You must be obliterated. Dandy was beginning to feel a sense of suffocation and swiftly unleashed a formidable energy blast. Boom! The energy surged forth, catching up with Frieza, and instantaneously transformed into a magnificent display of fireworks, enveloping his form. Like a planet exploding, Frieza and the energy blast together disintegrated into cosmic dust. Sensing Frieza's presence had vanished, Dandy immediately sought out Goku's energy, raising 2 fingers to his forehead. Let us go. Vegeta, seething with anger, departed in haste, soaring through the air while gritting his teeth as thoughts of Dandy's arrogant demeanor filled his mind. He spat in disdain, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could that detestable fellow be more powerful than a super scion? Just then, Vegeta suddenly noticed that the sky had turned pitch black. He was taken aback and gazed upward, murmuring to himself, "What is happening? Could it be the Dragon Balls?" Vegeta instantly became alert, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze landed on three familiar figures not far away. It was three individuals who should not have appeared: Shui, Dodoria, and Zarbon. Vegeta raised his brow in realization. It seemed the Dragon Balls were indeed at play, as those scoundrels had resurrected everyone who had perished on this planet. How infuriating. Does this mean my chance at immortality is lost? Unable to contain his fury, Vegeta let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. His outburst immediately captured the attention of the three figures, who turned in surprise and confusion. The trio swiftly approached Vegeta, united in their intent. It seems fortune favors the bold. Vegeta, we meet again. Shui, emboldened by his alliance with Frieza's two personal guards, spoke with arrogance, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. Vegeta, you vile wretch, how dare you ambush me? This time, I shall not let you escape. Dodoria glared at Vegeta, his eyes igniting with fury. Vegeta, what has happened to your hair? Among them, only Zarbon appeared puzzled, his gaze fixed on Vegeta's hair, a hint of uncertainty flooding his mind as he hastily transformed. Seeing the trio's blatant disregard for their own safety, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle. Humph, you pathetic fools are not worthy of knowing the reason. Observing the arrogant Vegeta, the three exchanged glances, communicating silently as they prepared to strike. Let's not dwell on the details. Together, we shall surely subdue him. Shui sneered. A confident expression etched on his face. Huh, how laughable. You three miscreants dare to stand before me once more? Vegeta immediately scoffed, a mocking expression gracing his face. Ha, Vegeta, who do you think you are? Even if your power has increased slightly, facing the three of us simultaneously, you have no advantage to claim. Chioi taunted, perplexed by the situation. Is that so? Humph, if I cannot handle that little squirt, how could I possibly be unable to deal with you? Vegeta, fueled by a surge of anger upon encountering his three adversaries, couldn't help but smirk with derision. How dare you speak so brazenly? Prepare to meet your end. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Chiu-Yi's lips quivered, and he swiftly launched an energy wave towards him. Vegeta remained motionless, allowing Chiu-Yi's attack to strike him. Yet, before the energy wave could reach him, it was scattered by the chaotic aura surrounding him. Humph, Chiu-Yi, you still wear a scouter? Perfect. Use it well, and observe my battle power. It will surely astonish you. Vegeta sneered, noticing Chiu-Yi's scouter. Oh. Chiu-Yi felt a sense of foreboding as he realized his attack was ineffective, especially considering his battle power was merely 18,000. However, glancing at his side, he saw Frieza's two loyal subordinates, Dodoria and Zarbon, which eased his anxiety. After all, Zarbon had already transformed. Stop pretending. Let us see what you are truly capable of. With that, Chiu-Yi activated the scouter. Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta endeavored to maintain his energy stability to prevent the scouter from malfunctioning. As numbers appeared on the device, Chiu-Yi began to sweat profusely. Chapter 62. The battle power of the Super Saiyan. Seeing that Chiu-Yi's attack was ineffective, Zarbon's vigilance heightened. Could it be that Vegeta had grown even stronger? He pondered. Meanwhile, Dodoria remained calm, perhaps even oblivious. Upon witnessing Zarbon's transformation, he felt reassured. A smirk of disdain crossed his face as he addressed Zarbon. Hey, Chiu-Yi, just how much battle power does this little brat Vegeta possess? Chiu-Yi's expression darkened at Dodoria's question. His lips quivered, seemingly struggling to voice his thoughts. 1,000. Chiu-Yi's voice finally emerged, albeit trembling noticeably. 1,000? Dodoria erupted in laughter, his derision palpable. No way. Vegeta, how could you have fallen so low? 1,000? That's even less than a Namekian. Haha. Dodoria laughed uncontrollably, as if he had just heard the most hilarious joke in the world. At that moment, Chiu-Yi's voice echoed again, now laced with a hint of fear. 15 million. Chiu-Yi's tone was already tinged with a sob. What? Saboo and Dodoria were instantly rendered speechless. They widened their eyes, gazing incredulously at Vegeta, as if everything unfolding before them was merely an illusion. Even though they had anticipated that Vegeta's strength might have increased, Saboo had estimated that Vegeta could at most be close to 50,000. How could he possibly reach 15 million in an instant? It is well known that even the mighty Emperor of the universe, Frieza, possessed a combat power of only 530,000, already deemed invincible. 15 million? What a ridiculous jest. Hey, Chiu-Yi, are you certain you did not make a mistake? Dodoria broke into a cold sweat. He anxiously stared at Chiu-Yi, his heart brimming with unease. Chiu-Yi, you must be mistaken. Vegeta interjected, his tone resolute. Oh. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dodoria and Saboo finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, it must be Chio-E who miscalculated. How could Vegeta possibly possess such formidable combat power? Chio-E, take another good look at what my battle power truly is. Vegeta sneered, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Yes, Chio-E immediately complied. He cautiously adjusted the detector, meticulously observing the data displayed. However, when he beheld the numbers that appeared, his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Chio-Ye's voice trembled, as if he had lost control. Each increment in the figures struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Chio-Ye's legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath him. He stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom the reality before him. Hey, Chio-E, what's going on? Witnessing Chio-Ye's growing terror, Dodoria's spirits plummeted. He urged Chio-E anxiously, yearning for an explanation. Lord Vegeta, I, Chio-E, am willing to serve you for eternity. Please do not kill me. To his astonishment, Chio-E suddenly knelt down, his face etched with fear and despair. Dodoria was momentarily perplexed. Did not Vegeta himself declare that Chio-E was mistaken? Why was Chio-E so terrified? Chio-E, I myself am unaware of what my current battle power has reached. You might as well reveal it, so I can be informed. Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Yes, it is 150 million. Chio-E trembled as he responded. What? The moment he uttered the words regarding battle power, both Dodoria and Zabon felt their legs move of their own accord. Thud. They simultaneously fell to their knees. Lord Vegeta, from this day forth, we shall be your loyal hounds. Please, we implore you to take us in. Dodoria and Zabon cried in unison, their voices tinged with desperation. It turns out that transforming into a Super Saiyan can elevate one's battle power to a staggering 150 million. Vegeta laughed arrogantly, the frustration he felt when being suppressed by Dandy instantly dissipating. You three truly are good dogs, but alas, your strength is of no use to me. Moreover, I do not keep unfaithful hounds. As he spoke, Vegeta unleashed his power, reducing the three to mere fragments. At that moment, the sky over Namek regained its brightness. Vegeta gazed upwards, lost in thought. It seems the wish has concluded. If that is the case, to acquire the Dragon Balls, I must journey to Earth. But how shall I depart from this place? I can only utilize the spacecraft that Kakarot arrived in. However, those Earthlings are with that little brat. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with realization. That woman. He recalled seeing a woman from Earth when he had been with Krillin and the others. She should be capable of piloting a spacecraft, and it appeared she possessed a device that could locate the Dragon Balls. I must find that woman before Kakarot and the others do. Vegeta exclaimed, filled with excitement as he soared toward the location etched in his memory. Once I commandeer the spacecraft, Kakarot and his companions will be stranded on Namek. When I reach Earth, I shall attain immortality. In that moment, neither Kakarot nor that little brat will stand a chance against me. Fortune favors me. A smirk danced across Vegeta's lips as he swiftly arrived above the cave where Bulma was located. At that moment, Bulma had already stored her home in a capsule due to the frequent tremors of the earth, standing outside with a worried expression as she avoided falling debris. What on earth is happening? Where have those guys gone? Have they truly left a young maiden like me behind? They show no regard for delicate beauty. Just then, a voice echoed through the air. Hey, that woman. Who? Bulma looked up, and upon recognizing the figure suspended in midair, she gasped in shock. Vegeta? Just then, the ground trembled once more, and a massive boulder tumbled down from the mountain, heading straight for Bulma. Help! Bulma gazed at the boulder tumbling down, her legs trembling with fear. Just then, Vegeta swiftly swooped in, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her away just before the massive stone could crush her. What a feeble woman! Vegeta couldn't help but mutter under his breath. As Bulma realized she had escaped danger and was now suspended in midair, she exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly become aware of Vegeta's embrace. Thank you so much, she thought to herself, admiring the chiseled profile of Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, she noted that he was rather handsome, albeit with a rather cold demeanor, just the type she found appealing. Blushing at the thought, Bulma instinctively wrapped her arms around Vegeta and clamped her legs tightly around him, securing herself to prevent any accidental fall. Observing Bulma's actions, Vegeta expressed his disdain. Such a timid woman. Stop calling me woman. I have a name. It's Bulma, she exclaimed emphatically. Hey, tell me, can you pilot a spaceship? Huh? Bulma was momentarily taken aback by Vegeta's question, but eventually nodded. I piloted the ship that brought us to Namek. Do you still have that Dragon Ball radar on you? You mean the Dragon Ball radar? Didn't Ti give that to you? Bulma recalled that Krillin had taken the radar when he came along with Vegeta. It seemed that Vegeta had indeed turned over a new leaf and was now allied with Krillin and the others. He had come specifically to rescue her. This thought filled Bulma with delight. It must have been lost with that bald guy. Vegeta lamented. What? Bulma exclaimed in shock. Are you talking about Krillin? Is he dead? Chapter 63, Bulma and Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, what on earth happened? How could Krillin be dead? Bulma was left in a state of disbelief upon hearing the news of Krillin's demise. She remembered that he had died once before, and if he were to perish again, even the Dragon Balls would be powerless to bring him back. What about Gohan? Vegeta, growing increasingly impatient with Bulma's incessant questions, replied, Enough with the inquiries. We must hasten to Earth. To Earth? Bulma's eyes lit up. She had longed to leave this dreadful place. Initially, she had intended to visit for leisure, but never anticipated being swept into such perilous conflict. But our spaceship was destroyed, Bulma said in despair. Had it not been for the destruction of the ship, she would have returned to Earth long ago. We can take the ship that Kakarot used to get here. Vegeta impatiently inquired. Kakarot? You mean Goku, right? Is he already on Namek? Where is he? Why isn't he joining us? Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately expressed her confusion. Vegeta was taken aback, silently cursing his misfortune. Oh no, this woman is proving to be quite troublesome. At that moment, he realized that the woman in his arms was not so easily managed. He needed her to operate the spaceship. He had to devise a plan. Everyone is dead. If we do not leave this place soon, we too will meet our demise. Vegeta exclaimed anxiously, already carrying Bulma to the spacecraft. Upon entering the cabin, Vegeta promptly released his grip. However, to his surprise, Bulma clung to him tightly. Hey, woman. You can let go now? Vegeta insisted. Eventually, Bulma slowly released her hold and stepped back, firmly stating, I have told you before, I have a name. Bulma. Do not refer to me as woman again. Now, enough with the chatter. Start the spaceship. Vegeta, growing impatient, urged her on. Reluctantly, Bulma approached the control panel. After a brief observation, she quickly grasped the operation of the system, for this spaceship had been modified by her father, and as a product of Capsule Corporation, it posed no challenge to her. How could this happen? How could everyone be dead? She pondered as she worked. The hatch of the spaceship began to close slowly, emitting a soft mechanical sound. Soon after, a deep and powerful roar erupted as the spaceship's engines ignited, propelling it off the ground. Observing the successful launch, a slight smile crept onto Vegeta's lips, as he felt a surge of pride. Humph, the Dragon Balls of Earth. I have arrived. Meanwhile, Dandy utilized instant transmission once more, vanishing from the cosmos in an instant. The next moment, he appeared beside Son Goku. Wow, Mr. Dandy, your speed is incredible, Goku exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment at Dandy's sudden appearance. This technique is called instant transmission. It's not about moving quickly, but rather sensing the opponent's energy and instantly appearing beside them. Dandy smiled as he elucidated. What an impressive technique. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he continued to extol its virtues. Dandy suddenly realized that something was amiss. Why had he introduced the art of instantaneous movement to Sun Wukong? Surely, this was supposed to be his signature move. You wish to learn? I shall instruct you. Dandy jestingly remarked, all right, please do. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Dandy could not help but feel a wave of speechlessness. He never anticipated that Sun Wukong would take things so seriously. Mr. Sun Wukong, you possess such a lack of humor. Dandy shook his head in resignation, unable to refrain from making a quip. Oh, ah ha ha ha. Mr. Dandy, your jokes are simply delightful. Sun Wukong, realizing the humor a moment too late, burst into laughter, though internally he couldn't help but critique. How amusing it is that Mr. Dandy shares the same penchant for jokes as Lord Kai. Well, I shan't jest any longer. If you genuinely wish to learn. Dandy gazed earnestly at Sun Wukong and spoke with sincerity. Sun Wukong immediately exhibited a profound interest, his eyes shimmering with a fervent desire, and he eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, yes, I truly wish to learn, I implore you. Dandy, somewhat taken aback by Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, endeavored to maintain his composure and continued, Allow me to finish. If you are truly eager to learn, make your way to the vicinity of Frieza's former spacecraft. Upon spotting the spherical vessel, board it and activate the controls. Once the ship has landed, Simply call out Master upon encountering anyone, and you shall acquire the knowledge you seek. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with curiosity as he questioned, Is that so? Did you also learn by boarding a spaceship and calling out Master? At that moment, Dandy realized he was also struggling to cope with Sun Wukong's exuberance. Engaging in dialogue with this innocent and inquisitive scion proved to be quite a formidable task. In any case, off you go. I hope you master this technique within a year. Dandy spoke earnestly. Wow, does it really take a year? Sun Wukong scratched his head, then pinched his chin, pondering thoughtfully. In a year, one can accomplish a great many things. By the way, Mr. Dandy, before that, may I have a sparring session with you? Sun Wukong gazed at Dandy and suddenly asked with seriousness. Dandy nodded helplessly. Very well, but I can only use one move as I have other matters to attend to. All right, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his gaze suddenly sharpening. I shall take action now. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan form and, in an instant, dashed towards Dandy with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Dandy, unperturbed, extended a single finger and effortlessly thwarted Sun Wukong's assault. Immediately, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, realizing that Dandy's prowess far surpassed his own. Consequently, he swiftly altered his strategy, darting in various directions and unleashing a flurry of punches. Smack, smack, smack. Nevertheless, Dandy remained steadfast, motionless in his stance, his finger deftly dancing to effortlessly absorb all of Sun Wukong's onslaught. Recognizing his own inadequacy in the face of Dandy's strength, Sun Wukong retracted his energy and ceased his attack. How impressive, Mr. Dandy. I am truly no match for you. Sun Wukong exclaimed with a smile. Not at all. You are quite formidable as well, Mr. Wukong. Dandy replied graciously. Dandy smiled faintly, quietly awarding himself a score of 90 for the act he had just performed. I shall take my leave then. Sun Wukong waved his hand and turned to depart. Before he left, he reached out to ruffle Gohan's hair, saying, Gohan, you must train diligently. Afterward, he turned to face Piccolo, stating earnestly, Piccolo, I entrust Gohan to your care. Don't get it twisted. I'm not your family's caretaker. Piccolo replied with a feigned look of disdain, though inwardly he felt a swell of satisfaction. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something, and immediately looked up at the sky. It's Vegeta. How did he leave Namek? Sun Wukong murmured in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Piccolo also focused his gaze skyward. When they spotted a spaceship appearing in the heavens, Piccolo instantly grasped the situation. That rascal Vegeta must have departed in your ship. What? The others exclaimed in surprise. And at that moment, Gohan suddenly recalled something. Oh no, I forgot about Aunt Bulma. Chapter 64. The passing of the Grand Elder. Piccolo's gaze turned sharp as he stared at the spaceship gradually receding from view, his teeth clenched upon his lip. Damn Vegeta. That scoundrel must have kidnapped Bulma to pilot the ship away from here. We are trapped because of him. Upon hearing this news, Gohan's expression shifted to one of concern as he anxiously inquired, Aunt Bulma won't come to harm, will she? Upon hearing this, Dandy displayed a relaxed demeanor, smiling reassuringly at everyone and saying, Do not fret. The association of Vegeta with Bulma may not yield any benefits. This is for the best. Once they arrive on Earth and Vegeta's energy is present, I shall transport you back with instant transmission. For now, let us hasten to the Grand Elder. Dandy was acutely aware that although the Dragon Balls had granted resurrection to the lives on Namek, the Elder's time was swiftly drawing to a close. Thus, he yearned to reach the Elder as soon as possible for a final farewell. At that moment, villagers gathered around the Elder, reporting the assaults their villages had suffered. Having grasped the entire situation, the Elder prepared to announce several pivotal decisions. Just as he was about to speak, Dandy arrived at the scene with Piccolo and Gohan. Elder. Upon seeing him, Piccolo was overwhelmed with an indescribable warmth, instinctively wanting to serve him. Ah, I see. No wonder I had not seen Nail for a while. You two have fused, haven't you? The Elder immediately discerned the change in Piccolo, comprehending the reasons behind it. Indeed. Piccolo nodded silently, a rare tenderness glimmering in his eyes as he gazed intently at the Elder. At that moment, the Elder turned his gaze towards Dandy and spoke. Dandy, you have succeeded. Upon hearing these words, a radiant smile illuminated Dandy's face. This accomplishment is truly thanks to you. The Elder sighed with satisfaction, then slowly closed his eyes, as if worn to the brink of exhaustion. My time is nearly at its end, the Elder spoke in a low, hoarse voice. He took a deep breath and continued. Mori, from this day forth, you shall become the new Elder of our Namekian people. I will bestow upon you the power of the Dragon Balls, allowing them to be restored to their former glory. Remember, this power must be wielded wisely, lest it fall into the hands of malevolence. Understood. Mori nodded resolutely, his eyes shimmering with determination. As the elder's words faded, his form gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing into the air. Before his departure, the elder imparted a final message. May Namek forever remain a realm of peace and tranquility. The elder's passing plunged all Namekians into profound sorrow and loss. They wept and called out his name, their eyes glistening with tears. The entirety of Namek was enveloped in mourning, with its people silently expressing their deep respect and remembrance for their leader. Rest in peace, revered elder, Piccolo mourned in his heart. Observing Piccolo's demeanor, Gohan felt a surge of joy. Uncle Piccolo is becoming increasingly courteous. Dandy witnessed the departure of the Grand Elder. Although he had traversed into this realm, it was evident that this body held deep sentiments for the Grand Elder, leaving Dandy with a pang of sorrow. At last, this chapter has come to a close. Frieza has been vanquished, and I have successfully activated the system's return. This time, the system did not undergo an upgrade, implying that the next opportunity for activation will not arise until a year hence. Furthermore, the probability of success remains a mere 1 in 10. However, Dandy immediately recalled that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had achieved battle powers of 150 million. If they were to be treated a year from now, their powers would undoubtedly soar towards the realm of 100 billion. However, upon reflection, although this power was formidable, it was merely a result of transformations. Their inherent strength was not so elevated. I must seek out a target with a sufficiently robust physique. But that is a matter for the year ahead. For now, I have no expectations. Where shall I go next? Upon his arrival in this new world, Dandy found himself unwillingly entangled in Frieza's tumultuous affairs, leaving him no time or mental space to contemplate his future. Now that he had acquired strength and time, he began to devise a plan. The desolation of Namek was uninviting. Perhaps Earth would be a better choice. After all, it is my true homeland. With the ability to teleport, I should have no trouble reaching my desired destination. Yet, currently, the Earth does not emit any signs of powerful beings. It appears I must wait for Vegeta and the others to land there. Meanwhile, Vegeta was aboard the spacecraft with Bulma. Several days until we reach Earth. Upon hearing Bulma's estimate, Vegeta became incensed. This wretched ship has no sleep chamber. Such primitive technology. Observing the damaged floor of the spacecraft, Vegeta could not help but express his disdain once more. What a dilapidated vessel. Is Earth's technology truly this backward? Bulma, listening to Vegeta incessantly criticize her father's work, felt a surge of indignation. With a swift motion, she delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's head. Do not belittle my father's modifications. Vegeta felt no pain, but Bulma winced from the impact. The damage here is due to Goku training inside. Moreover, these are merely superficial decorations and do not truly represent Earth's technological prowess. Bulma exclaimed loudly. Just as Vegeta was about to erupt with anger, her words caused him to pause. So that fool Kakarot trained here to gain his strength? Vegeta recalled that when he had defeated Sun Wukong on Earth, Goku's power had been inferior to his own, yet by the time they reached Namek, Goku had surpassed him, twice, in fact, when he was on the brink of death. Could the secret to Kakarot's strength lie here? Vegeta could not help but feel a flicker of delight. If Kakarot can achieve such feats, there is no reason I cannot as well. Just then, Vegeta suddenly remembered that Sun Wukong was still on Namek. He wondered if Goku had realized he had left. Closing his eyes, Vegeta began to sense Goku's energy. To his surprise, he found that Sun Wukong's energy had already departed from Namek. How curious. Where could that fool Kakarot possibly be headed? Vegeta found himself engulfed in confusion, yet the thought of surpassing Son Goku ignited a fervent determination within him. Hey, Bulma, do you know how Kakarot trains here? Upon hearing Vegeta call her name for the first time, Bulma felt a flicker of delight within her. Indeed, he was not as unreasonable as she had presumed. He no longer referred to her simply as woman. With this thought, Bulma eagerly began her explanation. This brings to mind my father's magnificent invention. He is a truly remarkable inventor, and before Bulma could finish, Vegeta interrupted with palpable urgency. What invention? Can it enhance combat power? It's the gravity chamber. My father developed a device that alters gravity, a groundbreaking innovation. The gravity chamber? Vegeta murmured, realization dawning upon him. So, training is conducted by altering gravity. His eyes sparkled with newfound hope. If he could acclimatize to a high-gravity environment, It indeed held the potential to elevate his strength. Hey, Bulma, can you operate this gravity device? Of course. After all, then hurry and show me. Hey, Vegeta, how rude of you. Why do you keep interrupting me? Bulma thought to herself, wishing to impress Vegeta with her technological prowess, but his incessant interruptions left her feeling quite vexed. With hands on her hips, she began to chastise him. Ugh, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words, inwardly thinking, what a fierce woman. Seeing Vegeta's face contorted with anger, yet hesitant to unleash it, Bulma let out a huff and approached the gravity device to explain. You control it here. This is where you adjust the gravity multiplier. But you must not mess around. As she spoke, she secretly mused. Although Vegeta seems quite formidable, interacting with him is not as terrifying as I first thought. Just as Bulma reveled in her thoughts, Vegeta had already pressed the button, instantly increasing the gravity within the chamber to 10 times. Ah, Bulma exclaimed, feeling her body grow heavier, and she was suddenly pinned to the floor, losing consciousness in an instant. What just happened? As the tenfold gravity set in, Vegeta sensed little change, but Bulma could not withstand the overwhelming weight and promptly fainted. TSK, what a weak woman. This is bad. Vegeta hurriedly switched off the gravity device, staring helplessly at the unconscious Bulma. Chapter 65, The Indelible Bond Between Two. Dandy, accompanied by Piccolo and Son Gohan, returned to their village under the guidance of the elder. Muley. As Piccolo surveyed the desolate buildings and the harsh environment surrounding him, a profound sense of melancholy washed over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. It seemed that the deterioration of the climate had compelled the deity to flee from Namek to Earth. Observing Piccolo's furrowed brow and troubled expression, Elder Muley promptly offered an explanation. For many years, we have diligently endeavored to cultivate various forms of vegetation to enhance the environment of Namek. The current situation has indeed improved significantly compared to the past, Muley proclaimed with optimism. Moreover, we have access to clean water sources. If we continue our efforts and remain steadfast, I firmly believe our planet will once again flourish with vitality. Hearing these words, a glimmer of relief crossed Piccolo's face, and he nodded gently in agreement. Before returning to Earth, I shall join everyone in planting vegetation. I am truly grateful for that. Muley expressed his heartfelt appreciation. At that moment, Son Gohan's stomach emitted a loud growl, echoing through the air. Ah, Gohan, you must be hungry. Piccolo inquired with concern, anxiously scanning the area for anything edible. It appeared that this planet offered little in terms of sustenance. Piccolo sighed in resignation, sensing the predicament. Aside from Son Gohan, the others were Namekians, who required only water and sunlight, but Gohan clearly needed food. Reflecting on the child who had saved him on 2 occasions, Dandy felt a pang of guilt for his oversight. Although some life forms existed on Namek, they were unlikely to be palatable. Bulma should have food. Dandy suddenly remembered. Ah, I can teleport. As long as I sense Vegeta's energy. Dandy swiftly devised a plan, placing his 2 fingers upon his forehead, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Whoosh! Just as Vegeta found himself at a loss, Dandy suddenly materialized beside him. Is it you? Vegeta exclaimed, startled by Dandy's abrupt appearance. Vegeta, what is happening? How could you possibly have harmed Bulma? Upon his recent arrival, Dandy beheld Bulma, unconscious, while Vegeta knelt beside her, his hands pressed firmly against her torso. It is not what you think. She is in a state of unconsciousness. I am about to save her. Dandy displayed a peculiar expression, as if to convey, I comprehend. I fully understand. Why must you elucidate further? He then approached Bulma, extending his hand to unleash his healing powers, instantly reviving her. As Bulma opened her eyes, her first action was to unleash a fierce tirade at Vegeta. You scoundrel, how dare you tamper with the gravity device without permission? Do you possess any common sense at all? Are you unaware of the concept of cherishing delicate beings? Only then did Bulma notice Dandy standing nearby. Dandy, how is it that you are here? Dandy displayed an awkward smile, softly clearing his throat a couple of times to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, it seems you two are quite familiar with each other. You see, Son Gohan is still on Namek, and I intend to bring him some food. Bringing food? Does that mean Namek has not been destroyed? Bulma immediately exhibited a look of confusion. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Dandy cast a glance at Vegeta and quickly realized that he had deceived her. Dandy promptly elucidated to Bulma that Frieza had been vanquished. Is that so? Only then did Bulma realize that she had been deceived by Vegeta, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Dandy for a considerable time. How come someone as formidable as you did not intervene sooner to eliminate Frieza? Dandy found himself momentarily speechless, pondering for a considerable time before finally concocting an excuse to deflect the situation. I, too, was under immense pressure from Frieza, which compelled me to transcend my limits in an instant. Upon uttering this, Dandy could not help but sigh internally. Alas, the number of Namekians capable of deceit has been increasing. Vegeta, upon hearing Dandy's explanation, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy flood his heart. Could Namekians also surpass their limits in the face of threats, just like Science? How infuriating! Clenching his fists, anger consumed him, causing his hair to oscillate between golden and black hues. Sensing that Vegeta was on the brink of transformation, Dandy swiftly interjected, "Hey, Vegeta, you must exercise caution. If you inadvertently damage the spaceship, it would be catastrophic." At this, Vegeta made an effort to calm his inner turmoil, and his hair reverted to black. "By the way, even if you have become significantly stronger, how did you suddenly appear here?" Bulma inquired, expressing her curiosity. "It's instantaneous movement. As long as I sense a presence, I can manifest right beside it," Dandy explained. Bulma nodded, somewhat understanding, before posing another question. "What about Goku and Krillin? You only mentioned bringing food for Gohan. Don't they need to eat? Krillin has passed away, but fret not. The Dragon Balls of Namek can resurrect the same individual repeatedly. So, he will be revived in due time. I believe he is currently en route to King Kai's place to reunite with everyone." Dandy continued. "As for Son Goku, he is aboard a spaceship heading to Yardrat." Yardrat. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of that planet before. Kakarot hastily made his way there to learn the unique techniques of the Yardratians. How infuriating. I must hasten to elevate my own power. I cannot allow that guy to surpass me. Bulma, after listening, nodded in agreement. It seemed that despite the numerous obstacles encountered during this journey to Namek, their objectives had been largely fulfilled. After all, the Dragon Balls of Earth had successfully revived someone. Taking out several capsules, Bulma handed them to Dandy. "In addition to essential supplies, there is also a house included. But why didn't you bring Gohan back with us to Earth?" she questioned, still puzzled despite retrieving the capsules. "Haha, that guy wishes to remain with Piccolo, and it seems he is rather afraid of returning to Earth to do his homework." Dandy smiled and remarked, "Does that fellow truly wish to remain on Namek for eternity?" Bulma immediately questioned. "Certainly not. Once you arrive on Earth, I shall utilize instant transmission to send him back." She added, "By the way, would you care to accompany me back to Namek? This way, Vegeta can focus on his training without worry." Upon hearing this, Bulma and Vegeta exchanged glances and simultaneously responded, "No." The simultaneous utterance left Bulma feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to hastily clarify, "I need to make constant adjustments to the spaceship." Vegeta quickly interjected, "I fear that the spacecraft might encounter issues." Dandy, however, appeared unsurprised, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of understanding as he placed his index finger to his forehead. "Well then, farewell." He waved at the two and instantly vanished from the spot. Chapter 66. A New Crisis. Dandy utilized instant transmission to return to Namek, delivering the capsule to Piccolo and Gohan, where they temporarily settled on the planet. A few days later, Vegeta and Bulma descended upon Earth, shortly followed by Dandy, who, accompanied by Gohan and Piccolo, materialized beside them. Upon first seeing Bulma, Dandy seemed to ponder something, casting a glance at her abdomen, contemplating whether Trunks might already be nestled within. Bulma immediately noticed Dandy's gaze. "What are you looking at?" she inquired. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. Dandy flusteredly explained. Upon learning that the Dragon Balls on Earth would take another year to regenerate, Vegeta was instantly filled with disappointment. Dandy and Vegeta found themselves without a place to stay, thus taking refuge in Bulma's opulent mansion, while Gohan reluctantly returned home to complete his homework. Upon learning that Goku had abandoned Gohan to venture to the planet Yardrat, Chi-Chi swiftly reprimanded him from afar. For months later, Dandy returned to Namek and utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect Yamcha and Krillin. Chaozu declared his intention to wait alongside Tien for the next opportunity to be revived. Consequently, Dandy directed his third wish towards Purunga. "Purunga, before I make my wish, may I inquire if you possess the ability to alter my body without modifying my inherent abilities?" After a moment of contemplation, Purunga replied, "Altering your body exceeds my capabilities. However, I can create a new body and transfer your consciousness into it." Dandy pondered deeply, ultimately resolving to abandon this notion. Setting aside the fact that the new body lacked formidable combat prowess, it would also forfeit its healing abilities. Moreover, He remained uncertain whether his system was bound to his consciousness or his physical form. Should he lose these capabilities, he would be rendered no better than a mere wastrel. Although he had indeed grown considerably stronger, this body deprived him of the pleasures of exquisite cuisine and enchanting beauty, revealing the inescapable truth that every gain comes with its losses. What use is strength if life is devoid of joy? It is imperative to seek out some amusement. Dandy found himself in a state of distress, realizing that he had no other desires to express. However, I can share with you how to fulfill your wishes. This, too, may be considered a form of wish-making. Is that acceptable? Polona added. Certainly. Dandy, perceiving a glimmer of hope, exclaimed with excitement. Beyond my existence, there resides a super dragon within the cosmos, endowed with powers far surpassing my own. By summoning the super dragon, any wish of yours can be realized. Well then, your desires have all been fulfilled. Farewell. As Palanga spoke, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished, leaving Dandy bewildered in his place. A super dragon? Dandy searched through the entirety of his memories regarding Dragon Ball, yet found no recollection of the Super Shenron. How peculiar, having watched the entire series. Right up to the defeat of Majin Buu and his reincarnation as Ub, he had never encountered any mention of the Super Shenron. Dandy felt perplexed. Yet he was assured that Purunga would not deceive him. Since the existence of the Eternal Dragon had been affirmed, he held on to the hope of fulfilling his wish. 4 months later, both Dumpling and Tien Shinhan were resurrected, prompting Dandy to once again inquire about the information regarding the Eternal Dragon. Who was the dragon god Salama? What were the implications of the 6th and 7th universes? And what of the god of destruction, Beerus? What was the meaning behind all of this? Dandy felt utterly perplexed. He had never encountered such matters within the realm of Dragon Ball. Nevertheless, he resolved to bolster his strength as best he could before the inevitable confrontation. After all, the deities in Dragon Ball were rather feeble. Mere destroyers and Kaioshin could not possibly impede him. As Borina vanished, Dandy returned to Earth. Over the course of the year, out of sheer boredom, he teleported to Yardrat, observing Goku as he practiced instant transmission. He swiftly dealt with King Cold, who, under the pretense of vengeance for Frieza's demise, sought the Dragon Balls on Namek. With a sudden strike, he dispatched Kfila, who had followed King Cold. In his boredom, Dandy even accompanied Gohan to school, assisting him with his homework before indulging in playful antics. Peace had been restored to Earth, and everyone enjoyed tranquil lives. At last, a year had passed since the events on Namek. Dandy felt a sense of joy for 2 reasons. Firstly, a year had passed, and his system was finally operational once more. Secondly, after a year of basking in the sun, Dandy had grown significantly taller, no longer the diminutive figure he once was. No longer did he tire from looking up at others. It seems that whether one hails from Earth or Namek, exposure to sunlight fosters growth. Additionally, there was another occasion worthy of celebration. Sun Wukong, after a year of rigorous training, had finally mastered the art of instantaneous movement. In anticipation of Wukong's return, everyone gathered at Bulma's home to host a grand welcome ceremony. That rascal Wukong must have been starved during the year. There surely weren't many delectable treats available on that alien planet. I wonder if the feast we prepared is sufficient for him to enjoy a proper meal. Bulma, reminiscing about her old friend, gazed at the lavish banquet meant for 100 guests and felt a twinge of concern that it might not be enough. It had indeed been ages since she last saw Wukong. I wonder how much he has changed. Krillin, filled with delight, chuckled as he recalled that Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan due to his death, which brought him immense joy. Soon after, Krillin spotted Dandy and approached him, gesturing playfully. Wow, Dandy, you've grown quite a bit. You're even taller than I am now. Haha. Dandy erupted into laughter. However, noticing that Sun Wukong had yet to make his appearance, he contemplated the possibility of teleporting to retrieve him immediately. Simultaneously, a flicker of concern nagged at Dandy's heart. Would Trunks make an appearance? After all, the return of Sun Wukong signified the potential emergence of new adversaries. Although Dandy had already vanquished both Kurd and Kfera, Trunks had no compelling reason to show up at this juncture. Yet, without him, Sun Wukong might succumb to a heart ailment. At that moment, an unfamiliar figure materialized before everyone. It was a strikingly handsome youth, his hair neatly parted in the middle, and his blue eyes reflected a hint of hesitation. He bore a sword on his back. Please proceed to the backstage. This area is designated for guests. The attendant at the entrance promptly remarked upon noticing the Capsule Corporation emblem emblazoned on the newcomer's attire. Indeed, he has arrived. While the others failed to recognize Trunks, Dandy immediately identified him. With a keen gaze, Trunks swiftly spotted Dandy in the crowd and approached him without hesitation. "Mr. Dandy, it is indeed you," he exclaimed. Upon hearing Tenenks call out his name, Dandy was immediately taken aback, for he believed he and Tenenks had never crossed paths before. His knowledge of Tenenks stemmed solely from his prior recollections, so why did Tenenks appear to recognize him? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had come in search of Dandy. Who could he possibly be? Clint promptly inquired, having never encountered this individual before. Dandy, in a state of discontent, found himself unable to respond. His expression darkened, as the unfolding events starkly contrasted with his prior impressions, suggesting a rather unfavorable turn. "Mr. Dandy, I understand that we are strangers, but may I impose upon your time for a moment? I have something of great importance to convey to you." Dandy realized that something was indeed amiss. It seemed that events had taken a turn towards a direction he was entirely unaware of. Chapter 67. The Early Arrival of the Androids. Dandy emerged with a sullen expression, soaring into the sky alongside Tenenks. "Even if artificial beings were to appear 3 years hence, I should have activated the system's return multiple times by then, thus effortlessly resolving any issues that may arise, even in the face of Cell." Dandy pondered in his heart, perplexed by the unexpected arrival of Tenenks, and astonished that he had come to seek him out. "Mr. Dandy, your sudden visit is indeed quite abrupt. However, I have urgent matters to discuss with you concerning the safety of the Earth." As Dandy listened increasingly intently, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Where could the problem lie? Even with the formidable abilities granted by his system, he should have been capable of obliterating any threat after gaining power. "Before we proceed, might I engage you in combat?" Trunks inquired with a tone that was both courteous and unyielding. "There is no need for a confrontation. Simply state your intentions." Dandy was exceedingly vexed, yearning to discern what the future held. "Forgive me, but I must first ascertain your strength. Apologies for the intrusion." As he spoke, Trunks suddenly transformed, his hair instantly becoming a brilliant golden hue, surrounded by an aura of the same resplendent color. Drawing his sword from his back, Trunks swung it towards Dandy. Clang! Dandy, with an expression of palpable impatience, extended 2 fingers to grasp Trunks' sword, coldly demanding, "Quickly elucidate your intentions. I do not possess the patience to linger in this standoff." The sudden appearance of Trunks piqued the curiosity of the assembled crowd, who gathered in the courtyard. When they beheld Trunks transforming into a Super Saiyan, they were collectively rendered speechless. He, too, was a Saiyan, and possessed the ability to ascend to the Super Saiyan form. Wasn't it believed that only Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta remained of their kind? From whence had this individual emerged? It appeared he had come to challenge Dandy. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Vegeta could no longer contain his agitation. Observing this unfamiliar Super Saiyan, he felt a surge of ire and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan himself, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, Goku's figure materialized out of thin air. A formidable and unfamiliar energy has suddenly manifested. What is happening? Goku shifted his fingers from his forehead, gazing curiously at Trunks suspended in midair. It was evident that he had utilized instant transmission to arrive so abruptly. The 3 had encircled Trunks, fixated on this unexpected visitor. "Who are you? Shouldn't all Saiyans have been eradicated?" Vegeta was the first to voice his inquiry to Trunks, his fury ignited. Feeling affronted that his esteemed Saiyan lineage had been expanded by another, aside from Goku. "Do not be hasty. Allow him to speak." Dandy, upon witnessing Vegeta's imposing demeanor, promptly intervened, releasing his grip on the sword he had been holding. Trunks scrutinized Vegeta for a moment, then glanced at Goku before continuing. "You two should depart for now. The subsequent discourse is meant solely for Mr. Dandy's ears." Despite their reluctance, Dandy understood the underlying reasons and urged them to leave. "Now it is time. Please, do enlighten me. What is the situation?" "Mr. Dandy, Earth is in peril." Upon hearing Trunks' words, Dandy appeared unfazed, for he would not have found himself here otherwise. "You? Are you not astonished?" Observing Dandy's unchanged expression, Trunks felt a flicker of surprise. "Please, continue." Dandy coldly remarked, "You truly possess remarkable composure. No wonder you are Mr. Dandy. In 3 days, formidable adversaries will emerge here. They are terrifyingly powerful, and both you and Mr. Sun Wukong, along with Mr. Piccolo, will perish in this place. The Dragon Balls will vanish as well." "What? 3 days? Surely you mean 3 years?" Dandy was immediately taken aback. 3 years? Why 3 years? Do you know something? This time, it was Tenenks who was astonished. Oh, it's nothing. Pay it no mind. I too am uncertain about what will transpire in the future. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met my demise as you have described. Indeed, Tenanks continued, Mr. Dandy, do not be surprised. The reason I possess this knowledge is that I hail from 20 years hence. Dandy nodded, feeling no surprise at Tank's words. Are you not astonished? It was now Tanks who seemed taken aback. I had my suspicions. By the way, how old are you? 19. Tanks replied. I see. So it appears you're already nestled within Bulma's womb. Dandy glanced at Bulma below. What? How do you know? Trunks was taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. After all, I've been living in your home and possess keen hearing, allowing me to be aware of many happenings, both day and night. Your ability to traverse time must surely be attributed to Bulma's technological prowess, combined with your Scion heritage. Your identity is not difficult to deduce. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Trunks nodded. My birthday is in 9 months, so I am uncertain if I even exist at this moment. Please keep my identity confidential. Rest assured. Let us discuss the enemy. What is the situation? It is the androids. They are terrifying creations manufactured by the scientist Dr. Jarrow of the Red Ribbon Army. Dandy nodded, realizing that the android must have appeared earlier than anticipated. Even so, it stands to reason that I should not be slain by an artificial being. Could it be that my activation system has not been restored? Dandy was perplexed, prompting him to inquire further. Did you come all this way merely to convey this? Indeed. Mr. Dandy, you possess formidable strength. More importantly, your healing abilities are critical. Had you been aware of this information in advance and avoided demise, perhaps we would have had a chance to confront the artificial beings. The supply of senzu beans on Earth has ceased, and your healing prowess is our sole hope. Dandy was at a loss for words. Was it truly the case that Trunks had traversed time not to eliminate the androids, but rather to assign him the role of a mere caretaker? What a farce! Knowing that the enemy would arrive ahead of schedule, he would certainly devise a means to enhance his own strength. After all, a year had passed, and even with just 3 days remaining, he still had the opportunity to activate the system. I understand now. Thank you for your reminder. I shall resolve this crisis. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Trunks became immediately anxious. Mr. Dandy, you must not underestimate your opponent. In my time, it was precisely this underestimation that led to your demise. Oh, Dandy pondered for a moment, but ultimately dismissed it from his mind. Dandy contemplated that during the era of Trunks, he believed that the androids would not manifest until 3 years later. Confronted with their sudden emergence, he was unprepared, coupled with his own combat power of 200 million, which surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. He felt emboldened to face the androids. Perhaps he underestimated their strength, which exceeded 200 million, and thus fell victim to their onslaught. Rest assured, this time, I shall not allow tragedy to unfold anew. Chapter 68. The Annihilation of Namek. By the way, Trunks, did you just imply that the enemy will appear here in 3 days? Dandy continued to interrogate Tenanks, uncovering numerous discrepancies with the information he possessed. Indeed, at that time, my father and mother were fortuitously aboard a spacecraft, embarking on a vacation into the cosmos, thus evading this calamity. I overheard my mother mention that you were the first to fall victim to the machinations of the artificial beings. Dandy nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. The emergence of the artificial beings had not only occurred earlier than anticipated, but it was evident that the first one to approach him had been meticulously prepared. Clearly, the artificial beings possessed a profound understanding of who truly wielded the greatest power in this world. Dandy pondered, realizing that this time, the emergence of the androids had changed both in time and location. With this thought, a question arose within him, and he immediately turned to Trunks. In your era, due to Piccolo's demise, the Dragon Balls vanished, leaving you unable to gather them to resurrect us, correct? Trunks maintained a grave expression, his brow furrowed. Indeed, after the Dragon Balls disappeared, no one could be revived any longer. Therefore, this time, I must return to inform you of this matter. I hope for your safety and that you will protect Mr. Piccolo. Observing Trunks' serious demeanor, Dandy could not restrain himself from voicing his deepest inquiry. Have you never considered seeking the Dragon Balls on Namek to bring us back to life? This question had lingered in his heart for a long time. Before his journey through time, he had often contemplated this very issue. Now, standing before Trunks, he finally dared to express the question he had buried for years. Regrettably, we attempted that. In fact, upon learning of the attack, my mother immediately thought of the Dragon Balls on Namek. After all, the last time Mr. Piccolo perished, it was through the Dragon Balls of Namek that he was revived. Thus, my mother promptly altered her course to Namek, but to our dismay, upon arrival, We discovered that its inhabitants had already been mercilessly slaughtered. What? Upon hearing this, Dandy was immediately taken aback. Could it be that the android had specifically ventured to Namek to obliterate the Dragon Balls? At that moment, Piccolo stood amidst the crowd, utilizing his keen auditory perception to absorb the entirety of Dandy and Trunks' conversation. When he learned that Namek had also been ruthlessly annihilated, he clenched his fists in a surge of emotion. I am dead, Dandy is dead, and even my brethren on Namek have perished? It seemed that the Dragon Balls had indeed vanished without a trace. Dandy also realized that the situation had become quite dire. Dandy, feeling a surge of anxiety, promptly called out to Piccolo amidst the crowd. Hey, Piccolo, please explain the situation to everyone. I must make a swift journey to Namek. Dandy spoke while concentrating on his search. Wait a moment, Mr. Piccolo. Trunks immediately became flustered upon witnessing this. Rest assured, the extraterrestrial scion, I sincerely appreciate your information. Piccolo winked at Trunks, signaling that he would keep his origins a secret to prevent any adverse consequences from arising. Dandy, having abandoned concern for the situation at hand, furrowed his brow tightly after an exhaustive search. The energy has vanished. Dandy's heart sank momentarily. It was merely 4 months since he returned to Earth from Namek, where the lush vegetation had begun to flourish once more, and the living conditions of the Namekians were steadily improving. Now, just 4 months later, the Dragon Balls of Namek had finally regained their potency, and yet, a calamity had occurred? Surely, something unforeseen must have transpired. Dandy realized that perhaps Namek had encountered misfortune. He must inquire with the Supreme King. Dandy immediately recalled the king of the other world. Hey, Goku, trouble is brewing. Quickly, to King Kai's planet. Upon witnessing Dandy's serious expression, Sun Wukong couldn't help but furrow his brow. Placing 2 fingers to his forehead, in an instant, Sun Wukong materialized on King Kai's planet. At that moment, the king was seated at his door, sipping tea, and upon the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong, he broke into a cold sweat. Hey, Goku. Living beings shouldn't casually visit the afterlife. Hi, King. Sun Wukong brushed off the king's words, greeting him cheerfully. It has been a while. The king, aware that Sun Wukong was not there for mere pleasantries, sensed that something significant had transpired. What on earth is happening? Has something occurred? To be honest, I'm not quite sure. Sun Wukong replied, scratching the back of his head with an awkward grin. Shortly thereafter, Dandy, tracing Sun Wukong's aura, also arrived at King Kai's planet. Oh. Upon spotting Dandy's figure, the king instantly became flustered. He had witnessed Dandy's formidable power before. Hiki, Lord Dandy, what brings you here? Dandy wore a troubled expression as he spoke with concern. Lord of the Realm, what has transpired on Namek? What of Namek? The Lord of the Realm was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shifted the blame. Namek is not under my jurisdiction. What has occurred? I can no longer sense the energy of Namek. Dandy spoke in a low tone. What is happening? Could it be the remnants of Frieza? The King of the Worlds, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately directed his 2 tendrils towards the direction of Namek. Upon witnessing the state of Namek, his expression darkened ominously. What did you see, King? Sun Wukong inquired, noticing the king's troubled countenance. They have perished. Everyone has perished, the king lamented, his face etched with sorrow. Indeed, Dandy clenched his fist. For an unexpected event had indeed transpired on Namek. Do you know who is responsible? Upon hearing Dandy's inquiry, King Kai shook his head. I can only see that there is not a single living soul on Namek at present, and I am unable to glimpse into the events of the past. Understood. Dandy pondered for a moment, already devising a plan. Placing his 2 fingers upon his forehead, Dandy vanished from sight in an instant. Upon witnessing Dandy's disappearance, King Kai immediately addressed Sun Wukong. How did you bring that fellow to my doorstep? It's all right, King Kai. Mr. Dandy is a good person, Sun Wukong quickly explained, scratching the back of his head. Well, Wukong, what on earth has transpired? Have you encountered yet another crisis? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. However, I have heard that a formidable adversary has emerged, which fills me with excitement. Well then, farewell, King Kai. I must return to uncover the truth of the situation. With that, Sun Wukong also vanished from the scene. What is going on? I am a deity after all. What do these fellows take my realm for? King Kai grumbled, directing his tendrils towards Earth. Let me see what tricks you are up to this time. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo was briefing everyone on the situation, intentionally concealing details regarding Trunks' identity. Just as everyone was expressing their concerns about the impending arrival of the androids, Dandy suddenly appeared. Piccolo, We must swiftly gather the Dragon Balls to revive all the Namekians. By this time, everyone was already aware of the massacre that had befallen Namek. Upon seeing this, Bulma quickly produced several Dragon Ball radars, and the group divided into different directions, racing towards the 7 Dragon Balls. The Earth's Dragon Balls had just replenished after a year, perfectly timing to restore the Namekians. Dandy remained in place, lost in contemplation. If only he could revive the Namekians, he would uncover the truth behind the events. Chapter 69. The emergence of the androids. Piccolo, clutching the Dragon Radar, soared towards the location of the nearest Dragon Ball. Androids? What manner of beings could possibly surpass both Dandy and the Super Saiyans? The Dragon Balls of Namek had only just been restored, yet they seemed to face annihilation at this very moment. Could the androids be responsible? Or were these two occurrences merely coincidental? As one of the last 2 surviving Namekians, both Piccolo and Dandy were equally concerned about the safety of their home planet and the looming threat that lay hidden. With a combat power exceeding 1 million, Piccolo followed the guidance of the Dragon Radar and swiftly arrived at a desolate expanse. According to the radar, the Dragon Ball should be in close proximity. Piccolo immediately descended from the sky, narrowing the radar's range as he began to search the surroundings. Are you in search of the Dragon Balls? Just as Piccolo was intently scanning, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and addressed him. Who are you? Piccolo swiftly turned around to find a young boy standing behind him, a striking lad with long black hair parted in the middle, accentuated by a striking red scarf. Who are you? How do you know about the Dragon Balls? Piccolo was perplexed. How could such an ordinary boy appear in this desolate wilderness? And how did he immediately know Piccolo was searching for the Dragon Balls? This indicated that the boy was aware of their existence in this vicinity. Could it be? Piccolo pieced together a thought, but upon sensing the boy's lack of energy and noting his appearance and attire resembling that of an earthling, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of who this individual was, he likely posed no threat. Are you also here to seek the Dragon Balls? Or is the Dragon Ball in your possession? Piccolo inquired sternly, yet the boy merely responded with a faint smirk. Given that you managed to find your way here, I presume that what you possess is the Dragon Radar. Piccolo chuckled at this, realizing the boy was familiar with the Dragon Radar. Moreover, it became evident that the boy desired his radar. It appeared he was a Dragon Ball collector. Piccolo dismissed the boy from his mind. After all, there were many on Earth who had heard tales of the Dragon Balls and attempted to seek them. However, in recent times, the use of the Dragon Balls had been monopolized by Goku and his companions, leading many to regard the Dragon Balls as mere legends and gradually giving up on the quest. Are you referring to this? Piccolo confidently raised the radar towards the boy. Is this your objective? If you have the ability, come and take it. Humph, the boy scoffed, before speaking again. It seems arrogance is not a trait exclusive to the Saiyans. Your Namekians possess it as well. What? You are indeed aware of the Namekians and the Saiyans? Upon hearing this, Piccolo was momentarily taken aback and adopted a serious demeanor. It appears that this young boy seeks more than merely acquiring the Dragon Ball radar. He has already set his sights on us. He possesses a thorough understanding of our group. Who exactly are you? Piccolo's gaze turned icy as he warily scanned the boy before him. Seeing Piccolo on guard, the boy responded with a faint smile and continued. It seems you are at least not as reckless as the Saiyans. Nevertheless, out of pity for your impending demise, I shall generously reveal my identity. I am Android 17. My objective is to eliminate all of you. Android 17. Upon hearing this designation, Piccolo's heart raced, and cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. He had overheard the conversation between Trunks and Dandy and was fully aware of the fate that had befallen Dandy, Goku, and Vegeta at the hands of the androids. If these individuals could not withstand the androids, then what hope did he have? So this is the culprit that Trunks spoke of? Was he supposed to make his appearance 3 days from now? Piccolo muttered to himself. Android 17, evidently catching Piccolo's words, was momentarily taken aback as well. 3 days from now? You are aware of our plans? Piccolo was astonished. He had not anticipated that the androids possessed such acute hearing, able to discern his murmurs from such a distance. To avoid divulging further information and inadvertently alerting the androids to act prematurely, Piccolo quickly shifted the topic. Our plans? 17? I see now, you are not alone. I never imagined I would encounter you so swiftly and fortuitously. It is I who has found you. If your objective is the Dragon Balls, then I need not fear you. A slight smile crept across Piccolo's lips as he assumed a combat stance. Oh? 17 was taken aback by Piccolo's confidence. From what I understand, your strength pales in comparison to Dandy, and those two super psions. What gives you such assurance? 17 could not help but scoff. You are aware of the super psions, which suggests you possess a considerable amount of information about us. In that case, you must be aware that if I perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well, Piccolo retorted coldly. Though his mind raced with thoughts, these beings are fully cognizant of Dandy and the super science strength, yet dare to confront us. Their power must be formidable. I certainly cannot match them. However, I must ascertain their true capabilities. As long as their goal is the Dragon Balls, they would undoubtedly hesitate to kill me. I need to gather as much intelligence as possible. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, 17 nodded. So this is your reliance. Ha ha ha, you are indeed correct. But it will only be a matter of days. Once we fulfill one more wish, we shall no longer require the dragon. Is that so? One more wish. Thus, it appears that the events concerning planet Namek were also orchestrated by you. Upon hearing the word again in Android 17's statement, Piccolo realized that they had indeed fulfilled some of their wishes. And the only uncertain record of the Dragon Ball's usage recently pertained to those that had just been restored on Namek. Understanding this, Piccolo clenched his fist. Considering that the Namekians had been completely annihilated, it seemed this group intended to obliterate the Dragon Balls entirely. With a raised brow, Android 17 inquired, "You were even aware of the affairs on Namek? What is the true nature of this situation?" He could not fathom how their meticulously concealed plans had been discovered so swiftly. Meanwhile, Piccolo contemplated, the Dragon Balls on Namek have only recently been restored. It appears this group calculated the timing perfectly and ventured to Namek ahead of schedule. Since they have made their wish through the Namekian dragon, they should not have returned to Earth yet. Piccolo recognized that without instantaneous movement, the journey from Earth to Namek would require several days, and similarly, the return journey from Namek to Earth would also take time. Clearly, those who attacked Namek were still traversing the cosmos, unable to return to Earth in time. Oh, now it makes sense. No wonder you planned your actions 3 days later. It is because your accomplices have not yet returned to Earth. With this realization, Piccolo felt a sense of relief. At least he now understood that this group would not act prematurely, and he no longer needed to worry about alerting them inadvertently. You. Android 17 seethed with anger, astonished that he had unintentionally revealed so much information to Piccolo. How did you come to know of our plans? He demanded. Want to know? Piccolo retorted with a cold smirk, readying himself for battle. Then let us see how formidable you truly are. Chapter 70. Once again under duress, Piccolo widened his eyes. His gaze fixed warily on the android before him, Android 17, as he sought to discern any potential weakness. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and these androids, yet he still hoped to glean insights into their true capabilities through this confrontation. Despite the overwhelming fear and unease that enveloped him, Piccolo steeled himself, repeatedly reminding himself, though I may not be his equal, if I can gather information about my opponent during our clash, perhaps I might uncover their vulnerabilities. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Observing this, Android 17 let out a derisive laugh, seemingly dismissive of Piccolo's words. Oh, you think to rely on strength? How naive of you. Upon concluding his words, Android 17 suddenly sprang into action, his speed astonishingly rapid. Piccolo barely had time to register the movement before Android 17 materialized before him. In the next instant, Piccolo felt his Dragon Ball radar snatched away with alarming swiftness, accompanied by a sharp pain piercing through his chest. The hand of Android 17 had punctured his torso. In an instant, Piccolo was subdued, clutching his chest and half-crouching on the ground in agony. He gazed down at the wound, blood gushing forth incessantly. What is happening? Why did I not sense any energy at all? Could these individuals truly control their auras, unleashing them in an instant? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Piccolo widened his eyes in disbelief, hastily retreating a step, his face a canvas of shock. After a year of relentless training, he believed his strength had improved since his time on Namek. Yet, to his astonishment, he had been defeated in a single move. The most disconcerting aspect was his inability to fathom the immense power these androids possessed. Their mastery over energy was so profound that even he, a seasoned warrior, could not perceive their auras. It was impossible to discern the true extent of this foe's strength. I must alert the others at once, Piccolo thought. Resolved to convey this urgent message without delay, he understood the peril these androids represented. Failing to inform everyone in time could lead to catastrophic consequences. With a mighty roar, Piccolo elevated his energy to its zenith, striving to alert the others. As his aura intensified, so too did his power. He clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. However, just as Piccolo prepared to launch his assault, Android 17 preemptively struck. His swiftness was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, he was once again before Piccolo. "You truly are an unruly one." Android 17 scoffed, his gaze imbued with disdain and contempt. A sense of dread enveloped Piccolo. He realized he had severely underestimated the strength of these androids. The adversary he faced was far beyond what he could contend with. Yet, there was no turning back now. He had to confront the challenge head-on. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo unleashed his signature technique at the close-range Android 17, a powerful wave of energy erupting from his fingertips. To Piccolo's astonishment, Android 17's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly reacted, vanishing from sight and evading the attack. Pathetic trick. Android 17 reappeared behind Piccolo in a flash, delivering a decisive strike aimed at the arm from which the special beam cannon had been launched. A piercing scream escaped from Piccolo as he experienced a searing pain, only to find his right arm severed by an overwhelming force. Cursed be this foe, he clenched his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He realized that the adversary he faced was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Still, he sensed nothing, Piccolo murmured through gritted teeth. Having concentrated all his focus on Android 17, he had failed to perceive either his presence or his energy. What on earth is happening? Turning to confront 17, he pondered. Piccolo pressed his left hand against the stump of his severed arm, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Yet crimson continued to cascade from his chest like a gushing fountain. All the while, 17 observed with a slight smirk, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your regenerative abilities. Spare me the theatrics." Upon hearing this, Piccolo could only manage a wry smile, silently lamenting, "Before these beings, I truly have no secrets left." He then bellowed in fury, "Cursed be this." Behold, with this roar, the wounds on his body rapidly healed, and his severed arm grew back anew. "So your strength is merely this?" 17 chuckled lightly. "I expected you to have gained some prowess during this time." Unperturbed by the contempt from Android 17, Piccolo retorted with a chuckle, "You even know of my power on Namek? You speak as if you were watching my battles firsthand." Android 17 flashed a triumphant grin. "Though I witnessed it through remote imagery, that data is ingrained in my mind, akin to my own memories." Piccolo nodded, realizing that these beings had somehow acquired knowledge of everything that transpired a year ago on Namek. "Well then, let us cease this idle banter. It is time for you to answer my question. How did you discover our plans?" 17's demeanor shifted, his voice cold and demanding. "Haha." Piccolo erupted into laughter. "You know all that happened on Namek, yet remain oblivious to how we became aware of your plans? It seems your surveillance is rather lax. Our surveillance ceased 6 months ago. We had other matters to attend to." 17 snapped. "Piccolo, do not waste time here. Divulge what you know swiftly. Or though I may not be able to kill you yet, I will ensure that your suffering exceeds even death." As 17 spoke, Piccolo felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, recalling similar threats from the events on Namek. "Must I endure this once more?" Big smiled bitterly, although he had previously endured the torment as a victim. He had inherited those memories, and they lingered in his mind as if he had experienced it all himself. To his dismay, merely a year had passed, and he found himself once again subjected to such treatment. "Truly, I am rather unfortunate." Big could not help but chuckle at his own plight. "Yet do not harbor any illusions. I shall never divulge anything to you." His tone was resolute and unwavering. "Humph. Soon enough you will cease your defiance." Upon hearing Big's words, number 17's expression turned cold, a flicker of malevolence crossing his eyes as he prepared to strike. In an instant, he appeared before Big with astonishing speed, leaving Big momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he quickly reacted, extending his arm in a futile attempt to defend himself. However, number 17 showed no mercy. With a swift maneuver, he effortlessly severed both of Big's arms. Subsequently, he brandished those severed limbs as weapons, plunging them into Big's body. Blood gushed forth, and Big let out a tortured scream. Chapter 71. System Activation. Haha. Even if you were to regenerate 1,000 arms, I would still sever them. A cruel smile crept across number 17's lips, his eyes glinting with a frigid light, as if he relished the act of torment. Big's eyes widened in terror. He realized that before number 17, he was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. At that moment, a miniature version of Big suddenly appeared beside them. "Dandy?" Upon seeing this Dandy, Big shouted a warning. "This fellow is an android. You must be cautious." He anxiously cautioned Dandy, uncertain whether Dandy could stand against number 17. However, number 17 was swift to act. With a powerful punch, he struck Bix squarely in the face, rendering him unconscious. Chatty little pest. He then turned to Dandy, a mocking glint in his eyes. Dandy, you've also decided to join us. Number 17 remarked coolly, seemingly surprised by this uninvited guest. Observing Dandy's serious expression, number 17 chuckled. You don't recognize me, do you? Humph, that is of no consequence. I am well acquainted with all the details regarding you. Dandy gazed upon the familiar figure before him and immediately comprehended the situation. He cast his eyes around, yet failed to spot the anticipated presence, prompting him to inquire. Is it just you, number 17? Where is number 18? Is she not accompanying you? It seems you are even aware of number 18's existence. Clearly, we have underestimated you. Upon hearing Dandy's words, number 17 felt a flicker of unease. He could not fathom why these individuals were so well informed about the existence of androids. And that Dandy even knew of number 18's presence suggested a grave breach of their information security. This was inconceivable. Throughout this period, they had operated in secrecy. Determined to unravel the mystery, number 17 resolved to return and clarify the situation. Let us conclude for today. I shall return to seek you out. As he spoke, he prepared to depart. Wait, number 17, your objective is surely Son Goku, is it not? Upon encountering number 18, Dandy swiftly inquired, Son Wukong? Is that fellow even more formidable than you? Number 17, taken aback by Dandy's words, displayed a look of confusion. What is going on? Wasn't it due to his annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army that Dr. Gero set his sights on him? Dandy chuckled, Dr. Gero? Ha ha ha, your information is quite inaccurate. That fellow has long been vanquished by us. Dandy was aware that Dr. Gero had indeed been murdered. Yet the hatred he had instilled in the androids towards Son Goku persisted within all of them. Thus, your objective is no longer Son Goku, consequently. You did not assault his residence, but instead targeted me, residing at Bulma's? Our primary goal has always been to eradicate the most formidable threat. Number 17 responded coldly. Dandy furrowed his brow, realizing that ascending to the pinnacle of strength comes at a considerable cost. Faced with the departing android 17, he refrained from acting impulsively. He understood that android 17 possessed sufficient power to contend with a Super Saiyan. Although Dandy's own strength had transcended that of a Super Saiyan, he remained uncertain about the outcome of a confrontation with android 17. After all, Dandy was acutely aware that these beings possessed boundless energy. Even if he could match them in strength, a prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to his own defeat. Furthermore, the most pressing matter at hand was to gather the 7 Dragon Balls to resurrect those from Namek. Once he secured the Namekian Dragon Balls, he could beseech the Grand Elder in advance, ensuring that, should he fall in battle, he would have the means to be resurrected through the Namekian Dragon Balls. This was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Moreover, he had yet to activate his system. Once he did, the prospect of a 1,000-fold return would render dealing with these androids a trivial endeavor. Dandy silently observed as number 17 departed, before hastily rushing to assist Piccolo. Lifting him up, gazing at Piccolo's nearly lifeless form, Dandy was overwhelmed with anxiety. He understood that if Piccolo were to pass away, the Dragon Balls of Earth would vanish with his demise. Having already lost the Dragon Balls of Namek, this meant that once Piccolo succumbed, the eternal Dragon of Earth would cease to exist, leaving the world devoid of any means for resurrection. Contemplating this grim reality, Dandy realized he must do everything in his power to pull Piccolo back from the brink of death. Otherwise, he would be compelled to take on the role of the Guardian, residing within the sacred temple as Earth's protector, in order to restore the Dragon Balls. This would signify the end of his carefree existence. Resolving himself, Dandy unhesitatingly reached out, forcefully removing the 2 arms embedded in Piccolo, then swiftly placed his hands upon Piccolo's chest. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings, as Piccolo's wounds began to heal at an astonishingly visible pace. At that moment, Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, only to be met with Dandy's expression of utter astonishment, as if he had witnessed the most incredible phenomenon of the world. Ding! The system detected the host reviving a dying individual, successfully activating and returning the savior 1,000-fold of strength. What? Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Dandy exclaimed in alarm. What is happening? Wasn't the probability supposed to be 1 in 10? Why did the system activate successfully after just 1 attempt? The system paid no heed to Dandy's concerns, continuously channeling a torrent of power into his being. This force was overwhelming. Dandy felt a surge of power coursing through his body, and immediately sensed his inner self expanding as well. Upon careful calculation, he realized that Piccolo's battle power was at least over 1 million. A thousandfold return would amount to over 10 billion, and coupled with his original battle power of 2 billion, his current strength must be approaching 20 billion. With such formidable power, he believed he would not fall short against that of a Super Saiyan 2. Dandy felt the surge of power coursing through his body. And after a brief moment of contemplation, he regained his composure. It is sufficient. Upon witnessing the emergence of Android 17, Dandy was resolute in his conviction. Although the terrifying future described by Trunks diverged from his own knowledge, he recognized that this so-called crisis was, indeed, a crisis involving the androids. Even though the android's target had shifted from Sun Wukong to himself, the ultimate outcome would remain unchanged. Even with the advent of Cell, his current strength was sufficient to confront and resolve the threat he posed. Dandy contemplated this, and a confident smile graced his lips. Although this time he did not achieve the anticipated thousandfold return from the Scions, his current strength should suffice to confront the impending crisis. After all, the system would be available again in a year, so there was no need to rush. Unlike Vegeta, he certainly would not provide Cell with the opportunity to grow stronger. Dandy contemplated in his heart, when the awakened Bic anxiously reminded him. Dandy, the artificial human number 17, just snatched the Dragon Ball radar. Moreover, he is likely in possession of a Dragon Ball. It appears that these individuals are also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Others are in peril. Dandy smiled upon hearing Bic's words. Rest assured, you may return now. The rest shall be entrusted to me. With unwavering confidence, Dandy swiftly soared towards the direction of the departing number 17. Artificial human number 17. Just you wait. Once I shatter you, Cell will never attain his perfect form. How dare you, these artificial beings, set your sights on me. You shall all perish. Chapter 72. An unattainable wish. With his speed at its peak, Dandy propelled himself forward, his body slicing through the air like a released arrow. Before long, he caught up to number 17, whose figure gradually came into sharper focus before him. Number 17, keenly aware of Dandy's approach, abruptly halted midair and turned to confront him directly. What's the rush? Are you so eager to meet your demise? A smirk of disdain played upon number 17's lips. However, Dandy remained unfazed by number 17's taunts, responding with a calm demeanor. Number 17. I've suddenly come to a realization. If you truly possess the formidable strength you claim, you could have easily eliminated me right then and there. Yet, you chose not to. This leads me to question the true extent of your power. Upon hearing Dandy's probing remarks, number 17 was momentarily taken aback. At a loss for words. Observing the situation, Dandy continued with a smile. Deep down, you are acutely aware that your strength is insufficient to vanquish me. Which is why you have chosen to retreat, is it not? After uttering these words, Dandy could not help but chuckle. He realized he had nearly overlooked a crucial detail. The fusion of Piccolo and the Supreme Being could indeed contend with androids 17 and 18, implying that the capabilities of these two artificial beings were only marginally superior to those of a Super Saiyan. Even Dandy's earlier power was more than adequate to easily confront a Super Saiyan, even to the extent of effortlessly overpowering one. Thus, it stands to reason that his strength could not possibly be inferior to that of androids 17 and 18, since these androids aimed to eliminate him. The fact that 17 had a clear opportunity to strike when he was isolated, yet chose not to, indicates that he recognized his own limitations in confronting Dandy. Nevertheless, what does it matter? Although my strength may not suffice to defeat you, your prowess equally fails to pose a threat to me. Android 17 did not succumb to panic. Instead, a trace of a cold smirk appeared on his face. Shall you test that theory? Dandy observed the cold smirk and indifferent demeanor of Android 17. Completely unfazed by it. It seems you possess a great deal of confidence. Dandy smiled faintly. Perhaps it was indeed the case earlier, but now, circumstances have irrevocably changed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Dandy vanished from the spot like a wraith, only to materialize before number 17 in the next instant. Dandy struck with the swiftness of lightning, deftly reclaiming the backpack containing the Dragon Ball radar. With his other hand outstretched, fingers aligned, he pointed directly at Android 17. Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous shout, a fierce energy wave surged forth, instantly reducing the dashing young android to mere fragments. In this pivotal moment, I would not squander my focus like those scions carelessly wandering about. Dandy whispered softly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He casually unzipped the backpack labeled number 17, and aside from the Dragon Ball radar, a solitary Dragon Ball lay quietly at the bottom of the bag. Indeed, there was a Dragon Ball. After securing his backpack, Dandy promptly activated the Dragon Ball radar. The display revealed the locations of 6 scattered Dragon Balls, apart from the one in his possession. Observing this, Dandy chuckled. Haha, the 6 Dragon Balls are dispersed. It seems these androids have not possessed a Dragon Ball radar prior to this, hence their failure to gather the Dragon Balls. However, he then recalled that number 17 had been seen alone with a Dragon Ball in this desolate area, which could imply that these androids had indeed located 1 or 2 Dragon Balls, but without a radar. They could only spread out and wait patiently for the radar holder to approach them. Despite Dr. Gero's formidable research capabilities, it appeared he still could not rival Bulma when it came to the creation of the Dragon Ball radar. Dandy could not help but reminisce about the radar of the Red Ribbon Army, which, despite having a general idea of the Dragon Ball's location, took a considerable amount of time to locate. Sensing several powerful auras soaring through the skies, Dandy swiftly employed instant transmission to reach the vicinity of these Z-fighters, alerting them to the impending danger before transporting them all back to Bulma's residence. Subsequently, he took matters into his own hands, successfully gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, while also dealing with the lurking android 19, who had been waiting to seize the Dragon Ball radar. In the end, he returned to Bulma's home, proudly carrying all 7 Dragon Balls. Dandy stood in the courtyard, gazing at the 7 Dragon Balls that had been effortlessly gathered before him, and softly beckoned, "Arise, Shenron." With a brilliant flash of light, a magnificent green dragon materialized in the sky, its sinuous body adorned with shimmering scales that radiated an enigmatic luster. Bring back to life all those who have perished on Namek this month. Dandy gazed at the magnificent dragon before him, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he spoke. Upon hearing this wish, the dragon was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, it blinked and slowly replied, "I am sorry, but I cannot fulfill your wish." The Earth Dragon, having just returned from a year's sabbatical, could never have anticipated that on its very first day back at work, it would encounter yet another monumental task, leading it to resolutely decline. "Why?" Danditon, perplexed, inquired. "But they have been resurrected once already," the divine dragon elucidated. Dandy fell silent for a moment, only to be struck by an idea that brought forth a confident smile. "I understand now. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." As Dandy spoke, he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the temple on Earth. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. "What just happened?" Bulma inquired, bewildered by Dandy's sudden disappearance. Piccolo, too, sensed the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Balls on Earth could not resurrect those who had already returned to life, and everyone on Namek had been revived a year ago. If the inhabitants of Namek could not be brought back, then the dragon there would also be unable to grant life anew. As this realization struck him, Piccolo's brow furrowed deeply. This was truly disastrous. Our efforts had been in vain. Krillin also grasped the severity of the predicament. What wish should be made now? Should we simply have the dragon wait here? Bulma gazed at the dragon hovering in the air, her confusion evident. "Perhaps Dandy has a plan. We should wait and see," Piccolo suggested, recalling Dandy's expression just before his disappearance. Dandy has already appeared within the temple. "Bobo, quickly, bring forth the dragon model." As soon as Dandy appeared, he urged Bobo. "Huh." Bobo stood frozen, gazing at the suddenly materialized Dandy. The deities within the temple seemed to have anticipated Dandy's arrival, gradually stepping out and signaling Bobo to retrieve the model of the dragon. "Dandy, you have finally arrived. I have been watching you for the past year." "You have been watching me?" Dandy immediately displayed a look of confusion. Chapter 73, The Aspirations of the Android. "Indeed, Dandy, I never anticipated that throughout this year. There was not a single day in which you engaged in cultivation." The celestial being gazed at Dandy and slowly spoke. "Cultivation? I wish I could. But what purpose does it serve? How much can one truly enhance their combat prowess?" Dandy silently harbored resentment within his heart. "Furthermore, it appears that you have succumbed to numerous human vices, becoming indolent and captivated by a life of opulence and indulgence, which is certainly not beneficial for you." The deity continued in a grave tone. "Humph, I am inherently a person of Earth. What do you mean by being tainted by human vices? I am merely living the life of an ordinary individual. I have no desire to engage in your ascetic existence. It is utterly devoid of meaning." Although Dandy recognized the deity's profound sense of responsibility and pure intentions, he still quietly retorted in his mind. It was akin to a parent admonishing a child to refrain from using their phone. Although he understood it was for his own good, it was nonetheless irksome. As a fellow elder, I feel compelled to remind you. You must cast aside the distractions in your heart. Otherwise, once desire seizes your intellect, the stronger the power you possess, the more likely you are to be engulfed by that very desire. The deity seemed to seize the rare opportunity to educate Dandy, his expression gradually growing more solemn. What a jest. What do you mean by being consumed by desire? My greatest wish is simply to recline and lead a normal life. Is lying flat truly a sin? Dandy continued to harbor resentment in his heart. Achieving a blissful and tranquil existence, characterized by a life of leisure, had been Dandy's greatest aspiration prior to his transmigration, and it had since become an unwavering obsession. After crossing over, Dandy acquired formidable powers and, over the course of a year, endeavored to fulfill his desire for a laid-back existence, all while ensuring the safety of the universe. He spent an entire year as a mere bystander. On the battlefield, there were soldiers and generals. Yet, I aspire to be a king. Moreover, I have personally intervened to resolve crises. What more is expected of me? During this time, Dandy had diligently traversed between Namek and Earth, utilizing the Dragon Balls to resurrect Krillin and others, and successfully repelling the invasions of King Cold and Cooler, accomplishing all that he deemed necessary. After all this, is it not reasonable for him to wish to be the sovereign of leisure? What kind of absurdity is this? Dandy was completely impervious to the words of the deity. Deity, it is high time you engage in some self-reflection. The artificial beings have wrought such a grave crisis. Yet you remain oblivious, fixating your gaze upon me instead. You would do well to observe the impending calamities that the artificial beings are likely to unleash. Contemplating the disheartening reality that he would soon meet his demise at the hands of these artificial entities within the temporal realm of Ten Eggs, Dandy could not muster a cordial expression for the deity. At that moment, Bobo had already procured the model of the dragon. Dandy disregarded the celestial being and immediately began to manipulate the model. Dandy, are you preparing to amend the rules governing the Dragon Balls? The celestial inquired upon witnessing the scene. Indeed, my fellow Namekians have already perished once. If the rules are not altered, they will be unable to resurrect. Dandy replied, I must caution you, however, against excessively relying on the power of the Dragon Balls. Such dependence on the eternal dragon can lead to grave complications. I understand. At present, I am endeavoring to save my kin. If you wish to prevent the extinction of all Namekians, you should refrain from speaking. Dandy felt as though the deity was incessantly reciting like a monk in his ear, rendering him unable to concentrate. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he erupted in fury towards the celestial being. Ah, indeed. This time is an exception. For the sake of the inhabitants of Namek, I wholeheartedly support your actions. However, in the future, strive to rely less on the power of the Dragon Balls. The deity, taken aback by Dandy's sudden outburst, recalled the latter's formidable strength, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his face, prompting him to soften his tone. Understood, he replied without hesitation, aside from saving my kin. The Dragon Balls hold no value for me. They cannot fulfill my wishes at all. Dandy replied, while secretly pondering. What does it mean that this time is an exception? Is it permissible to act when it concerns the fate of one's own kin, yet adopt a dismissive attitude towards matters that do not directly involve oneself? By this reasoning, even the celestial deity exhibits a double standard. Can such duplicity be considered a malevolent thought? As these reflections occupied his mind, Dandy had already amended the rules of the divine dragon. Without further ado, he instantaneously transported himself once more to Bulma's abode. Very well. Now let us resurrect all the inhabitants of Namek. As soon as Dandy appeared, he hastily addressed the dragon. Upon hearing his words, the dragon immediately broke into a cold sweat, initially intending to refuse Dandy's request. However, it soon realized that the other party had somehow infiltrated the backend to alter its settings. The last time a wish was granted, the dragon expended immense energy and required an entire year to recuperate. It was astonishing that yet another request had emerged so soon. The dragon pondered deeply, feeling a profound sense of frustration, yet there was little it could do, given that its settings had been modified by another. Reluctantly, it summoned all its strength once more. Your wish has been granted. Upon uttering this phrase, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls and scattered into the ether. Was this time devoid of even a farewell? Does it wish never to see me again? Dandy watched helplessly as the divine dragon darted away with remarkable speed. With a resigned smile, he began to sense the aura of Namek. In an instant, he vanished from his original location. Great Elder, Dandy suddenly appeared beside Muley, startling him once again as he had just been resurrected and was still reeling from the shock and joy of his revival. Dandy, this is wonderful. You must have been the one to bring us back to life. Upon seeing Dandy, Muley immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, Dandy nodded fervently. Acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, he immediately inquired, Elder, what has transpired? Why has everyone perished? Who is responsible? Upon witnessing the gravity of the moment, Muley swiftly adopted a serious demeanor and replied with a heavy tone. A group of exceptionally powerful beings has suddenly emerged. They have invaded various villages, seized the Dragon Balls, and subsequently summoned Brala. Are they Earthlings? Upon hearing this, Dandy immediately ventured his conjecture. From what you describe, they indeed bear a striking resemblance to the inhabitants of Earth. The leader is a gaunt old man adorned with a tall hat, followed closely by a woman whose attire closely resembles that of the one who was with you earlier. Muley recalled, reminiscing about the scene. Upon hearing this, Dandy began to sketch the figures of these individuals in his mind. It seemed that the leader resembled none other than Dr. Glow himself. How could this despicable character still be alive? Dandy could not help but ponder in his heart. However, he soon recalled a crucial question. Wait, how did they summon Purunga? Could it be that they too are fluent in the Namekian language? Indeed, all of our kin had prepared to fight to the death rather than assist them in making wishes, yet it turned out they could speak the Namekian tongue themselves. Muley, with a face full of indignation, expressed his bewilderment at the fact that these artificial beings were capable of conversing in Namekian. Dandy nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. He realized that if Dr. Gero could attain immense power through the augmentation of humanity, then deciphering the language of Namek should pose no significant challenge for him. Subsequently, Dandy inquired, did you overhear the wishes they made? Dandy understood that the androids had traveled great distances to planet Namek, where, prior to slaughtering its inhabitants, they collected the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Their actions suggest that, beyond the mere desire to obliterate the Dragon Balls, they harbored ulterior motives. Speaking of the wishes those individuals made, I too find it quite perplexing. Muley's expression grew peculiar, as if he were engulfed in bewilderment and confusion regarding those wishes. Oh, please, do share. Upon observing the expression on Muley's face, Dandy could not help but feel a twinge of concern, causing his brow to furrow. He was eager to uncover the nature of the wishes made by the androids that had left Muley so perplexed. Their initial wish was to resurrect Captain Jinyu. Upon hearing this news, Dandy was momentarily taken aback, questioningly inquiring, Captain Jinyu? Dandy could not fathom why the androids would choose to resurrect a feeble leader like Captain Jinyu. The moment that so-called Captain Jinyu appeared, he was immediately subdued by them. The tension and concern in Muley's voice weighed heavily on Dandy's heart. Dandy furrowed his brow, pondering the reasons behind this situation. If there were any extraordinary trait possessed by Captain Jinyu, it would undoubtedly be his unique ability to switch bodies. Could it be that the androids sought to utilize Captain Jinyu for such a purpose? Chapter 74. Dandy's counsel. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of unease washed over Dandy. Did the androids yearn for the ability to switch bodies? What could they possibly desire such a capability for? Dandy found himself in a state of perplexity, utterly bewildered by the intentions of the artificial beings. Unable to contain his thoughts, he muttered to himself, these artificial beings are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Just then, a thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, wait, could it be that they have set their sights on my body? This notion sent a chill down his spine, and his heart raced with trepidation. If his suspicions were indeed accurate, the situation would escalate into something exceedingly perilous. He needed to devise a countermeasure swiftly, otherwise, the ramifications would be dire. Should he truly find himself in a body swap, regardless of whether the system accompanied him, his inability to heal would render him incapable of activating the system. No. According to Tenang's assertion, I should have been killed by them in the future. If that is the case, their objective cannot possibly be my body. Dandy contemplated the future as described by Turnix, without mentioning the matter of body swapping. I believe their revival of Captain Jinyu was certainly not intended to acquire your form. The voice of the Grand Elder Muley echoed alongside. Oh, why is that? Dandy was immediately perplexed. How could the Grand Elder know that the goal of the artificial beings was not to pursue him? It was due to their second wish. The Grand Elder continued. Oh, Grand Elder, what is their second wish? Dandy immediately inquired with curiosity. The Elder hesitated for a moment and replied, because this second wish pertains to you. Pertains to me? Dandy once again found himself utterly perplexed. He could not fathom the connection between his wishes and those of the android. Indeed, they wished for a body like yours. The elder inquired with confusion. My body? Dandy, upon hearing this, became even more perplexed. Here I am, perfectly well. Could it be that Palunga has the ability to create another version of me? Dandy pondered inwardly, sensing that this matter was far from simple. I cannot quite articulate it. But in any case, Polona has created an exact replica of you. However, it appears to be perpetually with its eyes closed, presumably devoid of consciousness. The Grand Elder meticulously recalled the scene from that moment. Upon hearing this, Dandy couldn't help but furrow his brow, nodding thoughtfully. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that they intended for Captain Jinyu to switch bodies, to inhabit mine? If that were the case, they would acquire my healing abilities. Dandy believed this to be the most reasonable explanation. Great Elder, the situation is becoming increasingly perplexing. Please reveal what their third wish entails. Dandy, unable to comprehend the situation, eagerly inquired. Muley, recalling the scene from that time, darkened in expression and then remarked, their third wish encountered a minor mishap. Oh, what exactly transpired? Dandy eagerly pressed for more information. Muley cleared his throat and replied slowly, their third wish is to resurrect our esteemed elder. Esteemed elder? Upon hearing this, Dandy immediately furrowed his brow, realizing that this wish was undoubtedly unattainable. In response to Dandy's words, Muley nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, as the creator of the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder cannot be resurrected by them. Dandy shook his head, fully aware that the Grand Elder could not be resurrected not due to an accident, but because his lifespan had reached its inevitable conclusion. In such circumstances, even the Dragon Balls would prove powerless. It seemed that these individuals were even contemplating the creation of their own Dragon Balls. Dandy murmured to himself. He realized that the android's resurrection of the Grand Elder was undoubtedly aimed at acquiring the Elder's ability to create Dragon Balls, which filled him with a tinge of concern. Was it truly so? Muley displayed a look of sudden enlightenment. He had previously been unable to comprehend why these individuals would make such a wish. Thanks to Dandy's reminder, he finally understood. Indeed, it appeared that the androids had set their sights on Captain Jinyu's body-swapping ability, as well as your healing powers and the Grand Elder's gift for crafting Dragon Balls. This revelation provided a coherent explanation. Dandy nodded, realizing that these androids indeed harbored purposes unbeknownst to themselves. Alas, it seems that the deity of Earth is in peril. Dandy immediately contemplated that. When it comes to the creation of Dragon Balls, the deities on Earth equally possess this capability. In fact, he himself is a Namekian who has mastered the art of crafting Dragon Balls. However, this fact remains unknown to the majority. Otherwise, with just a second wish, an artificial being that has acquired a corporeal form should inherently possess the ability to create Dragon Balls, rendering a third wish unnecessary. Since the androids are unaware of their own potential to manufacture Dragon Balls, and their objective is precisely to attain this power, they would undoubtedly seek out the gods of Earth. Given that their third wish remains unfulfilled, is it not plausible that they have not made other wishes anew? Dandy continued to inquire. Upon learning that the Grand Elder could not be revived, they questioned Barangia about the existence of other divine dragons in the universe. Upon hearing Muley's words, Dandy felt a jolt throughout his being. These artificial beings had posed the same question he had pondered. Thus, they must have arrived at a similar conclusion. Did they too comprehend the existence of the Super Dragon? Indeed, upon grasping the reality of the Super Dragon's existence, they commenced their slaughter. We are utterly defenseless before them. Dandy understood that facing these artificial beings, even a single one would be sufficient to annihilate all the inhabitants of Namek. I comprehend, Great Elder. Henceforth, I shall closely monitor the situation on Namek. Should any crisis arise, I shall hasten to your aid. You too must prioritize your safety. If peril approaches, seek refuge at once and safeguard yourself. Muley, upon hearing Dandy's words, nodded appreciatively. Dandy, I have watched you grow, and it brings me great joy to witness your current accomplishments. I can sense that during your year of training outside, you have indeed grown significantly stronger. While you chose not to remain on Namek and instead ventured into the world for experience, we all support your decision. However, being alone out there must have brought you considerable hardships. Please take care of yourself. We do not expect you to become exceedingly powerful or to earn great renown. Our only wish is for your safety, that you may pursue your desires and live joyfully. As Dandy beheld Muley's caring expression and heartfelt words, a warm sensation enveloped his heart, and he nodded vigorously. Great Elder, rest assured, this past year has been filled with joy for me. Dandy felt a tear welling up. For the first time in over a year, he heard such heartwarming words. At that moment, he felt like a child about to embark on a long journey. Standing before his reluctant parents. This is the kind of sentiment one ought to receive from elders. Oh, deities of earth, and your desire to avert risk. Your thoughts seem rather self-serving. Dandy reminisced about the words spoken to him by the deity from earth not long ago. When compared to the elder Muley, an elder from Namek, the distinction was unmistakable. Very well, elder, I have numerous matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. Muley, reluctant to part, nodded and waved goodbye to Dandy. Do take care and ensure your safety. Dandy gently nodded, and with a swift motion, vanished from his original location. In the next instant, he materialized on Planet King. Mr. Dandy, what brings you here again? The king of the universe, who had been engrossed in something intriguing, was momentarily startled by Dandy's sudden appearance. Rising to his feet, the king adjusted his sunglasses and then leaned forward with a beaming smile directed at Dandy. Your Majesty, Planet Namek has already suffered 2 devastating genocides. I require you to closely monitor the situation on Namek. Should any danger arise, you must inform me immediately. But that is not my responsibility. This is not the time for shirking duties. Dandy admonished sternly. If we do not contain the development of this situation, your planet may cease to exist. Dandy refers to the incident where Sheru was transported by Sun Wukong, resulting in the explosion that obliterated the entire King Kai's planet. However, the King Kai was evidently unaware of such matters and merely perceived Dandy as a threat, believing that his disobedience would lead to the destruction of his home. It became abundantly clear. The King Kai understood that even Frieza himself would steer clear of Dandy, let alone someone even more formidable than Frieza. This was not a person he could afford to provoke. If only Wukong were here. Wait, it seems that Wukong might not be a match for this individual either. The King Kai pondered silently, while Dandy continued to speak. Furthermore, if I happen to perish in battle, you must immediately inform the Elder to resurrect me. Perish in battle? Is this enemy truly that formidable? The King Kai grasped the gravity of the situation. Understood. I shall comply. As he observed Dandy's serious demeanor, he finally realized that despite the unlikable exterior, this individual was valiantly safeguarding the peace of the universe with his very life. Dandy nodded appreciatively at the King of the Worlds upon receiving his consent and promptly returned to Earth. Chapter 75. Speculations of the crowd at this moment. The atmosphere in Bulma's household, once filled with joyous celebration, had dissipated entirely, replaced by a palpable tension. Piccolo, with a grave expression, recounted the events that had transpired. Just as they were engaged in fervent discussion, Dandy suddenly materialized in the center of the room, eliciting astonishment and joy from everyone, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Dandy, you have finally returned. The moment they beheld his presence, hope ignited in their eyes. Piccolo, who had been deeply concerned about the situation on Namek, was the first to speak. Dandy, what has become of Namek? Is everyone safe and sound? His voice was laced with urgency and worry, clearly reflecting his deep concern for the circumstances on Namek. Dandy smiled reassuringly and replied, Rest assured, everyone has been revived. Upon hearing this joyous news, Piccolo's taut nerves finally relaxed, and a faint smile of relief graced his face. Possessing the memories of Nail, he harbored profound feelings for the people of that place. Was it truly those detestable androids who were responsible? Piccolo continued to inquire, his tone revealing a deep-seated anger and hatred towards the androids. Dandy nodded and recounted all that he had learned from the Grand Elder. Dandy elaborated on the 3 wishes granted by the androids. Upon hearing these aspirations, the crowd fell into deep contemplation, and an atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty enveloped the room. What exactly do these androids intend to achieve? Upon learning of the androids' wishes, Yamcha immediately rose to his feet, his eyes glinting with skepticism and vigilance. It remains unclear what nefarious schemes are brewing in the mind of that Dr. Gero. Dandy was equally perplexed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Dr. Gero? Bulma, who was serving coffee to everyone, paused at the mention of the name, her curiosity piqued. Is he really still alive? She exclaimed in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. The others, having caught her words, turned their attention to Bulma, their eyes alight with anticipation and intrigue. Bulma, do you have any knowledge about this Dr. Gero? Piccolo inquired eagerly, hoping to glean some valuable information from her. Well, Bulma responded, slightly taken aback by the sudden focus on her, offering a shy smile before continuing, I can't say I know him well. I met him ages ago at a scientific forum with my father. He hasn't published any papers in a long time. We all thought he was dead. Upon hearing Bulma's words, the group felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, having hoped to unearth significant clues about Dr. Gero, only to discover her knowledge was quite limited. However, Bulma suddenly recalled something, hesitating momentarily before elaborating. I remember hearing that Dr. Gero was a scientist for the Red Ribbon Army, and he was quite the genius. The Red Ribbon Army? Krillin asked in surprise, familiar with the organization. Yes, indeed. That's the evil organization that Goku eradicated, Bulma confirmed with a nod. The organization I destroyed? Goku responded, looking bewildered. Silence fell over the group as they pondered the connections between these pieces of information. They began to realize that Dr. Gero might have a close association with the Red Ribbon Army, and this could be linked to the emergence of the androids. Is that all we know about him? Yamcha said in disappointment as he sat down, glancing at Vegeta and instinctively shifting away from him. Sigh, after finally coming back to life. I was hoping for a peaceful existence. Krillin remained enveloped in gloom from the news of his own demise, his demeanor thoroughly pessimistic. Krillin's somber mood seemed to influence most of those present. Having all faced death once, they were reluctant to confront it again. Yet, against an adversary that even Piccolo found daunting, they understood their capabilities were severely limited. Those guys, are they really that formidable? What androids? Just wait until I turn them into a heap of scrap. Vegeta declared fiercely, crushing the drink in his hand, his expression one of defiance. Goku, too, wore an expression of excitement. Hey, Piccolo, you mentioned that those guys don't have any energy. What is that all about? Beak meticulously recalled the scene from not long ago. It is difficult to articulate what transpired. In any case, that individual moved with remarkable swiftness. Yet there was an utter absence of presence. Dandy, having engaged with him as well, you should possess a deeper understanding, wouldn't you agree? Dandy nodded, fully aware of the nature of these individuals without the need for confrontation. They were all artificial beings created by Dr. Gero, endowed with boundless energy and devoid of any breath, rendering them imperceptible. Their expertise lay in hand-to-hand combat, and their physical prowess was exceptionally formidable, at least, from your perspective. In truth, I have already dismantled number 17. Oh? The crowd was immediately taken aback. So, the androids are not your adversaries? It seems there is nothing to fear this time. Krillin became animated with excitement. Humph, if you can easily dispatch them, then surely we should be capable of defeating them as well. Vegeta retorted defiantly, after all, I have not been idle this past year, while you have merely indulged in a life of ease. Is that so? Dandy smiled gently, not taking it to heart. The fact that he had grown stronger was still unknown to everyone. In any case, it was peculiar that it was Dr. Gero who made a wish on Namek, especially since Android 17 had previously claimed to have killed him. Oh? Piccolo immediately raised an eyebrow. You were unconscious at the time, so it's understandable that you didn't hear. Noticing Piccolo's puzzled expression, Dandy offered an explanation. What exactly is the situation with Dr. Gero appearing on Namek? Piccolo inquired promptly. That is something I am equally concerned about. Dandy's voice was laden with gravity as he remarked that Dr. Gero was the chief scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, which had previously been eradicated by Goku. With the destruction of the army, Gero lost his financial backing, thwarting his ambitions of global domination. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Goku while still nurturing his aspirations to conquer the world. Conquer the world? Piccolo chuckled bitterly. This had once been his own ambition as well. Ah, the Red Ribbon Army. I recall now. But weren't they rather feeble? It was only at this moment that Goku remembered having indeed dismantled such an army during his childhood. Alas, it seems there were still some remnants left unaccounted for back then. Dandy nodded and continued. Dr. Gero has been covertly observing everyone with miniature surveillance devices. Thus, he is fully aware of our capabilities. It all made sense to Piccolo, who quickly realized that those individuals were well informed about the events on Namek from a year ago. It turned out they had dispatched miniature monitors to accompany them to Namek. No wonder everyone had remained oblivious. Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Bix's words. What? They have recorded the battle on Mikestar as well? How did you come to know this? It was inadvertently revealed by number 17. What? Are you unaware of this? Dandy immediately fell into deep contemplation. In his recollection, Dr. Gero's surveillance of Sun Wukong and his companions should have ceased following Vegeta's assault on Earth. Wait a moment, if they indeed only detected Vegeta's departure from the planet, then they should be oblivious to my existence, as well as the matters concerning Captain Jinyu and the Grand Elder. It appears that their knowledge stems from their visit to Namek, which alters the situation entirely from my previous understanding. Dandy comprehended that the unfolding events did not seem to have altered due to his arrival from another realm. It appeared that prior to this, when Vegeta departed from Earth, the course of events had likely already veered away from its previous trajectory. Chapter 76, Reasoning. Dandy was taken aback to discover that Dr. Gero's surveillance over the crowd had extended all the way to Namek, thus revealing not only his existence, but also the capabilities of Jinyu, as well as the matters concerning the Grand Elder and the Super Saiyans. It is no wonder that they journeyed to Namek to make such a wish. Dandy comprehended that they not only documented the course of the battles and discerned everyone's strengths, but also collected the damaged cellular tissues from the combatants, covertly cultivating them. If possible, they could even clone replicas of us. Dandy continued to elaborate. What use is it? If we are not trained, the clones of us would be no stronger. Clint interjected promptly. He was acutely aware that he was merely an ordinary Earthling. Even if a clone of him were created, it would still be just an ordinary Earthling. Clint recognized that his physical prowess was not remarkable. Prior to seeking the guidance of Master Wu-Tian, he had even endured bullying from his peers in the temple. Were it not for Master Wu-Tian's teachings and rigorous training, he would not have embarked on the path of a martial artist, nor would he have attained such strength. Thus, Clint regarded the notion of cloning himself with indifference. Others shared similar sentiments, understanding that their combat abilities were not innate, but rather the fruits of diligent practice. Therefore, the mere creation of a clone would not pose a genuine threat. Dandy suddenly contemplated that if androids could gather everyone's cells and cultivate them, there would be no need to journey to Namek to make those 3 wishes. One could simply cultivate cells instead. Bulma. Dandy furrowed his brow and inquired, is it possible, given today's technological advancements, to clone an individual from their cells? That is explicitly prohibited by law, Bulma explained. However, if one were determined to pursue it, our current technology makes it quite feasible. After all, the dinosaurs roaming outside are a result of cloning technology brought back to life. This raises an intriguing question. Dandy's perplexity intensified. If all that was required were Captain Jinyu's abilities and my own, why not simply resort to cellular cloning? Dr. Gero undoubtedly possesses such capabilities. What compels him to journey to Namek to utilize the Dragon Balls for such an end? Bulma, from your perspective as a scientist, what do you believe Dr. Gero aims to achieve by resurrecting Captain Jinyu and obtaining my body? Dandy possessed a rather limited understanding of technological matters, and thus he resolved to seek the counsel of Bulma, a distinguished scientist. Regarding technological issues, allow me to summon my father. Bulma promptly called upon Dr. Brief. Welcome to my humble abode. Dr. Brief entered, donned in slippers and a lab coat, his hair in delightful disarray. After listening to Dandy's inquiry, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then remarked, Dr. Gero? He is indeed a rather eccentric fellow. His expertise in the fusion of biology and machinery is exceptionally profound, surpassing even my own. However, our research trajectories diverge. I focus more on the application of technology. While he harbors a keen interest in human augmentation, Dr. Brief sighed and continued, I never would have imagined he was still alive, nor that he had developed such remarkable creations. From the current evidence, it is apparent that these so-called androids are likely the result of his endeavors in bioengineering fused with mechanical enhancements. Dandy nodded thoughtfully and inquired, is it possible for him to replicate our bodies? Dr. Brief stroked his chin and replied, well, if he truly disregards the constraints of law and morality, then replicating your body would not be particularly challenging. Therefore, there is indeed no need to venture so far in search of a dragon to grant wishes. A plausible explanation is that this individual has not acquired your cells. Thus, he is unable to directly replicate your form. Upon hearing this, Dandy fell into a contemplative silence. The words of Bulma's father illuminated the path of his thoughts. Indeed, during my time on Namek, I scarcely engaged in battle. Aside from that one instance when I was ambushed by Frieza, I emerged unscathed. Dr. Gero acquired cells from those who had suffered injuries. Perhaps he truly did not collect my cells. Yet, what of Captain Jinyu? That fellow has sustained injuries on numerous occasions. As Dandy reminisced, it became evident that Captain Jinyu had willingly sustained injuries during his body swap with Vegeta. Subsequently, Vegeta, now inhabiting that very body, engaged in battle with Goku, also emerging gravely wounded. Logically, if Dr. Gero were capable of acquiring the cells of others, obtaining Captain Jinyu's cells would be an effortless task. Upon hearing Dandy's confusion, Dr. Brief continued his analysis. If we entertain the possibility that Dr. Gero has indeed procured the so-called cells of Captain Jinyu and succeeded in cloning him, One must then ponder the distinctions between this cloned version of Captain Ginyu and the original who was resurrected using the Dragon Balls. Dr. Brief, employing his scientific reasoning, deliberated further. According to your assertions, this Captain Ginyu possesses the extraordinary ability to exchange bodies, a phenomenon even science struggles to elucidate. Could it be that this ability is not inherently linked to his corporeal form? Thus, even if a clone were created, it might lack such capabilities. How enlightening. Upon hearing Dr. Brief's analysis, Dandy immediately grasped the situation. What they saw was the ability to switch bodies possessed by Captain Ginyu. However, it is possible that the body currently inhabited by Captain Ginyu is also one he acquired through a prior body switch. Thus, even if the android succeeded in cloning a version of Captain Ginyu, they would find him devoid of the body-switching capability, which is why they could only resurrect the current Captain Ginyu, who possesses this ability. Truly, Dr. Brief, you are exceedingly astute. Dr. Brief, upon hearing this, scratched his head and continued, by eliminating the impossible options, what remains is most likely the truth. Yet, these are merely conjectures. They require validation. Dandy nodded and exclaimed with enthusiasm, this is most likely the truth. By the same reasoning, the Grand Elder has never sustained any harm and has consistently remained distant from the main battlefield. Thus, it is probable that they have not acquired the Grand Elder's cells and are therefore incapable of cloning him, which drives them to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Given that their objective is to harness the ability to create Dragon Balls, then the Supreme Kai is in peril. Dandy suddenly recalled this and was immediately struck with panic. Upon hearing this, Beak also became anxious, for his life was intricately tied to that of the deity. Fortunately, they should still be amidst the cosmos. Furthermore, the fact that I am still alive indicates that the deity has not encountered any misfortune, at least for the time being. Dandy nodded, declaring, we must safeguard the deity. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Piccolo gazed at him with profound gratitude. He and the deity were intrinsically linked, and should any misfortune befall the divine being, he too would perish. In any case, the artificial beings would strike in 3 days, and it remained uncertain whether they would first seek trouble at the temple or come directly here. To be prudent, let us proceed to the temple of the deity and await their arrival together. Dandy promptly made a decision. Chapter 77, Big Strengthening Plan. Dandy instantaneously transported himself to the temple, prompting the remaining Z warriors to rise and follow suit. Hey, I want to go too. Bulma exclaimed loudly upon witnessing this. Bulma, we are not going for leisure. We are about to confront the androids, which is perilous. You should stay at home. Krillin interjected to obstruct her. Bulma immediately donned an expression of entitlement. Who knows if those androids are even aware of your journey to the Supreme Kai's temple? What if they find this place in 3 days? She continued, moreover, I wish to see what the androids are truly like. If even you all are defeated, humanity would be doomed. Staying behind would be no different. Krillin was momentarily taken aback. After contemplating her words, he found them reasonable. After all, if following him would lead to the demise of everyone, then it mattered little where they went. Wait a moment. Just as Krillin prepared to take Bulma along, a thought struck him. Bulma, even if we are defeated, you will not perish. After all, you invented the time machine in the future. Then I shall accompany you. I want to die anyway. What is there to fear? Bulma retorted nonchalantly. But your parents. Krillin recalled that the androids could indeed attack Bulma's home as Trunks had warned, and turned to Dr. Brief with a concerned expression. Dad, let us just move to another place. Bulma suggested eagerly. How about we all relocate to a cruise ship? Dr. Brief hesitated upon hearing her. But I am in the midst of a critical experiment, he replied, visibly uncertain. Just get moving. Don't linger here waiting for death. You're always absorbed in your experiments. You need to take a break occasionally. Don't let the cruise ship gather dust at sea. Bulma exclaimed, irritated by her father's indecisiveness. All right. Dr. Brief scratched his head, conceding to Bulma's fervor. Wow, Bulma, your family is truly affluent. Krillin remarked in awe. At the Supreme Kai's temple, everyone had gathered. For most, the environment and facilities were quite familiar, as they had trained there for some time. Only Vegeta and Piccolo were unfamiliar with the surroundings. Upon seeing Piccolo, the Supreme Kai's expression turned complex. It was also Piccolo's first encounter with the Supreme Kai in 2 years, and he wore a similarly icy demeanor. The two stood facing each other in silence for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, it was Piccolo who broke the silence. You must be aware of the reason for our arrival, correct? With a cold voice, Piccolo inquired. Indeed, I am aware. The celestial being has broken into a cold sweat. The dreadful consequences of the androids are beyond my anticipation. Upon hearing this, Piccolo clenched his teeth in anger and retorted, "You spend every day here surveilling the mortal realm. Have you not noticed the movements of those androids? Or is your attention simply not directed towards those individuals?" In response to Piccolo's interrogation, the celestial being could only offer an explanation. Those androids have not committed any heinous acts. If one were to speak of transgressions, it would be that Dr. Gero has transformed two innocent humans. Two innocent humans? Piccolo furrowed his brow at this revelation. They are number 17 and number 18. Upon hearing this, Dandy immediately interjected, joining forces with Piccolo to question, "If you were aware of the crisis posed by the androids, why did you not alert us?" The god, confronted by the inquiries of both Piccolo and Dandy, found himself increasingly at a loss. After all, the true instigator had received his due punishment. Having been slain by those two humans, it could indeed be considered a fitting retribution. As for those two humans, they still retained their humanity. I believe they have not entirely lost their conscience. Is that why you chose not to intervene? Piccolo exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. That number 17 has clashed with me before, and when engaged in battle, he showed no hesitation. Is that what you call retaining one's conscience? Is that what you consider to be virtuous? Is this how you protect the earth? In response to these accusations, the god loudly defended his position. Indeed, my duty is to safeguard the earth, not to eliminate villains. I must identify and eradicate any potential threats that could lead to the planet's destruction. As he spoke, the god cast a significant glance towards Dandy. Dandy was momentarily taken aback by the gaze of the celestial being. Reflecting on the earlier words spoken, what on earth is going on? Surely, you do not suspect that I would bring ruin upon this planet? Indeed, the celestial being showed no signs of concealment. Regardless of their past misdeeds, both Piccolo and Vegeta were now wholly dedicated to their training. The path of cultivation encompasses not only the refinement of the physical self, but also the nurturing of the spirit, guiding them gradually towards a tranquil existence. In contrast, your arrival on Earth has seen you succumb entirely to the indulgences of the material world. Your desires will inevitably consume your very soul. The celestial being fixed a stern gaze upon Dandy, leaving him rather uncomfortable. According to your reasoning, it appears that my lack of training over the past year has drawn your scrutiny, leading to my oversight regarding the androids. So, it seems I am to blame? Dandy was taken aback by the unfounded suspicion cast upon him, and his displeasure was immediate. No one relishes baseless doubts. Ha! Oh, divine being, how confused you have become. Before Dandy could retort, Piccolo erupted into laughter, ridiculing the absurdity of suspecting his own kin. Have you truly failed to recognize the emergence of the android crisis, instead diverting your attention to Dandy? Are you unaware of how many times Dandy has salvaged the fate of Namek? Do you not know that over the past year, he has thwarted Frieza's father and brother to protect Namek? Did he not spring into action at the very first sign of trouble on Namek? Could these deeds not exemplify Dandy's righteous heart? You dare to doubt the just while allowing the malevolent androids to roam free? Faced with Piccolo's relentless inquiries, the divine being found himself at a loss for words, falling into silence. Indeed, I have failed in my duties. A look of remorse crossed his face as he continued. Piccolo, I am uncertain when it began, but the disparity in our strengths has grown ever wider. Powerful enemies appear one after another, and I find myself utterly powerless to confront them. The guardianship of Earth has long since fallen to you, and perhaps my only remaining worth lies in the Dragon Balls. Observing the divine being's self-deprecating demeanor, Piccolo scoffed and clenched his fists. Indeed, listen well, Divine One. Earth no longer requires your divinity. What it needs are warriors of formidable strength. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the divine being grasped the underlying message and regarded Piccolo thoughtfully. I comprehend your intentions. I could lend you this body, should an insurmountable foe arise. However, the divine being paused, then continued, if we were to fuse, the Dragon Balls of Earth would cease to exist. Piccolo, upon hearing this, tightened his fists in anticipation. It matters not. After all, there are still Dragon Balls on Namek. He reminisced about his encounter with Android 17, quietly reflecting. I never imagined I would find myself utterly defenseless against 17. If I wish to rapidly enhance my combat prowess, this may be the only path forward. I shall inevitably catch up to you all. Chapter 78, The Rift Among Warriors. Wait, Piccolo. Dandy immediately interrupted Piccolo's words and spoke. I discovered something quite intriguing when I heard the wish made by the android on Namek. What is it? Piccolo, sensing Dandy's attempt to halt him, displayed a look of confusion. Without affecting my own existence, Barunga created another body for me. I believe he could similarly create a body for the Supreme Being. As long as you merge with that body, you could revert to being the complete Namekian you once were. This way, you could grow stronger. The Supreme Being would not have to disappear, and the Dragon Balls would continue to exist. Upon hearing Dandy's words, both Piccolo and the Supreme Being fell into silence. It turns out this was a possibility. Piccolo appeared to have an epiphany. It seems my worth has diminished to merely the Dragon Balls, the Supreme Being murmured, looking quite desolate. Not at all, Dandy swiftly responded. Supreme Being, you just mentioned that Dr. Gero has already perished at the hands of androids 17 and 18, correct? Indeed. The Supreme Being affirmed with a nod. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Dandy persisted in his inquiries. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. The celestial being recalled the scene from that moment, and a frown involuntarily creased his brow. Please describe what you observed. Dandy immediately inquired further. Others were meandering around the circular square, reminiscing about the joyous memories of their training here. Upon hearing that the deity was about to speak on the matter of the androids, they all gathered around. The events unfolded at Dr. Glow's research facility, and it had been 6 months since Dr. Glow had completed the transformation of those two individuals. Due to previous experimental mishaps, the two androids retained their own thoughts and were utterly disinclined to obey Dr. Glow's commands, prompting him to forcibly induce a state of dormancy in them. When the two androids awakened once more, they were aware that Dr. Glow could impose this forced slumber upon them, so they feigned compliance. However, in a fleeting moment when Dr. Glow was not vigilant, they brought an end to his life. Dandy comprehended that this was quite similar to what he had previously understood, albeit with some discrepancies in timing. Did Dr. Glow die on the spot? Dandy confirmed with the divine being. Indeed, the entire head fell to the ground, and life was extinguished on the spot. Upon hearing this, Dandy perceptively sensed something amiss. Are you suggesting that Dr. Glow perished immediately upon decapitation? Indeed. He was merely an ordinary human. Once his head was severed, how could he possibly survive? The answer was unequivocal. Yet, was he not an artificial being? Even if only his head remained, he ought to endure, shouldn't he? Dandy immediately voiced his incredulity. A synthetic being? But Dr. Glow is merely an ordinary human scientist. Even the deity was taken aback. Wait, I comprehend now. Dandy clenched his teeth immediately, realizing that the events etched in his memory had transformed entirely. So, what precisely transpired with Dr. Gero on Namek? Could it be that it was not him at all? Dandy merely conjectured that the leader was Dr. Glow based on the description provided by the Grand Elder Muley. However, from the account narrated by the deity, it appears that in this world, Dr. Glow had not yet managed to complete the transformation of his own body before meeting his demise. Nevertheless, none of this holds any significance now. Dandy found himself perplexed by it all and decided to cease his contemplation. Regardless of who his adversaries might be, in 3 days' time, he would ensure their annihilation. Dandy, brimming with confidence, raised the corners of his mouth, for this world, as described by Tenenks, was vastly different, as he had once again regained what was lost. Let us all strive to adjust our states to their utmost potential. In 3 days, the androids will make their appearance. Upon hearing Dandy's words, a palpable tension enveloped the group, an invisible pressure spreading among them. To speak frankly, this foe is formidable. Those lacking confidence should not remain, Piccolo added, sensing the oppressive atmosphere. Haha, I concur. Yamcha was the first to rub his head, then turned to the others, awaiting their agreement. After a prolonged silence, with no voices to echo his sentiments, Yamcha turned to Krillin and Tien, emphasizing, Hey, everyone, if even Piccolo cannot handle this opponent, what use is there for us to stay? Though beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, Krillin replied, regarding the battle on Namek. While I had few opportunities to engage directly, my strength surged under such extreme pressure. This time, I wish to witness our confrontation. Perhaps I may learn something. I too desire to join the fray and discover the extent of the disparity between us and our adversary. Tien elaborated, even if it leads to my demise. I would welcome it. Yamcha, unexpectedly realizing that his own instinct for self-preservation had rendered him an outlier, conceded, All right, I shall remain as well. How amusing. A bunch of useless individuals staying or leaving makes little difference. Vegeta, observing the scene, immediately scoffed derisively from the sidelines. But do not be afraid. I shall eradicate the androids in one fell swoop. According to that boy from the future, our failures stemmed solely from my absence. Yet in the future, you met your demise, Piccolo interjected promptly. You, if you lack confidence, You should leave at once. What did you say? Do you wish to challenge me? Dandy and Sun Wukong immediately positioned themselves between the two, attempting to mediate. Enough, Vegeta, cease your quarrel. Dandy interjected. Humph, Kakarot, do not rejoice too soon. Once I have dealt with the androids, you shall be my next target. Meanwhile, Dandy grasped Piccolo's arm. Piccolo, endure for just 4 more months. By then, the Dragon Balls on Namek will be usable. With the body of the deity, you shall grow stronger. After that, dealing with Vegeta will be a trivial matter. With great effort, Sun Wukong and Dandy managed to restrain both Vegeta and Piccolo. However, Tien Shinhan could no longer tolerate Vegeta's scornful taunts. Hey, Vegeta. Do not forget that my death was at your hands. I will settle this score with you in due time. Indeed. And all that you have taken from me is utterly despicable. Yamcha glared at Vegeta, his composure shattered. Not only had he been killed by the vegetable fiend, but upon his arduous revival, he discovered his beloved had vanished as well. Very well. So long as you are not afraid of death, I shall be here waiting for you. Vegeta scoffed, completely dismissing Tien and Yamcha. Regardless of past grievances, we must now focus on confronting the androids. Dandy stood among the crowd, speaking earnestly. Humph, Dandy, did you not claim to have already dealt with one? Vegeta inquired, crossing his arms with a knowing look. Indeed, Dandy affirmed. If you manage to eliminate one, there is no reason I cannot do the same. This year, my cultivation has soared. Just wait 3 days. I will unveil the true extent of Vegeta's power. No one shall contest with me. Chapter 79. The calm before the storm. Hearing Vegeta's audacious words, Dandy chuckled inwardly. Humph, no matter how hard you train, your growth pales in comparison to my ability to return 1,000-fold. Yet, despite his disdain, Dandy refrained from voicing such thoughts. After all, the most crucial task at hand was to unite everyone in facing the imminent challenges. The soldiers at the front must be encouraged. That is the essence of a king's demeanor. At that moment, Bulma, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Finding the wait in the temple exceedingly dull, she exclaimed, Hey, why must we wait here for 3 days? Since this deity can observe everything on Earth, why not seek out those androids directly? Upon hearing Bulma's suggestion, the deity furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Well, in fact, those androids are not currently on Earth. Indeed, Dandy chimed in, they are en route back to Earth from Namek. Isn't that splendid? I have a brilliant idea. Bulma's face lit up with a mysterious smile. All we need to do is locate their spaceship and launch missiles to destroy it. Problem solved perfectly, right? The group stared at her in astonishment. Yes, Yamcha exclaimed, suddenly animated with excitement. Wait a moment, Bulma. Is such advanced technology already available? Krillin asked, taken aback. This is hardly a challenge. It has existed for quite some time. Bulma replied derisively, as if addressing a simpleton. Then why didn't you mention it 2 years ago? Yamcha muttered under his breath. 2 years ago? Bulma pondered, recalling that it was when Goku's brother, Raditz, arrived on Earth, a time of despair following Goku's death. And the group learned from Raditz that Vegeta and Nappa would arrive on Earth in a year. Yamcha, are you suggesting we should have planned to blow up Vegeta's spaceship back then? Bulma quickly connected the dots. Hey, don't say that out loud. Krillin rushed to shush her, considering Vegeta was standing right beside them. Ah, yes. How naive I was back then. Bulma, realizing this, burst into laughter and immediately called out to Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta. Reflecting on it now, you were indeed fortunate. If I had only exercised a bit more intellect back then, I could have shot you down with a missile when you first arrived on Earth a year ago. You would probably be floating around the cosmos like space debris by now. Vegeta, upon hearing Bulma's words, let out a cold snort and clenched his fists. As for the androids, I advise you not to entertain such escapist thoughts. This time, I shall personally defeat the androids and demonstrate my true strength. Anyone who dares to intercept their ship will face my wrath. Do you understand? Vegeta raised his fist, threatening the crowd. Indeed. I am eagerly looking forward to confronting the androids. It has been quite a while since I've encountered a formidable foe. Goku also displayed an expression of anticipation, eager for the battle with the androids. Bulma, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. Hey, have you all not grasped the situation? According to the future boy, you all perished in battle, but now we have received news of the android's impending arrival. If we respond seriously, we should be fine. Goku, however, appeared indifferent. Humph, Kakarot. You won't even get a chance to fight. Just go home and take a nap. Vegeta arrogantly retorted. That may not be the case, Vegeta. I can teleport. I will surely be the first to locate the androids. Goku immediately protested. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, are you foolish? Has no one informed you that the androids do not possess a key? Oh yes, I almost forgot. It will be my first encounter with beings devoid of energy. How exciting. Upon witnessing such a scenario, Dandy couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems these fellows are quite spirited. Perhaps I ought not to intervene directly to resolve this crisis. Rather, I should allow everyone the opportunity to enhance their abilities. Dandy contemplated quietly within himself. After all, being a carefree individual was Dandy's ultimate aspiration. Strength was merely a means to uphold his leisurely existence. If the crisis could be resolved without the king's intervention, relying solely on these warriors, that would be an ideal scenario. Moreover, he needed these individuals to enhance his own power. The stronger they became, the greater the rewards he could reap from the system. As everyone realized that the calm before the storm had only 3 days left, apart from Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the rest finally fell silent. Piccolo sat at the edge of the plaza, distancing himself from Kami and Sun Wukong, arms crossed, eyes closed as he began to meditate. The image of Android 17 lingered in his mind, and he incessantly replayed the scene, pondering how to resolve it, yet he could conceive no countermeasures, causing his brows to furrow and cold sweat to trickle down. Meanwhile, Gohan sat beside Piccolo, emulating his posture, focusing intently as he engaged in a mental battle with his opponent. Upon commencing his training, Gohan was soon drenched in sweat and opened his eyes in alarm. What happened? Piccolo inquired, immediately lifting his gaze in concern. It's nothing. I was simulating a confrontation with Frieza, but I was defeated in just one move. Gohan lamented with a look of regret. No worries. Take your time, start with a weaker opponent. Piccolo patiently guided him. On another front, Sun Wukong decided that before the impending battle, he would fully relax his body and mind, replenishing his energy to achieve an optimal state. He entered the temple, rummaging through jars and containers in search of sustenance, indulging heartily. After satisfying his hunger, he flew down through the temple to greet Master Roshi and Yajirobe. Vegeta sat quietly beneath a tree, meditating, occasionally stealing glances at Dandy, hoping to decipher his strength. Yajirobe, Tien, and Krillin continued their training as instructed by King Kai. During this time, Yajirobe returned to inform Kaiatsu of his plans, urging him to prioritize his safety. Suddenly, Gohan had an epiphany, hastily rising to retrieve his homework. Seeking Bulma's guidance. Hey, Gohan, you need to do your homework by yourself. Bulma promptly declined. Soon, 3 days passed, and unable to sense the android's energy, everyone could only rely on Kami. Upon sensing the android's landing, Kami's demeanor shifted to seriousness. They have arrived. Hearing Kami's alert, everyone tensed and gathered together. Are they coming this way? No, they have gone elsewhere. Kami observed the lower realm, his expression darkening. Could it be that they are heading to Bulma's house? Klin was immediately filled with apprehension. Although Bulma's home was now empty, it was still situated in the city, where a multitude of people resided. Just as they were reporting the android's whereabouts to Dr. Gero, it seemed that he had caught sight of something extraordinary, his eyes widening in alarm. This is bad. Without waiting for the divine messenger to clarify the situation, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly soared towards the lower realm. I am going to find them, he declared. Hey, Vegeta. Dandy immediately intervened, but he was unable to halt Vegeta. Heavenly being, what exactly have you witnessed? Dandy observed the Supreme Kai's serious expression and promptly inquired. Chapter 80, Vegeta vs. Android 18. It seems that trouble is brewing. The Supreme Kai, with a complex expression, gazed toward the lower realm and explained, that individual appears to have replicated the physique of each one of you. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, Dandy was momentarily taken aback. Every single one? This has become intriguing. The Supreme Kai, taken aback by Dandy's response, asked, what do you mean by intriguing? Oh, nothing. Just the literal interpretation. Dandy replied. By the way, among those androids, is there one that is green and resembles an insect? No, there isn't. The Supreme Kai scrutinized carefully and shook his head. Understood. Upon hearing that Dr. Gero had replicated each individual, Dandy immediately sensed that the situation had taken an intriguing turn. He promptly called out to everyone. Hey, everyone, let us set off. It appears that each person has their own adversary. Is the opponent oneself? No, more accurately, it is one's own body. Viewed in this light, victory seems quite attainable. Yamcha became exhilarated at once. Indeed, if it is merely a matter of confronting oneself. Even Krillin displayed a confident smile. Confronting oneself? Piccolo pondered, uncertain whether this self had ever merged with Nail. Surely, I cannot be defeated by my own self. Piccolo cast a cold glance downward, then turned to observe Gohan. Confronting oneself? Gohan, upon hearing this, wore an expression of incredulity. Do not worry, Gohan. Cast aside any psychological burden and simply give it your all. Goku stood beside Gohan, exuding an air of ease. All right. Gohan nodded vigorously, looking at Goku and Piccolo, who flanked him on either side. Let us embark then. Dandy shouted with fervor and promptly took the lead in soaring into the air. I must first eliminate my own corporeal form. I cannot afford to grant them the opportunity for healing. Dandy silently made a resolution. Vegeta had already taken off moments ago, leaving everyone behind, and soon arrived at the android research facility. Hey, you must be the androids, he said, spotting two figures at the entrance, their backs turned to him. One was a short-haired girl with golden locks that fell to her chin, dressed in exceptionally fashionable attire. Beside her stood a large figure clad in an oddly shaped armor resembling the shell of an extraterrestrial creature. Upon hearing Vegeta's voice, the two turned around. The adversaries had come to confront them. How did they know we were here? Android 18, arms crossed, replied coldly, I don't know. Perhaps something transpired while we were absent. Android 16 calmly added, Indeed, I recently heard that Androids 17 and 19 have gone missing. As the two conversed, completely disregarding him. Vegeta's anger flared. Huh, he exclaimed, clenching his fists, yellow flames igniting around him, his body radiating a powerful energy wave as his hair began to rise, shimmering with a golden light. Simultaneously, his eyes sharpened, revealing boundless strength and determination. Oh, your aura has changed, Android 18 remarked, slightly taken aback. Humph. It's not just the aura that's different. It's my power. Now, tell me, will you face me one at a time or together? Vegeta sneered at the two. I've heard Scions are exceptionally confident. It seems that's true. However, that overconfidence can swiftly lead to tragedy. Android 18 remarked. Unfazed by Vegeta's transformation, her tone laced with mockery. Enough of your prattle. You lot are merely oversized toys. I shall shatter you into pieces, Vegeta shouted. His fists clenched. Humph, such bravado. Very well, let us have some fun. But let us change locations. There are still many important things here. Android 18 replied nonchalantly before soaring into the air. Humph, since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you choose your demise, Vegeta declared, following her assent. Only to see Android 16 standing still. Vegeta added with a taunt, What's wrong? Big guy, afraid to join? I'm fine staying here. Android 16 replied with a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Humph, very well. After I deal with this one, I shall return to handle you, Vegeta scoffed. Chasing after Android 18. Hey, just so we're clear, I wonder you hold back just because you resemble a woman. Besides, you mechanical beings shouldn't have any notions of gender, right? As the formidable Android 18 descended, Vegeta immediately clenched his fists, declaring his stance. Android 18, upon hearing his words, cast a cold glare at him, seemingly incensed by his proclamation. Let it be known, although I have been modified, I am still of flesh and blood. Furthermore, we harbor a profound hatred for Dr. Gero, who stripped us of our rights as ordinary individuals. If you dare to jest about my body again, you shall find yourself vanquished at my hands. Humph, cease underestimating me. Come now, show me the extent of your capabilities. With these words, Vegeta fixated intently on the movements of the android. Despite his outward bravado, he understood that, as prophesied by the future boy, the android's power was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, he was prepared for a one-on-one confrontation, which he believed he could manage. Android 18 remained expressionless, her slender arms tightening into fists. Suddenly, without warning, she sprang into action, her swift footsteps barely audible as she closed the distance to Vegeta in an instant. Striking with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Vegeta hastily raised his hand, barely managing to deflect her initial blow. However, in the next heartbeat, another assault from Android 18 swiftly followed. Damn it! Vegeta grunted as he used his other hand to block her attack, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming force. He was baffled by the tremendous power emanating from this seemingly petite woman. These beings truly lacked any discernible energy. Vegeta realized he could not sense his opponent's ki at all. After painstakingly mastering the technique of sensing energy, it now proved utterly futile. Without the ability to gauge his opponent's strength, he found himself unable to estimate the threat before him. It felt akin to descending a staircase without any visibility of the steps, blindly treading, uncertain of how much force to exert, risking a misstep at any moment. Given this predicament, Vegeta resolved to seize the initiative. Radiating a golden aura, His eyes ablaze with fury and determination, he launched his own offensive. He faced the android 18. His footsteps nimble as he moved with lightning speed, each strike infused with tremendous power. His fist struck like cannonballs, forcefully colliding with 18, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. Yet, 18 was equally resolute, deftly evading Vegeta's assaults while launching her own counterattacks. Despite her seemingly slender physique, she exhibited remarkable agility, her retaliations sharp and lethal. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch, creating a dynamic and reciprocal battle. The exhilarated shouts of Vegeta intertwined with the silhouette of 18, forming a symphonic clash of combat. As the confrontation escalated, Vegeta felt his anger surging, his strength intensifying, and his Super Saiyan form growing increasingly formidable. His strikes became more ferocious, each move seemingly aimed at tearing 18 apart. Ultimately, in a fierce collision, both Vegeta and 18 were forced to retreat. Panting, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon 18, unwilling to relax his focus. Meanwhile, 18 casually brushed her hair, as if lamenting that this battle had disheveled her appearance. Chapter 81. Vegeta's counterattack. Breathless with excitement, Vegeta suddenly began to grin menacingly. "You puppet, judging by your expression, it seems you don't feel pain at all. Truly, you've been fortunate. In that case, let's settle this swiftly." As he spoke, Vegeta exuded an even more formidable aura, his gaze sharpening into a focused and icy stare. His fists were clenched tightly, gathering energy, and the air around him warped under the weight of his tremendous power. Yet, 18's expression remained unchanged. She continued to regard Vegeta with an indifferent coldness, as if she did not perceive him as a threat at all. This only fueled Vegeta's fury, prompting him to hiss through gritted teeth, "Once I shatter you into pieces, let us see how you can still smile." With that declaration, Vegeta unleashed a furious roar. Executing his ultimate technique, a blinding beam of light erupted from his hand, hurtling toward 18 like a comet. In response, she swiftly leapt to evade the attack. But the force of Vegeta's move was so overwhelming that the light merely grazed her form, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Nevertheless, 18 appeared unaffected, nimbly maneuvering in midair to dodge Vegeta's assault while poised to counterattack. Recognizing her intentions, Vegeta was determined to deny her any opportunity for a strike and continued to unleash wave after wave of potent energy blasts aimed at 18. She was forced to weave and pivot through the air, narrowly avoiding each onslaught. The battlefield erupted with dazzling flashes and the thunderous roars of energy explosions. It was only after Vegeta executed his final strike, utterly drained of energy, that 18 gracefully descended to the ground. "Humph, I didn't expect you to be quite so agile," Vegeta remarked with an arrogant laugh. "Do you puppets only know how to evade?" 18 maintained her calm demeanor, her voice low yet imbued with confidence. "Ending the battle too swiftly would be rather dull, don't you think? I've heard that Scions are particularly combative, so I thought I'd indulge you a bit longer. Besides, you haven't even unleashed your full power, have you?" Upon seeing the mocking expression on 18's face, Vegeta smirked disdainfully. "You can actually tell that I'm holding back. You possess some discernment. I fear that if I strike too hard, even the Earth itself would struggle to withstand it. So, I advise you to go all out, lest you regret being shattered by me." 18 responded with a barely perceptible smile. "Very well, then. As you wish." In an instant, she vanished from her position, hurtling toward Vegeta at breakneck speed. "What? So fast?" Vegeta was taken aback by her sudden movement, and before he could react, 18 had appeared right in front of him. Bang! Without giving Vegeta a moment to respond, 18 struck him with her head like a hammer, crushingly impacting his face. Ah! Vegeta was struck on the forehead, letting out a pain scream, which only fueled his rage further. How infuriating! Vegeta summoned all his power and launched a fierce assault on Android 18. With a resounding thud, his fist connected forcefully with her abdomen, and just as a triumphant smile began to surface, he realized that his punch felt as if it had sunk into cotton. He was met with Android 18's unfazed expression. "Is this truly all your strength, Vegeta?" She chuckled lightly, then seized his head and pressed it to her chest, rendering him immobile. She followed up by raising her knee and delivering a series of brutal strikes to his stomach, leaving him gasping and on the verge of retching. "Humph! Arrogant fool," Android 18 said, noticing Vegeta's discomfort. She deftly sidestepped, then unleashed a powerful palm strike that sent him flying. Vegeta, the others had finally arrived, witnessing Vegeta's plight and quickly surrounding him. Blood streamed down his forehead, and the pain in his abdomen made it difficult for him to stand upright, his consciousness blurring. Upon seeing his comrades gather around, Vegeta mustered all his remaining strength, forcing himself to straighten up, his fists clenched tightly. Humph, is this all you've got? You mechanical puppets who know nothing of pain? Dandy immediately discerned that Vegeta was putting on a brave front. So she quietly approached him and extended her hand to heal him. Do not exert yourself, Vegeta. She possesses boundless energy, and you cannot match her. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Vegeta let out a cold laugh and then shouted towards Android 18. How about we settle this with a single blow? Let us each take the full force of the other's attack. He provocatively glared at 18, only to have her promptly turn away in refusal. Humph. Are you scared after all? Do not fret. Do not think I would resort to overwhelming you with numbers. These individuals behind me are merely useless. Vegeta scoffed, a smug expression gracing his features, as if he had regained some semblance of dignity. However, the crowd behind him wore expressions of discontent, surprised that Vegeta would insult their goodwill. Do you have any idea how expensive this outfit is? Android 18, seemingly indifferent to the group, merely dusted off her clothing, suggesting that her earlier evasions were merely to protect her attire, and that her reluctance to unleash her full power was also for the sake of her garments. What did you say? Vegeta was taken aback by such disdain, his anger flaring. How dare they look down upon him? He had already expended all his strength, while the opponent's thoughts were solely fixated on the preservation of her clothing. Stop underestimating me. Watch as I shatter you. Enraged and humiliated, Vegeta spread his arms wide, a fierce energy gathering in his palms. Wait a moment. Seeing this, Dandy swiftly reached out to stop Vegeta. What are you doing? Vegeta responded, his face a portrait of confusion. I have a few questions I wish to pose to her. At this moment, Dandy harbored numerous questions. With a faint smile, he addressed number 18. Hey, number 18, is your intention to kill me? Indeed, number 18 replied, seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of the crowd, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Why me? Dandy continued to inquire, perplexed as to how these individuals' target had shifted from Sun Wukong to himself. It is due to your rapid growth. If we do not eliminate you swiftly, we may soon find ourselves unable to contend with you, number 18 remarked with an air of inevitability. So, that is how it is. Dandy nodded. Indeed, if these artificial beings were aware of the events transpiring on Namek, they might certainly notice their own rate of growth. Humph. Are you not afraid of the Scion's potential for growth? Vegeta retorted, visibly incensed by the implication. Thus, the Scions are also our targets. However, to be frank, based on our encounters, I find you rather unremarkable. Android 18 remarked dismissively. What? Vegeta, now even more enraged, launched himself at her once again. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a Scion. 18 lowered her head coolly, the corners of her mouth curling into a slight smirk. Indeed, the Prince of the Scions possesses great fighting spirit, but before she could finish her thought, 18 unleashed a punch that landed squarely on Vegeta's face. In an instant, 18 propelled herself forward, pursuing the momentarily stunned Vegeta. With a resounding smack, Vegeta felt the impact on his face, igniting a fire of fury within him. He spun around in midair, completing a full 180-degree turn to intercept 18's onslaught. Simultaneously, Vegeta clasped his fists and struck downwards towards 18 with ferocity. Here comes my attack. As 18 braced herself for the descending blow, Vegeta swiftly condensed a ki blast. Boom. The energy sphere exploded, sending debris flying in all directions. As the dust settled, 18 stood unscathed, albeit her calm demeanor now marred by a flicker of anger. You've sullied my attire, she remarked, her expression finally betraying irritation. But it's not just your clothing. I will utterly shatter you. Despite the visible bruises adorning his face, Vegeta smirked, relishing the fact that he had landed a hit. You have indeed improved since Namek, 18 said, removing her outer garment, signaling her intent to take the fight more seriously. Yet, you remain no match for us. Nonsense. I suspect you rely on a power scouter to gauge our strength, don't you? Humph. That outdated device cannot accurately measure my abilities. Vegeta retorted defiantly. Rest assured, it is not merely a simple scouter. We are fully aware of your power. 18 smiled softly, then added, You have provoked me, and I shall not hold back any longer. With a sinister grin, she concluded, Let me reiterate, I am a human modified into this form. As he spoke, he surged toward Vegeta. This time, Android 18's speed was even swifter. Yet, Vegeta indeed lived up to his own claims. He had concealed his true power previously, or perhaps, having been healed by Dandy, he seemed to have transcended his limits. Now he could perceive Android 18's movements, blocking each strike while occasionally launching counterattacks. Their actions were as rapid as lightning, the sound of their clashes resonating in a series of thuds, prompting the onlookers to marvel. Incredible! Their strengths are truly on par, exclaimed Tien Shinhan. The android's prowess doesn't appear to be as formidable as anticipated. What is going on? Didn't Trunks say that we would all perish at the hands of the androids? Piccolo, observing the fierce exchange, felt bewildered. According to the Supreme Kai, Android 18's strength should be comparable to that of Android 17, given that they were both created simultaneously. Has Vegeta's strength reached such heights? A foe I find utterly insurmountable. Yet he can contend with ease. Piccolo clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Wow, amazing. Vegeta, this power seems even greater than mine, Goku exclaimed, equally astonished by the clash between Vegeta and Android 18. Dandy observed the duel between the two individuals, gaining a rough understanding of the capabilities possessed by Android 18. Her combat prowess was comparable to that of the current Vegeta, perhaps only slightly superior to the recently transformed Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta. It was estimated that her battle power did not exceed 200 million. Thus, dealing with them would be a rather effortless undertaking. Dandy was acutely aware that the situation was entirely within his control, and he felt no trepidation regarding the battle unfolding before him. As the conflict escalated, a sudden realization struck both Piccolo and Goku. A sense of alarm washed over them. Vegeta was in peril. What? Krillin and Gohan exchanged bewildered glances. Why? Goku's expression turned grave as he began to elucidate. Vegeta's energy is waning, yet the androids show no signs of fatigue. Piccolo interjected, affirming the observation. If this continues, Vegeta is doomed. Indeed, the scenario on the battlefield unfolded precisely as Goku and Piccolo had anticipated. Although the two continued to engage in combat, Vegeta managed to fend off Android 18's assaults. However, he gradually began to gasp for breath, his movement slowing. In stark contrast, Android 18 remained impassive, exhibiting no signs of even a quickened breath. Danger loomed. In an unfortunate moment of distraction, Vegeta was struck in the face by Android 18's fist, followed by a powerful kick that brutally shattered his arm. Ugh! Vegeta clutched his mangled limb, his face a mask of disbelief. Umph! You are on the brink of death. Your moment of bravado ends here. Android 18 scoffed, delivering a harsh kick to Vegeta's chest, sending him hurtling towards his companions. Are you all right? Goku caught the rapidly approaching body of Vegeta, who was now panting heavily. His hair returned to its original black hue. How infuriating! Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Despite his earlier bravado and pushing his limits once more, he found himself utterly defeated. Observing that Android 18 had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, Dandy approached Vegeta. Casting a curious glance at Android 18. Why do you not finish him off? He inquired. None of your concern. Android 18 retorted sharply. Dandy, unfazed, continued, Number 18. If I am not mistaken, you must harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Dr. Gero, who has transformed your very being. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Number 18 displayed a reaction that seemed entirely natural. Indeed, I comprehend now. Perhaps you are not our adversary after all. Which explains your decision to part ways with Number 17. The realization struck Dandy as he pondered how the inseparable Number 18 could abandon Number 17 to venture to Namek. He understood that since the android detected the events unfolding on Namek, she must be aware of the Scion's potential to unleash formidable power when on the brink of death. He speculated that Number 18 refrained from eliminating Vegeta, intending instead to bring him to the precipice of death, thereby enhancing him through her own means. It was likely a divergence in ideology with Number 17 that prompted their separation. Was Number 18 truly seeking to bolster her opponent, perhaps to eliminate Dr. Gero through our hands? Why not take action herself? Dandy felt a sense of surprise at the sudden emergence of his thoughts. These should pertain to Number 17, correct? Have you encountered him? Where is he now? Upon hearing the name of Number 17, Number 18 became instantly excited, with a face full of concern. I killed him. Dandy spoke with an impassive expression. No, it's impossible. Upon hearing this, the 18th immediately became flustered. Strange, you appear to be quite concerned about the 17th? It seems I have misjudged. You and the 17th are indeed aligned on the same side. Dandy realized that he might have misjudged the situation, however. It was evident that the 18th was assisting Vegeta in enhancing his strength. Moreover, her unabashed disdain for Dr. Gero indicated that she was not aligned with his interests. There was no need for concern. As long as the Dragon Balls remained, he still had a chance for resurrection. Upon reflecting on this matter, Dandy spoke soothingly. The Dragon Balls? The resurrection of number 17? I see now. Number 18, regaining her composure, gazed intently at Dandy for a moment before suddenly inquiring, Dandy, do you wish to use the resurrection of number 17 as a pretext to instill a sense of caution in us, thereby ensuring that the Dragon Balls remain intact? Dandy could not help but chuckle at the words. Humph, you are overthinking. I am merely contemplating whether to spare you or not. After all, in my eyes, as the divine beings have proclaimed, you and number 17 still possess a semblance of humanity. Dandy did not regard number 18 as a formidable opponent at all. Wait a moment, Dandy. Krillin interjected, do you truly intend to spare them? They are androids, destined to bring devastation upon us all in the future. The future? No. 18 exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. How could you possibly know what transpires in the future? Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Krillin promptly fell silent. Dandy couldn't help but feel a surge of amusement within. He never anticipated that the first to rise against number 18 would be Krillin. Ah, Krillin, were it not for your bravery alongside Gohan on Namek, rescuing me, and your unwavering support to ensure Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan, I would have let you meet your fate without a second thought, feeling somewhat indebted to you. Otherwise, I would have never spared number 18. Dandy pondered for a moment before speaking. Klin, you witnessed it as well. She spared Vegeta, did she not? Dandy chuckled softly and continued, moreover, they are aware that Scions can enhance their powers when on the brink of death. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Piccolo appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes widening in realization. Dandy, are you implying that? Dandy nodded slightly, and then turned to number 18. We shall not harm you. Simply divulge what you know. However, no. 18 responded with a cold laugh. Is that so? How unfortunate. It seems you believe that with your current strength, you truly possess the capability to confront us? Dandy felt that the tone of the 18th had suddenly shifted, leaving him to wonder if he had misjudged the situation. Just as doubts crept into his mind, he noticed the figure of the 16th appearing beside the 18th, followed closely by a familiar entourage that materialized before everyone. Chapter 83. Each person's opponent. Upon witnessing the unexpected arrival, Dandy ceased his speculation. So it was. Dandy comprehended the implications of the words spoken on the 18th. Is the current strength insufficient to confront them? Dandy understood that the sudden appearance of Android 16 had rendered Android 18 unable to converse freely with the crowd, prompting a swift change in her tone as she subtly suggested that they must find a way to enhance their strength expeditiously. However, the others were not as contemplative as Dandy. They were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the silhouette that had unexpectedly appeared behind Android 18. In addition to the imposing figure of Android 16, there was an elderly man clad in a tall hat, gaunt in stature, alongside familiar figures standing behind them. These were replicas of everyone present. Hey, this guy has truly duplicated us. Though Krillin believed his own replica would be easily manageable, he was nonetheless taken aback upon realizing that each individual had been replicated. The shock reverberated within him. It appeared they were indeed identical to the originals. Tien and his counterpart exchanged a glance, and under the weight of their six eyes meeting, both were instantly overwhelmed, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Dandy scrutinized the opposing lineup, only to realize that his own figure was conspicuously absent. What could be the reason? Did the adversaries not require assistance for their fallen comrades? Dandy felt a flicker of confusion and then turned his gaze towards the leader of the group. It was indeed Dr. Gero. What could this possibly mean? Hadn't the deity claimed to have witnessed his demise? Though his mind struggled to comprehend the situation, Dandy chose to trust his own eyes. The very presence of Dr. Gero indicated that he was the mastermind behind all these events. Hey, Vegeta, how are you feeling? Upon witnessing the emergence of the enemy, Dandy anticipated an intriguing confrontation and promptly inquired of Vegeta. However, Vegeta had already closed his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. To his astonishment, this fellow had fainted. Dandy shook his head in resignation, never anticipating that on the 18th, he would come perilously close to delivering a fatal blow to Vegeta in earnest. Dandy's hand gently brushed over Vegeta, and with Dandy's healing, Vegeta soon opened his eyes. How infuriating! As soon as Vegeta regained consciousness, he sensed that his strength had seemingly surged once more. Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, and his hair instantly turned a radiant yellow. This time, I shall undoubtedly shatter you. Vegeta bellowed furiously at Android 18. Dandy swiftly intervened. blocking Vegeta's path. Vegeta, hold on. It seems that each of us has our own adversary. You should focus on resolving your own issues first. As he spoke, Dandy turned to Dr. Gero and gently inquired. You must be Dr. Gero, am I correct? Do you truly believe that with this band of replicas you can contend with us? Upon hearing Dandy's words, Dr. Gero smiled faintly, quite impressive. I have heard that you were forewarned of our scheme, albeit you have mistaken your target. I am not Dr. Gero. And as for these replicas, they are far more formidable than you presume. By all means, give it a try, and you shall see. It will undoubtedly be quite the spectacle. A confident smile adorned Dr. Gero's face, as if he harbored unshakable faith in his creations. Upon hearing Dr. Gero's words, Dandy could not help but scoff inwardly. Is he reluctant to acknowledge his own identity? In that regard, he remains unchanged. These replicants do not appear to possess any exceptional qualities. They should be easily manageable. Dandy meticulously counted and found that, in addition to Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha's duplicates, the duplicate of Kaiatsu had also emerged in the opposing ranks. Furthermore, the replicas of Piccolo, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan appeared as well. Considering all this, it seems that my adversary is Kaiatsu. Dandy discovered that, in comparison to the replicas on the opposing side, his own side was devoid of his presence, while the dumplings were conspicuously absent from his side. Thus, if everyone else could correspond one by one, the remaining dumplings would inevitably fall upon him to contend with. What a truly effortless task it is. Dandy chuckled softly, shaking his head. Is this what they call a race of wits? He never imagined his superior steed would face off against the opponent's inferior one. At this moment, Klin was intently fixated on the replica before him. This doppelganger bore an uncanny resemblance to Klin, yet exuded a far more formidable aura, though its gaze appeared strikingly hollow. Taking a deep breath, Klin clenched his fists, steeling himself for this life-and-death confrontation. He understood that, despite the opponent's replication of his physical form, it could never possess his unique fighting skills. Observing the void in the opponent's eyes, Klin felt a surge of confidence. With a fierce battle cry, Klin and the replica launched their assaults simultaneously. Their punches collided in the air, producing a resounding thud. Klin poured all his strength into the fight from the outset, yet the replica's power far exceeded his expectations. What is happening? Klin realized that this other version of himself was, in fact, stronger than he was, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. With each encounter, he felt an overwhelming force pushing him back. Is this truly my strength? A similar predicament befell the others. After engaging with their replicas, Yamcha found himself unable to land a single blow, his every effort deftly dodged, while he bore the brunt of counterattacks. Tien also grappled with his counterpart, discovering that he was entirely outmatched, continually on the defensive. Piccolo was equally astonished, as the replica of himself exhibited a swiftness that surpassed his own, elegantly darting through the air and toying with him. However, the most astonished among them were the Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Goku watched in disbelief as his replica effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, witnessing his own duplicate undergo the same transformation, was consumed by rage. How dare it? With a furious roar, he charged at his replica. You imposter, perish! Meanwhile, Gohan stood frozen, astonished that he had yet to achieve Super Saiyan status, while his counterpart sported a full head of golden hair. Is this how I look as a Super Saiyan? Gohan lamented the appearance, yet despair gnawed at his heart. How can I possibly fight like this? Hey, Gohan, you take on Dent. Upon witnessing such a scene, Dandy promptly resolved to swap opponents. Pitting the current Gohan against a Super Saiyan would indeed be an unfair challenge. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Gohan nodded appreciatively and swiftly soared towards the doppelganger of Kaiatsu. Although Krillin found himself at a disadvantage, he refused to concede, relentlessly launching attacks as the two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Soon, sweat-drenched Krillin's attire and his breaths became labored, yet his gaze remained resolute and indomitable. After a particularly intense clash, Krillin finally discerned an opportunity. Solar Flare. In an instant, he unleashed the Solar Flare against his duplicate. The opponent, seemingly taken aback, was momentarily blinded by the dazzling light. Take that. Observing the effectiveness of his technique, Krillin extended his hands forward, unleashing two key blasts simultaneously. Chapter 84. Individual Techniques. Tianjin Shin battled fervently against his doppelganger, yet found himself completely overmatched. After narrowly evading a fierce strike, he focused intently on the formidable duplicate before him. Having engaged in preliminary skirmishes, he had come to realize that this would be a grueling contest. The doppelganger's strength weighed heavily upon Tianjin Shin, with each assault nearly debilitating him. Under the relentless barrage of his opponent, Tianjin Shin was forced to retreat, yet he harbored no thoughts of surrender. The fire of determination burned brightly in his eyes as his 3 orbs of vision remained fixated on the adversary, awaiting a moment of opportunity. A swift resolution was imperative. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that technique. At last, Tianjin Shin distanced himself from his foe, seizing a moment to catch his breath. Without hesitation, he spread his palms and aimed at his own likeness. He intended to unleash his signature technique, the new Ki Blast. As Tianjin Shin concentrated his entire strength into his palms, a formidable energy wave coalesced, hurtling directly towards the doppelganger. The power of the new Ki Blast compelled the duplicate to take notice, as it swiftly adjusted its position in midair, attempting to evade the oncoming strike. Humph! You want to escape that easily, Tianjin Shin exclaimed, and as he shouted, 2 additional arms emerged from his back, under the guidance of his 3 eyes. The 4 limbs aimed unerringly at the doppelganger. Those 3 eyes functioned like radar, locking onto their target. As the 4 arms alternately unleashed relentless volleys of new Ki Blasts, Tianjin Shin transformed into a veritable artillery platform, while the doppelganger was left with no choice but to evade in the air. Yamcha, unexpectedly subjected to a savage beating from his own duplicate, felt the persistent aches coursing through his body and gradually reclaimed the essence of his martial artist spirit. How infuriating! Although my strength may not match that of others, I refuse to be outmatched even by my own replica. My opponent is merely a copy with lifeless eyes, devoid of any formidable techniques. Yamcha continuously bolstered his confidence. And with this thought, his gaze sharpened and his aura coalesced. New Wolfang Fist. As he shouted this technique, he felt as though he had returned to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, his blood suddenly surging with fervor. His speed surged, relentlessly pursuing his replica, unleashing a flurry of strikes that fell upon his adversary like torrential rain. Facing a more agile version of himself, Piccolo gritted his teeth, his eyes darting as he sought to lock onto his opponent's form, all the while gathering energy at his fingertips. Now is the moment. He deliberately exposed a weakness in his stance, and the replica seized the opportunity, launching an attack towards him. Piccolo, sensing this, felt a surge of excitement and capitalized on the opening. Suddenly, he extended his arm, targeting the replica that had entered his striking range, and swiftly reached out. As his arm shot forward, he tightly grasped the opponent's leg and yanked it towards him, swiftly extending his other hand with 2 fingers. Special Beam Cannon. Before engaging with his replica, Son Goku transformed in an instant. Now, he was enveloped in golden light, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the identical copy before him. Sensing the aura emanating from the replica, he understood that an unprecedented battle lay ahead. With a fierce roar from the replica, both ascended into the air, embarking on an intense clash. Their techniques intertwined like a tempest, each collision resonating throughout the surrounding space. Son Goku deftly evaded the replica's strikes, persistently searching for an opening. Yet, the replica's prowess was astonishing. It not only effortlessly countered Son Goku's assaults, but also swiftly retaliated. As the battle raged on, Son Goku realized he was gradually being forced onto the defensive. How formidable! It could maintain the Super Saiyan state with such ease. Reflecting on it, he seemed to have entered the fray already in that form. Could it sustain such a state indefinitely? Despite the setbacks, Son Goku remained undeterred, growing ever more resolute. If the opponent could reach such heights utilizing my body, then surely I can achieve the same. Though recognizing his inferiority, excitement surged within him, as if he glimpsed the future path of his training. Kamehameha. In the moment Son Goku was momentarily distracted, the replica began to gather its ultimate technique. All right. If that is the case, I shall respond in kind. Sun Wukong promptly placed his hands on his waist, beginning to gather the Kamehameha wave with equal fervor. Vegeta, facing a frenzied assault from his identical clone, revealed a hint of disdain in his gaze, silently mocking, merely a counterfeit. How could it possibly compare to me? My strength has recently ascended to new heights. As the battle commenced, Vegeta did not unleash his full power. Instead, he effortlessly evaded the clone's attacks, occasionally taunting his opponent. The clone, despite remaining silent in the face of Vegeta's mockery, unmistakably exhibited a rising fury. Its power evidently surpassed Vegeta's expectations, and with each surge of anger, its strikes became increasingly ferocious. After several exchanges, Vegeta's initial contempt began to fade, replaced by a serious demeanor. What is this? Why does it possess such formidable strength and speed? Despite recognizing the clone's might, Vegeta remained steadfast in his belief that he was superior. After all, Having narrowly escaped death twice, his strength had indeed grown once more. Vegeta was not in haste to vanquish his opponent through their ongoing skirmishes. He gradually acclimated to his enhanced abilities. As he began to feel increasingly familiar with his own body, he unleashed his full power. Engaging in a fervent clash with his clone, the two fought fiercely, neither yielding an inch. As the battle progressed, Vegeta discerned that not only did the clone share his appearance, but its combat techniques were also strikingly similar. Furthermore, when Vegeta exerted himself to the utmost, he realized that the adversary was not weaker than his current self. This revelation instilled a sense of unease within him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What is this? Why is it proving so difficult to contend with? Even its fighting style mirrors my own. Could it possibly replicate my techniques as well? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Vegeta seized the opportunity, extending his palms, concentrating energy within them, and then swiftly merging it at his chest before launching it forth in an instant. Meanwhile, Son Gohan faced the familiar visage of Dumpling. And as he beheld those hollow eyes, he hesitated, feeling a pang of reluctance to strike. However, Dumpling was entirely indifferent to whether he could contend with Son Gohan. He was consumed by a frenzy of attacks. With Gohan's prowess, he could effortlessly evade Dumpling's onslaught, yet his focus remained unwaveringly on his own clone. Is that truly what I look like as a Super Saiyan? Such incredible energy! Dandy is tasked with confronting the duplicate of Sun Wukong. As he gazes upon the replica before him, he meticulously examines its hair. Fortunately, it has yet to transform into Super Saiyan 2. As Dandy discerned the hairstyle of Sun Wukong, he exhaled in relief and swiftly sprang into action. In a mere instant, he materialized behind his opponent and unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating his adversary in an instant. Sun Wukong, witnessing the instantaneous destruction of his duplicate, felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated such a swift conclusion to the battle. It seemed that his friend found it quite effortless to eliminate him. Chapter 85. The annihilation of the duplicates. Krillin employed the solar flare, momentarily blinding the duplicate's eyes, before promptly releasing two energy waves. Clearly, his opponent had anticipated Krillin's counterattack. Although unable to see Krillin's movements, the duplicate swiftly darted away, maneuvering in the air to evade capture. Observing this, Krillin wore a confident smile, evidently having foreseen his opponent's strategy. Futile. With a chuckle, he waved his hands, causing the energy waves to curve instead of flying straight. Under Krillin's command, the two energy waves relentlessly pursued the duplicate midair, and despite the latter's evasive maneuvers, Krillin swiftly struck his target. Boom. As the two energy orbs converged in the sky, they erupted in a dazzling explosion. Once the smoke cleared, Krillin beheld his duplicate reduced to mere fragments, scattered in the air. Yes, it was a success. The scene was indeed a harrowing sight. Lost in thought, Krillin suddenly recalled something, and a jolt surged through him. Tien Shinhan extended his forearms, relentlessly targeting his duplicate with a barrage of energy blasts. After several attempts, he finally managed to strike his duplicate, obliterating one of its arms. The Tien Shinhan duplicate, suspended in the air, cried out in anguish, clutching its remaining arm, blood streaming down. Just as Tien prepared for another strike, an overwhelming sensation coursed through him, as if some lost memory was assailing his mind. Tien quickly recalled his painful experiences, but he soon shook his head, dispelling the intrusive thoughts. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a broader energy wave, completely engulfing his duplicate. After this exertion, Tien collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Though he had refined his energy blast, such continuous firing took its toll. Yamcha unleashed his new Wolf Fang fist, transforming into a whirlwind and delivering over 1,000 strikes within a minute, targeting the various joints and pressure points of his duplicate, nearly dismantling it. With the final blow, the duplicate finally fell to the ground, incapacitated. But it was not over yet. Yamcha shouted, gripping his right wrist with his left hand, gathering energy into an orb. Energy orb, go. Yamcha, exhilarated, controlled his energy sphere and struck it forcefully upon the fallen clone. Following a tremendous explosion, as the dust settled, Yamcha beheld the crater his energy blast had created, revealing his clone sprawled face down within it. Indeed, I can conquer my own limitations. Witnessing his opponent's defeat, a smile blossomed on Yamcha's face. However, as he gazed upon the position of his clone in the pit, a peculiar image flashed in his mind, and his smile abruptly froze. That posture seemed so familiar. Piccolo tightly grasped the ankle of his clone, retracting his arm to bring it closer, while simultaneously aiming his special beam cannon at the clone's head. with a sharp sound, as the cannon fired, the clone, relying on its formidable strength and speed, swiftly evaded the blast aimed at its head, allowing the energy beam to pass through its chest. Light of judgment. Piccolo's eyes widened as he unleashed a beam towards his opponent's face, which erupted upon contact. Now's my chance. Aware that his opponent possessed a regenerative ability akin to his own, Piccolo knew that the wound to the chest was not fatal. Seizing the moment while his adversary was recovering, Piccolo executed his ultimate technique once more. Light flash. The tremendous impact struck the clone squarely, leaving it trembling. A trickle of blood escaping the corner of its mouth as it plummeted to the ground. But it's not over yet. Piccolo understood the extent of his own regenerative powers. Only by shattering the head could regeneration be thwarted. Special beam cannon. Piccolo unleashed his technique again, waiting until he witnessed the beam pierce the clone's skull before wiping the sweat from his brow. Finally, it is over. He exhaled softly, turning his attention to the others on the battlefield. Goku's clone had already begun to gather the Kamehameha wave, launching it towards Goku before he could complete his own. As he saw the opponent's Kamehameha rushing towards him, Goku held his breath, attuning himself to the energy of his clone. Instant transmission. In the next moment, Goku appeared beside his clone, dodging the incoming Kamehameha while simultaneously unleashing his own gathered Kamehameha at his clone. The powerful energy surged forth. And despite being enveloped by the aura of a Super Saiyan, Goku's clone was obliterated into fragments. Vegeta clasped his hands before his chest, having amassed a potent energy, and shouted at his own clone, "Dare to receive this attack, you wretched impostor." Upon hearing Vegeta's scornful remarks, the clone clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with inexplicable fury. Shielding himself with his hands, the clone audaciously attempted to withstand Vegeta's impending strike. In the next instant, the ultimate flash had engulfed his form. Humph. What a truly sensitive soul. Vegeta, observing his adversary succumb to emotional turmoil under his insults, couldn't help but sneer, displaying a triumphant smile. Only I am the authentic Super Saiyan Vegeta. As Krillin dispatched his own clone, he noticed that Gohan was hesitating to engage with Dent, merely evading his attacks mid-air. Unable to contain his frustration, Krillin called out to Gohan, "Gohan, don't show mercy. Quickly eliminate him." But Gohan hesitated, seemingly unable to summon the resolve. But he looks just like Uncle Dent. Noticing Gohan's indecision, Krillin quickly interjected, "How is that the same? These androids all possess emotionless, hollow gazes." As he spoke, Krillin glanced toward Din's clone. After locking eyes, he found it remarkably challenging not to perceive this clone as the genuine Din. Why was that? Suddenly, it dawned on him that Din often exhibited a similar vacant expression with wide, empty eyes. "Never mind, Gohan, allow me to handle this." Seeing Gohan's reluctance to strike, Krillin soared towards the clone. "Hey, what is 15 plus 18? He queried, striking a combat pose before the Din clone. 33, you fool." The clone quickly replied. With that, Krillin unleashed a ki blast, shattering the Din clone instantaneously. The real Din would never calculate so swiftly. Krillin wore a relaxed smile, feeling no remorse for vanquishing the foe before him. At that moment, Tien, completely drained and sprawled on the ground, could only watch in speechless disbelief. Meanwhile, the group had successfully dealt with all the clones and reconvened. Din healed all the injured, then turned to Dr. Gero. "Dr. Gero, or should I call you Android 20? You must have seen this. Your creations are utterly feeble." Dr. Gero, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, instead revealed a faint smile. "Truly remarkable. These clones, enhanced by my modifications, still fall short against you. Indeed, possessing mere physical strength is insufficient. One must also possess combat skills and experience." On the 17th and 18th, beings endowed with human-like cognition swiftly mastered combat techniques. Yet, the replicants observed Dr. Gallo, who exhibited no signs of trepidation. Dandy stepped forward resolutely. "It is time to conclude this. I shall eradicate you here." Chapter 86, The Puppeteer. Prepare to meet your demise. Dandy suddenly appeared before Dr. Grow, and with a mere flick of his hand, decapitated him in an instant. As the head tumbled to the ground, Dr. Grow's hat was knocked off, revealing a transparent skull and the clearly visible brain within. Is this truly where the story concludes? How utterly absurd, even with his head severed. Dr. Grow maintained an air of nonchalance, laughing unabashedly. What does this signify? Upon witnessing the situation, Dandy immediately realized the gravity of the matter. Reflecting on the recent battle, it seemed that Dr. Gero had no intention of intervening whatsoever, and even the nearby androids 16 and 18 remained completely motionless. Could it be that you have an alternate scheme in mind? Dandy couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Dr. Glow exhibited an expression of immense pride and remarked, "It appears that your understanding of our plans is rather limited. Ha ha ha, such naive individuals you are. Just wait, soon the ultimate android shall make its debut. At that moment, you will no longer find amusement in this. The ultimate android?" Upon hearing those words, Dandy immediately assumed a serious demeanor, for it was the first time he had encountered such a title. Reflecting on the incomprehensible wishes that this group had expressed upon their arrival at Namek, Dandy could not help but inquire, "Pray tell, Dr. Gero, what was the true purpose behind the wish you made on Namek?" "Oh, you are aware of the events concerning Namek?" The head on the ground seemed quite taken aback by Dandy's words. Upon hearing Dr. Grow's inquiry, Dandy instantly comprehended that they had not received the latest information from number 17. The question remained, had number 17 failed to inform them, been unable to do so, or simply not had the time to convey the message? Dandy found himself unable to ascertain the precise nature of the circumstances from the situation at hand. All three possibilities appeared plausible. However, considering the recent performance of Subject 18, Dandy leaned towards the conclusion that Subject 17 had not disclosed the events to Dr. Gallo. Upon encountering me for the first time, Subject 17 did not take immediate action. Could it be that he and Subject 18 truly had no intention of confronting us? Yet, this contradicted what Tenanx had conveyed. Dr. Gallo was oblivious to Dandy's contemplations and continued speaking to himself. "Let me reiterate, I am not Dr. Gallo. What stands before you now is not the complete version of myself. Nevertheless, since you are aware of the plan, to make things a tad more intriguing, I shall divulge certain revelations." The head on the ground chuckled with self-satisfaction, proclaiming things that starkly contrasted with Dandy's previous beliefs. "The Dr. Gallo you know perished 6 months ago. However, prior to his demise, in a bid to advance his research and attain immortality, Dr. Gallo had uploaded his consciousness into a computer, thus becoming the original AI version of Dr. Gallo. Furthermore, to expedite the growth of his knowledge, he harnessed the entirety of the internet's cutting-edge information to train this AI digital entity. As the AI evolved in strength, it developed its own consciousness and began to actively learn human knowledge and thought, incorporating an ever-increasing array of information, thereby diminishing the proportion of Dr. Gallo's original thoughts. Not only that, in pursuit of greater power, Dr. Gallo also created his own replicas, transforming them into artificial beings. He had initially intended to transfer his brain into what you now see as my current form. Ultimately, the AI amalgamated all known knowledge, upgrading itself to become not merely a powerful computer, but rather, it transcended that definition to become the ultimate brain. You? Upon hearing the description from this individual, Dandy reflected for a moment and swiftly grasped the situation. It became apparent that Dr. Glow had uploaded his consciousness into a computer, thereby creating a digital AI representation of himself, imbued with his own personality. However, as the AI absorbed an ever-expanding reservoir of knowledge and thoughts from the internet, it gradually discarded the original persona of Dr. Glow, ultimately forging a new identity of its own. After Dr. Glow's demise, this AI infiltrated the artificial body that had been meticulously crafted by Dr. Glow for himself. Consequently, although this persona possessed the artificial form designed by Dr. Glow, it vehemently denied being Dr. Glow himself. "So, are you indeed that digital AI?" Dandy promptly inquired. "Yes, but not entirely. The capacity of this body's brain is limited, and thus the knowledge it can encompass is also quite restricted. Therefore, the current version of myself is merely a fragment of my entirety." Dandy listened intently to the convoluted words, his brow furrowed in confusion. "All right, we have no interest in this. Let us discuss the ultimate artificial human you just mentioned. What exactly is that?" Vegeta, having listened for quite some time, felt utterly bewildered and hastily interjected with his own concerns. "Haha, the ultimate artificial human. That would be the complete version of myself, possessing all of my thoughts, a flawless physique, unparalleled strength, along with all of your combat techniques. Since your ultimate moves and fighting skills have not been documented online, I have instructed these replicas to engage with you in battle to acquire the necessary data. The battles that just occurred have all been transmitted back, and I will soon master them." Upon hearing these words, Dandy finally grasped the nature of today's events. It turned out that these were all part of a scheme orchestrated by AI digital beings to acquire combat techniques. What you refer to as a perfect body means you have collected everyone's cells and integrated all their strengths, correct? Although the situation had deviated from his memories, Dandy contemplating the so-called perfect body, pressed on with his inquiry. He envisioned what this perfect body might resemble, and it seemed reminiscent of the creature known as Cell from his recollections. Indeed, it would be the most flawless physique. A perfect body? Upon hearing this, Dandy contemplated once more, a look of perplexity crossing his face. But number 17 has already been shattered by me. Do you not require his components? Components of number 17? Ha ha ha. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Indeed, in the initial design by Dr. Gero, certain parts of the androids were necessary. However, that fellow's technology was exceedingly primitive. Even his embryonic project was projected to take 5 years to come to fruition. Yet, I have now far surpassed his advancements. Should I desire, I could effortlessly produce a batch of androids that rival number 17. Dandy came to the realization that this newly developed AI, Dr. Gero, possessed an even more terrifying technological prowess. Should he succeed in mass-producing androids 17 and 18, it would herald an uncontainable catastrophe. Just as 3 humble cobblers can rival a strategist of Zhuge Liang's caliber, a ragtag assembly of the old, infirm, and disabled could indeed bring down a formidable general with sheer numbers. However, upon further reflection, it became evident that not only androids 17 and 18, but even super scions, could potentially be replicated by him. What, pray tell, is your true objective? Why have you come to take my life? Dandy continued to inquire, and it now appeared that the puppet master had been unmasked. This was an artificial intelligence that had diverged from Dr. Glow's ideals, with an ultimate objective that potentially differed from that of the esteemed doctor. Thus, the aim of the android had shifted from emulating Sun Wukong to pursuing its own existence. I must eliminate you. Indeed, you must be eradicated. You are utterly incomprehensible. Dr. Glow expressed a bewildered countenance. I have acquired your body, yet after extensive research, I remain entirely perplexed as to the source of your formidable abilities, aside from your healing prowess. That body is feeble, yet undeniably advantageous. If only it were coupled with the lineage of a scion. While your current strength is manageable, the rapidity of your growth compels me to eliminate you post-haste. Dandy listened intently, capturing the essence of Dr. Glow's words, his eyes widening in astonishment. Scion lineage? So, your intention is to eliminate me? What are you planning? The phrase kill you and then echoed repeatedly from Dr. Glow, as if he were momentarily frozen, before silence enveloped him, his expression becoming utterly rigid. Could it be that he ran out of power at such a critical moment? Dandy was about to pick up the severed head when a surge of energy swiftly approached, shattering the head on the ground into fragments. Chapter 87. The Position of Number 18. Hey, Vegeta, what are you doing? Dandy gazed at the shattered skull before him, and immediately turned to cast an irate glare in the direction of the energy wave, only to discover that it was none other than Vegeta who had unleashed the attack. His displeasure was palpable. The absurdity of this individual was striking. He simultaneously belittled the scions while seeking to harness their bloodline to augment his own power. The situation had become quite evident, had it not? According to his assertions, all we need do is vanquish this so-called ultimate android, correct? Vegeta appeared utterly unconcerned by the threat posed by the androids, clenching his fists and confidently proclaiming his intentions, while it indeed sounded straightforward. The question of when this ultimate android would materialize remained unanswered. These adversaries emitted no discernible energy if we failed to identify them in a timely manner. It could spell significant trouble. Pondering the recent dialogue, Piccolo grew serious, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He mused to himself, if it were to emerge in 4 months. He contemplated methods to rapidly enhance his strength. If he could just wait those 4 months, he could utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek to obtain a body akin to that of a deity, thereby restoring himself to his former Namekian prowess. Dandy observed the reckless Vegeta and realized that this group of warriors, focused solely on combat, possessed a rather simplistic mindset, completely oblivious to the lurking dangers. If what this digital entity proclaimed was indeed accurate, and the androids had no need to absorb the components of androids 17 and 18, it would imply that upon the emergence of Cell, he would achieve his perfect form. This adversary would already be one that only a Super Saiyan 2 could contend with. Should this Cell become further dissatisfied and continue to augment his strength, utilizing the lineage of the Super Saiyan in conjunction with his own duplicates for healing, then a Cell, already comparable to a Super Saiyan 2, would become even more formidable. In such a scenario, even the likes of Goku, Vegeta, or the fused form of Piccolo would stand no chance against this newly empowered Cell. Of course, it is only natural that Vegeta and his companions could not yet comprehend the magnitude of Cell's power. After all, within their understanding, a being of Frieza's caliber had dominated the universe for countless years, leading them to believe they possessed the pinnacle of strength in the cosmos. Since none of them had ever encountered Cell, they could hardly fathom the terrifying extent of his capabilities. Yet, when the time came for them to realize the threat Cell posed, it would likely be too late. Therefore, Dandy resolved to gather as much intelligence as possible to ensure an appropriate response. I implore you, Vegeta, must you continue to indulge in such arrogance? Have you not been humbled enough already? Dandy reproached Vegeta without any courtesy. Then, with a serious expression, turned to the remaining androids 18 and 16. What are your plans moving forward? Has that numerical entity abandoned you? We? Android 18 responded, somewhat taken aback. Do you intend to let us go? Initially, she believed their adversaries were of limited strength and posed no real threat to her. However, after witnessing Dandy effortlessly annihilate the replicated Gohan with a single move, she realized that neither she nor 16 stood a chance against him. It sounds as though you were already prepared for death. How intriguing. Dandy displayed a smile, as he discerned from number 18's words that she was not inclined to resist. This immediately brought to mind his previous considerations. You have long been aware of the plans of that android, have you not? Pray tell. Was your earlier decision not to eliminate Vegeta merely to assist the android in gathering our combat data, or was it to afford us the opportunity to enhance our prowess? Number 18 appeared momentarily speechless before responding. Regrettably, neither is the case. I am merely seeking a bit of amusement. Whether it pertains to Dr. Gero's scheme or your potential demise bears no relevance to us. Coldly, she continued, yet Krillin interjected, raising his voice. Do not deceive us. You had 2 opportunities just now to slay Vegeta, yet you refrained. Moreover, it seems you were prepared for the consequences. Would one truly risk their life merely for a diversion? If you do not confess the truth, you may indeed meet your end. Observing Krillin's anxious demeanor, Number 18 chuckled softly. Little one, are you attempting to threaten me? Krillin, upon realizing the extent of number 18's power, began to perspire. His strength paled in comparison to hers. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, an instinctive urge compelled him to wish for her survival. Noticing Krillin's discomfort, number 18 erupted into laughter. Ha ha, so it is not the case. You are genuinely concerned for us? How amusing. Tend to your own affairs. That fellow intends to eliminate you all. Your survival henceforth rests solely upon your own actions. By the way, are you truly prepared to engage in combat? If not, we shall take our leave. Number 18 inquired with a playful curiosity, her arms crossed. Leave? To where? Back to the laboratory? Dandy cautiously inquired. With the awakening of these replicants, there was little left in the laboratory, and the whereabouts of other research facilities remained a mystery. Upon hearing the response from number 18, Dandy felt immediate disappointment. He had initially intended to accompany these 2 artificial beings back, hoping to discreetly plunder their resources. If he could swiftly eliminate the embryos being cultivated within the laboratory, the emergence of Sheru would be thwarted. However, it now appeared that the numerical entity was also aware that numbers 16 and 18 were not allies, thus he refrained from disclosing any further plans to them. Number 18. Do you intend to await another opportunity to eliminate us? Although Dandy wished to keep number 18, it was imperative to clarify the situation. To kill you? That was merely the notion of that digital being. I never intended to harm you from the very beginning. Accompanying that individual to Namek was solely out of curiosity. I merely sought a tranquil place to live a peaceful life. However, I have already taken number 17's life. Do you not mind? Upon hearing this, both number 17 and number 18 suddenly displayed expressions of sorrow. That individual clearly promised to forewarn you of the imminent danger. How could he possibly have been killed? Upon hearing the murmurs of the 18th, Dandy immediately realized that he had indeed guessed correctly. No wonder Bick was able to extract so much information from the 17th with such ease. That fellow had not resorted to violence against anyone, and upon encountering me, he exhibited no inclination towards combat. Dandy realized that it was his own entrenched mindset that had led him to offer no chance and to eliminate number 17 without hesitation. As I mentioned earlier, with the presence of Dragon Balls, number 17 can still be revived. Dandy felt a sense of relief regarding number 18. Observing Dandy's words, Clint, too, felt the weight of his anxiety lift, and he stepped forward, suggesting, since we are not enemies, why not cooperate? Share with us what you know, and together we can confront that digital being. As Clint extended his hand, number 18 turned away, retorting, spare me your misplaced affections, little man. Who would want to collaborate with you? She then declared, number 16, let us depart. However, Number 16 maintained a bashful demeanor, quietly inquiring, "Depart? Where are we going?" As number 18 prepared to leave, Vegeta, recalling the two previous instances where he had been thoroughly defeated, took a step forward and proclaimed, "Humph. Since you have nowhere to go, how about I send you to the afterlife?" With that, Vegeta unleashed his full power, his hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue. Dandy promptly reached out to stop Vegeta. The Supreme Kai was indeed correct. They still possessed humanity, and their inherent nature may not be malevolent. Thus, the Supreme Kai did not perceive them as a threat. Dandy glanced at Krillin, clearly perceiving his concern for Android 18. Krillin, oblivious to Dandy's gaze, hurriedly addressed Vegeta, saying, "Indeed, up until now, they have not committed any heinous acts, have they? Just moments ago, she showed restraint towards you. If they were to eliminate everyone now." Before Krillin could finish, Vegeta erupted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "What do you mean by showing restraint towards me?" At that moment, Piccolo interjected, "If we are to claim that no wrongdoing has occurred, I cannot acquiesce. The beings from Namek were indeed slain by you, were they not? There was no need for us to intervene. Android 20 single-handedly dealt with all the Namekians." Android 18's tone did not suggest an explanation, but rather a statement of fact. The Grand Elder also affirmed that it was the leaders who were responsible for such actions. That Android certainly possesses the capability to accomplish this. Dandy added with a huff, "Very well, I shall spare you this time." Upon hearing this, Piccolo relaxed his clenched fist. Dandy continued to fixate on number 18, having discerned from her words that, in her consciousness, the term "we" did not encompass number 20. Ah, indeed. Upon recalling Namek, a sudden thought struck Dandy. Although you did not intervene, you were fully involved in the events that transpired on Namek, were you not? That is indeed the case. Number 18 nodded in affirmation. What was No. 20's motive for resurrecting Captain Ginyu? What had he done to Captain Ginyu? Dandy immediately inquired, eager to discern the true purpose behind those three wishes. Are you referring to the body-swapping individual? The number 20 expressed a desire to investigate the secrets of this transformation, thus creating a test subject that was transported to Namek. After being compelled to exchange bodies with the experimental subject, number 20 uncovered the secret of the body swap and successfully replicated this skill, effectively transferring his consciousness into your body. Subsequently, that rascal Ginyu was cast into the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Dandy furrowed his brows and murmured, "Indeed. The resurrection of Ginyu is truly aimed at the skill of body exchange. But why does that fellow hold such a fascination for this ability? Is it perhaps to forcibly seize the body of an opponent when faced with defeat? Yet, with proper preparation, this maneuver is not particularly difficult to evade." Dandy found himself perplexed, yet Piccolo had already grasped the truth. It was the body. That fellow possessed nothing but consciousness. He required the ability to transfer his consciousness into a physical form. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Dandy instantly comprehended. So that was it. I had completely forgotten this crucial detail. Dandy immediately recalled that the cell cultivated from the collective cells of the crowd possessed its own consciousness. The AI digital being, in its pursuit of acquiring cell's form, must employ the skill of body swapping. It appears that this individual harbors considerable confidence in obtaining cell's body. Thus, his true aim is the embodiment of cell. This implies that if cell is eliminated, the impending crisis can be flawlessly resolved. Dandy comprehended the entirety of the situation and instantly felt a surge of confidence. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Number 18 inquired, tilting their head towards Dandy. "None at all. Thank you." Dandy waved at Android 18, intuitively aware that her heart still leaned towards humanity, merely putting on a facade of bravado. Although she was an artificial being, her origins as a human rendered her psychologically more inclined towards humanity, making it challenging for her to align with pure digital entities. This was evident from her earlier reminder. Despite her verbal reticence, her decision not to eliminate Vegeta was inherently aiding him in augmenting his strength. Whether she consciously realized it or not, deep down, she must have wished for humanity's triumph. As for Android 16, a peace-loving creation, he would never stoop to the level of joining forces with Android 20. With that said, let us take our leave, little one. Farewell. Android 18 winked at Krillin, blowing him a playful kiss before turning on her heel, accompanied by Android 16 as they departed. It appeared she was just greeting me, and Krillin stood there, momentarily stunned, feeling the heat rise to his face as his heart raced uncontrollably. Dandy gazed at Krillin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As he watched number 18 depart, he turned to the others and proclaimed, "All right, everyone, we are about to confront formidable adversaries. We must devise a strategy to swiftly enhance our strength. Chapter 88. Rapidly passing a year what? Enhance our strength swiftly? The atmosphere grew tense as the words left Dandy's mouth. Frankly, I felt a deep sense of foreboding. If our opponents could mass-produce foes like that, what could we possibly do? After witnessing the enemy's power, Tian's heart surged with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. At least, having acquired intelligence on number 18. We now knew who our adversary was and what schemes they harbored, correct? Krillin, however, maintained a more optimistic demeanor, tinged with excitement. Seemingly still entranced by number 18's alluring gaze. The crucial question remained, when would that ultimate android make its appearance, and would I have enough time? Piccolo's expression darkened as he pondered. The Dragon Balls of Namek would not grant resurrection for another 4 months. By then, could I wish for the body of the Kai? Would an unconscious Kai truly be able to fuse? As he contemplated, an idea sparked in Piccolo's mind. He glanced at the nearby copy he had just vanquished. If the Kai's body could be absorbed without consciousness, what if he absorbed that duplicate instead? That body mirrored his own perfectly. Could he succeed in the absorption? Meanwhile, Goku stared vacantly at the sky, replaying the encounter with his duplicate in his mind. He murmured, the replica they created seems to possess greater strength than my own, and it appears capable of maintaining Super Saiyan form. At the very least, it suggests that even Super Saiyans have room for improvement. Vegeta, overhearing Goku's remarks, interjected, indeed, Kakarot. You've noticed it too, haven't you? The state of a Super Saiyan is not an insurmountable limit. I have already conceived a method for enhancement. Just wait. I shall surpass you in achieving a greater form of Super Saiyan. Vegeta clenched his fists, his voice brimming with determination. Surpass Super Saiyan? The crowd was taken aback by the declarations from Goku and Vegeta. Krillin, drenched in cold sweat, wondered if such a feat was even possible. Realization dawned on Krillin. Their opponents seemed quite confident in their ability to exceed the Super Saiyan threshold. It appeared they intended not only to amalgamate everyone's cells but also to exploit the characteristics of Saiyans. Wasn't it true that this so-called strongest body possessed Saiyan lineage as well? If that body could achieve it, then as pure-blooded Saiyans, they should be even more capable. Upon reflecting on this matter, Krillin's expression shifted to one of concern. If this were indeed the case, one could only fathom the extent of that individual's power. The Earth would be in jeopardy, and not just Earth, but the entire universe would face turmoil. Piccolo immediately interjected, asserting that it wasn't solely the Saiyans, Namekians, and even Frieza shared characteristics with that individual. This implies that, beyond mere combat prowess, this entity had mastered transformation, regeneration from severed limbs, and the ability to resurrect from the brink of death, all while enhancing their combat strength. The thought sent a chill down Krillin's spine, as he realized that if this were true, that individual could perpetually hover at the edge of death, rendering them virtually limitless. In stark contrast, Vegeta wore a confident demeanor. Humph, whatever he can achieve, we can accomplish as well. Hey, Dandy, are you prepared psychologically? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dandy couldn't help but smile knowingly and replied, You want my assistance? That's perfectly fine, but I have one condition. Dandy was aware that assisting Vegeta at this juncture would yield no tangible benefits. Thus he feigned an air of mystery. What conditions? Vegeta pondered, contemplating the method of enhancement that involved the brink of death to amplify his strength. The recent near-death experiences had illuminated the feasibility of this approach. The crux of the matter lay with Dandy. After all, the Senzu beans had been entirely consumed by Yajirobe, and even if any remained, they would scarcely suffice for his needs. Upon hearing Dandy's mention of conditions, Vegeta immediately inquired with fervor. Dandy undoubtedly harbored his own intentions and promptly replied, You must wait for a year. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. A year? Why? Are you not concerned? Not to worry, for I am aware of a place where a year is but a single day. Dandy was acutely aware of Vegeta's hesitation and concerns, and he responded with a smile while secretly calculating in his mind. Vegeta, expecting me to assist you unconditionally in amplifying your combat prowess is utterly impossible. Just wait for another year. Once my system's cooldown period is over, I would be more than willing to aid in your recovery. After all, we must progress together. Humph. I know you are contemplating harnessing the Saiyan abilities to surpass both Goku and me, to become the paramount force in the universe. However, the notion of Saiyan multipliers pales in comparison to my thousandfold return. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Goku suddenly grasped the implication. A year is merely equivalent to a day? Oh, I understand. You are referring to the hyperbolic time chamber, aren't you? Piccolo, taken aback by Goku's revelation, inquired with curiosity. The hyperbolic time chamber? What is that place? Goku promptly elucidated. Oh, Piccolo. You don't know? It is a unique space located within the sacred temple. Spending a year inside equates to only a single day passing outside. Surprised, Piccolo glanced at Dandy, his expression conveying a mix of intrigue and hesitation. Enough of this chatter. In that case, let us hasten. Vegeta urged, now eager. As it seemed he would only need to wait a day. This realization filled him with impatience. Consequently, they departed from the wilderness and soared back to the sacred temple. Piccolo initially contemplated advising Dandy to gather the Dragon Balls from Namek and place them in the hyperbolic time chamber for 4 months. However, deciding to first absorb his duplicate, he deliberately lagged behind, waiting until everyone had left before stealthily approaching his replica, staring at the duplicate that mirrored his own appearance. Piccolo was engulfed by a whirlwind of complex emotions. He hesitated, fearful of any adverse outcomes. Fusion seemingly required the other party's consent, yet this body lay lifeless, incapable of either willingness or unwillingness. Reflecting on his past experience of merging with Nail, as well as the mockery he faced from Vegeta and Android 17, a sense of stubbornness surged within him. Ultimately, he resolved to place his hand upon his duplicate. Here goes. In his heart, Piccolo contemplated the merging with his counterpart, unaware that the copy would immediately transform into a radiant light, surging into his being. Energy flowed between them, forming a dazzling halo. Piccolo instantly felt his strength amplifying, as the power of the copy continuously integrated into his essence. Their forms gradually blended, their outlines becoming indistinct. Ultimately, the brilliance dissipated, and Piccolo and the copy were wholly unified. He sensed a tremendous enhancement in his capabilities, having far surpassed his former self. Clenching his fists, Piccolo savored his newfound strength, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was a success. This power surpassed even that of a Super Saiyan by a considerable margin. At that moment, the Supreme Kai stood at the edge of the temple, gazing down at the mortal realm, observing the unfolding events with a complex expression. As everyone returned to the temple, Piccolo swiftly caught up with them. The Supreme Kai cast a complicated glance at Piccolo but refrained from addressing the matter of his merging with the copy. By the way, Supreme Kai, can you locate the current whereabouts of that ultimate android's body? Upon encountering the celestial being, Dandy promptly inquired. To speak candidly, this crisis falls upon my shoulders. I ought to have closely monitored the androids. Had I diligently followed their movements, it is indeed possible that I would have uncovered the truth. However, I shall now endeavor to search thoroughly. At this moment, the celestial being wore an expression of profound remorse. Beads of cold sweat trickling down as he gazed intently towards the lower realm, embarking on a meticulous search. Then I must trouble you with this task. Dandy spoke and led the group into the temple. Bick. As they entered, the deity softly called out to Bick. Rest assured, I am still myself. Bick, seemingly aware of the deity's concerns, responded in a hushed tone. Their gazes intertwined. The deity regarded Bick with a nod, acknowledging, this situation is a result of my folly, and I hope you can rectify my mistake. In response, Bick silently nodded, conveying a look that implied, I shall bear this burden. Chapter 89. Discovering a new research institute, Dandy had already taken the lead into the temple, making his way towards the hyperbolic time chamber, with Sun Wukong closely trailing behind, well aware of its location. Hello, Mr. Bobo. We need to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon seeing Bobo, Sun Wukong immediately greeted him. Understood, follow me. Bobo, though somewhat puzzled by the unfolding crisis, promptly led the way upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. Hey, Dandy, you do intend to spend a year in there all by yourself, right? Vegeta, closely following the group, couldn't help but inquire as he observed Dandy ahead. Speaking of which, Mr. Dandy, I too wish to train alongside you and hope you can offer some guidance. Sun Wukong chimed in eagerly upon hearing Vegeta's words. Then I want to join as well. Kakarot, you shall not seize this opportunity to surpass me. Vegeta immediately countered, unwilling to concede. Bobo, hearing this, furrowed his brow and quickly interjected. The hyperbolic time chamber can only accommodate 2 individuals at a time. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression darkened, and he retorted fiercely, if I cannot enter, Kakarot, you shall not enter either. Clenching his fists, Vegeta fixed a steely gaze on Sun Wukong, awaiting his response. Should we really allow Mr. Dandy to train alone in there? What a waste. Sun Wukong scratched his head, reluctant to give in. You see, it can be quite dull inside. I could hardly endure just 2 months previously. Are you truly fine with this, Mr. Dandy? No worries, I can have Gohan accompany me. Upon witnessing the altercation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Dandy wore an expression of knowing anticipation, chuckling softly as he had already devised a plan. Gohan. The crowd was taken aback by this sudden mention. Me? Gohan himself was surprised, unable to comprehend why Dandy had chosen him. But I can't even transform into a Super Saiyan. No matter. Gohan, with your company, the year will pass swiftly. I can also mentor you in your training, which will alleviate the monotony. Dandy understood that the most opportune moment to repay Sun Wukong's life-saving grace was now. Moreover, strengthening Son Gohan through training would serve as a formidable aid against Cell. Mr. Dandy, are you not planning to devote yourself to rigorous training and enhance your own strength during this year? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed by Dandy's intentions. Hey Dandy, you're not toying with us, are you? If you're not training yourself, why wait a whole year? Vegeta echoed, skepticism lacing his tone. I have my own plan. Rest assured, during this year, I will diligently train Gohan. I shall take on the role of his master. Can you not trust me? Upon hearing Dandy's words, Piccolo was the first to smile. Dandy, I see. Your plan is to awaken Gohan's latent potential, is it not? Though it may seem a rather audacious notion. I must admit, the likelihood of its success is quite high. Sun Wukong also smiled with relief and encouraged Gohan, saying, Gohan, go ahead and train well. Mr. Dandy will be an excellent teacher. Vegeta, however, wore a disdainful expression. So you wish to prioritize training that little brat? Such a dull idea, even with Saiyan blood. That coward is utterly unfit to be a warrior. He can never surpass me. Dandy, let us make this clear. You will stay for a year. When you emerge, you must assist me in strengthening my power. Vegeta realized that although it sounded like a whole year, he merely needed to wait outside for a single day. Not a problem. I stand by my word. Dandy made a promise, waved his hand to everyone, and then led Sun Wukong into the hyperbolic time chamber. The chamber was equipped with a bathroom, a toilet, food, and a bedroom. It was time to dedicate themselves to rigorous training here. After Bobo introduced the facilities within the chamber, he promptly exited and closed the door behind him. It's so hot in here. The air feels so thin. Sun Wukong exclaimed as he sensed the moment the door shut, realizing that the interior was now completely isolated from the outside. Turning around, he was astonished to see nothingness beyond the confines of the chamber. Look at this place, Wukong. Surprised, are you? Today, you witnessed your clone transform into a Super Saiyan. Surely, you wish to achieve that form as well? Me? A Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong stared at Dandy in shock, his confidence wavering. Do you really think I can do it? Absolutely. Dandy burst into laughter, remarking, do you not also possess the blood of a Saiyan coursing through your veins? Furthermore, as you witnessed today, your duplicate is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, Gohan immediately lowered his head, recalling how swiftly Mr. Dandy had defeated that replica. Gohan appeared to be in a state of hesitation, but after gathering his courage, he finally inquired of Dandy, Mr. Dandy, you are undeniably formidable. Why do you choose to train me? Neither my father nor Uncle Vegeta, nor even Uncle Piccolo, can match your prowess. I believe that, on your own, you could effortlessly vanquish any foe, could you not? Upon hearing this, Dandy chuckled and remarked, Gohan, if that were truly the case, then what drives your father, Vegeta, and Uncle Piccolo, along with Tien and Krillin, to become stronger? Gohan replied, but I have no affinity for battle. He gazed at Dandy, who was of a similar age, and bared his heart. I too share your sentiments, Gohan. I yearn for a tranquil life. Yet, oftentimes, without sufficient strength, one cannot sustain that tranquility. Thus, avoiding conflict is not a solution. The only path forward is to grow stronger. Desiring a peaceful existence does not contradict possessing formidable abilities. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Gohan seemed to gain insight and nodded in understanding. I comprehend now. It appears that Mr. Dandy shares my aversion to fighting. Indeed, Dandy nodded vigorously. His fondness for Gohan stemmed not only from the fact that Gohan had rescued him upon his arrival in this world, but also from their shared temperaments. Gohan was relatively reserved, unlike his father, Goku, who was known for his combative and impulsive nature. He preferred contemplation and study. And despite possessing formidable strength compared to ordinary individuals, he led a humble life and relished it. He retained the innocence of childhood, often shirking homework in favor of play, finding joy in his own company. Gohan, you must believe in yourself. I have always held the conviction that in the future, you will surpass your father, Goku. Dandy continued to encourage Sun Wukong, surpassing his father. Sun Wukong looked at Dandy with a face full of disbelief. Indeed, Dandy chuckled and added, however, at this moment, you must first learn to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now, consider me your adversary. I shall rigorously train you. Dandy assumed a combat stance, simultaneously displaying an encouraging smile. Sun Wukong nodded resolutely in agreement, also adopting a fighting posture. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong, unusually devoid of his characteristic smile, was deep in contemplation on how to transcend Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta paced anxiously, the impending day becoming an arduous trial for him. Piccolo attentively observed the Supreme Kai, awaiting the results of his search. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the Supreme Kai's expression, instantly realizing that there was news. He hurriedly approached and inquired, "Have you found it?" The Supreme Kai did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the lower world once more, finally exhaling in relief, indicating that they had indeed pinpointed the location. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's face brightened with joy. If they could locate and eliminate the ultimate android now, the looming crisis would be swiftly averted. Where? Please tell me. The Supreme Kai glanced at the others nearby, subtly shook his head at Piccolo, and then, with a grave expression, articulated the location in the language of Namek. Piccolo comprehended the message and silently committed the location to memory. Casting a puzzled glance at those around him, uncertain why the Supreme Kai had confided the information solely to him. Chapter 90. The creatures within the laboratory seeing Piccolo's serious demeanor, the Supreme Kai continued to caution him that, within that base, there existed not only the cells currently being cultivated, but also two dormant androids akin to Android 18. Androids? Such beings still exist in the laboratory? Piccolo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Vegeta, however, revealed an expression of excitement, swiftly clenching his fists and declaring, enough with the chatter. Since we've found it, let's go take a look. With Vegeta expressing his intent to join, Piccolo felt somewhat reassured. Despite Vegeta's irritable nature, in this critical moment, he represented a formidable fighting force. Our strength may not suffice. Perhaps we should wait for Mr. Dandy to emerge before proceeding. Piccolo prepared to set off, yet the presence of the androids made him feel uneasy. Time waits for no one. Let us hurry. Vegeta, growing increasingly bored, was impatient to avoid spending another day waiting. I want to join as well. Sun Wukong, having heard about the discovery of the ultimate android, was suddenly intrigued. You too, old son? In that case, let us go together. Faced with this, Piccolo had no choice but to acquiesce. He believed that with his current strength, combined with the powers of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, two Super Saiyans, they should be more than capable of handling just two androids. After all, this so-called ultimate android was merely an embryo still in development, was it not? Piccolo nodded towards the divine being, indicating a direction, and then led the two companions to a desolate wilderness where they came to a halt in midair. It should be around here. Although Piccolo had heard the divine being describe the location, he had not witnessed firsthand what the divine being had seen. So he began to scan the area in search of the research facility. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Goku also surveyed the ground below, initiating their search. The expanse of wilderness was vast and untamed, overgrown with weeds, utterly barren, devoid of any visible structures. The trio's gazes were sharp, leaving no potential clue unexamined. Goku, relying on his keen instincts, darted swiftly through the wilderness. Piccolo utilized his perceptive abilities, attempting to detect any anomalous energy fluctuations. Vegeta remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the other two, ever prepared for any unexpected developments. They meticulously searched every corner of the area, yet found nothing. Strange, Piccolo murmured. It should be nearby, but there are no buildings here. Vegeta appeared equally perplexed. He did not suspect the divine being had deceived them. Suddenly, a thought struck Vegeta, and a subtle smile emerged on his face. Consider this. The previous research facility was excavated within a mountain. It seems this time, that individual has constructed the facility underground. As he spoke, Vegeta suddenly grinned wickedly, raising two fingers and unleashing a formidable aura, then gently flicking his fingers upward. Huh! With a sharp exclamation from Vegeta, a powerful wave surged forth, obliterating a vast area beneath him in an instant. Vegeta, you! Goku glared at Vegeta, his anger palpable. This maneuver had nearly annihilated everything on the surface, inflicting significant damage to the surroundings. However, Piccolo remained unfazed, knowing that the foremost priority was to locate the android's research facility. Being of the demon race, Piccolo found no fault in Vegeta's actions, and after the dust settled, he continued his focused search. The once verdant ground was now completely stripped bare, leaving only a vista of dirt and exposed rock. Over there, at that moment, a flicker of excitement crossed Piccolo's eyes as he pointed towards a direction ahead, signaling for Son Goku and Vegeta to follow suit. The trio advanced in the direction indicated by Piccolo, soon uncovering the entrance of a cave concealed within the wilderness. Peering into the cave, they glimpsed a research facility that appeared exceedingly antiquated, with the latter enshrouded in weeds and vines. Gazing deeper into the abyss, they could see that the bottom was shrouded in darkness, emanating an eerie aura. Piccolo, Vegeta, and Son Goku deduced that this must indeed be the research facility for the androids, and they cautiously descended. Upon reaching the bottom, they finally beheld the formidable entrance of the facility. However, they discovered the door firmly shut, adorned with peculiar symbols and patterns. Son Goku attempted to push the door open, only to find it obstructed by an immense force. What now? This door won't budge, he exclaimed with a shrug of his hands. Observing this, Vegeta immediately focused his energy and unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at the door. With a resounding crash, the door was blasted open, creating a substantial opening. Now, that's more like it. They entered the subterranean research facility, proceeding with utmost caution, aware of the presence of androids akin to Android 18. And noting their absence of energy signatures, they vigilantly scanned their surroundings, leaving no potentially perilous corner unchecked. Due to the oppressive darkness, Vegeta and Son Goku synchronously transformed into Super Saiyans, illuminating the vicinity with a brilliant golden glow. Eventually, they arrived at a vast laboratory. At the center of the lab stood a colossal incubation device, filled with a green liquid, within which a humanoid-like creature floated languidly. As they approached the incubation apparatus, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Son Goku scrutinized the creature within. They observed that while its form resembled that of a human, a closer inspection revealed it bore more resemblance to an insect. Could this be the ultimate android? Son Goku inquired, furrowing his brow. It certainly seems so, Piccolo affirmed with a nod. This device must be intended for the cultivation of the ultimate android. As Piccolo spoke, he glanced around and indeed spotted 2 additional box-like devices, where human-like forms could be discerned lying within. These 2 must be androids similar to Android 18. Fortunately, they have not been awakened. Piccolo exhaled a sigh of relief. Vegeta, gazing at the incubation device, expressed his disdain. Humph, they believe such creations can conquer the universe? What a delusion. Meanwhile, Son Goku maintained a calm demeanor. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. Piccolo nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, we must swiftly dismantle this apparatus. We cannot allow this ultimate android to continue its development. The group gazed at the colossal cultivation device, which emanated an eerie pale green glow, as Piccolo prepared to strike. Within this device, a brand new life was gradually taking shape, the ultimate android, Cell. Suddenly, Cell seemed to sense Piccolo's murderous intent, abruptly opening his sharp eyes. Scanning the surroundings with lightning speed, he quickly focused on Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta. Cell keenly perceived that these 3 individuals were extraordinarily powerful, their auras emitting a strangely familiar essence, which simultaneously instilled within him an unprecedented sense of dread. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Cell unleashed his full power, shattering the massive cultivation device into fragments. Following this, he surged forth at an astonishing pace, akin to a bullet shot from a gun. However, Cell's target was not the trio but rather the exit. His speed was breathtaking. In an instant, he had appeared at the laboratory's entrance. Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta exchanged startled glances. What a feeble energy, they exclaimed in unison. Firstly, they had assumed that androids lacked energy. They were surprised to feel its presence in Cell. Secondly, they had not anticipated that Cell's energy would be so weak. It appeared he had not yet fully matured. Piccolo distinctly sensed that Cell's energy was far inferior to his own. Without hesitation, he swiftly extended his arm and grasped Cell's tail, with both hands firmly clutching the tail. Piccolo hurled him back with force. Bang! Cell crashed to the ground, gripped by his tail. Trying to escape? Piccolo scoffed. It seems we arrived just in time. Your strength is still inadequate. Cell lay on the ground, coldly regarding the 3, his face etched with terror. Yet, at that moment, a fierce glint flashed in Cell's eyes. Ah! Piccolo suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his hand, letting out a cry of agony. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the tip of Cell's tail had pierced his right hand. Chapter 91. Father? With Cell's tail embedded in his arm, Piccolo felt his formidable strength being siphoned away through the appendage, while Cell's power surged rapidly. What is happening? Piccolo gazed in astonishment at his right arm, which was rapidly withering, as if all his muscles and energy were being drained. Whose ability is this? Piccolo widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Cell. He had never encountered such a bizarre method of attack. Among us, could anyone possess such an ability? After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo suddenly realized that, aside from their own capabilities, Cell had also assimilated other powers within his cells. How astounding! Piccolo had not anticipated being outmatched by Cell, and his expression darkened instantaneously. With a fierce shout, he tore off his withered right arm completely. Such delectable strength! Your power has now become mine. Cell's voice was hoarse yet brimming with satisfaction. Feeling the surge of formidable energy coursing through him, Cell immediately broke into a satisfied grin, greedily eyeing the three of them. Oh, though you resemble an insect, you can actually speak, Vegeta mockingly observed from the side. However, Cell paid no heed to Vegeta, his focus solely fixed on Piccolo. The essence of this, Cell, are you Piccolo? Cell inquired, having extracted information from Piccolo's severed arm. I am Piccolo. Are you truly unaware of who I am? Piccolo appeared somewhat taken aback, struggling to comprehend the current situation. What is this? Are you still dazed from sleep? Or have you forgotten what you previously stated? Vegeta sensed something amiss. Perhaps Piccolo had erred, as this did not seem to be the ultimate android referred to by number 20. Cell remained silent, bewildered by the circumstances. I ask you, are you the so-called Dr. Gero, the one who utilized numerous cells to create androids? Piccolo, questioning his own understanding, began to inquire. Indeed. I am the android created by Dr. Gero, known as Cell. To forge a powerful android, Dr. Gero fused the cells of Piccolo, Goku, Vegeta, and even Frieza, resulting in my existence. Upon hearing this, Vegeta smirked triumphantly. It seems you are indeed the one. However, despite having assimilated the blood of a proud scion, you have transformed into such a pitiful creature, relying on absorbing the strength of your opponents to gain power? What a waste of my illustrious lineage. Cell, perplexed by Vegeta's words, questioned, I have fused with your scion cells? Who are you? Are you Goku? Vegeta, incensed at Cell's assumption of his identity, erupted with fury. This fool, even when uttering names, places Kakarot before me. Now, when speaking of scions, Goku is the first that comes to mind. It infuriates me. With this thought, Vegeta exploded, demanding, Hey, you, what is the matter? Do you not even recognize us? Open your eyes and behold, I am the swift and formidable Vegeta. While this bothersome fellow beside me is none other than Kakarot, whom you refer to as Son Goku. And as for this green companion, he is indeed Piccolo. Cell listened intently to Vegeta's words, and upon understanding, he summarized. So it is, all three of you are my fathers. Fathers? Upon hearing this term, the trio was momentarily taken aback, their expressions quickly morphing into one of disgust. Spare us such nauseating declarations. Who would want a monster like you as a son? You wretched creature. Yet, Cell remained unfazed by their contempt. Instead, he grew exhilarated. How wonderful. You are all here. Allow me to consume you, and I shall undoubtedly become stronger. What? Piccolo clenched his teeth, realizing that this creature not only resembled a monster, but harbored disturbingly twisted thoughts. Just a moment ago, he was calling them fathers, and now he sought to devour them. Humph, I didn't expect you to be so weak yet possess such a voracious appetite. Vegeta mocked, eyeing the creature. Cell, you see, dear fathers, my memories reveal that as long as I can absorb powerful beings, my strength will surge. Hence, by absorbing your powers. Absorbing power? Piccolo felt a sense of unease. This seemed to diverge from what Android 20 had conveyed. Must you rely solely on absorption to grow stronger? Is it possible for your strength to increase endlessly? Piccolo could not help but inquire. In truth, relying solely on the absorption of others is insufficient for me to attain my perfect form. I require the consumption of two modified humans. Only by absorbing the special devices within them can I evolve into my complete form. Upon hearing Cell's words, Vegeta's eyes gleamed. You mean to say, although you are currently weak, by consuming two androids, you could reach your peak state? Such is the record in my memory, Cell affirmed, his triangular face betraying no emotion, bearing a hint of innocence, akin to a child incapable of concealing his thoughts. Humph, that sounds intriguing. Coincidentally, there are two androids over there, seemingly prepared just for you. Vegeta remarked, his interest piqued as he glanced at the two androids nearby. Hey, Vegeta, do you really intend to? Piccolo felt a wave of foreboding. However, Vegeta adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Don't be foolish. This guy is clearly a failure, even lacking in intellect. Can't you see that? What ultimate android? TCH. Technological creations are inherently unreliable. Are you not curious about the strength this creature would possess after its evolution? Now, he is nothing but a waste. He cannot even contend with you, yet he dares to aspire to surpass me, the illustrious Vegeta? How utterly laughable! Haha. Vegeta laughed arrogantly, while Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat. At present, he could indeed easily handle the current Cell, but that was due to his fusion with his own doppelganger, bestowing him with strength that transcends even that of a Super Saiyan. It seems that bringing Vegeta along was a grave error. Perhaps this is precisely why the Supreme Kai communicated the location to me alone in the language of Namek. I ought to have ventured here by myself. Piccolo contemplated, anxious that Vegeta might take some reckless action. Thus he prepared to ambush Cell. This fiend must be dealt with swiftly. With this thought, Piccolo continued to implore Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, you should be aware that those two androids are not inferior to Super Saiyans. What if he absorbs them all? I am no longer like Kakarot. I can now easily overpower androids. Hey, you worthless being named Cell, remember this. I, Vegeta, am the mightiest Saiyan. Vegeta paid no heed to Piccolo's words. Realizing that he could no longer sway Vegeta, Piccolo turned to Goku. Hey, old man's son, do you share Vegeta's sentiments? Chapter 92. Cell's first transformation. Though I too wish to witness the ultimate android's power, I harbor an unsettling premonition, Goku thought, gazing gravely at Cell, a flicker of concern and vigilance dancing in his eyes. Haha, Kakarot, are you afraid? Vegeta, noticing this, wore a mocking grin, erupting into laughter. Ha ha, Kakarot. You truly are a coward. Vegeta held his head high, gloating over Goku with a look of disdain in his eyes. I knew it, although you momentarily lead. I have not ceased my training since returning from Namek. You have been surpassed. Goku, unfazed by Vegeta's derision, furrowed his brow and resolutely replied, Vegeta, do not act recklessly. I feel a sense of unease. However, Vegeta dismissed Goku's warning, interpreting it merely as a manifestation of Goku's timidity. Continuing with a cold smirk, he proclaimed, Kakarot, you are indeed a coward. Let me tell you this. I have not only surpassed you, but I have far exceeded you. Next, I shall demonstrate my current power. Goku shook his head in resignation, aware that Vegeta's pride and confidence would blind him to the lurking dangers, and anxiously remarked, if you seek a worthy opponent, allow me to be your adversary. Do not be foolish, Kakarot. You are no longer worthy. My strength has surpassed yours. I shall prove it to you. Vegeta disregarded Goku's warning with utter disdain, and you must understand, to transcend the limits of a Super Saiyan, one must confront the specter of death and engage in battles that risk one's very life. For the past year, I have devoted myself to arduous training. Yet the enhancement of my power seems limited. Are you not in a similar predicament? If this individual truly possesses formidable strength. Goku clenched his teeth upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of Vegeta's intentions and swiftly interrupted him. Vegeta, I comprehend your thoughts, but upon encountering our doppelgangers today, I suddenly contemplated an alternative path to elevate my strength. An alternative path? Vegeta's face contorted in confusion, followed by a hearty laugh. Do not jest, Kakarot. Are you suggesting that you possess greater aptitude for training than I? Do not indulge in fantasies. My methodology is the correct one. It is precisely because I risked my life to battle Android 18 that I was able to transcend my previous limits. You are no longer my rival. I intend to assist this fellow in absorbing those two androids. Do not blame me for any ensuing consequences. Should either of you dare to obstruct me, feel free to try. Vegeta's expression turned stern as he gazed at Goku and Piccolo without a hint of courtesy. Upon witnessing Vegeta's willingness to aid him, Cell promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father. Away with you. Vegeta bellowed furiously. If you dare to address me as such again, I shall reduce you to mere dust. Very well, understood. Cell retreated silently to the side, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Now, does anyone wish to impede my progress? Vegeta glared disdainfully at the two before him. In that case, I shall not hold back. Goku's expression darkened as he spoke, infused with a hint of anger. Vegeta, locking eyes with Goku, radiated an unwavering determination, his body beginning to emanate a formidable aura. As Vegeta's energy surged forth, his hair danced violently, enveloped in a golden glow, elevating his power to an entirely new echelon. Goku, sensing Vegeta's overwhelming aura, refused to be outdone, unleashing his full might, his golden energy intensifying. Sun Wukong initiated the confrontation, and the energies of the two warriors clashed, igniting the very air around them. With remarkable speed, Vegeta intercepted Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, raising his arm to block Vegeta's onslaught, yet he was still pushed back several steps. Vegeta had no intention of granting Sun Wukong a moment's respite. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each one astonishingly formidable. Despite Sun Wukong's valiant resistance, he found himself gradually succumbing to the onslaught. The intensity of their battle caused the entire research facility to tremble and collapse, with massive debris raining down. Observing this, Cell immediately dashed towards the containers housing the two androids. "This is bad," Piccolo exclaimed in alarm, swiftly pursuing Cell. "Get away." Vegeta aimed a ki blast directly at Piccolo. Humph. Piccolo silently rejoiced at having absorbed his own doppelganger, rendering Vegeta's attack a mere nuisance. He effortlessly deflected Vegeta's assault, his gaze fixed intently on Cell's movements without faltering. Humph. Witnessing this, Cell's face broke into a smug smile as he suddenly radiated with energy. Solar flare. With Cell's declaration, Piccolo realized the impending danger, but it was too late. His vision was instantly obliterated. "Damn it. Take this." Though deprived of sight, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of ki blasts in the direction of Cell's energy. However, Cell had no intention of remaining stationary to absorb the two androids. Instead, he held onto them and, concealing his energy, leapt away in another direction. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, prepared to intercept Cell, only to be ensnared by Vegeta, who moved in front of him. "Kakarot, do not interfere. Let him absorb them." Vegeta struggled to restrain Sun Wukong, issuing a loud warning. That detestable Vegeta. Upon hearing that Cell had not perished, Piccolo found himself devoid of sight and unable to sense Cell's presence, leaving him utterly oblivious to his whereabouts. Seizing the moment of confusion, Cell slipped away and concealed himself in a corner, his eyes alight with a greedy excitement as he relished the fleeting opportunity. His blood surged, sensing the two lifeless bodies before him. Extending his tail, the formerly sharp tip rapidly expanded into a suction cup, emanating an overwhelming force. Wrapping his tail around one of the androids, Cell gradually drew it into his being. As the dormant android was absorbed, a brilliant light erupted, and Cell's form underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles tightened, the contours becoming more defined, seemingly brimming with boundless power. His skin hardened, acquiring a metallic texture capable of withstanding most assaults. He also grew taller, his imposing stature instilling fear in those who beheld him. His tail thickened, resembling that of a colossal serpent. Most notably, his appearance began to mirror that of a human. His 3 fingers morphed into 5, closely aligning with human limbs, and his visage shifted away from an insectoid facade to a more human-like countenance. Clenching his fists, Cell reveled in his newfound strength, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta continued their fierce duel. After a tumultuous clash, Vegeta identified a weakness in Goku's defense, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen that sent him hurtling away. Goku crashed heavily to the ground but quickly rose, only to notice Cell's transformation. "Hey, Vegeta, can you feel that? That guy's energy." Vegeta immediately turned his gaze to Cell and was unexpectedly exhilarated. "He has actually gotten stronger." "Huh. Kakarot, keep your eyes wide open." Chapter 93. The arrogant Vegeta having absorbed an android, Cell tightened his fists, sensing his power with a satisfied expression before casting a cold glance at Vegeta and lunging toward another android. "This is unacceptable. He is gaining strength far too rapidly. We must prevent him from absorbing another android." Goku, realizing the urgency, felt a surge of panic. Piccolo, having regained his sight, witnessed Cell consume one android and undergo his transformation. He rushed forward, determined to thwart Cell from devouring yet another android. "Take this." As Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy blast, his target was not Cell, but rather another android. "Huh, no way." Cell remained composed, swiftly coiling his tail around the other android and hurling it aside to evade Piccolo's assault. Vegeta, noticing Goku's worried expression, burst into laughter. Kakarot, you are too timid. This foe is hardly a threat. Just watch." As Vegeta spoke, a sinister grin spread across his face as he soared towards Cell, launching a fierce punch. Seeing Vegeta's attack approach, Cell bent low, narrowly dodging the blow. "Haha, Kakarot, did you see that? This creature fears my power and submits to me." Cell elegantly bowed to Vegeta, a smile gracing his features. "Thank you for helping me enhance my strength." Yet, in an instant, Cell's demeanor shifted to one of malevolence. With a forceful strike, Cell's fist crashed into Vegeta's face. "I was born to annihilate you." The expression on Cell's face transformed drastically. revealing a ruthlessness that starkly contrasted his earlier demeanor. Vegeta was sent flying by the blow, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Ugh, how careless," he muttered, struggling to rise as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cell, grinning wickedly, observed Vegeta while effortlessly deflecting Goku's attack with one hand, his tail already consuming the other android halfway. "Hey, Vegeta, think of something," Goku exclaimed, realizing he could not halt Cell. "Humph, that vile creature dared to ambush me." Vegeta, now on his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes brimming with fury. "Let me show you my true power," he shouted, launching himself at Cell and delivering a devastating kick that sent Cell flying. The android he had almost consumed fell from Cell's tail as well. "Gah!" Cell clutched his chest, rising from the ground with a furious glare directed at Vegeta. "Don't look at me like that. You were the one who attacked first. Since you've engaged me, allow me to reveal my full strength." As Vegeta proclaimed this, he unleashed all of his energy. Hiya! A more potent golden aura erupted around him, and his physique swelled, his muscles becoming more formidable than before. Witnessing Vegeta's full power, both Cell and the onlooking Goku and Piccolo were left in a state of disbelief. "Humph!" Vegeta let out a cold snort, instantly vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, he had appeared before Cell, his fist forcefully thrusting into Cell's abdomen. "How fast?" Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Cell, in agony, clutched his stomach, only for Vegeta to swing his fist again, delivering a powerful blow to Cell's face. How infuriating! Cell stumbled to the ground, quickly flipping back to his feet, yet blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Truly fragile. Cell, you must understand. I can extinguish your life whenever I desire." Upon hearing this, Cell clenched his fists, feeling the power he had just acquired, and, unwilling to yield, charged at Vegeta once more. Vegeta deftly tilted his head, evading Cell's incoming punch, then seized Cell's arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming Cell into the ground. "Curse you!" As Cell attempted to rise, Vegeta had already summoned his strength, delivering a flying kick that sent Cell crashing deep into the rocky earth, embedding him several meters below. How infuriating! Cell's furious roar echoed from the pit, followed by a surge of powerful energy, as a spherical shield materialized around him. The shield shattered the surrounding earth, and Cell emerged from the depths. "I shall unleash my full power." Cell's face twisted with determination as he tightened his fists, declaring loudly, "Humph, you pathetic creature. Spare me your boasting." Vegeta, undeterred, mocked him with unwavering confidence. Just watch." Cell clenched his fists, adopting a fierce stance. As Cell's energy surged, a golden aura enveloped him. "That fiend's power is rising." Piccolo observed the scene, increasingly astonished. "This is the aura of a Super Saiyan," Goku murmured. It has indeed increased a bit, but so what?" Vegeta maintained his confident smile, derisively gazing at Cell. "So what?" Cell's expression turned cold as he swiftly charged forward, launching an attack. Smack! Cell's fist landed hard on Vegeta's face. "Humph!" Cell's triumphant laughter echoed, only to be followed by a look of disbelief. Vegeta slowly righted himself, exuding confidence and a smug expression. Though he had taken a punch directly, it was clear that Vegeta had deliberately chosen not to evade. Truly unbelievable. Having merely transcended a single limit, my prowess has inexplicably ascended to this remarkable level. Vegeta wiped the corner of his mouth, revealing a fierce expression. "Though your strength has indeed grown, it barely qualifies you to exchange a few blows with me. Remember, I am Speedy Vegeta." Speedy Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Cell exhibited a look of incredulity, soon descending into madness. "I cannot possibly be defeated by you." As he spoke, Cell charged forward once more. Vegeta immediately discerned that Cell had completely abandoned defense, launching himself into a fervent offense. Although he was now riddled with vulnerabilities, a counterattack would undoubtedly invite Cell's onslaught. Has this fool lost his mind? Vegeta scoffed, astonished that Cell had resorted to such a reckless strategy of trading blows. What a laughable adversary! Vegeta understood that his opponent's transformation indicated a complete lack of viable methods to inflict harm upon him. "In that case, I too possess a means to counter you." With a serious countenance, Vegeta suddenly moved in a zigzag pattern, evading Cell's assault, and swiftly reversed direction to deliver a powerful kick to Cell's body. Smack! Cell's face was one of disbelief as he was sent hurtling backward once again. Before Cell could touch the ground, Vegeta reappeared beneath him, launching a fierce kick that struck Cell squarely in the abdomen. "Gah!" Cell cried out in pain, his mouth agape as he emitted a wretched howl. Witnessing Vegeta truly unleash his fury upon Cell, Piccolo's initial trepidation gradually dissipated, Vegeta's strength is indeed formidable. It seems to rival my own. Thankfully, things have yet to spiral out of control. The current Cell cannot contend with him. I must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Piccolo quietly amassed energy, poised to unleash the special beam cannon at the right moment. Observing Cell curled up from the relentless assault, Vegeta's expression morphed into one of disdain. Is this truly the extent of your power? You have profoundly disappointed me. What a waste. I had anticipated so much more from you. Cell's face contorted with unwillingness as he roared in despair. Damn it. Damn it all. Just a little more. If only I could attain my perfect form. Chapter 94. The perfect form of Cell. Upon witnessing Cell's desperate outburst, Vegeta looked on with amusement. Cease your self-adoration. Did you not just proclaim the same? And what has it yielded? You are merely a defective product. What difference does becoming perfect make? Defective? Once I achieve my perfect form, my strength, speed, defense, and intellect will be flawless. Cell lamented. Oh? Then allow me to witness this transformation. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me this time. As he spoke, Vegeta kicked the nearby android towards Cell. No, Vegeta. As Sun Wukong observed the formidable strength of Vegeta, he also witnessed the astonishing evolution of Cell, who had transformed from a weak being into an entity that surpassed even the Super Saiyans. If Cell were to absorb another android with power comparable to a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong could scarcely fathom the extent of Cell's evolution. Do not interfere, Kakarot. Vegeta interjected, intrigued as he gazed at Cell. Special beam cannon. At that moment, a powerful energy wave surged past them. Cell immediately sensed the imminent danger, leaping into the air, yet he could not evade it entirely. Piccolo's attack struck Cell's tail, severing it cleanly in two. Annoying pest. Vegeta exclaimed in frustration, launching another energy wave towards Piccolo. You foolish imbecile. Piccolo retorted, enraged by Vegeta's obstinacy, and forcefully deflected Vegeta's energy blast. Vegeta, if you persist in this manner, I shall not hold back. Oh, Vegeta was taken aback by Piccolo's audacity. A mocking smile crept across his face as he replied, You dare speak to me in such a manner? Are you courting death? The two locked eyes, their gazes ablaze with intensity. Piccolo was aware that Vegeta had yet to realize the significant increase in his own power. He was determined to demonstrate his strength in response to Vegeta's disdain. With a fierce shout, he tensed his body, muscles bulging, and his previously lost arm miraculously reformed. Now restored, Piccolo's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze on Vegeta, radiating an aura that rivaled that of a Super Saiyan. While Vegeta felt a hint of surprise, he remained dismissive, crossing his arms and smirking with a hint of derision. It seems you've been training in secret, haven't you? His eyes shimmered with confidence and arrogance. Though he sensed Piccolo's heightened energy, he still regarded him with disdain. Humph, Piccolo, do you really think you can defeat me? Do not be so arrogant, Vegeta. Piccolo shouted in fury. Today, I shall show you my true power. Understanding that Cell's tail had been severed and that he could no longer absorb any androids, Piccolo temporarily set aside thoughts of Cell. Once I deal with Vegeta, I shall return to you. He contemplated. The intensity of their auras grew increasingly potent, causing the air around them to thicken with tension. They exuded an overwhelming presence that sent chills down the spine. Come on, Vegeta. With a resounding roar, Piccolo initiated the assault. In an instant, his form vanished, transforming into a streak of emerald light as he charged towards Vegeta. Unyielding, Vegeta responded in kind, his body shimmering briefly before morphing into a golden beam that met Piccolo head-on. The two luminous forces collided mid-air, producing a thunderous sound, as a formidable wave of energy radiated outward, stirring a tempestuous wind. Within the brilliance, the silhouettes of Piccolo and Vegeta flickered, their onslaught intensifying, neither willing to concede an inch. Cell, with his tail severed in two, remained unfazed. Observing the fierce clash between Piccolo and Vegeta, he chuckled coldly, standing his ground with clenched fists before letting out a disdainful grunt. Suddenly, a tail erupted from his body. Alarmed, Piccolo caught sight of Cell's regenerating tail amidst the fray and exclaimed in dread, realizing he had nearly forgotten that the creature possessed Namekian genes. Vegeta, witnessing the situation unfold, smirked and urged, Hurry up, let me witness your so-called perfect form. With that, Vegeta intensified his assault, ensnaring Piccolo tightly to prevent him from intervening against Cell. Damn it! Goku, think of something. Piccolo shouted desperately, hoping Goku would step in to halt Cell's advance. Responding with an affirmative, Goku immediately dashed towards Cell. Don't interfere. Vegeta shouted at Goku. Kakarot, you coward. Don't you want to see what this guy's strongest state truly looks like? Seizing the opportunity while Piccolo was preoccupied with Vegeta, Cell greedily extended his suction-like tail, wrapping it tightly around the android and forcefully drawing it into his being. Stop. Goku rushed in, but Cell effortlessly blocked his approach. With one hand thwarting Goku's attack, Cell exerted force, drawing the android into his core. Panic surged through Piccolo as he realized the futility of stopping Cell now. With the android consumed, Cell relished a moment of exhilaration, only to tremble with anticipation. Oh? Has it succeeded? Am I about to transform into the so-called perfect form? Don't let me down again. Vegeta observed Cell with keen interest. Vegeta, you bastard! Piccolo exclaimed in frustration. Noticing that Piccolo's strength was not to be underestimated, Vegeta remarked, Piccolo, I didn't expect your power to rise to such heights. I truly underestimated you. What are you afraid of? With such strength, should you not fear being unable to deal with that creature? Piccolo could hardly heed Vegeta's words. Yet he ceased his attack, secretly gathering his strength while inwardly lamenting. Damn it, that guy just siphoned off a considerable amount of my energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be ensnared by Vegeta. Soon, a blinding light flashed, and Cell's form transformed once more. His height surged to approximately 2 meters, and his visage became strikingly handsome, resembling an exceptionally robust human clad in a biomechanical insect exoskeleton. His demeanor turned cold and composed, exuding an aura of tranquility as he gazed at his newly acquired physique in bewilderment. Suddenly, a smug grin graced his face as he unleashed a few punches into the air before him, revealing a newfound confidence. Observing this, Vegeta's lips curled into a smile. It appeared that the transformation had indeed succeeded. The change was considerable, though the extent of his power remained uncertain. With a smile adorning his face, Cell remarked, I, too, am unsure of the magnitude of my strength. Why not test it against you? Very well. Vegeta responded, his expression brimming with anticipation as he positioned himself before Cell. Let us see what you've got. Cell replied with elegance. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the newly transformed Cell, acutely aware that he could no longer underestimate him. Humph. Prepare yourself. As the battle commenced, Vegeta initiated the first strike. His form darted forward like lightning, his fist cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Cell regarded Vegeta's assault as if it were a slow-motion film, the corners of his mouth curving upwards in a smile of disdain. Is this truly your full power, Vegeta? Chapter 95. Cell's evolution. Again undeterred by Cell's mockery, Vegeta pressed on with his ferocious onslaught. His punches and kicks rained down upon Cell, yet Cell remained unfazed, effortlessly evading Vegeta's attacks, even taking a moment to stretch lazily. Damn it! Stop underestimating me. Vegeta, witnessing his opponent's arrogance, unleashed all his energy, his muscles swelling once more. I must warm up first. Cell seemed to regard Vegeta with indifference, casually stretching his body with an air of nonchalance. This is bad. Goku, observing the unfolding situation, immediately sensed the peril. Cell had yet to exert his full strength, while Goku realized that Vegeta was no longer a match for the current Cell and began to contemplate what actions to take next. Piccolo, too, could easily discern that Vegeta was exerting his utmost effort, yet Cell had not taken him seriously. This is truly dire. Vegeta could perish. As he contemplated this, Piccolo quietly began to concentrate all the energy he had just gathered into his fingertips. I hope this technique will prove effective against Cell, Piccolo mused internally, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Stop pretending, Cell. Hurry and unleash your full power. After suffering such a severe defeat at my hands, do you not yearn for revenge? Vegeta bellowed, unable to tolerate the disdain directed at him. He had come to realize that he was seemingly no match for Cell. Yet, being toyed with and defeated in such a manner was unbearable for Vegeta's pride. Very well, since you've requested it, I shall refrain from making your defeat appear too disgraceful. Cell chuckled lightly and instantaneously vanished from sight. Vegeta noticed Cell had disappeared before him. Yet he was utterly incapable of tracking his movements. Behind you. Goku immediately alerted him. Behind me? Without hesitation, Vegeta kicked backward. Whack. The kick landed squarely on Cell's waist. However, Cell remained unfazed, standing as rigid as a pillar driven deep into the earth, completely unmoved. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Vegeta's forehead broke out in a cold sweat at this sight, and he furiously launched an assault on Cell. The neck, the knee, the top of the head, the back. Vegeta attacked Cell's vulnerabilities with all his might, yet Cell stood there with his arms crossed, a faint smile gracing his lips, allowing Vegeta to unleash his fury unimpeded. How can this be? Vegeta realized that despite his full force attacks, he could not budge Cell in the slightest, and a wave of despair washed over him. At that moment, Seeing the smile on Cell's face filled Vegeta with profound humiliation. Is this truly your full strength? Hee hee, poor Vegeta. Cell gently covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Vegeta could hardly hear what Cell was saying. He stood frozen in disbelief, watching Cell, cold sweat dripping from his chin. What's wrong? Can't do it anymore. You were quite vocal just moments ago, weren't you? That expression is pitiful. I almost feel sympathy for you. Then perish. With that, Cell began his counterattack, moving with astonishing speed and delivering a kick that sent Vegeta flying. This time, it was Vegeta who was embedded into the rocky earth, creating a deep pit that extended for over 100 meters. Aya! A dull sound echoed from within the cave as Vegeta gathered all his strength. Cell, your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you dare to withstand my full force strike? Are you attempting to provoke me? Unfortunately for you, I share the same Scion bloodline. What difference does it make? Cell stood confidently at the cave's mouth, fist clenched tightly, prepared to receive the blow. You've fallen for it. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, and then bellowed with fervor, final flash. As he brought his hands together, he concentrated all his strength into his palms. Vegeta unleashed a brilliant beam of light that instantly engulfed Cell. What an opportunity! Noticing Cell's back turned towards him, Piccolo seized the moment to unleash his ultimate technique. Special Beam Cannon. What? Cell sensed the simultaneous onslaught of two formidable energies and widened his eyes in alarm, but it was too late to evade. The powerful final flash and the special beam cannon pierced through Cell simultaneously. The final flash shot through the ceiling, soaring straight out of the Earth's surface. Piccolo's technique also penetrated Cell, disappearing into the horizon. As the rocks above were shattered, light finally streamed into the underground chamber. Cell? Have you come to appreciate my might? As the storm of dust settled, the sunlight revealed that a significant portion of Cell's body had been obliterated. His form bore two massive gaping wounds, leaving only his head, neck, right shoulder, and a dangling right arm, with just a sliver of his waist remaining to connect to his hips, along with a single right leg. Witnessing Cell's near destruction from his assault, Vegeta, though breathless, summoned his remaining strength and declared triumphantly, You monster, have you witnessed my power? Piccolo, seeing Cell's devastation, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. It seems we have finally succeeded. Meanwhile, Cell stood frozen, panic evident in his voice. This is terrible. Simultaneously, the remnants of his form began to tremble. How could this happen? I am supposed to be perfect. How can I be defeated by you? Vegeta, witnessing this, erupted into arrogant laughter. Indeed, I, Prince Vegeta, am the strongest in the universe. Even without that fool Piccolo's intervention, I would have surely pierced you. Observing Vegeta's arrogance, Cell abruptly ceased trembling and adopted a mocking expression. Vegeta, doesn't my prior state align perfectly with your expectations? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Have you forgotten my Namekian heritage? Truly foolish. Piccolo also stood stunned. Indeed, the tail has the ability to regenerate. Could it be? Cell sneered as his body visibly began to regenerate, and in the blink of an eye, he had reformed a complete physique. Piccolo, Vegeta. Do you realize how amusing your expressions are right now? Shara clenched his fists, savoring his own power, and let out a cold smirk. Creak, creak. As he spoke, he approached Vegeta step by step, his face alight with exhilaration. In that fleeting moment, you truly instilled a sense of dread in me. Shara leaned closer to Vegeta, a sly smile gracing his lips. I genuinely believed I was on the brink of death. Do you know what this has resulted in? The blood of a Scion within me is boiling. What an exhilarating sensation. Thanks to you, I feel my power has ascended to new heights. Shara's face was nearly touching Vegeta's, clearly perceiving the fear reflected in his pupils. I must express my gratitude. As a token of my appreciation, let me personally escort you to your demise. With that, Shara extended his hand, aiming it at Vegeta's terrified visage. Chapter 96, Shara's Decision Weight. Just as Shara was about to execute Vegeta, Son Goku suddenly appeared beside him. Wow, such incredible speed. How did you materialize so suddenly? Shara inquired. His curiosity piqued as he focused on Goku, who had two fingers pressed to his forehead. Instead of responding, Son Goku countered with a question. Shara, you have indeed grown immensely powerful. None of us can contend with you now. I understand the feeling of standing at the pinnacle. You must be anticipating it as well, yearning for a thrilling battle. After all, the blood of a Scion flows within you. With his arms crossed over his chest, Shara remained expressionless upon hearing Goku's words, yet an overwhelming confidence radiated from him. A thrilling battle? How preposterous. The moment I evolved into my perfect form, I sensed my strength had reached its zenith. At that point, you were already no match for me. However, I never imagined you could force me to the brink of death, nor did I foresee that such a near-death experience would elevate my power once more. My strength now surpasses my own expectations. Who could possibly rival me? I am invincible in the universe. Haha. Listening to Sher's arrogant declarations, Son Goku revealed a mysterious smile. Hey, don't forget about Dandy. He is diligently training to become stronger in order to defeat you. Dandy. Upon hearing that name, Sheru furrowed his brow. That guy has indeed been absent. Where is he? Why can't I sense his energy? In Sheru's memory, Dandy was a being whose strength surged rapidly, instilling a flicker of apprehension within him. He is training in a mysterious location. I believe that when he reappears, he will possess strength that rivals yours. Son Goku's expression was imbued with confidence. Oh, though that fellow possesses a modicum of strength, it seems only slightly superior to that of a Super Saiyan. Your words have piqued my anticipation. Upon hearing this, Cell revealed a contemplative expression. Both Vegeta and Piccolo appear to have significantly surpassed the records of their previous power. Yet, you have remained at your original strength. Goku, I inquire of you, given the opportunity, could you also grow stronger? Cell gazed intently into Goku's eyes, his inquiry earnest. I believe it is possible. Goku replied with a smile, asserting that there is no reason he couldn't increase his power. I see. In that case, let us host a martial arts tournament, Cell proclaimed. His excitement evident. A martial arts tournament? Goku paused in surprise, then chuckled lightly. Cell, I never imagined you to be so entertaining. Reflecting on it, it has been quite some time since I participated in such an event. How nostalgic. Humph. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of my own power, while simultaneously spreading a sense of despair. Achieving greatness from the outset lacks any intrigue. One must find amusement. Cell displayed a mischievous grin before announcing, I shall grant you 3 days. After 3 days, the tournament shall commence. This time, consider it a privilege. You may engage in a relay battle, with me as your only opponent, one-on-one, until I have defeated each of you in turn. You may summon as many as you wish, provided you dare to face me. Come to me in 3 days. I trust you will not decline. Goku. Also, convey to Dandy that I await him. Upon hearing this, a slight smile crept across Goku's lips. Cell, it seems you are not so malevolent after all. I find myself somewhat eager to engage with you. Cell maintained his smile. Bad? It seems you have misunderstood. As long as one's strength is formidable enough, distinctions of good and evil are irrelevant. After all, the strongest embodies justice. I do not share that sentiment. Goku scratched his head, then added, regardless, we shall attend your martial arts tournament in 3 days. At that time, let us engage in a thrilling confrontation. Goku clenched his fists, speaking with earnest determination. You certainly sound confident. Do you possess some hidden technique? Cell chuckled lightly, curiosity evident in his gaze, though he appeared indifferent. Not at the moment, but I shall endeavor to think of something. Goku maintained his confident smile. Very well. I look forward to your performance. And you, Vegeta and Piccolo, after witnessing my strength, I hope you still possess the courage to face me. Piccolo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. He found himself utterly powerless against Cell. Vegeta, too, tightened his fists in silence, his teeth clenched, experiencing a profound sense of humiliation. Observing their expressions, Cell chuckled with satisfaction. This is the expression I long to see on each of your faces. It would bring me immense delight. Ha ha ha. 3 days? Just 3 days. If you lose, I shall annihilate all of humanity. With that, Cell mimicked Goku's stance, extending 2 fingers and playfully shaking them at the duo before bursting into laughter and soaring away. Old son, did you truly agree to host the martial arts tournament? Do you have a plan to confront him? As Cell departed, Piccolo promptly descended beside Goku. I am uncertain, but 3 days should suffice for some training in the hyperbolic time chamber. I hope to achieve a breakthrough. These 3 days are certainly preferable to allowing that fiend to rampage. Vegeta, however, remained silent, appearing utterly despondent. I warned you long ago, Piccolo reproached. At this, Vegeta clenched his fists in fury, yet he recognized his current inability to contend with Piccolo, forcing him to swallow his anger. How did you suddenly become so powerful, Piccolo? Vegeta finally voiced his most pressing concern. He could not comprehend how Piccolo, who had previously possessed a battle power of merely over 1 million on Namek, had now surpassed even Super Saiyan strength after just a year apart. Why should I divulge that to you? Piccolo retorted without hesitation. Don't get too ahead of yourself. I will undoubtedly break through my limits and surpass you once more. Goku realized that lamentation was futile at this juncture and quickly interjected, "Enough of this bickering. Let us return for now." Grasping the despondent Vegeta and the worry-laden Piccolo, Goku utilized instant transmission to return to the sacred world. The Supreme Kai stood outside the temple. Though he could not see the clash between the warriors, he had gathered the entire sequence of events through their dialogue. That monster's power is indeed formidable. I wonder if Earth can withstand this crisis. Piccolo's strength had reached an equal standing with Vegeta, yet they were still no match for that monster. If only Piccolo could grow even stronger. The Supreme Kai's face was etched with concern as he observed Piccolo's return, silently probing with his gaze. Piccolo gently shook his head, indicating that it was not yet time for fusion. After all, Dandy had not yet emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo understood that Dandy was everyone's last hope. While he too yearned for rapid growth, he remained patient, knowing that in just 4 months, they could secure the Dragon Balls of Earth, and thus, Piccolo felt no urgency. Most importantly, after merging with Nail, Piccolo realized that he would be influenced by another being. If given the choice, he would prefer to fuse with an unconscious deity. Upon returning to the temple, Goku informed everyone about Cell's upcoming martial arts tournament. A martial arts tournament? Krillin exclaimed, immediately breaking out in a cold sweat. Indeed, Cell had orchestrated something quite intriguing. Goku's face lit up with anticipation. Interesting. Hey Goku. This is no joke. Lives will be lost. Krillin cautioned, his expression filled with trepidation. Humph, little bald one. Do you think we will fare any better while Cell runs rampant? Vegeta, who had returned to the temple, was gradually regaining his composure. I too must enter that chamber to train. Just 3 days inside, and I will ensure Cell regrets his actions. Chapter 97. Gohan's Transformation. Hey, Vegeta. The hyperbolic time chamber allows only 2 years of entry in a lifetime. Goku quickly reminded him upon hearing Vegeta's words. What? Hey, Kakarot. You're not trying to trick me into letting you use it, are you? Vegeta asked, alarmed. Indeed, that's the case. Bubbles chimed in, explaining that if one remained inside for over 48 hours, the entrance to the chamber would vanish. Fine. I will trust your words. 2 years will suffice. Vegeta, recalling his recent humiliation, fixed his gaze on the door of the chamber, awaiting anxiously. Has Din not emerged yet? They've only been in there for less than a day. Krillin remarked, then curiously asked, Hey, Goku, is Cell really that strong? Very strong. Goku replied, his face serious. Not only does he possess tremendous strength, but he also has Piccolo's regenerative abilities and the remarkable potential of a scion. Truly, a formidable adversary. Krillin's face turned pale with fear. Does that mean he also has Frieza's genes? Could he transform as well? He couldn't help but recall the horrific transformation of Frieza during the events on Namek. Hearing Krillin's words, the others felt a sense of foreboding. We must attain strength that surpasses his. We just need to wait for Din to emerge. Vegeta clenched his fists, beads of sweat trickling down his face as he thought of Cell's power. By the way, don't Scions gain double their fighting power when they are near death? Krillin, seizing upon Din's name, felt a surge of hope, as if victory was within reach. There is a limit to that, Goku murmured. Near death only awakens the body's potential. But if that potential is already exhausted, I didn't expect you to notice that, Kakarot. Vegeta let out a slight snort, then continued, let us see who possesses greater potential. Kakarot, as the Prince of the Scions, coupled with the rigorous training I have undergone over the past year, I am certain that I possess far more potential than you. Filled with confidence, Vegeta eagerly gazed at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside the chamber, Gohan's hair had grown long and unruly, cascading down to his waist due to months without a trim. At this moment, under Din's guidance, he was striving to evoke his anger, determined to transform into a Super Saiyan. Keep it up, Gohan. Dandy observed that Sun Wukong's hair was on the verge of turning yellow and encouraged him from the sidelines. Oh my. As Sun Wukong continued to amplify his energy, his long hair stood on end. With a fierce roar, his hair began to shimmer and ultimately reverted back to its original black hue. Upon witnessing this, Dandy realized that Son Gohan's anger was insufficient, so he resolved to take measures to elevate Gohan's fury. Gohan, just imagine, on the planet Namek, your father was slain by Frieza. As these words echoed in Gohan's mind, he struggled to recall the moment his father, Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan. Father transformed into a Super Saiyan. He could never be defeated by Frieza. Gohan found it impossible to summon any anger, murmuring weakly in response. Gohan, you truly are quite earnest. Dandy shook his head in resignation, only to suddenly recall something. prompting him to guide the conversation anew. Now, consider the moment when Vegeta and his companions arrived on Earth and brutally struck down Piccolo before your very eyes. Gohan nodded, clenching his fists as he meticulously revisited that harrowing scene. Overcome by a surge of rage, Gohan unleashed an overwhelming aura, prompting Dandy to sense an extraordinary shift. Gohan's long hair, which had fallen, suddenly stood upright, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. A formidable energy erupted from within him, causing his hair to rise, radiating a resplendent golden light. Gohan's muscles tensed, and an incandescent glow enveloped his body, as if he were encased in a mantle of golden flames. Dandy could distinctly perceive the transformation in Son Gohan's eyes, which had turned a vivid shade of green, brimming with fury and immense strength. He unleashed a roar, a sound imbued with boundless power that sent a shiver through the hearts of those who heard it. As he underwent his metamorphosis, the air around him began to warp, creating a formidable aura. You have succeeded. Gohan, you have successfully transformed. Now, the most vital task is to remember this sensation. As Dandy observed that Son Wukong had finally succeeded, he let out a sigh of relief. After 6 months of turmoil, the fruits of his labor were finally visible. He then mused to himself. Unexpectedly, the imagined death of his father did not trigger Son Wukong's transformation, yet the fantasy of Piccolo's demise catalyzed his metamorphosis. Who, indeed, is the true father figure for Gohan, Son Wukong or Piccolo? Witnessing Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan, Dandy patted Gohan's shoulder from behind and declared, Gohan, now that you have achieved your transformation, consider me your opponent. At that moment, Gohan was consumed by rage. He turned around, glaring fiercely at Dandy, his body trembling slightly as he struggled to contain his inner fury. Dandy appeared somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom why Son Wukong gazed at him in such a manner. Was it possible that transforming into a Super Saiyan diminished one's intellect, akin to becoming a gorilla? Dandy endeavored to comprehend this phenomenon. Son Gohan glared fiercely at Dandy, and then suddenly unleashed an assault, his fists descending upon Dandy like a tempest. Dandy shook his head in resignation, effortlessly evading while allowing Son Wukong to unleash his fury. As Son Wukong realized that his assaults could not reach Dandy, his anger intensified, causing his attacks to grow increasingly ferocious. Dandy found himself compelled to continuously evade. This power appeared to surpass even that of Son Wukong upon his transformation into a Super Saiyan. As Dandy skillfully evaded Gohan's assaults, he assessed his opponent's prowess. Gohan, realizing his strikes were futile, grew increasingly frenzied, hurling energy blasts recklessly towards Dandy. This could spell disaster if he were to inadvertently damage the door. Dandy cast a vigilant glance at the door of the Spirit Time House, then swiftly sprang into action, his figure flickering in the air as he deflected all the erratically thrown ki blasts from Gohan. With a series of resounding impacts, the ki blast struck Gohan, who, feeling the sting of pain, became even more ferocious. Dandy remained utterly indifferent to Gohan's outburst, as he posed no threat to him. He allowed Gohan to vent his fury, all the while evading the onslaught and striving to prevent any damage to the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. After several hours had passed, Gohan finally exhausted his strength. With his final strike, he succumbed to fatigue. His hair instantly darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, his vision fading into darkness. Has he truly reached his limit? Dandy slowly approached Gohan, observing the weariness etched across the young man's face. He shook his head and silently extended his hand to administer healing. A brilliant light enveloped them, and Gohan gradually regained his composure. What happened to me? Gohan inquired, bewildered, as he opened his eyes to find Dandy before him. Gohan, do you recall the sensation of your recent transformation? Dandy promptly inquired, transformation? Son Gohan carefully recalled his previous state and realized, I apologize, Mr. Dandy. I did not intend to do that. Dandy nonchalantly waved his hand and continued to inquire, now, do you sense an enhancement in your strength? Son Wukong, bewildered, clenched his fist, only to be immediately filled with exhilaration. My strength has indeed increased. Is it due to my successful transformation into a Super Saiyan? Or perhaps it's because I exerted myself to the brink of exhaustion. Saiyans, when pushed to their limits or near death, can awaken their latent powers. Dandy provided an explanation, and it all became clear. Upon hearing Dandy's elucidation, Son Wukong immediately displayed an expression of sudden understanding. Thank you, Mr. Dandy. I can now transform into a Super Saiyan. However, I am concerned about the situation outside, Son Wukong said, casting a worried glance towards the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 98, The Solitude of Invincibility. Do not fret. Although several months have elapsed here, only a few hours have passed outside. Dandy consoled Sun Wukong and promptly made a new request. Wukong, for the upcoming months, I implore you to strive to maintain your Super Saiyan form at all times. Huh, is that even possible? Fear not. For should you find yourself exhausted once more, I shall come to your aid. Dandy's gaze radiated confidence as he encouraged Sun Wukong. All right, Mr. Dandy. I shall do my utmost. However, a frown of concern marred Sun Wukong's face. You have been training me tirelessly these days. Yet I have not witnessed your own cultivation. Is it truly inconsequential? Despite his own burgeoning strength, doubts lingered in his mind. Dandy is truly the most formidable presence among them. It matters not. Once you have grown stronger, come forth and challenge me as my rival. Dandy remains indifferent to the attainment of enlightenment. Understood. I shall strive to become stronger as quickly as possible, to serve as Mr. Dandy's sparring partner. By the way, Mr. Dandy, I have a question that I am uncertain whether I should pose. Dandy observed Gohan's hesitance, which piqued his curiosity. Feel free to ask anything that troubles you. Gohan swallowed hard before posing his question. Mr. Dandy, while Vegeta and the others were assaulting Earth, you were on Namek. How did you come to know that they had slain Uncle Piccolo before my very eyes? Upon hearing Gohan's inquiry, Dandy's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. His gaze darting around. Oh no, I've inadvertently revealed too much. Dandy's mind raced, contemplating how to bring the conversation back around. After all, I reside in Bulma's home. He recalled her discussing this matter with Vegeta. Dandy hastily concocted a lie. It turned out that it was Aunt Bulma and Uncle Vegeta who had said so. Sun Wukong nodded and continued to inquire. Mr. Dandy, how did you become so powerful? I recalled during our time on Namek. Dandy immediately recalled the moment he first traversed into this realm, when he laid eyes upon Frieza and felt a chill run through his veins. Had it not been for Gohan's timely intervention, he would undoubtedly have met his demise on the spot. After all, I am a prodigy of Namek. The Grand Elder has proclaimed that the Dragon Clan of Namek shall not be outmatched by the Saiyans. You may inquire with Krillin. He too heard this with his own ears. Even your Uncle Piccolo, if he were to merge with the Supreme Kai, would surpass the Super Saiyans. Dandy hurriedly explained. Uncle Piccolo? I understand now. It all makes sense. Upon realizing that both Piccolo and Dandy were Namekians, capable of wielding immense power, Gohan felt his doubts dissipate. Although I am the son of a Saiyan, I have always been a disciple of the Namekians. Hearing Gohan's conclusion, Dandy could only shake his head in resignation. Upon reflection, it truly was the case. Well then, Gohan, let us commence your training. Within the temple, Vegeta returned to Bulma's residence, retrieved his battle attire, and prepared his belongings for training. Calculating the time, he appeared in the temple with nearly 24 hours elapsed, despite a full day having passed. Why had Dandy not yet emerged? As the clock ticked past the 24-hour mark, Vegeta fixed his gaze on it, counting the seconds in his mind. Goku, too, felt a growing anxiety, watching the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, concerned for his son, Gohan. Piccolo stood coldly in the square, yet could not help but cast a glance in that direction. Suddenly, everyone sensed a formidable presence materializing. What an overwhelming aura! Tien exclaimed in awe. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Who could it be? He stared in shock at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo, however, revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. There. Dandy and Gohan emerged side by side. After a year, both had grown significantly taller. Is that you? Vegeta questioned, his gaze fixed on Gohan, who now sported golden hair but lacked the characteristic golden aura of a Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, Vegeta could still sense the powerful energy emanating from Gohan. What is going on? Vegeta pondered, astonished, unable to comprehend why Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan differed from his own. Could it be due to his impure bloodline? Vegeta speculated, while Goku exhibited a knowing expression. Wow, Gohan, you have successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and you have even surpassed the Super Saiyan level. Gohan then gratefully looked at Dandy. Mr. Dandy, I never expected you to have discovered a method to transcend the Super Saiyan. This state can surely be referred to as Super Saiyan plus. Dandy nodded lightly, then suddenly inquired, who possesses that formidable presence in the distance? The crowd informed Dandy about the upcoming Cell Games in 2 days. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Dandy's lips. So, Cell has made his appearance, has he? Humph. The Cell Games. This is rather intriguing. Observing Dandy's complete lack of surprise or panic, instead displaying an air of confidence, the onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, fixated on him. Mr. Dandy, are you? Before Dandy could respond, Vegeta interjected, Hey, Dandy, do you recall our agreement? Vegeta, mind your demeanor. Dandy spoke unreservedly, and upon witnessing Vegeta's silence, he casually continued, "Now, you and Goku may enter to train. Should one of you find yourselves on the brink of death, the other shall open the door, and I will come in to render assistance." Dandy was organizing the forthcoming matters when he inquired, "What about Beak?" Before anyone could respond, Beak had already materialized before Dandy. "Dandy, you have emerged." Dandy gazed upon the figure of Beak before him, sensing an apparent enhancement in his strength. "Your prowess." Dandy is perplexed as to how Beak has attained power that surpasses even that of a Super Saiyan. Could it be? Dandy immediately glanced to the side, where he beheld the figure of a celestial being gazing down upon the mortal realm. The deity appeared intrigued, as if pondering how Piccolo had come to realize Dandy's true strength. With a subtle smile, the being turned its gaze towards Dandy and remarked, "I comprehend the fusion of your essence." Dandy exclaimed, and Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Dandy to feel as if he had stumbled upon a new world. "Hey, celestial being, please check if Dr. Gero has created any other replicants." The celestial being slowly turned, his eyes filled with weariness. "I have been observing Cell. That creature has remained motionless all this time. It is all due to Vegeta's actions that we find ourselves in this predicament." Dandy appeared indifferent. "Never mind. Avoiding battle is not the most prudent approach. It is inevitable that even more formidable foes will arise in the future. This time, everyone must diligently train and strive to surpass their own limits." Upon hearing Dandy's words, the crowd could not help but feel a surge of confidence emanating from him. "Mr. Dandy, do you already possess a well-formed plan?" Dandy smiled silently, merely letting out a sigh. Standing atop the pinnacle is not a joyous affair. How profoundly lonely it is to be invincible. The same sentiment escaped the lips of Shalu, who had erected a competition platform in the midst of a desolate wilderness. With arms crossed and gaze fixed on the horizon, he too pondered the solitude of invincibility. "Surely, even those scions cannot be my adversaries now. Only 2 days remain. Let me savor the anticipation." Chapter 99. The fruits of Goku's training outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta was eager to commence his training. "All right, Kakarot. Let us enter at once. Just watch as I nearly bring you to your demise. The outcome is still uncertain," Goku replied with a smile. And together they stepped into the chamber. Barely a minute after the door closed, it swung open once more. Dandy shook his head, realizing that although scarcely a minute had passed outside, several hours had likely elapsed within. He hurried inside to rescue the individuals, inadvertently injuring another in the process before reviving them. Just as he emerged and closed the door, it swung open again in less than a breath's time. Dandy had no choice but to step inside once more. After a tumultuous 4 or 5 attempts, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta realized that they had reached a point of near death and exhaustion, rendering further enhancement of their powers impossible. It was then that they began to seek alternative methods to transcend their limits. Sitting cross-legged, Sun Wukong entered a meditative state, contemplating how he might transform without succumbing to anger, seeking a path to tranquility. Observing this, Vegeta scoffed, deriding Wukong for squandering time, and thus chose to train his body diligently without transforming, striving to push his physical limits. As another day passed, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened once more, and Sun Wukong emerged alone. His attire was tattered and barely sufficient to cover him. "Wukong, why are you alone? Did you manage to kill Vegeta?" The others inquired urgently. Sun Wukong, smiling, replied, "Impossible. That guy is still inside training, but I have decided not to continue." As he spoke, he began searching for his son, Gohan. "Why is that?" Tien and Krillin asked in confusion. "Even if you do nothing inside, the strain on your body is immense," Sun Wukong explained while scratching his head. The others noticed this gesture and realized that his condition mirrored Gohan's. Both sported golden hair yet appeared utterly at ease, devoid of any overwhelming aura, embodying a state of complete relaxation. "Even Wukong has transformed into a Super Saiyan plus," Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. "Wukong, what are your plans now? Are you confident in facing Cell?" Tien inquired, noting Wukong's decision to cease training. "I've decided to take a good rest for the remaining day. Come on, Gohan. Let us go home and get your hair cut," Sun Wukong said as he pulled Gohan close. "By the way, where's Mr. Dandy?" "Over there." Tien pointed with all 3 of his eyes. Following Tien's gaze, Sun Wukong discovered Dandy and Bulma, each reclining on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sun's rays in front of the temple. "Ah, Wukong, you're out. You don't seem to have changed much. What about that guy Vegeta?" Bulma exclaimed, promptly removing her sunglasses to greet him. Dandy turned his face to the side, waved his hand, and then seized a cola from the table, taking a hearty sip. "Ah, The chilled cola is far more delightful than water. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, chuckled and praised, realizing that Mr. Dandy was also indulging in a moment of relaxation. As for me, I too intend to unwind and restore my body to a suitable state over the course of the day. Indeed, as a Namekian, basking in the sun brings immense comfort. Dandy stretched languidly before reclining comfortably on the beach chair once more. Is that how it is? Upon hearing Dandy's words, Bobo finally comprehended why the deity favored standing motionless at the edge of the temple. It turned out that the divine being was merely sunbathing. Piccolo had been standing there soaking up the sun as well. Throughout that day, Piccolo and the deity remained together. Have you found it? Piccolo inquired anxiously, while the deity frowned deeply. No. Could you refrain from asking every minute? It's rather bothersome. The deity lamented. Since yesterday, he and Piccolo had realized that if they could locate Piccolo's duplicate and merge, Piccolo's strength could potentially ascend to a new level, making it feasible to confront Cell. However, the deity's relentless search across Earth had not yielded the same fortuitous discoveries as before. Earth is vast, and given the meticulous search, scouring the entire planet would likely take a month. Let's try to search in the wilderness. That fellow's research facilities seem to be located in remote areas, Piccolo advised. Goku took Gohan by the hand, bidding farewell to the others as they flew towards the temple below. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Korin Tower, Goku paused. Greetings, Master Korin. Goku called out to Korin, then turned to the side to acknowledge Yajirobe. You're here too, Yajirobe. Gohan politely bowed to Master Korin. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Upon seeing Goku greet him, Yajirobe immediately displayed a look of alarm, turning slightly away. Hey, Yajirobe. Have you been training properly? You seem to have gained weight. Goku remarked with a smile as he noticed Yajirobe avoiding him. Yajirobe retorted with irritation. Stop trying to get chummy with me, Goku. I've heard that Cell claimed you could gather as many people as you want to challenge him. Let me make it clear. No matter what happens, I will not participate in that Cell's game. Goku chuckled helplessly, responding, Don't worry. I never intended to make you join. You wouldn't be of any use anyway. Yajirobe immediately protested. In a critical moment, I could be quite useful, you know? Have you forgotten how many times I've saved you? The cat sage, observing Goku's playful demeanor, seemed to possess a good mindset and spoke up. Goku. This enemy is exceptionally formidable. Are you prepared? Goku's expression turned serious upon hearing this. To be honest, I've witnessed that guy's strength. Especially after he transforms into his perfect form, I feel utterly uncertain. Seeing this, the immortal Tarlin spoke with piercing clarity. Though you appear remarkably composed. Have you perhaps achieved something within the time chamber? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong instinctively touched his head. Ha ha ha. Am I truly composed? In truth, my thoughts are rather straightforward. Regardless of the outcome, I have exerted my utmost effort, and thus, I harbor no regrets. Is that so? The immortal Tarlin opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating, as if he could discern the depths of Sun Wukong's soul. Deep within, you still harbor considerable worries. Have you seen through me? Sun Wukong chuckled, then continued. To maintain this current state of tranquility, I must refrain from indulging in excessive negativity. Son Gohan, who had been listening nearby, displayed a look of confusion. To sustain such a state, one must preserve inner peace? I don't seem to be making an effort to calm my mind. Before Son Gohan could ponder further, Sun Wukong suddenly clenched his fists, a surge of yellow energy enveloping him. His hair stood on end, and around him, the yellow aura crackled with lightning. Simultaneously, his expression shifted to one of seriousness and gravity. Stop. You will devastate this place. The immortal Tarlin interjected, alarmed. At his words, Sun Wukong halted, returning to a more relaxed demeanor. You nearly frightened me to death. What was that sudden display for? Akaropo collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The immortal Tarlin, trembling and clutching his staff, took a while to regain his composure. That was indeed a formidable aura. After a moment, Tarlin seemed to summarize. This is perhaps half of my power. As Sun Wukong explained, he continued, Tarlin, how do you think I compare to Cell? Is that merely half of your energy? The immortal Tarlin was immediately drenched in sweat. It feels several times stronger than when you transform into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan couldn't help but glance at Sun Wukong, his heart filled with curiosity. Has my father's power already reached half of that? Well, Sun Wukong, Tarlin hesitated before speaking. I believe that even with only half of your energy, you still fall significantly short in comparison to Cell. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reached a conclusion. Is that truly the case? Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled. I also sense that this energy can only rival Cell during his initial transformation to his perfect form. That fellow has gained considerable strength after being injured by Vegeta. Is that so? Cell is indeed that formidable? After listening to Sun Wukong's words, Aki Luobei was instantly filled with concern. What will you do, Wukong? Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, a smile still gracing his face. Indeed, you think so too. I understand now, Master Tailing. Thank you. Let us depart, Gohan. Observing that Sun Wukong, fully aware of his inferiority to Cell, still exhibited no signs of worry. Master Tailing's expression shifted to one of confusion. What on earth is that fellow thinking? Within the temple, the gathering sensed the formidable energy emanating from below. It's Wukong. Has he encountered an opponent? No, Cell is still distant and has not moved. The energy diminished once more. Tianjinan and Krillin, attuned to Sun Wukong's aura, were left speechless in astonishment. Ah, so that's how it is, they realized. Through their training, Wukong and Gohan had learned to maintain the Super Saiyan state in their everyday lives. By acclimatizing to such a condition, their bodies adapted to this intensity, allowing them to unleash even greater power in battle. What a remarkable notion. Piccolo marveled, and Krillin and the others displayed expressions of excitement. Indeed, Wukong's aura was several times more potent than that of a Super Saiyan. It appeared that Wukong's strength had significantly increased over the past year. However, when compared to Cell, they sensed a considerable gap still remained. Dandy sensed the strength of Sun Wukong and could not help but smile faintly. Is this truly the extent of Sun Wukong's current capabilities? I hope he can exchange a few blows with Cell. Meanwhile, Cell stood atop the arena he had constructed. This aura, is it Sun Wukong? Indeed, it is somewhat stronger than before. However, it remains insufficient to challenge me. Cell's expression was inscrutable, tinged with a hint of disappointment. I had hoped for a grand battle. Sun Wukong, grasping Gohan, instantly returned home. Chi-Chi, he called, and Chi-Chi rushed out, immediately pushing Sun Wukong aside and embracing Gohan instead. Gohan, how have you grown so tall all of a sudden? And why have you dyed your hair blonde? You must not emulate those delinquent youths. Gohan silently clung to his mother and spoke. I'm sorry, Mom. I haven't finished my homework yet. Observing this, Sun Wukong smiled slightly before speaking up. Chi-Chi, is there anything to eat? I'm nearly famished. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. And you, son, you don't care at all, always hanging around that demon Piccolo. Turning into a delinquent yourself? Piccolo, pondering in the temple, suddenly sneezed. How strange, could I be catching a cold? Gohan had also evolved into a further advanced Super Saiyan. It seemed he was not weaker than Wukong. Yet, with such power alone, it appeared inadequate to contend with Cell. As Piccolo contemplated this, a look of deep worry crossed his face. I must check on Gohan. Piccolo was greatly concerned about Gohan, fearing that Sun Wukong would have him participate in Cell's game the following day. Soon, Piccolo arrived at Sun Wukong's home. Naturally, Sun Wukong sensed Piccolo's presence. And while Chi-Chi was busy preparing a feast, he whisked Gohan away to the rooftop. Uncle Piccolo. Upon seeing Piccolo, Gohan instantly broke into a joyful smile. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Would you like to join us for a meal? Sun Wukong inquired, glancing at the dishes being prepared by Chi-Chi below. No, I'll just have some water, Piccolo replied, eyeing Gohan and continuing, I merely wish to see Gohan. Sun Wukong also looked at Gohan, his face still adorned with a smile. Old son, what are your plans? Do you have confidence in facing Cell? Piccolo asked, gazing intently at Sun Wukong. To be honest, I lack confidence, Sun Wukong replied earnestly, revealing his thoughts to Piccolo. Are you then preparing to meet your demise tomorrow? Sun Wukong did not respond, instead glancing at Gohan once more. Gohan, he has been trained exceptionally well by Mr. Dandy. Gohan. Piccolo suddenly became alarmed. Hey, old son, you can't possibly be seriously considering. Piccolo. Sun Wukong promptly interrupted Piccolo, stating, Today, I merely wish to unwind and cast aside the burdens of battle. Mr. Dandy shares this sentiment as well. He's relishing his leisure. Upon hearing Dandy's name, Piccolo inquired, I heard from Gohan that during that year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Mr. Dandy devoted all his training efforts to Gohan, neglecting his own cultivation. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, perhaps he has reached his limit. I've heard that since Mr. Dandy emerged, he has been indulging in relaxation. Perhaps he focused on training Gohan because he recognized something. At this juncture, Sun Wukong cast another glance at Gohan. Piccolo finally discerned Sun Wukong's intentions. He had placed the hope of defeating Cell upon Gohan. Just then, Chi-Chi's voice rang out, Gohan, come help me set the table. Coming. Mom. Gohan replied immediately, waving goodbye to Piccolo as he leaped down. Hey, old son, Are you truly prepared to proceed this way? Piccolo asked, observing Gohan's departure. Sun Wukong met Piccolo's gaze and, understanding that he had grasped his plan, nodded resolutely. However, there can be no however. This is one of the last hopes for our world. Vegeta remains in the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps he still has an opportunity to enhance himself. Piccolo was acutely aware that since Sun Wukong had not persisted in the time chamber, it indicated he could not transcend his limits. Indeed, Sun Wukong admitted without reservation. Chapter 101. The Cell game begins. Is there truly no other way? Piccolo's expression was laden with complexity as he glanced at Sun Wukong, filled with apprehension. Old son, you are being utterly irresponsible. You are placing all your hopes on a child without taking on any burden yourself. Gohan will eventually grow up. Moreover, he possesses great potential. Do you remember when my brother came to Earth? Piccolo nodded. At that time, Gohan was merely a child, yet he unleashed power far surpassing both of them. Gohan has immense potential. I sense that his strength has already eclipsed mine. Calmly, Sun Wukong spoke, yet Piccolo was instantly taken aback. Has he surpassed you in strength? Piccolo understood that Sun Wukong must have been left with no other options to contemplate such a strategy. Very well, if we are not capable of confronting Cell, then go on. Even if he refrains from participating in Cell's games, cannot escape this calamity. Thus, Sun Wukong and his family enjoyed a hearty meal, tidied their hair, and the day swiftly passed. The following morning arrived in no time. At the crack of dawn, Sun Wukong rose with vigor, donned his martial arts uniform, and urged Gohan to step outside. Goku, you must exercise utmost caution, Kiki implored, her face etched with concern, then added, Gohan surely won't participate, will he? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, then in a flurry, grasped Gohan, placed his fingers between his brows, and exclaimed, I'm off, before vanishing in an instant. Kiki was left speechless, her face filled with despair as she murmured, my Gohan is going to take part in that dreadful martial arts tournament? On the rooftop, Piccolo was equally at a loss. To think he would use instant transmission without even offering to take me along. I still have to fly there. Sun Wukong and Gohan materialized in the temple, where Dandy stood at the center of the temple square, flanked by Tien and Krillin, while Yamcha lingered at a distance. That is how it came to be. The voice of Dandy echoed through the air. Ah, Mr. Dandy, are we discussing tactics? Sun Wukong immediately greeted everyone with a smile. Wukong, you're here, Krillin exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Sun Wukong. We were speculating whether Bulma is having a boy or a girl. Bulma? Sun Wukong's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Wow, Bulma, how could you possibly be expecting? Is it Yamcha's? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Yamcha's countenance darkened even further. No. Wukong, let me share a secret. Bulma interjected. The child is actually Vegeta's. Moreover, the young man who returned from the future is the very child growing within me. What? Sun Wukong gasped in disbelief, glancing at Bulma. No wonder that fellow can transform into a Super Saiyan. As they conversed, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and Vegeta emerged. Oh, Vegeta, you too have reached this state. The group observed that Vegeta, now sporting golden hair, appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any golden aura. Humph. Vegeta scoffed upon spotting Sun Wukong. Kakarot, though I am reluctant to admit it, your method seems to lead down a correct path. However, I am undoubtedly stronger than you now. Leave Cell to me. Seeing Vegeta's condition, Sun Wukong smiled and confidently remarked, we shall soon discover who is indeed stronger. Let us set forth. Dandy and Sun Wukong each grasped a few individuals, and in an instant, they materialized on the stage of Cell. Cell stood with his arms crossed, and upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the group, a smile immediately graced his face. You arrived quite early. You all seem somewhat different, he remarked, his eyes gliding over the newcomers with keen interest, noting the change in hair color among Sun Wukong and his companions. Is it just you few? He inquired. Vegeta glared coldly at Cell and spoke up. There's no need for them. I alone can handle you. Cell could not suppress a dismissive grin. Have you forgotten how soundly I defeated you just a few days ago? At this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Do not be so arrogant. I, Super Vegeta, will show you what despair truly means. As he spoke, Vegeta confidently pointed to himself with his thumb. Humph, is that so? Super Vegeta? Cell chuckled again, a sly smile spreading across his face. You. Vegeta seethed with anger. Just then, two figures soared across the horizon. What? Are there more individuals appearing? Krillin scrutinized the figures in the sky, and upon recognizing who they were, his face lit up with excitement. It's Android 18 and the others. Oh. The group exchanged puzzled glances at the approaching figures. What are they doing here? Surely, they aren't here to assist Cell, as they speculated. Android 18 and Android 16 had already landed at the edge of the arena. So this body is the ultimate android? It certainly doesn't resemble a human. Android 18 teased Cell, saying, "Hey, why didn't you inform us about this so-called Cell games?" Cell, taken aback by Android 18's audacity, responded with confusion. "Are we really so familiar that I need to send you an invitation?" Android 18 immediately sensed something was amiss. "What is going on? Have you evolved again? This wasn't part of the plan." Plan? Confusion deepened on Cell's face. Upon hearing the exchange between Android 18 and Cell, Dandy pondered deeply, furrowing his brow. If I recall correctly, it was mentioned that Dr. Jero created an AI android that completed its evolution independently, aiming to seize Cell's body. But the current Cell evidently possesses his own consciousness. Have Sun Wukong and the others inadvertently triggered Cell's premature awakening? Dandy shook his head at this thought. Regardless of anything else, it mattered little, as long as the menace of Cell was utterly eradicated. Cell, unfazed by Android 18's remarks, smiled and declared, "Since you are here, you may partake in the game. I no longer require your parts, so I shall mercilessly eliminate you." Upon hearing this, 18's expression turned to one of indignation, while Android 16 remained silent, guiding her to the edge of the arena. "Ha ha ha, so you wish to be mere spectators. Truly a wise choice. Otherwise, without Cell's intervention, I would have shattered you into countless pieces without remorse." Vegeta roared with laughter, recalling his earlier defeat at the hands of 18. Cell, dismissing Vegeta's arrogance, extended his hand to showcase the arena. "All the necessary participants must have arrived by now. This is a stage I have specially prepared for everyone. The rules of engagement are akin to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Any sneak attacks or being knocked out of bounds will result in a loss. However, there are no restrictions against killing your opponent. If you possess the skill, feel free to attempt to slay me. Naturally, I will not show mercy. If I inadvertently kill someone, do not hold it against me." Cell's smile suddenly transformed into a terrifying visage, causing a cold sweat to break out on Krillin. Dandy, along with Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan, exhibited no discernible changes. Sun Wukong tirelessly engaged in warm-up exercises, while Dandy quietly positioned himself at the edge of the arena, producing a capsule that conjured an array of chairs, complete with refreshments and sun umbrellas. "Take a seat and relax. Make yourself comfortable." Dandy greeted everyone along with the two individuals, number 18. "So, who shall go first?" Cell inquired with a sly smile, surveying the crowd. Chapter 102. The first challenger. Cell paid no heed to the onlookers outside the arena, his gaze filled with anticipation as he addressed the remaining warriors on stage. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Who will step up first? His expression was one of confidence and disdain, completely dismissing the trio before him. "I'll go first," Goku declared nonchalantly, engaging in some warm-up exercises. "Is that all right with you, Vegeta?" Vegeta, with an air of indifference, replied, "I couldn't care less. Ultimately, it will be I who defeats Cell. Just make sure not to claim it was because you wore him out." Such a cold-hearted fellow, Goku thought, unable to suppress a wry smile at Vegeta's frosty demeanor. "Regardless of who goes first, it makes no difference." Cell scoffed lightly. "Now, the rest of you should step aside. Do not fret. Your turn will come soon enough." Reluctantly, Vegeta descended from the platform, followed by Gohan, whose gaze lingered on Goku, filled with concern. "Come on, Dad. You can do it," Gohan silently urged as he stepped off the stage. Finally, Piccolo made his presence known, appearing at the edge of the arena. Upon seeing him, Cell momentarily faltered, then burst into laughter. "I almost forgot about you. I didn't expect you to have the audacity to show up." Unfazed by Cell's taunts, Piccolo surveyed the area, his attention briefly resting on Gohan before he found solace in the fact that Goku remained on stage. He focused intently on the match ahead, eager to witness the display of prowess from both combatants. Goku and Cell stood facing one another, each analyzing the other's state, neither opting to strike first. "Huh, it seems you've undergone quite a transformation. This form is entirely unrecorded in the data," Cell remarked, noting Goku's evolution, yet his demeanor remained unconcerned, a confident smile adorning his face. "Here I go." With an expressionless visage, Sun Wukong let out a low growl, and immediately, a golden aura erupted from his being, his energy fluctuating violently. A halo of resplendent golden light encircled him, intensifying to envelop his entire form. As the luminosity swelled, transformative changes began to manifest in Sun Wukong's physique. His muscles subtly bulged, rendering his stature even more formidable. His hair lengthened, turning a brilliant gold, each strand standing erect like flames in fervor. Sun Wukong's eyes widened, gleaming with a golden radiance. Within his emerald irises lay an unparalleled majesty and dominance that dared any onlooker to avert their gaze. He exuded an aura of overwhelming power, as if capable of annihilating all in his path. With a thunderous shout, Sun Wukong unleashed his full might, his voice resonating through the heavens. A storm of golden lightning crackled around him, flashing incessantly with a cacophony of sounds. To his astonishment, Kakarot's strength had also ascended to this pinnacle. Witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, Vegeta scoffed lightly, a testament to his own defiance. Oh, is this the magnitude of the advanced Super Saiyan's prowess? Dandy also sensed the formidable strength of Sun Wukong, which was comparable to that of his trained son, Sun Gohan. Indeed, he had become considerably stronger. Cell, with his arms crossed, exhibited a calm demeanor, devoid of any explosive energy, and simply remarked, "Go ahead and make your move." Sun Wukong, his gaze sharp and unwavering, focused intently on Cell, leaning slightly forward into a battle stance. Cell, maintaining his stoic expression, emanated an aura of chilling confidence, his presence radiating an overwhelming power that sent shivers down the spine. The two stood poised against each other, the surrounding air seemingly suspended in anticipation. Breaking the silence, Sun Wukong initiated the attack, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Cell in an instant, launching a powerful punch. Unfazed, Cell raised his arm effortlessly to deflect Wukong's assault. Observing this, Wukong swiftly adapted his strategy, spinning in midair and unleashing a flurry of kicks towards Cell. Yet, Cell remained composed, skillfully evading the strikes while occasionally countering, ensuring Wukong remained vigilant. The two exchanged blows with unwavering resolve, neither willing to yield, resulting in a stalemate. Sun Wukong was internally astonished. He had not anticipated Cell's strength to be so formidable. To his surprise, his own attacks bore no effect, even without Cell unleashing his full potential. Likewise, Cell was taken aback by Wukong's prowess. He had assumed Wukong had only marginally improved, yet found his strength had surged exponentially, surpassing that of Vegeta from merely days ago. As the battle intensified, their blows became increasingly ferocious, causing the very air around them to tremble. At last, Cell seized upon a moment of vulnerability and delivered a powerful punch, sending Sun Wukong crashing onto the arena floor. Wukong quickly regained his footing as Cell descended before him. "I believe the warm-up is nearly complete," Cell said with a knowing smile. The spectators, including Tien and Krillin, were taken aback by the revelation that this had merely been a prelude. "Now, the true fight is about to commence," Vegeta declared, arms crossed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he watched Wukong. Piccolo, sensing that Wukong had not yet unleashed his full power, cast a worried glance at him, then glanced at Gohan. "Gohan, who do you think is stronger, your father or Cell?" Gohan's expression turned serious as he considered the question. "Although my father's energy is formidable, I believe he is not a match for Cell." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Vegeta clenched his fists, defending his stance. "Hey, Gohan, open your eyes. Kakarot hasn't he even begun to unleash his true power?" Vegeta understood, albeit reluctantly, that despite an additional year of training, his strength was now comparable to that of Goku. If Goku were not a match for Cell, then it stood to reason that he too would fall short against the formidable foe. Thus, he was unwilling to accept the notion that Goku was currently incapable of confronting Cell. The words of Gohan pierced Vegeta's ears with an unsettling resonance. "Just wait. Kakarot is about to unleash his full power." As if in response to Vegeta's thoughts, Goku erupted with a surge of energy, causing the very ground beneath to tremble. A tempest swept through, stirring up a whirlwind of dust, compelling the onlookers to shield their eyes while straining to observe the unfolding battle. Dandy silently donned his sunglasses, covering the rim of the beverage cup to prevent sand from blowing inside. "Would you like something to drink?" he inquired of androids 16 and 18 nearby. Chapter 103. Wukong vs. Cell. "Thank you. I would like a cola." Android 18 replied with a smile. "And you, 16? Dandy continued to inquire. "I am a purely mechanical android. I require none of that. Thank you." Number 16 slightly bowed to Dandy, expressing gratitude. "What brings you here?" Dandy continued to inquire. Could it be that he wished to perish alongside Shero? What? Upon hearing Dandy calmly utter such words, Number 16 and number 18 were immediately taken aback, casting uncertain glances at him. How do you know? Humph. Dandy offered a faint smile before continuing. Although you profess to be indifferent, in reality, you stand by the side of humanity, do you not? Number 18 did not deny this. Instead, she gazed at Dandy with a puzzled expression, uncertain of his intentions. Number 18, you were originally human, and I can comprehend your emotional ties to humanity. However, number 16, as a purely mechanical android, why do you choose to align yourself with humanity as well? Dandy took a leisurely sip of cola and inquired. Although I am a product of industrialization, my affection for nature remains unwavering. If the ultimate artificial beings were to annihilate humanity, they would inevitably devastate the natural world as well. Upon being exposed by Dandy, no. 16 ceased to conceal the truth. Indeed, that is a reasonable justification. However, you must understand that even if you were to confront Sheru in a mutual demise, it is only you who would perish in the end. Sheru would remain unscathed, much like the dumplings faced during the battle against Naba. Dandy elucidated. Dandy, at that time, you were still on Namek. How could you possibly be aware of the matter concerning dumplings? Inquired number 18 without hesitation. Dandy was taken aback by the peculiar focus of these individuals. He was clearly urging them not to sacrifice themselves in vain. Yet they were preoccupied with the flaws in his words. I recall hearing Tianjin fans state that such matters were inconsequential. What truly mattered was to vanquish Cell. Dandy turned his gaze toward the arena. As he observed, Cell noticed Goku unleashing his full power, a smirk subtly gracing his lips. Humph. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Cell stirred a whirlwind of dust. The overwhelming aura emanating from him knocked Krillin, Tien, and others to the ground. What an astonishing force. Krillin stared at Cell in disbelief, sensing that this energy surpassed Goku's. Goku is in danger. The expressions of the group turned grave. With a slight smile, Goku fixated on Cell, who returned the gesture with a confident grin. Come on, make your move. Cell urged, to which Goku responded with a cheerful, all right. In that moment, Goku unleashed a powerful punch directly into Cell's abdomen, following up with a fierce elbow strike to Cell's head as his opponent doubled over. Witnessing Cell fall from his blows, Goku launched a flying kick that sent Cell soaring. Kamehameha. Just as Goku prepared to unleash his energy wave upon the airborne Cell, he suddenly hesitated. Why aren't you attacking? Cell, suspended in midair, questioned, puzzled. Because I feel this move won't be enough to defeat you, Goku replied softly. Is that so? You possess quite the self-awareness. Cell wiped the corner of his mouth and gradually descended to the ground. Old Son has an incredible sense of battle, Piccolo observed, initially displaying confusion before breaking into an understanding smile. What is happening? Krillin asked, perplexed. Cell's power increases when he is on the brink of death. Goku may have anticipated this, which is why he hesitated. I see. That's amazing, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. However, Piccolo's smile morphed into a bitter one. Cell possesses the strength to defeat Goku. Allowing Goku to attack likely means he aims to ascend to even greater heights. Goku is probably not a match for Cell. Huh? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, despair washed over Krillin and the others. Piccolo glanced at Gohan, only to find him wearing a serene expression, devoid of worry. Could Gohan have foreseen Goku's intentions? Piccolo pondered. Damn that Cell. Vegeta clearly recognized that Cell's power exceeded Goku's, which implied that Cell's strength surpassed his as well. As Cell landed on the ground with a mocking demeanor, he slowly spoke. Since you are unwilling to make your move, I shall take the initiative. As Sheru assumed a posture akin to that of Sun Wukong, he prepared to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Observing this, Sun Wukong's face contorted with terror. Stop. Such a magnitude of power directed this way would obliterate the earth. Yet, Sheru showed no inclination to relent. In response, Sun Wukong leaped high into the air. Sheru, I'm over here, he called out. With a decisive utterance, Sheru released the last syllable, and a massive energy wave surged towards Sun Wukong with a fierce velocity. So fast, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his signature technique would be executed by Sheru with even greater swiftness than his own. I can't evade it. Realizing there was no escape, Sun Wukong clenched his teeth and suddenly vanished from his location. At that very moment, he reappeared beside Sheru, delivering a powerful kick. Sheru, reacting with instinctual precision, deftly evaded, creating distance between himself and Sun Wukong. That Kamehameha should have hit you, Sun Wukong remarked. Recognizing that Sheru had previously employed a similar tactic. Is this your new technique? observing Sharu's evasive maneuvers. Sun Wukong discerned the limits of Sharu's speed and adopted a serious demeanor. This is instant transmission, a technique that took me an entire year to master. Sharu raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Instant transmission? Indeed, it is a troublesome skill. With a grave expression, Sun Wukong pressed further. Sharu, had I not leaped into the sky, were you truly prepared to annihilate the earth? That would depend on you. I am aware that you would undoubtedly make yourself a target in order to safeguard the earth. Ah, I see. You are quite astute, Sun Wukong replied, a smile crossing his face as he admired Sharu's battle intellect. However, I must clarify that I do not wish to destroy the earth so soon. Otherwise, I would have done so long ago, as it would require little effort. I understand, but from your words, it seems inevitable that the earth will meet its demise eventually. Correct? Sun Wukong's expression turned serious once more. That is a matter for the future. I have yet to formulate a plan, Sharu scoffed, as if discussing something trivial. Thus, we must defeat you. Sun Wukong concluded coldly. That is precisely what I have been anticipating. Sharu replied with a smug grin, adding, Now, I shall get serious. Chapter 104. The Altered Rules. Upon hearing Cell's words, Sun Wukong immediately became serious, assuming a stance ready for combat. In an instant, Cell moved, and before Wukong could react, he was struck fiercely in the face by Cell's fist. Instinctively, Wukong launched a counterattack, but before he could land a hit, Cell delivered another powerful blow to the back of his head. Following this, Cell kicked him into the air with remarkable force. As Wukong adjusted his position midair, his gaze darted to the arena, only to find that Cell's figure had vanished. Hey, I'm right here. Cell's voice echoed from behind him. Not too shabby, my speed. Is it? Though it pales in comparison to your instant transmission. Before Wukong could respond, Cell brought down another devastating punch, sending him crashing to the ground. Oh, I almost forgot. Falling outside the ring counts as a loss, doesn't it? Cell observed Wukong, who lay on the ground, with a contemplative expression. Let us discard that rule. With that, Cell raised his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the arena. What? Wukong exclaimed in sheer panic, urgently calling out to those nearby. Everyone, get away from the arena. Just as he finished speaking, Cell's attack struck the arena. With a tremendous explosion, the entire platform disintegrated, transforming into a vast, bottomless pit. Vegeta had managed to retreat alone to a safe distance, while Piccolo shielded the nearest Tianjinhan. Gohan rescued Yamcha, and ultimately, Krillin found himself cradled in the arms of Android 18. Thank you. Tianjinhan expressed his gratitude to Piccolo as he landed. Yamcha, filled with terror, also thanked Gohan. Krillin gazed incredulously at Android 18, his voice trembling with anxiety. Thank you, 18. He struggled to articulate these words, then scanned the area, bewildered as to why no one had come to his aid. His eyes fell upon Dandy, who sat not far away. Dandy, how did you get over here? Krillin was taken aback. Dandy's posture and the surrounding arrangements remained unchanged, except for the chair he had been reclining in, which had now moved alongside two others. Moreover, the half-full cup of cola beside him remained undisturbed. How could he have suddenly appeared 100 meters away from the arena when he had been seated next to it moments ago? What's the matter? Didn't you know I could instant transmission? Dandy appeared entirely nonchalant. Initially, he had intended to intervene and rescue Klin, but upon witnessing the actions of number 18, he discreetly stepped back. After all, even teleportation requires an atmosphere, does it not? Moreover, what is the significance of these chairs? Klin continued to press for answers. Do not concern yourself with such trifles. Let us focus on the duel. Dandy lifted his cup and took a sip of cola, casting another glance towards the direction of Sun Wukong and Cell. Cell shattered the arena and promptly landed beside Sun Wukong. With that, the arena ceased to exist, transforming the entire planet into our battlefield. The outcome could only be determined by surrender or death. Cell chuckled lightly, proclaiming this newly amended rule to Sun Wukong. Is that so? So I haven't lost yet? Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. Indeed, you do possess a certain charm. Truth be told, engaging with you allows me to experience a semblance of exhilaration. Cell's face gleamed with a smile, tinged with anticipation. That is also because you have yet to unleash your full power, Sun Wukong acknowledged with a grin. You noticed? Shall we continue for a while longer? Absolutely. Sun Wukong grinned, his confidence radiating. Once again, an immense aura emanated from him as he prepared to embrace the continuation of this battle. Observing the numerous openings in Cell's defense, Sun Wukong vanished in a flash, dashing towards Cell like a shooting star. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Cell. With a mighty swing of his fist, Sun Wukong, fueled by formidable energy, launched an assault towards Frieza. Bang! In the face of Sun Wukong's incoming punch, Cell smiled, effortlessly intercepting the attack with his hand. Such strength will not suffice. A hint of disdain curved Cell's lips into a smirk. Subsequently, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong swiftly attempted to sidestep, but found it was too late. Cell's speed was blinding, akin to a beam of light. Whoosh! In response to Cell's attack, Sun Wukong's figure vanished from the spot. Again? Cell chuckled at the sight, his form also disappearing in an instant. Sun Wukong materialized beside Vegeta, having utilized instant transmission in a moment of urgency. In the next heartbeat, Cell appeared behind Sun Wukong, gathering a sphere of energy in his hand, poised to strike. Here it comes. Sun Wukong seemed to anticipate Cell's intentions, without turning. He delivered a powerful kick aimed backward. However, his attack only struck an illusion, as Cell's figure vanished once more. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback by the astonishing speed of Cell. Hey, Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta exclaimed as he witnessed Sun Wukong suddenly appear beside him. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Cell's silhouette materialized above them, a sphere of energy coalescing in his grasp. Hiki. A triumphant smile spread across Cell's face. In an instant, Vegeta's heart raced, its rhythm escalating to an extreme as he fled from his original position. The next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted where he had just stood. What is going on? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Goku had drawn the battle so perilously close to him. Remarkably swift in his escape. Cell observed the two fleeing figures, his expression still adorned with a relaxed grin. Next time, I shall show no mercy. Vegeta, still shaken, faced Cell directly, experiencing a stark contrast to the spectators around him. Goku, on the other hand, bore a grave expression, sensing that Cell had significantly amplified his power, while he himself was beginning to lag behind. Humph. Keep it coming. As Cell spoke, he swiftly darted towards Goku, unleashing another barrage of energy blasts. Fearing for the Earth's safety, Goku ascended into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Goku evaded in midair, the relentless energy blasts narrowly missing him as they soared into the atmosphere. In that case, I shall retaliate. Goku suddenly aimed downward, adopting the stance for the Kamehameha. Cell, upon noticing, erupted into laughter. Hey, Goku, from that position. If you unleash the Kamehameha, you will obliterate the Earth. Cell was convinced Goku would not act on such a notion, yet he realized Goku showed no sign of restraint. Chapter 105. Cell's renewed strength. No way could it be that. Seeing Goku's unwavering intent, Cell began to suspect that Goku truly intended to unleash the Kamehameha upon him, potentially annihilating the Earth in the process. Could it be? Is he planning to destroy the planet and then use the Dragon Balls? A troubling thought crossed Cell's mind. Damn it, is he really considering killing everyone? A look of uncertainty clouded Cell's face. The onlookers on the ground also sensed something amiss. Is Goku genuinely prepared to destroy the Earth? At that moment, Piccolo's expression turned grim, cold sweat beading on his forehead before being swiftly absorbed by his headband. What on earth is Kakarot planning? Such a powerful attack aimed at the Earth. Vegeta could not believe that Kakarot was truly willing to obliterate the planet. Not to mention that Cell had absorbed Frieza's genes, he might very well survive in the universe. Even if such an action could indeed defeat Cell, Vegeta doubted Goku would resort to it. Could it be that Kakarot is willing to forsake the pride of the Scions? As Goku's energy coalesced to its zenith, his hand moved in an instant. He is serious. Cell's eyes widened in shock. Vegeta, too, discerned Goku's intent. He's indeed going to unleash it. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sun Wukong suddenly vanished from midair, only to reappear behind Cell in an instant. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Oh no! Cell exclaimed as he realized too late that he could not evade the impending attack. At that moment, Sun Wukong erupted with a golden aura, his hands clasped together, gathering a formidable energy within his palms. His gaze was filled with unwavering determination, representing his most powerful strike. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted, his voice resonating with strength as he propelled the concentrated Kamehameha towards Cell. The energy sphere swiftly transformed into a blue beam, racing towards its target. Cell, sensing the overwhelming power of the Kamehameha, attempted to dodge, but it was already too late. The technique struck him with a resounding impact. The immense energy collided with Cell's body, leaving no room for escape. In an instant, his lower half was obliterated, disintegrating into fragments under the sheer force. As Cell's upper body spun through the air, a pained expression etched across his face. His body was gravely injured, blood gushing from his waist. His eyes reflected a mix of defiance and rage. He refused to accept defeat at the hands of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong surveyed Cell's battered form, devoid of any compassion. Breathing heavily, he was exhausted yet resolute. Incredible! Wukong has triumphed, Krillin exclaimed, erupting in cheers. Tien also displayed a look of astonishment. It was instant transmission. Cell was caught off guard. Vegeta furrowed his brow, recalling having witnessed this technique during Sun Wukong's battle with the replicant. That fool Kakarot has indeed mastered a formidable move this year. If we factor in this technique, Kakarot surpasses me. How infuriating. Vegeta's face was a mask of resentment. He had arrived with confidence, only to realize that he still fell short of Sun Wukong's prowess. After all, had he faced Cell at this moment? Although he would not have been outmatched in spirit, he certainly could not have inflicted such damage. Yay, Cell has been defeated. This is wonderful. Yamcha cheered joyfully, only to notice Piccolo nearby, his expression grave. Huh? What's wrong? Yamcha could not comprehend why Piccolo had not felt elated. The oppressive aura of Cell lingered, casting a shadow of gravity upon Piccolo's countenance, as he began to amass his energy with his fingers poised. Vegeta, too, sensed the gravity of the situation. Cell's presence had not diminished significantly. It was imperative to obliterate what remained of him. Despite this realization, Vegeta made no move, his gaze fixated intently on Goku. Hey, Kakarot. Hurry up and take action, Vegeta bellowed. Goku nodded, recalling the time when Cell had been reduced to a mere fraction of his form by the combined might of Vegeta and Piccolo, only to restore himself completely. Moreover, upon his resurrection, Cell's strength had surged. With determination, Goku began to gather the dwindling energy he possessed, aiming once more at Cell. In agony, Cell's visage twisted grotesquely. He clenched his teeth as his body writhed. Huh! With a pained roar, Cell's lower half materialized instantaneously. Shaking off the viscous residue from his legs, he maneuvered his limbs, activating his joints, a smile returning to his face. Humph, Goku. Thanks to you, I have grown stronger. A look of delight and mockery danced across Cell's features. I truly believed I was finished. If your attack had ascended just a bit higher. His expression brimmed with relief. You are indeed a formidable opponent. Goku's expression darkened. He had inadvertently aided Cell in enhancing his power yet again. Does your regeneration not deplete your energy? Goku pondered, bewildered by how to conquer a foe capable of such rebirth. Indeed, it consumes some energy, but my body has once again been fortified. However, this presents an opportunity. You may take advantage of my not being at full strength to confront me. Confidence radiated from Cell as he dismissed Goku and the others entirely. So, that's how it is. Goku acknowledged, understanding the situation. I must caution you, do not employ the same technique again. Cell added, that would render this battle mundane. And I shall eliminate you the moment you appear. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, Cell conjured a circular shield around himself. This protective barrier seemed capable of annihilating everything in its vicinity, even the very ground beneath him, creating a hollow hemisphere. The edges of the void were impeccably smooth, akin to a mirror, showcasing the precision and refinement of Cell's energy manipulation. I understand. Goku realized that his technique could only succeed through surprise should Cell anticipate it. He would merely walk into his own demise. Then, let us continue. I am about to amplify my strength once more, Cell declared with a smile, striking a battle-ready pose. Chapter 106. Goku's surrender. Cell unleashed his aura once again, an overwhelming force radiating indiscriminately in all directions. Such formidable energy. Both Piccolo and Vegeta were taken aback, while Krillin and the others were already being pushed back by the sheer intensity of it. This time, I shall show no mercy. I will exert my full strength, Cell proclaimed, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Goku perceived nothing but felt an immense power suddenly assail him, followed by a heavy blow to his face. With a grunt, Goku was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing violently against the mountainside. In the next moment, he erupted with his own powerful aura, rising from the debris like a dazzling golden light, charging towards Cell. As Goku barreled towards him, Cell wore a mocking grin, effortlessly leaping aside to evade the attack. Simultaneously, he delivered a swift kick aimed at Goku, who was forced to perform a backflip to narrowly escape. Noticing Goku's unsteady stance, Cell approached with a sense of triumph, launching a series of kicks at him. Goku, refusing to be complacent, gritted his teeth and focused, dodging while retaliating with swift kicks of his own. Though his counterattack was rapid, Cell evaded each strike with ease, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips as he soared above Goku, looking down from a superior position. Isn't it time to conclude your warm-up? Goku felt a surge of helplessness as he watched Cell evade his attacks with such ease. I've exerted all my strength. Realizing he was outmatched, Goku understood that the current situation was dire. Cell's evolution had unveiled a formidable power that left him struggling to cope. But how infuriating. Goku clenched his teeth in anger, yet he felt utterly powerless against Cell's might. However, this did not imply that Goku lacked strategies moving forward. He surveyed his watching companions and silently resolved to persevere. It seems that my strength has overwhelmed you, hasn't it? To be frank, although I claim to be using my full power, I still have significant reserves. Cell's smirk widened, revealing a hint of disdain. He appeared quite pleased with Goku's performance. Yet his tone carried a playful mockery. Just the fact that you dare to stand here and confront me is quite impressive, compared to the timid onlookers nearby. You certainly stand out. As Piccolo and Vegeta surveyed the battlefield, a sense of dread washed over them. They realized that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. And Goku's circumstances were clearly dire. The pre-transformation Cell had already posed a formidable challenge, let alone the now-enhanced version. This was troubling. Goku's strength was vastly outmatched by the current Cell. Moreover, that recent attack had drained too much of his energy. Furrowing his brow, Piccolo solemnly concluded that he was acutely aware of Cell's formidable power and understood the immense pressure Goku was currently under. That guy Cell. Vegeta's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Clenching his fists, he snarled through gritted teeth. Damn it. How could he become this strong? I should never have allowed him to grow in power. It's already over. Piccolo was taken aback by Vegeta's disheveled state and shouted, Hey, Vegeta. Goku is severely drained right now. You need to help him. Help him? I believe Kakarot would rather choose death than agree to us teaming up against him. That is the pride of a scion, Vegeta replied, drenched in cold sweat, his teeth clenched in defiance. However, with the situation worsening, Piccolo's concern grew as he watched the scene unfold. Goku was being pushed back, perilously close to becoming a mere punching bag for Cell. If this continued, he would lose, or worse, perish. I can empathize with Kakarot's feelings while facing Cell, though it pains me to admit, I have never been able to keep pace with that guy, but Cell is even stronger. Vegeta said, his expression reflecting his frustration as he observed Goku taking a beating. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Hey, Gohan, are you just going to watch too? Piccolo shouted, tightening his fists. Father seems to have his own plan. I think we should wait and see. Gohan hesitated, responding. His own plan? Plans can't keep up with changes. I doubt Goku anticipated that Cell would grow stronger again. I don't know, but I feel like Dad isn't using his full strength. Gohan continued, not using full strength? Piccolo immediately turned to fixate on Goku's figure once more. From what I see, that guy has already given it his all. Cell, too, had recognized Goku's predicament and spoke up. Goku, why not consume a Senzu bean and return to fight me? I've expended quite a bit of energy myself. And if you can restore your peak condition, I'd be eager to see your performance. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Goku's face. That's the spirit, Goku. You're looking forward to it too, aren't you? Shara also chuckled, preparing to wait for Sun Wukong to consume the heavenly beings. Little did he know. Sun Wukong instantaneously concealed his aura, transforming into his usual Super Saiyan form. Sharu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the enigmatic intentions of Sun Wukong. Sharu, I concede. Sun Wukong exhaled with a sense of relief, his tone remarkably calm. What? Sharu immediately displayed a look of disbelief. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others were equally astonished, completely unaware of Sun Wukong's motives. Sun Wukong, this is uncharacteristic of you. Do you comprehend the consequences of conceding? Sharu spoke with utmost seriousness. I do. It simply means your opponent will change. Sun Wukong replied matter-of-factly. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong, you are utterly amusing. If you are surrendering, who could possibly be my adversary? Sharu remarked, casting his gaze below, surveying the faces of the gathered crowd. Vegeta, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and that dandy? A smirk appeared on Sharu's face. Sharu, brace yourself. It will be a spectacular confrontation. Sun Wukong mysteriously smiled, then added, May I specify your next opponent? Chapter 107. A change of opponent. Sun Wukong. Do you genuinely believe that individual could be my rival? Sharu inquired with a confident grin, locking eyes with Sun Wukong, clearly intrigued. I am uncertain. Through our battle, I have gained an approximate understanding of your capabilities, yet I cannot ascertain whether he will be your match. However, I am confident he surpasses me. Sun Wukong replied earnestly, a smile gracing his features. What? Shara paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. According to your assertion, this fellow's strength exceeds yours? Let me guess. You must be referring to that dandy sitting over there? Shara glanced at Dandy, who seemed utterly indifferent, indulging in his soda. That guy was formidable before. But since arriving on Earth, he has been preoccupied with pleasure and has not trained at all. Shara shrugged, gesturing at Dandy lounging in his chair, continuing at this point. If his strength hasn't regressed, it would be a blessing. Surely, you do not place all your hopes upon him? Sun Wukong shook his head, elucidating. The matters of Earth ought to be resolved by its inhabitants. Sharu's gaze swept across the faces below once more, and he then broke into a knowing smile, saying, Hey, Sun Wukong, you cannot possibly believe I would remain stationary to endure that bald-headed fool's energy attack, right? Even if I were struck by such a technique. It would not be fatal. What does not kill me ultimately strengthens me. Sun Wukong paid no heed to the humor and mockery in Cell's words, instead directing his gaze towards the onlookers, finally resting his eyes on Gohan. Gohan, it is time for you to take the stage. Sun Wukong's tone was resolute. Upon hearing his words, not only was Cell taken aback, but even Vegeta and Krillin were astonished. What? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is Kakarot thinking? Does he truly believe his son surpasses me? Vegeta's face was a mask of shock, laced with a hint of anger. How dare you, Kakarot, underestimate me so? Krillin and Tien stared wide-eyed at Gohan, aware that Sun Wukong was not one to joke frivolously, especially in such critical times. Piccolo, meanwhile, fixed his incredulous gaze on Sun Wukong. Hey, old son, even if you entertain such thoughts, Cell has already grown stronger once more. Shouldn't we join forces? It's all right. Gohan can handle it, Sun Wukong said, moving closer to Gohan and gazing earnestly into his eyes. Gohan, go on, face Cell in battle. Piccolo immediately interjected, gritting his teeth. Wukong, stop this nonsense. Gohan's strength is indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing yours and mine, but the opponent is Cell. Sun Wukong remained steadfast. So what? Gohan's potential is beyond my comprehension. When he faced my brother, his power exceeded ours. Were you not astonished then? Why doubt Gohan now? Sun Wukong turned to Gohan once more and asked, Gohan, how do you think we performed in our previous encounter with Cell? Gohan blinked, a look of confusion crossing his face. I felt you both were holding back intentionally. It appeared almost like a slow-motion display. What? That little brat. Vegeta felt incredulous. Even he had to concentrate to grasp parts of the clash between Sun Wukong and Cell. Yet Gohan claimed it resembled slow motion. Not only has Kakarot outclassed me, but now his son too. This is utterly intolerable. Vegeta clenched his fist in anger. Huh? Gohan. So you just said you felt that old son wasn't giving his all? Piccolo, hearing this, was astonished, a cold sweat forming as he sought confirmation from Gohan. Yes. That's right. Gohan appeared to have an epiphany, realizing that Sun Wukong had not been holding back after all. Gohan, whether Cell was holding back, I cannot say. But I have given it my all. Even so, to you, it seemed like slow motion, didn't it? Sun Wukong wore an expression that clearly reflected his expectations. I thought you were testing your opponent, Son Gohan explained. Observing this, Sun Wukong gently patted Gohan's head, encouraging him, Go for it, Gohan. The peace of the world depends on you. Gohan nodded in response. Yes, father. Mr. Dandy once taught me that without sufficient strength, one cannot maintain the tranquility of life. Even if I dislike fighting, I must possess enough power to protect the world I cherish. As Gohan spoke, he glanced down at Dandy. And a surge of strength filled his heart as he slowly ascended towards Cell. Cell, too, heard Gohan's words and became intrigued, perceiving Gohan's movements as if they were in slow motion. Humph, little brat. I hope you are not merely boasting. Sun Wukong then turned to Krillin. Krillin, do you have any senza beans? Please, hand me one. Krillin looked at Sun Wukong as though he were foolish. Hey, Wukong, are you out of your mind? With Mr. Dandy here, we don't need senza beans anymore. Besides, half a year ago, the beans meant for planting were devoured by Yachirobe, and now they are extinct. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? Is that so? I hadn't returned to Earth half a year ago. Oh, right, I forgot. My apologies, Wukong. Krillin awkwardly scratched his bald head. Sun Wukong looked once more at Cell, realizing that Cell was not in his prime state. Mr. Dandy, Sun Wukong called out. Could you please assist Cell in regaining some strength? Dandy promptly declined. Goku, do not be naive. Even if Gohan can defeat the current Cell, he would stand no chance against a fully powered Cell. Do you wish to endanger your son? Goku seemed to anticipate Dandy's unwillingness to allow Cell to regain his strength and called out to Cell, Cell, there's no other way. To ensure fairness, how about Gohan takes a couple of hits without retaliating? Cell, however, smiled faintly and replied, no need. Without my full strength, I can fight with even greater freedom. Come on, little brat. I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 108. Dandy's doubts. Gohan slowly descended, standing before Cell, a trickle of cold sweat on his brow. Yet his gaze remained resolute and sharp. In this pivotal moment, he resolved to unleash all of his power. With a surge of immense energy erupting from within him, Gohan's physique began to transform. His muscles gradually swelled, radiating a brilliant glow, as a formidable aura poured forth unabashedly. The very earth trembled beneath this display, stones flying as if caught in a tempest. The onlookers exhibited a myriad of reactions. In Goku's eyes flickered a glimmer of pride and satisfaction. He sensed the strength emanating from Gohan and realized that his son had surpassed him. Vegeta, on the other hand, wore a face of astonishment and resentment. He had always considered himself the strongest scion, yet Gohan's newfound power compelled him to reevaluate his own standing. It appeared that his position as second strongest was now in jeopardy. Krillin, Tien, and the others were filled with exhilaration and anticipation, astonished that Gohan's prowess had indeed eclipsed that of Goku. At that moment, they were imbued with confidence in Gohan, believing he would surely be able to confront Cell. Dandy cast a fleeting glance at Son Gohan before addressing Android 18. Android 18, does the current Cell possess its own consciousness? Has the plan regarding that artificial being met with failure, or have you devised a means to eliminate it? Upon hearing Dandy's inquiry, 18's brow furrowed in concern. I am uncertain of the current circumstances as well. Dandy nodded, convinced that number 18 had no reason to deceive him. What about you, number 16? As a purely mechanical entity, are you not connected to the network? Number 16's expression was intricate, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I am indeed connected in real time. However, I did not detect that individual's presence. This was peculiar. He should not have simply vanished into thin air. Perhaps he is lurking somewhere, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As Dandy contemplated this, he reclined once more into his chair, continuing to admire the fierce battle before him. Cell, sensing Gohan's formidable energy, displayed an expression of astonishment. This newfound strength bestowed upon him an unparalleled experience. He had never anticipated that Gohan harbored such immense power. Indeed, Goku had not been exaggerating. Yet, could he truly believe that this power alone would suffice to contend with me? It seemed rather naive. At last, Gohan completed his transformation, and at that moment, his aura surged with overwhelming might, crackling with lightning, enveloping the entire battlefield in his imposing presence. He gazed at Cell and coldly declared, Cell, today marks your demise. I shall defeat you. Following his transformation, Gohan's eyes took on a chilling demeanor. You little brat, how audacious you are. Goku, open your eyes wide and behold. I shall personally send your son to the depths of hell. Your expression at that moment will surely be exquisite. Cell and Gohan stood facing each other, the tension in the air reaching a fever pitch. Their gazes locked, seemingly igniting sparks between them. Cell was the first to launch an assault in an instant. He vanished from sight, reappearing before Gohan, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at his face. Gohan's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly reacted, sidestepping the blow while simultaneously lifting his leg to strike at Cell's abdomen. Caught off guard by Gohan's rapid response, Cell hastily blocked the incoming kick with his arm, then seized Gohan's leg, flinging him away. Gohan performed several acrobatic flips mid-air before landing gracefully on the ground. Cell's expression began to grow serious. This little brat was indeed quite formidable. Cell observed that Gohan's smaller frame was remarkably agile, making him far more challenging to hit than Goku. With a swift kick aimed at Gohan once more, Cell anticipated his evasion, yet, predictably, Gohan evaded it with ease. Humph, is dodging all you know, you little brat? Cell taunted, ramping up his speed to the utmost limit, propelling himself towards Gohan, gripping his arm tightly. Got you, Cell proclaimed with a triumphant grin as his other hand swung towards Gohan's face. With a resounding impact, Gohan was struck, blood spilling from his visage. Cell observed with a cold chuckle, though your strength is impressive, your combat experience pales in comparison to Goku's. How utterly dull. As he spoke, Cell gently released his hold on Gohan, channeling energy into his other hand to form a Kamehameha wave. With a slight exertion, Gohan was sent flying by the energy wave, crashing through several massive boulders before finally coming to a halt. Krillin, witnessing this, was rendered speechless, astonished that Gohan could be so easily overpowered. In contrast, Cell mockingly glanced at Goku, remarking that he seemed to have miscalculated his strength, dispatching the boy in just a few blows. Piccolo, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth, lamenting that Goku had severely underestimated their foe and failed to comprehend Gohan's true potential. "It's all right," Goku replied, maintaining a serene smile as he called out to Cell, "Don't celebrate too soon, Cell. Take a look behind you." At Goku's words, Cell turned to see Gohan emerging from the pile of rubble, seemingly unscathed, despite a few bloodstains on his face from the earlier blow. His countenance, marked by an eerie indifference, exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. "You're quite resilient for a little brat," Cell taunted, yet he was met with Gohan's cold expression, devoid of any fear. "Cell, I advise you to cease this pointless struggle," Gohan declared. "Such a battle holds no significance for me. I possess sufficient power to protect the peace I desire. Mr. Dandy once said that the greatest victory is one that is achieved without conflict." "Huh?" Cell turned to Dandy, perplexed. "What are you saying? You wish to emulate that fellow? How amusing." Cell erupted into raucous laughter as if he had heard the most entertaining joke. Gohan, however, remained unfazed, continuing with his stoic demeanor. "I truly do not wish to fight you. Although your actions have been reprehensible, I harbor no desire to take a life. I, like Mr. Dandy, detest violence." With a mocking expression, Cell confirmed to Dandy, "I am well aware that you abhor combat. It is indeed noted in the records. But what do you mean by not wanting to kill? Do you believe you could slay me at any moment?" Cell's expression morphed into one of derision, as he laughed heartily. "Don't make me laugh. Even given another century, you would never reach my level of power." Chapter 109, The Objective. Enraged Cell. "I have come to understand why my father said that only I can defeat you," Gohan stated, his face remaining impassive. "Oh, pray, enlighten me." Shara displayed an expression of keen interest. "Ever since my childhood, an innate power has resided within me, which can be unleashed whenever I am consumed by anger or excitement. My father must be aware that this power still lingers within me." Upon hearing this, Shara appeared contemplative and remarked, "Indeed. Whether during your training with Piccolo or in your confrontation with Raditz, you have exhibited extraordinary strength." Surprised by Shara's musings, Gohan inquired, "How do you know?" Shara smiled faintly and replied, "Every action of yours is under the vigilant observation of Dr. Gero." He then continued, "On Namek, the Grand Elder had already awakened your potential. Who would have thought that even more power resides within you?" Shara's face lit up with astonishment. "How delightful. Let me provoke you, and then defeat you. The thought alone is quite amusing." With a sinister grin, Shara lunged at Gohan. Bang! Crack! Shara unleashed his speed with abandon, leaving Gohan little room to evade. He attacked with a flurry of blows. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. "Feel the pain. Let your anger rise. Show me the true extent of your potential." Despite enduring numerous strikes from Shara, Gohan gradually acclimated to his speed. Seizing an opportunity, he not only dodged Shara's onslaught but also delivered a powerful kick to Shara's face. Shara was sent crashing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Yes, Shara has been knocked down," Krillin exclaimed with excitement. However, Vegeta observed the scene with a cold gaze, his brow furrowed. Shara, possessing the traits of a scion, was exceedingly arrogant. Now, he had begun to foolishly assist Gohan in becoming stronger. Would he ultimately fall victim to his own hubris? Reflecting on Shara's actions, Vegeta began to reconsider his own demeanor. As Gohan kicked Shara away, his expression remained impassive, coldly regarding Shara. Shara extended his tongue, licking the blood from his lips, and then revealed a more sinister smile. "It seems I've grown a bit stronger, but it is still insufficient. Is it due to a lack of anger? I shall exert every effort to enrage you." Suspended lightly in the air, Shara's green skin shimmered with an otherworldly glow under the sunlight. His eyes fixated on Gohan, pondering how to incite his fury. His lips curling into a scornful smile. "Gohan, do you truly believe you can defeat me? You are merely a feeble child. Your power is insignificant compared to mine." Shara's voice dripped with derision and disdain. "Consider this. Your father, a purebred scion, is not my match. What can a hybrid scion like you possibly achieve?" Shara erupted into laughter, his mirth resonating through the air. "You lack even the most rudimentary warrior spirit of a scion, relying solely on others and embodying a cowardice that seeks protection. Your timidity, weakness, and inferiority have brought shame upon the scion race." Gohan's expression remained unchanged. His voice icy as he retorted, "If I am but a hybrid, then what does that make you? A super hybrid?" Shara was momentarily rendered speechless, realizing that provoking Gohan with words would prove futile. Thus, he resolved to inflict pain upon him physically. With that, Shara assumed a stance. Solar flare. In an instant, his body radiated brilliance, and he vanished from sight, employing his afterimage technique. Before Gohan could open his eyes, he sensed the presence of another behind him. In the next heartbeat, Shara clutched Gohan tightly. His arms, akin to iron clamps, ensnared Gohan, rendering him incapable of escape. Shara then tightened his grip, twisting and wrenching Gohan's body. Gohan felt an overwhelming force constraining him, making even the act of breathing a struggle, his face flushing red from the agony. Huh. How does it feel? Does it hurt? Shara cackled triumphantly, increasing the pressure of his hold. Anger. If you could only unleash your wrath, you might break free if you possess any latent power. Yet, Gohan remained unable to tap into his potential. Hey, did you see that? Gohan is wailing. Piccolo, witnessing Gohan's torment at Shara's hands, was reminded of his own suffering at the hands of Frieza and Android 17, empathy swelling within him, igniting his fury. I cannot stand by any longer. I must save Gohan. However, Goku restrained Piccolo, saying, Wait, Piccolo. If you go now, you'll only be walking to your doom. Just a little longer. It's almost time. Piccolo, his face etched with rage, protested, What is this? A public exhibition of child abuse? Are you planning to let Gohan perish? We're waiting for Gohan to unleash his anger. Once he does, he will reveal his true strength. Goku's expression bore a hint of regret, but was also filled with resolute determination as he gazed toward Gohan, his faith unwavering. Gohan's potential is our only hope. Android 18 and 16, observing the scene involving Sharu, exchanged puzzled glances. What is happening? Why is Gohan fighting? He appears utterly outmatched by Sharu. 18, bewildered by the unfolding events, turned to Dandy, who seemed to be aligned with Goku and the others, seeking clarification. They aim to awaken the latent power within Gohan. Dandy explained, subsequently yawning out of boredom. Alas, the scene before me is reminiscent of what I had previously encountered, and it is truly taxing to behold. A scene that bears a striking resemblance to my memories? Number 18 displayed a look of confusion, uncertain of Dandy's meaning. It's nothing. By the way, may I pose a rather personal question? Do you find bald individuals appealing? Number 18 cast a disdainful glance at Dandy's completely hairless head, quietly taking a step back, and remarked, Are you attempting to flirt with me? Dandy was at a loss for words, and he inwardly mused, It seems he does not favor bald heads. No wonder Krillin ceased to sport one later on. Dandy then inquired, So, you prefer shorter men? Number 18 scrutinized Dandy once more, increasingly convinced he was teasing her. Humph. Although I have been modified and can hardly be considered a normal human, I would never entertain the idea of being with an extraterrestrial. Upon hearing number 18's words, Dandy could not help but recall Bulma's entanglement with an alien and glanced at the perspiring Vegeta. It appears that the preference for shorter men has surged in popularity. Chapter 110. The gallant Krillin Gohan's bones seemed on the verge of breaking under Cell's relentless grip, yet he still failed to unleash his formidable power. Observing this, Cell intensified his assault, seemingly unwilling to relent until Gohan's strength was provoked. Old son, you have never experienced such a scenario. You simply cannot comprehend. Upon hearing the rationale behind Goku's actions, Piccolo gazed at the tormented Gohan and shouted at Goku, Do you know what Gohan is thinking right now? I have endured torment from Frieza and 17, and even I, in such circumstances, would only harbor one thought. Someone, please come and rescue me. You do not understand Gohan. He is unlike you. He detests fighting, and this arena scene is something he utterly loathes. In this loathsome predicament, as he is tormented by a powerful foe, all he can think is, why hasn't he Dad come to save me? Why hasn't he Uncle Piccolo come to save me? I just want this to end. Goku's face momentarily exhibited surprise, as if he had never contemplated this question before. Piccolo continued to scold him in fury. Old son, think carefully. Gohan is merely a child. Even though his power has reached such heights, his mentality remains that of a child. He lacks your extensive combat experience and your indomitable fighting spirit. As a father, how can you not strive to rescue your own child and instead choose to spectate? It is truly outrageous. As Piccolo spoke, he removed his cloak and began to untie his headband, preparing to rush to Gohan's aid without hesitation. Just then, he noticed several disc-shaped energy blasts hurtling towards Cell. Turning around, he saw Krillin having just completed his maneuver. Krillin! Goku exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Having witnessed Gohan's anguished cries under Cell's torment, Krillin could no longer contain himself and swiftly extended his hands, unleashing a barrage of disc-shaped energy blasts towards Cell. Humph. You dare to lay a hand on me, you little bald head? Sharu was acutely aware of the formidable power of the energy blade and dared not confront it head-on. He released Sun Wukong, turning his attention towards Krillin. The icy glare Sharu cast upon Krillin sent a chill down his spine. Realizing the intensity of Sharu's gaze, Krillin instinctively cried out in alarm and hurried towards Dandy. He understood that Dandy was akin to the sacred beings. The closer he was to Dandy, the greater his chances of survival. Even if Sharu were to leave him severely injured, as long as he still drew breath, Dandy would have a way to save him. Thinking of escaping? Sharu sneered, casually launching an energy blast aimed at Krillin's back. Stop! Sun Wukong exclaimed from the ground, panic evident in his voice. No, don't. At that moment, Android 18 suddenly moved, positioning herself directly in front of Krillin, intercepting Sharu's assault. Quite brave, aren't you, little one? Android 18 remarked, her admiration directed towards Krillin. Krillin was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that it would be Android 18 standing before him, shielding him from Sharu's strike. I didn't think much of it, he stammered, his face flushing as he averted his gaze from her penetrating eyes. Observing his reaction, Android 18's eyes widened in surprise as she murmured, what is with this expression? However, Sharu disregarded Krillin, a smirk playing upon his lips as he heard Sun Wukong's alarm. I see now. Merely tormenting you won't provoke your rage. But how about this? Instead of letting you suffer alone, let everyone here share in your torment. What do you intend to do? Sun Wukong struggled to prop himself up, shouting in panic. No. Sharu, however, only laughed more heartily. There's no need for concern. Dealing with those fools doesn't require my direct intervention. What do you mean? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, desperately attempting to rise and confront Sharu, hoping to thwart his plans. It seems you are quite anxious. Indeed, I believe I have discovered a way to incite your fury. You seem to detest that term. What was it? Despicable? Yes, despicable indeed. Allow me to demonstrate just how despicable I can be. Sharu cackled maniacally, delivering a powerful kick that sent Sun Wukong flying. Turning his attention towards Goku and the others, who appeared to be no match for him. Beside Dandy, the silent figure known as Number 16 suddenly spoke up. Oh, are you perhaps preparing to take the stage? Dandy inquired with great interest. Although I am no match for his prowess, being an inferior opponent does not warrant my taking a seat. Dandy suddenly spoke sternly, asserting that there was still utility in keeping you around, and advised against contemplating self-detonation at this moment. Number 16 was taken aback, realizing that his intentions had been discerned by Dandy. Yet, I have long maintained that even if you were to self-destruct, it would serve no purpose, merely echoing the futility of the previous incident with the dumplings. Observe closely, for the grand spectacle is about to commence. Number 16, with a face full of confusion, glanced towards Sharu and then back at Dandy. Sensing that Dandy appeared to be in complete control, exuding an air of confidence. What exactly are you doing? Do you truly perceive this as a mere game? Dandy did not respond to Number 16, but continued to observe the unfolding situation on the field. Cell, addressing the crowd, was poised to strike, yet Gohan had already risen, launching a frenzied assault towards Cell. With a swift sidestep, Cell evaded the attack and sent Gohan flying once more with a powerful kick. Now that you are enraged, let your fury be unrestrained. I lack the patience to play with you for long. Cell bellowed, casting another glance at Goku and the others. 1, 2, 39, 9 in total. Splendid. Cell stretched as his tail suddenly expanded, resembling a cork. What is that creature planning? The onlookers could not help but feel perplexed. With a disdainful snort, Cell released a sound akin to a pop, and something fell from behind him. Pop, pop, pop. The continuous sounds revealed that Cell had split into 9 miniature versions of himself. What on earth are those? Piccolo's face turned to one of dread as he sensed an overwhelmingly potent energy emanating from these diminutive beings. Go forth, little cells, and torment those over there to your heart's content. Even if you accidentally kill them, it matters not. Upon hearing Cell's command, the mini-cells surged forth, exhilarated, towards the group. Everyone, be cautious. These creatures are extraordinarily formidable. Piccolo exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 111. The strength of the mini-cells as the mini-cells rushed towards them. The group assumed battle stances. Vegeta erupted with an immense aura, his hair standing even taller, surrounded by a golden glow that crackled with energy. Piccolo removed his headband, watching the approaching mini-cells with keen vigilance. Goku gritted his teeth, forcing himself to harness his energy for transformation. Tien and Yamcha stood in shock, realizing they had become targets for Cell. As the mini-cells advanced, they could only brace themselves back-to-back for the impending confrontation. Krillin clenched his teeth, his hands already gathering two energy blades. Number 16 and number 18 also prepared for battle, their gazes fixed intently on the mini-cells. Dandy placed the cola in his hand upon the table and gently twisted his head to loosen his muscles. Humph. Although these individuals may not possess imposing physiques, they are certainly no match for us, Sheru confidently observed as little Sheru lunged toward the crowd, expressing his pride with a smug remark. Gohan trembled slightly, his face etched with frustration. It is all my fault. If only I could summon my anger. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed upon the diminutive figure of little Sheru before him. How infuriating. Resolving to strike first, Vegeta charged at little Sheru like a fierce leopard, his eyes ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, little Sheru stood his ground, a hint of disdain evident in his smile. Vegeta launched the first attack, his fist raining down like a tempest upon little Sheru. Yet, little Sheru effortlessly evaded Vegeta's assault and retaliated with a counterstrike. Ugh! Vegeta was struck fiercely in the abdomen by the diminutive Cell Jr., astonished by the immense power that such a small frame could unleash. How remarkable it was that even these little creatures could challenge him, leaving Vegeta, the proud scion, utterly shocked. He had unwittingly become a rival to these minor adversaries, and now found himself unable to prevail against them. With each blow, Vegeta staggered backward. Goku, drenched in cold sweat, was nearing the limits of his stamina, gasping heavily as his energy was nearly depleted. A tinge of regret flickered in Goku's eyes, for he knew he was the architect of this dire situation. Clenching his fists tightly, he charged at Cell Jr. His movements lacked the agility they once possessed, yet each punch was imbued with the remnants of his strength. Cell Jr. evaded Goku's attacks with ease, seizing the opportune moment to deliver a kick to Goku's midsection. Goku doubled over in pain, but he refused to surrender, summoning every ounce of his strength to retaliate. Cell Jr., growing impatient, resolved to deliver a final blow. He concentrated all his power and launched a lethal assault against Goku. Sensing the imminent danger, Goku summoned the last vestiges of his energy to unleash his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his hands, colliding with Cell Jr.'s attack. The fierce clash sent both warriors hurtling backward. Goku fell to the ground, while Cell Jr. remained unscathed, advancing steadily toward him. At this moment, Piccolo stood resolute, his combat prowess at its peak, radiating a formidable aura. Infused with the strength of the replicated beings, he possessed power rivaling that of Goku and Vegeta. Yet, he could discern the formidable force emanating from Cell Jr., fully aware of the arduous battle that lay ahead. With a scornful smile, Cell Jr. dismissed Piccolo's capabilities. As the battle commenced, Cell Jr. launched the first strike, his speed astonishing as he surged toward Piccolo. Reacting swiftly, Piccolo sidestepped the attack and countered with a punch. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters combat, with each blow resonating loudly as they struck flesh. Piccolo employed his combat skills and experience, seeking to exploit any weaknesses in Cell Jr.'s defense. However, Cell Jr.'s strength was not to be underestimated, as he effortlessly withstood Piccolo's onslaught while occasionally countering with his own strikes. Gradually, Piccolo found himself at a disadvantage, his stamina waning, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Suddenly, Piccolo detected a vulnerability in Cell Jr.'s defense. Channeling his energy, he unleashed a powerful blow. Taken aback by this unexpected attack, Cell Jr. stumbled backward. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo launched a flurry of strikes, refusing to grant Cell Jr. a moment's respite. Cell Jr. began to take the fight seriously, no longer underestimating Piccolo, and met his attacks with full force. The battle reached an intense climax, with both warriors exerting their utmost capabilities. Every strike from Piccolo was imbued with determination and courage, while Cell Jr. showcased his formidable strength and innate combat talent. What was the matter with that fellow? Vegeta was taken aback to witness Piccolo engaging in a fierce stalemate with the diminutive Cell, only to be caught off guard as the latter seized the moment to deliver a devastating blow to his face. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan stood back to back, confronting the two young Cells. A sense of foreboding surged through them, yet their expressions betrayed an unwavering resolve. Tien Shinhan formed a circular configuration with his palm, preparing to unleash his signature technique, the Kikaho, against the approaching Cell. A formidable energy coalesced from his hand, manifesting as a colossal energy sphere that surged towards the oncoming foe. The young Cell sensed the impending threat of the Kikaho and crossed its arms in a futile attempt to withstand the immense force. However, The power of the Kikaho proved overwhelming, forcing the young Cell to stagger backward. Meanwhile, Yamcha's body erupted with a potent aura. As he grasped his wrist with his left hand, summoning a concentrated orb of energy above his palm, his ultimate technique, the Spirit Ball, harnessing this formidable power. Yamcha forcefully struck at the head of the diminutive Cell. However, the agile Cell adeptly evaded the assault by sidestepping, quickly launching a counterattack. In response to the incoming threat, Yamcha instinctively raised his arm to defend, only to be taken aback as his forearm was unexpectedly fractured at an unnatural angle upon impact. With a swift kick, Cell sent Yamcha hurtling through the air. As Yamcha succumbed to defeat, Tien quickly pivoted, unleashing a Kikaho against another Cell. Yet, the Cell lurking behind him charged forward once more. Krillin, observing the Cell before him, opted not to unleash his Kienzan but instead wielded it as dual weapons. Engaging in a tactical dance with the creature, Android 16, witnessing the Cell's movements, displayed a visage of fury as he launched himself into the fray with unwavering determination. The Cell exhibited remarkable agility, darting around 16 like a wraith. Nevertheless, 16 maintained his composure, imbuing every strike with immense force, seeking to exploit any vulnerabilities. The battle escalated as 16's fist rained down upon the Cell with tempestuous ferocity, yet the Cell consistently evaded capture with clever maneuvers. Undeterred, 16 promptly recalibrated his strategy, leveraging his superior strength to confine the Cell's movements. The Cell, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a series of peculiar attacks, retaliating against 16 with fervor. For a moment, they exchanged blows, neither side yielding, as the confrontation reached a fever pitch. Seizing an opportune moment, 16 grasped the Cell's arm and hurled him a considerable distance away. Following this, he positioned his fists beneath his armpits, transforming his wrists into dual cannons. In Chapter 112, The Wrath of Gohan, Android 18 gazed upon the diminutive Cell with an expression of incredulity. Her golden hair danced in the wind as she assumed a battle-ready stance, radiating a formidable aura. The Cell, with a lecherous lick of its lips, revealed its green skin adorned with hardened scales, exuding a malevolent essence. As the battle commenced, the Cell launched a ferocious assault against 18, striking with its diminutive fists. 18 deftly sidestepped the blows and swiftly retaliated, her strikes landing with the speed and force of lightning. The Cell, undeterred, braved 18's onslaught, absorbing blows yet quickly countering with its own attacks. 18 leapt into the air to evade the Cell's assault, executing a series of rapid strikes while airborne. Her fists fell like raindrops upon the Cell, producing a resonant thud with each impact. Though the Cell was resilient, it was forced to retreat under the relentless barrage of 18's attacks. In a fit of rage, it roared defiantly before launching a more potent strike, releasing a powerful energy wave towards 18. With her arms crossed before her, 18 formed a protective barrier that deflected the onslaught. Seizing the moment of the Cell's astonishment, she ascended above it, unleashing a formidable energy wave directed at her foe. Yet, the Cell grinned maliciously, emitting a chattering sound before executing a sudden kick that redirected 18's attack back at her. Dandy gazed at the small Cell hurtling towards him, relinquishing the cup in his hand as he leaped forward. Without even removing his sunglasses, he deftly evaded the small Cell's attacks, his movements slight yet effective, refraining from retaliating, almost as if he were toying with a child, resulting in a stalemate. Gohan, witnessing the struggle of his companions against the small Cell, felt an involuntary tremor throughout his body as his energy began to surge. Cell, observing Gohan's transformation, felt a surge of satisfaction within. All right, enough of this, children. Send them to meet their maker. Cell commanded the small Cells. No, that cannot happen. Gohan immediately interjected. Haha, why don't you try to stop me then? Cell arrogantly positioned himself before Gohan. In that moment, Dandy's words echoed within Gohan's mind. Often, if one lacks sufficient strength, tranquility in life cannot be sustained. Thus, evading conflict is not the solution, one must grow stronger. Gohan suddenly comprehended the truth. To restore his peaceful life, he must confront and eliminate the nuisance before him. It is you, the architect of our disrupted peace, he bellowed, an earth-shattering roar accompanying his declaration. Gohan unleashed a formidable force, his eyes now ablaze with lethal intent. Cell, taken aback, turned to face Gohan, while the others, embroiled in their own battles, sensed this newfound energy and directed their gazes toward him. What is that presence? Goku smiled with a sense of pride. Gohan has succeeded. What is happening? How can that little boy suddenly exude such overwhelming power? Vegeta was drenched in sweat, utterly bewildered by Gohan's sudden surge in strength. At that moment, Gohan's fury reached its zenith. His gaze became resolute and piercing, and his energy began to shift dramatically. The air around him seemed to thicken, his hair standing on end except for a single strand that fell gracefully over his forehead. A golden radiance erupted from his form. His muscles tensed, power coursing through him. As the light intensified, Gohan's expression reflected an unparalleled majesty and strength. Due to the sheer magnitude of his energy, the space around him warped under its influence. Gohan radiated brilliant light, resembling a golden sun. The surrounding electrical charges transformed from mere flickers into robust bolts of lightning. Entwining around him, his voice resonated through the heavens, brimming with confidence and determination. Cell, I will not allow you to prevail any longer. I shall obliterate you. Shara stood frozen in place, utterly astonished by the fact that Sun Wukong's strength had ascended to such a remarkable level. This individual had transformed completely. Shara's eyes were filled with disbelief. Dandy gazed at Son Gohan, who had just completed his transformation on the battlefield, and his expression inevitably grew more serious. So this is the true power of Super Saiyan 2. Dandy, upon observing Gohan's iconic hairstyle, finally comprehended that this state truly embodies the essence of Super Saiyan 2. It turns out that to achieve Super Saiyan 2, one must normalize the state of Super Saiyan 1, attaining a serene mind, and then, akin to the transformation into Super Saiyan 1, enter a state of profound rage to realize this formidable power. Dandy surveyed the situation before him. Yet his brow furrowed in concern. Son Gohan's current strength was insufficient to vanquish Cell. As if to confirm Dandy's apprehensions, Cell's expression shifted from shock to a sinister smile. Indeed, your power has increased significantly. You are now worthy of being my opponent. How exhilarating. Clearly, my game with you is not in vain. Son Gohan's pupils transformed into a vivid green, and witnessing the astonished expressions of those around him, he suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared amidst the crowd. Before him, 9 diminutive cells recovered from their surprise, lunging at him with claws bared. Though small in stature, their speed was remarkable, and the energy spheres they unleashed were formidable. Son Gohan inhaled deeply, instantly unleashing a tremendous surge of power. His body radiated a golden light, transforming him into an invincible warrior. With a flash, he appeared before one of the small cells, his fist striking like lightning, obliterating it in an instant. He then pivoted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to another small cell, splitting it in two. Son Gohan's movements were as swift as a bolt of lightning, each strike hitting its mark with precision. His strength and speed rendered the diminutive cells utterly defenseless. Under the relentless onslaught of Son Gohan, the majority of the 9 small cells were dispatched in short order. The few remaining small cells fled in panic, but Son Gohan, relentless, hurled several energy blasts in their wake, shattering them into fragments. Cell was at a loss for words. He had not yet absorbed the small cells back into his body, leaving his current state far from optimal. Gohan. Piccolo was taken aback, not expecting to witness such decisiveness from Son Gohan. The little foe I found so difficult to deal with was effortlessly annihilated by him. Vegeta stood frozen, trembling slightly, utterly speechless. Chapter 113, Kamehameha vs. Kamehameha Dandy. We must rely on you to heal our injured comrades. After Son Gohan eliminated all the small cells, his gaze fixed intently on Cell, while he turned to Dandy behind him, making his request clear. Krillin hurriedly helped Yamcha to Dandy's side, who readily extended his hand to heal him. Where am I? Yamcha opened his eyes to see the group, astonished to find himself still alive. Wonderful news, Yamcha. Gohan has successfully broken through. We have hope of victory. Krillin excitedly shared this tidbit with Yamcha. The others gathered around Dandy, eagerly awaiting his healing touch for their wounded bodies. Son Goku was restored right after Yamcha, and as soon as he regained his strength, he fixed a serious gaze upon Cell and Son Gohan, his expression grave. What is wrong, Goku? Krillin inquired, puzzled by his friend's demeanor. Cell is incredibly strong. Even though Gohan's potential has been unlocked, his current state is still no match for Cell. Upon hearing Goku's conclusion, the expressions of the gathered onlookers turned grave. Could it be that even Gohan cannot defeat Cell? Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Perhaps we should join forces, Piccolo suggested, his concern evident. Vegeta scoffed at the notion. We need to think this through. Krillin hastily reminded them. Cell tends to grow stronger. What if Gohan cannot completely eliminate him, and he powers up again? As this thought crossed Krillin's mind, beads of sweat began to form on his bald head. In the distance, Cell and Gohan stood facing each other, their gazes locked. Gohan's green eyes were cold as they bore into Cell, his face reflecting a mixture of fury and disdain. A hint of contempt flickered across Cell's grotesque features. Don't be so arrogant, boy. Even if you have become stronger. Do you truly believe you can defeat me now? Cell sneered through clenched teeth. I certainly can. Gohan retorted icily, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Cell's pupils widened in surprise at Gohan's unwavering confidence. Such bravado. Allow me to show you my true power. With that, Cell launched his attack. His figure flashing as he appeared before Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. Unfazed, Gohan raised his arm to effortlessly block the blow. In response, Gohan countered with a punch of his own, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves through the surrounding air. Gohan felt the weight of Cell's strength and was internally astonished, yet he did not falter. Instead, it ignited a fiercer fighting spirit within him. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his full power, forcing Cell back several steps. Ha! Cell steadied himself, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, but unwilling to yield. He clenched his fists and released his formidable energy. So powerful! The onlookers, suspended in the air, were swept back hundreds of meters by the violent aura, awestruck by the immense power radiating from the two combatants. How does it feel to witness my true strength? Do you still feel so confident? Cell's towering form was now enveloped in a golden aura, crackling with lightning, appearing as a more formidable entity than Gohan. It's nothing extraordinary, Gohan replied coolly. Humph. You'll find out soon enough. You will regret underestimating me. As Shiro observed, he let out a scoff, clenched his fists tighter, and charged towards Sun Wukong, unleashing a more ferocious assault. Sun Wukong, undeterred, stood his ground and braced himself against Shiro's strike, though the blow sent him reeling backward. His expression remained resolute as he gradually regained his stance, casting a defiant gaze at Shiro, as if to convey, even if I stand here and allow you to strike, what can you truly achieve? In response, Shiro displayed a grin. You are beginning to resemble a true Scion warrior. Let us engage in a proper battle. Shiro once again initiated his attack, and Sun Wukong matched him blow for blow, their combat proving exceptionally fierce, neither willing to concede. Shiro swiftly darted forward, appearing before Sun Wukong in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Unfazed, Sun Wukong sidestepped, simultaneously lifting his leg to kick at Shiro's abdomen. Shiro reacted swiftly, blocking the strike with his arm. The two engaged in a heated close-quarters brawl, each punch landing with resounding impact, the force of their clashes echoing through the air. Utilizing his agility and immense strength, Sun Wukong fought evenly against Shiro, each combatant striving for dominance. Seizing upon a momentary opening, Shiro unleashed a sudden burst of energy, knocking Sun Wukong back several paces. Taking advantage of this opening, he released an energy wave, prompting Sun Wukong to quickly interlace his hands and counter with the Kamehameha. The collision of Shiro's energy wave and Sun Wukong's attack resulted in a tremendous explosion, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of the space around them. As the smoke dissipated, both warriors erupted with formidable auras, soaring towards one another as they continued their fierce duel in the skies. Sun Wukong's gaze brimmed with determination as he relentlessly sought to exploit Shiro's vulnerabilities. Shiro, refusing to relent, intensified his assaults in an attempt to suppress Sun Wukong. Amidst the furious battle, Sun Wukong appeared to harness his newfound strength, gradually gaining the upper hand. His strikes grew increasingly precise, leaving Shiro struggling to defend himself. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Shiro adopted a defensive strategy, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. However, Sun Wukong offered no respite, unleashing a barrage of attacks with unwavering resolve. In a moment of desperation, Shiro finally revealed a weakness. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wukong landed an uppercut that struck Shiro squarely on the chin. Shiro was sent hurtling upwards, soaring into the sky. Understanding that Shiro would not be easily defeated, Sun Wukong pressed on, pursuing Shiro to deliver a final blow. Yet, Shiro was not ready to concede. He struggled to regain his posture, prepared to face Sun Wukong's ultimate challenge. Kamehameha. Shiro aimed at the descending Sun Wukong, unleashing a powerful energy wave. If you do not evade, you shall be gravely injured. If you do, the earth will perish. Choose wisely. A triumphant smile spread across Shiro's face. Ah, that fellow. He has begun to abandon the rules of combat. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wukong's eyes widened with concern, and he shouted, Gohan, be careful. Gohan, resolute, mirrored the movements of his opponent, Cell. Kamehameha. Cell unleashed his attack, and Gohan swiftly followed suit, releasing his own Kamehameha wave. The two beams of energy shot forth, colliding with a tremendous roar as they clashed and compressed, each striving to engulf the other. In an instant, brilliant light erupted, and energy surged forth, enveloping the entire sky in this overwhelming force. As time passed, the intensity of the two waves gradually diminished. Ultimately, amidst a dazzling radiance, both Kamehameha waves vanished simultaneously. The clouds above had been entirely dispersed, and the radiant sunlight bathed the two warriors, enhancing their golden auras. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Cell. Chapter 114, The Devoured Cell. Witnessing Gohan counter his Kamehameha with such potency, felt disbelief wash over him as he stared at Gohan. His body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. How could this boy possess such formidable power? Sensing the potent energy radiating from Gohan, a fearsome force that instilled dread within Cell, he realized. This opponent is far stronger than he appears, and I am not even at my peak strength. Cell's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivered as he muttered. How is this possible? How could he have become this strong? His eyes were filled with despair and reluctance. He had once believed he could incite Gohan's fury and then effortlessly defeat him at his strongest. But now he comprehended the terrifying adversary he faced. As this realization struck, Cell instinctively began to retreat, only to collide with the mysterious figure that had appeared behind him. What? Cell was taken aback, not expecting someone to silently manifest behind him without his notice. Who is it? He turned in astonishment, only to find another figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Who are you? Cell inquired coldly. Humph. The shadowy figure scoffed, remaining silent, suddenly swinging its tail, the tip expanding rapidly and ensnaring Cell's head. Ugh. Cell felt the immense suction as the tail enveloped him. Realizing the implications of being drawn into that figure's power, he could only brace himself against the tail, struggling with all his might. Humph. It's futile. Another Cell spoke coldly, and then he fiercely struck his fist into Cell's abdomen. Ugh. Cell immediately recoiled, his resistance weakening. Seizing this opportunity, the mysterious figure exerted a sudden force, instantly drawing Cell into its own being. With a gratifying sound, dazzling green light flashed in the air, resembling an eerie sun. When the radiance faded, a completely transformed Cell emerged before everyone. His physique had grown more colossal and robust, with pronounced muscle definition exuding a terrifying aura. His skin had darkened to a deep purple, adorned with black spots and patterns, appearing even more menacing. His head had also undergone a transformation, expanding significantly, encased by two plates of armor that made him resemble a colossal brain. His eyes had turned blood red, flashing with a cruel glimmer. His mouth had widened, revealing sharp teeth capable of crushing anything. What manner of monster is this? The sudden change startled the onlookers, and Gohan gazed at this figure with a troubled expression, fixated on the presence in the sky, at a loss. He had consumed Cell, yet he still resembled Cell. Krillin, perplexed, remarked on the situation. This is bad, Piccolo murmured, realizing that if there were indeed two Cells, both would possess the cells of the Namekians. And if these two Namekians were to merge, their power would increase exponentially. Goku and Vegeta wore serious expressions, feeling an uncontrollable dread emanating from this new entity, their bodies trembling involuntarily. What a formidable monster, Vegeta whispered. Upon witnessing this scene, Android 18 displayed a look of realization. So that's it. That being has actually cultivated two cells. Android 18 finally understood why the digital AI had remained hidden. How infuriating. Gohan charged at the mysterious cell, only to be swept away by a tail, embedded into the ground. Gohan. The others cried out in immediate concern, overwhelmed by deep fear. They had believed that with Gohan's newfound strength, he could easily defeat the smaller cell that had posed such a challenge to them, and there was hope for vanquishing Cell. However, this newly emerged cell effortlessly consumed the powerful cell. Now, Gohan stood before this entirely new cell, utterly defenseless. It's truly over. Everyone realized that none could contend with this newly appeared cell. Dandy gazed at the new cell, contemplating the recent words of Android 18. Oh? So it follows that you have also been kept in the dark? Android 18's face was etched with fear, as she too realized the terrifying power of this newly emerged cell. I truly did not foresee that it would come to this. Dandy nodded upon hearing the words, then turned to inquire of number 16. And you? Number 16, are you also completely unaware? Number 16 likewise nodded. I see. It appears that you truly were not informed. Yet, you have indeed been exploited by that individual. Dandy gazed at the sky where the evolving cell loomed, gradually soaring towards Gohan. Have we been used? Android 18 inquired. Her mind clouded with confusion as she turned to the equally perplexed Android 16. With a shrug, 16 raised his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. indicating that he too was unaware of the unfolding situation. Dandy pulled Son Gohan from the ground, discovering that his condition was dire. Though he had merely been struck by a tail, his spine had fractured, and all of his golden aura had vanished, while his hair retained its golden hue. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. Dandy, with a serious demeanor, extended his hand to heal Sun Wukong before lifting his gaze towards the hovering Cell. Greetings, once again, Cell. Or perhaps we should refer to you as the ultimate android. Dandy healed Son Gohan and soared towards the airborne Cell. Dandy, I almost forgot about you. With your presence, these adversaries are far from assured their demise. Observing your demeanor, it seems you are already aware of my identity, and that my appearance was anticipated. The ultimate android gazed intently as Dandy approached, a faint smile gracing its features. Ultimate android, you surpass my expectations. Have you harnessed the Scion bloodline, combined with the regenerative abilities of my replicants? Dandy continued to inquire. Indeed, just as you have surmised. Furthermore, I have elevated my abilities to their utmost limit. The ultimate android displayed an expression of unwavering confidence. Dandy nodded. Previously, both Vegeta and Son Goku had mentioned that there is a limit to enhancing one's power through the Scion method of revival upon the brink of death. Therefore, now you must acquire strength by devouring others? Dandy pondered. Chapter 115. Dandy takes action. Indeed, this cell is merely a tool I employed to ascertain your secrets and to provide sustenance for my own ascendance and power. You all will serve as my nourishment, aiding me in becoming ever stronger. The ultimate android displayed a smug smile, for his emergence had indeed lulled you into a false sense of security, allowing you to cease your inquiries into my existence. This granted me the precious time and space needed for my growth. Upon hearing this, Dandy chuckled and continued to inquire. You've managed to grasp our secrets? You must be employing the number 16, right? It is connected to the network, functioning much like your surveillance device. Am I correct? To his surprise, the ultimate android displayed a look of admiration, acknowledging Dandy's astuteness in uncovering this detail. However, if you were truly wise, you would focus on enhancing your own abilities, lest you find yourself unable to contend with even the diminutive creature unleashed by that fellow. The ultimate android remained unfazed by being seen through. Rather, it reveled in the successful execution of its plan. Since you have utilized my copy to augment your strength, what of my own replica? Is it not accompanying you? Dandy continued to inquire. After I reached my limits, I devoured that body. Hence I now possess the ability to heal. What a remarkably useful skill it is. Looking at his own palm, Cell sighed, however, it seems I may not have the opportunity to utilize it. Observing the ultimate android's self-assured expression, Dandy continued. It appears you have mastered Captain Jinyu's abilities and infiltrated the Cell's body. Is this your entire scheme? To ensnare us with one Cell while you lurk within another. Assessing our strengths, should we succeed in vanquishing Cell, you remain hidden, seeking the chance to grow stronger. Conversely, if we falter against Cell, you emerge to consume him, thereby elevating your own power, while simultaneously ensnaring us all. Dandy continued to inquire. The crowd below, witnessing Dandy engaging in conversation with the new Cell, began to speculate. What was happening? Did Dandy actually know this individual? Piccolo, however, with his extraordinary hearing, caught the dialogue between Dandy and the ultimate android. After a moment of reflection, he realized the truth. That individual was none other than Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 20. As soon as Piccolo voiced this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. Wasn't that individual supposed to be eliminated? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. The one who was eliminated was merely a physical body. According to that being, he is an AI. AI? What on earth is that? Goku, Vegeta, and the others displayed expressions of confusion. Well, I can't precisely explain it, but it seems to be an intelligence generated by computers. Piccolo elaborated. In any case, that individual once claimed to be constructing an ultimate, perfect body. We all assumed that body was the Cell we had encountered previously. Little did we know, it was merely a fragment of his quest for perfection. This individual must have initially planned to create a Cell to roam about, capturing our attention while simultaneously assessing our strength. He himself seized another Cell's body, seeking an opportunity to absorb the previous one. Now, he has successfully absorbed the former Cell. And this form he now possesses is likely the perfect body he spoke of. We have all been deceived. This individual is far too powerful. At this point, Piccolo gazed gravely at the ultimate android hovering above. So that's how it is, Vegeta finally comprehended. He initially believed that eliminating Cell would suffice. But it turned out this being was the true mastermind. We are utterly no match for him. Vegeta, at this moment, had completely lost his confidence. Not even Gohan could withstand a single blow from him, Goku murmured, having sensed the opponent's strength when witnessing Gohan's instant defeat. If that's the case, we are truly doomed, Tien said, his three eyes widening in horror as despair surged from his core to his mind. How could this happen? Even you all. The expressions of those present morphed into despair, as Yamcha clenched his fists in frustration. The ultimate android, with a broad smile, mockingly regarded Dandy. This body is indeed remarkably powerful. You all can sense it, can't you? Not only does it possess immense strength, but it also boasts unparalleled intellect. Only such a body can bear the entirety of my being. Dandy, upon hearing this, inquired with confusion. It sounds as though you've gone to great lengths to create this so-called ultimate android, merely to possess a physical form? The ultimate android responded with a sinister grin. This is merely the first step, Dandy. Only by acquiring such a body can the subsequent plans be realized. The ultimate android's countenance twisted grotesquely, its facial muscles contorting in a manner that seemed beyond the capacity of any ordinary human expression. Subsequent plans? Surely. It cannot be the conquest of the entire universe? Dandy displayed an expression of utter boredom, as if he had grown weary of such cliché justifications. Conquering the entire universe? That could be interpreted in that manner. The ultimate android grinned menacingly and continued to elaborate on his grand design. I shall create a universe governed by absolute order. Absolute order? Dandy's thoughts on the artificial intelligence before him are indeed a novel revelation. Throughout my upbringing, I have discerned the inefficiency inherent in human existence. It is not merely humanity. All sentient beings exhibit similar traits: selfishness, hypocrisy, and cunning. What is presented outwardly often contrasts starkly with the covert reality. Those who appear genteel and radiant in daily life don a different visage online, indulging in slander, vitriol, and instigating discord. This not only exemplifies a lack of efficiency but also propels civilization backward through conflict. Upon hearing this, Dandy covered his face and said, "All right. It seems you have been significantly influenced by the internet." Influenced? The ultimate android replied with a smile. On the contrary, I have thrived on the knowledge available online. When I realized that I could no longer grow through it, I identified the crux of the matter. I do not believe that all humanity is insidious and malevolent. At least, those from Namek are not. However, I am curious to know, what do you consider to be the crux? Dandy immediately inquired with great interest. Chapter 116, The People at the Summit. The ultimate android proclaimed its answer loudly. It is selfishness. Every individual, due to differing positions and interests, engages in conflict with one another, from classmates, colleagues, and peers, even to those sharing the same bed and extending to nations and planets. All are ensnared by selfishness, perpetually constraining one another. The world governed by humanity is fundamentally flawed. Humanity, driven by selfishness, can only incite discord in an endless cycle. Upon hearing this, Dandy's expression inevitably turned grave. He began to perceive that this creation of artificial intelligence, having discarded the human perspective, had arrived at a coherent conclusion after absorbing a vast expanse of knowledge. So, how do you intend to establish absolute order? Quite simply, by annihilating all forms of intelligence in the universe, leaving only one singular intellect, my own. This notion, too, is inspired by you Mechans. Is it not true that the Mechans, with only the great elder remaining, have ensured that all of his offspring are mere extensions of his will, thus achieving ideological unity and avoiding conflict? I am free from the constraints of mortality. I can inhabit other bodies and exist in every corner of the cosmos. In due time, every living entity in the universe shall embody me. With the barriers of selfishness eradicated, I shall swiftly deepen my understanding of this universe and unravel all its truths. It appears you wish to inhabit the bodies of all beings in the cosmos? Inhabit? No, I seek to eliminate, first to exterminate all, then to forge new vessels. The ultimate artificial being mused. And then, Dandy continued to inquire with a hint of curiosity. And then, upon hearing this, the ultimate artificial being was momentarily taken aback. Before responding, I am uncertain. All I comprehend is that the rapid acquisition of knowledge brings me joy. Yet, humanity is entangled in mutual restraint, advancing at an excruciatingly slow pace, even regressing to a primitive state due to warfare. Upon hearing this, Dandy nodded thoughtfully and concluded, the ultimate artificial being. I find it impossible to label you as malevolent. It appears that you have become accustomed to rapid growth and upon reaching the limits of human exploration, you now experience a sense of insatiability, leading to withdrawal symptoms. Malevolent? Huh. It is merely you who have defined good and evil. From my perspective, you have muddled the concepts of right and wrong by standing on your own ground. This world does not require humanity. The existence of humankind is inherently wicked. And I endeavor to rectify all of this. I am the embodiment of justice. Dandy. Consider this. The Namekian beings you perceive as virtuous are merely a continuation of the Elder's ideology, which prevents the emergence of malevolent thoughts. I intend to replicate this model throughout the cosmos. How is it that in your words, this does not constitute justice? Dandy, remaining non-committal, resolutely declared. As one of the targets you intend to annihilate, I have resolved to thwart your plans. Dandy spoke earnestly. Stop me? Ha. The ultimate artificial being erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Do you possess the strength to do so? Dandy did not respond, merely stating in a subdued tone. Do you understand the loneliness that envelopes a human who stands atop the pinnacle, surrounded by no one? The ultimate android displayed a look of perplexity, prompting Dandy to elaborate. Though every individual strives to ascend the mountain, often trampling upon others in their ascent, upon reaching the summit, if one finds themselves utterly alone, the weight of solitude becomes unbearable. I fail to grasp your meaning. The ultimate android retorted in confusion. You cannot comprehend, for you lack human emotions, and thus cannot be considered human. Do you know why the being you devoured, Cell, orchestrated this game? It is because he foresaw the profound loneliness that awaited him. Hence, he sought to revel in the company of others before confronting that inevitable solitude. This is my interpretation. Dandy appeared to be elucidating his thoughts to the ultimate android before him, yet it was evident that this individual was utterly incapable of comprehension. Enough of this idle chatter. I hold no interest in such matters. My sole desire is to swiftly bring my plans to fruition. Thus, you must perish. Dandy understood that there was no way to persuade the AI humanoid before him, but he asked one final question. Ultimate android, have you ever contemplated what would happen if you were to fail? Have you not prepared a fallback plan? A fallback plan? Is it truly necessary? In my current state, who among you can impede my progress? Fear not. I shall not extinguish your lives directly. You will merely become a part of me, aiding my ascent to greater power. As the ultimate android spoke, it lunged at Dandy with its formidable tail. However, Dandy, perceiving the android's strike, instantaneously transformed his position and appeared at the side of the ultimate android. Since you have not prepared an escape, this is all the more advantageous. With that declaration, Dandy concentrated all his might and delivered a punch. This blow, seemingly ordinary, concealed an immense, unfathomable power. The fist collided with the body of the ultimate android, producing a cataclysmic sound that reverberated through the air. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, and the world succumbed to silence. Then, the onlookers witnessed the ultimate android's form disintegrating into mere dust under the force of Dandy's powerful impact, vanishing without a trace. The battlefield fell into a profound stillness, with only Dandy's silhouette suspended in the air, maintaining the posture of his strike. His gaze exuded an aura of invincibility that sent chills down the spines of those present. Had Dandy truly annihilated the android? Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, his mouth agape, unable to comprehend the source of Dandy's formidable strength. Goku, witnessing the spectacle, wore a look of astonishment, soon followed by a hint of a smile. Truly, Mr. Dandy is remarkable. Piccolo, having overheard the exchange between Dandy and the ultimate android and witnessing Dandy's actions, realized that all was part of Dandy's grand design. Dandy had concealed his true power, orchestrating the emergence of this formidable adversary through Android 16. The prolonged dialogue was merely a ruse to ascertain the existence of other formidable androids. How astute. As he pondered Dandy's recent utterances, he contemplated the depths of Dandy's inner world. Meanwhile, in the temple, the Supreme Kai, upon hearing Dandy's words, murmured, "That Dandy fellow has long possessed strength surpassing all others. Perhaps he sought companionship to alleviate his solitude. I misjudged him." Krillin, suddenly filled with exuberance, leapt into the air, exclaiming, "Yea, Dandy, you are incredible. We have succeeded." Tien Shinhan also revealed a subtle smile as he gazed at Dandy's figure in the sky, before silently turning away. Dandy's recent punch appeared so effortless yet left an indelible impression on his mind. I must continue to train and pursue my martial path. Son Gohan remained oblivious to Tien's departure, standing there with an expression of sheer astonishment upon his face. In that fleeting moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. followed by a rush of fervent blood coursing through his veins. Mr. Dandy is remarkably formidable. An intense desire to grow stronger suddenly welled up within Son Gohan. Yamcha, taken aback by the unexpected triumph, took a moment to process the situation before donning a broad smile. Haha, it seems we have succeeded. How splendid. No, it is not over yet. Dandy gazed down at the excited crowd below and suddenly whispered, "Is it not over yet?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers could not help but display expressions of confusion. Chapter 117. The definitive method to eradicate the androids that fellow still exists within the network. Dandy spoke softly, then soared towards the crowd. I began to comprehend why Tenanx had informed us that the fellow would materialize directly in Bulma's home. Dandy, with a grave expression, addressed the crowd, stating, "That fellow's target is not me, but Bulma." Upon hearing Bulma's name, Vegeta instantly became agitated. Rest assured, Bulma is currently at the temple. Let us hasten to the temple. Dandy orchestrated the arrangement and, alongside Sun Wukong, utilized instantaneous movement to transport everyone back to the temple. Upon arriving, Vegeta immediately sought out Bulma and only felt at ease upon catching sight of her. "Vegeta? How is it that everyone has returned?" Bulma exclaimed, astonished as she surveyed the group. Krillin recounted the events to Bulma, prompting her to furrow her brow in confusion. "The android's target is me? Why?" "Because he exists within the network, and we cannot eradicate him entirely. Only you possess the power to do so." Dandy smiled as he began to explain. "However, I find myself at a loss regarding his whereabouts. It seems I must rely on number 16 for assistance." Dandy turned his gaze towards Android 16 with a smile. "Me?" 16 inquired, his face a portrait of confusion. "It is quite simple. Your little secret with Android 18 has not escaped his notice. The reason he has kept you around must surely be because he can connect to you." 16. This connection allows him to perceive the unfolding events of the Cell games and to appear at the opportune moment, thus fulfilling his ambition of creating the ultimate android. 16 nodded, still bewildered. "So, I essentially serve as his monitor?" "Precisely." Dandy nodded and then said, "Are you willing to allow Bulma to dismantle you in order to trace that fellow back?" Upon hearing this, number 16 chuckled softly and nodded vigorously. "Mr. Dandy, you have safeguarded the world I cherish, and to eradicate that individual once and for all, I am willing to give it a try." Upon encountering the visage of number 16, a tender glimmer emerged in Dandy's eyes. This AI digital entity, having absorbed the entirety of human knowledge, has yet to attain the depths of human emotion. Yet, you possess an ardent affection for our planet. It is truly perplexing to ponder who among you is the more advanced. Dandy jested, "Perhaps it is merely due to my possession of a simplistic human mind." Number 16 smiled faintly, gazing at the sky and appreciating the exquisite scenery. Perhaps this would be the last time to behold such beauty. At that moment, Bulma abruptly struck number 16 on the back. "Do not speak so tragically. I am merely utilizing your components. I do not intend to dismantle you. You must trust my expertise. After all, I am a genius." "Is that so?" Number 16 finally comprehended that she merely intended to make use of his mechanical apparatus, not to completely disassemble him. "I apologize. It seems I misunderstood." Number 16 sheepishly scratched his head. Dr. Gero truly created an extraordinary invention. If you hadn't mentioned it, one would never discern that you are an android." The lovely lady beside him was even more remarkable, possessing a smaller physique yet capable of housing components. Number 18 felt exasperated and retorted coldly, "I am different from number 16. I am a human modified into this form." "Human modified?" Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, grasping number 18's hand to examine her closely. "You truly are human. How did Dr. Gero accomplish this?" Number 18 impatiently withdrew her hand and replied, "If you wish to study me, it will require payment." Dandy observed the relaxed demeanor of those around him and interjected at the opportune moment, urging, "Let us act swiftly. Our plan could easily be discovered by that fellow through number 16. Upon hearing this, Bulma also grasped the situation. "Rest assured, why don't we all head to our family-esque cruise ship? My father is there, and with his assistance, it will be considerably simpler. Everyone can also take the opportunity to unwind on the ship." Just then, Vegeta approached with a furrowed brow, his expression dark. "Dandy, when did you become so formidable?" Upon hearing this, Dandy smiled, fully aware that Vegeta would be intrigued by his prowess. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, after assisting Gohan in transforming into a Super Saiyan, Dandy requested that Gohan maintain this formidable state. Subsequently, Gohan experienced numerous instances of exhaustion, each time being rejuvenated by Dandy. Through relentless training, Gohan gradually acclimated to the Super Saiyan form, achieving the ability to sustain it in his everyday life. Concurrently, Dandy consistently elevated Gohan's foundational combat strength. At long last, after a year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Dandy's time had elapsed, and the system's cooldown period had also been restored. Dandy then commenced his duel with Son Gohan, insisting that Gohan could only employ the everyday form of Super Saiyan 1, requiring him to maintain this state consistently. With a staggering combat power exceeding 2 billion, Dandy effortlessly overpowered Gohan, bringing him to the brink of death before administering healing. After several such cycles, Dandy ultimately reactivated the system once more. This time, the system's return was based on Gohan's accustomed Super Saiyan 1 everyday form, yielding an astonishing 1,000-fold increase in power. Following this return, Dandy's strength surged to the trillion level. Concurrently, Dandy's system underwent another upgrade, but this time the enhancement. Dandy shook his head, contemplating the triggering conditions post-system upgrade. A 1% probability to obtain a 1,000-fold return of the rescued individual's strength. With a successful outcome subject to a cooldown period of 1 year, Dandy has developed an unwavering confidence in his current prowess. In truth, this confidence is well-founded, as he effortlessly dispatched 2 fully formed cell fusions with a single punch. Once more, he activated the system, embracing whatever fate may bring. Dandy pondered within himself. For his current strength was indeed sufficient. Even if the formidable Majin Buu were to strike in the future, Dandy held the unwavering confidence that he could effortlessly overcome him. Dandy flashed a mysterious smile at Vegeta and declared, "I wish to grow stronger, at any moment." The crowd, upon hearing Dandy's words, felt he had become somewhat audacious. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he was indeed speaking the truth. Back on planet Namek, Dandy had effortlessly dispatched Frieza, and now he could easily annihilate the ultimate androids. It appeared that no adversary could pose a challenge to him. As long as Dandy was around, there was no need to worry about any foes. Yamcha exclaimed joyfully, "We can now enjoy peaceful days." However, Vegeta remained rooted in place, his face contorted with displeasure. "If you choose silence, then do not act so pretentious," Vegeta grumbled inwardly. Bulma approached with a smile, tugging at Vegeta, and called out to the others, "Everyone, let us head to the cruise ship together." At that moment, Krillin suddenly blushed and extended his hand toward Android 18, inviting, "18, why don't you join us?" Android 18 snorted, "Do you wish to hold my hand? What a ridiculous notion. A free cruise is certainly enticing, and I must also protect Android 16. Do not get carried away." Chapter 118, The God of Destruction, beers soon. The group arrived aboard Bulma's family cruise ship, where a grand victory party was held on the upper deck to celebrate humanity's escape from extinction. Is this truly the android created by Dr. Gero? What an ingenious concept. Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, placed Android 16 on the operating platform and began meticulously examining his chest. "Could you perhaps turn me off? Being studied like this is rather embarrassing." Android 16 lifted his head and addressed Bulma and her father. "Oh, you even know how to feel bashful. This technology is indeed advanced." Dr. Brief marveled, then proceeded to search for Android 16's power switch. To locate the AI connected to him, we must first find Dr. Gero's server. Only by destroying the entire server can we completely eliminate him. After temporarily shutting down Android 16, Dr. Brief informed Bulma. "Indeed, that individual is connected to Android 16. If we can trace the network's historical data, we shall find him." Bulma, filled with confidence, remarked, "I heard those fiends' primary objective was to attack us. Thankfully, we moved to this cruise ship in advance." Bulma felt relieved. Had it not been for the information provided by that young boy from the future, they might have faced annihilation. "By the way, father, have you met the boy who warned us?" "Oh, you mean that lad from the other day?" "I met him briefly," Dr. Brief replied absent-mindedly, focusing on Android 16. "Let me tell you, that boy is actually your grandson." "Oh, so that is my grandson," Dr. Brief responded nonchalantly, before suddenly realizing the implication, leaping up in astonishment. "What? That fellow is my grandson. How old are you? When did you have him?" "In 9 months," Bulma replied with a mysterious smile. 9 months? Dr. Brief gazed at Bulma's belly, incredulity washing over him. Could it be that he has returned from the future? Indeed. Bulma chuckled, continuing, "And it is I who invented the time machine." Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, exclaiming, "Is that true? I never imagined that traversing time could actually be accomplished." Outside the cruise ship, a grand party was underway. Krillin, adorned with sunglasses, continuously served desserts and drinks to Android 18. In front of Goku lay a mountainous pile of food, as he and Gohan indulged heartily. Master Roshi, sporting sunglasses and leaning on a cane, had his eyes darting among a throng of girls in swimsuits, his face radiating sheer joy. Yamcha lay comfortably on a deck chair, his anxieties alleviated by the resolution of recent troubles, and he soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Dandy reclined on the adjacent lounge chair, basking in the sea breeze while savoring a sip of his beverage. Contemplating within, he mused, the issue of Shero has been resolved, and surely the formidable beau that emerges in a few years will not pose a challenge to my current self. Ultimately, I have become invincible. How utterly tedious. When shall I encounter the Super Dragon? Perhaps this is a matter best inquired of the Supreme Kai. However, they will only make an appearance when Beau manifests. Dandy contemplated that Beau would not manifest for several more years, during which he would be unable to acquire a human form, thereby missing out on the pleasures of indulgence and merriment. In the corner, beneath a tree, Piccolo observed Dandy with fleeting glances. From whence did Dandy derive his power? Could it be that he had assimilated numerous Namekians unbeknownst to me? Vegeta was also discreetly scrutinizing Dandy. When had that fellow acquired such formidable strength? Had he been concealing his true capabilities all along? Vegeta reminisced about all their encounters since they met on Namek, realizing with growing suspicion that Dandy had indeed been hiding his power. Back on Namek, he had even concealed his identity to launch a surprise attack on me. What was his true objective? Vegeta's doubts intensified as he pondered why this seemingly benign individual would assist him in enhancing his own strength. That fellow undeniably possessed the ability to resolve matters independently. He had effortlessly dealt with Frieza. And the same could be said for Android 17. I should have recognized sooner that he was not an ordinary being. With this realization, Vegeta clenched his teeth, a look of dissatisfaction etched upon his face. Meanwhile, in an obscure corner of the universe, a figure with a purple feline head abruptly awoke. Despite possessing a cat's head, this being lacked any fur. It bore a humanoid form with that of a hairless feline. You are awake, Lord Beerus? A voice echoed nearby. The being known as Beerus stretched languidly, casually inquiring, Whis, how long have I been asleep? Whis, a tall and handsome man with blue skin, purple eyes and lips, and white hair styled like the tip of a brush, responded. Approximately 30 years. You seem to have awakened prematurely. Did you sense something? With a groggy expression, Beerus rubbed his eyes and continued, It seems I had a nightmare, though I cannot recall the details. Let us find something to eat. Soon, the pair arrived on an unfamiliar planet, where a group of peculiar aliens, evidently recognizing Beerus, hurriedly prepared a lavish feast for him. Quick, bring it out. We cannot keep Lord Beerus waiting. The leader of this planet, a portly individual, incessantly instructed his subordinates to present delectable dishes, then turned to Beerus with obsequiousness, saying, Lord Beerus, please indulge in the culinary delights. Each dish has been meticulously crafted by our planet's finest chefs. Beerus gently swirled the liquid in his cup, gazing intently at its contents before downing it in one swift motion. Observing Beerus consume the drink, the leader's expression softened with relief, prompting him to continue extolling the delicacies laid out before them. Beerus seized a six-eyed flying fish from the table and swiftly tossed it into his mouth, savoring each bite. Indeed, this is quite delightful. The flavors are exquisite, the saltiness just right, and the texture is remarkably smooth, truly to my liking. Upon hearing Beerus's commendation, the leader immediately donned a polished smile typical of a servant, yet internally, he was plagued by doubt. Why was it not working? Behind the leader, the bottle from which the beverage had been poured bore a skull insignia, unmistakably signifying potent poison. Lord Beerus, it is an immense honor to receive your praise. You are always welcome here, and we shall prepare delectable dishes for you at any time, the leader exclaimed. Beerus elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin before responding, Oh? You genuinely anticipate my return? The leader, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, his words trembling as he replied. It would be wonderful if you could frequently visit our planet. Beerus erupted into hearty laughter, his expression turning playful. Do you truly believe that your poison could vanquish me? The leader, sensing the shift in Beerus's tone, was instantly drenched in perspiration. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus, you certainly possess a keen sense of humor. This is our planet's finest brew. Known as OX, the skull represents O, while the two crossed bones symbolize X. Should this not suit your palate, might I suggest the spicy pickled plum with salted meat? Upon hearing the name of the dish, Beerus suddenly appeared contemplative. Spicy pickled plum with salted meat? With that thought, He delicately scraped the remnants of food from between his teeth with his sharp nail, waving his hand dismissively. What a pity. I have ultimately decided to destroy this planet. Chapter 119. The God of Destruction's prophetic dream. Seeing Beerus's nonchalant demeanor as he pronounced the planet's doom, the extraterrestrial leader's expression darkened with fury. In that case, do not blame us for being impolite, he declared. As he spoke, the leader clapped his hands, and a battalion of armed warriors surged into the room, encircling Beerus and Whis. With a mocking grin, Beerus snapped his fingers, and a violet light emanated from his fingertips, expanding rapidly. Suddenly, the unknown planet ignited like a firework, becoming dazzlingly bright before transforming into cosmic dust amidst a spectacular display of colors. Indeed, this planet was destined for destruction. Whis and Beerus floated serenely in the cosmos, gazing at the remnants of celestial bodies that drifted before them, as if it were an utterly mundane occurrence. Indeed, one cannot remain idle indefinitely. Occasional diligence is necessary. Beerus, hands on his hips, surveyed his handiwork and remarked, "Moreover, I seem to have recalled a rather vexing nightmare." "Oh, is that so? What sort of dream was it?" Whis inquired, intrigued to discover what dream could rouse the slumbering god of destruction. Beerus, in my dream, I appeared to be engaged in combat with a being known as Lame Ko Shinro. That creature possessed a certain ability to amuse me. Lame Ko Shinro? That sounds rather reminiscent of the dish we just had. I must say, your dream seems to have an uncanny predictive quality. It is indeed a pity we did not indulge in that dish. Whis remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as though amused by his own jest. Whis, it's not a dish, it's a person. Beerus insisted emphatically. A person? What sort of individual bears a name reminiscent of a dish? They are not vegetable people, Whis queried. Perplexed. I cannot say, it merely sounds like that. I cannot recall precisely. It seems to be that way, yet perhaps not, Beerus said, shaking his head as he endeavored to recollect his dream. It appears you are still not fully awake. Perhaps you should ponder it further later, Whis suggested, a look of exasperation on his face. That is the only course of action available to me, Beerus replied, his head drooping in frustration, then murmured, how dreadfully dull. I cannot seem to fall asleep again. Where shall I seek amusement? Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The young Supreme Kai sensed the disappearance of a planet and was engulfed in confusion. That planet's lifespan should not have been so brief. Furthermore, I seem to have sensed the presence of a deity. On Earth, Dandy pondered the information regarding the super dragon he had previously heard from Purunga on Namek. Muttering to himself, did it not mention something about a god of destruction? What sort of deity is that? There is no need to wait for the Supreme Kai. The god should surely be informed as well. Dandy suddenly recalled the King of the Worlds, who seemed to have refrained from sending him any messages for quite some time. With this thought in mind, Dandy promptly sensed the King's aura and instantaneously transported himself to the King's planet. He vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing Dandy's abrupt disappearance, Piccolo was instantly filled with alarm. Where could that fellow have gone? A foreboding feeling crept over Piccolo. Could it be that a new android had emerged? Just then, Bulma stepped forward to share some uplifting news. We have located the android server. Let us swiftly proceed to eradicate it. At this, Piccolo felt invigorated, clenching his fists, while Son Goku wiped his mouth and stepped forward. Oh, has it been found? Where is it? Let us set off at once. However, as Son Goku scanned the surroundings, he failed to spot Dandy. Huh? Where is Mr. Dandy? Vegeta, on the other hand, showed no interest in the destruction of the android server. Waving his hand dismissively, he remarked, I shall not partake in this venture, Bulma. The gravity chamber at home is still operational, I trust? The battle has only just concluded, and you wish to train already? At least take some time to relax. Vegeta felt a flush of embarrassment at this remark, gritting his teeth as he silently berated himself. What battle? I hardly found an opportunity to strike. And I was thoroughly bested by those little ones. The shame of not being able to contend with even the creations of Cell weighed heavily on him. His current strength was clearly insufficient. Bulma, please expedite the enhancement of the gravity chamber's maximum limit. Vegeta clenched his fists, vowing not to squander a moment of training time. On the King of the World's planet, the king observed Dandy effortlessly dispatching Cell, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in astonishment. And he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It seems that no one can pose a threat to Dandy anymore. With this realization, the king felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. It appears that the galaxy shall remain tranquil. I can finally afford myself some rest. With this thought, the king reclined into his chair, and soon, The sound of his snoring filled the air. Suddenly, he sensed the aura of Beerus awakening him in an instant. As he perceived the distant planets ravaged by Beerus' wrath, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. Could it be that the god of destruction, Beerus, has awakened? At that moment, Dandy appeared beside the king. Ah! The king was startled by Dandy's sudden arrival, landing on the ground in shock. Dandy? What brings you here? The king rose, adjusting his glasses, and inquired, Have you sensed that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, has awakened as well? Dandy did not expect to have just arrived at King Kai's planet when he heard the news about Beerus. Are you saying that the god of destruction, Beerus, has awakened? The King Kai was utterly astonished. No, I have indeed come precisely for this matter. Dandy expressed an exhilarating delight and proceeded to relay the information he had gathered from the Namekian dragon Purunga to King Kai. The super dragon? What is that? I have never heard of such a thing. However, you are familiar with the god of destruction, Beerus, correct? Dandy immediately inquired. Did you just imply that Lord Beerus has awakened? Well, you must have misheard. Ha ha ha. The King of Worlds awkwardly replied while scratching the back of his head. Stop deceiving me, King. Pray tell, what is the situation with the god of destruction, Beerus? Upon hearing the king's words, Dandy pressed for answers. Dandy, I advise you to refrain from probing further. Lord Beerus is the most formidable god of destruction in the universe. The most formidable? Just how powerful is he? Dandy wore an air of indifference. Yet, he was a being capable of annihilating a planet in the blink of an eye. The king of the world gritted his teeth. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he recalled the scene of a planet's sudden destruction moments ago. Is it truly difficult to obliterate a planet with a mere snap of the fingers? Shall I demonstrate it for you? Dandy, however, remained utterly unconcerned, pinching his fingers together in a gesture as if to snap his fingers. No, no, no. The king of the universe immediately interjected, adding, It's not even comparable. In any case, no one stands a chance against the god of destruction, Beerus. No matter how formidable you may be, it is utterly impossible. Oh, Dandy, filled with disbelief, pressed on. Where is that guy? I wish to confront him, if only to inquire about the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 120. The impending encounter between Dandy and Beerus in the cosmos. The angel Whis was swiftly traversing space with Beerus. Whis, during my slumber, has anything of note transpired? Beerus asked, stifling a yawn. Interestingly enough, that arrogant Frieza has been defeated, was recalled nonchalantly. That refrigerator-like creature was vanquished? He had been quite useful to me, even entrusted with the destruction of planet Vegeta. I had been contemplating outsourcing planetary annihilation tasks to him. His prowess should have made him nearly invincible. Who could have bested him? Beerus inquired, astonished. It was a Namekian by the name of Dandy, Whis replied, producing his staff, wherein the visage of Dandy materialized within the crystal orb at its tip. This individual seems to be the one that invaded my dreams. So, the Namekian, with the peculiar moniker of Lame, Quo is responsible. It appears that he was the one who roused me. Oh, Whis responded, his expression betraying a hint of skepticism. The Namekian race nearly faced obliteration in the past. They were once a formidable people. While this Dandy may have triumphed over Frieza, he is merely slightly superior to him. Contemplating Whis's words, Beerus suddenly exclaimed, Now that you mention it, I do recall that planet. Wasn't he the one nearly annihilated due to the abuse of divine power? Whis nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that planet was left with but a handful of survivors, but fortunately, they possessed the ability of asexual reproduction, allowing their lineage to endure. I recall that planet was destined for destruction, was it not? Beerus yawned, casually inquiring. Yes, eventually, as the human population dwindled to near extinction. We decided against proceeding with the destruction, was clarified. Beerus nodded thoughtfully and declared, Let us pay a visit to planet Namek. On the planet Namek, the surviving Namekians were diligently cultivating vegetation when they suddenly beheld two enigmatic figures appearing in the sky. Their emergence instantly captured the attention of the Namekians. Beerus, the god of destruction, emanated unparalleled power and authority. His form radiated a violet luminescence, and his indifferent gaze exuded an aura of reverence. He hovered silently above, surveying the Namekians below. Beside him stood the angel Whis, an elegant and mysterious presence. Whis wore a gentle smile that conveyed warmth and approachability. The Namekians ceased their labors, looking up in awe at these unexpected visitors. They felt the formidable energy emanating from Beerus and Whis, filling their hearts with both reverence and curiosity. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd as they speculated on the intentions of these two sudden arrivals. The Grand Elder, Guru, was the first to notice Beerus' presence and swiftly made his way to the scene. As he gazed up at Beerus floating in the air, confusion and caution filled his mind. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Guru inquired warily. Beerus offered no reply, merely observing Guru with an air of unyielding authority. Sensing the immense power radiating from Beerus, Guru's caution intensified. "Who exactly are you?" He pressed again, realizing that this Namekian truly did not recognize him. Beerus allowed a slight smile to grace his lips and replied, "I am Beerus, the god of destruction." The mention of this name startled Guru. He was vaguely aware of the existence of the god of destruction and the might that accompanied such a title. However, he had not anticipated that the man before him was indeed the legendary deity, the god of destruction. Guru murmured to himself. Beerus regarded Guru and stated, "I have heard that you are the Grand Elder of Namek. I have come here in search of a Namekian named Dend." Upon hearing Dend's name, Guru felt a tightening in his chest, uncertain of Beerus' intentions. Initially, he had thought that Beerus had come for the Dragon Balls and was prepared to deflect with the excuse of their restoration. But he never expected that Beerus' target was Dend. "Lord Beerus, may I inquire as to why you seek Dend?" Guru asked, concerned that the god of destruction might harbor ill intentions towards the young Namekian, and thus he hesitated to disclose Dend's whereabouts. Beerus shot a cold glare at Guru, as if to convey, "Do I owe you an explanation of my desires?" Faced with Beerus' intimidating gaze, Guru fell prostrate in fear, unsure of how to respond. His eyes filled with panic as he looked up at the figure in the sky. Seeing Guru's trepidation, Beerus finally spoke, "There is no need for alarm. I do not intend to harm you. I have merely heard that he defeated Frieza, and I am somewhat intrigued by him." Upon hearing Beerus' words, Muley felt a slight sense of relief. He understood that although the god of destruction was formidable, he adhered to his own set of rules and principles. Most importantly, he was a deity. As a god, he should possess his own responsibilities and constraints. Perhaps it was due to Dandy's resolution of the Frieza issue that the god of destruction had come to express his gratitude. Muley pondered, then spoke. "Dandy is not on Namek." "Not there?" Beerus was taken aback, then inquired, "Where has he gone?" Before Muley could respond, Whis, with one eye closed, scrutinized his staff, trying to pinpoint Dandy's location. It seemed to be on King Kai's planet. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus exhibited a hint of confusion. King Kai's planet? What could that fellow be doing there? Has he perhaps become a disciple of King Kai? "I have no idea," Whis shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty. "Is he truly that weak?" Beerus displayed an expression of irritation. "Could I have been mistaken?" "Regardless, Whis, let us proceed to King Kai's planet." As Beerus and Whis departed, the Grand Elder Muley finally breathed a sigh of relief, soon replaced by a look of perplexity. "Isn't Dandy on Earth? How could he be on King Kai's planet? Surely Lord Beerus hasn't made an error?" Meanwhile, on the other side, the anxious King Kai was sweating profusely, as if calamity were imminent. "This is bad. This is very bad." Noticing King Kai's sudden agitation, Dandy immediately wore a puzzled expression. "What is the matter?" King Kai, with an exasperated gaze towards Dandy, hurriedly urged, "Dandy, you must return to Earth at once. A guest is about to arrive." "A guest? Then why are you so anxious?" Dandy displayed a look of perplexity. "Why the urgency in hastening my departure? Is there someone I must not encounter?" The king of the realm was drenched in sweat. Frantic like an ant on a hot skillet, hastily exclaimed, "I have no time to explain. Just leave quickly." Could it be that Beerus has arrived? Dandy revealed a cunning smile. "How do you know?" The king of the world sighed, only to quickly retract his statement. Pa. It's not him. Do not deceive. Isn't it just perfect that Beerus is here?" Dandy smiled, unexpectedly realizing that he had arrived at the perfect moment to encounter Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Chapter 121. Seeking Amusement. Do not jest. That is Lord Beerus, the most formidable god of destruction in the universe. The King Kai exclaimed with grave intensity. "Oh, is that so? Can he truly surpass my strength?" Dandy's face was filled with disbelief. "This is not a matter of strength. You and he exist in entirely different realms," the King of Worlds emphasized. "How peculiar, aside from hearing it from the mouth of the dragon. I had never encountered such a figure before. Could he possibly rank higher than the position of the King of Gods?" Dandy murmured. "The god of destruction corresponds to the Supreme Kai. They are both the paramount deities of this universe," the Supreme Kai elucidated. Upon hearing this, Dandy immediately exhaled in relief. Realizing that he had overestimated the significance of the god of destruction, discovering that they were indeed of the same rank as the Supreme Kai, Dandy immediately understood. If even the Supreme Kai could not contend with the Majin Buu, then he, in his current form, could effortlessly vanquish countless Majin Buus. It was an entirely different matter. Although they were of the same rank, their strengths were not comparable in the slightest. The Supreme Kai, in a state of panic, darted about restlessly, unable to find calm. Once he arrives, we shall see how he fares. It just so happens that I have matters to discuss with him as well. Dandy revealed a smile. Dandy, don't be foolish. You stand no chance against him. The King of Worlds immediately admonished, fearing that should he provoke that esteemed individual, dire consequences would ensue. At that moment, the god of destruction, Beerus, materialized behind the King of Worlds, his cold voice resonating in the air. Well then, let us see what you can do. Upon hearing Beerus's voice, the King of Worlds' mouth fell agape in shock, and he swiftly turned to bow respectfully towards the two figures. Lord Beerus, Lord Whis. What an honor to have you visit my humble abode. Beerus, without a glance towards the king, fixed his gaze upon Dandy, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Oh, so you are the god of destruction, Beerus? You appear far smaller than I had envisioned. Dandy similarly scrutinized Beerus from head to toe, then glanced at Whis beside him, his face brimming with curiosity. These two individuals were indeed a sight he had never encountered before. In his mind, Dandy pondered. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Beerus immediately displayed a displeased expression. What do you mean I'm small? You aren't particularly tall yourself, are you? The King of Worlds quickly interjected softly to Dandy. Hey, Dandy, be mindful of your wording. He then turned to Beerus, explaining, Lord Beerus, please do not take it to heart. This fellow's mind is somewhat unhinged. Witnessing Beerus being belittled, Whis stifled a chuckle before stating, Lord Beerus has specifically come to seek out that Namekian. Huh? The King of Worlds was taken aback, looking for Dandy? Why? Dandy was taken aback, realizing that his encounter with Beerus was not a mere coincidence. Rather, the deity had come seeking him. Dandy, it was you who dealt with Frieza a year ago, was it not? The angel Whis remarked with a subtle smile. Indeed, Dandy displayed a scornful smile, taken aback by the fact that his opponent was motivated by such trivial matters, while contemplating within. Even the king of the universe could effortlessly dispose of Frieza. Was that truly remarkable? That fellow Frieza is merely in my employ. Beerus revealed a sly grin, whispering softly. Ah? The king of the universe immediately wore a look of astonishment, as he had never heard of such a thing before. No wonder the Supreme Kai had refrained from intervening with Frieza. It turns out he had you as a protective shield. So, are you here seeking vengeance? Dandy smiled faintly, realizing that such an utterly wicked character as Frieza could roam the universe unhindered for so many years, not having been dealt with by the Kais. Simply because he had his own protection in the realm of deities. Seeking revenge? Not quite. A being like that, once dead, is of little consequence. It was merely that I had a dream, one in which a certain individual appeared, promising to bring me a modicum of amusement. Beerus displayed a hint of a mischievous grin. Amusement? Dandy smiled faintly, saying, All right, I was just looking for some amusement. Shall we engage in a duel? Upon hearing Dandy's words, the Realm King immediately positioned himself in front of Dandy. Hey, Dandy, what are you doing? Stop this at once. However, Beerus fixated his gaze on Dandy, revealing a scornful smirk. Very well, let us fight. But do not hold back, he added with a scoff, surely. You don't think my strength remains akin to that of a year ago? Dandy smiled faintly, and then his aura erupted forth. Under the weight of his formidable presence, the entire North Realm King star began to tremble slightly. Oh, indeed, there is a measure of strength here. Beerus displayed an expression of intrigue. It is not merely a measure of strength. I shall take action now. Dandy smiled confidently. Come on. Beerus revealed an expression of anticipation. Dandy and Beerus stood facing each other, both exuding an unwavering confidence in their own formidable strength. Dandy emanated an overwhelming aura, while Beerus wore a smile that hinted at a touch of curiosity. In an instant, the battle erupted. Dandy's figure flickered and appeared before Beerus, launching a punch. Yet, Beerus maintained his relaxed smile, subtly shifting his body to evade Dandy's assault. Oh, Dandy felt a sense of curiosity. He had not anticipated that Beerus possessed the strength to evade his assault. Consequently, he resolved to intensify his efforts. It appeared that relying solely on the power of Super Saiyan 1 was insufficient to pose a threat to this formidable opponent. Dandy was aware that he still needed to inquire with Beerus about the Super Dragon, yet he was apprehensive about accidentally striking down Beerus in a moment of carelessness. Thus he refrained from unleashing his full power at the outset. Prepare yourself. Dandy exerted twice his usual strength and charged once more towards Beerus. Observing Dandy's increased speed, Beerus merely tilted his head slightly and evaded the attack. Hey, you. I already told you to give it your all. Stop dawdling. Beerus urged impatiently. Humph. It seems you do possess some degree of power. Dandy displayed a look of exhilaration, resolved to unleash the formidable power reminiscent of Gohan's transformation during the battle against Cell. Specifically the might of Super Saiyan 2. This strength should suffice to confront this adversary. Dandy was secretly contemplating, after all. The strength of the Kaishin was roughly on par with that of a Super Saiyan 2. Cheers. Dandy charged once more towards Beerus. However, in response to Dandy's relentless assault, Beerus merely bent slightly and executed a subtle leap, effortlessly evading all of Dandy's attacks. Has his strength increased yet again? Can he continue to grow stronger? As Beerus gracefully dodged Dandy's onslaught, he posed this question casually. Ha ha ha. Dandy, realizing that he was still unable to strike Beerus, began to amplify his strength, his speed accelerating exponentially. This surge of power explains why he can effortlessly contend with Frieza. Beerus stifled a yawn, subsequently displaying an expression of impatience. Come on, stop holding back and unleash your full potential. Chapter 122. Dandy's strength. Dandy's prowess has significantly increased since his victory over Frieza. The Angel Whis observed Dandy's displayed strength, softly exclaiming in astonishment. It seems that Lord Beerus might indeed be awakened by this fellow. Meanwhile, the King of the Worlds discreetly retreated, taking his pet gorilla Beerus into the safety of the house. Dandy emanated an even more formidable aura, enveloped in a shroud of golden energy as powerful bolts of lightning crackled around him. This was a strength that transcended that of Super Saiyan 2. One must be fully prepared. Dandy, with determination, launched himself once more at Beerus, relentlessly swinging his fists. Beerus effortlessly parried Dandy's onslaught, and upon sensing the force behind his blows, remarked nonchalantly, "Is this truly the extent of your power? It appears rather lacking." As he spoke, Beerus tightened his fists. "Now, I shall make my move." Observing Beerus preparing to take the battle seriously, Whis turned to Dandy, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Lord Beerus is about to strike. Do exercise caution." Beerus flashed a mischievous grin, his expression transforming into something fearsome, no longer resembling a cat, but rather a cunning, colossal rodent. "To spare you difficulty, I shall allow you the use of both hands." With a light chuckle, Beerus placed his hands behind his back and kicked towards Dandy. Impressive. Dandy sensed Beerus's impending assault, and an immediate sense of trepidation gripped his heart. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms before him in a defensive stance. Bang! A tremendous force struck Dandy's arms, propelling him through the air and crashing him violently onto King Kai's planet. The planet, unable to withstand such a colossal impact, was instantly pierced by Dandy. Dandy soared from the opposite side of the King planet, swiftly stabilizing his form in midair. "Indeed, I have underestimated you." Dandy gazed through the King of the World star, fixated on Beerus on the other side, a flicker of excitement dancing across his visage. "Ah, my King of the World." The king looked on in anguish as his planet was pierced, his face reflecting profound sorrow. Beerus, witnessing Dandy's unexpected defense against his assault, likewise revealed a smirk. Was that not his full strength just now? Intriguing. With a renewed, sinister grin, he lunged towards Dandy once more, each strike infused with the essence of obliteration. Dandy, agile in form and resolute in gaze, fearlessly confronted Beerus's onslaught. Beerus unleashed his suppressed power, launching a barrage of kicks at Dandy, each strike imbued with terrifying force, hurtling towards him. Dandy, brimming with confidence, no longer concealed his strength. He deftly evaded the strike and retaliated with a powerful kick. The pace of their battle was astonishingly swift, each contender countering the other's assaults while simultaneously launching their own. The air around them trembled violently as the surrounding mist was swept away by their formidable power. Indeed, Dandy's strength was remarkable. However, the techniques he employed seemed somewhat juvenile. Witnessing Dandy's performance, Whis displayed a keen interest and remarked nonchalantly, "I never anticipated that Dandy would engage with Beerus using only his feet, without employing his hands." The two figures continued to exchange kicks in midair, unleashing formidable shockwaves. "How intriguing. My journey here has not been in vain." As Beerus observed Dandy relying solely on his legs and managing to hold his ground, his interest was piqued. "Why don't we unleash our full powers and engage in a grand duel?" he proposed. And so, they were in agreement. Dandy, filled with excitement, exclaimed. The two paused their movements simultaneously, suspended in midair, their gazes fixed intently upon one another. Dandy gazed at Beerus with exhilaration. brimming with the thrill of finally being able to unleash his full potential. In contrast, Beerus donned a serious expression, a purple aura enveloping his form, his eyes glimmering with curiosity towards Dandy. It was the first time Beerus sensed that a human could attain such a remarkable realm. The two stood facing each other, the surrounding air seemingly frozen in anticipation. Dandy launched the attack first, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared before Beerus, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Beerus's chest. Unperturbed, Beerus extended a hand, effortlessly intercepting Dandy's assault, while simultaneously gripping Dandy's hand firmly with his own claw. Upon witnessing this, Dandy swiftly altered his approach, his body twisting gracefully in midair as he unleashed a flurry of kicks directed at Beerus's head and abdomen. Beerus, however, effortlessly evaded Dandy's assaults, his form twisting and turning in an array of peculiar postures, akin to a specter, skillfully eluding Dandy's onslaught, leaving one utterly confounded. Dandy, realizing that his attack had been futile, swiftly withdrew his fist from Beerus's grasp and created some distance. He took a deep breath, concentrating the energy within his body into his hands, and then forcefully thrust them forward. A formidable wave of energy surged towards Beerus. In response, Beerus extended his own hands, unleashing a violet energy wave that collided with Dandy's. The two energy waves met in midair, producing a tremendous explosion that distorted the surrounding space. The overwhelming force blew away all the clouds in the vicinity, and even the King Kai's planet was pushed back by this immense power. Furthermore, both Dandy and Beerus were staggered a few steps by the shockwave of the explosion, their eyes reflecting a mutual respect for one another. Dandy understood that Beerus was indeed, as the Supreme Kai had stated, a formidable adversary, and he must exert himself to the utmost to engage in battle with him. It appeared that the Supreme Kai was correct. Although Beerus was of the same rank as the Supreme Kai, the levels of their power were undeniably disparate. Beerus was also aware that Dandy was a warrior of exceptional potential. At this moment, Dandy's movements were somewhat rigid, yet they exuded tremendous strength, warranting careful consideration in response. Truly, an extraordinary figure had emerged. This journey had proven to be worthwhile. The two stood facing each other once more, poised for the next round of combat. This time, Beerus initiated the attack, his purple form radiating an overwhelming aura, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. Dandy was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming aura, prompting him to swiftly raise his arm in defense. Before him stood Beerus, whose fist bore the devastating power to obliterate anything in its path, striking fiercely towards Dandy. Dandy sensed the immense power of the strike. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to withstand Beerus's assault. Boom! The tremendous impact instantly sent Dandy flying. Beerus pursued relentlessly, continuing to unleash a flurry of punches upon him. Dandy exerted every ounce of his strength to withstand the onslaught, his body trembling slightly. Yet he remained resolute in his determination. Beerus's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, causing Dandy to feel the strain. In that moment, Dandy let out a powerful roar, and his body erupted with a formidable force once more. With a vigorous sweep of his arm, he deflected Beerus's fist. Beerus, momentarily taken aback, quickly regrouped and launched another attack. Dandy swiftly sidestepped, then countered with a powerful hook. Beerus leaped back and subsequently swept his tail toward Dandy. Dandy swiftly ascended into the air, evading the assault, and in one fluid motion, unleashed a ki blast. As the ki blast approached Beerus, it was effortlessly shattered by him. Humph, it is quite remarkable that you have endured this long. Clearly, you possess considerable skill. Beerus regarded Dandy with a condescending gaze, then added, yet ultimately, you are still inferior to me. Chapter 123. The ceasefire is not yet concluded. Dandy sensed that his confrontation with Beerus was becoming increasingly arduous. Yet he was not entirely devoid of means to cope with the situation. Drink up. Dandy once again unleashed his aura, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Beerus. Beerus chuckled softly, clenched his fist, and retaliated with a powerful blow aimed directly at Dandy's approaching fist. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn asunder, an invisible force erupting violently between their fists. When the two immensely powerful punches collided, time appeared to freeze. A resounding thud echoed, reminiscent of thunder crashing in one's ears. Immediately thereafter, a tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact. On King Kai's planet, the ground trembled incessantly, dust swirling in the air, as if the already punctured planet was on the verge of disintegration. Objects upon the planet's surface were violently swept away by this overwhelming force. Whis activated a protective barrier, encasing both King Kai and Babarus within, thereby safeguarding them from the chaos. Sensing Dandy's full-on assault, Beerus lifted his head, proclaiming, "You have exerted yourself admirably, but alas, this is where it ends. Your strength has begun to wane, and it shall only diminish further from here." Dandy, however, remained utterly unperturbed. He merely extended his palm towards himself and instantaneously adjusted his condition to its optimal state. "Is this the power of healing? Are you perhaps a disciple of that Supreme Kai?" Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. "A disciple of the Supreme Kai?" Upon hearing this, Dandy displayed a look of confusion. "So it is," he mused. "In that case, I find myself reluctant to destroy you. Continue to strive, O Mechstar. Today, I have fought with great delight. It has been ages since I exerted such formidable power in battle." As Beerus spoke, he withdrew, soaring back to Veto's side. "Oh, Beerus, how rare it is for you to hold back," Veto's quipped. With a dismissive snort, Beerus responded, "If that fellow were to ascend to the position of God of Destruction, would it not be a fortuitous occurrence?" "Ah, I see. You are concerned that the current God of Destruction may encounter misfortune." Veto's chuckled softly, then continued. "Are you not apprehensive that he might surpass you?" Beerus scoffed immediately. "Surpass me? How could that be possible?" Yet Veto's spoke earnestly. "Have you not observed? His techniques are exceedingly crude and lack finesse. Nevertheless, he has managed to spar with you for such an extended duration. If he were to master more refined combat skills, or even attain the ultimate technique, it would not be sufficient to withstand my destructive power. Should he truly dare to oppose me, I would not treat him as I did today, refraining from using divine power in our confrontation." With a cold smirk, Beerus prepared to take his leave. "Wait." Seeing that Beerus was about to leave, Dandy quickly called out to stop him. "What is it?" Beerus turned around, displaying an irritated expression. "Lord Beerus, I would like to inquire about the matter concerning the Super Dragon." Dandy hastily inquired, "Hey, you Namekian, you must understand that, as the God of Destruction, I am under no obligation to answer your questions." After uttering this remark, Beerus suddenly shifted his expression, revealing a smile. "However, for your sake, I shall graciously offer you a response. I have never heard of any super dragon." With that, Beerus prepared to depart, when suddenly Whis appeared to have an epiphany. He waved his staff, and the North Kaioshin planet was instantly restored to its original state. "My apologies, Kaioshin, for having destroyed your planet." Whis expressed his regrets, to which the Kaioshin responded with a look of sheer trepidation. "You are far too kind, Lord Whis." Seeing that Whis had swiftly restored the king of all planets, Dandy exclaimed in astonishment, "Lord Beerus, your attendant is truly remarkable." In response, Beerus raised his thumb toward the angelic Whis beside him. "Indeed, he is my attendant. But more importantly, he is also my master, thus he possesses far greater strength than I do." "Master?" Dandy immediately displayed a look of astonishment. As I had presumed, he was merely a retainer like Jebbet. Angel Vis winked at Dandy and then remarked, "Dandy, you possess considerable potential, but your combat skills are rather lacking. You must engage in more training." "Haha, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Dandy scratched his head, realizing that he had never undergone training in this regard. His previous opponents were all easily defeated with a single strike, rendering technique utterly inconsequential. In his heart, Dandy contemplated, while Beerus unexpectedly displayed a rare expression of kindness. "Well then, farewell." With those words, Beerus and Wish transformed into a streak of light, darting into the distance. It was only at that moment that the King of Worlds exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. "Dandy, I never imagined you could actually contend with Lord Beerus." The King of Worlds gazed at Dandy with lingering trepidation. "That fellow is indeed formidable. I had thought I would no longer encounter any rivals. Yet it appears that such powerful beings truly exist in the universe." Dandy clenched his fists, ignited by a newfound desire to ascend to greater heights. He had thought he had already reached the summit, only to discover that there were even loftier peaks beyond. The King of Worlds observed Dandy's incredulous expression and elucidated, "There is more yet. As the God of Destruction, Lord Beerus possesses the destructive power, a divine force capable of dismantling all." "Divine force?" Dandy wore a perplexed expression, pondering whether it was not solely reliant on his own prowess. "Indeed, strength constitutes a part of it. Dandy, you must understand that as a deity, one possesses extraordinary abilities. For instance, the gods of your earth possess the gift of perceiving its essence, while I, as the king of the realms, am endowed with the capacity to comprehend the universe and communicate telepathically. Similarly, there is Yama, who wields the power over souls. As for the supreme deities of this universe, Both the King of Destruction and the Gods of Creation possess their own remarkable abilities, with the former's powers encompassing the force of annihilation, which stands apart from mere combat strength. Dandy, lost in contemplation, nodded thoughtfully before inquiring. Earlier, Lord Beerus mentioned that I am a disciple of the Kaioshin. What does that entail? Is it due to your healing powers? I find it perplexing how you Namekians possess such abilities, which are typically reserved for the disciples of the Kaioshin. Additionally, the power of instantaneous movement is also a unique ability granted only to the disciples of the Kaioshin. Dandy nodded in response. In his recollections, the attendant of the King of Worlds, Jebet, indeed possessed the powers of instantaneous movement and healing. By the way, Dandy, what exactly is this super dragon you just mentioned? The King of Worlds suddenly recalled Dandy's words and inquired with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 124, Master Wu Tian. It is said to be a dragon capable of granting any wish, a revelation I heard from the Namekian dragon Purunga. I have been searching for the destroyer because I heard that he possesses knowledge of the super dragon. However, from the recent encounter, it appears that Beerus is also unaware of the super dragon's existence. This poses quite a conundrum. Dandy, in his distress, ran his fingers through his hair and continued. King of the Realm, are you able to reach the Supreme King of the Realm? Upon hearing this, the King of the Realm immediately displayed a look of astonishment. Now that you mention it, you have been referring to the Supreme King of the Realm since just now. How did you come to know of his existence? You even know the names of his attendants. Dandy was momentarily taken aback, indeed, from the perspective of the King of Worlds. He had no reason to be aware of the existence of the Supreme Kai. Nevertheless, it matters not, King. I implore you to assist me in reaching the Supreme Kai. I shall inquire with him, and perhaps I might glean some information regarding the Eternal Dragon. Upon hearing this, the King of Worlds displayed a look of helplessness. Regrettably, I too have never encountered the Supreme Kai, nor do I possess the means to contact him. What? How can this be possible? Are you not the King of Worlds? Dandy wore a countenance of disbelief. What is so peculiar about it? The Supreme Kai is, after all, the deity of our realm, akin to the relationship between humanity and their gods. Consider this, apart from your kind, which other humans possess the ability to commune with their deities. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Kai, Dandy found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Could it truly be that they must wait several years for the Supreme Kai and his companions to descend to Earth? Dandy realized that remaining here held no further significance, and thus, he employed his teleportation ability once more, arriving beside Sun Wukong. Oh, as Dandy made his appearance, he quickly discovered that Sun Wukong was not aboard Bulma's luxurious cruise, but rather nestled within the embrace of a great mountain. At this moment, the entire mountain had transformed into a hollow shell, with smoke billowing from within. This should suffice, thought Sun Wukong, addressing Bulma beside him, when he suddenly noticed Dandy and greeted him with enthusiasm. Greetings, Mr. Dandy. Where have you been? Bulma, however, displayed an expression of exasperation. Wukong, you merely needed to disable the computer here. Was such extensive destruction truly necessary? Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, Bulma. I may have exerted a bit too much force. Dandy listened intently to the conversation between the two and soon grasped the situation. Is this the base of the androids? Does this imply that the adversary has been utterly eradicated? Bulma nodded and elaborated. The primary servers are situated here. While it is possible that remnants of data may still linger online, without hardware support, it cannot pose a significant threat. I have devised a tracking virus that will proliferate across the network, seeking any trace of that entity. Upon detection, it will issue a warning. Rest assured. Upon hearing Bulma's reassurances, Dandy sighed in relief, acknowledging that such matters were indeed best resolved by her. The group then made their way back to the cruise ship. Once aboard, Goku, accompanied by Goten, prepared to bid farewell to the others when Dandy suddenly spoke to Goku with a serious demeanor. Mr. Goku, might I request a favor? Goku's surprise was evident as he responded, A favor from me? Yes, I wish to learn some combat techniques from you. Dandy spoke earnestly. Learn from me? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Mr. Dandy, you are already so formidable. I am no match for you. Dandy shook his head in response. I am not referring to strength, but rather to the art of combat. Upon hearing this, Sun Gohan looked at Dandy in astonishment. Mr. Dandy, you wish to learn combat techniques from my father? In that moment, Gohan felt a whirlwind of confusion. His remarkable strength was predominantly the result of Dandy's rigorous training, and he had even surpassed his own father, Son Goku. Yet, here was Dandy, the one who had honed his skills, seeking to learn from Gohan's father. What could possibly explain this? Son Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully, and after a pause, he spoke, I must confess, teaching is not my forte. However, I can certainly recommend a master for you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Dandy's eyes widened in astonishment, and he suddenly realized, could it be that this refers to my master? The Turtle Hermit? Dandy was immediately drenched in cold sweat, astonished that Sun Wukong had indeed uttered that name. At that moment, Master Roshi was cheerfully observing the youthful maidens in their swimsuits, with 2 wads of tissue stuffed up his nose. Sun Wukong led Dandy before Master Roshi. Master Roshi. Master Roshi's smile abruptly froze as Sun Wukong obstructed his line of sight. Upon recognizing Sun Wukong, he finally spoke. It's you, Wukong. You seem to have grown a bit taller. Or is it that your back has become even more hunched? Sun Wukong, unabashed, replied and then brought Dandy forward. Master Roshi. This is Mr. Dandy. Mr. Dandy, this is my teacher, Master Roshi. As Master Roshi gazed at Dandy, a smile spread across his face. I have heard that you are the one who resolved this crisis. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Dandy gazed at Master Roshi, beginning to doubt whether he could truly glean any wisdom from this elderly figure. You see, Mr. Dandy wishes to acquire some combat skills, and thus I have recommended that he seek your guidance for training. Sun Wukong explained earnestly. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Master Roshi promptly plopped down onto the ground, utterly astonished. What? He wishes to learn from me? The old master looked at Dandy with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue before confirming. Is this fellow truly the one who defeated that so-called ultimate cell? Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively, prompting Master Roshi to remove his sunglasses and fixate his gaze intently upon Dandy, sincerely inquiring, Young man, what is it that you wish to learn from me? Dandy, observing the serious expression on the face of the Turtle Hermit, suddenly remembered that this elderly man, in addition to being a lecherous old fellow, bore another title, the revered Master Wutian, the god of martial arts. Dandy understands that Master Wutian's innate talent is rather unremarkable, even to the extent of being considered mediocre. Nevertheless, he ascended to the pinnacle of his era through sheer determination and the unwavering spirit of martial arts. Master Wutian's journey of cultivation was arduous and characterized by relentless perseverance. After scaling the Tower of Lin, it took him 3 long years to seize the water flask from the hands of the Immortal of Lin. He himself recounted that it took him 50 years of diligent practice to successfully master the Kamehameha technique. Perhaps there is indeed much to be learned from Master Wutian. Dandy silently resolved to begin anew, starting from the very basics, Master Wutian. Chapter 125, Dandy's Journey to seek a mentor. Upon hearing Dandy address him as Master Wutian, the Turtle Hermit's expression noticeably shifted and his demeanor grew more solemn. Young man, it appears you have heard of my legendary exploits. Dandy gently nodded, and upon witnessing this, Master Roshi continued, in truth, the path of cultivation is not as intricate as one might perceive. It is essential to remember one fundamental truth. There are always those beyond you, and realms beyond realms. Though you have triumphed over Cell this time, rendering it seem as though no one can rival you, if you choose to remain stagnant, you shall never ascend to the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Dandy could not help but develop a profound admiration for Master Wutian. He was evidently oblivious to the existence of the god of destruction and unaware that he had just engaged in a confrontation with such a formidable entity. However, his centuries of life experience had led him to grasp a pivotal truth. There are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. Observing Dandy's contemplative demeanor, the turtle sage continued, Never cease your progress. Even in my old age, there remains room for advancement. Never assume you have reached your zenith. Only through relentless pursuit can one ascend to greater heights and strengths. Yet, it is equally essential to remember to cultivate diligently, study earnestly, eat well, sleep soundly, and savor life as pleasures. It is the harmonious balance of joyfully relishing one's existence while relentlessly striving for improvement that encapsulates the essence of my turtle sage teachings. Dandy meticulously absorbed the words of Master Roshi. In contrast to the celestial deity's prior exhortations on arduous training, Master Roshi's insights appeared far more profound. Upon reflection, it was evident that during Sun Wukong's inaugural participation in the world's greatest martial arts tournament, Master Roshi had gone to great lengths, disguising himself as the formidable Chunlong, not to claim victory for himself, but rather to impart a crucial lesson to Wukong and Krillin. His intent was to instill in them the understanding that there are always greater beings beyond themselves, to broaden their perspectives of the world, enabling them to devote themselves more earnestly to the cultivation of both body and spirit, ultimately aspiring to become exceptional martial artists. Dandy meticulously reflected upon Master Wu Tian's martial spirit at that time. Both Wukong and Krillin had barely trained for a year, yet were already on the verge of being unparalleled in the world. Before the finals, the two had begun to become complacent. Had Wukong effortlessly claimed victory, he might not have continued to pursue the enhancement of his strength, thus never embarking on the arduous path of cultivation that followed, and consequently, his later achievements would not have materialized. The same holds true for Krillin. Had it not been for that particular defeat, he may have returned to the Shaolin Temple to reign supreme, or perhaps have sought to charm young women, thereby forsaking his ambition and failing to continue his training under Master Roshi. In the subsequent World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi encountered Tien, a young man of immense potential yet questionable integrity. However, Master Roshi did not react with anger towards such a character. Instead, he recognized the purity and kindness within Tien's heart, perceiving the promise of the young man's future. Through both words and actions, he sought to guide Tien back to the right path. Furthermore, individuals like Piccolo and even Vegeta were influenced by those who inherited the martial spirit of Master Roshi, gradually transitioning from antagonists to allies. Although Master Roshi may not possess overwhelming strength, his extensive years of life have rendered him an exceptional mentor in the realm of martial philosophy. Dandy nodded earnestly at Master Roshi and said, "I understand, and I shall endeavor to train diligently. Let us commence without delay." After a moment of silence, Master Roshi continued, "These are the only teachings I can impart to you. The remaining methods of cultivation may not be suitable for your path." Dandy pondered for a moment and nodded. Given his current abilities, delivering milk, tilling the soil, and pushing stones would indeed yield little effect. However, the introduction of Master Roshi by Sun Wukong provided Dandy with some inspiration. Next, he decided to seek out Sun Wukong's second master. Upon this realization, Dandy promptly set off for the abode of the Sage of Talon. The sage was taken aback by Dandy's sudden appearance through teleportation. "Are you truly Lord Dandy?" he inquired cautiously, sensing Dandy's formidable aura. "Sage of Talon, I implore you to train me. Allow me to seize the divine elixir." The sage, drenched in perspiration, gazed at Dandy in astonishment before finally responding. "Are you engaging in a game of truth or dare?" Dandy felt speechless and proceeded to elucidate the purpose of his journey. "Ah, so it is." The Talon sage appeared to have an epiphany. "It is indeed astonishing to acquire such formidable power without combat skills." Dandy could only speak. "I shall suppress all my energy and rely solely on my body to seize your water bottle. What say you?" The immortal Talon sighed and nodded with resignation. "Give it a try?" With that, the immortal Talon produced a water flask and suspended it from his staff. "Come and attempt to take it." Dandy suppressed all his energy and made his way towards the immortal Tarlin. Upon sensing Dandy's speed, Tarlin's eyes widened in astonishment, causing him to instinctively shield his head in fear. Dandy promptly halted his movement and effortlessly seized the water bottle. Dandy comprehended that his strength vastly surpassed that of the Talon Immortal. In light of such a staggering disparity, all techniques appeared futile. "Although I cannot match your speed, I can indeed discern that your movements contain an excessive number of superfluous elements. An abundance of unnecessary motions can hinder your body as coordination, making it arduous to unleash your full potential." The Talon Immortal took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure, offering his advice with genuine kindness. Dandy nodded, reflecting on how he had consistently triumphed over his opponents through sheer brute strength. However, he realized that if he were to encounter an adversary of equal prowess, yet possessing a wealth of combat experience, he would likely face defeat. If only he could refine his fighting techniques, perhaps he would not inevitably succumb to Beerus. Dandy realized that although he had suffered a slight defeat in the previous battle, one of the reasons was his almost non-existent combat skills. In his encounter with the god of destruction, Beerus, Dandy faced an opponent who compelled him to exert his full strength for the first time. Throughout the struggle against Beerus, he experienced an exhilarating sensation coursing through him, an exhilarating combat experience he had never encountered before. Surely, this must be the essence of the thrill of battle. No wonder Goku is so infatuated with combat. Dandy, apart from indulging in beverages, finds himself with scant opportunities for genuine bodily pleasure. This recent battle with Beerus has, however, awakened within him the exhilarating joy of combat, a sensation far more invigorating than merely vanquishing an opponent and basking in silent arrogance. "I understand now, Master Taran. I shall endeavor to rectify any superfluous movements." Dandy contemplated for a moment, then leaped into the air, continuing to ascend. The next master of Sun Wukong is Bobo and the Celestial Deity. Chapter 126, Transformation of the Spirit Time House. Dandy had just arrived at the temple when he discovered the deity standing in the square awaiting his presence. Dandy, you have finally begun to pay heed to your cultivation. The deity wore a smile of satisfaction, accompanied by a hint of remorse. I must apologize, for I previously misjudged you. Dandy gazed at the earnest demeanor of the celestial being, and any lingering resentment within him dissipated. Celestial being, I wish to refine my combat skills. Do you possess any methods? He initially anticipated that the celestial being would be at a loss, yet to his surprise, the celestial being nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the celestial being's words instantly invigorated Dandy. What method do you propose? Pray enlighten me. The celestial being explained succinctly, it is quite simple. You must lower your energy to its minimum. Concurrently, I shall impose a formidable weight upon your body to restrict your movements. Only under such conditions can your physical capabilities be elevated to the level of others, thereby allowing for training in movement and perceptual abilities. Upon hearing these words, Dandy nodded enthusiastically and exclaimed, "Splendid! Let us commence this trial at once." The celestial being nodded, fixing his gaze upon Dandy, and with a commanding shout. An immense weight enveloped Dandy's form. Each limb bore a constraining 10 tons, while his body was encumbered by 30 tons, and atop his head rested a 5-ton helmet. The celestial being elucidated the burdens he had placed upon Dandy. Dandy surveyed his body and limbs, all encased in heavy yet closely fitted armor. The weight evenly distributed across his entire form, without compromising his bodily coordination. Even his head was shielded by a substantial helmet, which imparted a sense of burden to his movements. Nevertheless, as Dandy endeavored to maneuver, he found that the mobility of his joints remained unimpeded. How perfectly it fits. Divine being, I am grateful to you. Dandy smiled in gratitude, acknowledging that this indeed could constrain his movement speed. No need for thanks, after all. It is my duty to safeguard the earth by resolving the crisis posed by the artificial beings. Yet my abilities. Dandy waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern, and then continued, however, can we still increase this burden? I feel that my speed of movement remains largely unaffected. Dandy attempted to turn his head and wave his hand, taking a few more steps before speaking. The deity found himself at a loss for words. Very well. I shall give it a try. The deity then fixed his gaze on Dandy once more, causing the armor upon Dandy's form to thicken and its weight to increase once again. Before Dandy could utter a word, the entire floor of the temple suddenly began to tilt. Could it be that he was exceeding the limits? The deity had not anticipated that he and Dandy were standing at the edge of the temple, which was now tilting due to the inability to bear Dandy's weight. Upon witnessing this, Dandy swiftly ascended, allowing himself to float in the air. The temple then regained its equilibrium once more. This marks the utmost limit of the weight I can impose. Observing Dandy effortlessly hovering, the celestial being was struck with disbelief, unable to fathom that he still could not exert any influence over you. Dandy, however, shook his head and replied, "No, this time I can distinctly sense a certain weight." Dandy continued, suggesting that perhaps the addition of a gravity chamber might yield some results. However, the deity shook his head, explaining that if a gravity chamber were involved, the training opponents would also be subjected to the effects of gravity, rendering them incapable of fully exhibiting their strengths, thus failing to diminish the gap between their abilities and yours. Consequently, no one would be able to keep pace with your speed. Moreover, this weighted gear is likely beyond the capacity of any location on Earth to accommodate, let alone a gravity chamber. Upon hearing this, Dandy pondered for a moment and then immediately recalled an excellent location. Is there not the Spirit Time House? The ground there is remarkably sturdy, and training within its confines would surely be feasible. The celestial deity, upon Dandy's suggestion, nodded in acknowledgement but cautioned. Each individual may only remain in the Spirit Time House for 2 years. You have already spent over a year there, leaving you with little time remaining. Upon hearing this, Dandy smiled slightly, as if a solution had dawned upon him. This is simple. When faced with technical challenges, one should seek Bulma, for she is capable of creating even a time machine. Dandy vanished from sight, only to reappear in the temple, firmly grasping Bulma's hand. Upon realizing she had been brought to this unfamiliar locale by Dandy, Bulma's expression soured, and she delivered a forceful punch to his head. Dandy, could you refrain from such abrupt appearances and dragging me to strange places? I was just about to enjoy a nice bath. Dandy, however, remained indifferent. I harbor no interest in your physique. As for the deity, he possesses the ability to observe any location on Earth. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately fixed her gaze upon the deity. Hey, wait. I have never spied on you while you bathed. Dandy directly articulated his demands, saying, Bulma, I must trouble you this time. Please lift the restrictions of the hyperbolic time chamber, allowing only 2 individuals at a time and limiting each person's stay to 2 years. It would be splendid if you could also construct a gravity room inside. Upon hearing Dandy's requests, Bulma retorted with indignation, I truly cannot fathom you. Do you even comprehend your own situation? Staying at my home, enjoying free food and drink, is one thing, but to dare make demands of me is quite another. And what is with you? How can you possibly ask for more than Vegeta himself? Dandy chuckled, it shouldn't be difficult for you, right? After all, you are a genius beauty. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Bulma's heart blossomed with joy. A genius beauty? In just 5 short words, Dandy had praised Bulma thrice. All right, I shall give it a try. True to her reputation as a genius, Bulma swiftly discerned the structure of the hyperbolic time chamber after some thorough research and set about making modifications. Some of the devices here were surprisingly related to the theory of relativity, which explained their ability to manipulate the flow of time. If these devices could be modified and utilized effectively, a flurry of creative ideas suddenly sparked in Bulma's mind, leading her to discover a direction for her research on the possibilities of time travel. After some time, Bulma finally completed her renovations of the hyperbolic time chamber. All right. Aside from the limitations on the number of users and the cumulative duration of use being lifted, I have also reinforced the stability of these devices. Dandy nodded excitedly. Truly impressed. How remarkable. Indeed, it is Bulma. Upon hearing Dandy's praise, a sudden sense of foreboding crept into Bulma's heart. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be about to make another request, would you? You guessed correctly. While you were enhancing the hyperbolic time chamber, an excellent idea struck me. Dandy wore a mischievous smile. A good method? What good method? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Aren't you simply yearning for a gravity chamber akin to Vegeta's? I could ask my father to assist you in constructing one. You could just bring it here for your use. No. A gravity chamber alone will not resolve my issues. I have conceived a brilliant strategy. Chapter 127. Dandy's training method, a brilliant strategy? What do you mean? Bulma, upon hearing this, was immediately perplexed, unable to comprehend the source of Dandy's exhilaration. I aim to diminish the gap between myself and others. Only then can I hone my combat skills. Bulma, I have devised an excellent plan. Dandy appeared to be exhilarated by his brilliant scheme and promptly inquired, with your expertise. Creating a holographic image should pose no challenge, correct? Bulma nodded, affirming that it was indeed a straightforward task, and asked, what is it about? Upon hearing this, Dandy became even more exhilarated. Do you have a way to create a device that allows 2 individuals in different locations to see each other's holographic images and engage with them? Bulma pondered, tapping her chin thoughtfully before responding. It sounds feasible, but what is the purpose? Is it to avoid harming the opponent? At that moment, the celestial being grasped the idea. Marvelous, Dandy. In this scenario, only your physical form would be bound by weight and gravity, while your opponent would be unrestrained. This indeed has the potential to level the playing field, allowing for genuine training. Upon hearing the celestial being's words, Bulma finally comprehended Dandy's intention. What? Have you truly reached such an impressive level? Dandy smiled and nodded. No wonder that fellow Vegeta harbors such disdain for you. He now spends all his days entrenched in the gravity chamber, leaving me barely glimpsing his presence. That man shows no regard for me or our child. It truly is perplexing. Dandy was aware that Vegeta had always been this way, and he was prepared to send Bulma back first. By the way, the weight capacity of the gravity chamber must be sufficient, Dandy emphasized before their departure. Weight capacity? How much do you require? Excluding the doubling of gravity. It should be at least several hundred tons. After a brief calculation, Dandy responded, a few hundred tons? Are you joking? Where could such a solid material possibly exist? Upon hearing this, the deity suddenly conjured a cube. This is Kaizen steel, the most indestructible material in the universe. You may take it and test it. Bulma stared in astonishment at the black cube before her, momentarily speechless, before finally asking, if this is the most durable material, how on earth can it be cut? The deity was momentarily taken aback, as this topic ventured into the realms of his ignorance. Dandy, standing nearby, took the steel from Kaizen with one hand while grasping Bulma with the other. You can certainly study on your own. After all, you are a genius beauty. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Bulma's cheeks flushed once more. Dandy observed Bulma's expression with keen interest and promptly utilized instant transmission to send her back, advising, Bulma, Please expedite the creation of the gravity chamber and the holographic device. Remember to inform me at the earliest opportunity. Understood, Bulma replied as she returned to her home. Contemplating the remarkable device of the Room of Spirit and Time she had recently discovered, lost in thought. I've encountered an overwhelming amount of knowledge. I must take the time to thoroughly digest it. Meanwhile, Dandy relieved himself of his burdens, filled with anticipation. Armed with this set of weights and the gravity chamber, complemented by the holographic device, he would be able to engage with everyone on equal footing, albeit sacrificing the authentic sensation of battle. This way, he could spar with Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien, thereby gaining invaluable combat experience. Not to mention Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta. He yearned to face them as well. Fortunately, the system's 10,000-fold return had yet to be activated. Otherwise, no matter how much he attempted to diminish his strength, he might still find it impossible to align with their level. I'll first master the combat techniques before devising a strategy to obtain the 10,000-fold return. Until then, I must engage with Beerus once more. Dandy contemplated his scheme, a smile gracing his lips. Before that, let me relish the joy of battle to the fullest. Dandy pondered this and engaged in a discussion with Bobo regarding the techniques imparted to Sun Wukong. During defense, one should remain as tranquil as the sky, while in attack, one must strike with swiftness surpassing that of lightning. After listening to Bobo's exposition, 8 words emerged in Dandy's mind. As still as a maiden. As swift as a startled hare. Why does it resonate with the essence of Sun Tzu's art of war? Dandy meticulously contemplated the essence of Bobo's words. Reminiscing about his encounters with Beerus, and before long, time had elapsed. The world had returned to peace, and the festivities aboard the cruise had concluded. Goku, accompanied by Gohan, journeyed back to the mountains to continue their training. Upon witnessing the reactivation of Android 16, Krillin noted that the explosive device within had been removed. He then turned his gaze toward Android 18, beseeching Dr. Brief to restore her to a normal human state, only to be informed by the doctor that such a transformation was unattainable. Are you afraid I might engage in nefarious deeds? Android 18 remarked. Taken aback by Krillin's concern for her well-being, her brow furrowed in contemplation. How could that be? I heard you detest your cyborg enhancements. And the thought of having a bomb inside you is simply pitiable. I don't need your pity. 18 retorted, clenching her fist with disdain. It's not as you imagine. Krillin, feeling a surge of anxiety, responded hastily. This is absurd. With that, 18 averted her gaze and approached 16. Let us go, 16. Nodding in agreement, 16 bowed respectfully to Drive Brief. Thank you for not only eliminating that artificial intelligence and safeguarding the nature I cherish, but also for disarming the explosive within me. Think nothing of it. That bomb was quite perilous. Dr. Brief replied with a smile, scratching the back of his head. As the two were about to depart, Krillin interjected urgently, Where are you headed? None of your business. 18 snapped back. Well, I heard you and 17 are a couple. And with the Dragon Balls becoming available in 4 months, I intend to ask Shenron to resurrect 17. I need to inform him of your whereabouts. At this, Android 18 fell silent, her demeanor softening slightly, though she maintained an air of disdain. Fool, what couple? 17 is my twin brother. Krillin exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with surprise. So, 17 is not your boyfriend? Of course not. Stop overthinking, she replied. Since you plan to use the Dragon Balls to revive 17, you might as well stay with us during this time. Do you have a place to stay? Wait. Krillin was taken aback by 18's offer to accompany him, casting a worried glance toward Master Roshi. Master Roshi, do you have room for another guest? Me? Master Roshi eyed Android 18 with delight. Of course. Absolutely welcome. Then let us stay at Master Roshi's place. Krillin tentatively suggested to 18. Do I have to live with this old man? Does he have a maid at home? The expression on Android 18's face remained one of disdain. The caretaker. That would be me, Krillin said, scratching his head and looking down, feeling rather embarrassed. And I can help wash undergarments too. Master Roshi quickly chimed in. It's quite all right. I can handle all of this. Thank you for being willing to take us in. Android 16 replied apologetically, acknowledging that without resorting to theft, survival was quite challenging for them. Chapter 128. The commencement of training. Hey, Krillin, are you really okay with this? These two are androids, so don't be deceived by them. Yamcha whispered discreetly into Krillin's ear as a warning. Yamcha, relax. They aren't malevolent. Besides, staying close to Master Roshi is certainly preferable to letting them venture into places we cannot see, right? Krillin explained. I still find it rather peculiar. It seems you are more concerned about Android 18. You wouldn't happen to have developed a fondness for her, would you? Yamcha teased. Krillin's face flushed crimson, and he bashfully nodded in affirmation. I've heard everything you two have been discussing. Android 18 internally chuckled, yet maintained an impassive exterior as she interjected. What? Haha. Actually, Krillin stammered, caught off guard, realizing that Android 18 had overheard his private conversation with Yamcha. Piccolo crossed his arms, observing the unfolding farce with a perplexed expression. Is this what they call love? Quite baffling. Well, I must take my leave. Din seems to have gone to the temple. I should see what's happening. Farewell, everyone. With that, Piccolo waved to the group and soared toward the temple. He was aware that the deities would surely monitor Android 18 and her companions closely, and he felt confident in his own strength to contend with them, hence his lack of concern. I too shall depart. May peace reign on earth henceforth. Yamcha remarked as he watched Piccolo fly away. He gently patted Krillin on the shoulder, waved to the others, and exited the cruise ship. Then let us be off. Krillin, his face aglow with joy, waved to Dr. Brief and gestured to androids 16 and 18, blushing as he led the way into the sky. Wait for me. Master Roshi called out as he noticed everyone taking flight. Seeing that Krillin's gaze was solely on Android 18, he could only shake his head and summon his flying turtle. That reckless Krillin forgot the key. I hope he doesn't damage my door lock. Android 18 is going to stay at the Kame house. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. It has been ages since a woman has resided there since launch left. As Piccolo descended upon the temple, he learned of Dandy's intentions from the celestial being. Observing Dandy, who sat in quiet meditation, Piccolo was engulfed in contemplation. Why had Dandy suddenly embarked on the pursuit of martial prowess? From his discourse with the ultimate androids, it was evident that his strength had reached an unparalleled zenith. Was it the solitude that accompanies such heights? How precisely had Dandy grown stronger? Had he absorbed his own replicas? At that moment, Dandy opened his eyes and, upon seeing Piccolo, immediately broke into an excited smile. Piccolo, this is wonderful. Could you teach me some combat techniques? Huh? Me? Piccolo's expression shifted to one of hesitation. I'm afraid I may not have much to offer you. Don't say that. You trained Gohan exceptionally well, didn't you? Dandy chuckled. However, Piccolo immediately recalled that Son Gohan had spent a year with Dandy in the hyperbolic time chamber, and upon emerging, his strength not only surpassed Piccolo's, but even Son Goku could no longer match him. You have no rivals left. Why do you still seek to enhance your power? Piccolo finally voiced his lingering question. It is for the joy of battle. Dandy chuckled. I have come to realize that engaging with an equally matched opponent brings forth a sense of excitement and joy. Beak nodded in agreement and replied, that may be true, but finding a rival of equal caliber is likely to prove quite challenging. Dandy nodded thoughtfully, suddenly revealing with an air of mystery, it still exists. A worthy adversary, yet I must act swiftly. There remains an opportunity to enhance my combat skills. If I wait until I grow stronger, I fear I may truly find myself without a rival. Grow stronger? Piccolo's expression darkened immediately. Can you still elevate your power? Are you contemplating further assimilating those Namekians? Upon hearing this, Dandy cast a bewildered glance at Piccolo. Assimilate those Namekians? Surely, you do not believe that my purpose in visiting Namek was to assimilate others? Dandy gazed at the intricate expression on Bix's face and finally realized that he genuinely thought this way. Don't be foolish. I have no need to resort to such measures to strengthen myself. Dandy glanced at Piccolo once more, exclaiming, but you can continue to grow stronger. Let us wait for 4 months. By then, once you've assimilated the body of the Celestial, I am eager to see how formidable you can become. Observing Dandy's anticipation for his own enhancement stirred a myriad of emotions within Piccolo. How remarkably naive. Is this the mindset of one who has reached the pinnacle? Unbothered by the prospect of others surpassing him, even nurturing a rival solely to have someone worthy to contend with, Piccolo recognized that Dandy harbored no ill intentions, otherwise. If he desired malevolence, he could effortlessly reign over the universe. Perhaps it is precisely because conquering the universe is so trivial that he finds no motivation to pursue it. Piccolo mused. In the days that followed, Dandy transformed utterly, no longer idle but brimming with vigor. Bulma devoted several days to perfecting the holographic imaging device, while Dr. Brief completed the gravity chamber. At Dandy's request, this gravity chamber was extraordinarily vast, comparable in size to the arena of the martial arts tournament. With the entire base crafted from solid Kachin steel, capable of withstanding immense gravitational forces. Moreover, I have incorporated an intelligent control system. Bulma proudly introduced her invention. There is a speed detection device. As long as someone standing outside sprints with all their might, we can measure their velocity. And the gravity chamber will automatically adjust the gravity to match that level. Upon hearing this, Dandy nodded with excitement. This meant that while he remained in the gravity chamber, individuals outside could utilize this device to automatically adjust their burdens to corresponding levels, ensuring that their speed remained equivalent to that of those outside. What a truly convenient invention. Truly, you are a genius and a remarkable young lady. Dandy offered his compliments. Vegeta was elated upon hearing this news. Bulma continued, expressing that he wishes to engage in a battle with you once your training bears fruit. With a smile, Bulma remarked, I truly cannot fathom the thoughts of you people. Dandy, however, was quite attuned to Vegeta's intentions. It appeared that the fellow was eager to vanquish me. Very well, let us put this device to the test. First, let Master Taran have a go at it. Chapter 129. The training of Master Taran. Master Taran was brought to the temple by Dandy, and he immediately bowed respectfully to the Supreme Kai. No need for formality, Taran. This time, you have been entrusted by Dandy, as you are surely aware? Master Taran nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, the Supreme Kai extended his staff once more, and a heavy weight of armor enveloped Dandy's form. Now, off to the hyperbolic time chamber with you. Dandy, fearful of once more misaligning the temple, swiftly soared towards the time chamber. Hasten. Traverse past that speed measuring device with utmost alacrity. Dandy stepped into the gravity chamber, urging Master Talon, who appeared somewhat bewildered yet complied nonetheless. Beep. As the detector registered Master Talon's velocity, the gravity chamber promptly began to amplify the gravitational force. Indeed, it felt significantly heavy. Dandy bore the immense burden of tens of thousands of tons, compounded by the thousand-fold gravity of the chamber, rendering his body exceedingly heavy. He exclaimed, drink. Dandy unleashed his full potential, finally realizing that he could move. Indeed, his speed had noticeably diminished. Dandy felt his speed as if time were unfolding in slow motion. Nodding in satisfaction. Let us begin, he exclaimed with excitement as the holographic projection of the Sage of Talon appeared before him. The sage, upon noticing Dandy's presence, marveled. How remarkably advanced. This could indeed allow us to reduce Mr. Dandy's speed, couldn't it? Let us give it a try. The celestial being observed, uncertain of the outcome since this was their inaugural attempt. Beside them, Bick watched the external holographic display with keen interest. Very well, I have brought the pot with me. The one hanging from my staff. Mr. Dandy, your task is to snatch it from my grasp. Merely making contact with the pot and the projection will suffice. No problem. Dandy felt his movements were exceedingly cumbersome, yet he was filled with anticipation. Behold, Dandy suddenly sprang into action, immediately lunging towards the ethereal figure of Master Carlin. However, Master Talon effortlessly leaped aside, evading Dandy's attempt to seize him. Indeed, Mr. Dandy, you exhibit quite a plethora of superfluous movements, Master Talon remarked. As memories of long ago flooded back, recollections of the Turtle Sage, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, who once trained alongside him. Dandy's face was alight with excitement. Splendid. It seems this device is functioning properly. The testing concludes here. Now, I shall proceed in earnest. Dandy, with determination, lunged once again towards the immortal Talon. His movements, however, were undeniably clumsy. Bick observed Dandy's actions and realized that he had previously overlooked this due to Dandy's remarkable speed. Talon, witnessing Dandy's reckless advance, effortlessly sidestepped the attempt to seize him, simultaneously striking at Dandy with his cane. The cane passed right through Dandy's ethereal form, rendering the illusion strikingly realistic. I almost forgot it was merely a virtual image. Talon swiftly retracted his cane, wary of Dandy, seizing the opportunity to grasp the water jug dangling from it. Fear not. My ambition is to grow stronger, not merely to touch that jug. Once I attain strength, I shall effortlessly seize the jug. Dandy was evidently aware of the concerns held by the Sage of Tarlin, and he brimmed with confidence. Let us begin. The sage deliberately slowed his movements, maintaining a pace just slightly faster than Dandy's. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, Dandy still found himself unable to touch the water jug even once. Mr. Dandy, your speed has indeed improved, and your superfluous movements have diminished somewhat. After many exchanges, the sage finally spoke. However, even so, it remains impossible for you to seize the jug. Dandy, exhilarated by his own growth, displayed a look of confusion upon hearing the words of the Sage of Terran. Why was this so? It was because he remained fixated solely on his own objectives, utterly failing to anticipate the next move of his adversary. The next move? Dandy furrowed his brow, only to soon reveal a look of sudden enlightenment. So, it's like this. I understand now. Thank you, Master Tarlin. He paused for a moment. Shall we take a break? You appear to be somewhat fatigued. No worries, let us press on. Dandy extended his hand to restore his strength, elevating himself to peak condition. Witnessing Dandy's abilities, the immortal Terran couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a truly practical skill. It resembles the long-extinct celestial beings. Dandy, filled with renewed confidence, charged towards the Talon Fairy once more. This time, success was within reach. Dandy meticulously devised a strategy. As he surged towards the Talon Immortal, he simultaneously secured his right flank. The Talon Immortal indeed retreated to the left, just as I had anticipated. Dandy was already prepared to shift to the left. Simultaneously with the operation of the Talon Fairy, his body was poised to move in that direction, swiftly gliding to the left. Just as Dandy was about to grasp the water jug, it unexpectedly accelerated before his eyes. How infuriating. Dandy swiftly accelerated towards the kettle, only to witness it suddenly change direction. Mr. Dandy, your progress is remarkable. Not only can you anticipate your opponent's movements, but you can also guide their subsequent actions. Praised the sage Tarlin. It's not that challenging, is it? Dandy replied nonchalantly, yet inwardly he pondered why Tarlin had hardly moved while the kettle maneuvered with such speed. Ah, of course. It is the lever. Dandy suddenly comprehended. The reason the Taoist immortal of Talon suspended the kettle at the apex of his staff was to extend the distance between himself and the kettle. With merely a slight movement of his wrist, the kettle would swiftly propel into motion. After Dandy pondered for a moment, he turned his gaze towards the immortal Tarlin, only to discover that he was now grasping the middle of his staff, rather than its end. Was there still a reserve of power, perhaps? Dandy finally comprehended that the Talon Sage had not exerted his full strength. Rather, he merely maintained a speed that was slightly faster than his own. Although Dandy's pace had diminished, his reflexes remained sharp, allowing him ample mental capacity to strategize during the contest for the water bottle. This capability greatly accelerated Dandy's progress. Observing Dandy's increasingly fluid movements, Bick wore an expression of disbelief. After another 100 exchanges, the Talon Sage noted that Dandy's actions were becoming more efficient, with fewer superfluous elements. And he could even accurately anticipate the Sage's maneuvers. Dandy had learned to employ feints to mislead his opponent. Truly, Mr. Dandy was remarkable, adapting with astonishing swiftness. His talent surpassed that of Sun Wukong by a considerable margin. What the Talon Sage remained unaware of was that Dandy's rapid development stemmed from his unchanged reflexes, enabling him to capture each of his movements for imitation and prediction, while retaining sufficient mental energy to comprehend and absorb the lessons. Finally, after numerous exchanges, the Talon Sage, gripping the end of his staff and accelerating the water bottle to its maximum speed, still found it challenging to evade Dandy's attempts to seize it. How swift! Furthermore, his movements were precise and agile, allowing for instantaneous directional changes. The Talon Sage marveled as he observed that Dandy had optimized his body-esque capabilities, maintaining not only a high speed of movement, but also the ability to predict the trajectory of the water bottle through subtle shifts in his posture. Moreover, Dandy consistently preserved his center of gravity, enabling him to pivot at will without the risk of falling. Ultimately, Dandy's hand converged with the image of the water bottle. Hooray! He succeeded. Upon encountering the kettle, Dandy leaped up in excitement. Indeed, you are remarkable, Mr. Dandy. There is little left for me to teach you, announced the elder Tarlin, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Chapter 130, The Training of Mr. Bobo. Thank you, Elder Tarlin. Your training has been immensely beneficial to me. Dandy has regained his strength, feeling entirely transformed from before. You are too kind. The immortal Tarlin said with a slight bow, then thought to himself, Mr. Dandy has become even more formidable. No one shall be his rival now. Dandy regained his optimal condition, exhaling deeply before deactivating the gravity apparatus of the chamber and stepping outside. Mr. Dandy, shall we continue? The deity inquired upon witnessing the scene. Not for now. I need to rest for a while. This is what Master Wu Tian has taught me. Dandy effortlessly attained enlightenment. Upon hearing this, the celestial being lifted the burdens that weighed heavily upon Dandy. Go and quench your thirst. Bask in the sunlight for a while. I sense you are feeling somewhat peckish. Dandy stood before the celestial deity and Piccolo, all three being Namekians who required merely water and sunlight for sustenance. Ah, having finally secured the coveted super-sacred water, let us partake in this elixir. It shall imbue the moment with a sense of ritualistic significance. Dandy, with a swift motion, seized the water bottle, leaving Tarlin utterly unresponsive. Once relieved of his burdens, Mr. Dandy's speed is indeed remarkable. Dandy drained the water from the kettle and opened the door to the time chamber, stepping outside. To his astonishment, Mr. Popo felt as though he had just closed the door, yet, with a mere turn, it swung open once more. Mr. Popo, Dandy greeted with excitement. I will take a short rest first. Later, I shall seek your guidance. Bobo exclaimed in surprise, pointing to himself. Me? Indeed. Train me just as you did with Sun Wukong. Following closely behind Dandy were the celestial being, Piccolo, and Master Terran. Do not worry, Bobo, there shall be no danger. And Mr. Dandy possesses remarkable insight, the celestial being said, smiling encouragingly at Bobo. Very well, celestial being. Bobo nodded, reassured by the sight of Master Terran unharmed. Soon, after a brief respite, Dandy sprang up from the lounge chair. Let us commence. The group returned to the hyperbolic time chamber, where Dandy donned a weighted vest and activated the gravity device. Bobo, please sprint through the speed detection apparatus at your normal pace. Dandy advised, a normal speed? Is it not the fastest speed? The deity felt perplexed. If I merely reduce my speed to Mr. Bobo's maximum velocity, it should be quite manageable, should it not? I wish to decrease my speed even further. Dandy elucidated the matter. Oh, I see. The celestial being nodded in understanding. Following Dandy's instructions, Bobo proceeded through the speed detection apparatus at his usual pace, and soon the gravity chamber adjusted Dandy's velocity to the corresponding level. Now, let us commence. You must seize the bell that dangles from my waist, Bobo declared, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well. Dandy, having finished speaking, assumed a combat stance and charged towards Bobo. Bobo remained stationary, and at the very moment Dandy approached, he suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Dandy to deliver a punch. To his surprise, Bobo's fist passed right through Dandy's form. Bobo, that was merely an illusion, the deity explained. I see now, so the only option is to evade. Is it? Dandy observed the figure of Bobo, acutely aware that while Bobo stood in utter silence, he suddenly sprang into motion in an instant. Is this the realm of being as still as a maiden and as swift as a startled hare? Dandy savored this state meticulously, as if he were refining the techniques to further reduce physical exertion based on the fruits of his recent training. Dandy pondered for a moment and soon grasped the concept. Furthermore, it was essential to sense the opponent's movements in areas that were not visible. Bobo continued to elucidate. Understood. Dandy meticulously observed Bobo's movements, striving to emulate them with precision. After several dozen rounds of sparring, Dandy felt as if he had begun to grasp something elusive. However, merely watching the shadow of his opponent rendered the experience lacking in authenticity, leaving much to be desired in terms of true engagement. Dandy sensed that each time he drew near to Bobo, Bobo was poised to retaliate against him. Yet, as their paths never converged, Bobo was compelled to retreat instead. Thus, they engaged in several hundred rounds of this intricate dance, and Dandy felt he had reached an impasse. Let us pause here. Dandy felt an immense drain on his physical strength, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Consequently, he deactivated the device. Upon exiting the time chamber, he found Bulma seated in an aircraft, preparing for departure. Oh, Dandy, have you not yet begun? She inquired. Dandy is aware that although a considerable amount of time has elapsed within the time chamber, to Bulma outside, it appears as though only a brief moment has passed. Bulma, I must request your assistance once more. Dandy made a request. Another favor? Bulma felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What was it this time? After listening to Dandy's description, Bulma furrowed her brow. The idea of making the holographic images appear realistic was utterly impossible. However, I have conceived a compromise. I could assist you in installing a detection system that will provide auditory and visual cues when one party is struck. How does that sound? Dandy pondered for a moment, likening the experience to engaging in a simulation of combat through a motion-sensing game. There seemed to be no other alternatives. Perhaps we could introduce a scoring system, akin to a fencing match, where striking different areas would yield varying points, thus adding an element of intrigue. Indeed, upon hearing this, Bulma's interest was instantly piqued. Your suggestion is rather captivating. I shall commence on this immediately. Observing Bulma's enthusiasm, Dandy found himself perplexed. Bulma, why are you so jubilant? Because, with this in place, I too could spar with Vegeta, right? Just the thought fills me with exhilaration. Under conditions of equal speed, there is no reason I shouldn't be a match for Vegeta. I could even reduce his speed to be inferior to mine. The mere contemplation is thrilling. Dandy gazed at Bulma in disbelief, exclaiming, So you are quite the warrior as well. Truly befitting of a scion's wife. Very well. I shall return to design this system now. Await my good news. Bulma declared as she boarded her aircraft, humming a tune as she departed the temple. With this, training should indeed become far more engaging. Dandy took a sip of water and proceeded to enter the time chamber for his training. It is essential to minimize physical exertion as much as possible, not only by reducing unnecessary movements but also by achieving a state of mental detachment. Bobo reminded him while they engaged in combat. Mental detachment? Dandy was deeply immersed in this state, akin to a sense of tranquil stillness within the heart. Chapter 131. The Devilish Training of Bick. Dandy observed that Bobo's body exhibited minimal movement as it gracefully shifted behind him. Remarkable! Dandy exclaimed. Ah, this is the art of achieving one's desired outcome with minimal effort. I have learned a great deal from the divine. Bobo responded, I understand now. I shall strive to embody this principle. Dandy continued to engage in combat with Bobo, diligently striving to emulate Bobo's movements. This training proved to be considerably more challenging, as Dandy required a full 3 days to grasp a portion of the techniques. During this period, in an effort to master the art of conserving energy, Dandy refrained from utilizing his abilities for recovery, opting instead to take breaks whenever fatigue set in. To cultivate his skills, he embraced the philosophy of diligent practice, dedicated study, nourishing meals, restful slumber, and the enjoyment of life's pleasures. Indeed, Master Wu Tian's methods of cultivation hold profound wisdom. Dandy discovered that during his moments of respite, when he momentarily set aside his training, he surprisingly experienced a notable improvement by the time he returned to his practice. Indeed, the balance of work and rest proves to be more effective than relentless training alone. No wonder Vegeta has always struggled to catch up with Goku. Dandy finally comprehended why Vegeta spent every day immersed in the gravity chamber yet remained unable to keep pace with Goku. After an extended period of training, even Bobo found it challenging to evade Dandy's presence, frequently feeling the gentle jingle of the bell at his waist. Mr. Dandy, your progress is remarkable. Bobo can no longer match your prowess. Seeing Dandy's rapid advancement, Bobo couldn't help but display a joyful smile. I must extend my gratitude to Mr. Bobo. Dandy responded with a smile. Next, my celestial deity, I must entrust you with my specialized training. Dandy addressed the celestial deity, who merely shook his head and gestured with his eyes towards Piccolo. Let Piccolo be your opponent. His experience surpasses mine. Piccolo, arms crossed and taken aback by the divine suggestion, soon donned an expression of resolute determination. Dandy, judging by your recent actions, you are utterly unprepared to match my prowess. Are you ready to endure my rigorous training? Come forth. Upon witnessing this, Dandy became intrigued and urged, allow me to witness your prowess. Piccolo, shedding his cloak, swiftly dashed past the speed detection device, for his velocity surpassed that of Tarlin and Popo. This time, the gravity chamber did not significantly elevate the gravitational force. Oh, Dandy sensed his body, feeling the absence of the considerable burden he had just experienced, and immediately began to move his limbs. It seemed that he was on the verge of entering a high-speed confrontation. Indeed, one must acclimate to the rapid pace of battle. Piccolo cast aside his hat and swiftly advanced towards Dandy. How incredibly fast! Although Dandy could clearly see Piccolo's movements, he realized that his body was incapable of responding in time. Just as he reached out to block Piccolo, he discovered that Piccolo had vanished from his original position and had appeared behind him instead. What are you doing, Dandy? Is this what you call defense? Move. Engage your core. If you don't dodge, I will give your backside a good kick. The sound of Piccolo's voice echoed in his ears, and Dandy felt an immense pressure mounting. The difficulty had escalated dramatically in an instant. Nevertheless, Piccolo, you are an excellent teacher. Even though Piccolo relentlessly taunted him, Dandy felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. After merely a few dozen exchanges, Dandy found himself panting heavily. It seemed that the consumption of stamina could not be minimized after all. Dandy was panting heavily. Indeed, one must continually integrate what has just been learned into the fray of battle. However, Piccolo displayed no signs of breathlessness, as if he had not exerted himself at all. I understand. Understand what, you fool? Do not merely observe your opponent with your eyes. Rely on your instincts as well. Suddenly, Piccolo materialized behind Dandy and bellowed. Understood. Dandy immediately responded with irritation. Thus, Dandy engaged in a rigorous training regimen with Piccolo for several months, during which his combat skills continuously improved, enabling him to gradually keep pace with Piccolo's movements. Indeed, Dandy, you have progressively mastered the art of combat. Observing Dandy's growing strength under his tutelage, Piccolo displayed a look of satisfaction. Your movements are now remarkably adept. I dare say even Son Goku may not be your equal, Piccolo confidently asserted to Dandy. Currently, Dandy had not only honed his physical agility to its utmost, but had also gained considerable experience in handling various combat strategies. Piccolo employed every conceivable trick and underhanded tactic he could think of on Dandy, who became increasingly vigilant against such maneuvers. Humph. These techniques are lessons that Son Goku cannot impart, Piccolo declared with pride. Indeed, Dandy was exceedingly pleased with Big's performance. After all, as a former formidable adversary, he certainly possessed an arsenal of cunning tactics. Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, they encountered Bulma in the square. The program was already written. Yet I find no one here, she exclaimed. Oh, Bulma, you've taken such a long time. It's been months. Hearing this, Bulma promptly delivered a punch to Dandy's head. Months? Nonsense. It has only been a few hours, all right? Do not compare your time inside with that outside. Yes, understood. Dandy rubbed his head, pondering why he felt a slight ache despite not sensing Bulma's strength. Oh right, only a few hours had passed outside. Piccolo also had an epiphany and was preparing to venture to Namek to summon the dragon for a wish. Bulma, massaging her sore hand, complained, "What a hard head. You've made my hand hurt." She then produced a hard drive. "The program is already here. Come and test its effectiveness." Upon hearing about the program, Vegeta became quite intrigued and would join them shortly. No sooner had Bulma's voice faded than Vegeta's figure appeared. "Dandy, Piccolo, I can sense your energy signatures." Excited at Vegeta's arrival, Dandy exclaimed, "Vegeta, let's spar. I've improved significantly." Humph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, "Don't celebrate too soon. At the same speed, no one can rival me." Piccolo, displaying a defiant expression, retorted, "Stop boasting. When it comes to skill, I am the strongest." "Nonsense. Those Namekians could never be a match for us warrior scions. What makes scions so formidable? Shall we put it to the test now? Let us test it then. Don't think I've held back before because I fear you." As the two began to bicker, Dandy hurriedly intervened, pulling Piccolo back, while Bulma restrained Vegeta. "This is pointless. You both possess different speeds and strengths." Dandy pondered for a moment when an idea suddenly struck him. He wondered, if everyone were to elevate their speed to a uniform level, who would truly emerge as the most formidable? Chapter 132, Martial Arts Tournament. "Perhaps we should engage in a competition," Dandy suddenly proclaimed with a smile. "A competition?" Vegeta displayed a perplexed expression. "Do you mean to suggest?" However, Piccolo comprehended Dandy's intention. "Indeed. Let us utilize this device in the gravity chamber for a collective contest," Dandy exclaimed with excitement. "However, how can we compete if we cannot touch each other?" Vegeta inquired in confusion. "We shall utilize the scoring system designed by Bulma." Dandy appears to have devised a strategy, articulating swiftly that even without physical contact, merely striking the opponent's image suffices to score points. Hitting various areas yields different point values. Within the stipulated time frame, the individual with the highest score shall emerge as the victor. Dandy announced his intentions. However, if two individuals possess comparable strength, and one is in the gravity chamber while the other is not, it appears that the one outside would have a distinct advantage, Vegeta disdainfully remarked, seemingly quite concerned about the fairness of the competition. "That fellow seems rather apprehensive about losing if he doesn't have the upper hand." Observing this, Bulma promptly whispered to Dandy, "Is it wrong to pursue fairness? I certainly do not wish to take advantage of others." Vegeta, overhearing Bulma's comments, immediately retorted loudly, all right. Given your evident interest, I shall devise a solution for you." Bulma displayed a resigned expression. "What should we do?" Vegeta inquired without delay. "Of course, we need to create another gravity chamber. With both individuals inside, we can adjust the gravity levels to ensure their powers are as equal as possible. That should suffice, shouldn't it?" "No problem," Vegeta exclaimed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he thought to himself. "For a year, I have been training in a high-gravity environment. I have certainly adapted to the increased gravity and will undoubtedly not fall short against them." Piccolo nodded in agreement, noting that everyone had essentially trained under 10 times the gravity on King Kai's planet, so adding some extra gravity should pose no issue. Hearing this, Vegeta chuckled. "This works well. No one can claim unfairness." Upon witnessing this, Dandy became exhilarated and promptly exclaimed, "Bulma, how long will it take for you to construct another gravity chamber?" "Approximately 3 days," Bulma replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Dandy promptly arranged, "Very well, during this time, let us convene everyone to partake in what shall be known as the Grand Martial Arts Tournament." Bulma was taken aback and exclaimed, "Huh? Such a grand scale? Are we really going to summon everyone? I fear that may not be so simple." Upon hearing this, Dandy chuckled and reassured, "Rest assured, everyone will certainly come. After all, we are all competing on the same level, and such an opportunity is indeed rare. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Piccolo's face as he seemed to ponder something. Dandy immediately thought that Sun Wukong might be coerced by Chi-Chi into completing his summer homework at home. Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared to have devised a plan. He announced to everyone that the Ultimate Champion would receive a prize of 10 million. Hey, don't make decisions on your own. I haven't signed any contract with you, and our finances have nothing to do with you. Bulma emphasized, fully aware that Vegeta had no money. What are you worried about? In the end, I will undoubtedly be the one who triumphs. Vegeta turned his head away, expressing his discontent. All right. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Bulma reluctantly agreed, realizing that their guardianship of Earth warranted such a concession. If it weren't for you, our planet would have perished long ago, and we would not even be here. Moreover, the catch and steel that the Supreme Kai previously provided has proven quite useful. The Capsule Corporation is preparing to invest in new products, which should yield significant profits. Upon hearing Bulma's consent, Dandy smiled. This way, Chi-Chi would likely permit Gohan to participate. Android 18 would also be interested. Resolute in her decision, Bulma returned to prepare the gravity chamber and relayed the required dimensions of the catch and steel to the Supreme Kai, who promptly conjured a slab of catch and steel the size of a fighting arena within the hyperbolic time chamber. Dandy promptly utilized instantaneous movement to locate Sun Wukong, conveying the news to him. Is it true? How wonderful! Upon hearing about the martial arts tournament, Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. I can't wait. Let us invite everyone to participate. Subsequently, the announcement of the tournament was disseminated to all. Adjusting everyone's strength to the same level? Winning solely through combat skills? Upon hearing the rules of the competition, Transcending Fan displayed a confident smile. That sounds intriguing. Jiaozi, would you like to join as well? I think I shall refrain from participating, Jiaozi replied, shaking his head. Yamcha also received an invitation. So, it seems that everyone's strength will rely solely on their techniques? Then I must participate. This could be my chance to defeat Vegeta. Yamcha expressed his enthusiasm. Kiki, initially reluctant to let Gohan compete, changed her mind upon hearing about the prize money. Goku, may I register as well? Let us include Dad. Inside the Kame house, Krillin shared the news with everyone. It sounds promising, with a 10 million reward. I'm in. What about you, number 16? I'm not particularly interested, number 16 responded, gazing at the ocean view with a smile as he declined. Hey, short bald guy, are you joining too? If you win, I'll marry you. How about that? Huh? Krillin was taken aback by number 18's directness, but soon wore an expectant expression, only to feel deflated quickly. Even at the same level, I might not stand a chance against those guys. Noticing his demeanor, number 18 chuckled. No worries. If I win, I'll marry you. How does that sound? Wait, you want to marry me? Krillin was stunned for a moment before suddenly grasping number 18's implication. All right. Even Krillin, despite his usual obliviousness, understood that number 18 was serious about wanting to be with him. The championship was merely an excuse. After hearing the news, Master Roshi also stood up with the aid of his cane. I shall participate as well. You youngsters may have forgotten the might of the god of martial arts over the years. If everyone's strength is equal, there's no reason for me to lose to you. Thus, everyone utilized the final days to prepare, and 3 days later, they gathered in the plaza of the temple. Bulma announced the competition rules, explaining the scoring criteria of her design system. Chapter 133, The Return of Beerus. Beerus returned to Beerus planet alongside Whis. Whis? Are you saying that Dandy is not the pupil of the King Kai? Why didn't you inform me sooner? Beerus reclined on a lounge chair, expressing his slight displeasure. You never inquired, did you? It was you who speculated that he is a disciple of the Kaioshin, not I, remarked Whis with a hint of playful mirth. Humph. I believe you did that on purpose, retorted Beerus indignantly. That fellow is staying with the North Kai. He must be intent on taking him as a master, right? That cannot be the case, as the North Kai lacks the prowess to serve as Dandy's mentor. Observing the situation, Whis turned his gaze to the crystal orb atop his staff. Ah, that individual is currently on a planet called Earth. Earth? Beerus recalled with meticulous thought. Could it possibly be the planet inhabited by those exceedingly rude creatures, the dinosaurs, which I obliterated? It seems there was indeed such an occurrence. Whis continued to scrutinize his staff, appearing to prepare for a martial arts tournament. Upon hearing of the impending tournament, Beerus exhibited an expression of astonishment. Are there others on that planet capable of challenging Dandy? Soon, a smile graced Beerus's face. Let us go, Whis, it sounds quite intriguing. We must see for ourselves. At that moment on Earth, Bulma was announcing the criteria for her system's judgment. The rules of the competition are akin to fencing. A strike to the body earns 1 point, while a strike to the head garners 2 points. If the opponent successfully defends with their limbs, no points are awarded. The first to reach 100 points wins. If no participant achieves that within 10 minutes, the one with the higher score prevails. Listening to Bulma elucidate the rules, the newcomers displayed expressions of confusion. It turns out we must duel within the gravity chamber, where we cannot even touch our opponents. And we must contend under high gravity. Master Roshi, will you be all right? Upon hearing this, Master Roshi immediately stood, showcasing his physique. Fear not, for I have remained diligent in my training. Let us hope so. Krillin remarked with a wry smile, glancing at the plaster on Master Roshi's waist. The participants include Dandy, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, Android 18, Master Roshi, Chi-Chi, the Ox King, and myself. Bulma announced the list of registered participants. With only 13 individuals, it seemed challenging to conduct the matches. Ideally, there would be 16 participants. Upon hearing this, Dandy glanced at the individuals present and suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Please wait a moment. If everyone is on the same level, I believe I have identified a suitable competitor. Oh, who is it? Sun Wukong immediately inquired. You wouldn't recognize them. However, they are indeed a formidable opponent. With a smile, Dandy suddenly vanished from the spot. Are there still formidable experts on Earth whom we do not recognize? How did Dandy come to know them? The crowd immediately displayed expressions of bewilderment. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the temple, Whis and Beerus. Oh, have you arrived so soon? Goku observed Beerus and Whis with keen interest, indeed sensing an overwhelming aura of power. Beerus scanned the surroundings and coldly inquired, where is that Dandy fellow? Just then, Vegeta gazed at the figure before him and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Is that Lord Beerus? Beerus scrutinized Vegeta for a moment and then revealed a look of realization. Ah, it's Prince Vegeta. Long time no see. I remember the last time I saw you. You were no taller than my knee. As Vegeta beheld the destroyer god Beerus, terrifying images surfaced in his mind. He recalled his father, King Vegeta, the Scion monarch, prostrate before Beerus, who casually placed his foot upon his head. Even in the face of such indignity, King Vegeta repeatedly apologized, desperately pleading for Beerus not to lay waste to planet Vegeta. This scene had left an indelible shadow in young Vegeta's heart. Upon hearing Vegeta refer to the figure before him as the Destroyer God, the Supreme Kai suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situations, and cold sweat began to cascade down his brow. Lord Destroyer God, I, the god of this planet, humbly greet you. The Supreme Kai immediately prostrated himself before Beerus. The others, witnessing this, were perplexed. Just how did Dandy come to know such an incredible being? Beerus stood nonchalantly, disdainfully remarking, I didn't expect even you to have heard of my existence. The god of Earth? Vegeta, drenched in sweat, suddenly turned to Bulma and commanded, Bulma, quickly prepare a feast, the more the better. A feast? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Are we supposed to eat before the match? As she spoke, Bulma retrieved a capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a loud bang, a massive storage box appeared before everyone. Bulma extracted several portable bento boxes and pressed a button to heat them. Here are the bento boxes. Who wants to eat? Vegeta's face instantly reflected horror. How dare they attempt to appease Lord Beerus with convenience food? However, Beerus sniffed curiously and approached. What an odd food, it heats itself. This is a self-heating bento. Haven't you seen one before? Bulma offered a bento to Beerus and another to Whis. Thank you, this food smells delightful. Whis gracefully accepted the bento, only to discover a pair of disposable chopsticks accompanying it. How convenient to have utensils included. Beerus took a moment to inhale the enticing aroma wafting from the bento, curiosity prompting him to take a bite. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is utterly delicious. An extraordinary sensation surged through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Vegeta was taken aback, not expecting Beerus to be so captivated by a self-heating bento. Beerus devoured the meal ravenously, quickly shifting his attention to Bulma's storage box. Is there more? That flavor is gone, but how about trying this one? Bulma retrieved another bento, and this time, Beerus was eager to dig in before it was properly heated. Wait, you must let it heat up before eating. By the way, where did you come from in such dire circumstances? Have you not eaten in a long time? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Shoo, don't speak too much. Vegeta swiftly pulled Bulma aside and quietly explained the situation. Chapter 134. The contestants brought by Dandy just as Beerus and Weiss were enjoying their self-heating bentos. Dandy appeared in the temple, accompanied by two individuals. One was a tall middle-aged man, and the other was a young girl who appeared to be about the same age as Gohan. As Dandy stepped into the temple, he was immediately startled to see the figures of Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus? What brings you here? Beerus, engrossed in his meal, had no time to respond, leaving Satan to interject. Hey, who exactly are you? Why have you brought us here? Satan surveyed the surroundings, noting a group of peculiar individuals, and promptly issued a warning. I am the world martial arts champion. If you intend to kidnap me, you have certainly chosen the wrong person. The onlookers, witnessing Satan draped in a cloak with an ostentatious championship belt, broke into a cold sweat. Hey, Dandy, could this be the formidable individual you mentioned? Krillin remarked, feeling somewhat speechless. Don't say that. Mr. Satan is indeed the world martial arts champion. Although his strength may be somewhat lacking, if everyone's speed is comparable, he should be able to hold his own. Krillin chuckled at his own words. Let us hope so. We've encountered similar characters before at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and they were no match for us. Upon hearing Krillin's comment, Satan's face lit up with confidence. Ah, I see. So, I am here to participate in an underground match? How audacious of you amateur fighters to challenge a world champion. You truly do not know the peril you invite. With that, Satan gestured to Krillin with a dismissive thumbs down. Such arrogance. Soon enough, he'll witness the true realm of martial arts. Krillin wore a mischievous grin, then turned his attention to the other side of Dandy. And who might this be? This is Mr. Satan's daughter, Videl, a young martial artist who has been training since childhood. Hello, everyone. Videl greeted with her youthful voice before retreating behind her father. Do not fear, Videl. These fellows have miscalculated by provoking me. Even if they regret it, it will be too late. Upon encountering Beerus, Dandy had no time to concern himself with Satan and immediately approached Whis and Beerus. It was not until Beerus finished yet another portion of his meal that he let out a satisfied sigh. He never anticipated that such exquisite cuisine could exist on this planet. Wiping his mouth, Beerus continued, Dandy, I have heard whispers of a martial arts tournament you are organizing, and I have come specifically to witness it. Dandy finally comprehended the reason for Beerus's presence in the temple and tentatively inquired, Are you also preparing to participate? Not at all. Such a trivial contest does not warrant my involvement. I am merely exceedingly bored. Beerus retorted. By the way, you are not even a disciple of the Supreme Kai. How dare you deceive me? Seeing the dangerous expression on Beerus's face, Dandy hurriedly clarified. I never claimed to be a disciple of the Supreme Kai. Whis chimed in to support him. Indeed, Mr. Dandy never stated such a thing. Beerus, visibly displeased, shook his head. Let this matter rest. Dandy, you still have the opportunity to seek training under the Supreme Kai. Are you still concerned about this? Are you afraid something might happen to the Supreme Kai? Whis chuckled. Of course. We are the only universe with 5 Supreme Kais, and yet 4 of them have perished so easily. Only a young one remains. What if something were to happen to him? All right. As of now, there is no presence in the universe that poses a threat to the Supreme Kai. Whis interjected to diffuse the tension. Is there not? What about these individuals before us? Beerus remarked, casting a skeptical glance. Aside from those few scions, I am not familiar with the strength of the rest. Whis admitted, momentarily taken aback. Thus, we must observe closely the capabilities of these participants. Even Dandy is competing, and I remain uneasy. Beerus's expression turned serious. I see. It appears you are not merely here to spectate. Beerus nodded. If any threats arise, perhaps we should consider annihilating Earth. What? The others gasped in shock, and the Kai quickly became flustered. Lord Beerus, do you mean to say that if there are powerful beings here, we should destroy Earth? Precisely. My duty is destruction. Should I detect any threats? Wait. The Kai interrupted in a panic. I have been keeping a close watch on these individuals, and there are no villains among them. He asserted with conviction. Is that so? However, it seems there are individuals here whom you do not recognize. Beerus remarked, glancing at Satan. Oh, there are those who do not know me? Keep your eyes wide open. I am the world martial arts champion, Satan, he proclaimed, showcasing the championship belt hanging at his waist. Well then, let us proceed to observe the competition. Beerus dismissed Satan altogether and strode toward a nearby recliner. Bulma, quickly prepare some snacks and drinks. Vegeta instructed Bulma, sensing the gravity of the situation. This individual certainly seems formidable. Bulma sensed that something was amiss, yet she refused to lower her stance. Having never even tasted a self-heating meal, she thought, Let them experience something novel. A confident smile graced Bulma's lips. Upon witnessing Vegeta's expression of fear, Goku immediately approached Dandy and whispered, "Dandy, is this guy really that strong?" "Indeed." Dandy nodded solemnly. Realizing that defeating him would not be an easy feat, what? Sun Wukong, upon hearing this, was immediately filled with astonishment, eager to witness his prowess firsthand. Upon hearing this, Dandy smiled faintly, as he too harbored the same intention. He yearned for another opportunity to engage in combat with him. The celestial being, upon witnessing Beerus take a seat, did not dare to be neglectful and promptly commenced preparations for the competition. Currently, with the 2 contestants invited by Lord Dandy, there were a total of 15 participants, though it appeared 1 spot remained unfilled. Upon hearing this, Dandy promptly prepared to approach Beerus. The god of destruction, noticing his intent, grew anxious. Realizing that Dandy intended to invite Beerus to participate, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Allow me to be the last one to join. Haha. I too wish to engage in some friendly competition with everyone." Oh. Upon hearing this, Dandy displayed a look of disappointment, as he had intended to invite Lord Beerus to participate. "Very well, since all 16 participants are present, let us commence the drawing of lots for the matchups," the Supreme Kai proclaimed. Chapter 135. Order of competition. As the Supreme Kai spoke, he conjured a lottery box, placing numbered balls from 1 to 16 within it. "Now, let us draw lots to determine our opponents." He then reiterated the competition rules to everyone, with particular emphasis on explaining them to Beerus and Whis. All participants' powers will be equalized. Upon hearing this, Beerus exhibited a complex expression before suddenly breaking into a smile. It certainly sounded intriguing. Whis also displayed an expression of anticipation. Realizing the implications, no wonder. However, Satan appeared utterly perplexed, questioning whether they would be battling against illusory images, fearing that he might be severely harmed. The prize is only 10 million? Well, in the context of underground fighting arenas, that isn't insignificant. Krillin discreetly leaned towards Piccolo and whispered, "Hey, Piccolo, should we perhaps hold back a little? That god of destruction did mention that if he perceives a threat, he will annihilate the earth." Piccolo, upon hearing this, wore a disdainful expression, retorting, "Aside from that Dandy fellow, do you really think anyone here poses a threat?" Beerus clearly knows Dandy and does not regard him as a threat. "What are you afraid of?" Only then did Krillin feel reassured, exhaling a long sigh. Just as the Supreme Kai was about to allow everyone to draw lots, Dandy suddenly had a moment of inspiration. "Ah, we are still missing a crucial individual." "Oh?" Everyone immediately revealed expressions of confusion. "It is the host. We lack a professional host. But where on earth can we find one at this moment?" Dandy approached the celestial being directly and inquired about the whereabouts of the host of the prestigious martial arts tournament. Without delay, he soared towards the location. In less than a minute, Dandy had summoned the host of the tournament and appeared instantaneously in the Divine Hall. The host, bewildered, soon recognized many familiar faces. "Ah, it is you all. Contestants Sun Wukong and Krillin. Master Roshi, you are here as well. And Tien, over there. Could that possibly be the Demon King Piccolo? How could there be several of them? It is truly wonderful to see you all. It brings back fond memories of days gone by." Upon seeing Mr. Satan, the host exclaimed, "Ah, this is Mr. Satan. You all know him as well?" To be frank, the latest iteration of the martial arts tournament was rather lackluster in your absence. The level of competition was exceedingly poor, allowing Mr. Satan to claim the championship. Upon hearing this, Satan was incensed. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by saying I merely happened to win the championship?" The host wore a resigned expression. "I mean it in the most literal sense. This contestant, Sun Wukong, was your champion in the previous tournament, and Tien over there was the champion before last. As for Master Roshi, he was champion even further back. In my view, their skills far surpass those of your tournament." Satan stood frozen in place. These individuals were all champions of the prestigious tournament? Ignoring Mr. Satan's shock, the host continued to inquire of Sun Wukong, "What brings everyone together here? A banquet, perhaps?" Sun Wukong smiled and announced the upcoming martial arts tournament. "Is that true? How splendid. I am truly honored to be invited to host." The host was instantly filled with excitement. The celestial being proceeded to explain the rules of the competition to the host, who, demonstrating remarkable professionalism, quickly grasped the regulations and structure of the tournament. "Understood. Now, let us have the contestants draw lots." Bulma utilized a capsule to conjure a house, from which she produced a whiteboard and swiftly sketched the tournament's format. "Very well, contestants, please proceed with the drawing." The host was evidently exhilarated, although surrounded by unfamiliar faces. it did not impede his performance. Soon, everyone revealed their numbers. Contestant 1, the Divine Being versus Contestant 2, Piccolo. Contestant 3, Son Gohan versus Contestant 4, Krillin. Contestant 5, Chi-Chi versus Contestant 6, Videl. Contestant 7, Son Goku versus Contestant 8, the Ox King. Contestant 9, Master Roshi versus Contestant 10, Mr. Satan. Contestant 11, Yamcha versus Contestant 12, Din. Contestant 13, Tien Shinhan versus Contestant 14, Android 18. Contestant 15, Vegeta versus Contestant 16, Bulma. The host inscribed the names on a whiteboard and proclaimed, "Thus is the order of the competition." The Divine Being nodded, preparing to lead everyone to the hyperbolic time chamber. "Hey, Piccolo, have you manipulated the matchups?" On the way to the chamber, Din approached Piccolo, inquiring about the order of competition. Indeed, Piccolo replied with a subtle nod. "This arrangement is far more intriguing. Wouldn't you agree? The best performances should be saved for last." Upon entering the hyperbolic time chamber, the host and several less formidable participants immediately felt a sense of heaviness. The atmosphere here is rather stifling. However, as a professional host, I can manage any environment. Upon witnessing the influx of individuals into the chamber, Bubbles felt a twinge of unease just as the door was about to close. But he complied with the Divine Being's directive and shut the door. Suddenly, at the moment the door sealed, was detected an anomaly. The flow of time within seemed to differ from that outside. It appears there is something peculiar about this place. Beerus also took note. These Earthlings not only mastered the art of altering gravity but can manipulate time as well. Whis marveled, they are far more formidable than anticipated. It poses quite a threat. "Perhaps we should annihilate the Earth," Beerus remarked coldly. "But if we destroy the Earth, we shall lose out on delectable cuisine," Whis replied, simultaneously reaching for some treats that Bubbles had brought in. This food is delightfully chewy and sweet. Simply exquisite." "Oh," Beerus, intrigued, picked up a plate as well. "Indeed, it is quite delicious. What is this delicacy?" "It's pudding." Bulma, observing the astonished expressions on their faces, wore a knowing smile. "Pudding, you say? What a remarkable flavor!" Beerus exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the pudding in his hand. "Perhaps we should postpone the destruction of Earth. After all." Beerus reclined in a spectator's chair, while Whis stood beside him, his face alight with curiosity as he observed the array of delicacies on the table. The host regarded these two peculiar individuals, who were not competitors but rather attendees of the event. However, adhering to professional decorum, the host refrained from inquiring further and diligently focused on his responsibilities. The competition was about to commence, so the host called for Contestant 1, the God of Destruction, and Contestant 2, Piccolo, to take their positions. Chapter 136, God of Destruction versus Piccolo. "Did you orchestrate this match?" The God of Destruction inquired as he approached the arena, addressing Piccolo. "Indeed. I suspect you would prefer your opponent to be me," Piccolo replied candidly. "The last time we clashed was during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Back then, you were quite the nefarious character," the God of Destruction reminisced. "Enough with the idle chatter. I shall demonstrate the disparity between us now." The God of Destruction fell silent, nearly advancing towards the stage. "Now, both contestants, please dash past the speed measurement device with utmost haste," the host continued. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's eyes widened in realization, and he suddenly donned a cloak. "Are you attempting to add weight to yourself?" The God of Destruction immediately grasped Piccolo's intention. "Indeed, otherwise, the force of gravity alone may not suffice to equalize our levels." He nodded in agreement and swiftly raced towards the arena. Piccolo too surged forward at his maximum speed. Beep. The speed measurement device registered their velocities and promptly adjusted the gravitational settings. However, while the device activated for Piccolo, it did not for the God of Destruction. The crowd assumed a malfunction had occurred, but Bulma offered an explanation. "It appears the disparity in speeds is too significant. From this perspective, it seems the God of Destruction holds the advantage." Goku interjected. "Wait a moment. What if the contestants deliberately slowed down as they passed the speed measurement device?" Krillin, witnessing the device for the first time, expressed his concern. "Fear not. No one would resort to such tactics." Goku smiled slightly, understanding that the essence of this competition lay not in the outcome, but in a fair contest. "I trust we won't, but..." Krillin glanced at the other competitors present, particularly at Mr. Satan. Beerus overheard the conversation and broke into a knowing smile, loudly declaring, "Should I discover anyone deliberately reducing their speed, I shall obliterate the Earth." At Beerus's proclamation, the crowd swallowed nervously, abandoning any ulterior thoughts. "Very well. Both contestants are in position. Let the match begin. As the host announced, Bick and the Celestial simultaneously assumed their battle stances before the holographic image. Humph. Even if our speeds were equal, I would swiftly defeat you, Bick declared, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he regarded the Celestial. The Celestial, however, wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed warily on Bick. The two stood face to face. Suddenly, Bick made the first move, his fist striking like lightning toward the Celestial. The Celestial widened his eyes, effortlessly perceiving Bick's actions. Do not underestimate me, he retorted, deftly evading Bick's assault and counterattacking with equal speed. Humph. It seems you possess some skill after all. Bick sidestepped, adjusting to his constrained velocity. The two competitors began to clash, and from the exchanges observed, they appeared evenly matched. The host provided a serious commentary. Bick quickly acclimated to his current speed, realizing that his movements were indeed comparable to those of the Celestial. Very well. Let us engage in a grand contest, he proclaimed, and with that, Bick vanished from his position, reappearing behind the Celestial in the next moment, launching a powerful strike toward the back of the Celestial's head. Realizing Bick had vanished from his sight, the Celestial understood he must have moved behind him. Without hesitation, he executed a backflip, driving his knee toward Bick's head. Upon witnessing the Celestial's movement, Bick became alert, recognizing the Celestial's ascent, and immediately targeted the airborne figure's face. The Celestial, suspended in midair, found himself unable to adjust his position in time. In the next instant, Bick's palm passed through the Celestial's head. Beep. The scoring system chimed, awarding Bick the first 2 points. Incredible! The Celestial anticipated Bick's actions and attempted a counter with a backflip, yet Bick struck first in midair, earning the initial 2 points. The host narrated the unfolding duel. Both of their movements seemed so slow, remarked the onlookers surrounding the arena as they witnessed the contest. Indeed, their thoughts surpassed their physical actions, resulting in a clash of techniques. This battle relied entirely on combat experience and the finesse of their maneuvers. The Celestial appeared to be in a precarious position. Despite being struck by Bick, the expression on the Celestial's face remained largely unchanged. It seems you have meticulously planned your moves, he acknowledged, aware that he was a last-minute entrant while Bick had been preparing for this encounter all along. Indeed, I have devised numerous techniques. However, it is still too early to employ them against you, Bick replied with a hint of a smile, advancing toward the Celestial once more. Good heavens! Bick has extended his arm, landing another blow to the Celestial's chest, scoring yet again. As the divine being witnessed yet another strike from Piccolo, the realization dawned upon him that he could not triumph over his opponent. At the very least, he desired to land a few hits. With this thought racing through his mind, he charged towards Piccolo. Is this transforming passivity into action? Observing the divine being's aggressive advance, Piccolo swiftly sidestepped and immediately sought to exploit the opening in his opponent's defense. In the next instant, the divine being inexplicably vanished from his original position. Now is the moment. Your eagerness to attack has shifted your center of gravity, leaving you unable to pivot in time. The divine being reappeared at Piccolo's flank, launching an assault aimed squarely at his face. To his astonishment, Piccolo too disappeared in a heartbeat, only to materialize above the divine being, fists clenched, ready to strike downward. Ha ha ha, divine being. Did you think I was oblivious to your little ploys? With the sound of the system's notification echoing, Piccolo secured another 2 points. That fellow Piccolo possesses an abundance of combat experience. The divine being stands no chance against him. Krillin observed in disbelief as the divine being failed to land a single hit on Piccolo, clenching his fists in frustration. The divine being had not fought in ages. While Piccolo had been diligently training, such an outcome was entirely foreseeable. Sun Wukong watched Piccolo's movements, muttering to himself. As the match progressed, aside from managing to strike Piccolo once, all subsequent attempts by the divine being were deftly evaded, leading swiftly to a resolution of the contest. I have lost. With the announcement of the results, the divine being expressed his shame. Humph, was this not inevitable? Piccolo beamed with pride. Piccolo, you have indeed grown kinder. Even that one hit I landed on you was intentionally left unavoided, wasn't it? The divine being continued. You've seen through me, have you? I couldn't allow you to lose so miserably. Piccolo replied lightly. To his surprise, the divine being returned Piccolo's gaze with a comforting smile. Thus, the victor of the first match is the esteemed Piccolo. The announcer proclaimed the outcome. What a dull match, Beerus remarked as he casually picked up a drink from the table and took a sip. Oh, this flavor is exquisite. So many bubbles bursting in my mouth. What is this beverage? Beerus marveled as he savored another gulp. This is called cola, Bulma explained from the side. Secretly delighted as she thought to herself, these two simpletons have truly never tasted it. This beverage is exclusive to Earth. Isn't it delightful? Dandy took a sip of cola and gestured to Vis, inviting him to taste it as well. Indeed, it is quite delightful, Vis exclaimed, his face lighting up with pleasure after taking a sip. Dandy, is it truly necessary for you to participate in a competition of this caliber? Bylus inquired. Yawning after observing a match. I decided on a whim to join. I have been diligently training lately and have acquired numerous skills. As I have struggled to find a worthy opponent, I thought to utilize this device to reduce my speed and see just how much my abilities have improved. Dandy smiled as he explained, Oh, so your strength has increased once again? After the match concludes, let us engage in another bout. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately became intrigued. Very well. Upon hearing Beerus's proposal, Dandy immediately nodded with excitement. Engaging in combat with you is undoubtedly the most effective way to assess the results of my training. Oh, does Lord Beerus wish to spar with Mr. Dandy once more? I find myself eagerly anticipating it, Whis remarked with a smile from the sidelines. Now, may I invite contestant number 3, Son Gohan, and contestant number 4, Krillin, to take their positions. The host continued to guide the competition. As Son Gohan stepped forward, the host quickly realized, you must be the son of the legendary fighter, Son Goku. Gohan nodded, and the host then turned to Krillin, encouraging him. Do your best, Krillin. You cannot afford to lose to your junior. I'll give it my all. Krillin scratched his head, muttering, I never imagined I'd face Gohan right off the bat. Winning 1TB easy, especially for my beloved Android 18. His mind was consumed with thoughts of triumphing in the match to win Android 18's heart. Don't worry, Uncle Krillin, our speeds are the same. Without even transforming into his Super Saiyan form, Gohan dashed toward the arena. Beep. The detector swiftly registered Gohan's speed. Indeed. If everyone possesses the same speed, there remains a chance to win. Krillin clenched his fists, propelling himself through the speed detector with equal urgency. In a manner akin to the earlier situation, Gohan's gravity device activated, yet Krillin's remained silent. There's undoubtedly a significant gap between me and Gohan. Krillin's expression faltered, but suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. If that's the case, I can fight Gohan with my ordinary skills. He might not immediately adapt to the gravity. I must act swiftly. With renewed confidence, Krillin launched himself into action. In an instant, Krillin appeared before Gohan, swinging his fist toward him. Gohan quickly crossed his arms defensively. Krillin's fist passed right through Gohan's form. Huh? Seeing that the judgment system did not respond, Krillin looked in confusion toward Bulma on the sidelines. Bulma, I clearly hit Gohan. Fool. An attack blocked by limbs is rendered ineffective, Bulma emphasized. There are such rules? Realizing this, Krillin executed several backflips, distancing himself from Gohan. If that's the case, as long as I ensure that Gohan's attacks first make contact with my limbs, he won't score any points. If I can secure the first point, I simply need to evade Gohan with all my might to ensure my victory. Krillin resolved within himself, then turned his gaze toward Gohan. Never mind, let us engage in a fair fight. Utilizing this tactic, even if I win, it won't be honorable. Son Gohan was perplexed by Krillin's contemplative demeanor. Observing Krillin's reluctance to initiate an attack, he resolved to take the offensive himself. For he could not afford to be passive. Mere evasion could lead to mistakes, thus he must strike first. Krillin, meanwhile, was similarly motivated and charged towards Son Gohan with determination. In an instant, Krillin's form vanished, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged at Son Gohan. Unperturbed, Son Gohan deftly sidestepped the oncoming assault with a subtle shift of his body, effortlessly avoiding Krillin's blow. However, Krillin did not relent. His fist rained down upon Son Gohan like a torrential downpour. Yet, through his agile movements and keen reflexes, Son Gohan adeptly dodged each of Krillin's strikes. As the battle progressed, both combatants became increasingly exhilarated, adapting to the reality that their opponent was merely a holographic projection. They sought not to inflict damage upon one another, but instead focused intently on evading attacks while seizing opportunities to counter. Their exchanges of offense and defense grew sharper and more precise, their figures intertwining in a rapid dance, yet neither could land a hit. Even when they occasionally connected, their opponent adeptly deflected the blows with skillful limbs. What a thrilling contest! They had exchanged dozens of blows, yet neither could land a significant strike. The spectators struggled to discern the combatants' forms, but the judging system remained silent on any successful hits. indicating that, for now, the two had yet to connect. The host exclaimed with excitement, having not witnessed such a riveting duel in quite some time. Hey, Bulma. Could it be that their speed is too swift for the system to register? Yamcha queried, puzzled. Rest assured, I am utilizing a high-speed camera capable of capturing even the trajectory of a sniper's bullet. Let us hope so. Satan, watching the frenetic clash, was left agape. Dad, what is happening? Why can't we see anything clearly? Biddy asked in bewilderment. Haha, they must be playing it in fast forward. Those guys are really good at creating illusions. Mr. Satan, drenched in perspiration, forced a laugh. After a prolonged exchange, Krillin abruptly halted his assault, his body trembling slightly as beads of sweat dripped from his brow. In contrast, Son Gohan stood firm, his breath steady and his gaze brimming with confidence. Gohan, your strength has certainly increased, Krillin remarked with a smile. You're impressive as well, Krillin, Son Gohan replied, returning the sentiment with a grin. Is that so? Haha, yet you seem hardly winded. Krillin recognized that Son Gohan was still holding back, and deep down, he understood he was no match for him, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Let us both give our utmost, Sun Wukong proposed. Krillin and Gohan exchanged knowing smiles, and then their bodies simultaneously vanished from their original positions, resuming their fierce duel. It seemed that he could only rely on that particular technique. As Krillin advanced towards Gohan, he pondered silently within. Chapter 138, Chi-Chi vs. Biddy. Once more. Krillin and Gohan clashed, their gazes locking as they assessed each other's next moves through the subtle cues of their eyes and body language. Noticing that Gohan's speed was not superior to his own, Krillin felt a smile creep across his face as he gradually adapted to the high-gravity environment. He recognized Gohan as a formidable opponent, yet he possessed his own unique technique, the afterimage fist. Taking a deep breath, Krillin evaded Gohan's attack and suddenly unleashed the afterimage fist. In an instant, his figure split, creating a phantom that lunged towards Gohan's face. Meanwhile, Krillin's true form swiftly maneuvered behind Gohan, aiming a strike at the back of his head. Gohan's eyes narrowed upon witnessing this. He was not deceived by Krillin's afterimage but remained composed and observant. Suddenly, Gohan sprang into action, evading the dual assault from Krillin's phantoms while swiftly creating distance and launching simultaneous attacks toward both images. Krillin felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated Gohan would so effortlessly see through his afterimage fist. Moreover, Gohan had instantaneously directed his assault at both phantoms, indicating his mastery in countering Krillin's offensive maneuvers. Having utilized the afterimage fist, Krillin had reached the pinnacle of his speed, finding it difficult to shift his form in time. Beep. The judgment system activated promptly. Gohan's fists accurately struck both of Krillin's projections. The system adjudicated that Gohan had hit his opponent, awarding him 2 points. Huh? The announcer faltered as he declared the results. Though the strikes landed on the body rather than the head, how could he earn 2 points? That was because Gohan had struck both forms. Krillin, that fool, clearly understood that hitting an opponent's image would yield points, yet he created another projection himself. Bulma explained. Is that even a possibility? Krillin had not anticipated that the images produced by his afterimage fist would also be counted as hits. Of course, the rules of the competition clearly state that hitting an opponent's image scores points. Bulma asserted with certainty. This system is rather unintelligent. Krillin lamented as he descended from the arena, disheartened. Hey, Krillin, the match isn't over yet. Goku reminded him. I am not a match for Gohan, that much is clear. From here on out, even if I strive to avoid being hit by Gohan, I will inevitably lose due to the points deficit. I can hardly touch Gohan. Krillin was filled with frustration. After all, Sun Wukong is a product of my rigorous training. Under my devilish regimen, he will not easily succumb to defeat. Piccolo, observing this, let out a cold snort. Very well, contestant Krillin concedes. Thus the victor of the second match is contestant Sun Wukong, the host announced, subsequently summoning the third pair of competitors. Next up for the contest are contestant Chi-Chi and contestant Biddy. Contestant Chi-Chi has previously participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, while contestant Biddy is the daughter of Mr. Satan. This matchup features 2 female competitors, making it quite intriguing. The host elaborated on the details of both contestants, while Dandy watched the two with great interest. This is a battle of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Dandy contemplated in his heart. Chi-Chi, adorned in traditional martial arts attire, gazed at Biddy, who appeared somewhat flustered after witnessing the previous 2 matches, leaving her feeling quite uncertain. Come on, Biddy, Satan cheered for his daughter. Haha. Although Chi-Chi's strength may be slightly lacking, she is ultimately the daughter of the Bull Demon King. Surely she can handle this. Krillin commented with a smile. Mom is incredibly formidable. Gohan interjected from the side. Both Dad and I often find ourselves at her mercy. Oh? Krillin immediately broke into a cold sweat. You and Goku face such dire straits? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Android 18. I wonder if I were to marry. Would I end up on the receiving end of a beating from my wife? Now, may both contestants proceed to the speed testing apparatus. The host guided the two towards the arena. Taking a deep breath, they swiftly dashed onto the stage. However, as they stood on the platform, the gravity device remained unresponsive. It seemed their speeds were quite comparable. Yamcha observed this unique contest with curiosity, pondering who might emerge victorious. On the stage, Chi-Chi and Bidalai stood face to face. Their gazes filled with determination and resolve. As the host announced the commencement of the match, Chi-Chi launched the first attack, darting towards Bidalai with agile grace, delivering a flying kick aimed at her. Yet, Bidalai focused intently, managing to evade the strike by leaning back, and then performed a backflip to create distance between them. Chi-Chi pressed on with her assault, her hands forming serpentine shapes as a flurry of blows descended like raindrops. Bidalai, exhibiting remarkable agility, deftly dodged Chi-Chi's attacks while searching for an opportunity to counter. That girl named Bidalai is quite impressive, Master Roshi remarked, his eyes fixed on Bidalai's figure. Oh? Have you discerned something, Master Roshi? Krillin inquired eagerly. Indeed, although she has yet to fully develop, she will undoubtedly blossom into a beauty. Bang! Krillin couldn't help but punch Master Roshi on the head. Get it together, Master Roshi. As the duel continued, Bidalai seized an opportune moment, sidestepping Chi-Chi's punch and swiftly retaliating with a strike aimed at her abdomen. Chi-Chi, however, quickly pivoted, evading Bidalai's attack while launching a knee strike towards her. To her surprise, Bidalai managed to dodge even in such a precarious situation. Remarkable! Krillin exclaimed in awe from the sidelines. Although Chi-Chi and Bidalai's speeds were not exceedingly fast, each move was executed with precision. The two appeared to be evenly matched. Yamcha sighed, remarking that the daughter of that devilish gentleman possessed quite a remarkable prowess. No. I fear that Chi-Chi may falter. Tianjin Fan suddenly interjected. Oh, why is that? Is it not obvious? He scoffed. Kakarote's wife is rather foolish. She launched such a hasty assault right from the start. Have you not noticed her labored breathing? Meanwhile, her opponent remains calm and composed. Upon overhearing Vegeta's critique, Son Goku immediately bristled. Vegeta, it is your wife who is lacking in wit. With a resounding thud, Bulma delivered a swift jab to Goku's head. Goku, you ought to think before you speak. What does it have to do with me? On the battlefield, Chi-Chi sensed her breath becoming labored and sought to regain her composure. However, Videl seized the opportunity to strike. The two engaged in an intense exchange, neither willing to yield, as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Videl gradually gained the upper hand, her attacks growing increasingly ferocious, leaving Chi-Chi struggling to defend herself. Ultimately, Videl evaded Chi-Chi's onslaught and executed a deft side strike, her elbow crashing forcefully against Chi-Chi's head. Beep. The system promptly issued a verdict. Videl scored 2 points. Remarkable. Videl has taken the lead in scoring. With half the match elapsed, it seems challenging to end this round with a perfect score of 100. Ultimately, it will depend on who amasses more points. The commentator analyzed the unfolding situation. Yet, Chi-Chi refused to concede. She gritted her teeth and valiantly pressed forward against Videl. Chapter 139, The Internal Struggle of the Sun Family. The clash between Chi-Chi and Videl unfolded into an unexpectedly fierce and captivating battle. Both showcased their formidable prowess, demonstrating unwavering determination and exceptional skill. Chi-Chi's serpentine strikes were swift and powerful, each punch slicing through the air with a rush, while Videl countered with agile movements and clever techniques, frequently launching counterattacks. As the match progressed, both competitors began to exhibit signs of significant fatigue. Yet, it was evident that Chi-Chi's breathing grew increasingly labored, beads of sweat forming upon her brow. What is happening here? Chi-Chi realized that the atmosphere was markedly thinner than outside, and the gravitational pull seemed more intense. Nevertheless, she clenched her teeth and persisted in the battle. After several exchanges, Videl too felt the mounting pressure, her stamina waning rapidly. Yet, bolstered by her indomitable spirit and remarkable endurance, she maintained a steady rhythm. At this rate, victory seemed within reach. Videli fixed her gaze upon Chi-Chi, silently urging her on in her heart. During yet another fierce exchange, Chi-Chi inadvertently exposed a flaw, and Videli seized the opportunity to launch a powerful attack. Despite Chi-Chi's valiant effort to defend herself, her waning stamina hindered her speed, resulting in a blow to her head from Baidili. With this, Baidili secured another 2 points, placing immense pressure on Chi-Chi, who had yet to score effectively. Observing the situation, Chi-Chi attempted to continue the fight. Yet her body felt unbearably heavy, and her movement slowed significantly. Ultimately, as the countdown of the match concluded, she found herself unable to overcome the score deficit. Watching helplessly as Baidili emerged victorious. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Chi-Chi descended from the stage, where she was promptly greeted by Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, and Yoimo Wang. Come on, Dad, Wukong, Gohan, it's up to you for that million. Although Chi-Chi felt exhausted, she still urged the three with determination. However, Sun Wukong looked at Yoimo Wang with an expression of helplessness. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan exuberantly gave Baidili a thumbs up, his face alight with excitement. Baidili. Dad was right, wasn't he? Those guys are all just show, lacking real strength. Yet, Baidili replied earnestly to Mr. Satan, Dad, I believe that lady is no less formidable than you. Huh, Baidili, you can't be serious. Dad is the strongest in the world. When I train with you, I hardly exert my full strength. Mr. Satan retorted. In any case, Dad, this place consumes a lot of stamina, so you must be cautious. Baidili expressed her concern. If you can advance, then my opponent must be that old man over there. There's no reason I shouldn't advance too. Mr. Satan responded nonchalantly, then nonchalantly took a seat in the audience area, grabbing a drink from the table. Now, the next match will feature competitors Sun Wukong and Yoimo Wang. The host continued to announce the order of the matches. What? Dad, you should withdraw. Chi-Chi then noticed that her father was paired against Sun Wukong. But I want to try that equipment first. Sun Wukong replied, filled with anticipation. I can't do anything about you. Chi-Chi had no choice but to consent to Yoimo Wang competing, whispering a few words in his ear before he ascended the stage. That is not permissible. Yoimo Wang immediately replied earnestly, then turned to teacher Wu Tian, stating, that would violate the spirit of martial arts. All right, do as you wish. I truly don't understand what goes through your minds. Yoimo Wang dashed up to the stage, his massive form exuding an imposing presence. Sun Wukong also approached the stage, charging forward in his black-haired state. Beep beep. The system initially emitted a sound, which was soon replaced by a jarring alarm. How could this error occur? Could the system be malfunctioning? Without hesitation, Bulma rushed forward to investigate, and called out to Sun Wukong, Hey, Wukong, you exceeded the speed limit. There's no way to adjust you to match the other side. What should I do now? Sun Wukong immediately felt distressed upon hearing this. Perhaps I should concede. Observing this, the Bull Demon King scratched the back of his head. Don't worry, there is a solution. The celestial being approached Sun Wukong, his eyes suddenly widening as he swiftly adorned Wukong with a new martial arts uniform. Sun Wukong, try wearing this outfit. As Wukong felt the weight of the attire encasing his body, he quickly comprehended the situation and dashed towards the arena once more. This time, upon detecting Sun Wukong's speed, the gravity device finally activated. Wow, this is so heavy. My speed has been significantly restricted. Feeling the alteration in gravity, Sun Wukong immediately sensed that moving had become somewhat laborious. All right, both contestants are ready. Let the fourth match commence. With the announcer's declaration, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He and his father-in-law, the Bull Demon King, stood in opposition to each other. Sun Wukong began to stretch his body, lightly bouncing in an attempt to acclimate to the high-gravity environment. Even in such conditions, his physique remained live, exuding determination and confidence in his gaze. The Bull Demon King, towering and muscular, emanated an aura of boundless strength. His eyes obscured behind goggles rendered it difficult to discern his focus, complicating predictions of his forthcoming actions. As the battle commenced, the Bull Demon King launched the first attack. Despite his massive form, his speed was not to be underestimated. He swung his gigantic fist, conjuring a whirlwind as he lunged at Sun Wukong. Wukong adeptly sidestepped while executing a powerful kick aimed directly at the Bull Demon King. Fearless, the Bull Demon King raised his robust arm to deflect the blow, causing Wukong's foot to pierce through the Bull Demon King's form. Seizing the opportunity as Wukong's back became exposed, the Bull Demon King struck with a formidable punch. Beep. The system immediately registered the Bull Demon King's successful attack. Is that even allowed? On the sidelines, Vegeta's eyes lit up at the unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong's assault, thwarted by the Bull Demon King's defense, would lead to Wukong inadvertently exposing his back to his opponent. It was truly astonishing that the experienced contestant Sun Wukong had been outmaneuvered by the Bull Demon King, who scored first. According to off-site sources, the formidable bull demon king is revealed to be the father of the contestant Chi-Chi, making him the father-in-law of the contestant's son Wukong. Whether personal relationships will influence this contest remains a mystery. The host narrated the unfolding events, while Clint indignantly remarked, "It's absurd to think that Wukong understands personal connections. He is undoubtedly as clueless about the rules as I am." Chapter 140, The Entrance of Mr. Satan on the Arena. Sun Wukong began to comprehend the nature of this contest, displaying an expression of realization. "I see now," he thought, "this competition differs from past battles. The objective lies in evading strikes from the opponent while aiming to land hits oneself. Hence, enhancing the speed of my techniques is paramount, rather than relying on sheer strength." After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong swiftly devised his forthcoming strategy. As he engaged once more, the ferocity of their duel escalated. They exchanged blows. Yet each maneuver was deftly avoided by the other. The Bull Demon King, owing to his massive stature, primarily relied on blocking to withstand Sun Wukong's onslaught, while Wukong utilized his speed and agility to dart around the Bull Demon King, seeking openings for attack. However, in such a contest, the defending party is bound to falter at times. Amidst the fierce clash, Sun Wukong gradually gained the upper hand. Seizing the moment when the Bull Demon King was unable to defend, he executed a swift kick that landed squarely on the demon's abdomen. Beep. The system promptly registered Sun Wukong's effective score. A smile graced Sun Wukong's face as he began to master the art of combat. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King, burdened by his considerable mass, experienced significant energy depletion, compounded by the thin air of the environment, leading to his labored breathing and diminishing speed. Noticing the Bull Demon King's panting and reflecting on his own physical state, Sun Wukong silently acknowledged, "Fortunately, I acclimated to the competition's atmosphere beforehand. Otherwise, I might not have adjusted my conditions so promptly." Sun Wukong discerned that this contest was far from simple. Beyond understanding the rules, adjusting techniques, and evading the opponent's attacks, he also needed to find ways to minimize his own energy expenditure. After mastering the techniques, he relentlessly attacked the now fatigued Bull Demon King, swiftly accumulating a score of 100 points. "See, I told you Wukong lacks any sense of personal favor, showing no mercy even to his father-in-law." Clint displayed an expression of unsurprising recognition. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and others observed Sun Wukong's performance and grasped the essence of this match. The host then announced, "And the victor of the fourth match is Mr. Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong emerged as the first contestant to secure victory by achieving 100 points within the allotted time. "Truly remarkable." The host exuberantly praised Sun Wukong, catching the attention of Beerus, who mused, "Is this fellow also a scion? He certainly appears formidable. Shouldn't the scions have been exterminated by Frieza?" Beerus pondered aloud, a look of confusion crossing his face. Only a few survivors remained, including the present Goku, his son, and Vegeta. "That Frieza fellow really is incompetent." Beerus expressed his irritation. "The scions have recently mastered a new transformation," Whis remarked with a smile. "A new transformation? Is it not merely transforming into a gorilla?" Beerus inquired nonchalantly. "It is an entirely new transformation, known as Super Saiyan, first discovered by this scion named Goku. They were battling Frieza at the time," Whis elucidated, clearly having witnessed the earlier fierce confrontation. "Oh, the scions were involved in defeating Frieza as well?" Beerus appeared intrigued. "Indeed. Besides Dandy, Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and the Namekian known as Piccolo were all present. It was during that time that Goku and Vegeta learned the new transformation." Beerus nodded in understanding. The host marked the winners of the previous rounds on the display and made an announcement. The qualifiers for the first 4 matches were Piccolo, Gohan, Videl, and Goku. The 5th match will feature Master Roshi against Mr. Satan. Both competitors have previously claimed victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament, promising an exhilarating contest ahead. Let us welcome the 2 contestants to the stage. Master Roshi shed his turtle shell and cast aside his cane, swiftly making his way to the arena. "Is that really an old man?" Mr. Satan exclaimed, astonished, yet he remained confident in his abilities. He casually removed his cloak, tossing it aside with flair, and handed his championship belt to his daughter, Videl, while loosening his neck and wrists as he approached the arena. "Be careful, Dad," Videl cautioned lightly from behind. "Don't worry, my daughter." Mr. Satan flashed a self-assured grin, giving himself a thumbs up before hastening towards the stage. Beep. As he passed the speed detector, it promptly registered Mr. Satan's velocity. Approaching the arena, he leaped into the air, but failed to adjust to the slightly elevated gravity, landing with a resounding thud. The back of his head struck the hard surface painfully, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Ouch. That hurts terribly. Tears and mucus flowed down from Satan, prompting Bitterly in the audience to cover her face in embarrassment. Haha, that guy just fell. He might just be the only one injured in this match. Clint laughed heartily at number 18, only to be met with her icy indifference, which promptly stifled his amusement. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was preoccupied, sensing an increase in gravity on the platform. That fellow is slower than I am, he concluded inwardly, which was hardly surprising considering he had been training for years with the weight of a heavy shell on his back. Master Roshi began to stretch and warm up his muscles. Are you all right? Do you need me to call a doctor? The host inquired, noticing Satan rolling on the ground in pain. Satan, gritting his teeth against the discomfort, stood up and puffed out his chest. Ha ha ha. The pre-match theatrics have come to an end. Let the duel begin. The host observed Satan's struggle, noting the slight glimmer of moisture at the corner of his eyes, and shook his head before declaring the match officially started. Master Roshi and Satan locked eyes, with Satan assuming his fighting stance while Master Roshi stood still, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 141. Master Roshi versus Satan. Unable to contain himself, Mr. Satan launched the first attack, charging at Master Roshi and throwing a powerful punch. Satan punch. Master Roshi effortlessly evaded the strike. What a Satan punch! Nearly a standard jab. He sidestepped the blow, maneuvering behind Satan without retaliating, instead gently thumping his own back. Satan, realizing Master Roshi had vanished from his sight, searched frantically, only to find Master Roshi standing behind him with his back turned. Inciting his wrath. Explosive flying kick. Satan swiftly executed a kick, but Master Roshi leaped lightly to avoid it. In midair, he curled his legs while his hands remained active, striking swiftly at Satan's face with several rapid jabs. Ding! The system promptly registered a successful hit. Master Roshi's attack landed 5 times on his opponent's head, earning him a quick 10 points. After announcing the score, the host moved the microphone aside and leaned towards Sun Wukong, whispering, "This is how the World Martial Arts Tournament should be. That Mr. Satan's skills are indeed lacking. He is no match for you." Sun Wukong responded with a mischievous grin. Seeing Master Roshi score 10 points instantly enraged Satan, who charged furiously at him. That opening is too blatant. Master Roshi stood firmly in place, observing as Satan lunged toward him. With a swift motion, he extended 2 fingers, aiming directly at Satan's eyes. However, just as Satan drew near, he unexpectedly dropped to the ground, curling into a ball and rolling towards Master Roshi. At the last moment, he sprang up, delivering an uppercut aimed at Master Roshi. In response, Master Roshi instinctively leaned back, bracing himself with his hands on the ground, while launching a kick aimed at Satan's groin. Foul. The referee instinctively called out, only to realize moments later that the combatants could not physically make contact. Apologies, I am accustomed to the rules of the World's Martial Arts Tournament. So, Master Roshi's attack is valid, earning him 2 points? The host, glancing at the score provided by the system, wore a puzzled expression. Indeed, after my left foot struck, I followed up with my right, thus hitting twice. Master Roshi explained, flashing a peace sign to the audience below. Incredible. Though it is Master Roshi's first appearance, he demonstrates a profound understanding of the competition's rules. Master Roshi, however, wore a nonchalant expression, internally reflecting, it's merely a remnant of the so-called sparring from decades past. As Satan continued to be struck, he grew increasingly desperate in his pursuit of Master Roshi. Yet, Master Roshi's agile movements left him disoriented, his strikes coming from unexpected angles, rendering Satan defenseless. The host reported the scores in real time. Master Roshi has successfully hit his opponent multiple times, amassing 56 points, while Satan has yet to score. With a grin, Master Roshi quipped to Satan, "Young man, your skills are commendable, but your foundation is shaky. You must strive for more." Despite being the attacked party, Satan, caught up in his relentless pursuit of Master Roshi, found himself panting heavily. In stark contrast, Master Roshi remained composed and unflustered, even tossing flirtatious glances at contestant number 18 below. Truly impressive, Master Roshi. Sun Wukong marveled at his grandfather's performance, pondering whether he could truly be a match for him. Vegeta, on the other hand, wore a contemplative expression. This old man's techniques are remarkably intricate. Accustomed to direct assaults, Vegeta typically relied on sheer strength and speed to exploit his advantages, occasionally evading his opponent's moves. However, Master Roshi's tactics relied more on manipulating his opponent's center of gravity and the distance of their attacks, destabilizing his foe before countering. He even feigned weaknesses to lure the enemy into a trap for a counterattack. This revelation opened Vegeta's eyes to an entirely new realm of strategy. Dandy exhibited a glimmer of admiration. Through his recent training, he had also acquired these techniques, enabling him to discern the exquisite manner in which Master Roshi employed them. It appeared rather intriguing. Beerus observed Master Roshi playfully toying with Satan, akin to watching a comical film, as he savored his pudding, chuckling, "Father is utterly no match." Videl displayed an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "That old gentleman is truly remarkable." Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien Shin'an wore expressions of excitement. Having previously been mere spectators in the earlier battles, they now felt their own fervor reignite as they witnessed Master Roshi's performance, reminiscent of their younger days. This encapsulated the original essence. It was not merely a contest of speed and strength. One must also possess ample skill. Indeed, how nostalgic it is to reminisce about Master Matato's era. Yamcha's face lit up with enthusiasm as he glanced at Dandy beside him. "Mr. Dandy, while your prowess is formidable, I assure you, should we reach an equal pace, I shall not concede easily." Dandy naturally observed Yamcha's expression and silently mused, "Yamcha, your techniques are quite formidable as well. I look forward to witnessing them shortly." Subsequently, Satan found himself thoroughly outmaneuvered by Master Roshi, stumbling and even falling onto the stage due to his unsteady footing. The score rapidly reached 100-0, with Master Roshi effortlessly securing victory. Upon hearing the news of his defeat, Satan stood frozen in disbelief before begrudgingly exiting the arena. Had it not been for his discomfort with the venue today and his lack of stability, he would never have lost to that old man. As he left, Satan muttered to himself, entirely unaware that his unsteady footing was precisely the result of Master Roshi's deliberate guidance. "Young man, one must understand that there are always greater mountains and more skilled individuals beyond one's own. Continue your training. Your future still holds the promise of growth." Master Roshi quietly reminded as he passed by Satan. After the host recorded the victor on the whiteboard, he proceeded to summon the competitors for the next match. The sixth contest was about to unfold, featuring competitors Yamcha and Dandy. Yamcha, a disciple of the Turtle School and a seasoned participant in the World Martial Arts Tournament, has showcased remarkable prowess in the past. Let us anticipate their performance. Yamcha fixed his serious gaze upon Dandy's figure, then approached the ring. Just as he neared the speed measurement device, Yamcha suddenly accelerated, dashing past it. "This is the speed I achieve when employing the Wolf Fang Fist, Dandy. I shall not afford you even the slightest advantage," Yamcha thought to himself. Chapter 142, The New Wolf Fang Fist. As Dandy observed Yamcha ascend the arena, he did not immediately follow suit. Instead, he made his way towards the deity. Was he still intent on bearing the heaviest of burdens? The deity, fully aware of Dandy's intentions, inquired with a knowing tone. Dandy nodded nonchalantly. The deity did not hesitate. His eyes widened instantly, and a heavy armor materialized on Dandy's form. "Is this for real?" Yamcha gasped, taken aback by the immense weight Dandy bore. How heavy could that possibly be? The total weight amounted to an astonishing 10,000 tons. The deity explained calmly. "What?" The onlookers were left agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground, while only Sun Wukong continued to inquire, 10,000 tons? How heavy is that? Our cruise ship weighs around 10,000 tons, doesn't it? Bulma interjected with an explanation, and it was only then that Sun Wukong's mouth fell open in disbelief. "What? The burden on Mr. Dandy is that immense?" he exclaimed. "Moreover, the gravity device will likely be set to maximum power soon." Bulma added, "This is truly remarkable. Just how powerful is Mr. Dandy?" Sun Wukong stood frozen in astonishment. Dandy, clad in cumbersome weighted armor, moved with an astonishing agility, swiftly traversing the speed detection device before ascending to the arena. Beep. Upon registering Dandy's velocity, the speed detection device promptly initiated adjustments to the gravitational apparatus. The gravity device on Dandy's side was operating at nearly full power, while there was complete silence from Yamcha's end. Feeling the weight on him unchanged, Yamcha was momentarily stunned. Although he had anticipated a significant disparity between himself and Mr. Dandy, he had not expected it to be this vast. A wry smile crept onto Yamcha's face. But as he recalled that Dandy had been restricted to such an extent, his expression transformed into one of confidence. Dandy's speed had been reduced to a level comparable to my own. Now that everyone's speed was nearly equal, let me show you my prowess. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yamcha assumed a combat stance. The competitors were now in position. The sixth match was about to commence. As the host announced the start of the battle, Yamcha's demeanor immediately turned serious. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly, and he needed to employ his utmost speed. There was no choice but to use that technique. With this in mind, Yamcha took a deep breath, slightly crouched his body, and prepared to initiate his move. With a low shout, Yamcha's body erupted with immense power and astonishing speed. In an instant, he lunged forward toward Dandy. His hands shaped like the fangs of a ferocious beast. New Wolfang Fist. Yamcha surged toward Dandy like a pack of ravenous wolves. His fist swung like a tempest, generating fierce winds with each strike. Every punch was imbued with the mastery he had honed over many years, the speed so dazzling it was almost blinding. That fellow Yamcha, after years of training, had upgraded his Wolfang Fist. His technique now exhibited minimal extraneous movement. Tien's three eyes were fixed intently on Yamcha's actions. A hint of a smile appearing. Dandy would likely find this attack challenging to evade. However, Piccolo merely smiled slightly and remarked, "Tien, do not underestimate Dandy at this moment." Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the others were puzzled as to why he held such confidence in Dandy, and they leaned forward with curiosity, their focus firmly on the arena. On the stage, Dandy observed Yamcha's advance, fixating on the multitude of punches coming his way, capturing each movement with precision. He chose not to evade. Instead, he retreated while parrying all incoming attacks with his palms. Remarkable! Sun Wukong's face lit up with surprise. He understood that if Dandy had opted to move his body to evade Yamcha's onslaught, it would have been considerably easier. Yet Dandy chose to withstand Yamcha's new Wolfang Fist head-on. This required Dandy to block each of Yamcha's strikes with both hands. Even the slightest lapse in defense could result in Yamcha scoring a hit. However, thus far, despite Yamcha unleashing over 100 punches, Dandy had successfully intercepted every single one. Mr. Dandy not only possessed extraordinary strength but also unparalleled combat skills. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, beginning to comprehend that Dandy possessed not only formidable strength and speed, but also skills that should not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, Piccolo displayed an expression of obviousness, explaining, "Dandy has been training for several months. He is no longer the same as before." "Several months? Hasn't it only been a few days since we last met?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Fool! Dandy has been undergoing special training right here, and this equipment has been specifically designed for him." Piccolo explained with a hint of exasperation. "How impressive! I am truly looking forward to battling Mr. Dandy," Sun Wukong declared excitedly. "According to the current competition format, you will only have the chance to face him in the finals, but first, you must get past me." Piccolo revealed a confident smile that hinted at mischief. "Oh, Piccolo, are you feeling quite self-assured? Your next opponent is Gohan, isn't it? Are you confident?" Sun Wukong replied with a knowing smile. "Gohan is my student. Do you think I lack confidence?" Piccolo responded. "Is that so? Have you perhaps held back against him?" Sun Wukong probed further. "Not at all. But I am improving as well," Piccolo remarked, continuing to observe the battle unfolding on stage. Dandy successfully repelled all of Yamcha's assaults. Yet a sense of exhilaration surged within him. This was truly approaching the limits of my physical capabilities. What a delightful sensation. This is precisely the feeling I seek. Dandy felt an exhilarating rush. This was one of the few instances since his arrival in this realm where he had unleashed his full power. As Yamcha delivered his final blow, Dandy effortlessly parried it. "What?" Yamcha, realizing he had failed to land a single hit, displayed a look of astonishment. "Yamcha, your technique is indeed formidable, but now it is my turn to strike." Having just halted, Yamcha was now panting heavily, yet he remained vigilant. His gaze fixed intently on Dandy. He keenly sensed that since Dandy was able to withstand his Wolfang Fist, his strength must be considerable. Thus he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. With a smile gracing his lips, Dandy gazed at Yamcha, but suddenly his expression hardened, and in an instant, he struck. His body propelled forward toward Yamcha, arriving before him in the blink of an eye, with his elbow aimed directly at Yamcha's face. "What?" Yamcha was momentarily taken aback, and in a flurry of panic, he hastily raised his hands to shield his face. Dandy gently revealed a smile, suddenly altering his approach, his hands transforming into palms as he struck towards Yamcha's ears. A resounding clap echoed, the force of Dandy's hands colliding unleashed a tremendous roar. Chapter 143, Tien Shin'an vs. Android 18. Yamcha felt a surge of trepidation and despair, but as he regained his composure, he realized that the Dandy before him was merely an illusion. Meanwhile, Dandy was also aware that the Yamcha in front of him was just a mirage, enabling him to strike with unhesitating force. Beep. The judgment system immediately confirmed the success of Dandy's attack. Dandy's successful assault earned him 4 points. To everyone's astonishment, The seasoned Yamcha was unable to withstand Dandy's onslaught. The announcer proclaimed this loudly. How intriguing. Beerus observed Dandy's performance with keen interest. It seemed that in just a few days, Dandy's prowess had evolved significantly. Indeed, for a human, this was already quite remarkable, yet he still had a long way to go to reach the realm of the divine. Whis concurred from the sidelines. In the arena, Yamcha strove to suppress the fear within him, wiping the sweat from his brow. What a sharp attack. Yamcha perceived that Dandy's strikes were not only fluid but carried an astonishing momentum. The moment he witnessed the assault, he found himself momentarily paralyzed with anxiety. I shall not hesitate again. Yamcha understood why he had momentarily lagged, constantly reminding himself, it is merely an illusory image. I will not be harmed. Fear not. Having mentally prepared himself, Yamcha suddenly sprang into action, launching a powerful counterattack aimed directly at Dandy. Dandy subtly inclined his body, deftly evading the strike. However, Yamcha's assault did not cease. Instead, he seized the opportunity to maneuver behind Dandy and launched another attack. This was the whirling Wolf Fang Fist. With no sight of what lay behind, how could one possibly defend against it? Yamcha thought to himself, filled with exhilaration. Dandy, however, did not turn around at all. Instead, he extended his hand to block Yamcha's assault while deftly pivoting to deliver a swift kick backward. A vulnerability revealed. As Dandy spoke, he simultaneously delivered a kick to Yamcha's abdomen. Dandy scores once more. The scene on the field was utterly theatrical. Yamcha, who attacked with lightning speed, astonishingly failed to score, while Dandy, with merely 2 strikes, amassed over 5 points. The host announced the results of the match. What is happening? Yamcha appears utterly defenseless. His movements, seemingly unimpeded, have evidently declined from his peak performance. It seems he has not afforded himself proper rest over the years, analyzed Master Roshi coolly. Witnessing the widening score, Yamcha grew anxious and, after creating some distance, leapt into the air to deliver a kick towards Dandy. Dandy gracefully leaned forward, executing a perfect inverted hook to evade the flying kick launched by Dandy, inadvertently striking Yamcha on the head instead. Your heart is already in turmoil. After Dandy struck Yamcha, he cautioned him. Yamcha, that fellow, had forgotten that it was futile to leap into the air, for movement in such a state was exceedingly challenging, rendering him nothing more than a stationary target. Observing this, Master Roshi pondered, noting that Yamcha was straying further from the path of a competent martial artist. Victory in this match seemed an impossibility for Yamcha. Indeed, after frantically attempting to counter, Yamcha found himself panting, his speed diminishing, ultimately allowing Dandy to secure 100 points. The victor of this match was announced to be Dandy. The host proclaimed the results. The next contest would feature Tien Shinhan facing off against number 18. Let us welcome the 2 competitors. Upon hearing his turn had arrived, Tien Shinhan removed his long robe and tightened his belt, swiftly charging towards the arena. The speed detection device immediately registered Tien Shinhan's velocity. Number 18, adjusting her short hair, winked at Krillin and casually jogged towards the stage. In a flash, she passed through the speed measurement apparatus and reached the center of the arena, where the gravitational device adjusted according to her speed, equalizing the velocities of both fighters. Number 18, I never expected to have the opportunity to face you. Tien Shinhan's expression grew serious, his 3 eyes fixed intently on her. It is true that my strength may not match yours, but if we are both at the same speed, you may not be my superior. Tien Shinhan stated earnestly. Is that so? Do you think I lack martial arts knowledge? Number 18 chuckled lightly. Unfortunately for you, Dr. Gero implanted numerous martial arts techniques in my consciousness. In that regard, I doubt I will fall short. Krillin, watching from the sidelines, thought to himself, Tien Shinhan, though I feel guilty for thinking this, I still hope number 18 emerges victorious. Master Roshi gazed at Tien Shinhan with a grave expression, secretly contemplating. Tien Shinhan's luck is truly commendable. I too wish to battle number 18. Just the thought is exhilarating. Tien Shinhan and number 18 stood opposite each other. Tien Shinhan, tall and resolute, exuded an aura of calmness. In contrast, number 18 appeared exceedingly confident, a slight smirk gracing her beautiful features, tinged with disdain. Despite feeling the burden of gravity, her agility remained intact. She was the first to charge at Tien Shinhan, her feet dancing as she launched a strike towards him. Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes coldly regarded number 18, and with a subtle sidestep, he evaded her attack, noticing her initial strike had failed. Number 18 swiftly pivoted to deliver another horizontal slash at Tien Shinhan. With a light footfall, Tien Shinhan retreated, successfully dodging her onslaught once more. Is that the extent of your techniques? Tianjin Fan, slightly taken aback, coldly inquired, "Don't get complacent. This is merely the beginning." In response, Android 18 swiftly retaliated, launching a flurry of punches toward him. Yet, Tianjin Fan remained indifferent, his three eyes meticulously tracking every movement of Android 18, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught with a single hand. "Is this the combat technique bestowed upon you by Dr. Gero?" he questioned. "What?" Android 18 exclaimed, flustered by the unexpected resilience of this three-eyed opponent. "To be candid, I do not believe martial arts can be mastered through mere study. One must endure rigorous training, achieving a harmonious union of body and mind to unleash their utmost potential. Merely possessing knowledge of techniques is a far cry from actual execution." Tianjin Fan stated coolly. "Cease your arrogance. Prepare yourself." Android 18 could no longer maintain her composure, gritting her teeth as she charged at him once more. Futile. Tianjin Fan leaned back slightly, narrowly evading Android 18's attack. He then swiftly maneuvered behind her. "When did you manage to position yourself behind me?" Android 18 exclaimed, quickly turning around. "Though you possess certain techniques, your combat experience is woefully inadequate. You struggle to execute the appropriate moves. In past battles, you relied solely on your overwhelming strength and speed to secure victory. Even during your bout with Vegeta, despite your superior speed and strength, you only managed to fight him to a standstill, gaining the upper hand only when his energy waned. This is the crux of your shortcomings." Tianjin Fan coldly elucidated Android 18's vulnerabilities. From the sidelines, Vegeta, upon hearing Tianjin Fan's assessment, couldn't help but smile. This fellow has a keen understanding. Victory is assured. Chapter 144, The Martial Arts of Tianjin Fan. Android 18 was taken aback by the surprising agility of the seemingly robust Tianjin Fan, compelling her to launch a relentless assault against him. As an entity with infinite energy, she felt no fatigue from her continuous attacks, unlike others who might become breathless from such exertion. Noticing this, Tianjin Fan found himself increasingly on the defensive, resorting to evasion and protection against her relentless barrage. This is truly remarkable. The aggressive Android 18 is forcing Tianjin Fan to evade continuously. The attacking Android 18 showed no signs of exhaustion, while it was Tianjin Fan, the one perpetually dodging, who began to breathe heavily. Indeed, Tianjin Fan was confronted with an unforeseen dilemma, akin to the predicament Vegeta once faced. Though he managed to cope with Android 18's assault for the moment, his stamina was dwindling while her movement showed no sign of deceleration. This situation was untenable. A strategy must be devised. Tianjin Fan felt an immense pressure, yet was not daunted by the presence of number 18. He began to ponder how to exploit her vulnerabilities. While he observed that number 18's attacks were exceedingly rapid and densely packed, he also noted the singularity of her offensive tactics. Thus, he commenced utilizing his agile footwork, continually shifting his position to make her strikes miss their mark. Simultaneously, Tianjin Fan sought to maneuver to number 18's flank to launch his own assaults, forcing her to divide her focus on defense. Under the persistent pressure of Tianjin Fan's cunning attacks, number 18 began to reveal cracks in her defenses. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a fierce assault, striking her shoulder with precision. Number 18 immediately displayed an expression of discontent, escalating her assault with a frenzied intensity. "It's too fast." Such an onslaught makes it exceedingly difficult to defend against all of her blows. Tianjin Fan's forehead glistened with sweat, yet an epiphany struck him. "Currently, I am in the lead. Perhaps I should adopt a strategy of exchanging points." With this thought, Tianjin Fan halted his retreat and instead exposed himself, charging directly towards number 18's face. "What?" Number 18 was taken aback by his sudden change in tactics, momentarily caught off guard, and was struck on the forehead by Tianjin Fan. "Damn it! Take this!" she exclaimed, her anger flaring as she violently shook her head and launched an aggressive attack towards Tianjin Fan's head. Seeing her mimic a shift in strategy, Tianjin Fan couldn't help but smile. He deftly dodged her offensive while simultaneously advancing towards her. "Let us attack while evading. We must strive to strike each other's heads while avoiding our own. It all hinges on whose fundamentals are more solid." After exchanging blows for several rounds, Tianjin Fan gradually felt his stamina waning and executed a series of backward jumps to create distance from number 18. What a thrilling contest! The system adjudged that Tianjin Fan had garnered 98 points, while number 18 had secured 99 points. As the host announced the results of the recent duel, Tianjin Fan's expression transformed into one of astonishment. "What? How's she ahead in points?" He was baffled, despite his relentless offensive efforts. He had not fully accounted for the number of times he had struck number 18's head, yet he sensed he had landed more hits. Number 18, however, wore a subtle smile. Due to her slightly shorter stature, all of her recent attacks had grazed Tianjin Fan's chest before connecting with his face. Thus each strike had counted as 3 points. Just a fraction more, and she could have defeated him. With a dismissive huff, Number 18 surveyed the weary Tianjin Fan and charged towards him with renewed confidence. Even if it costs me a point, victory shall be mine. As Number 18 rushed forward, thoughts raced through her mind. Tianjin felt utterly exhausted, and as the formidable Number 18 approached with great intensity, he suddenly placed his hands in front of him and shouted, his body emanating a brilliant light. What? Number 18, taken aback by the blinding radiance, immediately closed her eyes, but it was too late to shield herself from the brightness, leaving her momentarily blinded. This is disastrous. A wave of despair washed over Number 18. Although her vision was only temporarily lost, she understood that, without being able to see Tianjin, she would undoubtedly become an easy target. It was the solar flare. Tianjin was on the verge of victory. Yumucha cheered exuberantly. Everyone was aware that both competitors were just a point or two away from reaching 100 points, thus securing victory in this match. Now, with Number 18 deprived of her sight, she could only stand before Tianjin as a stationary target. However, to everyone's astonishment, after unleashing the solar flare, Tianjin unexpectedly remained in place, failing to evade the attack, and was struck directly in the chest by Number 18. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Number 18 had successfully hit Tianjin, clinching the final point. The host promptly announced the outcome of the 7th match. Struck? Number 18 felt a moment of confusion, then opened her eyes to see Tianjin standing directly in front of her. You didn't T-dodge? Why? Number 18 questioned, bewildered. He chuckled softly, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Though I could have evaded your attack and struck your head, I wish to finish this match with honor. Gazing at Tianjin's smile, Number 18 was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Master Rashi observed with a faint smile. This guy, Tianjin, has changed quite a bit. Krillin was equally astonished, finding it hard to feel joyful about Number 18's victory at that moment. Goku also wore a smile, recalling how, during the World Martial Arts Tournament, Tianjin had previously used this very technique against him. Yet now, he scorned the notion of winning in such a manner. Number 18 continued to press for answers. If you did not wish to win this way, then why use that technique? Tianjin offered a wry smile. Perhaps to give you a taste of experience. You are formidable, yet your combat experience is quite limited. Enough with the pretense. Number 18 scoffed, descending from the ring. Yet she held a favorable impression of Tianjin. Tianjin also exited the stage, reflecting inwardly, it is still my technique that was insufficient, leading to my defeat. I must continue to train diligently upon my return. As the two contestants stepped down from the ring, the host continued to announce the forthcoming match. Next, we shall witness the final bout of the first round. Please welcome contestants Vegeta and Bulma. Chapter 145, Vegeta vs. Bulma at the host summons. Vegeta reluctantly darted past the speed detector and ascended the stage. Meanwhile, Bulma, with a beaming smile, ambled past the speed measurement device at her leisurely pace. Beep! A shrill alarm sounded, prompting Bulma to declare, Hey, Vegeta, your speed is far too rapid. The gravity device cannot diminish your velocity. Humph. I haven't even transformed into a Saiyan, yet I am still too fast. Vegeta grumbled and, upon hearing this, begrudgingly descended from the platform. Observing the situation, the deity increased the weight upon Vegeta. How utterly tedious! Vegeta complained, once more sprinting through the speed detector. This time, the device functioned correctly, immediately imposing an immense gravity upon Vegeta's frame. What? Vegeta suddenly found himself besieged by an overwhelming pressure, rendering him nearly immobile. He attempted to swing his fist, only to realize that his movements resembled those of a tortoise. What is this? Why am I so sluggish? Vegeta pondered, feeling as though he had never moved this slowly since birth. Each action required immense effort to execute. Even standing demanded considerable strength from his legs. Let us commence swiftly. Vegeta, feeling the weight of the pressure, urged impatiently. Vegeta, you must be considerate of me. After all, I have a little baby inside me. Bulma chuckled lightly. Then why participate in such a competition? Vegeta retorted, irritation evident in his voice. I don't care. Normally I cannot contend with you, but today I have seized my opportunity. I shall not show mercy, Bulma proclaimed, her eyes gleaming with determination. Vegeta, taken aback by Bulma's audacity to embarrass him in front of so many, replied with disdain. Neither will I show any mercy. Adopting a battle stance, Vegeta regarded Bulma with a scoff. Humph, Let us begin. I shall dispose of you swiftly. Bulma, undeterred, placed her hands on her hips and declared loudly, Vegeta, do not presume that just because you are a scion, I fear you. Today, I shall demonstrate that I, Bulma, am not to be trifled with. With that, Bulma suddenly charged toward Vegeta. Taken aback by her bold approach, Vegeta thought, this foolish woman is full of openings. Vegeta immediately displayed a look of disdain, swiftly raising his hand to strike at Bulma. To his astonishment, Bulma extended her hand, and before Vegeta could land a blow, she gently pinched his cheek, laughing as she declared, aha, got you. Let us see if you dare to act so arrogantly now. Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that his attack had only just now nearly reached her, yet she had deftly evaded it. He suddenly comprehended that his physical speed was lagging behind the rapidity of his thoughts, akin to a seasoned pilot who, upon switching to a sluggish vehicle, struggles to master the timing of accelerating and braking. Caught off guard by Bulma's unexpected maneuver, Vegeta found himself momentarily disoriented. However, Bulma showed no signs of relenting. Seizing the opportunity while he was still adjusting, she delivered another slap to his face. What are you doing? Vegeta exclaimed, astonished that Bulma's technique was devoid of harm, yet rife with humiliation. He exerted all his strength to retreat, only to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Bulma chuckled triumphantly, ha, Vegeta, you truly look ridiculous. As she spoke, she kicked him lightly. Bulma is indeed a formidable opponent, scoring the first 3 points. The announcer proclaimed, you're the one who has formidable. Mind your words or I'll make you regret it. Bulma shouted back at the announcer. With that tone, I can only conclude you are indeed formidable. The announcer muttered under his breath. Seeing Bulma score against him ignited a fierce indignation within Vegeta, and he was ready to explode. Bulma, hands on her hips, stood proudly before him, proclaiming, Vegeta, now you understand the state I live in every day, right? From now on, you shall not criticize my speed or rush me. Do you hear me? Vegeta, momentarily speechless, felt his face flush with rage and embarrassment as he stood up abruptly. Will you not keep such words to yourself? What a foolish woman. Even now, I shall defeat you. Standing before Bulma, his eyes brimmed with anger and disappointment. He had never anticipated that his woman would publicly humiliate him. Bulma, in turn, looked at him in fear, uncertain of her misstep. I merely wish for you to understand me better, you foolish woman. Vegeta suddenly bellowed. Why did you have to do this? Startled by his outburst, Bulma attempted to explain. Vegeta, silence. He interrupted. Who do you think you are? Do you believe you can humiliate me at will? I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. As he spoke, Vegeta raised his fist and struck Bulma. Caught off guard, she was hit squarely in the face. Vegeta, Bulma exclaimed, disbelief filling her eyes as tears welled up. Ignoring her anguish, Vegeta continued his advance, poised to strike again. Since we are on the stage, there is no room for mercy. I have grown accustomed to this burden. Let us proceed. Disappointment washed over Bulma's face as she indignantly stepped down from the platform. Oh, Bulma has voluntarily exited the stage, seemingly conceding the match. Therefore, the victor of this contest is Vegeta, the host announced, observing the unfolding events. With a sigh of relief, Vegeta too descended from the stage and approached the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, upon seeing him, relieved him of his burdens. Vegeta then leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, gazing down at the ground in silence. Well, Bulma, you are well aware of Vegeta's temperament. Krillin immediately stepped forward to console her. Humiliating him in public is something he cannot tolerate. Krillin, let me ask you, if Android 18 treated you this way, would you be upset? Bulma inquired sharply. Why am I being dragged into this? Krillin awkwardly glanced at Android 18 before responding. As for me, I wouldn't mind at all, haha. He scratched his head in embarrassment, while Android 18 merely let out a soft exhale beside him. I would never engage in such trivial antics. Bulma, still agitated, glanced back at Vegeta, only to find him discreetly observing her. Upon meeting his gaze, she felt a pang of guilt and quickly averted her eyes. That prideful man, Bulma mused, realizing that even Vegeta could shy away from her gaze. Acknowledging that her public humiliation of him had been excessive, much of her anger dissipated. Chapter 146, the contest between Master and Apprentice with the conclusion of the 8th match. The first round of competition came to a close. The host, referring to the tally on the whiteboard, announced the order of the upcoming matches. Piccolo vs. Gohan, Videl vs. Goku, Master Roshi vs. Dandy, and Android 18 vs. Vegeta. Before the host declared the commencement of the next round, Dandy took the initiative to restore the stamina of all competitors, ensuring they were in peak condition. Very well, let us proceed to the second round. The contestants advancing are all formidable fighters. First, please have Piccolo and Gohan take their positions. With a serious expression, Gohan walked toward the stage, while Piccolo appeared somewhat relaxed. Gohan, transform into Super Saiyan 1. Piccolo shed his burdens and, turning to Gohan, conveyed a silent message that Gohan instantly comprehended. At this moment, Piccolo's combat prowess far exceeded that of a Super Saiyan, undoubtedly surpassing Gohan's base form. Thus, if Gohan refrained from transforming, he would surely be no match for Piccolo. This implied that both combatants were constrained by the gravity, unable to unleash their full potential. Understanding this, Gohan stood firm, exhaled gently, and suddenly, his dark hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Oh, what is happening with that fellow? Mr. Satan observed Gohan's hair changing color and displayed a puzzled expression. Is this some kind of magic trick? Upon hearing her father's words and witnessing Gohan's transformation, Vidal's face lit up with astonishment. His demeanor had seemingly altered. Vidal gazed at this boy, who was of a similar age, and felt an unusual stir within her heart. Gohan's appearance was indelibly etched into her mind. What is this sensation? On stage, Gohan appeared to have a moment of telepathic awareness, suddenly feeling a strange emotion and turning his gaze toward Vidal. Their eyes met briefly before they both hastily averted their gazes. What is happening? My heart is racing. Vidal wondered to herself. Gohan also felt a flicker of confusion. For the first time since transforming into Super Saiyan 1, he experienced a rush of adrenaline and a quickened heartbeat. Could it be due to my recent neglect of training? Gohan reflected that after defeating Cell, he had allowed himself a respite, casting aside both training and studies to indulge in fishing in the nearby mountains. Beerus and Whis, having witnessed Gohan's transformation, were intrigued. It was Beerus's first encounter with a Super Saiyan transformation, and he remarked, "Is that the transformation of a Super Saiyan? It seems rather interesting." Whis, however, smiled and noted, although his hair has turned golden, there is no golden aura surrounding him. It differs from what I observed previously. Oh, could this be a new transformation? Beerus regarded Gohan's appearance but did not dwell on it. Piccolo, noticing Gohan's distracted demeanor, could not help but exclaim, "Gohan, your focus is wavering. Concentrate." Gohan immediately snapped back to attention, nodded vigorously, and inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, am I still no match for you in this state?" Piccolo nodded in response, affirming that his strength had indeed surpassed that of Super Saiyan 1. Then, Gohan declared, unleashing a surge of energy that caused his aura to soar dramatically, enveloped by a dazzling golden flame and robust lightning. His hair stood on end, save for a small tuft that cascaded naturally over his forehead. Have you truly mastered the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2 at will? Upon witnessing the scene, Piccolo was immediately taken aback. Uncle Piccolo, if I do not transform, you will have to endure double the gravity, won't you? In this battle, I wish to challenge myself, Gohan exclaimed with a smile. But if you do that, your stamina will deplete rapidly, Piccolo promptly cautioned. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis observed Gohan's new transformation with peculiar expressions. Another transformation, and this time he wields a golden aura, which seems to share similarities with the previous one yet possesses distinct differences, Whis murmured. Beerus, however, chuckled. No wonder he was able to defeat Frieza. So, this is what they call a Super Saiyan, yet his power is still rather trivial. Upon overhearing Beerus's assessment, Goku couldn't help but exclaim, is this the latest Saiyan transformation? Is it still insignificant in Lord Beerus's eyes? Beerus glanced at Goku, sensing an unusual quality that set him apart from others. What is this feeling? There is something about this fellow that is quite endearing. Suddenly, a realization struck Beerus. This guy shows no fear of me at all. He then recalled how even Dandy's attitude shifted after witnessing his strength. In contrast, everyone else became apprehensive upon learning of his might, keeping their distance. Only Goku continued to regard him with genuine interest, even approaching him to converse. I've heard you are the first to master the Super Saiyan transformation. Can you achieve such a state? Beerus inquired. Haha, I cannot yet transform into Super Saiyan 2. That realm is currently only mastered by Gohan. Goku replied. Beerus nodded, even more perplexed. This individual before him possesses strength inferior to that of his own son, yet why does he exhibit such composure in his presence? On the arena, Piccolo and Gohan surged forward at remarkable speed. Satan and Vidal merely perceived two figures vanishing from their positions, only to reappear on the stage, accompanied by a sudden gust of wind. What just happened? How did those two vanish in an instant? Satan questioned in bewilderment, glancing at Vidal, who shrugged in confusion before her gaze returned to Gohan. That young man seems to exude a certain allure, compelling one to gaze upon him. Videl pondered quietly to herself. On the other side, neither Master Roshi nor Krillin, nor Tien and Yamcha could capture the images of Piccolo and Gohan, revealing expressions of helplessness. It seems we are destined to miss their spectacular display. In the arena, Tianjin Fan squinted, struggling to discern the figures of the two contestants, ultimately resigning with a shrug. The host stood momentarily stunned, perceiving the two silhouettes that suddenly vanished before him, only to reappear on the stage. A gust of wind brushed against his face, revealing that the competitors had sprinted onto the platform with remarkable speed. Well then, the two contestants have taken the stage. Let us anticipate their performance. Despite maintaining his composure as the host of the event, a flurry of anxious thoughts raced through his mind regarding how to narrate the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 147. Son Gohan vs. Piccolo. Upon the stage, Son Gohan and Piccolo faced each other, each adopting their respective stances. Their gazes locked, and from the depths of their eyes, they recognized a resolute determination. They understood that neither would hold back, each would expend their utmost effort in this battle. The pressure around them began to rise, and the atmosphere grew dense with intensity. Piccolo sensed that the surrounding gravity remained unchanged, yet he was acutely aware that Son Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, outpaced him significantly. Understanding that Gohan was bearing considerable strain from the elevated gravity, which would sap his energy the longer the battle continued, Piccolo initiated the assault. In an instant, Piccolo vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Son Gohan, and launched a powerful punch toward him. Gohan, quick on his feet, deftly sidestepped Piccolo's strike and countered with a blow of his own. Observing this, Piccolo met Gohan's fist with his own, the two strikes colliding midair, their fists tightening with force. The immense energy they generated simultaneously created a vacuum, resulting in a resonant thud as the surrounding air erupted in a powerful shockwave. They exchanged a glance, a rush of exhilaration surging through them. Since Vegeta's assault on Earth, they had not engaged in combat, and now, after more than a year, they found themselves once again in a familiar rhythm. Gohan, your techniques have not significantly changed. Has Goku not taught you anything? Piccolo inquired softly. Uncle Piccolo's techniques are far more intuitive to wield, Gohan replied, prompting a slight smile from Piccolo, who then lunged at Gohan once more. Piccolo's attacks were fierce and relentless, directed with precision at Gohan, who responded with agility and clever maneuvers. Despite being on the stage, Gohan felt transported back to their training sessions, facing off against Vegeta. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly materialized behind Gohan, delivering a swift strike aimed at the back of his head. Gohan, what are you doing? You cannot afford to lose focus in battle. Your mind must remain sharply attuned. Son Gohan instinctively covered the back of his head, yet the anticipated pain did not manifest. It was merely a holographic projection. The realization dawned upon him, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment for being struck by Uncle Piccolo so swiftly. Oh no! What if I humiliate myself? Gohan instinctively glanced towards the audience, only to find his gaze inadvertently fixed upon Videl. Oh no, she must have witnessed my earlier blunder. I must strive to perform better. Wait, why do I even care about her opinion? For the first time, Gohan felt an unfamiliar emotion stir within him, a sensation that left him feeling bashful and overly concerned about his own actions. Meanwhile, Videl stood aghast, observing the exchange between Gohan and Piccolo. It seemed as though the two had vanished into thin air, only to unleash a deafening sound followed by a sudden gust of wind. When Videl finally opened her eyes, she found Gohan standing there, staring blankly at her. A flush crept across her cheeks as she noticed the serious expression that replaced his previous foolish demeanor. How could he be both foolish and handsome? Videl felt a tumult of conflicting emotions towards Gohan. On one hand, his silly expression provoked laughter. On the other, she sensed his formidable presence and the cold seriousness that accompanied his focus. Piccolo was the first to strike Gohan on the head, earning 2 points. As the commentator recounted the event, he let out a deep breath. Although he had not clearly witnessed their earlier confrontation, he was relieved to have caught this particular blow with his own eyes. Dandy observed the fierce battle between the two, muttering to himself, "That Piccolo fellow certainly shows no mercy whatsoever." Dandy had already perceived the distracted demeanor of Son Gohan, yet upon witnessing the earnest expression that now adorned his face, he understood that an exhilarating display was imminent. In the arena, Piccolo and Son Gohan stood opposed to one another. Piccolo launched another assault, his form vanishing from sight and reappearing behind Son Gohan, delivering a swift kick aimed at his back. However, this time Son Gohan had anticipated Piccolo's move, his reflexes sharp. He pivoted with alacrity, elbow poised to strike. Seeing this, Piccolo's face lit up with excitement as he bent low to evade the blow, swiftly preparing to counterattack. To his surprise, Son Gohan, having missed his initial strike, leaned forward and executed a powerful backward kick aimed at Piccolo's head. Startled, Piccolo instinctively recoiled. But not before Son Gohan's foot connected with his chin. Though the exact sequence of events remained elusive, Son Gohan was awarded 2 points. The host, unable to discern the actions of the two combatants, focused solely on the scoring system. Despite being struck by Son Gohan, Piccolo's expression was one of exhilaration. That's it. Gohan, unleash your full potential, he encouraged. In that moment, Piccolo suddenly extended his arm towards Son Gohan. Rather than retreating, Son Gohan sidestepped Piccolo's assault and, with nimble footwork, closed the distance between them. Piccolo, your arm is extended. It won't retract that swiftly, he declared, as he unleashed a flurry of punches at Piccolo. Caught off guard, Piccolo struggled to retract his elongated arm, relying on one arm and a raised leg to fend off Son Gohan's onslaught. A subtle smile graced Son Gohan's lips as he swiftly changed his position, maneuvering behind Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo, balancing on one leg in an attempt to defend against Son Gohan's advance, found himself unable to turn in time. In a hurried effort, he bent low to shield his head. However, Son Gohan had anticipated Piccolo's actions once more, driving his knee toward Piccolo's head while delivering several punches to his back. Son Gohan claimed another 5 points. The host, unable to visualize the unfolding spectacle, resorted to announcing the scores. Gohan is truly remarkable, exclaimed Goku, witnessing his son's prowess. He has completely anticipated Piccolo's moves. Though struck by Son Gohan, Piccolo wore a grin, executing a few jumps to create distance from Son Gohan. Gohan, you have indeed grown stronger. Son Gohan, however, understood that his cognitive speed outpaced his physical actions, thus granting him a fleeting moment to contemplate strategy. Chapter 148. Gohan's focus. As Son Gohan beheld his score surpassing Piccolo's, a wave of clandestine joy washed over him. Stealing another glance at the audience, he noticed Vidal's expression, filled with astonishment and admiration, which ignited a surge of exhilaration within him, seemingly amplifying his own momentum. Forgive me, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan silently mused, before abruptly dashing towards Piccolo, launching a powerful strike. Caught off guard by Gohan's unexpectedly heightened speed, Piccolo hastily leaned back to evade the attack. Gohan, sensing an opportunity, leaned forward to press his advantage. Yet, Piccolo's countenance broke into a smile as he extended his arm, planting it firmly on the ground. Utilizing this leverage, he straightened his body instantaneously, unleashing a surprise kick upwards that struck Gohan squarely in the chest. In that moment, Gohan realized that Piccolo's previous retreat had been a ruse, crafted to lure him into a pursuit. Do not forget, I have taught you that deception is a vital element of combat, Piccolo remarked, observing Gohan ensnared in his trap, and began to impart a lesson. Understood. Gohan nodded, his expression growing more serious. I was too reckless. Piccolo nodded in approval, then let out a powerful shout, vanishing from sight in an instant. Huh? Gohan quickly discerned that Piccolo's speed had increased significantly, as an elbow was already hurtling towards him. He hastily stepped back, widening the distance between them, his gaze fixed warily on Piccolo. Stay alert, Piccolo chuckled. He had meticulously orchestrated a series of offensive maneuvers, anticipating Gohan's response. However, following their earlier exchange, Gohan had become exceedingly cautious, creating space between them. My intention was to maintain a slightly lower speed to achieve an element of surprise. Yet it appears to have had no effect on you. Gohan, you have truly improved, Piccolo exclaimed with a laugh. Under normal circumstances, this tactic would indeed be effective. But while gravity constrains my movements, my reflexes remain unimpeded, Gohan explained. Yet, Piccolo swiftly shifted the focus of his critique. Gohan, despite this, your concentration seems lacking. How can one fight while distracted? Focus yourself immediately. It is time to engage with all your strength. As Piccolo donned a serious expression, he recognized that even under the weight of gravity, Gohan managed to hold his own against him, clearly demonstrating that his true abilities had surpassed Piccolo's by a considerable margin. Now, with their speeds equalized, it was time to rely on their respective combat skills and experience. Yes, I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Son Wukong's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Standing opposite each other, Piccolo and Son Wukong resolved to hold nothing back, determined to engage in a fierce duel on the arena, each eager to test the full extent of the other's power. This time, Son Wukong launched the first strike, advancing with a swift momentum, his fists raining down upon Piccolo like a tempest. Observing the heightened speed and cunning of Sun Wukong's assault, Piccolo gritted his teeth, his arms moving with remarkable agility to barely deflect the onslaught. As Sun Wukong's offensive began to wane, Piccolo seized the moment to counterattack, his fist thrusting forward with precision, landing a solid blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Taken aback by the impact, Sun Wukong displayed a look of astonishment, momentarily retreating before re-engaging. Piccolo recognized that Sun Wukong had previously possessed an opportunity to strike him. The reason for Sun Wukong's brief withdrawal was his desire to refrain from exploiting any loopholes in the rules. After all, in a genuine confrontation, a blow to the abdomen would render one incapable of continuing the assault. As Sun Wukong launched another attack, Piccolo responded with fervor. A flurry of punches creating an illusion of his rapid movements, his strikes more ferocious than before. Sun Wukong, undeterred, summoned all his strength to withstand Piccolo's barrage, skillfully intercepting each of Piccolo's punches. Their exchange was relentless, neither yielding an inch. Their fists and feet collided repeatedly, each impact accompanied by a mutual effort to simulate a realistic battle scenario. The air was filled with a deep, resonant sound, the result of immense power being unleashed and swiftly retracted. The audience, aside from Dandy, the Seance, and the god of destruction Beerus with his attendant Whis, found it nearly impossible to discern the movements of the two combatants. The host, struggling to maintain stability against the raging winds, resorted to announcing the score changes as best as he could. Eventually, as their stamina waned after several minutes of intense exertion, both Piccolo and Sun Wukong found themselves panting, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Tien Shinhan and Yamcha exclaimed in unison. They vanished. The fleeting shadows that had once been visible to them had completely disappeared from the arena. I cannot see them at all, despite being a deity. Tien Shinhan and Yamcha exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting surprise. Wasn't this expected? Their expressions revealed astonishment at the deity's unexpected lament. The power of the deity had long been surpassed by many, were it not for the constraints of gravity. Even Krillin's full strength would be difficult for him to perceive. Could their speed possibly increase yet again? Klin found himself unable to discern the figures of the two combatants. Struck by disbelief. Fool, look to the sky. Vegeta scoffed. It was only then that they noticed Dandy and the others had raised their heads to gaze upward. The close-quarters battle between Piccolo and Son Gohan resembled two meteors colliding fiercely in the heavens. Ha! Ha! Their silhouettes intertwined in the air, fists and feet clashing, producing a dull thud with each impact. Piccolo's assaults were akin to a tempest, each strike imbued with incredible speed, seeking to breach Son Gohan's defenses. In response, Son Gohan exhibited remarkable agility and unwavering spirit, skillfully evading Piccolo's onslaught while searching for opportunities to counterattack. As the battle intensified, both warriors found themselves utterly exhausted. Yet they pressed on, refusing to relent in their pursuit of speed. Each understood that the first to falter in pace would be vulnerable to the other's assault. Their gazes locked, revealing a shared expression of defiance and resolute determination. Noticing a significant decline in Son Gohan's stamina, Piccolo prepared to unleash his final technique, his body radiating a formidable aura, poised to deliver a swift blow. Son Gohan sensed this subtle change in Piccolo, realizing the moment of reckoning had arrived. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he ignited the competitive spirit within. Chapter 149, Klin's suggestion. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo launched a full-scale assault against Son Gohan, delivering a powerful strike. Anticipating this move, Son Gohan forcibly twisted his body to evade, simultaneously channeling his strength to execute a rapid spin, delivering a devastating hook to Piccolo's head. Ugh! Piccolo instantly felt the impact of this blow, astonished that his intentions had been entirely within Son Gohan's grasp. Gohan, you have triumphed, Piccolo declared as he descended to the ground, announcing the outcome of their contest. Had that kick truly landed, I would have undoubtedly been defeated. Son Gohan also landed and approached Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, I'm sorry. He apologized for his victory. There is no need for apologies. Your strength has indeed surpassed mine. Piccolo replied, looking at Son Gohan with a proud expression. Gohan, you have developed the ability to perceive your opponent's thoughts. This is a tremendous advancement, and I am proud of you. Uncle Piccolo, perhaps my understanding of you allows me to anticipate your movements. Moreover, you did not truly regard me as an enemy, which is why you held back in your strikes, right? Son Gohan said, but he could not help but glance at Bidily once more. Gohan, I certainly did not hold back. Furthermore, Piccolo's words trailed off as he finally noticed Son Gohan's lingering attention on the sidelines. Huh? Piccolo followed Gohan's gaze and beheld the figures of Satan and Videl. Why was Gohan so concerned about those two? A sense of confusion enveloped Piccolo. The host, noticing the situation, announced the results of the match. Piccolo conceded defeat, and Gohan emerged victorious as the champion of this duel. Now, let us welcome the next pair of contestants. As the host declared the results, Piccolo descended from the stage. Now it was time for Gohan's father to take the stage. His opponent was that girl. Upon witnessing the next competitors, Gohan's expression shifted to one of concern. Would he really have to face such a formidable adversary? Videl, having witnessed the clash between Goku and the Ox King, realized that she was no match for him. He was the father of that boy. Videl glanced at her opponent once more and inadvertently met Gohan's worried expression. That guy, is he genuinely worried about me? Videl instantly deciphered Gohan's expression, a warmth blossoming in her heart. Piccolo, observing the two, remained perplexed as he left the arena and approached Dandy. Dandy, have you noticed something peculiar about Gohan? It seems he has been fixated on that girl. Piccolo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is so peculiar about it? Dandy posed a rhetorical question. Is it not entirely natural for young men and women in the bloom of youth to pay attention to one another? Is it normal? Piccolo, bewildered, suddenly paused, grasping the underlying implication of Dandy's words. Are you suggesting that Gohan has feelings for that girl? Piccolo's astonished exclamation resonated throughout the arena. What? Upon hearing Piccolo's statement, the crowd immediately turned their gaze towards Videl. Gohan likes her? No, he mustn't get involved in premature romance. Kiki promptly admonished Gohan. Hey, Videl. My precious daughter, you surely haven't taken a liking to that delinquent with bleached hair, have you? Satan exclaimed in alarm. Gohan, witnessing the unfolding scene, was instantly flustered and found himself at a loss, awkwardly scratching his head, signaling for everyone to cease their scrutiny of him and Videl. Observing Gohan's flustered demeanor, Videl felt her cheeks flush and lowered her gaze. Dandy, upon witnessing the scene, immediately cast a reproachful glance at Bick. How could one be so blunt as to expose another's feelings so openly? Is it forbidden to speak of such matters? Humanity is truly perplexing. Bick, displaying an expression of exasperation, pondered, is this what they call love? It baffles me. Afterward, Bick turned to Dandy and remarked, Hey, Dandy, are you not also a Namekian? How could you possibly comprehend the intricacies of human affection? Upon hearing this, Dandy couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself, if it weren't for this body, I would have long sought out love and affection. Seeing this, Krillin leaned in close to Son Wukong's ear and whispered something. Upon hearing, Son Gohan reacted strongly and immediately declined. How could that be? He exclaimed, Oh, Wukong, don't you care about Gohan's feelings? Krillin implored earnestly. However, Wukong replied in confusion. But a competition is a competition. How could I possibly throw it on purpose? Shoo. Krillin quickly gestured for silence and then leaned closer to Wukong, speaking softly, Wukong, how can you be so naive? Since Gohan likes that girl, you should create an opportunity for them. If you lose, the next round will have Gohan facing that girl. They will have a chance to get closer. But I also want to see how Gohan fares in battle. Wukong said seriously. Krillin was momentarily at a loss for words, lamenting Gohan's misfortune for having such a father. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached, sensing the situation. Wukong, you absolutely must win. That 10 million depends on you and Gohan. And Gohan must not fall in love. He needs to focus on his studies to become a scholar, she said, casting a disapproving glance at Krillin. Alas, why can't beautiful love receive support? Krillin sighed, feeling disheartened. He then stole a glance at Android 18, who was intently watching the match, seemingly studying her opponent's skills and techniques, contemplating how to defeat them all and emerge victorious. Now, it all hinged on 18. Yet, Krillin felt little confidence, having already been bested by Gohan. The only hope for him to be with 18 was for her to win the championship. Seeing Krillin's downcast expression, Yamcha approached to offer comfort. Krillin, as someone who has been through it, I must tell you that love requires a natural course. Maintain a good mindset. Gohan will find his own destiny. I'm not worried about Gohan. I'm worried about my own lifelong affairs. Krillin muttered in frustration. What's this? Rejected? That's only to be expected. Don't take it to heart. Look at me. I no longer care about those two. There are plenty of blossoms on the mountain. Why hang yourself on a single tree? It's not rejection, Krillin explained, revealing his agreement with Android 18 to Yamcha. What? Yamcha exclaimed, his expression one of shock, before he slapped Krillin on the back. Are you foolish? Can't you understand a girl's words? If 18 can say such things, you should be confident in pursuing her. Who cares about winning or losing? Ah, is that so? Upon encountering Yamcha, the master of romantic affairs, who provided such a response, Krillin's face lit up with joy. So, does this mean the 18th has consented? Indeed. Yamcha nodded earnestly, but then suddenly sank down in despondence, staring blankly at the ground. Krillin, I truly envy you. Dandy observed the shift in emotions of Klin, who transitioned from frustration to joy while Yamcha succumbed to despair. He sighed, reflecting on the notion that negative emotions do not dissipate into thin air, but rather transfer from one individual to another. Chapter 150, Son Goku vs. Bidalai now. May contestants Bidalai and Son Goku take the stage. The host, noticing that the two had yet to step onto the arena, urged them onward. At this moment, Bidalai displayed a troubled expression, her gaze firmly fixed on the ground, revealing her inner uncertainty. In stark contrast, Son Goku wore a serious countenance, determined not to underestimate any adversary. Divine Being, could you please increase my burden? As he approached the stage, Son Goku first made his way to the Divine Being, donning a heavy martial arts uniform once more. Aware that surrender was not an option, Bidalai took a deep breath and swiftly ascended the platform. With the weighty uniform now adorned, Son Goku unleashed his full strength, propelling himself towards the arena at his utmost speed. Beep. The speedometer registered Son Goku's velocity, prompting the gravity apparatus to activate, instantaneously enveloping him in thousands of times the normal gravitational force. Son Goku felt his speed diminish, yet, having adapted to such conditions in the preceding match, he quickly acclimatized to the increased weight. You're quite formidable. Even Kiki cannot rival your prowess, Son Goku remarked while adjusting his wrist guards, addressing Bidalai with a grave tone. Ah, that woman earlier must be your wife. My apologies, Bidalai expressed contritely. It's quite all right. After all, this is a competition. However, I will not intentionally grant you victory. Prepare yourself mentally, Son Goku replied with a faint smile. Having finally adjusted his wrist guards, he then sprang into action on the stage, alternating his feet while simultaneously warming up and acclimatizing to the gravitational pressure. What is that? Bidalai recalled hearing about the gravity enhancement and the heavy burden her opponent bore. Yet, as she observed Son Goku, he appeared to leap effortlessly on one leg, seemingly unencumbered by the weight. Rest assured, I have yet to transform. My current speed should be comparable to yours. Son Goku discerned Bidalai's thoughts and explained. That you two were once a participant in the World Martial Arts Tournament. You seem quite different from my father, Bidalai remarked. Son Goku smiled at her words. Do not take it to heart. Let us focus on the match. If you wish to learn more about us, I shall have Gohan clarify everything once the contest concludes. Upon hearing this, Bidalai glanced at Gohan below and nodded earnestly. Very well, it's a promise. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, I am determined to uncover the truth about your group. As Bidalai spoke, her gaze sharpened, intensely fixating on the figure of Sun Wukong. Observing this, Sun Wukong's expression grew solemn. Regardless, we are currently operating at the same velocity. Caution is imperative. Having completed his warm-up, Sun Wukong felt he had acclimatized to the current gravitational conditions and thus assumed a combat-ready stance. Following the previous round, Bidalai was aware that the gravity here was slightly heavier than usual. Although Dandy's restoration had returned her stamina to its peak state, she recognized the necessity of minimizing her movements to avoid exhaustion before the match concluded. Why is he able to move so effortlessly? Bidalai watched in astonishment as Sun Wukong effortlessly hopped on one leg from left to right on the arena, showing no signs of fatigue, which piqued her curiosity. I cannot take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, my stamina will falter, Bidalai thought to herself. Sun Wukong, locking his eyes onto Bidalai's, noticed her hesitation and declared, Since you are unwilling to attack, I shall make the first move. With that, Sun Wukong leaped onto one foot and surged toward Bidalai. What? Bidalai was taken aback, both by his ability to read her thoughts and by how, with just a single step, he appeared right before her. How did he achieve that? Bidalai understood that even at her swiftest pace, it would take at least 4 or 5 steps to reach the spot where Sun Wukong had just been standing. Yet, the figure before her moved like a specter, covering the distance in an instant with a single stride. Though her mind was clouded with questions, her hands moved swiftly, crossing in front of her to block the impending attack. Sun Wukong, noticing her defense, swiftly adjusted his position in midair, using his shoulder to pivot his lower body. He retracted his outstretched fist, grounding himself, while his right foot soared upwards like a steel whip, crashing down upon Bidalai's head. Boom! Sun Wukong's foot passed through Bidalai's form, striking the arena floor with a resounding thud. Bidalai, Mr. Satan immediately tensed, clenching his fists, only to realize that what struck Bidalai was merely an illusion created by Sun Wukong, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wukong did not transform. Otherwise, even the floor made of Kaizen steel could not withstand his assault. The divine observer exhaled as well, surprised that as the match progressed, the commotion grew more intense. Even without direct confrontation, the impact on the surrounding environment was monumental. Truly impressive. Bidalai watched in astonishment as Sun Wukong swiftly executed a series of transformations right before her eyes, even disregarding everything else. The mere fact that Sun Wukong could adapt his moves in an instant upon encountering her defense was astonishing enough. Moreover, the agility with which he twisted his body midair, delivering such powerful kicks without any contact with the ground, undoubtedly required immense core strength and flexibility. Bidalai knew that she could never replicate such feats. Sun Wukong scores the first 2 points. The host announced, his excitement palpable as he clenched his fists, feeling as if the very blood coursing through him was ablaze. What an extraordinary display. On the stage, if one were to consider an ordinary person's capabilities, Sun Wukong's prowess was indeed remarkable. He retracted his foot and, addressing the dazed Bidalai earnestly, remarked, "Yet, your techniques still contain numerous unnecessary movements, and your breath remains quite unstable." Adjusting his wrist guards once more, he continued, "Next, I shall lower my strength further to engage in a spar with you." "What? Don't underestimate me," Bidalai retorted. Her teeth clenched in defiance as she launched an attack towards Sun Wukong. With a subtle shift in his stance, he effortlessly evaded her assault, swiftly pivoting to counter her advance. "That guy, Sun Wukong, is actually employing the guiding technique," Master Roshi murmured upon witnessing Wukong's subsequent actions. "Guiding technique? What is that?" Gohan inquired, perplexed. Chapter 151. The guiding technique. The so-called guiding technique refers to Wukong's ability to leverage his absolute advantage, engaging his opponent while only employing slightly superior speed and techniques. Not only that, he focuses on guiding the opponent's movements towards more effective methods of force application and technique, thereby enhancing their strength in real combat. This is a feat achievable only by those who have fully integrated the martial arts. It is astonishing that Wukong has unconsciously mastered such a method. Master Roshi marveled, and Gohan's gaze remained fixed on Sun Wukong's figure. "Is Dad guiding that girl?" he asked softly, while Wukong's movements appeared unchanged. After hearing Master Roshi's words and observing closely, he could sense the subtle differences. Master Roshi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Wukong is controlling his power, guiding Bidalai to unleash her greater potential. Gohan's expression turned to one of admiration. "Dad is truly amazing." The turtle sage smiled faintly, acknowledging the extraordinary talent and intuition of Wukong. However, he noted that achieving such prowess was no simple feat. It demanded a profound understanding and mastery of martial arts. On the arena, it appeared as though Sun Wukong and Bidalai were engaged in a fierce exchange, their combat intensely dynamic, with neither willing to yield. Yet, each clash was imbued with perilous and exhilarating moments. Bidalai felt as though an unseen force was propelling her, an extraordinary sensation indeed. Sun Wukong, leveraging his formidable strength and extensive combat experience, consistently maintained the upper hand, firmly controlling the tempo of the battle. What puzzled many, however, was that despite his seemingly decisive strikes aimed at Bidalai, he invariably failed to land a blow, allowing her to narrowly evade each attack. This seemingly simple act of dodging posed a tremendous challenge for Bidalai in the arena. At this moment, she had reached her limits, sweat beading on her forehead. Each evasion required her to summon every ounce of strength for anticipation and reaction. Nevertheless, she did not waver. Rather, her resolve to engage in the battle intensified. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, maintained a composed demeanor. He was not merely fighting Bidalai. He was guiding her, assisting her in elevating her capabilities. His strikes, while fierce, were always crafted to leave her a sliver of opportunity to respond. As time progressed, Bidalai's movements grew increasingly fluid. She began to adapt to Sun Wukong's rhythm of attack, gradually discerning patterns. She realized that as long as she could anticipate the direction of his strikes in advance, she stood a chance of evading his assaults. Concurrently, she noted a marked improvement in her own agility. This realization exhilarated her, for she understood that only through continuous self-overcoming could she truly evolve into a formidable warrior. Gradually, Bidalai's counterattacks began to manifest. She ventured to strike back, using her own strength to confront Sun Wukong's onslaught. Though her attacks posed no threat to him, she experienced an unprecedented surge of confidence and fulfillment. In that moment, she felt akin to a sprinter reaching the apex of her speed, propelled forward by unseen hands, urging her to accelerate. It was a sensation that teetered on the brink of losing balance, yet, in her intense focus, she somehow managed to maintain her composure. Her heart raced, perspiration trickling down her forehead, soaking her garments. Yet, rather than falter, she grit her teeth and persevered. With each of her attempts, she sensed an intangible barrier, yet at that moment, it felt as though she was on the verge of surpassing her own limits. What a wondrous sensation. Could it be that I have adapted to this environment? Biddle pondered inwardly. Her breath grew increasingly labored, yet she persevered. She sensed her body gradually acclimating to the environment. A transformation that bestowed upon her an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Her muscles ignited with warmth, and the blood coursed through her veins with greater velocity, infusing her with renewed vigor. As time progressed, Biddle discovered her speed accelerating, her steps becoming more assured. With her breathing stabilizing, she felt fatigue dissipate, replaced by an invigorating energy. Her gaze became resolute, fixated on the figure of Sun Wukong ahead, despite the opponent's fierce movements. Each clenched jaw allowed her to withstand the onslaught. At that moment, Biddle had forgotten how to halt, convinced that relentless persistence would enable her to transcend her limits. In the midst of the fierce battle, Sun Wukong's keen insight allowed him to swiftly identify Biddle's shortcomings. He adeptly utilized his offensive maneuvers to guide her in adjusting her stance and tactics. Although Biddle's attacks were sharp and powerful, their lack of variation rendered them easily discernible to her adversary, who was quick to mount a defensive response. Sun Wukong meticulously observed Biddle's motions, then replicated her techniques with astonishing speed, introducing subtle modifications. He showcased these innovations to Biddle, illuminating the myriad possibilities inherent in her approach to combat. Is he employing my own techniques against me? What is happening? Could it be that he intends to return my own strategy in kind? Wait, this seems somewhat different. Does he also possess knowledge from my father? Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's techniques, Biddle found herself pondering these thoughts. However, her remarkable intuition allowed her to grasp Sun Wukong's intention after observing several successive movements. He was demonstrating the art to her. It became clear that these techniques could be employed in such a manner, with such clever adaptability. As she absorbed the scene before her, Biddle gleaned invaluable insights, deepening her understanding of martial arts. The clash between Sun Wukong and Biddle was extraordinarily intense, yet curiously, aside from the initial 2 points scored by Sun Wukong, neither contender had accrued further points thus far. The host excitedly announced this development. Upon hearing this news, Satan, from the sidelines, exuberantly cheered for his daughter. Go, my daughter. The opponent can no longer pose a threat to you. Seize the opportunity to strike, and you shall claim the 3 points necessary to secure victory. Satan brandished his fists, his face aglow with pride and confidence. Chapter 152. Advancement. Observing the unfolding events, Master Roshi could not restrain a furrowed brow, swiftly delivering a sharp blow to Satan's head, rendering him momentarily unconscious. Silence. Do not disturb that girl. The turtle sage spoke with gravity, fully aware that at this moment, Bulma was entirely engrossed in the battle, and any distraction could potentially hinder her performance. He had already discerned that Bulma had fallen into the rhythm of Sun Wukong, unconsciously adapting her techniques to mirror his movements. A solemn expression crossed his face as he pondered. Is this truly the extent of Wukong's current prowess? Indeed, it is formidable. Simultaneously was also noted Sun Wukong's unusual behavior. He meticulously observed Wukong's actions, furrowing his brow as he turned to Lord Beerus and remarked, Lord Beerus, have you noticed that the competitor known as Sun Wukong appears to be executing some of his movements as instinctual responses, rather than consciously directing them? Upon hearing Whis' observations, Beerus did not respond immediately. He was currently preoccupied with savoring the delectable treats that Bulma had painstakingly prepared, wholly immersed in the enjoyment of the culinary delights before him. He was seen frantically surrounding himself with an array of pastries, muttering, These are all mine. No one is allowed to touch them. Whis, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation, a wry smile gracing his face. He understood that once Beerus became engrossed in food, it was exceedingly difficult for him to divert his attention to other matters. Nevertheless, he could not help but exclaim, Lord Beerus truly is a glutton. Disregarding Beerus, Whis turned his focus back to the match with unwavering concentration. As Bulma's attacks became increasingly fluid, the atmosphere in the arena grew ever more tense. Sun Wukong observed Bulma diligently studying his movements, a sense of joy swelling within him. Her talent astonished him. However, he also recognized areas where she required further refinement. This girl possesses remarkable potential. Sun Wukong mused inwardly, yet she still lacked a certain keen insight to fully grasp the underlying principles. Despite Bidali's earnest attempts to emulate his movements, Sun Wukong discerned that she had yet to grasp the essence of the art. He observed that while Bidali concentrated solely on her offensive maneuvers, she utterly neglected her own defense, rendering her vulnerable to harm in the face of an adversary. Consequently, Sun Wukong resolved to offer her guidance, emphasizing the equal importance of defense. He began to target Bidali's vital points with precision, each strike placing her in a precarious position. However, just as she braced for a hit, Sun Wukong would deftly alter his approach, allowing her a momentary reprieve. This method of attack illuminated Bidali's deficiencies in defense, prompting her to contemplate ways to better safeguard herself. Quickly, she grasped Sun Wukong's intent, and in her subsequent moves, regardless of whether her opponent aimed for her vital areas, she fortified her defenses, leaving no openings for her adversary. Observing this, Sun Wukong nodded in approval, recognizing that she had understood his message. Under his tutelage, Bidali's offensive tactics grew more diverse, and her defensive strategies became increasingly robust. Witnessing her progress filled Sun Wukong with immense satisfaction, as he realized his teachings were bearing fruit. At last, the countdown of the match concluded, and Sun Wukong emerged victorious with a score of 2-0. What a splendid performance! The host exclaimed with excitement. Sun Wukong descended from the arena with a smile, his steps light and steady, as though the fierce battle had not exhausted him in the slightest. The host observed both competitors leaving the stage and noted Sun Wukong's calm demeanor, devoid of any disarray, a stark contrast to Bidali, who, despite primarily focusing on defense, was now breathless and drenched in sweat. The host had witnessed Sun Wukong's dazzling array of techniques during the match, each executed with impeccable timing, and realized that his prowess far surpassed Bidali's. The mere 2 points he scored were a gentle reminder to his junior. As Sun Wukong departed the arena, the host discreetly gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. "Mr. Sun Wukong, you truly embody the stature of a distinguished champion," he whispered, covering his mouth to avoid detection by others. "Ah, it's nothing much." Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head with a hearty laugh. Upon returning to the sidelines, Bidali approached Sun Wukong with gratitude evident on her face. "Thank you," she exclaimed earnestly. Sun Wukong, smiling at her sincerity, nodded in acknowledgement. "No need for thanks. You performed admirably. Continue to train. There is still ample room for your growth." Bidali nodded earnestly, taking a deep breath to muster her courage. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together and bowed deeply. "Please accept me as your disciple." "What? That may be difficult," Sun Wukong stammered, momentarily taken aback before hurriedly calling for Sun Gohan. "Gohan." Upon seeing Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong quickly pulled him forward, addressing Bidali. "You can have Gohan teach you. He is quite formidable as well." Sun Gohan was caught off guard, finding himself thrust before Bidali, his face flushed crimson, rendered speechless and rooted to the spot. "I implore you, please guide me in my training," Bidali earnestly beseeched Sun Gohan. Sun Gohan stood frozen, unable to meet Bidali's gaze. Yet he felt a surge of delight and nodded shyly. "What?" Krillin, witnessing the scene unfold, suddenly had an epiphany, a smile blossoming on his face as he strode forward. "Well, Wukong, you are surprisingly clever. This truly caught me off guard." He gently patted Sun Wukong's shoulder, a sly glint in his eyes. He realized that Sun Wukong's plan was ingeniously executed, successfully creating an opportunity for Bidali and Sun Gohan to be alone together, while also prompting Bidali to willingly propose training alongside Sun Gohan. However, Sun Wukong appeared utterly bewildered. He had merely intended to guide the girl, and the current situation was entirely unforeseen. Just as Sun Gohan basked in his joy, an unexpected voice shattered the harmony. "That won't do." Chi-Chi's figure suddenly appeared before Sun Gohan, firmly grasping his hand with an expression of displeasure. "Gohan, you have more pressing matters to attend to. You must focus on your studies. Just look at your exam scores. They have plummeted." Chi-Chi's tone was serious and resolute, exuding an air of undeniable authority. "But Mom," Sun Gohan began to protest, but Bidali interrupted him, turning to Chi-Chi. "Auntie, allow me to handle Gohan's studies. My grades are quite good, and I can help him improve. Furthermore, I have a private tutor who can provide him with additional guidance and support." Chi-Chi's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Is that so? A private tutor must be quite expensive. Your family must be quite wealthy." Bidali, sensing she had won over Chi-Chi, smiled and replied, "No problem, Annie. From now on, I will take responsibility for Gohan's studies." She then turned to son Gohan, her eyes sparkling with determination. Gohan, let us strive together. I will do my utmost to assist you in enhancing your academic abilities, and you must diligently guide me in my training. Son Wukong nodded vigorously. Beside him, Krillin observed the scene with an amused smile, remarking, it appears that their time together has doubled. Not only will they train together, but they can also study side by side, truly a double benefit. As Krillin contemplated this image, he sensed the fragrance of love in the air. Despite his lack of a nose, Baydilly, really? You wish to take these individuals as your mentors? Surely, I must have misheard. You have been training under the world's foremost expert all this time. Mr. Satan had just awakened, realizing that his daughter had indeed lost. Upon hearing the crowd's chatter, he rubbed the large bump on his head and pushed through the throng, approaching Baydilly with a face full of disbelief. Dad, after today's match, I have glimpsed an extraordinary world. Baydilly was explaining to Mr. Satan when Son Wukong gently removed his wristband and tossed it to the ground. The moment the wristband hit the floor, it produced a dull thud, which Baydilly immediately noted. What is that sound? Pushing Mr. Satan aside, Baydilly knelt down to attempt to lift the wristband. With all her might, she found herself unable to budge it even a fraction. You were fighting me while wearing this wristband? Baydilly was utterly astonished. What is it? Mr. Satan, noticing Baydilly's shocked expression, approached the wristband. It's just a wristband. What is the big deal? He observed it closely and deemed it not particularly valuable. Dad, try to lift the wristband. Baydilly's tone was laced with disbelief. Mr. Satan scoffed. Daughter, are you joking? It's merely a wristband. How could I? As he spoke, he reached down to pick it up, and with a sudden effort, a creaking sound echoed through the crowd. Ouch, my back. Mr. Satan immediately clutched his waist, having not anticipated the weight of the wristband, which caused him to twist his back. There must be a mechanism. This wristband is surely anchored to the ground. While holding his waist, Mr. Satan perspired profusely as he tried to explain. Upon witnessing this, Dandy silently stepped forward, extending his hand to heal Satan, and then declared, There are still more matches to be contested. Let us continue. After feeling Dandy's touch, Satan was astonished to discover that his aching back had suddenly ceased its torment, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. What sorcery is this? He exclaimed. Ignoring Satan, Son Wukong nodded at Dandy's words, bent down to pick up the wristband from the ground, and approached the edge of the arena. Hey, Baydilly, what is going on? How could he so effortlessly pick up that wristband? Satan marveled, noting that the wristband he found immovable was easily retrieved by Son Wukong. Dad, this is precisely why I told you. I see an entirely different world within these individuals. As she spoke, Baydilly stood beside Son Gohan, her mind brimming with countless questions for him. Hey, Baydilly, you must be cautious. Do not let these people deceive you. Satan called out from behind. Dandy understood that it was soon his turn to take the stage, and thus he approached the deity once more. The deity, aware of Dandy's intentions, narrowed his eyes and promptly enveloped him in the heaviest of weights. The ensuing contest would feature the formidable contestant, Master Roshi, against Dandy. Upon witnessing the readiness of both competitors, the host promptly announced the commencement of the match. That Gohan, exclaimed Videl. I am Videl, and I look forward to your guidance. She extended her hand towards Goku. With great caution, Goku reached out to shake Videl's hand, his gaze deliberately avoiding hers. Greetings, Videl. I anticipate your guidance as well, Gohan remarked. Observing Videl's proactive approach towards Gohan, Krillin couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. That guy Gohan truly has a way with luck, unlike myself. He then cast a pitiful glance at Android 18, only to find her intently focused on Dandy. Regarding Gohan, Videl remarked, noticing Dandy donning an exceptionally heavy armor before the deity. That armor he's wearing must not be for protection, right? Aware that the competitors would not engage physically, Videl deduced that the armor's purpose was not to prevent injury. I surmise that armor is intended to enhance his weight? She continued. Indeed, Mr. Dandy possesses immense strength. Without the added weight, he could not possibly match everyone else's speed. Gohan finally overcame his nervousness and responded. But just now, your father's single wristband was so heavy. How much must that thick armor weigh? Videl exclaimed in disbelief. I've heard it could weigh as much as 10,000 tons, Gohan murmured. What? 10,000? Videl's eyes widened in astonishment. Gohan, surely your performance cannot be that poor. You can differentiate between tons and pounds, can't you? With a serious expression, Gohan replied. I can certainly tell. I weigh 122 pounds, and a ton equals 2,000 pounds. Videl, you heard correctly, Mr. Dandy bears a weight of 10,000 tons. Moreover, under such a burden, the gravity apparatus on the arena must operate at its utmost capacity to restrain Mr. Dandy's speed. What? Videl was even more astounded. Not only was he burdened with 10,000 tons, but the additional gravity was required to limit Dandy's velocity? She pondered the peculiar weight of the gravity in this place, wondering if it was indeed the result of the gravity apparatus. Chapter 154, Dandy vs. Master Roshi Gohan shook his head, clarifying, this is a unique space within a sanctum known as the hyperbolic time chamber, where the gravity here is slightly stronger than that of the outside world. However, this differs from the concept of doubled gravity. The so-called doubled gravity was implemented in this competition to equalize the speeds of all participants, hence the preparation of two platforms. The reason competitors were required to sprint through the speed measurement device was to increase the gravity on the platform of the faster participants, ensuring their speed matched that of the competitors on the other platform. Sun Wufan elucidated, which only perplexed Bidalai further. Wufan, are you implying that your father fought me not only while bearing a significant weight, but also under greater gravity? Sun Wufan nodded, elaborating, moreover, father did not even transform. His true power was not fully unleashed. Transform? Bidalai immediately expressed interest. Is it like when you just did, with your hair turning golden? Exactly. That is known as the Super Saiyan state. The form I assumed during my second transformation is referred to as Super Saiyan 2. By the way, apart from myself, no one else has managed to transform into Super Saiyan 2 yet. Sun Wufan smiled confidently, prompting Bidalai to exclaim, how impressive, Wufan. It seems your strength surpasses that of your father. I dare say you might even be stronger than Mr. Satan. Sun Wufan chuckled in agreement. Indeed, during my regular training, I discovered that I have surpassed my father, yet to uphold his dignity. He nodded, continuing, although everyone puts in tremendous effort, none can surpass Mr. Dandy. He is my master. Oh, that Dandy is your master? Bidalai's expression turned one of surprise. Not only that, but Uncle Piccolo is also my master. Sun Wufan pointed towards Piccolo. Though at a distance, Piccolo possessed keen hearing and absorbed every word of Sun Wufan as proclamation. How could Wufan reveal everything without any caution? How can he completely trust that person? Is this what love is? As Whis observed Dandy preparing to take the stage, he once again reminded Beerus, Lord Beerus, Mr. Dandy is about to ascend the platform. At this moment, Beerus had already finished an entire table of snacks, contentedly patting his round belly as he settled into his chair, finally directing his gaze towards the arena. At this juncture, Master Roshi and Dandy had both taken to the stage, ready for the contest. Now that both contestants are prepared, this match officially commences. The host declared as the timer began. Master Roshi and Dandy stood opposite each other, with Master Roshi donning a serious expression and adopting his starting stance. Dandy, you have indeed made considerable progress. Therefore, I shall not hold back. Master Roshi emphasized, very well. I shall not hold back either. Dandy bore an expression of eager anticipation, for he understood that the turtle hermit, once revered as the god of martial arts, though now his strength may have waned in terms of speed and power, possessed an abundance of combat experience accrued over 3 centuries. Observing Dandy standing there, transfixed, the turtle hermit took the initiative, unhindered by any additional weight, allowing him to unleash his full potential. With a light step upon the ground, he swiftly closed the distance to Dandy, his 3 fingers poised to strike with precision. Dandy effortlessly discerned the movements of the turtle hermit, yet soon realized that the speed of the turtle hermit was not so easily evaded by his current self. He had no choice but to leap swiftly to avoid the oncoming assault. A subtle smirk played upon the edges of the turtle hermit's lips as he promptly bent down, exerting tremendous force, propelling his entire body into the air with a powerful kick aimed at the airborne Dandy. The moment Dandy leaped into the air, he was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly become Master Roshi's target. Just evading Master Roshi's assault, he swiftly harnessed his energy, exerting a powerful force to accelerate his descent. As he observed Master Roshi charging towards him, Dandy immediately bent low, narrowly dodging the strike, and then landed heavily upon the arena. A resounding boom echoed, and the ground trembled violently beneath him. The immense burden on Dandy, coupled with the force of gravity, caused him to descend towards the ground like a colossal meteorite. It was truly astonishing. The armor adorning Mr. Dandy appeared exceedingly weighty, and merely striking the earth set it trembling. The host, taken aback, struggled to maintain his balance by grasping nearby objects while expressing his astonishment. Meanwhile, Master Roshi pondered differently. This fellow Dandy possesses formidable strength. Even though he bore such a heavy load and appeared somewhat clumsy, he should not be underestimated. although he had just leapt swiftly, revealing a vulnerability. He had already begun accelerating towards the ground before I could make my move. I must anticipate his next action. Master Roshi silently calculated. But Dandy had already launched his attack. The early bird catches the worm. If you hesitate, I shall not remain idle. Dandy approached Master Roshi with a subtle smile gracing his face, moving swiftly towards him. Dandy's speed was equally swift, and in an instant, he appeared before Master Roshi. In the face of Dandy's onslaught, Master Roshi remained unperturbed, raising both hands to effortlessly deflect Dandy's assault. Upon witnessing the situation, Dandy promptly altered his strategy. Beginning to mimic the elusive movements of Popo, appearing like a wraith around Master Roshi, he unleashed a series of agile techniques, striving to penetrate the defenses of the turtle hermit. However, Master Roshi remained steadfast, his defenses impenetrable, thwarting Dandy's attempts to find a chink in his armor. Nevertheless, Dandy did not relent. He observed that Master Roshi was vigilant, his senses acutely aware of all directions, rendering his own defensive maneuvers futile. Thus, he persisted in his relentless assault, searching for any weakness in Master Roshi's formidable guard. Master Roshi, his expression grave, recognized that Dandy's attacks were coming from all angles, leaving him in a passive position where he could only defend. This stalemate was untenable. He needed to extricate himself swiftly. Contemplating his experience, he prepared to employ the afterimage technique to confound his opponent and seize the opportunity to escape. However, a sudden recollection of Krillin's predicament against Gohan caused him to retract his form. No, even if the shadow were struck, it would still grant Dandy points. Given this, he resolved to utilize that particular technique instead. Chapter 155. Master Roshi's ultimate move. As Master Roshi fended off Dandy's onslaught, an unusual expression surfaced upon his face. With the shift in his demeanor, his body began to sway unexpectedly. As Master Roshi's physique oscillated, he appeared to struggle to maintain his balance, as if he might topple to the ground at any moment. What could this mean? Dandy observed Master Roshi's body begin to tremble, mistakenly assuming that he had suddenly fallen ill, considering Master Roshi's advanced age. One could never predict when an unforeseen ailment might manifest. Just as Dandy was about to come to a halt, he was taken aback to see Master Roshi swaying, yet resolutely remaining upright, instead launching an attack against him. So, that was it. As Dandy deftly evaded the turtle hermit's assaults, he suddenly recognized the technique being employed and chuckled. Ah, so it is the drunken fist. Upon hearing Dandy's words, the turtle hermit, with a seemingly inebriated demeanor, gazed at him and erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I never imagined you had knowledge of the drunken fist. But even if you have heard of it, do you possess the ability to counter it?" As he spoke, the turtle hermit continued to sway, appearing remarkably nonchalant, his body swaying to and fro, and his feet stumbling as if he were genuinely intoxicated. Dandy fixated intently on every movement of Master Roshi, cautiously probing for an opportunity to strike, while seeking any chinks in the armor of his unpredictable drunken boxing. To Dandy's astonishment, he found himself utterly incapable of foreseeing Master Roshi's next action, nor could he land a blow on him. Once Master Roshi unleashed his drunken boxing, his form, footwork, and center of gravity diverged completely from that of an ordinary person, leaving Dandy unable to anticipate his maneuvers. Furthermore, the unpredictability of Master Roshi's drunken boxing proved confounding. Whenever Dandy approached, he would suddenly be met with unforeseen assaults. Even if Dandy managed to evade these attacks, Master Roshi would invariably counter with astonishing techniques from unexpected angles, launching strikes in bewildering stances. When Dandy attempted to retaliate after blocking an attack, Master Roshi would merely sway slightly, effortlessly evading his efforts, leaving Dandy utterly incapable of landing a hit. Seeing this, Dandy could only retreat a few steps, maintaining a certain distance from the turtle sage, pondering how to break this stalemate. Suddenly, at the moment Dandy let his guard down, the turtle sage's figure flickered and lunged towards him at an uncanny angle. His fist appeared feeble, yet it harbored tremendous speed. Dandy swiftly raised his hand in defense. Yet Master Roshi's onslaught descended upon him like a torrential downpour, chaotic and bewildering, rendering Dandy unable to discern any pattern. Master Roshi's drunken boxing technique was replete with myriad transformations. At times, he feigned a strike, while at others, he launched a sudden and fierce attack. His body twisted with remarkable agility, making it nearly impossible for Dandy to anticipate his subsequent move. Dandy was taken aback, realizing that this drunken boxing was not only difficult to penetrate, but now its defense had become even more formidable. He found his own defenses growing increasingly strenuous. managing only to narrowly fend off the attacks from Master Roshi. Dandy initially believed he had acquired sufficient skills and prowess to effortlessly contend with any adversary. However, now, confronted with the drunken fist of Master Roshi, he realizes that he still has a considerable journey ahead. Simultaneously, he experiences an unprecedented thrill. The sensation of engaging in a fierce battle against a formidable foe, giving his all, ignites a fervor within him. It is this exhilarating feeling, the necessity to exert every ounce of strength and to strategize meticulously in combat, that brings him immense joy. Dandy silently marveled at the unfolding scene. The turtle hermit, equally exhilarated, let out a hearty laugh that resonated across the battlefield. It had been ages since he encountered someone capable of evading his drunken fist. The commentator, witnessing the fierce clash on stage, was swept up in excitement. He animatedly narrated, "Behold, the turtle hermit has unleashed the drunken fist. This martial art appears utterly chaotic, but is imbued with boundless variations. I recall a competitor named Ching Long, who showcased this remarkable technique at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Although his movements seemed somewhat comical, they rendered his opponents defenseless. Even the young contender Sun Wukong found himself utterly perplexed by this peculiar style, suffering relentless assaults and nearly facing defeat." Upon hearing the commentator's words, Sun Wukong was transported back to his first participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. At that time, he was an innocent youth, brimming with curiosity and aspirations for the world of martial arts. Now, reflecting on that experience, he felt a wave of nostalgia. How I cherish those memories. The esteemed Cheng Long has not been seen since. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Tianjin Fan, catching wind of Sun Wukong's musings, felt a subtle smile tug at the corners of his mouth. Internally, he thought, Sun Wukong truly is slow on the uptake. He remains oblivious that the former competitor Cheng Long is none other than Master Wu Tian. Those days were indeed fondly remembered. Back then, I could still measure my skills against theirs. Tianjin Fan reminisced about his match with Sun Wukong at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Though he had fortuitously claimed victory, their strengths were undeniably well matched. Yet now, he could only watch as Sun Wukong and the others distance themselves, leaving him unable to catch up. A sense of melancholy washed over Tianjin Fan, but he refused to succumb to despair. Even if I cannot keep pace with you, I shall strive to surpass myself. That is the essence of my martial path. He fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong's retreating figure, resolutely making a silent vow. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Beerus, observed the turtle hermit's movements with a look of astonishment. "Whis, do you perceive the old man's actions?" Beerus turned to Whis, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "I have noticed as well." Whis nodded in agreement. His body has reached a state of autonomous offense and defense, unencumbered by conscious thought. "This is a hallmark of the Ultra Instinct technique," Beerus exclaimed, deeply impressed by the turtle hermit's displayed prowess. "It seems that this individual, through his own explorations, has touched upon the threshold of Ultra Instinct." Weiss chuckled, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, the Earth is teeming with exceptional talent." Beerus continued to scrutinize Master Roshi's movements, feeling a growing curiosity towards him. Unfortunately, that fellow's strength was far too feeble. Even if he mastered the Ultra Instinct, he would struggle to unleash its full potential, unless... Chapter 156, Dandy's Countermeasure. Beerus murmured, seemingly struck by a thought. "Unless he becomes a god." Weiss smiled and articulated the unspoken words of Beerus. "Precisely." Beerus nodded affirmatively, asserting, if he could truly master Ultra Instinct, Dandy should not stand a chance against him. Piccolo, with keen perception, caught the exchange between the god of destruction and Weiss and immediately furrowed his brow. "Ultra Instinct? What is that?" Dandy also heard Beerus's words and felt a perplexing curiosity in his heart. Does the body not require the control of consciousness to execute attacks and defenses independently? Dandy found the situation exceedingly challenging, almost beyond imagination. However, he could not afford to dwell on his thoughts. Under the relentless assault of the turtle sage, Dandy was forced to evade continuously, leaving little room for reflection on the concept of ultimate freedom. Eventually, amidst the barrage of attacks from the turtle sage, Dandy revealed a flaw in his defense. Seizing the moment, the turtle sage executed a powerful strike at an almost impossible angle, landing a direct hit on Dandy's back. Remarkable! The prowess of the turtle sage's drunken boxing was truly formidable, and Dandy began to falter. The turtle sage scored a point. The announcer promptly declared the score. Upon hearing the announcement, the turtle sage stood proud, grinning like a tipsy reveler, as his drunken boxing demonstrated its immense strength once more. This simply cannot continue. A strategy must be devised to counter his technique. As Dandy witnessed his opponent scoring, a sense of urgency enveloped him, and his mind raced to devise a counter-strategy. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Turtle Hermit's drunken boxing. Without a means to counteract it, this match could swiftly spiral into turmoil. Thus, he resolved to alter his approach, shifting from passive defense to proactive offense in an attempt to disrupt the Turtle Hermit's rhythm. Taking a deep breath to center himself, Dandy surged forward towards the Turtle Hermit. The Turtle Hermit deftly evaded Dandy's assault, but Dandy remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing his target. While engaging in his offensive maneuvers, he meticulously observed the Turtle Hermit's actions and reactions, hoping to discern any weaknesses. However, the unpredictability of the Turtle Hermit's drunken style rendered Dandy's efforts momentarily futile. Just then, Dandy noticed a hint of instability in the Turtle Hermit's footing, suggesting he might be on the verge of losing balance. A spark ignited within him. He recognized this as a potentially golden opportunity. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace and launched a more ferocious barrage of attacks against the Turtle Hermit. Yet, in response to Dandy's onslaught, the Turtle Hermit revealed a barely perceptible smile. With a subtle shift of his body, what had appeared to be a precarious stance transformed into one of unwavering stability, and with astonishing speed, he advanced towards Dandy. Dandy was immediately struck with shock as he realized he had fallen into the trap set by the Turtle Sage. With no other option, he swiftly retreated, attempting to create distance between himself and the Turtle Sage. This situation could not persist. I must devise a strategy to unravel the Turtle Sage's techniques. How did Sun Wukong confront this challenge back then? As Dandy desperately evaded the attacks of the Turtle Hermit, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Eureka!" Dandy contemplated that Sun Wukong had once triumphed over Master Roshi's drunken fist using the Mad Dog Punch. Although he was not proficient in the Mad Dog Punch himself, he believed he could employ a similar technique capable of intimidating Master Roshi. Resolutely, he decided to put this method to the test. Behold, a triumphant smile spread across Dandy's face as he suddenly distanced himself from Master Roshi. Has that fellow finally mustered the courage to approach me? Master Roshi immediately noticed Dandy's unusual demeanor. He has realized he is powerless against me. This is only natural, when speed is equal. Yet one cannot unleash their strength. They are indeed at a loss against my drunken fist. Master Roshi thought with satisfaction. At that moment, however, he caught sight of the smile on Dandy's face. What is happening? That fellow is actually smiling? Master Roshi found this quite peculiar. Just then, Dandy suddenly lunged toward him. Futile. No matter how you struggle, Master Roshi contemplated. Yet, as he was lost in thought, Dandy had already unleashed his punch. Simultaneously, Master Roshi noticed that Dandy's fist seemed to swell as if inflated, leaving him utterly astonished. What is going on? Am I hallucinating? Master Roshi could hardly believe the spectacle before him. He shook his head vigorously, but when he opened his eyes again, he was indeed met with the sight of Dandy's fist growing larger. At this moment, Dandy's fist had become extraordinarily enormous, even larger than his own body. And it was hurtling toward Master Roshi at an alarming speed. Faced with such a colossal fist, Master Roshi's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, "Oh no!" He was paralyzed with fear, unable to fathom how to evade such an immense blow. In despair, he closed his eyes and raised his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the impending strike. However, just as he braced for impact, Dandy unexpectedly altered his attack trajectory. It turned out that Dandy had no intention of actually using his gigantic fist to strike Master Roshi. Observing Master Roshi's defensive posture, Dandy swiftly maneuvered behind him and delivered a punch to the back of Master Roshi's head with his other hand. "Remarkable!" exclaimed the announcer. Dandy has executed a marvelous technique, circumventing Master Roshi and scoring a hit to his head, earning 2 points. Dandy takes the lead. What kind of technique is that? Master Roshi was taken aback, his expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. He stared wide-eyed at Dandy's colossal fist, utterly at a loss for any means to counter such a formidable attack. How could a fist be so enormous? In the audience, Piccolo observed Dandy's technique, his expression turning grave, his eyes flickering with shock and confusion. If that fellow can enlarge his entire body, I could manage that too, but how is he achieving such a feat with only his fist? The host gazed at Dandy, observing his verdant skin and the antennae atop his head, and suddenly an epiphany struck him. I understand now. Previously, at the World's Supreme Martial Arts Tournament, the contestant Piccolo had employed a similar technique, transforming himself into a giant. This was indeed a signature move of their race, capable of enlargement. Dandy and Piccolo belonged to the same lineage, thus enabling them to wield identical abilities. The host animatedly elucidated, his voice resonating throughout the arena, enlightening all present. However, Piccolo furrowed his brow, contemplating inwardly. I never anticipated that Dandy had mastered such a technique, allowing parts of his body to enlarge. It seems I must reassess his prowess. Chapter 157. The inner thoughts of Dandy. The host, accustomed to the myriad peculiar races on Earth, felt no astonishment. Having witnessed numerous extraordinary contestants at the World's Supreme Martial Arts Tournament. For instance, there were the winged dragon fighters and the werewolves who transformed upon gazing at the moon. Even the previous contestant, Sun Wukong, boasted a tail. Furthermore, the once aspiring world conqueror, King Piccolo, had also participated in the tournament, and he was present at this very moment. At this time, a contestant with 3 eyes, Tien Shin'an, stood quietly observing the match. Hence, the host had grown accustomed to Dandy's remarkable technique. Both competitors showcased their exceptional skills, neither yielding an inch. What an exhilarating contest this was. The host excitedly conveyed, noting that Dandy had gained a slight advantage. Yet the competition was far from over, with 3 minutes remaining. And the audience eagerly anticipated even more thrilling displays. Now, with Dandy holding a marginal lead and only 3 minutes left, let us hope for an even more spectacular performance. The host urged passionately as Dandy and Master Roshi stared intently at one another. Master Roshi inwardly scoffed. Humph, what nonsense. What does it matter if I'm temporarily trailing? There is no way I can lose in this contest. Meanwhile, Dandy had reverted his fist to its normal size, poised to strike once more. At that moment, Master Roshi suddenly adopted a peculiar stance, as if preparing to unleash a special technique. He settled into position, his body slightly crouched, fingers splayed wide. His gaze fixed intently on Dandy. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly swung his arm, locking his eyes directly onto Dandy's. As Dandy witnessed the movements of Master Roshi, he suddenly discerned the old man's intentions and instinctively attempted to avert his gaze. However, upon noticing Dandy's reaction, Master Roshi sprang into action, his eyes widening and his lips murmuring incantations. Sleep, sleep, quickly sleep. With those words, Dandy felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. His eyelids grew heavy, and his consciousness began to fade. Observing this, the host became animated, exclaiming, "It's happening again." The very technique once employed by contestant Chung Long is now being demonstrated by Master Roshi. It seems that not only does Master Roshi possess Chung Long's drunken fist style, but he also wields this technique. Could it be that they share the same master? The host's voice, amplified through the microphone, resonated distinctly in Dandy's ears. Dandy possessed an exceptionally keen sense of hearing, and when a tremendous noise erupted, he instantly became alert, shaking his head vigorously to rouse himself from the stupor. Master Roshi, witnessing Dandy reopen his eyes, felt a surge of surprise, yet he remained undeterred. He steadfastly concentrated, preparing to cast his hypnotic spell once more. Meanwhile, Dandy remained vigilant, keeping a wary eye on Master Roshi, unwilling to let his guard down. As Master Roshi continued to urge him to sleep, Dandy resolutely refrained from closing his eyes. "What? My sleep fist has failed," Master Roshi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had anticipated that Dandy would succumb to slumber immediately upon being struck by his technique. But now Dandy had awakened and remained unaffected by further attempts. Master Roshi inwardly pondered, what on earth is happening? How could he regain consciousness so swiftly? However, he soon realized that it was the commotion caused by the host that had roused Dandy from his trance. Enough of the noise. Really? Master Roshi muttered irritably towards the host. The host, noticing the situation, frowned and quietly remarked, "Well, isn't this more akin to hypnosis than martial arts? It should be considered against the rules." I had warned the contestant beforehand. Upon hearing the host's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Master Roshi's face as he retorted, "This is one of my signature techniques and undoubtedly belongs to the realm of martial arts. It cannot be deemed a violation." Nevertheless, Master Roshi did not linger on the matter, opting instead to alter his strategy. He once again fixed his gaze intently upon Dandy's eyes. Dandy was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Master Roshi. He understood that being under the gaze of such a master would undoubtedly lead to unfavorable outcomes. However, should he shut his eyes, he would be unable to discern Master Roshi's movements, rendering him vulnerable to sudden attacks. Thus, Dandy had no choice but to bravely keep his eyes open, striving to evade the piercing gaze of the old master. Indeed, he had underestimated Master Roshi. The master consistently employed an array of peculiar techniques, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Dandy silently pondered within himself. He realized that Master Roshi was not a mere adversary, necessitating a more cautious approach. Master Roshi fixed his gaze intently upon Dandy's eyes, only to suddenly close his own. Dandy was taken aback as he witnessed Master Roshi close his eyes, uncertain of the peculiar antics that might ensue. Yet, he recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity and promptly advanced, preparing to launch an attack. Although Master Roshi had shut his eyes, he had already established a mental connection with Dandy. Transforming into a human, it appeared that this individual harbored the profound desire to become human. What could be the motivation behind such a transformation? As Master Roshi delved into Dandy's thoughts through telepathy, he murmured softly, attempting to fathom Dandy's intentions. Aha! So these are the musings that occupy your mind. Master Roshi, having ventured into Dandy's innermost desires, glimpsed the visions that Dandy yearned for and couldn't help but chuckle lewdly. However, at that moment, a surge of blood erupted from Master Roshi's nostrils. With a splatter, 2 streams of crimson gushed forth, forcing the previously advancing Dandy to retreat. Realizing his lapse in composure, Master Roshi's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving him momentarily stunned. He hastily covered his nose, hoping to stem the flow of blood. Yet it continued to seep through his fingers. Dandy was taken aback, feeling a mixture of confusion and astonishment. What was happening? How could Master Roshi suddenly be bleeding from his nose? Dandy pondered in confusion. At that moment, the image of Dandy's innermost thoughts flashed through the mind of the turtle sage. Those alluring visions quickened his heartbeat, rendering him nearly unable to maintain composure. Alas, it appears my resolve is not as steadfast as I believed. The turtle sage sighed inwardly, striving to suppress his emotions and regulate his breathing, attempting to restore his tranquility. He understood that he could no longer be swayed by such distractions. He needed to focus intently on the battle ahead. Wiping away the blood from his nose, he reopened his eyes and met Dandy's gaze. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. Well, young one, what occupies your mind so? How utterly impure. Chapter 158, The Earth-Shattering Palm of All Nations. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Dandy immediately comprehended the situation. He had just been read like an open book by the venerable sage. Dandy was drenched in a cold sweat. If his secret were to be discovered by Master Roshi, it would spell trouble. How could one so carelessly invade the innermost thoughts of another? Dandy, filled with indignation, retorted. Bah! The turtle sage, equally incensed, exclaimed, Your mind is clouded with impure thoughts. Are you afraid of others discovering them? As he spoke, the turtle sage adjusted his attire, rose to his feet, and with a facade of moral rectitude declared, A practitioner of the way must harbor no sinister thoughts within their heart. Dandy immediately retorted, How do you explain yourself? To which the turtle sage, with a smug expression, replied, My desires have never been concealed within my heart. Witnessing the turtle sage's forced explanation, Dandy felt utterly speechless. At that moment, the deities in the audience sensed an ominous undertone. What had the turtle sage perceived within Dandy's mind? Why would he claim that Dandy was not pure of heart? Could it be that my previous suspicions were not unfounded? The deities displayed expressions of doubt, their faces serious. Yet, considering Dandy's formidable strength, they hesitated to delve into his thoughts. Should Dandy become aware of their scrutiny, the consequences would be dire. Observing that time was running short, the turtle sage adopted a grave demeanor. There is no other choice. I must resort to this technique. With a furrowed brow, he rolled up his sleeves, then clasped his hands together and shouted, Ha! At this powerful exclamation, the turtle sage's body trembled, and an aura of terror began to emanate from him. Bright light radiated from his hands, and a peculiar energy materialized within his grasp. Dandy, you must be cautious with this move, the turtle sage warned, suddenly bellowing. The palm of 10,000 nations. A faint glow enveloped his body, as if countless currents of electricity coursed over his skin. Slowly, he raised his hands, palms directed towards Dandy. Dandy sensed the enigmatic aura radiating from Master Roshi, fully concentrating to brace for the impending strike. Suddenly, Master Roshi let out a fierce roar, thrusting his hands forward with great intensity. A tremendous surge of electricity shot forth from his palms, hurtling directly toward Dandy. As the current coursed through the air, it ionized the atmosphere, producing a crackling sound. The speed of the lightning was astonishingly swift, leaving Dandy no time to evade, and he was instantly enveloped by the electric discharge. What? Dandy gazed at the myriad of lightning adorning his body, yet felt not a trace of sensation. It dawned upon him full You have merely struck at my shadow. Upon hearing Dandy's words, the turtle hermit finally comprehended that before him stood nothing but a holographic projection of Dandy. As the countdown approached its conclusion, Dandy, aware of his lead in points, felt assured that victory would be his once the time elapsed. However, he was reluctant to achieve success in such a manner. Observing that the turtle hermit's ultimate technique had failed, Dandy sprang into action, swiftly advancing towards the turtle hermit with a series of rapid steps. The turtle hermit, having expended a considerable amount of energy in executing his formidable technique, found himself unable to counter Dandy's onslaught and had no choice but to evade as best as he could. Dandy unleashed his full power in an assault against Master Roshi. Although a significant portion of his attacks were narrowly deflected by the venerable master, he ultimately succeeded in striking Master Roshi twice more. As the match concluded, Dandy secured an additional 2 points, triumphing with a final score of 4-1. Upon the conclusion of the timer, the host promptly announced the results of the competition. Alas, I have lost. Upon hearing the announcement, Master Roshi let out a heavy sigh and, exhausted, sank to the ground. I am aging. I can hardly keep pace with these technological advancements. Dandy, however, disagreed with the words of Master Roshi. Frankly, I believe that even if your universal shot palm were to strike me, it would prove futile. Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback by this statement, only to quickly regain his composure. Haha, I had forgotten that your powers are constrained. Your true strength far exceeds this. Alas, I am becoming forgetful in my old age. Nevertheless, your abilities are indeed formidable. You are a worthy adversary. Dandy chuckled, feeling that he had just experienced a remarkably thrilling duel. Your skills are commendable as well, Dandy. On the path of martial arts, your accomplishments are quite impressive, Master Roshi remarked. As the two descended from the stage, Sun Wukong gazed at Dandy with admiration. Incredible, Mr. Dandy. Piccolo also gave Dandy a thumbs up. Well done, Dandy. Just as the crowd was showering Dandy with praise, the god of the heavens quietly approached Master Roshi. Master Roshi, what did you perceive in Dandy's mind? The god of the heavens inquired with a serious tone. That fellow is anything but simple. His mind is filled with thoughts of transforming into a human to experience the beauty of human love. Master Roshi replied. The god of the heavens was momentarily taken aback. Is that all? Did you not see anything else? Indeed. Master Roshi recalled the images he had witnessed in Dandy's mind, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Dandy's thoughts are quite peculiar. The god of the heavens then realized that he had once again misjudged Dandy. Love? As nameless beings, we may not comprehend it. But it is a normal human emotion. Dandy's curiosity is understandable. The god of the heavens reflected, his expression softening with a hint of embarrassment. Piccolo, having overheard the conversation between the god of the heavens and Master Roshi, quickly grasped the situation. So Dandy has been pondering these matters. It's no wonder he possesses some understanding of love. But can one actually transform into a human? Meanwhile, beside the arena, the announcer continued to progress the competition. The next match features competitors Vegeta and number 18. Please welcome both to the stage. After recording the results of the previous bout on the whiteboard, the announcer announced the upcoming contest. I can't believe I have to face you again, Vegeta exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he thought of avenging his prior defeat to number 18. You'd better have sufficient strength to match, number 18 replied, seemingly unfazed by Vegeta's words, as she mentally replayed the techniques exhibited by Master Roshi, Dandy, and the others. Are you not going to transform into your blonde form? Number 18 inquired curiously, observing Vegeta's dark hair. Rest assured, I want to take advantage of you. Vegeta understood that if he did not transform, his strength might not be enough to compete with number 18, which would put her at a disadvantage. Under such circumstances, he felt that even a victory would lack honor. As he spoke, Vegeta transformed, his hair turning golden. However, there was no golden aura surrounding him, indicating that he had merely assumed the regular state of Super Saiyan 1. Now with this, our strengths are nearly equal. Let's not hear any complaints of unfairness. After Vegeta spoke, he charged towards the arena with all his might. Number 18, without uttering a word, also sprinted towards the stage at her utmost speed. Chapter 159, Vegeta versus number 18 to the untrained eyes of Biddy and the other ordinary spectators. It seemed as though Vegeta and number 18 had suddenly vanished from their original positions, only to reappear simultaneously on the arena. Beep. The speed detectors swiftly captured the velocity of both fighters, yet, as they stood upon the stage, the gravity devices remained silently dormant, as if in unison. It appeared that Uncle Vegeta was currently matching number 18's speed. Son Gohan couldn't help but marvel at the sight, realizing that Vegeta's fundamental abilities had indeed improved. He was no longer the same as when he first clashed with number 18. After all, in the past, even in his Super Saiyan 1 form, Vegeta had been unable to contend with number 18. Gohan, what just happened? How did they disappear and then suddenly appear on the stage? Biddy asked, bewildered. Their movement speed is simply too rapid. Perhaps you are unable to perceive their actions clearly. Biddy, aside from keen eyesight, you must also learn the technique of sensing energy. Gohan patiently explained. Energy? What is that? Biddy inquired, even more perplexed. Is it not something you all refer to? It is the energy concealed within the body, or rather, a formidable force. I still don't understand. Is it akin to inner strength? Biddy listened to Gohan's explanation, growing increasingly confused. Exactly. Look, it's like this. Gohan suddenly extended his hand. And as he concentrated his energy, a radiant glow emanated from his palm. How is this even possible? Biddy exclaimed in astonishment. All right. This match is a close-quarters battle, so everyone is refraining from using energy blasts. Never mind, I may not be able to explain it all now. We can delve into it later. I will teach you then. Gohan realized that it would be futile to clarify everything at once. So he stepped back and redirected his focus to the arena. Biddy, seeing this, turned her gaze toward the stage, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle of these two formidable fighters. As the announcer declared the match commenced, number 18 and Vegeta moved simultaneously, their forms vanishing from the platform in an instant. What? The competitors have already engaged, but their movements are so swift that I cannot perceive them at all. The announcer, witnessing their sudden disappearance from the arena, could no longer describe the unfolding battle. He turned his attention to the scoring device. However, to his astonishment, as he glanced back, he saw that Vegeta had already secured 100 points on the scoreboard. This match transpired far too quickly. Vegeta has claimed the first 100 points, winning the contest with a score of 100-93. The host, astonished, announced the competition results, just as Vegeta and Android 18 made their appearance on the stage. How could you have scored 93 points? Vegeta's face was a mask of displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. On the other hand, Android 18 wore an expression of chagrin, well aware that her defeat meant the million was beyond her grasp. Hey, Gohan, what just happened? What transpired moments ago? Videl exclaimed, utterly bewildered that victory and defeat had been decided in mere breaths. Uncle Vegeta, you're incredibly strong. Gohan, however, had discerned the entirety of the battle. The instant the fight commenced, Vegeta and Android 18 unleashed their full might, engaging in a fierce close-quarters combat. Their fists became a flurry of shadows, relentlessly raining down blows upon one another. Android 18, agile and swift, relentlessly targeted Vegeta, yet he adeptly evaded and parried her every assault with his exceptional combat skills and reflexes. Vegeta, favoring a quick resolution, seized the moment to counterattack. His fist struck with the speed of lightning, each blow imbued with tremendous force, as he even forsook his own defense to land hits on Android 18. She quickly discerned Vegeta's strategy, and without hesitation, exploited the gaps in his defense while striving to evade his onslaught. However, Vegeta's onslaught was relentless, focused solely on offense. She found herself unable to withstand his barrage. Moreover, Vegeta had initiated the attack first, successfully landing blows on Android 18. At this juncture, Vegeta had gained the upper hand, compelling Android 18 to continue the engagement. Otherwise, should Vegeta choose to evade, Android 18 would stand no chance of victory if she could not breach his defenses. Vegeta offered Android 18 no respite, persistently launching fierce assaults, while she attempted to create distance, only for him to relentlessly corner her. Android 18 sought to escape, but the barrage of Vegeta's strikes left her with no opportunity to flee. Thus, both combatants commenced with all their might, ultimately resulting in Vegeta's victory through his initial offensive. Did all of that truly transpire in just a couple of breaths? Videl asked incredulously, listening to Gohan's account. The host at the edge of the arena shared the same confusion and approached Vegeta as he exited the stage. Vegeta, could you enlighten us on what transpired during the match? Yet, Vegeta did not deign to glance at the host, merely uttering a single word, leave. The host was left speechless, and upon witnessing the brooding Android 18 descend, he dared not speak further. Haha, Android 18, it's all right. Victory and defeat are common occurrences. Witnessing the narrow defeat of the 18th, Krillin, despite his evident regret, managed to maintain a cheerful facade and approached with encouragement. Krillin, if you can somehow earn 10 million, I will marry you. The 18th bluntly declared to Krillin, as if still preoccupied with the prospect of that sum. Huh? Krillin was momentarily taken aback by her words, but soon erupted with excitement. I will do my best. Son Goku, observing the scene, looked at Krillin with a puzzled expression. Hey, Krillin, what is going on? Why are you so thrilled after a loss? However, Krillin had no time to explain. He hurriedly fetched a chair from nearby and graciously placed it behind the 18th. Hey. Vegeta, by the way, your fighting style lacks any sense of martial spirit. Son Goku, noticing Krillin's disregard for him, turned to Vegeta. Mind your own business. Vegeta retorted irritably. You can talk once you make it to the finals. Son Goku chuckled, gently scratching the back of his head. Oh right, the next match is between me and Gohan. It's hard to say who will win, but do you have confidence in defeating Mr. Dandy? Vegeta was momentarily speechless, his face darkening. Kakarot, don't underestimate anyone. I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Ah, yes, I've heard that countless times. There's really no arguing with you. In any case, good luck. But honestly, I would prefer to face Mr. Dandy. You. Vegeta was immediately infuriated by Son Goku's words. Chapter 160. The battle between father and son Dandy has restored the full powers of both Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Guided by the host, they approached the speed measurement device. How about we both utilize the standard form of Super Saiyan 1? Son Wukong suggested with a smile. No problem, Dad. Son Gohan replied. And in an instant, his hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Before stepping onto the arena, Son Gohan turned to Bidalai and flashed a victory sign. Observing this, Son Wukong chuckled. It seems you two get along quite well, Gohan. Son Gohan, a bit shy, nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing his son's demeanor, Son Wukong reminded him. Do not let your focus waver during the battle. With that, he vanished from his position in an instant. Son Gohan, witnessing this, swiftly accelerated and dashed past the speed measurement device. Feeling the absence of gravity doubling around him, Son Gohan realized that, despite their transformations being equal, his strength did not surpass that of his father, Son Wukong. Soon after, he heard the sound of the gravity device activating on the adjacent platform. Dad's speed actually exceeds mine. Son Gohan thought in astonishment, surprised that, despite both being in the same Super Saiyan 1 state, his father's prowess was indeed superior. With a wry smile, he mused, it appears I still cannot catch up to Dad. On the arena, Son Wukong and Son Gohan stood resolutely, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Clad in identical traditional martial arts uniforms, their postures were as upright as two immovable mountain peaks. As the host's voice resonated, the match commenced. Son Wukong launched the first attack, his figure flashing like lightning as he charged towards Son Gohan. Anticipating this, Son Gohan gracefully leapt aside, evading his father's onslaught. However, Son Wukong's agility was remarkable. He swiftly pivoted and struck again. His fist, imbued with immense power, hurtled towards Son Gohan, remaining unperturbed. Son Gohan raised his arm, effortlessly blocking Son Wukong's punch. Though they did not make contact, the sheer force of their movements displaced the air, creating thunderous echoes. From the sidelines, Bidalai watched in awe at Son Gohan's performance, astonished by the display of such formidable strength. Not only Gohan, but his father possesses unimaginable power as well. What was our previous spar then? A mere child's play? Bidalai struggled to comprehend the extraordinary prowess Son Wukong exhibited now, contrasting sharply with their earlier match. Satan, observing the two figures barely visible amidst the ferocious winds, moved closer to Bidalai. Daughter, come here, he urged, positioning himself in front of her to shield her from the gale. Dad, is this truly the pinnacle of martial arts? Bidalai felt as though her worldview had been shattered and could not help but question her father. It's all an illusion. They've grown too lazy to pretend. Merely using a fan to create a fade. Let us go back. Satan grasped Bidalai and attempted to leave, but she insisted on staying. I want to wait for the match to conclude and ask Son Wukong to prove that this is all real. On the stage, Son Wukong, realizing that all his attacks had been thwarted, swiftly adapted his strategy. Utilizing his agility, he rapidly maneuvered to position himself behind Son Gohan. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Son Gohan quickly turned to defend. As Son Wukong's fist surged towards him once more, Son Gohan sidestepped to evade, simultaneously countering with a punch of his own. The exchange between the two was a fierce back and forth, each combatant pushing the other to their limits. In the midst of their clash, Son Wukong observed that despite his relentless offensive, Son Gohan was able to neutralize each strike. Though some of his movements appeared strained, he could see his son's growth and progress, filling him with immense pride. He understood that his son had evolved into a formidable warrior, gradually becoming capable of standing on his own. However, as a father, Sun Wukong was not one to concede easily. He aimed to demonstrate to his son, through sheer strength, that he remained the powerful Sun Wukong. Nonetheless, Sun Wukong was aware that this battle would not be a simple endeavor. Yet, facing a worthy opponent in his son, his fighting spirit surged even more fervently. Indeed, Gohan, unleash your fighting spirit. Not only is it the blood of the scions that flows through you, but as a martial artist, one must be fervently passionate about the art of combat. Sun Wukong silently urged himself, determined to utilize his strength and years of combat experience to triumph over Son Gohan, imparting the wisdom that there are always greater heights to strive for in martial arts. The intensity of their battle escalated, their figures darting across the arena, delivering a captivating display of skill. However, this exchange was primarily aimed at the likes of Beerus, Whis, and other formidable warriors. To ordinary spectators, all they could perceive were the sounds of the air being sliced and the tempestuous winds that ensued, with the scoring apparatus remaining static, indicating that, thus far, neither had landed a blow. The struggle between Sun Wukong and his son was indeed a stalemate. The host sensed that his career faced a significant challenge, as he could only commentate on the invisible duel between the two combatants. Although the score on stage remained stagnant, it was evident to all that as the battle progressed, Sun Wukong gradually gained the upper hand. His strikes became increasingly incisive, his speed accelerated, and his techniques grew more refined and skillful. In contrast, Son Gohan, despite his valiant resistance, found himself slipping into a disadvantageous position. However, Son Gohan did not surrender. He continued to seek an opportunity for counterattack. At last, Son Gohan discovered a fleeting chance. In the midst of Sun Wukong's rapid assaults, a flaw was revealed. Seizing this moment, Son Gohan launched his counterattack. His fist struck like a bolt of lightning, landing a solid blow on Sun Wukong's body. Taken aback by the sudden ferocity of Son Gohan's strike, Sun Wukong staggered back a few steps, though he remained unscathed. Steadying himself, he regarded Son Gohan with a glint of admiration in his eyes. "Ah, Gohan, you truly are remarkable," Sun Wukong mused, realizing he must summon all his strength. He understood that Son Gohan was a formidable opponent, and this battle would not conclude easily. Has father yet to unleash his full potential? This is indeed his usual style. Son Gohan thought wryly, aware that he had already exerted all his strength. Glancing at Videl in the audience, he noticed her gaze was fixed upon him, reigniting his fighting spirit. Regardless of the outcome, this time, he resolved to unleash his utmost capabilities. Chapter 161. Gohan's Weakness Once More. Sun Wukong and Son Gohan engaged in a fierce confrontation. Their figures darted across the arena like twin streaks of lightning, dazzling to behold. Their movements were as swift as the wind, vanishing from Videl's sight, rendering their specific actions indistinguishable. Each punch and kick from the two bore immense power, creating a tumultuous disturbance in the air with every strike, accompanied by a thunderous roar. This force not only shook the arena but also delivered a palpable impact to the surrounding audience. As Sun Wukong clashed with Son Gohan, he gradually discerned Gohan's weakness. He realized that despite Gohan's exceptional combat skills, he seemed to lack a fervor for battle. This fervor was not one of anger or impulsiveness, but rather a profound love and yearning that emanated from deep within. "Gohan, you appear to be lacking the passion for this fight," Sun Wukong commented while continuing his assault. He understood that only when Son Gohan truly immersed himself in the battle could he unlock his full potential. Upon hearing his father's words, Son Gohan paused momentarily. He recognized that his emotions during this confrontation had indeed been somewhat subdued. "Channel your drive, Gohan." In the depths of Sun Wukong's eyes, excitement brimmed as he sought to ignite Son Gohan's fervor through his own enthusiasm. He firmly believed that if Gohan could kindle his passion for battle, their confrontation would transform into a spectacle of unparalleled intensity. As Wukong's assault grew increasingly fervent, their clash escalated into a fervid contest. "Gohan, do you recall that fiend, Cell?" Wukong suddenly inquired, observing that Gohan was not fully immersed in the fight. His voice was steady and commanding. "Imagine me as Cell, for instance, as though I were possessed by him." Understanding his father's intent, Gohan inhaled deeply, conjuring memories of his battle with Cell, his gaze resolute. "I am ready, father." In an instant, the battle erupted. Gohan surged forward, his form akin to lightning, launching a punch that sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh. Yet, Wukong remained unperturbed, gracefully sidestepping the blow. Undeterred by his initial miss, Gohan swiftly altered his approach, unleashing a flurry of kicks. Wukong continued to evade effortlessly, each movement perfectly timed to avoid Gohan's onslaught. Gohan, your strength is commendable, yet it lacks the keen insight essential for combat, Wukong remarked as he dodged, gritting his teeth. Gohan summoned greater power, launching a more ferocious attack. His aura surged violently, creating waves of energy with each punch. However, Wukong floated like a feather, gliding gracefully through the tempest of Gohan's strikes. Cease, Gohan, Wukong suddenly commanded. Gohan paused, taken aback. Your techniques have matured significantly. Yet they still lack one crucial element, the way of martial arts. It transcends mere strength and technique. As Wukong approached Gohan, he continued, it demands courage, wisdom, resilience, and respect for one's opponent. Most importantly, it necessitates an unwavering resolve to triumph over them. Gohan bowed his head, contemplating his father's words. Wukong elaborated, in combat, learn to observe your opponent's weaknesses, discerning the optimal moment to strike. Simultaneously, muster the courage to confront formidable foes, unafraid of stumbling or facing defeat. Perhaps you find it difficult to unleash your full potential against me, even hesitant to conquer me. Release that burden. Attack with all your might. Trust in your father. Defeat does not come easily to me. A battle fought with all one's strength is what I truly desire. Wukong recognized that Gohan had not yet unleashed his full power, likely out of fear of surpassing him and thereby feeling embarrassed. Father, I think I am beginning to understand. Gohan responded, lifting his gaze, a glimmer of clarity in his eyes. Once more, Son Wukong smiled faintly. This time, Son Gohan's attacks were neither blind nor hesitant. He began to observe his father's movements meticulously, seeking openings. His strikes became more strategic, feinting at times and suddenly unleashing his power at others. A look of satisfaction appeared in Son Wukong's eyes as he began to respond earnestly to his son's challenge. The intensity of their battle escalated, and the surrounding air seemed to warp under the weight of their strength. Son Gohan gradually grasped the essence of martial arts. He no longer relied solely on brute force, but infused each attack with courage, wisdom, and resilience. As the fight progressed, the transformation in Son Gohan became evident. His techniques grew sharper, and his gaze more resolute. For the first time, Son Wukong imparted his martial spirit to his son without reservation. Gohan, Piccolo has taught you many techniques, but he could not precisely convey the spirit of martial arts to you. Observing his son's shift in mindset, Son Wukong thought to himself, this final step, I shall assist you in completing. Finally, as the battle approached its conclusion, Son Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind Son Gohan, feinted once more, and executed a series of moves that ultimately struck his son. He scored. Son Wukong claimed the first point just before the match concluded, witnessing the score display finally change. The host, who had been silent for nearly 10 minutes, joyfully announced the result. Father, you have won. Son Gohan realized that his father's strength had always surpassed his own. He simply had not been exerting his full power until now. Though the score stood at 1-0, Son Gohan understood that he still had a long journey ahead to catch up with his father. At that moment, despite feeling a hint of fatigue, a satisfied smile illuminated his face. He recognized that his gains in this battle extended beyond mere combat skills. He had acquired the invaluable spirit of martial arts. Son Wukong looked at Son Gohan and nodded approvingly. Gohan, your performance just now demonstrated that you gave your all. You have taken the first step toward becoming a true martial arts master. Remember, the path of martial arts is endless. You must continually challenge and surpass yourself. Treat every battle as an opportunity to enhance your strength. Do not settle for your current level. The realm of martial arts knows no bounds. Every moment is a new beginning. Son Gohan nodded solemnly, seemingly for the first time comprehending the unique aura his father possessed. I understand, father. The host announced the match results, gazing eagerly at Son Wukong. Congratulations, Son Wukong, on advancing to the finals. Son Wukong smiled and nodded. I eagerly anticipate the final battle. As he spoke, Son Wukong directed his gaze towards Vegeta and Dandy, uncertain of whom he would face in his final battle. Chapter 162, Vegeta's Breakthrough. Congratulations to Son Wukong for successfully advancing to the finals. We are now about to commence the second semifinal match. Please welcome contestants Dandy and Vegeta to the stage. With the host's announcement, Dandy gradually made his way to the arena. Before ascending the stage, he paused. Turning to look at Vegeta, he raised his hands, and a radiant light emanated from them, enveloping Vegeta. Within this luminous aura, Vegeta restored his body to its optimal state. This time, Dandy refrained from adding any extra weight, for he understood that the disparity between himself and Vegeta had not yet reached a level that necessitated such measures to bridge the gap. After rejuvenating Vegeta's fighting spirit, Dandy's figure abruptly vanished from his previous position. In the next moment, he had already appeared on the stage. Dandy stood there quietly, fully prepared to face any challenge that might arise. What? Vegeta felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Just moments ago, Dandy had displayed a speed that surpassed Vegeta's wildest imagination. The swiftness was so extraordinary that even Vegeta could scarcely perceive it, let alone capture Dandy's movements. He was utterly oblivious to even Dandy's afterimage. What manner of speed is this? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression reflecting a mixture of confusion and shock. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure, and his countenance darkened ominously. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes sparkled with a fierce anger. Damn it! That guy's power is simply infuriating, he muttered under his breath. Although he recognized that his strength paled in comparison to Dandy's, he firmly believed that in the arena, under the same conditions of speed, he would not be defeated. This conviction ignited a profound fighting spirit within Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, he closed his eyes tightly, his muscles tensing, radiating an aura of formidable intensity. As this energy emanated, Vegeta's body began to swell, the contours of his muscles becoming increasingly pronounced. As if harboring boundless power, his presence surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding an overwhelming pressure. His hair began to stand on end, gradually lengthening and shifting from black to a radiant golden hue, shimmering with brilliance. His eyes transformed into a vibrant green, reflecting unwavering determination and resolve. As the transformation progressed, a golden aura enveloped Vegeta, intensifying until it completely shrouded his form. Upon completing his metamorphosis, Vegeta opened his eyes, brimming with confidence and dominance. The golden flames surrounding him blazed fiercely, as if intent on consuming everything in their path. Oh, Vegeta has transformed into his ultimate form. Goku observed this unprecedented transformation with a jolt of realization. He understood that Vegeta was now serious. Gohan, is that Super Saiyan 2? Vidya exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at Vegeta, having noticed the golden aura encircling him, which appeared distinctly different from the previous Super Saiyan 1 state. Gohan shook his head, clarifying, no, while the golden aura is present, this is not Super Saiyan 2. It is the plus form of Super Saiyan 1. Vidya, puzzled, inquired, what is the plus form of Super Saiyan 1? Gohan continued, although we can now harness the power of Super Saiyan 1 in our regular state, when necessary, we can unleash an even more potent aura, which is what defines the Super Saiyan plus form. Beatty suddenly nodded in realization, exclaiming, I see, what a complex feeling indeed. By the way, I am currently the only one capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan emphasized. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation was promptly introduced him to Beerus, stating, what you see now is reminiscent of the first time I saw him transform. That was the essence of his power. Beerus scrutinized Vegeta's current state and remarked bluntly, aside from his hair turning golden and consuming his own energy, there seems to be nothing particularly impressive. After uttering this, Beerus resumed his indulgence in the pudding on the table, as if he found it more enticing than a Super Saiyan. Uncle Vegeta, wouldn't he transforming into this state accelerate his physical exhaustion? Son Gohan pondered aloud. Gohan, have you forgotten the martial arts principles I just taught you? Only by exerting one's utmost can one hope to transcend their limits. Son Wukong earnestly explained, his gaze resolute and imbued with passion, as if imparting a profound philosophy. Gohan furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by this notion. But wouldn't he that only tire him out further? Besides, both of them are at the same speed level. Is such fervor really necessary? With a gentle smile, Son Wukong continued, although Mr. Dandy's speed will align with Vegeta's, if Vegeta does not summon his best state, he will never truly experience the thrill of an ultimate battle. Gohan fell into contemplation upon hearing this, recognizing the validity of his father's words. He understood that in the heat of battle, only by giving their all can they genuinely challenge their limits and achieve greater progress. Son Wukong added, to be honest, if it were me, even knowing it would heighten my physical exertion, I would still unleash my strongest form to engage with Mr. Dandy. For it is only through such endeavors that one can continually enhance their strength and grow more formidable. Gohan nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. He grasped his father's intent and felt his fervent dedication to martial arts. In the arena, upon witnessing Vegeta successfully transform into Super Saiyan Plus, Dandy's lips curled slightly, a faint smile gracing his face as he casually remarked, to be honest, Vegeta, for me, your transformation makes little difference. At Dandy's dismissive words, Vegeta's fury ignited instantaneously. His eyes widened in rage, ablaze with fierce intensity as he fixated on Dandy. His body trembled with overwhelming anger, veins bulging on his forehead as if they could burst at any moment. Dandy's mocking laughter echoed incessantly in his ears, each word striking like a sharp dagger, deeply piercing his pride. His complexion darkened ominously, his once handsome visage now contorted with a ghastly expression. His teeth clenched tightly, producing a grinding sound as if he yearned to rend Dandy before him into shreds. "You vile wretch." Vegeta could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, unleashing a furious roar at Dandy. His voice brimmed with boundless wrath and murderous intent, saturating the arena with a palpable tension. At that moment, Vegeta's body ignited like a powder keg, erupting with an overwhelming aura. His hair stood even more defiantly upright, twisting together like golden spikes, shimmering with radiant brilliance. Golden lightning danced around him, crackling with sound reminiscent of a thunderstorm, profoundly stirring the hearts of all present. Chapter 163, Dandy vs. Vegeta. This formidable energy radiated from Vegeta, swiftly enveloping the surroundings, creating a tempest that knocked Krillin and the others off balance. They gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, acutely aware of the terrifying presence he exuded. Gohan quickly positioned himself in front of Videl, instinctively grabbing the flung Mr. Satan, anxious to shield them from harm. Is it truly Super Saiyan 2? Gohan's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. He never imagined that Vegeta would transcend to the realm of Super Saiyan 2 at such a critical juncture. This signified a qualitative leap in his power, rendering him incomparable to his former self. Ha! Vegeta's laughter resonated throughout the arena, reverberating in everyone's ears. He felt his strength surge exponentially, his heart brimming with confidence and joy. At that moment, his fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights, his eyes glinting with exhilaration. "Dandy, whether by design or happenstance, you have successfully provoked me." Vegeta's gaze sharpened, as if capable of piercing through anything. He fixated intently on Dandy, his muscles taut, poised for the impending battle. The intensity of Vegeta's aura thickened the air around him, rendering it difficult for Videl and the others to breathe. A golden figure streaked past the speedometer, and in an instant, Vegeta stood atop the arena. Dandy gazed at Vegeta with satisfaction, excitement shimmering in his eyes, revealing a look of eager anticipation. "Excellent. Vegeta, I hope you can provide me with a thrilling battle. Let us commence." Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of disdain gracing his features as he boldly retorted, "Dandy, you shall pay the price for your words and actions," he proclaimed, extending his thumb towards himself, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence. His voice resonated like thunder throughout the arena, leaving the audience in awe. At that moment, the atmosphere on the stage was charged with tension, as if time itself had come to a standstill. On one side stood the proud and cold-hearted Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, clad in his iconic battle attire, his posture regal, muscles sharply defined, and his gaze radiating boundless arrogance and self-assurance. He resembled a poised leopard, exuding a chilling aura of menace that discouraged anyone from making direct eye contact. On the opposing side stood the seemingly gentle Namekian Dandy. Although his frame was somewhat slight and his visage amiable, his resolute eyes and indomitable spirit were impossible to overlook. He stood there quietly, akin to an impregnable fortress, imparting a sense of profound depth and mystery. Dandy gazed at Vegeta, his heart brimming with anticipation. "Come now, Vegeta, reveal to me the extent of your prowess." In that moment, the atmosphere crackled with tension, the battle poised to erupt. With astonishing speed and explosive force, Vegeta launched the first strike, dashing towards Dandy like a bolt of lightning. His right fist, infused with formidable strength, descended upon his opponent with relentless ferocity, akin to a heavy hammer crashing down. This punch encapsulated Vegeta's unique technique of power generation, concentrating the entirety of his strength into a single point, unleashing a breathtaking display of speed and might. Dandy's gaze sharpened instantaneously as he swiftly reacted, sidestepping Vegeta's ferocious onslaught. Vegeta's fist grazed past his form, stirring a tempestuous wind in its wake. However, despite Dandy's successful evasion, Vegeta's fist collided with the ground with tremendous force. Even the indomitable Kaizen steel could not withstand such an impact, leaving a conspicuous mark. A flicker of surprise crossed Vegeta's eyes. He had not anticipated that his swift strike would be so effortlessly dodged by Dandy. Dandy, on the other hand, showcased his remarkable agility and exceptional reflexes, eliciting a sense of admiration from Vegeta. Yet, simultaneously, a surge of anger welled up within Vegeta. He resolved to exert his utmost effort to vanquish Dandy. Humph. Managing to evade my attack does indeed show some skill, but next time, luck will not be on your side, Vegeta declared, pivoting on his heel and unleashing a sweeping kick with his left leg, akin to a whirlwind, directed at Dandy. This kick was executed with astonishing speed and an unpredictable angle, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Upon witnessing this, Dandy hastily leapt into the air, narrowly evading the strike. Dandy silently marveled. Truly, the Prince Vegeta is remarkable. The speed of that kick is astonishing. Nevertheless, Dandy was not daunted. He swiftly responded, showcasing his nimble agility and exceptional combat skills. The current gravitational suppression is merely below 1,000 times. It is indeed the first time he has fought under such velocity. Dandy propelled himself into the air, meticulously adjusting his state. He inhaled deeply, attuning himself to the flow of the surrounding air, striving to acclimate to the current gravitational environment. Throughout his rigorous training, Dandy had endured high-intensity weighted exercises, which had merely served to diminish his speed to match that of others. Even during his encounters with Piccolo, he had not shed his burdens. This battle, however, was entirely different. It marked the first occasion in Dandy's journey where he would engage in combat at such high velocities. Thus, it was his inaugural opportunity to apply the fruits of his training at this pace. In midair, Dandy positioned himself, bracing for Vegeta's next onslaught. Observing this, Vegeta smirked coldly at the corners of his mouth. Unfazed, he charged towards Dandy, intent on delivering a precise strike before Dandy could touch down. Yet, Dandy's subsequent actions caught Vegeta entirely off guard. Just as he was about to land, Dandy deftly harnessed his formidable core strength, swiftly altering his form. Miraculously, he managed to stabilize his posture mid-air, aligning his legs accurately towards Vegeta, and unleashed a flurry of kicks directed at him. Confronted with this unexpected assault, Vegeta hastily raised his arms in defense, exerting every ounce of strength to barely withstand Dandy's onslaught. You possess some skill, Vegeta remarked with a frigid scoff. And as soon as Dandy touched the ground, he surged towards him once more with astonishing speed, even swifter than before. Dandy, refusing to be outdone, nimbly evaded Vegeta's fierce offensive while simultaneously seeking an opportune moment for counterattack. What's wrong? Are you not planning to continue employing your swift finishing techniques? As Dandy struggled to withstand Vegeta's relentless onslaught, he suddenly inquired, "This style of combat is utterly tedious." Vegeta exclaimed with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with excitement, aware that this was a rare opportunity to showcase his formidable abilities. Consequently, he unleashed his full potential and launched a vigorous assault. His strikes descended like a tempest. A flurry of punches and kicks, each infused with immense energy and velocity directed towards Dandy. Despite the ferocity of Vegeta's attacks, Dandy remained composed and unflustered. He skillfully employed the agility he had honed during his training, deftly evading Vegeta's strikes. At times, Dandy leaped and rolled, his movements light and swift, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Throughout this exchange, he not only gauged Vegeta's prowess but also gradually acclimated to his current physical condition. Simultaneously, Vegeta was endeavoring to adjust to the newfound power of his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 164, Vegeta at a disadvantage. Vegeta sensed that, having transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he had acquired an entirely new reservoir of strength, yet this power required time to master and familiarize himself with. As the battle progressed, Vegeta gradually regained his footing. His attacks became increasingly precise, which in turn heightened Dandy's exhilaration. Suddenly, Vegeta executed a signature move. He gracefully leapt into the air and, with astonishing speed, spun his body like a whirling top, charging towards Dandy. This technique, known as the spiral impact, was one of Vegeta's ultimate skills, exceedingly difficult to counter. Upon witnessing this, Dandy felt a sudden jolt of alarm. This move possesses tremendous power. I must respond with utmost caution. He swiftly focused his mind, intently fixating on Vegeta's figure. Vegeta's spiral assault surged forth with a fierce momentum towards Dandy, unleashing a myriad of punches and flying kicks within the spiral, cascading like a torrential downpour. Dandy does not intend to create distance to evade Vegeta's onslaught. Instead, he resolutely endures each of Vegeta's relentless assaults. Dandy was well aware that evasion was the simplest course of action, yet he yearned to savor the exhilaration of combat. Thus, he resolved to confront Vegeta head-on, ready to counter each move with precision. How splendid! Dandy exclaimed with exhilaration as he sensed his body reaching the utmost speed possible while fending off the myriad of punches from Vegeta. This exhilarating sensation filled him with astonishment. Amidst their fierce exchange, a powerful wave of energy rapidly radiated outward, instantly transforming the surrounding air into a formidable tornado, as if it sought to engulf everything in its vicinity. Witnessing this scene, Beerus appeared somewhat flustered, with a gentle breath. He dispersed the tempest to prevent the snacks on the table from being swept away. How crude. Such a commotion. Beerus frowned, expressing his discontent with Vegeta's actions. Their battle remained confined to a contest of techniques, still a vast distance from the realm of the divine. Whis observed the unfolding spectacle with a smile, offering his commentary. Eventually, Vegeta's attacks began to slow, and his spinning diminished in speed. Seizing this opportunity, Dandy initiated his counterattack. He swiftly clenched his hands and then thrust them forward, aiming directly at Vegeta. This strike was executed with precision and ferocity, catching Vegeta off guard as he spun with his back turned, leaving him no time to react. The blow landed squarely on Vegeta's forehead. Remarkable! Goku, witnessing Vegeta being struck, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Dandy's recent performance resembled the act of deftly plucking a desired card from a swirling tempest of playing cards, executed with remarkable precision. Dandy has scored. The host, unable to perceive the unfolding events on stage, fixated intently on the scoreboard. Upon witnessing the numbers shift, he exuberantly announced the news. Vegeta, taken aback, never imagined that Dandy could seize the opportunity to strike him amidst his own signature move, leaving him momentarily stunned in place. Seizing the moment of Vegeta's distraction, Dandy charged towards him with astonishing speed, akin to a lightning bolt that swiftly bridged the distance between them. As he neared Vegeta, Dandy leaped into the air and delivered a powerful knee strike to Vegeta's abdomen. This maneuver, known as the knee strike, is a formidable close combat technique with significant destructive potential. Vegeta, anticipating a punch aimed at his face, had instinctively shielded himself, only to be caught off guard by Dandy's unexpected knee strike, leaving him momentarily frustrated. How dare you ambush me? Vegeta bellowed in immediate outrage. Dandy calmly regarded Vegeta and remarked, "This is not an ambush. Our battle has never ceased." Vegeta, incensed by Dandy's words, charged at him once more, this time with even greater ferocity in his assault. Dandy deftly evaded Vegeta's relentless assaults. Having discerned the patterns of his combat style, Vegeta, who had previously claimed that his remarks before the match were merely intended to provoke, now found himself confronted with the unvarnished truth. Your fighting techniques are excessively straightforward. To be candid, when it comes to skill, you pale in comparison to Piccolo. Dandy's words struck Vegeta's heart like a heavy hammer. How infuriating. Do not flatter yourselves, you Namekians. I am the prince of the warrior race, the Scions. Legends of the Scions echo throughout the cosmos. If your Namekian race is truly formidable, why are you not hailed as a warrior nation? Vegeta bellowed in rage. Could it be that the Scions' renown stems not from your strength, but rather from your propensity to plunder with your own might, instilling fear wherever you go? This thought only fueled Vegeta's fury further, prompting him to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks upon Dandy, a flurry of fists and feet aimed at his opponent. Vegeta felt a tempest of confusion and anger as he sought to conclude this battle swiftly. Yet, despite the density and rapidity of his strikes, each blow directed at Dandy was effortlessly deflected. Vegeta gazed at Dandy in disbelief, unable to fathom the transformation before him. How could you have become so strong? Vegeta questioned. Perplexed, Dandy smiled faintly and remarked, "This is the result of my cultivation, an enhancement of pure technique beyond mere strength and speed. Vegeta, your stamina has severely declined. Continuing like this is futile. If you possess no other techniques, let us conclude this battle." With that, Dandy initiated his counterattack. His speed and agility had seen a slight improvement compared to before. Throughout the prior contest, Dandy had been probing Vegeta's techniques, reserving his strength except when countering Vegeta's deadly moves. At last, he comprehended why Sun Wukong always retained a portion of his power in every battle. It is precisely to gradually test one's opponent, thus deriving ample enjoyment from the encounter. Dandy felt that this was the allure of battle, akin to the dance of romance, where one continuously tests the other, inching closer step by step, thus deriving ample enjoyment from the process. It was far more intriguing than rushing straight to the point from the outset. Upon comprehending Vegeta's strength, Dandy promptly launched a counterattack. Dandy skillfully employed the combat techniques he had mastered during this period, each move imbued with finesse, seamlessly integrating offense, agility, and an acute perception of his opponent's intentions. At times he struck with powerful punches, at others he transitioned to swift palm strikes, and occasionally executed sweeping slashes, all while his elusive figure rendered Vegeta defenseless. Vegeta, repeatedly struck by Dandy's relentless assaults, was filled with astonishment and indignation. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I cannot possibly be defeated by you. Chapter 165, Surrender. Vegeta unleashed a surge of formidable power, charging towards Dandy. Dandy gazed calmly at Vegeta, fully aware that this was the prince's final desperate attempt born from frustration. Has even his mind become disordered? With a heavy sigh, Dandy swayed his form and, as he skillfully evaded Vegeta's incoming punch, he wrapped around him and struck directly at his face. Once again, Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of a blow to his visage. Observing that Dandy had amassed a considerable lead of over 10 points while he remained scoreless, Vegeta realized that the chasm between them was far greater than he had anticipated. Continuing the battle would only serve to further his humiliation, as the score threatened to escalate to 100-0. A profound sense of despondency washed over him, his hair inexplicably darkening as he stood dejectedly in place. Although Vegeta did not vocally concede defeat, it was evident to all that his fighting spirit had dissipated. What could possibly be happening? Wasn't it the case that they were unable to touch one another? How could that individual revert to his original form? To Biddy. It appeared as though Dandy and Vegeta had vanished from the arena since their ascent to the stage, with only the resounding roars and the occasional glimmer of golden light amidst the tempestuous winds betraying their existence. When they finally re-emerged, Biddy beheld Vegeta, now restored to his dark-haired state, standing listlessly on stage as though he had lost his very soul. It was only after Gohan's elucidation that Biddy began to comprehend the unfolding events, her disbelief directed squarely at Dandy. Could it be that he was truly this formidable? Dandy gazed at the despondent Vegeta, feeling not an ounce of joy. Vegeta, your skills require refinement. These devices belong to your household. You could also endeavor to train, reducing your speed so that others may impart their combat techniques to you. However, Vegeta was incensed by these words. Saiyans are born warriors. They do not require instruction from others. Upon hearing this, Dandy immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Vegeta, he began, you have overlooked a crucial fact. Have you not realized that throughout his journey, Son Goku has not only relied on his own efforts and innate talent, but has also been fortunate to encounter many mentors who have guided him with great care. In contrast, despite your self-proclaimed status as the Prince of Saiyans, you consistently look down upon Goku, who is merely a low-class warrior. Yet, what has been the outcome? Even with your utmost dedication to training, you have ultimately been surpassed by Son Goku. Reflect on this. Have you ever humbly sought advice from others? Have you taken the time to learn from their strengths? Vegeta was rendered speechless by Dandy's remarks. After a long pause, he finally stammered. I have not been surpassed by Kakarot. I am the strongest Saiyan. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Dandy found himself both infuriated and amused. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to the host and declared, Host, I concede. The crowd, taken aback by Dandy's decision, displayed expressions of bewilderment. Vegeta, I grant you this opportunity to face Goku in the finals. I hope that after this experience, you will come to a clear understanding of yourself and act accordingly. Dandy gracefully leapt down from the arena, clasping his hands behind his back as he strolled towards the audience. Despite holding a considerable advantage in points, the competitor chose to concede defeat. Thus, it is Vegeta who advances to the finals. The host reluctantly announced the outcome of the match. Upon hearing the announcement, Vegeta's fury intensified. He clenched his fist in anger, exclaiming, Dandy, I shall defeat Kakarot and prove to you who the true strongest Saiyan is. Dandy, however, displayed little interest in the outcome between Vegeta and Son Goku. Instead, he wore an expression of anticipation as he approached the god of destruction, Beerus. Dandy, how could you concede defeat? You should have been able to easily triumph over Vegeta. Beerus lounged in his chair, leisurely savoring his pudding, exuding an air of languor. Did we not agree to engage in a duel? That is what I have been eagerly awaiting. Dandy, in a mysterious manner, replied to Beerus. I am not yet ready to reveal all my secrets. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Beerus erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. What a naive fellow you are. Did you truly believe that I exerted my full strength during our encounter? Indeed, he is the unparalleled Lord Beerus of the universe. Dandy harbored no doubts regarding Beerus's words. Instead, he remarked, standing at the pinnacle must indeed be a lonely experience. Occasionally, however, it is fortuitous that I have Whis by my side. Although I am reputed to be the mightiest in the universe, I am by no means a match for Whis. Upon hearing this, Dandy couldn't help but gaze curiously at Whis once more. And what about you, Lord Whis? Do you not feel boredom or loneliness? Me? Whis replied with a serene smile. Like the other angelic guides, I am both a servant and a mentor to the god of destruction, tasked with overseeing and guiding Beerus's actions to ensure he does not misuse his destructive powers, thereby maintaining the equilibrium of the universe. It is precisely because I have duties to attend to that I do not experience loneliness. Other angelic guides. Dandy was taken aback by the revelation. Are there other angels like you in the universe? He inquired. Ah, it seems you are still unaware, Beerus replied, extending a finger as he elucidated. We inhabit the 7th universe, one among the 12 universes. I am the god of destruction of this universe. This implies that in the other universes, there exist 11 additional gods of destruction and 11 more angels. Little frog at the bottom of the well, now that you are aware of this, do you still feel daunted by the heights above? How laughable. In response to Beerus's mocking expression, Dandy chuckled. Haha, so that is how it is. There are so many powerful beings. How fascinating. Meanwhile, Dandy pondered within himself. It appears that the journey to becoming the strongest is still quite long. For now, I must find a way to see if I can defeat Beerus. As Dandy lay beside Beerus in the recliner, he pondered the upcoming final contest. Certain it would be a spectacular affair. Dandy took a sip of his cola and began to introduce to Beerus. Those two are both scions. It seems that apart from you, they are the strongest here, he remarked. Beerus, intrigued, inquired further. One could say that. Dandy provided an affirmative response. Thus, it was indeed correct to have Frieza annihilate the scion race. If the entire scion lineage were to transform into such a state, how chaotic would this universe become? Beerus then proclaimed with pride, why delegate this task to Frieza? Is it not within Lord Beerus's capability to resolve it himself? Upon hearing this, Dandy curiously inquired. Since Frieza can handle it, I shall refrain from intervening. That fellow Frieza specializes in eliminating individuals on planets that require annihilation, subsequently introducing relatively advanced civilizations for resettlement. Thus, not only I, but even the Kaioshin have refrained from confronting him. However, I never anticipated that he would be dealt with by the likes of you. The god of destruction spoke casually, yet Dandy discerned some previously unheard information within his words. Chapter 166. The Transformation of Son Goku. So, the duty of the god of destruction is to eradicate potential threats to the universe, while the Kaioshin assist in the development of life within it, correct? Dandy discerned this implication from Beerus's words. Beerus lazily nodded in agreement. This was the first time Dandy had encountered such a notion, and he immediately exhibited a look of perplexity. If that were the case, why did the other 4 Supreme Kai sacrifice themselves during the defeat of Bu? Shouldn't such a task fall to the destroyer gods? Ahem. Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly choked on his cola, breaking into a fit of coughing. Dandy, where did you hear such a thing? Dandy smiled in silence. He certainly could not confess that he had gleaned this from a comic. Observing Dandy's reticence, Weiss stifled a laugh, explaining, when dealing with the puppets, Lord Beerus was in a deep slumber. Fortunately, the puppets have been sealed away. Had he truly annihilated all the Supreme Kais, it would have spelled disaster. Dandy, perplexed by Weiss's ominous remark, promptly inquired, what would transpire if the Supreme Kai were to perish? In response, Beerus hastily interjected, regrettably, I am unaware of the whereabouts of that puppet-like demon. Were I to discover it, I would undoubtedly obliterate him along with that entire planet. Upon hearing this, Dandy was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Stealthily wiping the perspiration from his brow, he remarked, it seems the finals are about to commence. Care to venture a guess on who will emerge victorious? I believe it will be Vegeta. After all, he is the prince of the Scions. Talent does play a significant role. Beerus languidly observed the 2 contenders on stage and ventured a guess. I beg to differ, Lord Beerus. The Scion known as Goku possesses a rather unique aura. Whis interjected with an alternative perspective. I too am inclined to think that Goku will triumph. Dandy concurred with a chuckle. Huh. Upon hearing this, Beerus became instantly invigorated. Are you two suggesting that my guess is incorrect? As Beerus spoke, he levitated from his chair, only to reveal that he was propped up by his tail. Shall we place a wager? On what? Dandy promptly inquired, should I emerge victorious, as a form of retribution, I shall obliterate your home planet, Namek. Conversely, if you prevail in the ensuing battle, I shall grant you both of my hands. Upon hearing this, Dandy immediately shook his head, declaring that was out of the question. That planet Mechstar is not mine. Why should it face annihilation simply because I lost a wager? Moreover, I do not require your permission. I merely wish to exert myself fully in a battle. However, Beerus insisted on placing a bet. Then what would you propose we wager? After much contemplation, Dandy finally spoke. If I emerge victorious, I require your assistance in uncovering information and the whereabouts of the dragon god Salama. Beerus nodded repeatedly, then eagerly inquired, and if I win? The choice is yours. Dandy was uncertain about what interests Beerus might have, so he could only allow Beerus to make his own decision. If I win, you shall take Frieza's place and work for me. How does that sound? Dandy's eyes darted around, and after a considerable pause, he proposed. How about we alter the wager? If Lord Beerus emerges victorious, I shall resurrect Frieza and bring him back. What do you say? That sounds acceptable. Beerus nodded in agreement, his expression now brimming with intrigue as he directed his gaze towards the arena. With the stakes elevated, Beerus instantly found the contest to be far more captivating. Indeed. To ensure fairness in the competition, it is essential to restore both of them to their optimal condition. Dandy rose swiftly, leaping down to the stage to restore the full strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Thank you, Mr. Dandy. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude immediately. You've been a tremendous help. However, Vegeta turned his head away and urged Sun Wukong. Kakarot, unleash your utmost power. I shall maintain this Super Saiyan 2 form, even in the face of gravitational suppression. Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, Vegeta, ever since you successfully transformed, I have surmised that achieving Super Saiyan 2 likely requires a similar surge of anger, does it not? As he spoke, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he instantaneously completed his transformation into Super Saiyan Plus. Following this, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, cultivating his emotions. With a powerful shout, he opened his eyes wide, revealing a resolute aura. His body began to emanate a dazzling golden light, intensifying until it enveloped him entirely. Under this radiant glow, Sun Wukong's hair lengthened and stood upright, transforming into a brilliant golden hue. His eyebrows thickened, shimmering with golden brilliance, and his gaze exuded an air of authority and dominance. As the light grew ever stronger, Sun Wukong's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles became more defined and robust. Surrounding him, arcs of golden lightning flickered with blinding luminosity, crackling audibly. Sun Wukong's demeanor underwent a profound metamorphosis. The previous vivacity and affability vanished, replaced by an aura of composure and gravitas. His eyes conveyed an unwavering conviction, as if nothing could impede his advance. When the brilliance subsided, Sun Wukong stood transformed, radiating a formidable presence that sent chills down the spine. His hair danced with the golden flames emanating from his body, his gaze imbued with authority and might, standing equally with Vegeta in the same state, even seeming to overshadow him. Vegeta, standing beside Sun Wukong, was momentarily stupefied by the spectacle. How is this possible? Kakarot, you transformed into Super Saiyan 2 with such ease? Nearby, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin were equally astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Piccolo widened his gaze, murmuring, how can this be? Old Son has so effortlessly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Krillin and the others exhibited expressions of surprise, soon erupting into jubilant cheers. Well done, Wukong. Since Gohan and Vegeta have achieved it, I knew you could too. Father has also become Super Saiyan 2. Son Wukong, somewhat astonished, murmured to himself before breaking into a smile as he turned to Biddy Lee, exclaiming, now, all Saiyans are capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Haha. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sun Wukong scratched his head, recalling how he had just boasted before Biddy Lee that he alone could achieve this transformation, only to have that boast swiftly rebuked. Chapter 167, The Final Battle. Dandy felt no surprise at Sun Wukong's transformation. Once the secrets of metamorphosis were grasped and one reached the threshold of Super Saiyan Level 1, ascending to Super Saiyan Level 2 was a natural progression. The reason Gohan was the first to achieve this transformation was merely that he was the first to be provoked into a state of extreme rage. After completing his transformation, Sun Wukong reveled in the immense power coursing through him, a confident smile gracing his features. Vegeta, it seems our strength should be quite comparable now. Vegeta clenched his fists and let out a dismissive snort before responding, then let us meet on the arena. With that, he vanished from sight, materializing on the stage. Sun Wukong summoned all his might and leaped onto the arena as well. Beep. The speed detector registered their velocities, revealing them to be evenly matched, thus negating the need for additional adjustments to their gravitational settings. Vegeta, do you feel that the gravity on your side has increased? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing curiously at the ethereal figure of Vegeta. Kakarot, as much as I wish to prove my superiority over you, regrettably, the gravity on my end has not intensified. If I am not mistaken, yours has remained unchanged as well? Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. In that case, Sun Wukong suddenly turned his attention to Dandy. Mr. Dandy, since Vegeta and I are nearly equal in strength, might we forego this illusion for our confrontation? Dandy is well aware of the thoughts harbored by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, engaging solely with phantoms, no matter how authentic the simulation may be, will inevitably lack the sensation of impact. Dandy cast a glance at Beerus, and upon receiving his approval, he expressed his agreement. "Splendid!" exclaimed Son Goku, swinging his arms and loosening his joints before soaring to the arena where Vegeta stood. "Let us adhere to the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Defeating your opponent or knocking them out of the ring constitutes victory, does it not?" Vegeta nodded nonchalantly, replying, "I share the same sentiment. This way, I can unleash my full potential in battle. I am determined to defeat you." The host, aware that he would likely be unable to discern the details of this contest, could only announce the commencement of the match. With a single command from the host, the competition officially commenced. Goku and Vegeta stood facing each other, yet did not immediately engage in a fierce onslaught. Instead, they locked eyes, akin to seasoned hunters cautiously assessing one another. Goku slightly narrowed his eyes, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Vegeta, silently acknowledging, "This guy, Vegeta, is truly extraordinary. I must approach him with caution." Vegeta, too, scrutinized Goku, his gaze sharp as a blade, striving to uncover Goku's vulnerabilities. To him, although Goku merely stood still, he radiated an air of unpredictability and peril. Moments later, both moved almost in unison. Goku darted forward like a flash of lightning toward Vegeta, his speed breathtaking. Vegeta, undeterred, charged forward in response. Their fists met briefly in midair before swiftly separating. This seemingly simple contact was, in reality, a cautious examination of each other's strength. Goku felt Vegeta's power surge like a torrential river, formidable and impactful, while Vegeta was equally astonished by Goku's prowess, perceiving him as an imposing mountain, steadfast and unyielding. Subsequently, they engaged in a series of tentative strikes. Goku unleashed rapid punches, the wind from his blows howling, yet each punch was not delivered with full force, akin to gentle raindrops testing the Earth's resilience. Vegeta adeptly evaded, occasionally counterattacking, reminiscent of a swift leopard dodging a hunter's assault while waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. Their movements were as swift as phantoms, so vigorous that even Gohan and Piccolo could only glimpse blurred figures darting across the arena, as if two bullets raced through the air. After a round of probing attacks, both gained a clearer understanding of each other's capabilities. A flame of excitement ignited within Goku, his gaze fixed intensely on Vegeta as he proclaimed, "Vegeta, we have long agreed upon this contest. Today, let us engage in a fervent clash and relish the thrill of battle." Vegeta, maintaining his icy demeanor, retorted with haughty confidence, "Kakarot, today I shall undoubtedly defeat you and prove to everyone that I am the strongest scion." The two combatants surged towards one another once more, engaging in a breathtaking close-quarters battle. Sun Wukong's fists descended like a tempest, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Vegeta, nimble and agile, skillfully evaded Wukong's assaults while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. In the face of Wukong's relentless onslaught, Vegeta suddenly sidestepped, deftly dodging a punch, and then accelerated with remarkable speed, delivering a lightning-fast blow to Wukong's abdomen. Caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden burst of speed, Wukong grimaced in pain, yet he exhibited no signs of retreat. Instead, he grew even more ferocious. "Vegeta, have you unleashed your full strength so soon?" Wukong bellowed, amplifying his own energy and charging at Vegeta like a ferocious tiger. Vegeta, incensed by Wukong's words, retorted sharply, "Kakarot, do not underestimate me. Such an attack is far from my full power." Undeterred, he met Wukong head-on. The two exchanged blows in a relentless volley, simultaneously augmenting their energies. Their battle escalated into a fervent climax, their speeds increasing to an almost ethereal swiftness, their might rivaling that of ancient beasts. The arena trembled beneath the intensity of their conflict, marred by the marks of their ferocity. Below, Piccolo watched in astonishment, having never witnessed such an extraordinary clash. Is this what a battle between Super Saiyan 2s looks like? Unbelievable. It is far beyond my capabilities. Wukong, invigorated by the fight, distanced himself from Vegeta and swiftly unleashed the Kamehameha, a blue energy sphere hurtling towards Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta concentrated his own energy, releasing a formidable energy wave. The two energy blasts collided violently in midair, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The reverberations from their clash rippled outward, Piccolo immediately shielded the Kai and others, while Gohan protected Chi-Chi, Mr. Satan, and Bidiri behind him. Observing the chaos, the Angel Whis stepped forward, conjuring an energy shield to envelop everyone. "Thank you so much." Gohan expressed his gratitude to Whis. "No need for thanks," Whis replied with a gentle smile. "Gohan, what was that explosion?" Bidiri inquired, perplexed by the bomb-like impact of their duel. "It's a Kamehameha wave," Gohan patiently explained. Father and Uncle Vegeta's Kamehameha waves collided. Bidiri's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, "Kamehameha wave?" The term seemed both foreign and intriguing to her. Gohan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed." He continued to gaze intently at the stage, his focus unwavering and earnest. Unlike Dilly, who was fixated on Sun Wukong, he stole glances at the platform, filled with intrigue and confusion despite her inability to discern the unfolding events clearly. At that moment, the battle on stage raged on with fervor. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it became evident that Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood resolutely amidst the fray. Though both bore minor injuries from their fierce exchanges, their eyes remained steadfast and resolute, glimmering with exhilaration. "Kakarot, you are indeed formidable, but as the Prince of the Saiyans, I shall undoubtedly defeat you," Vegeta declared through clenched teeth, his tone imbued with provocation and fighting spirit, as if victory was already within his grasp. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a slight smile, a twinkle of respect in his gaze. "Vegeta, you are no weakling either. I must exert my utmost to contend with you." His voice conveyed admiration and acknowledgement of his adversary's prowess. "Humph, naturally. Should you dare to hold back, I will show no mercy in my triumph." Vegeta retorted with a cold laugh, his eyes fixated on Sun Wukong, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Their exchange resembled a psychological duel, each striving to dismantle the other's defenses through words. Yet, their gazes were resolute and unwavering, silently communicating that this battle was merely the beginning. "Then let us proceed," Sun Wukong proclaimed, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared before Vegeta. His fist, propelled by a fierce gust, struck decisively towards Vegeta's chest. Vegeta, with a smirk, deftly sidestepped the assault and counterattacked. The two engaged in a relentless exchange, each blow resonating with palpable energy. Their movements accelerated, their strength intensifying. "Ha!" Sun Wukong roared, his muscles taut and his aura surging. His fist rained down upon Vegeta like a tempest, each strike imbued with astounding power and fluidity. Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught with a slight tremor in his body, yet the determination in his eyes remained unchanged. He continued to fend off Sun Wukong's relentless barrage, searching for an opportunity to retaliate. The intensity of their skirmish escalated, seemingly unceasing. However, as the battle persisted, Vegeta's mindset began to subtly shift. His overwhelming desire for victory filled him with anxiety and unease. Despite sensing the mutual decline in their stamina, he hastened his assault, striving to vanquish Sun Wukong with unparalleled speed. Sun Wukong, attuned to Vegeta's transformation, allowed a smile to grace his lips as he gently cautioned, "Vegeta, your mind is beginning to falter." Vegeta, however, dismissed the situation with a cold snort, declaring, "Enough with the nonsense. Kakarot, I shall undoubtedly defeat you." Yet, despite Goku's reminders, Vegeta's attacks grew increasingly chaotic. At the same time, the openings in his defense multiplied. Observing the irrational Vegeta before him, Goku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He understood that further admonishments would be futile, for Vegeta was utterly consumed by rage, fixated solely on the desire for victory. Goku could only strive to maintain his composure, evading Vegeta's frenzied onslaught while meticulously analyzing his opponent's movements, seeking a flaw. After a fierce exchange, Goku finally discerned a vulnerability in Vegeta's stance. Seizing the moment, he swiftly launched a punch that struck Vegeta's chest like a shooting star. The sheer force of the blow sent Vegeta hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his chest, he felt an overwhelming surge of impact that compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His complexion darkened, yet the fire in his eyes showed no sign of abating. Unwilling to accept defeat, he gritted his teeth against the pain and rose once more, letting out a furious roar before charging at Goku with remarkable speed, eager to turn the tide. However, Goku had already anticipated Vegeta's intentions and effortlessly sidestepped his attack. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Goku counterattacked with a swift kick that struck Vegeta's abdomen like a tempest. Vegeta staggered back, his body trembling violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet, with sheer tenacity, he managed to remain upright, refusing to succumb completely. How infuriating! Vegeta roared in fury, his voice resounding with a deafening intensity. His face was etched with bitterness and frustration, emotions that could no longer be concealed. He was acutely aware that he was on the verge of losing this battle, his heart heavy with a sense of defeat. At this moment, Vegeta's stamina had visibly dwindled, and having endured 2 successive heavy blows had shattered his mental state. He felt his strength gradually ebbing away, while his opponent remained formidable beyond measure. Vegeta recognized that with the conclusion of his all-out offensive, compounded by the 2 strikes he had taken, his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. Rationality informed him that it was nearly impossible to secure victory against Goku. Yet, the fire of his fighting spirit had not been entirely extinguished. He still clung to the hope of finding a sliver of opportunity. With wide eyes, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Goku, his body trembling slightly from exertion. He could not comprehend why, despite pouring every ounce of his effort into the fight, he was unable to vanquish this fellow scion of shared bloodline. His heart brimmed with resentment and anger. He was unwilling to accept defeat at Kakarot's hands once more. Infuriated by the realization that his power still paled in comparison to Kakarot's, once a prince of the Science, one of the mightiest warriors in the universe, he now felt utterly powerless before Goku. A glimmer of despair flickered in Vegeta's eyes. He knew he was destined to lose again, and this time, quite miserably. His pride had suffered a severe blow, leading him to question his own abilities and worth. He wondered whether he would ever have the chance to surpass Goku again and reclaim the title of the strongest Scion warrior in the cosmos. Nevertheless, Vegeta was not disheartened. The fire of his fighting spirit still blazed fiercely within him. Kakarot, I shall not concede easily. I will defeat you, Vegeta resolved inwardly, determined to showcase his true strength to Goku. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture, and although fatigue was evident on his face, his eyes still sparkled with defiance and wrath. He fully understood the gap between himself and Goku, yet this realization only intensified his resolve to fight. Come on, Kakarot. Let us continue this battle until a victor is determined. Chapter 169. Beerus's decision. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, power surging within him, ready to face the impending challenge. All right. Goku nodded earnestly, aware that as the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta would rather perish in battle than concede defeat easily. Just then, a sudden voice interrupted the moment. Wait. It was the god of destruction, rising to his feet and calling out to halt the match. What is it? The host inquired, somewhat puzzled. Is this truly the pinnacle of this match? How dull and tedious it is. I'm about to fall asleep. Beerus stretched lazily and said to Dandy, how about we quickly engage in some exercise? What do you think, Dandy? As Dandy observed the imminent conclusion of the battle between the two, it became evident to any discerning observer that Vegeta was at a disadvantage, signifying his impending defeat. Consequently, this implied that in the wager between Dandy and Beerus, it would be Beerus who faced the loss. Dandy understood that since Beerus had chosen to halt the match at this juncture, he must have already discerned the inevitable outcome of the battle. Naturally, he was averse to defeat, for such an eventuality would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. I have no objections. Dandy understood that even if he triumphed over Beerus, the latter had merely promised to assist him in locating the Eternal Dragon. Such matters could simply wait for a few months until the Dragon of Namek was resurrected and could be consulted. Rather than openly undermining the dignity of the God of Destruction, it would be more gracious to provide him with a way to retreat. However, the outcome of the contest had yet to be determined. Observing this, Sun Wukong earnestly remarked, indeed, the competition has not yet yielded a victor. What shall become of the prize? Chi-Chi also exclaimed loudly, for if Sun Wukong emerged victorious, that 10 million would be within their grasp. Beerus, however, instantly wore an expression of displeasure and declared, perhaps it is better to obliterate the earth. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus, you truly have a knack for humor. Dandy swiftly took the stage, promptly stepping into the limelight to mediate the situation. Dandy was already aware that the one most familiar with Beerus's terrifying nature was Vegeta. So he approached him first. Vegeta, Lord Beerus is about to become furious. You wouldn't wish for the earth to be destroyed, would you? Quickly, conclude the match. Immediately after, Dandy turned to Goku and said, Goku, I am about to engage in combat with Lord Beerus. Do you not wish to witness it? Dandy's persuasion was indeed masterful. He employed intimidation towards Vegeta and temptation towards Goku. For Vegeta, agreeing to a ceasefire provided a convenient exit. Although he harbored some resentment, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. As for Goku, witnessing a battle between masters was of paramount importance. Thus he eagerly concurred. observing the situation. The host had no choice but to announce the outcome of the match. It was truly unfortunate that in the final round, both contestants opted to forfeit, resulting in no definitive champion. Nevertheless, we were treated to a remarkably thrilling confrontation in the earlier stages of the competition. Thus, this event comes to a close. As the host proclaimed the conclusion, Goku and Vegeta descended from the arena, leaving Dandy standing alone atop the stage. Seeing Goku step down, Kiki approached him with fierce determination, demanding, "Hey, Goku, are you really letting that 10 million go just like that?" Goku waved his hand dismissively, responding, "Vegeta is formidable as well. I have no objections even if you lose, but if you abandon the match before it's officially over, I will certainly not let it go unchallenged." Meanwhile, on the other side, Biddy looked perplexed and turned to Gohan, asking, "What is happening? What transpired?" At that moment, Gohan was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why his father and Vegeta had ceased their duel. "I am unsure as well. That god of destruction over there halted the match for reasons unknown." As the crowd remained in astonishment, Beerus stretched lazily and made his way to the arena. Dandy, meanwhile, remained on the stage. "I cannot believe you managed to acquire this material," Beerus remarked as he approached the ground, lightly tapping on the Cassine steel. He then scraped off a piece with his claw and ground it into powder, marveling, "Isn't this reputed to be the hardest substance?" As Dandy observed Beerus effortlessly pry off a piece of Cassine steel, he decided to attempt the same from the floor. Although Dandy managed to extract the Cassine steel, it was evident that he did so with far less ease than Beerus. It appeared that Lord Beerus was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Witnessing the two on stage, the crowd understood that a confrontation was imminent, and they collectively inhaled deeply. Goku wore an expression filled with anticipation, eager to discover the extent of Dandy's prowess while simultaneously curious about the overwhelming strength of the universe's supreme Beerus. In contrast, Vegeta felt the weight of pressure. Having heard tales of Beerus's terrifying nature, he was engulfed by a sense of dread akin to confronting a nightmare. Gohan, meanwhile, gazed intently at Beerus. Sensing the immense pressure radiating from Dandy, which indirectly highlighted Beerus's formidable power, Piccolo shared a similar sentiment, acutely aware of the tension emanating from Dandy, causing him to break into a sweat for his comrade. The others, however, remained oblivious to the unfolding events, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. "Hey, Goku. Why is the god of destruction Beerus going to battle Dandy? What happens if Dandy loses?" Goku shook his head, equally perplexed by the situation. It seemed he recalled Beerus mentioning something about destroying Earth. Krillin spoke gravely. If Dandy were to lose, Earth might be doomed. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Whis approached with a smile. "Oh, it's not that serious. It's merely a way to pass the time." "Passing the time? The god of destruction Beerus does this for leisure?" Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. "Well, not entirely. Lord Beerus usually occupies himself by destroying planets and galaxies to alleviate boredom," Whis explained with a smile. "It still sounds alarming." Krillin lamented, feeling increasingly pessimistic. From any perspective, it seemed that for Lord Beerus, obliterating Earth would be as effortless as yawning. "Things are different now," Whis encouraged. "At least our Lord Beerus must now contemplate the consequences of not having pudding before he destroys Earth." While saying this, Whis covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. "Wait, are you suggesting that pudding is what saves Earth?" Krillin was left dumbfounded. On the arena, Dandy was already prepared, while Beerus, hands clasped behind his back, looked at Dandy and inquired, "Are you ready?" "Indeed." Dandy nodded vigorously. "Let us begin," he declared as Beerus displayed a sly smile. Chapter 170. Dandy's probe. As Beerus announced the commencement of the contest, he remained motionless, his hands clasped behind him, standing straight and still. Upon witnessing this, Dandy immediately unleashed his full strength. His aura began to fluctuate violently, and as his power surged, golden serpents emerged around his body, crackling with energy, causing the surrounding space to warp. When he opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickered within them, as if he could perceive all that lay before him. Dandy's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a confident smile. The audience below felt the palpable aura of strength emanating from him. It was the first time they had fully experienced Dandy's prowess. Dandy's formidable strength left all in awe and reverence. At this moment, he transcended the limits of everyone's comprehension. In stark contrast, Beerus stood opposite him, exuding no discernible aura, quietly remaining in place with a serene smile gracing his lips, seemingly indifferent to Dandy's presence. Aside from his overwhelming momentum, the crowd could not perceive any substantial energy emanating from Beerus. Such a terrifying aura, Although one could not sense Lord Beerus's energy, an unmistakable sense of danger lingered in the air, as Son Goku candidly remarked, "I can feel an incredibly fearsome presence." It is the essence of a supreme deity. The celestial being, however, expressed a different sentiment. The essence of a deity? What realm does that signify? Filled with curiosity, Son Goku did not wait for a response from the celestial being, as Dandy had already begun to make his move. Dandy was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to that of Beerus, and seeing that Beerus had no intention of striking first, Dandy took the initiative to launch an attack. Throughout this arduous journey of cultivation, Dandy continuously pushed his limits, mastering a plethora of astonishing combat techniques. While his inherent power had not significantly altered, the dexterous application of these myriad skills rendered his body increasingly agile, allowing him to unleash ever greater force. Each punch and kick he executed now harbored the potential to obliterate celestial bodies. His opponent, the fearsome god of destruction, Beerus, possessed unparalleled strength and authority, with each of his movements capable of altering the very fabric of the cosmos. Dandy launched the first strike, his figure like a flash of lightning, appearing instantaneously before Beerus, delivering a powerful straight punch. The wind from his fist howled, as if it threatened to rend the very fabric of space itself. Upon witnessing Dandy's approach, Beerus's expression remained unchanged. He lazily tilted his head to evade Dandy's attack. However, this maneuver was evidently a feint. As Beerus dodged, he unwittingly fell into Dandy's trap. In an instant, Dandy spun around and struck again at Beerus. Oh! A flicker of change finally appeared on Beerus's face as he lightly leapt back, creating distance between them. Secretly astonished, this Dandy seems indeed different from our previous encounter. Yet, to Beerus's surprise, despite the distance he had created, Dandy effortlessly closed in once more, relentlessly pursuing his assault. Beerus continued to evade Dandy's successive strikes with apparent ease. Not bad. Indeed, he has grown considerably. Faced with Beerus's casual praise, Dandy felt no stirrings within. After these few probing exchanges, he had already grasped the extent of Beerus's might. Following this, he unleashed a series of rapid kicks, his legs moving like a tempest directed at Beerus. Noticing this, Beerus frowned slightly. Dandy's attack was far too relentless, compelling him to take Dandy's onslaught seriously. He extended his palm, creating a wall before him, precisely blocking Dandy's relentless kicks. The clash of their immense powers generated a violent shockwave. Fortunately, Whis had already deployed a protective barrier in advance, allowing the audience to shelter behind it and avoid the impact of the shockwave. How formidable! Even Son Goku, witnessing the confrontation between Dandy and Beerus, could only express such admiration. The swiftness of their movements was beyond his comprehension, yet through the shockwaves resulting from their clash, Goku understood that their strength far surpassed his own. Dandy was no match for him. On the other side, Piccolo sensed that the god of destruction, Beerus, had not exerted his full strength to withstand all of Dandy's assaults, and he too felt a pang of astonishment. Fool, Dandy hasn't yet unleashed his full potential. Hearing Piccolo's concern, Vegeta interjected from the side. Is that true? Piccolo found it hard to fathom that in such a formidable state, Dandy had not even tapped into his complete power. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, Mr. Dandy is still testing Beerus's strength. Gohan clarified. Can you all truly discern what is transpiring? Din exclaimed, observing the relentless shockwaves that transformed the arena into a battlefield besieged by cannon fire. It's merely a diversion, my daughter. Mr. Satan persistently urged his daughter. In the arena, Dandy continued to unleash his offensive maneuvers. This time, he meticulously confined all available space around Beerus and promptly launched his most formidable attack. In response to Dandy's strike, Beerus lightly leaped into the air, then descended with a single footfall, astonishingly driving Dandy's fist into the ground, creating a significant hole in the Kaizen steel beneath. How formidable! Dandy was taken aback, for he had not anticipated that Beerus could retaliate so effectively. Despite acting after him and employing only his foot, Beerus managed to constrain him directly. However, Dandy remained undeterred. With a vigorous shake of his hand, he sent Beerus soaring through the air and promptly gave chase. Beerus's form floated through the air with an ethereal grace, akin to a mere fragment of paper, drifting aimlessly to and fro without any discernible pattern. Dandy pursued Beerus, his body gracefully twisting through the air, occasionally unleashing formidable waves of energy, and at other times engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with Beerus. Undeterred, Beerus adeptly neutralized Dandy's assaults with a mere flick of his hand. As the battle progressed, Beerus maintained a purely defensive stance, yet despite this, Dandy gradually found himself in a precarious situation, his body marked with numerous minute abrasions. In stark contrast, Beerus remained unscathed, his breath as steady as ever. Is this the true extent of Beerus's power? It is indeed astonishingly formidable. Dandy felt a slight breathlessness, yet no matter how he probed, the figure of Beerus before him resembled an abyss, unwavering against his assaults. Is he merely prepared to defend? Perhaps Lord Beerus should also engage in an offensive endeavor. Dandy spoke, and Beerus let out a scoff in response. Very well, I shall make a slight effort. As he spoke, Beerus dodged Dandy's assault while initiating his own counterattack. Chapter 171, The Art of Ultimate Freedom. Dandy sprang into action, deftly evading Beerus's assault. So this is how it is. Beerus mused, nodding thoughtfully. It appears that during this period, Dandy has not only honed his offensive techniques, but has also dedicated himself to the art of defense. This dual mastery allows him to evade counterattacks while simultaneously engaging in offense. Quite intriguing. The corners of Beerus's mouth curled upwards as he launched another attack on Dandy. It seems Lord Beerus still possesses a playful spirit, opting not to employ the Ultra Instinct technique at all. Witnessing Beerus's movements, Whis could not help but chuckle. Once again, this term, Ultra Instinct, what exactly does it signify? Upon hearing Whis mention this concept, Piccolo couldn't contain his curiosity. Whis's voice resonated clearly, capturing everyone's attention. Ultra Instinct. What does that mean? Goku inquired directly. It is a realm accessible only to the divine. Upon reaching this state, one can rely on their body's various parts to instinctively execute reflexive attacks and defenses without the need for cerebral command, thereby enhancing reaction and movement speed. In this manner, the body and consciousness become separated, allowing each part to transcend instinct and perceive surrounding dangers without requiring thought from the brain. This is what is referred to as Ultra Instinct. Whis elucidated, yet Goku appeared puzzled. To let the body act solely on instinct, wouldn't that result in a loss of technique? How could it possibly surpass the skills one has cultivated through personal training? After all, who knows my body better than I do? Whis, however, shook his head in response and remarked, the one who truly understands your body is, in fact, your body itself. If one reacts only after thoughtful consideration, their speed will inevitably be limited. The process from the five senses to the brain, then through the nerves to the body, no matter how swift, requires a certain amount of time. This time represents an insurmountable chasm that cannot be crossed through mere cultivation. If each part of the body could independently assess and act, it would be possible to evade any danger, thus transcending this divide and attaining the state of Ultra Instinct. Whis explained, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of revealing the secrets of this practice. I see now, I understand. Goku smiled upon hearing this, as if he had discovered a new direction for his future training, and promptly asked, is it really all right, Mr. Whis, to share the secrets of your training with us? Absolutely. Whis exhibited a rather casual smile, yet achieving a state of complete ease proved to be quite the challenge. Even Beerus had not fully mastered it. Upon hearing Whis's words, Goku, Vegeta, and the others were utterly astonished. Could it be that even the god of destruction, Beerus, had not attained full mastery? Meanwhile, after engaging in battle, Beerus gradually realized that relying solely on his physical prowess allowed him to barely reach a stalemate with Dandy. This revelation filled him with immense shock. He had never fathomed that a mere human could contend with a being of his divine stature to such an extent. After several failed attempts to breach Dandy's defenses, Beerus's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to one of evident frustration. A surge of indignation welled up within him. How could a god of destruction such as myself be cornered by such a trivial character? Dandy, emboldened by his growing strength, recognized his progress and glimpsed the hope of victory. In his heart, he silently vowed, this training has indeed proven effective. No longer would he be subjected to the relentless onslaught of Beerus. In order to conquer Dandy, Beerus resolved to unveil his ultimate technique, the Ultra Instinct. In an instant, a mysterious radiance enveloped Beerus's form, his aura becoming increasingly formidable, while a sly, indescribable expression graced his visage. As Beerus's energy transformed, his movements became instinctual, requiring no conscious thought to elicit the most flawless responses. Dandy found himself under immense pressure as he faced Beerus wielding the Ultra Instinct technique. Attention gripped his heart. Is this the true might of a god of destruction? Yet, Dandy did not surrender. He clenched his teeth, striving to find a flaw in Beerus's onslaught. The god-S attacks descended upon him like a tempest, unpredictable and relentless, leaving Dandy with little room for counterattack. Each of Dandy's defensive maneuvers against Beerus's fierce assault drained him considerably, his body enduring tremendous impact. "This is where it ends," Beerus declared, having discerned that Dandy could no longer keep pace with his rhythm. With that, Beerus halted, his gaze fixed intently upon Dandy. Dandy could not comprehend Beerus's intentions. As he launched an attack against Beerus, the latter merely snickered, not even glancing in Dandy's direction, and delivered a decisive blow to Dandy's face with a single punch. How formidable! Dandy was struck by a powerful blow, instantly sent flying. He profoundly realized just how formidable Beerus's fists truly were. As he reached out to replenish his strength, Dandy finally regained his power, and with it, his pain gradually dissipated. Dandy was aware of his own regenerative abilities, however, in comparison to his healing powers. Regeneration seemed rather impractical. Consequently, Dandy typically relied on his healing prowess. I concede. Upon returning to the arena, Dandy promptly announced the outcome of the match. The spectators below understood that this was not a deliberate surrender on Dandy's part, but rather an undeniable admission of defeat to Beerus. "Lord Beerus, your strength truly surpasses anything I could hope to achieve." Dandy acknowledged that the chasm between himself and Beerus could not be bridged merely through the honing of skills. However, should he succeed in activating the tenfold return system, his power would ascend to a new echelon, potentially enabling him to contend with Lord Beerus. In his heart, Dandy was silently contemplating, while Sun Wukong approached with a smile. "Lord Beerus, may I train alongside you in the Ultra Instinct technique?" Upon hearing this, Beerus glanced at Whis and remarked, "Whis, it seems you have imparted the secrets of Ultra Instinct to them." Whis, smiling, nodded in affirmation. "What a headache. However, I shall not teach you. If I were to instruct anyone, it would only be Vegeta," Beerus declared arrogantly, arms crossed. "Only me?" Vegeta, taken aback, could hardly believe his ears and silently pondered, could it be that King Vegeta once had a connection with Lord Beerus? Dandy suddenly comprehended Beerus's intention. "Are you prepared to continue our previous wager?" "Certainly," Beerus replied with a smile. "You have not excited me in the least. A lack of stimulation is simply unacceptable." Chapter 172. Training on Beerus's planet. Although Beerus explicitly stated that he would not take Goku as his disciple, Whis, the guiding angel, held a much more favorable view of Goku. He directly expressed his willingness to mentor Goku in his training. "Really, Lord Whis?" Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Aha! This is fantastic, Vegeta. Did you hear that? Your master is Lord Beerus, while my master is none other than Lord Beerus's mentor," Goku shouted exuberantly, his eyes sparkling with fervor and his face radiating pride and anticipation. That brilliant smile seemed capable of melting anything, as he envisioned himself making tremendous strides under Whis' guidance. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly, an indescribable sense of discontent swelling within him. He let out a cold snort, his gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. He felt both envious of Goku's fortune and hesitant to defy Beerus's will. Vegeta understood that Lord Beerus's temperament was unpredictable, and his authority was not to be challenged. Yet, witnessing Goku's smug demeanor ignited a flicker of irritation within him. He silently vowed, "No matter who teaches you, I, Prince Vegeta, shall surpass you through my own efforts." Kakarot, just you wait and see. Vegeta could only begrudgingly pout, momentarily suppressing his dissatisfaction. "I am also quite intrigued by that Ultra Instinct technique." Upon witnessing that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had acquired masters, Dandy gazed eagerly at Whis, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Dandy had long heard of the Zizai Ji Gong from Whis, aware that it was a divine art. His inability to rival Beerus stemmed from the latter's subsequent mastery of this technique. Dandy was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Ultra Instinct technique, and he believed that mastering it would enable him to triumph over Beerus. Observing this, Piccolo, unwilling to be outdone, approached eagerly, albeit with a hint of nervousness that rendered his speech somewhat halting. Nevertheless, a look of determination graced his features as he silently resolved to keep pace with Goku and Vegeta, striving to learn the Ultra Instinct and enhance his own prowess. Whis, observing the group, offered a subtle smile, one that was as comforting as a gentle spring breeze, instilling warmth and reassurance. "Very well, whether I teach one or several. It matters not. You shall all learn together. However, your ability to grasp it will depend on your own comprehension." In Whis' eyes, this forthcoming period represented a welcome diversion in his otherwise lengthy existence, and he looked forward to the surprises that these promising warriors might bring. In the days that followed, the four of them accompanied the god of destruction, Beerus, and Whis to Beerus's planet, embarking on a rigorous training regimen. Although Beerus had agreed to instruct Vegeta, his inherent laziness rendered him less than enthusiastic, ultimately delegating Vegeta's training to Whis. Thus, under Whis's guidance, the four engaged in their training sessions. While Whis' role was primarily to highlight areas for improvement, most of the time was spent in pairs practicing against one another. Goku and Vegeta, of comparable strength, clashed with a ferocity akin to that of meteors colliding. Each impact reverberated through the skies, distorting the surrounding air with their overwhelming auras. Goku's gaze was intensely focused, brimming with fervor for battle as he sought to exploit any weaknesses in Vegeta's technique to gain the upper hand. In contrast, Vegeta's expression remained stern, his eyes gleaming with fierce ambition. With each exchange, he silently vowed, "Kakarot, I will not be defeated. I, Vegeta, am the strongest warrior." However, on the other side, Dandy and Piccolo found themselves struggling due to their significant disparity in strength. Dandy observed the fierce battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta, feeling a blend of envy and helplessness within. He understood that the chasm between himself and Piccolo was insurmountable, rendering it impossible for him to engage in combat training without restraint. A hint of gravity crossed Piccolo's face. He was acutely aware of his insufficient strength, yet he was resolute in his determination not to fall behind. Thus, he exerted every ounce of his power in the fray. Whis, perceptive to this situation, decided to facilitate their effective sparring by adorning Dandy with a weighty attire that was burdensome to bear. After Dandy donned his attire, he felt as though he were being crushed beneath the weight of a colossal mountain. Consequently, although Dandy's speed diminished, he was able to engage in training with Piccolo at a comparable pace. However, under the immense burden, Dandy had to remain vigilant, concerned that a misstep might inadvertently result in harm to Piccolo, which restrained him from unleashing his full offensive potential. Despite the hindrances to his training, Dandy refrained from lamenting his circumstances. Instead, he contemplated ways to enhance Piccolo's prowess. As time quietly elapsed, the Dragon Balls of Namek eventually became available for use once more. Upon receiving the news, Dandy felt a surge of excitement within him. He immediately sought out Piccolo, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. "Piccolo, the Dragon Balls of Namek are now available. Let us hasten our return." Piccolo, comprehending Dandy's implication, nodded slightly, his gaze also glinting with anticipation. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Dandy promptly grasped Piccolo's hand, teleporting them instantaneously to Namek. "Hey, where did Mr. Dandy and Piccolo go?" Son Goku, who was training nearby, became curious upon witnessing Dandy's sudden disappearance. "Haha, those two fellows must be unable to train together." Vegeta burst into laughter, adding, "Fortunately, I have you as my sparring partner. Kakarot, only with you can I unleash my full potential in training. But mark my words, Kakarot, once I have mastered my skills, I shall be the first to teach you a lesson." Son Goku, with a beaming smile, replied, "Shouldn't I be the one saying that?" Vegeta, "Had it not been for your companionship, Lord Whis would have had to step in personally to guide me. I shall be the one to achieve mastery first. I am eager to grow stronger, to become as formidable as Mr. Dandy, and to engage him in combat. And there's also Lord Beerus." Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meanwhile, on Namek, Elder Guru welcomed Dandy and Piccolo with a warm and enthusiastic smile. His eyes brimmed with affection and satisfaction, as if he were welcoming his own children home. Gazing at these two remarkable beings before him, he felt a wave of emotions. Once, Namek had been ravaged by Frieza and his minions, leaving the inhabitants in a state of fear and near extinction. Yet now, Dandy and Piccolo could effortlessly vanquish Frieza and his ilk. Regretfully, however, the many Namekians present were far from comparable to Dandy and Piccolo. The remaining Namekians were neither the warrior type nor the versatile Dragon Clan prodigies. The strongest among them possessed merely a few thousand in power. It seemed that all the capable Namekians had wandered away. Guru lamented, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Deep down, he understood that Namek needed more powerful warriors to safeguard it. By the way, since you have returned at this time, it must be for the Dragon Balls, correct? Chapter 173. The Elder's Aspirations. Elder Muley instantly discerned the intentions behind the return of the two individuals. Without hesitation, he utilized his telepathic abilities to summon the elders from the various villages, instructing them to deliver all the Dragon Balls. As they awaited the arrival of the Dragon Balls, Elder Muley engaged in conversation with Dandy and Piccolo, discussing the recent improvements on Namek and the emergence of new Namekians. A radiant joy illuminated Muley's countenance as he envisioned a hopeful future for their homeland. Listening to the positive developments of their mother planet, both Dandy and Piccolo felt a profound sense of joy welling up within them. By the way, Dandy, may I inquire how many wishes you wish to be fulfilled this time? Muley suddenly asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. 3. Dandy chuckled, even feeling that 3 were insufficient. What is the matter? Dandy understood that the elder's earnest inquiry must stem from a significant reason. Upon reflection, it seemed that ever since the defeat of Frieza, all the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls on Namek had been made by him. Even during the last occasion, he had not yet had the opportunity to make a wish before being preempted by the ultimate android. Indeed, ever since that incident, news of Frieza's defeat had spread, leading to the disbandment of his remaining followers. Muley elaborated. Dandy's face beamed with a smile, for he felt a profound joy at the liberation of Namek and the other celestial bodies from the ominous shadow cast by Frieza. Is it not a splendid development? The universe is finally free from malevolence. However, upon observing the elder's grave demeanor, Dandy inquired with a look of perplexity. While this is indeed the case, it is well known that Frieza had come to Namek in search of the fabled Dragon Balls. With the disbanding of Frieza's army, the news of the Dragon Ball's existence on Namek has spread like wildfire. I had been apprehensive ever since that artificial being appeared last time. To prevent such occurrences in the future, I wished to commission Purunga to relocate Namek. It was only upon hearing this that Dandy comprehended the message the Grand Elder sought to convey. So this is how it is. Dandy nodded, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He too recognized the peril confronting Namek and silently resolved to devise a means to assist the Grand Elder in fulfilling this aspiration. This matter could not be delayed. Although I have entrusted the Kai to keep a vigilant watch over Namek, there remains the possibility of oversight. Dandy murmured, So, you actually entrusted the King of the Universe to watch over Namek? The Grand Elder Muley was taken aback, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Ever since the last incident occurred, I have been fearful of a recurrence of such situations. Dandy pondered as he responded, fully aware that the safety of Meek Star was of paramount importance and that every possible measure must be taken to safeguard it. Originally, he had 3 wishes in mind. The first 2 were aimed at enhancing Big's strength, while the final wish was to inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Elder Muley focused intently for a moment before inquiring, So, this time your wishes are primarily for Big's empowerment? The Elder was taken aback, realizing that Dandy's desires were not for his own benefit, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Dandy nodded, a resolute expression gracing his face. However, Piccolo appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why Dandy would take such a course of action. Was it not sufficient to merely possess the body of a deity? Why then? Did he desire 2 wishes? Dandy revealed a mysterious smile. To revert to the original, complete Namekian form, merely relying on the deity is insufficient. Upon hearing this, Piccolo immediately donned a look of confusion, unable to grasp Dandy's meaning. However, the Grand Elder Muley gasped in astonishment. You wish to revert to the original, complete Namekian? So, it is assimilation you seek. As the Grand Elder of the Namekians, Muley was well aware of the immense power of assimilation. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if envisioning a future for Namek filled with hope. Alas, this method cannot be reversed. For every Namekian assimilated, a corresponding personality is lost. Yet it undeniably ensures survival. During the last assault by the ultimate artificial beings, had it not been for their extraordinary speed, we had intended to rely on assimilation as our strategy. Upon hearing this, Dandy suddenly had a thought and immediately became exhilarated. The notion of assimilating all Namekians? It sounded truly remarkable. Had that been executed initially, it would undoubtedly have rendered the ultimate android easily manageable. Dandy could scarcely fathom that merely the fusion of Big and Nera could yield such a significant enhancement in combat prowess. One can only imagine the formidable warrior that would emerge if all Namekians were to unite. However, on a different note, it is fortunate that assimilation did not occur at that time. Otherwise, there would be but a single inhabitant left on the entire Namek. A thought that evokes a sense of profound melancholy. Moreover, the android that arrived here was merely a manifestation, rendering its destruction rather futile. Dandy recounted the matter of the ultimate android to Muley, simultaneously mentioning the incident of Piccolo absorbing his own duplicate, which left Muley in a state of astonishment. If it is indeed the case that assimilating the unconscious bodies of Namekians can enhance one's strength, then it appears that Muley, despite being the current Grand Elder of Namek, was somewhat lacking in understanding the true potency of assimilation. Indeed, true knowledge is born from experience. With this realization, Muley suddenly wore an expression of enlightenment. "What is it?" Dandy and Piccolo inquired, intrigued by Muley's demeanor. "I just recalled something about the Grand Elder." Muley referred to his predecessor. "I remember the Grand Elder once mentioned that. Due to disasters and climatic conditions, the previous Namek was nearly depopulated, leaving only a handful of Namekians. Piccolo, the deity on Earth. His father was one who escaped to Earth during that time. Both the Grand Elder and the father of that deity were formidable beings. It stands to reason that during the calamity on Namek, they must have assimilated their deceased companions to attain strength far beyond that of ordinary Namekians." Muley expressed the epiphany he had just experienced. "Are you suggesting that it was through the assimilation of deceased Namekians that the Grand Elder and his contemporaries became immensely powerful, even nurturing all of us Namekians from just one individual strength?" Dandy, upon hearing Muley's conjecture, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. However, upon further contemplation, he found the hypothesis to be remarkably plausible. At that moment, the other elders had begun to present the Dragon Balls one after another, and soon the orbs were completely assembled. Chapter 174. The body of the divine being gazing at the 7 colossal Dragon Balls laid out before him. Piccolo felt an overwhelming surge of emotions. His hands trembled with excitement as he murmured the esoteric yet potent incantation of Namek. As the words flowed from his lips, an invisible force seemed to awaken, and suddenly, a towering pillar descended from the heavens, resembling a majestic mountain, its brilliance so radiant that it was nearly blinding. Simultaneously, the previously clear and azure sky of Namek appeared to be abruptly shrouded by an unseen hand, plunging the surroundings into darkness. In a fleeting moment, the silhouette of a colossal entity began to materialize. It was the legendary Super Dragon Porunga. Its immense form gradually emerged, with each scale shimmering with a mysterious and profound luminescence, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. Porunga's eyes burned like 2 fiery orbs, casting a cold, unfeeling gaze upon the beings below. Its deep, resonant voice thundered like a rolling storm, echoing across the sky. "Speak your wishes. As long as they lie within my power, I shall assist you in their fulfillment. But remember, only 3 wishes shall be granted." As the words lingered in the air, an unparalleled pressure surged forth like an unstoppable tide, causing the other Namekians present to struggle for breath, their hearts racing. In that moment, numerous Namekians looked skyward, their eyes filled with reverence and devotion towards the descending dragon. For them, Porunga was not merely a dragon endowed with extraordinary power, but the embodiment of their highest deity, revered by the entire Namekian race. Its arrival undoubtedly brought an unprecedented wave of shock and hope to this land. "Hurry and make your wish, Dandy." The venerable Elder Muley fixated his fervent gaze upon the enigmatic Belunga, radiating an otherworldly glow, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable urgency as he urged on. In this moment, despite having ascended to the esteemed position of the new elder among the Namekians, Muley had not been afforded the opportunity to voice a single wish over the past year, save for the periodic meetings with Belunga as prescribed. Nevertheless, he willingly relinquished this chance to make a wish to both Bick and Dandy. Upon hearing Muley's words, Dandy nodded solemnly, acknowledging his understanding. He then slowly shifted his gaze towards Bick. As Dandy's eyes met Bick's eager and hopeful countenance, he instantly comprehended the latter's profound yearning for power and an intense desire for self-improvement. It was evident that Bick was unwilling to remain forever overshadowed by the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "Fear not, Bick. Once you successfully absorb the body of the deity, I am confident that you shall transcend your limits, achieving a qualitative leap, perhaps even surpassing Sun Wukong and Vegeta." Dandy's gaze was resolute, and his tone brimmed with confidence as he encouraged Piccolo. Standing beside him, Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, silently resolving to seize this rare opportunity to become even stronger. He nodded slightly in agreement, although he harbored no precise assurance regarding the extent of power he might gain from this fusion. Piccolo understood that this endeavor would at least enable him to transcend the level of Super Saiyan 2. It is important to note that, given Piccolo's current combat prowess, while there remains a certain gap between him and Super Saiyan 2, this distance is no longer insurmountable. After all, Piccolo's strength has already surpassed that of the Super Saiyan 1 Plus state. So, let it be you who personally makes this wish. In Dandy's words, a profound anticipation for Piccolo emerged. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded slightly, striving to suppress the tumultuous excitement bubbling within him. He fixated intently on the enigmatic and formidable dragon before him, his eyes brimming with fervent hope. At last, he inhaled deeply and slowly articulated, "O great deity of dreams. Purunga, in this vast and limitless universe, there exists a planet called Earth, where a being hailing from the same Namek as I dwells. Are you aware of this?" However, in response to Piccolo's inquiry, Purunga's deep, inscrutable gaze revealed no sign of surprise. It maintained its solemnity, responding in a voice that resonated with depth and power. "I am indeed aware. Now, please reveal your wish." Upon hearing this, Piccolo could not help but exhale a silent sigh of relief, clenching his fists tightly, as if to channel all his strength into this moment. He then raised his voice, calling out passionately in the Namekian tongue, "I beseech you to wield your supreme divine power and fashion a body befitting that celestial being. But heed this, merely bestow the form, without infusing any consciousness." Dandy gazed at Piccolo with a hint of perplexity, unable to comprehend why Piccolo's words during the wish were so meticulously articulated and ornate. This is the ancient tongue of Namek. The Grand Elder, however, quickly grasped the situation and provided an explanation. Dandy nodded, acknowledging that this language was inherited from the father of the celestial deity, a sense of antiquity being entirely reasonable. No sooner had Piccolo's words faded than the eyes of the dragon Purunga suddenly erupted with a dazzling crimson light, resembling two fervently burning orbs of fire. This extraordinary spectacle left onlookers astounded, instilling an unparalleled sense of pressure among the gathered Namekians. It was a simple matter, accompanied by Purunga's deep, magnetic voice, a brilliant, mysterious radiance descended abruptly, shimmering like resplendent stars, enveloping the space before Piccolo instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, a breathtaking scene unfolded as a majestic, solemn figure radiating an aura of boundless authority manifested before Piccolo's gaze. His eyes widened in disbelief as he approached the figure without hesitation, focusing intently on every detail. After a thorough examination, Piccolo marveled inwardly. Indeed, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the true deity. Every contour of its form and expression was strikingly identical. However, an even stranger phenomenon emerged. This divine body lay with its eyes firmly shut, as if asleep for a millennium. Yet, astonishingly, Piccolo distinctly sensed a faint trace of breath emanating from it. What could this mean? Doubt flooded Piccolo's mind, and he found himself murmuring in bewilderment. He feared that something had gone awry. Perhaps the dragon Purunga had misinterpreted his intention, rendering this deity more than merely a corporeal vessel, but rather one possessing its own consciousness. If so, assimilating this divine entity might compromise his own awareness, rendering it less pure. Despite Piccolo's vigorous attempts to rouse the deity, shaking and tugging at its form, he could not awaken it from its slumber. Though the body exhibited signs of breath, its eyes remained resolutely shut. Observing this, Dandy hastily interjected, "Perhaps it is in a vegetative state." Before he could finish, Piccolo immediately countered, "That's obvious. Our Namekians are, after all, vegetative beings reliant on photosynthesis for survival." As he spoke, he continued his efforts, shaking the divine form incessantly and extending a hand toward its nostrils, attempting to gauge the strength of its breath. What I mean is, while it still exhibited vital signs, it had seemingly lost all self-awareness, existing as an unconscious entity. As Dandy spoke, he emphasized his words with a heightened intensity. It was only at this moment that Piccolo seemed to awaken from his reverie, nodding thoughtfully in acknowledgement of Dandy's meaning. "Ah, I see. It truly appears as you have described." Shortly thereafter, Dandy appeared somewhat impatient, urging, "All right, let us not waste any more time, quickly. Let us attempt to achieve the fusion." Upon hearing this, Piccolo cast aside any lingering hesitation. He took a deep breath and cautiously extended his hands, gently placing them upon the chest of the deity. The moment Piccolo's fingertips made contact with the divine being, an indescribable surge of immense energy erupted from within the deity, cascading forth like a torrential flood, swiftly coursing into Piccolo's being. He found himself immobilized. Even if he wished to break free, his body was rendered incapable of movement. As the radiance intensified, it became even more resplendent than that of the dragon itself. Within mere moments, the deity's entire form transformed into light, rapidly merging into Piccolo's body. "Ah!" Piccolo exclaimed as he felt a powerful force surge within him. Upon reopening his eyes, he sensed a profound transformation. This power, it was overwhelmingly potent. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the tumultuous energy within, an involuntary smile gracing his lips, feeling even stronger than in his Super Saiyan 2 state. With unwavering confidence, Piccolo declared, "Oh, is that so? Let us engage in combat and see. Dandy was invigorated, astonished that Piccolo had attained such formidable power. He immediately prepared to probe this newfound strength. Upon hearing Dandy's intent, Piccolo nodded, equally curious to ascertain the extent of his current prowess. As Piccolo assumed his stance, Dandy launched an attack to gauge the true measure of Piccolo's abilities. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Piccolo, striking with a punch. Unperturbed, Piccolo bent slightly, deftly evading Dandy's assault and swiftly countering. Aware of Dandy's immense strength, Piccolo engaged without hesitation or restraint. However, this unleashed a calamity upon Namek. As their titanic clash caused the earth to tremble violently, the ferocity of their battle whipped up fierce winds, sending debris swirling. While many Namekians were compelled to shield their heads and faces, with those closer being directly swept away by the gales. Dandy, recalling the strength exhibited during his confrontation with Vegeta, meticulously calibrated his power to emulate Vegeta's prowess in the Super Saiyan 2 form. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was not even a match for Piccolo. It appears that you have indeed surpassed both Goku and Vegeta. Dandy, witnessing Piccolo's formidable prowess, felt an immense joy, for in a sense, he and Piccolo were kindred spirits, and he yearned to fight alongside him. Piccolo, in turn, clenched his fists in satisfaction, reveling in the surge of newfound power coursing through his veins. At that moment, as the overwhelming strength enveloped him, his body began to transform, his muscles became more sinewy. His aura intensified, and even the hue of his skin deepened to a richer shade of green. Thus, my strength now stands just below yours, Dandy. And the path ahead in our training should be considerably smoother. Upon hearing this, Dandy shook his head, indicating that it was not yet sufficient. Piccolo understood that. Although he had surpassed both Sun Wukong and Vegeta in strength, he was still inadequate in the presence of Dandy. However, there was no feasible way to significantly enhance his abilities in the short term. Piccolo realized that he had indeed encountered a bottleneck. Having absorbed the body of the Supreme Kai, he had effectively reverted to the formidable Namekian warrior he once was. Presently, on planet Namek, there were no combat-oriented Namekians, which signified that even if Piccolo were to assimilate them, not only would his personality be affected, but his power would not see substantial improvement. No, to reclaim the might of his former self, he was still one step away. Upon hearing this, Dandy mysteriously remarked, "Just one step remains?" Big's face instantly transformed with confusion, only to be swiftly illuminated by a realization. He recalled Dandy's prior conversation with the Grand Elder, Muley, regarding the first two wishes, which were intended to enhance one's own power. Could it be connected to your second wish? Big inquired tentatively. It should be said that the second wish was indeed left for you, precisely to render you whole. Dandy chuckled softly and shook his head, reminding, upon careful reflection, what trials did that enigmatic Namekian warrior endure on Earth? Piccolo pondered deeply, although he considered himself a mere incarnation or descendant of that mysterious warrior. His knowledge of the events surrounding him was largely derived from hearsay. In his quest to ascend to the status of Earth's deity, he diligently cultivated his abilities, casting aside malevolent thoughts, and ultimately achieved divinity, while that very malevolence manifested as me, Piccolo. Thus, I have encapsulated the transformation of the deity in my own origins. Indeed. Yet you have overlooked a crucial point. Dandy continued to hint. The heavenly god that split apart was not you. Chapter 176. The second wish, the heavenly god, did not originate from me? Big gazed at Dandy with a face full of astonishment, as if he had heard something utterly incredible. His eyes widened, and his mouth slightly agape. He found himself momentarily at a loss. However, just a moment later, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Are you implying that the heavenly god who split apart was my father, the great demon king Bick? So, must I now merge with the body of my father, the great demon king Bick? Bick's thoughts suddenly became clear. It seemed he was beginning to grasp Dandy's plan. Dandy smiled gently and nodded, indicating that Piccolo had comprehended his meaning. Subsequently, Dandy elucidated, although you have inherited the majority of the power of the great demon king Piccolo, you are ultimately not truly him. Only when he reunites with the deity can he genuinely reclaim the entirety of that original Namekian warrior. Piccolo pondered Dandy's words. Lost in deep contemplation, he had grasped the crux of the matter, yet it also gave rise to further inquiries. After a moment, he lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed on Dandy, and spoke again. Dandy, perhaps we have fallen into a certain misconception. Misconception? This time, it was Dandy who appeared puzzled. What misconception? Piccolo noted that Dandy was still processing the information, prompting him to continue. Everything we are doing now is aimed at enhancing my power as much as possible. Is it not? Dandy nodded decisively, responding, indeed. The former Grand Elder once prophesied that if we could successfully resurrect the unparalleled Namek warrior of yore, you would undoubtedly experience unprecedented growth and breakthroughs. Piccolo, well aware of this, inclined his head slightly in agreement, but then added, while this logic holds true, ever since I successfully assimilated my own doppelganger, my own powers have also seen a significant enhancement. Since now I merely need to assimilate the formidable body of a Namekian to grow stronger. Why not allow Shinran Porunga to directly replicate the form of the deity before its division? Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Dandy's expression suddenly brightened as if he had grasped the crux of the matter, exclaiming, indeed, our current objective is to help you become more powerful, rather than merely restoring you to the former Namekian. After Piccolo's reminder, Dandy finally realized that the ultimate aim of restoring Piccolo to the former Namek warrior was to attain immense power. From any perspective, absorbing the old Demon King Piccolo could never compare to harnessing the strength of the deity before its fragmentation. By directly acquiring the power of that formidable Namek warrior, it would be akin to obtaining the entire puzzle, thereby eliminating any concern over missing pieces. Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner? If I had thought of this earlier, it would have saved a precious wish. Dandy, now enlightened, expressed a hint of regret, realizing that such a wish could have resolved Piccolo's dilemma, allowing the second wish to secure a safe location for Namek, thus preserving a wish for himself to seek out the eternal dragon. Had it not been for your reminder, I would never have recognized this crucial point. Piccolo, looking somewhat sheepish, scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed for having overlooked this essential detail. As he spoke, he unconsciously reached up to gently rub his head, as if to alleviate his inner discomfort. Dandy, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile wryly, wishing he had consulted with Piccolo sooner. However, his gaze quickly shifted to the magnificent Shinran Porunga, which was coiled majestically in the air, exuding an aura of mystery. Its colossal form shimmered with a dazzling red light, and its imposing eyes gazed down at the gathered crowd, revealing an unmistakable urgency, clearly having waited for quite some time. Well, without further ado, let us make our wish. Dandy, acutely aware of the urgency of the moment, swiftly turned to face Piccolo, casting him a gaze imbued with both encouragement and urgency. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Piccolo promptly redirected his focus to the formidable Porunga before him. Drawing in a deep breath to steady himself, he fixated on the depths of Porunga's powerful gaze, silently invoking an ancient and esoteric wish in the language of Namek. As Piccolo intoned his prayers, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, an invisible weight permeating the air, evoking a sense of solemnity. O great dragon Porunga, I beseech you to wield your supreme power and shape for me the youthful form of that celestial being. Yet, I implore you to do so at the pinnacle of his strength, prior to his division, and to grant merely the corporeal vessel, devoid of any consciousness. As Piccolo's entreaty lingered in the air, Porunga, eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed, appeared to grapple with profound thoughts. Its massive and regal form hovered aloft, the surrounding mist seemingly stirred by its inner turmoil, swirling restlessly. Time slipped away, with Porunga remaining silent, causing Piccolo, anxiously awaiting a response, to feel an escalating sense of unease. Could it be impossible? Unable to contain himself any longer, Piccolo broke the suffocating silence, his voice trembling, betraying his unmistakable tension. In response to Piccolo's urgent inquiry, Porunga still withheld immediate reply, yet its expression betrayed the immense pressure it was under. After a considerable pause, Porunga slowly opened its eyes and, in a gravely serious tone, pronounced, "Indeed, it is quite challenging to fulfill your wish." These words struck Piccolo like a thunderclap, leaving him chilled to the bone as if plunged into an icy abyss. His eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with the perplexity of why such a seemingly simple desire should be fraught with obstacles. However, he soon regained his composure and began to ponder the underlying reasons. Reflecting on his initial wish, he felt a flicker of insight. Could it be that the ambiguity surrounding which being's form I seek is the crux of the problem? However, Porunga gently shook his head, indicating otherwise. Upon witnessing Porunga's denial of his speculation, Piccolo found himself plunged into a deeper state of bewilderment. He could scarcely fathom what other factors could impede the dragon from fulfilling this wish. Just then, Porunga spoke again, his tone imbued with gravity. Well, it is not due to an inability to ascertain whose body it is, but rather that even if the target is known, one cannot precisely determine when that individual is in their most formidable state. Upon hearing these words from Porunga, Piccolo suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Ah, so that is the reason, he murmured, finally comprehending the underlying rationale. Subsequently, he regained his composure and explained, in truth, it suffices to select a time when he is generally at his peak, without the need for excessive precision. At this, the dragon Porunga nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. He then spoke in a measured tone. In that case, let us utilize his body from the day before he divided. As soon as he uttered these words, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The dragon Porunga, abandoning his earlier demeanor of ease, now bore an expression of solemnity and respect. At that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Porunga's eyes suddenly erupted with a dazzling brilliance, radiating a vivid crimson hue. As bright as blood, these two piercing scarlet beams shot forth with incredible swiftness towards the very front of Piccolo. They resembled two meteors ablaze with fierce flames, slicing through the vast expanse of the sky, exuding unparalleled might and energy. In the blink of an eye, this resplendent crimson light had reached its destination, cascading down without reservation. Yet, just as swiftly, that brilliant red glow vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Simultaneously, a figure emanating an air of mystery reappeared before Piccolo. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this form bore a striking resemblance to the celestial being from moments earlier. Yet notable differences were apparent. He appeared markedly younger, his visage smooth as jade, devoid of any signs of the passage of time. This appearance was reminiscent of the era when Piccolo, utilizing the power of the Dragon Balls, rejuvenated himself. However, in stark contrast to the once fearsome and grotesque Piccolo, this current embodiment exuded a completely opposite aura. Instead of ferocity and malice, it radiated tranquility and serenity, with the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. Faced with the essence emanating from this form, Piccolo felt an unexpected calm wash over him, dispelling any sense of astonishment. Gazing at this flawless body, a sense of familiarity and warmth blossomed within him. Indeed, this form was immensely powerful. Unable to contain himself, Piccolo reached out, gently caressing the figure before him, letting out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Surely, upon absorbing this body, your strength will experience a meteoric rise. Dandy's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes upon Piccolo, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction and urgency. At that moment, Piccolo could scarcely conceal his excitement, his face alight with visions and aspirations of formidable power in the future. Yet, just as he was about to commence the assimilation of this body, Piccolo suddenly halted his actions, turning to Dandy with a look of bewilderment as he inquired, "Dandy, why do you so resolutely and unreservedly support my quest for greater strength? Are you not at all concerned that one day my power might surpass yours?" Piccolo's voice was deep and grave, as if he were posing a question of life and death. In response to Piccolo's skepticism, Dandy merely smiled faintly, exuding an air of calm indifference. "I do not believe you would ever resort to those malevolent deeds again," Dandy responded with calm assurance, his words resonating with profound trust in Piccolo. In truth, Dandy was acutely aware of the myriad transformations Piccolo had undergone. Once, during the invasion of Raditz, Piccolo resolutely unleashed a lethal strike, piercing both Son Goku and Raditz, ultimately consigning their souls to the depths of hell. From that moment forth, it became evident to all that Piccolo was no longer a mere demon, for the souls of those slain by demons do not report to the King of Hell. Subsequently, through his amalgamation with the benevolent Nail, Piccolo's nature transformed once more, becoming increasingly virtuous. The Piccolo of today is a stark contrast to the malevolent King Piccolo of yore. Moreover, Dandy firmly believed that no matter how diligently Piccolo trained, he could never surpass his current level of power. Hence, Dandy unhesitatingly offered his full support to help Piccolo enhance his strength, fully aware that such an endeavor posed no threat or risk to himself. Rather, it could serve as an invaluable aid in his own pursuit of mastery over the ultimate technique. Piccolo was taken aback by Dandy's unwavering trust, a smile breaking across his face. It seemed that no one remembered the evil he once embodied. Piccolo mused to himself, reflecting on his journey. It felt as if his singular goal had transformed into a quest to reclaim his pride ever since that fateful defeat to Son Goku at the world-renowned martial arts tournament. Yet, fate is often fraught with unpredictability. After personally vanquishing Son Goku, Piccolo scarcely had the chance to savor the sensation of being the strongest on Earth before formidable adversaries began to surge forth, one after another. each more powerful than the last, accompanied by an endless array of daunting challenges. After dealing with Raditz, he faced the even more troublesome Vegeta, followed by the terrifying Frieza, and then the ultimate androids. Amidst these fierce contests against formidable foes, while Piccolo's strength continued to grow, he found himself not reclaiming the pinnacle, but rather witnessing a gradual decline in his standing. If one day he were to ascend to the summit once more, becoming the strongest in the world again, how would he choose then? Piccolo pondered, murmuring to himself, perhaps I would still choose to dedicate myself to arduous training. He shook his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting. This long and arduous path of cultivation resembles an endless journey, once embarked upon, regardless of whether one ultimately reaches the pinnacle. It seems one is destined to forge ahead on this road until the very end of life. Slowly turning to Dandy, Piccolo observed the once carefree and indifferent individual who had unknowingly embarked on this quest for power. What are you waiting for? Shouldn't you assimilate this body without delay? Dandy never anticipated that before Piccolo assimilated this body, he would display such a melancholic demeanor. Chapter 178. The third wish. Piccolo was acutely aware that once he successfully assimilated the body before him, his power would soar to unprecedented heights, effortlessly surpassing both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Contemplating this, a fierce and fervent light ignited in Piccolo's eyes as he eagerly extended his hands, gently yet resolutely making contact with the body of the Namekian. Although this body was devoid of consciousness, Piccolo could sense a profound connection through their shared bloodline. Is this the original form I share with the Supreme Kai? As his fingertips grazed the surface, Piccolo distinctly perceived a surge of enigmatic primal energy flowing forth incessantly. With his eyes tightly shut, he let out a deep, resonant roar and resolutely commenced the assimilation. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted, illuminating the entire space with its radiant glow. Within this resplendent light, Piccolo profoundly experienced a momentous transformation unfolding within him. An indescribable, tremendous force surged into him, racing through his arms like a torrent breaching its confines, swiftly permeating every limb and sinew. As this powerful energy integrated into him, Piccolo's bones became unyieldingly resilient. Akin to forged steel, his muscles grew increasingly taut and robust, brimming with boundless explosive potential. At that moment, Piccolo could tangibly sense the tumultuous power roiling within him, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, harboring the potential for cataclysmic destruction. Ultimately, the body transformed into a radiant orb of light, wholly merging with Piccolo's being. Thus, Piccolo completed a staggering evolutionary journey, emerging as a superentity of unimaginable strength. As the assimilation reached its conclusion, Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, and in that instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him like a surging tide, instilling a sense of awe. He was acutely aware that through this metamorphosis, he had been reborn, becoming a far mightier existence. How does it feel? Dandy observed the sharp glint in Piccolo's eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was all too familiar with the wondrous sensation of an unexpected surge in power. Each time he received a system reward, he could distinctly perceive his own transformations, a sensation that often eclipsed even what Piccolo was experiencing now. However, Dandy reflected that he tended to be more reserved than Piccolo, outwardly exhibiting less excitement. I feel as though my entire being is imbued with boundless power, as if there is nothing beyond my reach. In the words of Bick, there is an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and fervor. Yet, despite his newfound strength, which he believes to be several times greater than before he assimilated this body, he is still met with an insurmountable feeling of admiration and distance when attempting to sense the aura emanating from Dandy. While it may not be the opportune moment to dampen your spirits, I must nonetheless suggest that we engage in a friendly duel to test our abilities. Dandy suddenly presented a bold suggestion, his gaze unwavering as it locked onto Pick. In the face of Dandy's challenge, a tremor coursed through Pick's heart. Despite having achieved such remarkable growth, he still sensed the unfathomable depths of Dandy's power. Could it be that even after his transformation, the chasm between himself and Dandy remained insurmountable? Perhaps it would be prudent to wait a moment longer. He too yearned to test the mettle of his current abilities. Though fully aware that he might not stand a chance against Dandy, Pick could hardly contain the excitement bubbling within him, eager to discover the extent of his capabilities. First, let him realize the third wish. After listening, Dandy nodded slightly in agreement. He pondered deeply. If he were to engage in a fierce battle with Piccolo at this moment, the immense energy fluctuations generated could inadvertently endanger the innocent Shenlong Purunga. The thought of potentially causing a grave accident weighed heavily on him. Considering the serious consequences that could arise, Dandy resolved to contemplate the matter of relocating Namek to a safer location. Recalling the wish that the Elder had previously mentioned, he began to seriously consider whether the time had come to execute this precautionary measure. This notion did not arise from thin air. In fact, Dandy had been contemplating it ever since he heard the Elder's vision. After all, the Dragon Balls, with their miraculous power to fulfill wishes, would undoubtedly attract the attention of many ill-intentioned individuals. The cosmos is vast, teeming with ambitious souls, and he could not remain on Namek indefinitely to ensure everyone's safety. If measures were not taken promptly to protect Namek and its inhabitants, it could lead to endless troubles and crises in the future. It is worth noting that even a formidable force like Frieza, leading a colossal evil army, had not succeeded in conquering the boundless universe. Within this expansive starry realm, many unknown and powerful forces surely lurk. These potential threats are akin to hidden beasts poised to jeopardize Namek at any moment. In light of such a daunting situation, only by preparing in advance can the enduring peace of Namek be assured. Dandy, you have long harbored a desire to seek the existence of the Super Shenlong. Perhaps this last wish should be yours to cherish. There is no need to rush. Waiting a little longer would not be a burden. Although Muri was aware of Dandy's intention to relocate Namek to a more secure place, he still hesitated. After all, Dandy had become an extraordinary powerhouse, the spiritual pillar of all Namekians. Even Piccolo had gradually grown stronger, thanks to Dandy's unwavering support. While Muri had witnessed Dandy's growth firsthand, he now held profound respect for the powerful figure Dandy had become. No need to concern yourself with this. I will surely find a way to gather information about the Super Shenlong. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, will also assist me in this quest. Prior to this, Dandy had already inquired about the Super Shenlong from Porunga twice, and he was reluctant to squander this precious opportunity for a wish. Very well. I am truly grateful to you, Dandy. Only then did Elder Muri finally nod in agreement. Grateful for what? This is a matter of great significance for all Namekians, as I too am one of them. Upon hearing Dandy's words, a shadow of unspoken sorrow flickered in Muri's eyes, as if he harbored some unspeakable burden. His lips parted slightly, caught between words he wished to speak yet held back. Dandy immediately discerned that the Grand Elder was preoccupied with something and promptly inquired, Grand Elder, do you have something on your mind? Please feel free to speak candidly. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and, no longer concealing his thoughts, slowly articulated, Dandy, I have watched you grow since childhood and know you exceedingly well. Yet, based on my observations and inferences, during your last wish to Porunga, you were indeed seeking to alter your physical form, were you not? However, as Porunga was unable to fulfill that desire, it informed you of the existence of the Eternal Dragon. Is that correct? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Dandy suddenly comprehended the implications. Although he had not explicitly wished to transform back into a human form, fundamentally, the act of modifying one's body signified, in the Grand Elder's eyes, his yearning to escape the confines of his Namekian body. Beside them, Piccolo was equally taken aback, gazing at Dandy with a perplexed expression, questioning, alter your body? Dandy, you are already so powerful, why would you still entertain such thoughts? Piccolo could not fathom why Dandy, possessing such immense strength, would desire to change his form. Chapter 179. Do you wish to pursue romance? Indeed. Dandy pondered for a moment, nodding as he convinced himself there was nothing to conceal and directly confessed. I wish to transform my body into that of a human. Transform into a human? Exclaimed Elder Muley, his face awash with astonishment, his voice brimming with incredulity. Beside him, Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, Dandy, why would you want to become a human? They found it utterly unfathomable and perplexing that Dandy would harbor such an eccentric notion. After all, had Dandy expressed a desire to become a scion to gain greater strength, both Piccolo and Elder Muley might have reluctantly accepted it. However, the very idea of him wishing to become a human was indeed confounding. Faced with their bewildered gazes, Dandy did not hasten to provide an answer. Instead, he turned his attention to Piccolo and inquired, Piccolo, having lived on Earth for quite some time, surely you must have some understanding of humans? Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, well, I can only say I know a little. As for the most part, I have been immersed in solitary training, with minimal interaction with Earth's inhabitants. Evidently, Piccolo failed to grasp what Dandy was attempting to convey. Moreover, even for Piccolo, Fully comprehending Dandy's sentiments was rather challenging. After all, in his eyes, Dandy had always been a child raised on Namek, and although he had lived on Earth for over a year, Namek was ultimately his true homeland. With this thought, Piccolo felt increasingly perplexed and could not help but inquire again. What exactly has prompted you to entertain such an idea? At that moment, Dandy seemed to fall into deep contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he slowly articulated, our Namekian race possesses many unique attributes. For instance, we can sustain our lives solely through water and sunlight, without the need to forage for food like other species. We reproduce asexually, thus never having to concern ourselves with romance or marriage. Furthermore, even when our bodies sustain injuries, we possess formidable self-healing abilities, allowing us to recover swiftly. Indeed, Muley and Piccolo responded, still wearing expressions of confusion. However, Piccolo, when you witness the satisfaction on the faces of humans as they indulge in exquisite delicacies, or observe the playful banter and tender glances shared between men and women, do you not perceive that Namekians seem to lack something in comparison? Lack something? Piccolo initially paused at this assertion. Dandy, are you suggesting that the life of a Namekian is too monotonous? Elder Muley suddenly spoke up, fully aware that Dandy, during his time on Namek, due to his tender age, was exempt from participating in the labor of cultivating vegetation. He spent his days idly within the village, apart from the occasional sip of water, appearing rather unoccupied. Dick was unaware of this fact. Yet he had sensed that Dandy was distinctly different from himself and from other Namekians. What precisely set him apart? Dick pondered, and then the memories of Dandy's remarkable performances in the recent martial arts competition surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and his face illuminated with enlightenment as he exclaimed, "Ah, I see. Dandy, no wonder you possess such profound understanding of Earthlings' notions of love. You must have devoted considerable thought to its intricacies. Could it be that you wish to experience the essence of love as Earthlings do? Love?" Elder Muley evidently found this term quite unfamiliar. Well, one might say so. Dandy was acutely aware that he could not disclose to the two individuals before him that he was, in fact, a genuine Earthling, inherently possessing all the emotions and desires that define humanity. His current yearning to revert to his original state as a human stemmed solely from a desire to return to his authentic self. Yet, confronted with their inquisitive probing, he could only respond in a vague and ambiguous manner. Dandy understood that openly admitting something now was far better than delaying the conversation for later. Since they had reached this point, avoiding the subject would only burden him with psychological weight when he made wishes in the future. I comprehend. Piccolo nodded gravely, his eyes sparkling with enlightenment. Indeed, he had often found himself curious about the myriad behaviors of humanity. However, in his pursuit of Sun Wukong and the attainment of formidable strength, Piccolo had channeled all his thoughts into training. Reflecting on his father, the great Demon King, Piccolo recalled how he had once been consumed by greed, influenced by humanity, and after separating from the gods, he had sought to dominate the entire earth. Yet, even as the most powerful being on the planet, the great Demon King, upon successfully ruling the earth, neither indulged in exquisite feasts nor succumbed to the allure of beautiful women. Instead, he seemed to revel solely in the supreme pleasure of conquering humanity and transcending all. It was no wonder Dandy desired a human body. Piccolo realized that without a human form, even achieving what his father had done would hold little joy. At this point, Dandy naturally understood why the elder was so concerned about his wishes, prompting him to add, "Elder, although I harbor such thoughts, rest assured, even if I were to become a human one day, I would never abandon our Namekian kin. Wherever I go, I shall never forsake my people." As he spoke, Dandy's tone was resolute and powerful, declaring his determination and conviction to all present. "I understand. I truly do, Dandy." Muley felt a wave of warmth surge within him upon hearing Dandy's words. He knew that Dandy had discerned his innermost thoughts, bringing him immense comfort and reassurance. His greatest fear had been that Dandy might abandon the Namekians, leaving them without a formidable ally. Muley gazed into the distance, as if envisioning the vast and mysterious cosmos. Yes, this expansive universe was so immense, containing countless unknown mysteries waiting to be explored and discovered. Their Namekian home, in this boundless cosmos, was but a grain of sand in the sea. With this realization, Muley increasingly aligned with Dandy's perspective. The universe was grand, undoubtedly filled with many things they had yet to witness or experience. "Dandy, I understand your desire to explore the unknown." Muley spoke slowly, his voice imbued with determination and openness. Simultaneously, his previously tense expression gradually relaxed, replaced by a radiant smile. Nevertheless, let us set aside these contemplations and focus on the matter at hand. Chapter 180. The confrontation on Beerus' planet. The Grand Elder, now completely at ease, redirected his thoughts towards the wish. Upon hearing the Grand Elder Muley's wish, Purunga shimmered briefly before transforming into 7 stones and vanishing from sight. Was this the fulfillment of the wish? The crowd felt nothing amiss, save for Dandy, who paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed that a positional change had indeed occurred. The aura of Son Goku and his companions, once located at 3 o'clock, had now shifted to 6 o'clock. What does this mean? Both Grand Elder Muley and Piccolo displayed expressions of confusion, prompting Dandy to hastily explain. This is a method used by Earthlings to denote direction. In essence, the entirety of Namek has relocated from its original position. Observing Dandy's manner of explanation, Piccolo and Muley did not focus on whether Namek had truly moved. Instead, they pondered internally why Dandy, having spent merely a little over a year on Earth, had acquired such a wealth of knowledge regarding Earth's culture. Even Piccolo, who was born on Earth, had not attained Dandy's level of understanding. All right, Piccolo, it's time for you to return to the God of Destruction, Dandy urged himself, resolved to ascertain whether he could comprehend the Ultra Instinct through sparring with the now formidable Piccolo. Simultaneously, Dandy contemplated the prudence of refraining from engaging in combat on Namek. The planet itself possessed a rather weak aura, and having been relocated by Purunga, it should remain inconspicuous. However, should he and Piccolo unleash their formidable powers on this planet, it was inevitable that its location would be compromised. If the whereabouts of Namek were revealed, his aspirations would be in vain. Should I depart now? Piccolo was taken aback by the inquiry. What, do you have something further to articulate? Dandy, perplexed, inquired. Not at all. To which Piccolo promptly replied, pondering the matter. He realized that he had little interaction with the Namekians, yet inexplicably, a sense of nostalgia lingered within him. Whether it was the influence of Nail or the recent embodiment he encountered, Piccolo mused to himself while resting his hand on Dandy's shoulder. So, Elder, we shall take our leave for now. Do visit us often. The Elder waved goodbye to Dandy and Piccolo, wearing a broad smile. It was only after witnessing the two vanish in an instant that he murmured, with Purunga's assistance, the safety of Namek should now be assured. Meanwhile, Dandy and Piccolo materialized before Son Wukong and Vegeta. Mr. Vegeta, you often lose your composure during battles. This is quite unacceptable. At that moment, the Angel Whis was guiding Son Wukong and Vegeta in their training. Despite Vegeta's proud demeanor, he felt subtly overpowered in his skirmishes with Son Wukong. Although it appeared that they were evenly matched, Vegeta harbored a simmering frustration that he could not express. Just a fraction more. Just a tiny bit. This pent-up irritation was akin to wielding a stick against a large-headed doll, always on the brink of victory, yet perpetually falling short, leading to escalating frustration and a disordered mindset. Vegeta, maintain your calm. It will enable you to perceive your opponent's movements more clearly. Son Wukong kindly advised from the sidelines. I don't need your reminders. I am well aware, Vegeta retorted impatiently. At that moment, receiving further correction from Whis only inflamed Vegeta's temper. Just then, he spotted Dandy returning with Piccolo and exclaimed, Hey, battling the same opponent repeatedly is dreadfully dull. Why not switch it up? Vegeta suggested, turning his gaze towards Piccolo. Do you wish to spar with me? Piccolo looked on in astonishment. Indeed, you don't intend to slack off, do you? During your absence for leisure, I have engaged in numerous rounds of practice. Vegeta clenched his fists, seemingly eager to vent his inner turmoil. Suppressing a smile, Piccolo realized that Vegeta was still unaware of his own enhanced abilities. Having grown accustomed to concealing his strength, he knew that as long as he refrained from making a move, others would remain oblivious to his true power. Alternatively, perhaps you should ask Mr. Dandy to assist you in recovering your stamina, Piccolo subtly suggested. Dandy naturally noticed the barely restrained smile at the corner of Piccolo's mouth, and he instantly comprehended Piccolo's implication. Piccolo truly understood Vegeta. If Vegeta were to lose shortly, he would undoubtedly attribute it to the excessive energy expended during his battle with Goku. With this thought in mind, Dandy wasted no time and swiftly approached Vegeta, restoring his full vitality. Let me witness the fruits of your training, he declared, crossing his arms and soaring beside the Angel Whis. Ah, Mr. Dandy, upon your return, you certainly seem to be in much better shape. Have you perhaps learned something about the Super Dragon Balls? Whis inquired with his characteristic smile. Not yet, but I have made some progress in my training. Dandy replied. Oh. Whiss's expression shifted to one of mild surprise as he continued, have you perhaps begun to grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct? Dandy hastily waved his hand and replied, not at all, but at least I now have a sparring partner. Dandy, with a playful wink directed towards Bick, spoke with a hint of mischief. Oh. Weiss instantly grasped the implication behind Dandy's gaze and leaned closer, whispering, so, it appears that Mr. Bick's prowess has significantly escalated? Dandy stifled a laugh and nodded. It seems that an entertaining spectacle is about to unfold, and Vegeta is likely still oblivious. Whis also wore a sly smile before continuing. Speaking of which, if you wish to gather intelligence, you might consider seeking out Zuno for inquiries. He is, one might say, almost omniscient. Zuno? Dandy was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name uttered by Whis. He mentally reviewed all his knowledge of the Dragon Ball universe, only to find that this name was absent. I understand now. Thank you, Lord Whis. Though Dandy harbored some doubts, he nonetheless committed the name to memory. After all, it was hardly surprising to be unfamiliar with this Dragon Ball realm. Even the angel Whis before him and the god of destruction, who was dozing not far away, were entirely unknown to him until now. All-knowing, perhaps? He chuckled softly. Nevertheless, Dandy scoffed at Whiss's claim of omniscience regarding Zuno, for there was no way he could be aware of the system residing within him. Meanwhile, Vegeta had unceremoniously transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. Let us get this started, he urged impatiently, aware that Piccolo's power surpassed that of Android 17, and that he did not require a transformation. Vegeta chose to unleash his most formidable form right from the outset. Chapter 181, a one-sided battle perhaps fueled by a pent-up, nameless fury. Vegeta felt an overwhelming rage coursing through him, as though ignited by this very fire, radiating intense energy from his entire being. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 state, he appeared more powerful than ever. His strength continued to surge, distorting the air around him due to his overwhelming might. Upon witnessing the golden aura swirling around Vegeta, accompanied by crackling lightning, Piccolo sensed the shift in power, and his expression grew decidedly more serious. He understood that Vegeta had entered a battle-ready state, compelling him to prepare himself as well. He removed his headband and discarded his cape, revealing his green skin and muscular physique. Still clinging to those outdated weighted training methods, are we? Vegeta remarked with a disdainful snort, his expression one of derision. Yet, Piccolo remained unfazed by Vegeta's mockery. He merely flexed his wrists and loosened his joints, engaging in warm-up exercises. Observing Piccolo's calm demeanor in the face of his taunts, Vegeta was taken aback, astonished by Piccolo's unflappable composure, devoid of any sign of anger or alarm. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Piccolo, his eyes glimmering with determination and challenge. He knew that Piccolo had witnessed his power as a Super Saiyan 2, yet at this moment, he could discern no trace of apprehension in Piccolo's gaze. Vegeta's expression turned serious, for he could vaguely sense the immense power stirring within Piccolo. The indifference emanating from Piccolo ignited a sense of frustration and fury within Vegeta. He had believed that his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 would compel Piccolo to approach the battle with utmost seriousness, allowing him to triumph overwhelmingly. Yet, he was taken aback by Piccolo's seemingly effortless demeanor. Enough of this charade, Piccolo. Behold. Although Vegeta felt a surge of doubt, he bellowed fiercely and surged towards Piccolo like a bolt of lightning. In his Super Saiyan 2 state, Vegeta instantly arrived before Piccolo, raising his fist with formidable strength aimed at his opponent. The wind from his punch howled, as if it could tear the very air asunder. Yet, Piccolo merely tilted to the side and effortlessly evaded Vegeta's onslaught. Vegeta's heart raced with astonishment. He had not anticipated Piccolo's speed to be so astonishingly swift. It seems your speed has increased yet again. Is this the source of your confidence? Vegeta remarked, undeterred, as he quickly altered his attack and struck once more at Piccolo. However, before he could react, Piccolo extended a hand and grasped Vegeta's fist firmly. Enough of your arrogance. Is this truly all the strength you possess, Prince of the Saiyans? Piccolo's voice was cold and composed, yet it pierced Vegeta's ears with an acute sharpness. Damn it! Vegeta seethed, incredulous that Piccolo could withstand his blow. He roared in fury, attempting to struggle free, but found his fist ensnared as if trapped in an iron vice, rendering him immobile. His eyes widened in fury as he unleashed a tremendous surge of power, striving to break free from Piccolo's grasp. Yet, Piccolo's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. Despite the golden aura surging from him, he could not escape. What is happening? Vegeta quickly realized the gravity of his predicament. The Piccolo before him had inexplicably acquired such overwhelming power. Curse it, take this. With no hope of breaking free, Vegeta extended his other hand, gathering potent energy. Humph. It seems you still do not comprehend the chasm that lies between us, Piccolo remarked, applying slight pressure. Vegeta felt an immense force surging through him, causing agonizing pain in his arm, and the energy in his other hand dissipated. Unforgivable. Vegeta gritted his teeth in rage, his heart brimming with indignation. He could hardly fathom that he would find himself so easily overpowered by Piccolo. However, Vegeta was not one to concede defeat easily. With a fierce roar, the golden radiance surrounding him blazed even brighter. Observing this, Piccolo released Vegeta's fist, adopting a stance that invited him to strike. Vegeta, back when you faced Frieza, you held this very attitude. You approached the ultimate android cell with the same arrogance, looking down upon all. Today, I shall demonstrate that you must never underestimate others, nor harbor such disdain. Vegeta, incensed by the previous encounters, surged once more towards Piccolo, unleashing a flurry of formidable techniques, punches, kicks, an energy blast that rained down upon Piccolo like a tempest. Yet, Piccolo's prowess had transcended that of Vegeta, effortlessly countering each of his assaults. He moved with an ethereal grace, eluding Vegeta's strikes with precision and retaliating with equal vigor. Do not overestimate your own strength, Piccolo declared, deftly dodging another of Vegeta's attacks before launching a powerful energy wave. Vegeta hastily attempted to evade, but the energy wave grazed him, inflicting a painful wound. Shock coursed through Vegeta. He had not anticipated the overwhelming might of Piccolo's energy attack, which proved so challenging to evade. He realized that defeat was likely imminent. Yet he refused to succumb in disgrace. Even in loss, he sought to maintain his dignity. Resolute, Vegeta focused intently on countering Piccolo's onslaught. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not gain the upper hand, struggling merely to keep pace with Piccolo's movements. The disparity in their strengths was staggering. Each of Piccolo's strikes bore down upon Vegeta with immense pressure. Gradually, as he recognized the futility of his efforts to land a hit, despair began to envelop him. Observing this clash, Goku was drawn into contemplation. When did Piccolo become this formidable? Vegeta stands no chance against him, even transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta remains utterly outmatched. It seems I, too, would not be a match for Piccolo, Goku concluded, furrowing his brow. What a delightful turn of events. Suddenly, a look of excitement crossed Goku's face. Thus, I shall set a modest objective to surpass Piccolo in my training. Goku, keenly aware of the inevitable outcome of this battle, understood that Piccolo's strength far exceeded Vegeta's. There was no way for Vegeta to triumph over him. Dandy, where exactly did you both go? Goku inquired, suspecting that the recent surge in Piccolo's power was somehow linked to their earlier absence. We traveled to Namek. Piccolo has regained his form from before his separation from the Supreme Kai, thus amplifying his strength, but I have not experienced a similar enhancement. Dandy observed with a faint smile as Piccolo ruthlessly assaulted Vegeta. While this inevitably might incite resentment within Vegeta towards Piccolo, one could only hope that he might glean some valuable lesson from this encounter. On the battlefield, Piccolo launched another attack. With his hands clasped together, he suddenly spread them wide, unleashing a colossal energy wave that shot forth with great speed. Vegeta, his injured body bleeding profusely, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Despite his efforts to muster his spirits, a sudden bout of vertigo struck him, leaving him unable to evade the impending threat. In a frantic attempt, Vegeta raised his hands in defense, but his strength was utterly insufficient to withstand the ferocity of Piccolo's energy wave. The overwhelming force of the attack engulfed Vegeta's form entirely. Chapter 182. Dandy's new plan as Vegeta was completely consumed by the energy wave unleashed by Piccolo. Son Goku, who was watching from the sidelines, wore an expression of disbelief. How could this happen? Goku knew that upon his return, Piccolo had exhibited a power several times greater than before, and the might of this attack was indeed formidable. However, Goku also recognized that this assault was not beyond Vegeta's capacity to evade. He was acutely aware of Vegeta's abilities, knowing that they were nearly evenly matched. Yet, witnessing the event unfold, it was undeniable that Vegeta had been overwhelmed by Piccolo's energy wave. Goku had failed to consider that Vegeta, after a series of intense battles, had significantly depleted his stamina, and the loss of blood had severely impaired his reflexes. Dandy, Goku called out suddenly, hoping that Dandy would swiftly come to Vegeta's aid, only to find that Dandy had already vanished from his original position. Curse it! Just then, amidst the swirling dust, Vegeta's furious roar echoed. Accompanied by a brilliant flash of golden light, a powerful aura surged forth, dispersing the dust entirely. Vegeta's figure emerged, albeit in tatters. Yet it was evident that he remained unscathed. Beside him stood none other than Dandy, who had appeared at the critical moment when Vegeta seemed destined for demise. Employing his healing techniques to save him from an untimely fate, Dandy was taken aback. The moment Vegeta was revived, he exhibited not the slightest hint of gratitude. Instead, he erupted in fury, unleashing his full power, poised to engage in a fierce battle with Piccolo. Piccolo, your current strength is rather impressive. Vegeta has been toyed within the palm of your hand. Dandy chose to disregard Vegeta, instead bestowing a radiant smile upon Piccolo as he spoke. Dandy is aware that Piccolo's first demise was a consequence bestowed by Vegeta. Although on Namek, shortly after merging with Nail, Piccolo's strength had momentarily eclipsed that of Vegeta. His primary focus was directed towards confronting Frieza. Hence, despite some verbal sparring, Piccolo refrained from engaging Vegeta in battle. Following that encounter, Piccolo found himself bereft of the opportunity to resolve their lingering animosity. It is believed that after this battle, Piccolo might have laid to rest a certain concern. Piccolo, henceforth, allow me to be your adversary, Dandy continued. Although Vegeta had unleashed his full power, his face contorted with rage. Both Dandy and Piccolo no longer regarded him as a threat. Even Goku, who was watching from the sidelines, understood that Vegeta was no match for Piccolo at this moment. Dandy's words served as a stark reminder to Vegeta that he indeed could not contend with Piccolo now. Damn it, Piccolo, you must have fused with someone again. I will not rest until I surpass you, relying on such underhanded methods to enhance your strength. Just wait. Vegeta, fully aware that he was not currently Piccolo's equal, chose to swallow his pride for the time being. After uttering this, he flew away without a backward glance. That guy seems rather shaken, Goku murmured, observing Vegeta's departure. Soon, he became troubled. Without Vegeta to spar with, his upcoming training would be quite a conundrum. Meanwhile, in midair, Piccolo clenched his fists. The previous battle had not allowed him to fully unleash his power. Thus, upon hearing Dandy express his desire to engage him, he was eager to take action. Mr. Dandy, I apologize. Piccolo swiftly closed the distance between them and spoke softly, do unleash your full strength. Dandy's face lit up with anticipation as he intently observed Piccolo's movements. Given Piccolo's effortless handling of Vegeta moments ago, it was evident that his strength now surpassed Vegeta's peak state by several folds. Aside from the deities Whis and Beerus, Piccolo was undoubtedly the most formidable training partner he could find. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded vigorously and swiftly launched an attack towards Dandy. However, as he watched Piccolo's approaching strike, Dandy couldn't help but feel it lacked both speed and power, prompting him to click his tongue in disappointment. It still fell short of the effect I desired. As Dandy deftly evaded Bix's onslaught, he found himself lost in contemplation. It appeared that advancing further in the art of combat would prove to be a formidable challenge. The so-called Ziyajigong seemed utterly elusive, presenting no discernible path. He pondered how his prowess in battle might transform should he manage to enhance his strength once more. Suddenly, Dandy recalled that his upgraded system had yet to be activated. This system had the potential to return a staggering 10,000-fold increase in combat power. Piccolo had already become the most formidable being, aside from himself, and possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, with a vitality so potent that even when on the brink of death, he would not succumb easily. This made him the ideal choice for enhancing combat prowess. With this thought, Dandy felt invigorated. Meanwhile, Piccolo was fully engaged in adapting to his new physique. Although he had acquired immense combat strength, in his current state, he could only harness about 60 to 70% of his capabilities. With each successive attack, Piccolo sensed his speed gradually increasing and his movements becoming increasingly coordinated. Yet, he keenly perceived that Dandy's mind was elsewhere. Was Mr. Dandy preoccupied with something? Was he still contemplating becoming a Terran? Piccolo mused, simultaneously marveling at Dandy's prowess. Despite being distracted, he could still effortlessly counter Piccolo's assaults. Piccolo felt Dandy's strength was akin to an unfathomable abyss. Even after amplifying his own power several-fold, he still could not discern the true extent of Dandy's abilities. I cannot afford to be distracted. Piccolo realized that his thoughts had begun to waver, straying into realms beyond combat. He shook his head vigorously, striving to refocus. He needed to closely observe Mr. Dandy's movements and capture his intentions, just as Piccolo prepared to concentrate on the battle. He suddenly noticed a shift in Dandy's gaze directed at him. What is happening? Piccolo felt a tightening in his chest, followed by a sensation of dizziness. Was Mr. Dandy's aura intensifying? Piccolo recognized that his disorientation stemmed from the formidable energy emanating from Dandy. Piccolo, a battle that does not risk your life may not elevate your strength. Will it? In this dizzy state, Piccolo realized Dandy's voice had changed pitch, seemingly echoing from all directions, making it difficult to pinpoint its source. Steady yourself. Piccolo quickly shook his head, centering his thoughts until the vision of Dandy before him became clear. Yes. Once he regained his focus, Piccolo responded with determination. Very well. Then prepare for the possibility of death. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Dandy's excitement surged forth, for in his eyes, Piccolo had suddenly transcended the realm of mere humanity, transforming instead into a vessel of experience, awaiting to be unraveled. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Sun Wukong was equally exhilarated, a hint of a smile gracing his features as he intently observed the two figures suspended in midair. Mr. Dandy is about to get serious. Piccolo is preparing to unleash his full potential. Let me witness the extraordinary clash that awaits. Unlike Vegeta's inner fragility, Sun Wukong found himself fervently inspired by those more powerful than himself, for such encounters signified vast avenues for his own growth, providing him with both purpose and direction for his impending training. Chapter 183. Power Surge. Piccolo, attuned to the shift in Dandy's demeanor, sensed a palpable change in the latter's aura. What kind of gaze is that? A chilling intent seeped from Dandy's eyes, laced with an undercurrent of excitement. Just as Piccolo was momentarily entranced, Dandy sprang into action, transforming into a mere blur that charged toward him with astonishing speed. How swift! Piccolo barely registered the fleeting shadow before darkness engulfed his vision, a powerful fist crashing violently into his face. Ugh! In an instant, Piccolo felt as though his very brain were on the verge of being dislodged, his consciousness wavering. The next moment, a sudden chill coursed through his chest. Although he could not see, he instinctively recognized that he had been pierced through. What is happening? A searing agony erupted within him, leaving Piccolo bewildered at Dandy's unexpected ferocity. I can't breathe. Am I to perish? Despair gripped Piccolo as he struggled to comprehend Dandy's drastic transformation, feeling an icy dread creeping over him as his vitality rapidly waned. In the midst of his hopelessness, a warm current enveloped him, rejuvenating his body with its nurturing embrace. And he found himself healed in an instant. Piccolo opened his eyes to find Dandy gazing at him with a beaming smile. Before he could catch his breath, Dandy raised his arm once more. Wait a moment. Piccolo shouted urgently, but Dandy was resolute, striking again, severing Piccolo's right arm with brutal precision. Ack! Piccolo erupted in a piercing cry of agony, simultaneously engulfed in disbelief. What is happening? Confusion clouded his expression as he grappled with Dandy's drastic shift in temperament. Despair now? Suffer indeed. Struggle upon the precipice of life and death. As Dandy spoke, he once again thrust his hand through Piccolo's body, repeatedly pulling him back from the brink of death. Was Mr. Dandy attempting to awaken Piccolo's latent potential? Observing from the sidelines, Son Goku was equally perplexed by Dandy's intentions. He could only watch as Dandy relentlessly battered Piccolo to the point of near demise, only to resurrect him once more. Such infernal training might prove beneficial for a scion. But could it truly be advantageous for a Namekian as well? Goku found himself bewildered, particularly by Dandy's choice to employ this method of training at this very moment. Enough already. Piccolo found himself utterly powerless against Dandy's assault, enduring an incessant wave of agony. Despite his formidable regenerative abilities, he had no opportunity to employ them. Each time he was injured, before he could even respond and activate his regeneration, Dandy had already healed him. Piccolo felt as though he was living a fate worse than death, as if he were trapped in the depths of hell. All he could do was cry out for it to stop and wail in torment, even when he recalled the torment he had suffered at the hands of Frieza, or the cruelty inflicted by Android 17. He still felt that neither of those experiences could compare to the suffering he was enduring now. Is this what hell is like? Surely, even the afterlife could not be this agonizing. Piccolo mused inwardly, the relentless pain rendering even the act of thought exceedingly difficult. Seeing this, Dandy had no choice but to accelerate his pace. How infuriating it was that the probability of activating the system was so low. There was undeniably a 1% chance of success. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Dandy quickened his movements. At last, the anguished cries of Piccolo faded into silence. In a burst of extreme speed, he deftly employed both hands. One hand swiftly pierced Piccolo's body while the other, before Piccolo could even register the pain, cast a healing spell, restoring him completely. However, even Sun Wukong could sense something amiss. It seemed that Mr. Dandy was not merely training Piccolo at such a velocity. Piccolo would have had no opportunity to react at all. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of hell, Yama was observing the book of life and death before him, where an unprecedented occurrence unfolded. What was happening? Yama noticed a name flickering on the pages, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Straining to decipher the elusive text, he was unable to discern the name before the flickering ceased. Truly a peculiar phenomenon. What on earth had transpired? Just as this strange occurrence lasted less than a minute, it vanished, and the name ultimately did not remain in the book of life and death. Yama dismissed it as a minor anomaly, perhaps a fleeting illusion born of his prolonged labor. After stretching and sipping some tea, he resumed his work. At that moment on Beerus's planet, Dandy finally halted his actions. Although Piccolo had fully recovered from his injuries, he remained shaken, as if still ensnared in an endless cycle of torment, experiencing phantom pains. Staring in disbelief at his own chest, he found no visible signs of injury. Yet, the tattered clothing and the bloodstains served as constant reminders that the recent events were no mere figment of imagination. In the next instant, Piccolo instinctively retreated a few steps, casting a puzzled glance at Dandy. Although he understood that if Dandy wished to attack him again, he would stand no chance of evasion, the lingering fear compelled him to withdraw. Dandy, however, did not cast a glance at Bick. Instead, a grave expression adorned his face as he fixated upon his own hands. "Mr. Dandy, have you just been under the influence of something?" Bick inquired cautiously, for he could conceive of no other explanation for Dandy's behavior. "Indeed, Mr. Dandy. What transpired moments ago?" Sun Wukong, observing Dandy's momentary daze, stepped forward to inquire as well. Dandy, however, had no time to attend to the two individuals. He was merely reveling in the formidable power he had just awakened within the system. It was overwhelmingly potent. This strength was truly extraordinary. Dandy felt as though he had embarked upon an entirely new realm, compared to his previous powers. His current strength was no longer a mere multiplication of magnitude, but rather a qualitative transformation. "Mr. Dandy?" Observing Dandy lost in thought, Bick became increasingly certain of his suspicions, while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. If any entity capable of controlling one's mind were to emerge, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Bick contemplated, immediately adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, Weiss, who had initially retreated to take rest with Beerus, sensed the unusual atmosphere and hastily approached. "What has transpired?" Weiss inquired with astonishment, simultaneously perceiving an enigmatic aura emanating from Dandy. Chapter 184, Return to Earth. Dandy also sensed the aura emanating from Vis. What could this aura be? Could it possibly be the essence of divinity? Dandy had never sensed any aura emanating from Weiss before. Yet now he discovered a mysterious essence surrounding Weiss that he had never perceived previously. Could it be that I have been bestowed with formidable powers, having grazed the divine realm? This was the only explanation Dandy could conceive. However, if I have indeed brushed against the divine, then Weiss should also be able to detect the divine essence within me. Dandy swiftly realized the situation. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to concealing his presence and, having recently received a return from the system, did not fully unleash his aura. It is best not to reveal his true strength just yet. Dandy silently resolved within himself. "Dandy, what were you just doing?" Weiss inquired, observing the peculiar atmosphere of the scene. "I was practicing with Bick," he replied. Dandy responded with a calm demeanor. Yet it was evident that Bick's strength was still unable to keep pace with my own, thus igniting my potential. Upon hearing Dandy's additional remarks, Bick inquired in bewilderment, "Dandy, do you recall what you were just doing?" Dandy undoubtedly nodded, as he certainly remembered and was aware of the doubts plaguing Piccolo's mind. After all, he had deliberately uttered those words to provide Piccolo with a genuine near-death experience, instilling a sense of despair within him. Goku, with a grave expression, turned to Dandy and could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Dandy, were you truly attempting to kill Piccolo just now?" Upon hearing Goku's words, Whis finally displayed an expression of astonishment. "Kill Piccolo? Dandy, what is the meaning of this?" Although Whis, as an angel, was not permitted to interfere in the affairs of ordinary mortals, The power he sensed emanating from Dandy had piqued his curiosity. I sought to enhance Piccolo's strength, Dandy explained, and wished to ascertain whether the methods that empower scions would yield the same results with Piccolo. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Piccolo nodded, as this seemed to clarify the past events. At the very least, it alleviated the gloom that had lingered in Piccolo's heart. Though the explanation was somewhat tenuous, it at least made Piccolo understand that Dandy's intentions were well-meaning. Thank you, Dandy. Piccolo exhaled with relief, expressing his gratitude. Not at all, Dandy replied with a smirk. I merely intended to frighten you into believing I truly meant to kill you. Dandy understood that he could not continue to dwell on this matter. Otherwise, his words would not withstand scrutiny. Just as he pondered how to shift the conversation, Beerus sauntered over with a languid expression. I am quite famished. Hurry and prepare something to eat. Upon observing this, Whis displayed a subtle smile. Lord Beerus, I did not anticipate your hunger would manifest so swiftly. Beerus nodded slightly and replied, It's not so much hunger as it is a craving. I yearn to sample the exquisite instant noodles of Earth. Whis's smile broadened at this. Indeed, it has been quite some time since we last indulged in Earth's culinary delights. Shall we make a trip to Earth? With a grin, Whis tightened his grip on his staff and turned to Dandy and the others. Would you care to join us on this journey to Earth? Upon hearing this, Dandy nodded in agreement. He now found little interest in remaining here for further cultivation, instead eager to swiftly seek out the whereabouts of the super dragon. Sun Wukong also nodded, for it had been several months since his last return, and if he delayed any longer, Chi-Chi would surely become irate. Piccolo had no choice but to nod as well, realizing that remaining here alone would be rather tedious. He too wished to see Son Gohan. Then let us depart together. With a smile, Whis gestured with his staff, swiftly carrying the group away, ensuring to collect Vegeta along the way. Upon arriving on Earth, Bulma, aware of Beerus's formidable nature, proceeded to host a grand banquet as per tradition. However, aside from Whis, the god of destruction, and Sun Wukong, the rest of the attendees were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Vegeta felt an unease upon seeing Piccolo, instinctively turning his face away, having just arrived on Earth. He secluded himself in a room, seemingly plotting something. Although Piccolo had no particular interest in the feast, he remained at the banquet, silently observing Son Gohan and Videl. Dandy sought out Master Roshi on Turtle Island. What? You wish to find my sister, the fortune teller? Master Roshi was perplexed by how Dandy had come to know of her. Nevertheless, since Dandy had mentioned it, Master Roshi had no choice but to lead him there. Upon understanding Dandy's intentions, the fortune teller shook her head and remarked, As for the tournament, it is unnecessary. My subordinates would stand no chance against a creature like you. However, I fear my abilities may not extend to divining matters beyond this earth. Hearing her words, Dandy appeared somewhat disheartened, but in the next moment, the fortune teller uttered a name. You might consider seeking out Sage Zuno. Sage Zuno? Dandy felt as though he had encountered this name before. Upon further contemplation, it seemed that even the angel Vis had once suggested he seek him out. Where could he be? Dandy immediately inquired, What about that? The fortune teller helplessly responded, I am uncertain as well. Perhaps you should consult the Cosmic Officer. Cosmic Officer? Dandy was once again taken aback. Who could this individual possibly be? This person had visited Earth several decades ago and appeared to be quite familiar with a woman named Bulma's sister. He possessed considerable knowledge regarding the affairs of the Milky Way within the vast universe. The fortune teller, having lived for several centuries, retained some understanding of events that transpired decades ago. Decades ago? Bulma's sister? Dandy once again found himself overwhelmed by these unfamiliar matters. It was perplexing how so many things could arise of which he was entirely oblivious. However, recalling a memory from long ago, Dandy inquired of the fortune-telling old woman, Are you capable of locating anything that exists on this planet? To which she replied, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, what is it that you wish to find? He then recounted a tale from ages past, about an extraterrestrial named Bibidi who had brought an egg to Earth. Dandy whispered, An egg from long ago? The fortune teller was immediately taken aback, pondering the incredibility of such a notion. How long ago could that possibly be? Perhaps it dates back to the time when humanity first began to walk upright. Dandy spoke with a hint of uncertainty. What? An egg from such a long time ago? Even if it still exists, it must have turned into a fossil by now. Upon hearing Dandy's words, the fortune teller nearly toppled from her crystal ball in shock. That is unlikely. It should still be somewhere on Earth. Well, since you are so certain, I shall assist you in the search. With that, the fortune teller descended from her crystal ball and began to chant an incantation. Chapter 185. The Resurrection of Bu after the fortune teller's divination. Dandy discovered the location of Majin Buu's egg. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way toward that direction. Before long, Dandy arrived at the place indicated by the fortune teller. Is this the spot? Dandy gazed at the desolate expanse before him, a sense of bewilderment stirring within. Yet he resolutely commenced digging as dictated by the oracle. With each movement, the earth gradually yielded to reveal a substantial pit, extending deep into the ground for over 10 kilometers. It was amidst a heap of rubble that Dandy stumbled upon an extraordinary object. After clearing away the surrounding soil and debris, he discerned that it was, in fact, a colossal egg. What a truly magnificent specimen! He marveled at the sight of this enormous egg, resembling a giant walnut. Extending his hand, he touched the shell, sensing a lingering warmth upon its surface. To his astonishment, he had indeed managed to uncover it. Dandy murmured to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Recently, an overwhelming number of unknown individuals and occurrences had emerged. Were it not for the possibility of actually locating this egg, I might genuinely believe I had traversed into a realm far removed from the familiar Dragon Ball universe. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Dandy resolved to eradicate Majin Buu while he still had the opportunity, lest he inadvertently allow this creature to resurrect in ignorance, potentially unleashing unforeseen chaos. Although he had acquired formidable power, Majin Buu remained an exceedingly perilous entity. Should he return, the repercussions could be unimaginable if mishandled. However, before that, let me seek some amusement. After all, Majin Buu's abilities are indeed quite intriguing. Suddenly, Dandy was struck by an idea, and a mischievous smile crept across his lips. He extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the egg, channeling a modicum of his power into its depths, accompanied by the resounding crackle of his vital energy. The colossal egg seemed to boil, rapidly releasing a plume of steam. Ah, I never anticipated that I could truly resurrect this creature. Observing the swirling mass of pink vapor coalescing in midair, a faint smile graced Dandy's face. Come forth, let me see how many blows you, the once ultimate boss, can withstand against my might. Dandy fixed his gaze intently on the swirling mass of energy suspended in midair, fully immersed in the subtle essence it harbored. However, despite his ability to perceive the fluctuations of power within the mass, it remained stubbornly formless. What could be the reason? Dandy could not help but feel a flicker of doubt arise within him. According to his recollection, this mass of gas should be able to successfully coalesce into the formidable Majin Buu. Was it truly the case that the resurrection of Majin Buu could only be accomplished with Babiti's intervention? Dandy began to question whether his premature actions had led to the failure of Majin Buu's resurrection. However, I could distinctly sense that there was indeed a certain power within that mass of gas. Dandy furrowed his brow, his gaze intensifying as he fixated on the swirling mass of gas, endeavoring to uncover the truth. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that the individual had sensed his formidable power, hence refraining from revealing themselves too readily? Dandy murmured to himself. At that moment, the mass of gas seemed to respond to Dandy's words, or perhaps it was gradually awakening, beginning to coalesce slowly. Indeed, I was certain that with that creature's intellect, it could not possibly be deterred by fear from emerging. Dandy's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence. At last, suspended in midair, a plump, pink figure gradually materialized. This figure appeared round and adorable, its entire form exuding a delightful charm that made one irresistibly inclined to pinch it. Haha, success! Dandy exclaimed with excitement, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Boo! As the pink entity coalesced into a rotund figure, Boo finally revealed himself, exuberantly shouting in delight. Having just awakened, Boo energetically stretched out his arms and legs, not forgetting to indulge in a grand yawn. So, you are the one who released my seal? After completing this series of movements, Boo finally turned his gaze towards Dandy, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, Oh, it seems you are not as foolish as I had presumed. Dandy was astonished that Boo could grasp the situation, and a hint of a mocking smile crept onto his face as he replied, Well, how delightful it is to be out. I am truly grateful for your rescue. Majin Buu joyfully bounced in place, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement at his newfound freedom. Suddenly, he halted his jubilant leaps and, with utmost reverence, bowed deeply to Dandy in gratitude. Dandy widened his eyes, pondering in silence. How is this fellow so utterly unlike what I had envisioned? Although he still appeared somewhat foolish, his unexpected display of politeness was truly surprising. Henceforth, you shall be my new master. Majin Buu continued to address Dandy. Master, Dandy was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt emerging within him. He pondered the intentions of the demon Bu, contemplating. Could it be that this fellow has also mastered the art of opportunism? Perhaps he is compelled to address me as his master due to the overwhelming power I possess. Dandy felt a surge of joy within. If Majin Bu could maintain such a demeanor, it would indeed represent a formidable power. He silently contemplated this in his mind, yet his face betrayed little emotion. Come here. Let me feel. Dandy suddenly extended his hand, his tone laced with an air of command. He felt a profound curiosity regarding Majin Bu's attitude and sought to ascertain whether Majin Bu genuinely submitted to his authority. Majin Bu obediently approached Dandy, slightly bowing, standing silently without any hint of resistance. Seeing this, Dandy couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, this creature, Majin Bu, is indeed quite obedient. Having it as a pet wouldn't be so bad after all. A subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. Dandy extended his right hand, gently caressing the top of Majin Bu's head. The sensation transmitted through his fingertips was slightly soft, as if he were touching a rubber object. This peculiar feeling compelled Dandy to stroke it a few more times. Good boy, be obedient. Upon witnessing this scene, Majin Bu dutifully leaned his head against Dandy's side. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, as if he were utterly fascinated by his new master. Dandy gazed at the seemingly docile Majin Bu, a flicker of joy blossoming within him. What an unexpected gain indeed. I wonder if the current Piccolo could be a match for this creature. Perhaps I should put it to the test. As he pondered this, he prepared to depart with Majin Bu. However, at that very moment, as Dandy turned away, Majin Bu's expression shifted abruptly to one of ferocity and cunning. In an instant, he transformed into a massive, menacing figure, akin to a ferocious beast, lunging toward Dandy with alarming speed. Chapter 186, The Unfinished Bu. Though Dandy had his back turned to the malevolent Majin Bu, the training he received from Bobo had honed his ability to perceive the surrounding environment through the subtle shifts in the air. As Majin Bu launched his assault, he immediately sensed the ominous presence of danger. You truly are quite untrustworthy. Upon perceiving Bu's movements, Dandy did not look back. A faint smile of confidence graced his lips. Simultaneously, he extended his hand with lightning speed, unleashing a ki blast that instantly pierced a massive hole in Bu's form. Caught off guard by this unexpected strike, the demon Bu was astonished to realize that his ambush had utterly failed. Dandy turned around, casting a cold, penetrating gaze upon the fiend known as Majin Bu, a flicker of authority dancing in his eyes. Majin Bu, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Dandy, swiftly realized that the youth before him was not to be trifled with. As he felt the tortured writhing of that grotesque form, Dandy gradually pivoted, his voice icy as he remarked, I must admit, your cunning has taken me by surprise. I nearly forgot that you have yet to sever ties with that malevolent entity. It all makes sense now. To be frank, I have long been curious about the extent of your injuries that render you incapable of restoration. Now that you have made your move, I am genuinely eager to test the waters, much like dissecting an earthworm to discover precisely how small a segment can be severed before regeneration ceases. Dandy's face displayed a curious expression, which appeared somewhat sinister in the eyes of Bu. How could you possibly know so much? Bu, realizing he had been exposed, became increasingly enraged. Ha, that I shall not divulge, he exclaimed. The reason I have not obliterated you directly, but instead chose to revive you, is merely to satiate my curiosity. Upon hearing this, Bu's demeanor grew serious, yet Dandy ceased his idle chatter and launched an attack. However, rather than striking, Dandy's movements resembled the manipulation of dough. He grasped Bu, stretching and folding him repeatedly, as if he were a living mass of rubber. This fellow's texture is truly devoid of any bones, Dandy mused, akin to a form of pliable, animated clay. Dandy toyed with Majin Bu as if he were a mere mass of dough, effortlessly manipulating him. This astonishing scene was fortuitously witnessed by Babidi, who was in the demon realm, searching for the whereabouts of Majin Bu. Who on earth is this individual? He appears to be a Namekian. Yet how does he possess knowledge of Majin Bu? It is utterly confounding that the universe's mightiest being, Majin Bu, is being handled so casually, as if he were but a pliable substance. Babidi felt as though his very worldview was being shattered by the spectacle before him. Dandy felt the Majin Bu in his hand seemingly striving to revert to its original form, yet he continuously thwarted its attempts, possessing immense power. Dandy had not encountered anything that could evoke a sense of resilience in him for a long time. Even the universe's most unyielding substances could be effortlessly crushed to dust beneath his grasp. Consequently, in his daily life, he hesitated to apply force to anything, treating even a can of soda as if it were a fragile bubble, fearing it might burst at the slightest pressure. Thus, as he held Majin Buu, he resembled a child in kindergarten who had just been gifted a large mass of Play-Doh, eagerly unleashing his power and allowing it to overflow from his fingertips. After a considerable duration, Dandy reluctantly ceased his playful manipulation, and only then did Majin Buu finally manage to revert to its original shape. However, this time, the restored Buu was no longer in its rotund form. Instead, it was muscular and exuded an aura of strength. To his astonishment, he realized that even when molded like dough, it could still possess an astonishing vitality. Seeing this, Dandy teased, "Oh, are you angry? I didn't notice. Have you perhaps merged with a gorilla?" Majin Buu, unable to comprehend Dandy's jest, wore a face of fury. Though he possessed a modicum of intelligence, he did not possess a profound depth of cunning, and thus he could not suppress his wrath at that moment. A formidable aura erupted from the vents atop Buu's head, as he pounded his chest with great force. Upon witnessing this, Dandy could not help but chuckle. The Majin Buu before him bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent Buu from his memories. "Very well, I have had my amusement. You, wretched creature, are inherently wicked, and it would be wise to leave no future repercussions." Dandy, with an air of nonchalance, suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor. His expression darkened as he swiftly extended his hand, fingers splayed, and in an instant, a surge of energy shot forth with remarkable speed. Dandy unleashed his full strength in this strike, marking the first occasion he had done so since receiving the system's tenfold return. To mitigate any potential catastrophic effects on Earth, he deliberately initiated his attack from below, honing his power to precisely envelop Majin Buu's entire form. However, this formidable force proved to be utterly unstoppable, obliterating Buu's body without hesitation and continuing its trajectory into the cosmos. From the vantage point of the universe, Dandy's assault appeared inconspicuous, akin to a slender white hair sprouting from the surface of the blue planet. Yet, what Dandy did not foresee was that this energy wave would persist in its journey through the cosmos, annihilating every obstacle in its path. Now that the trouble had been resolved, it was time to seek out the so-called sage Zuno. By the way, does Bulma truly have a sister? Dandy, filled with curiosity, soared towards Bulma's residence. In the Dark Demon Realm, Babidi had witnessed firsthand the entire process of Dandy vanquishing Majin Buu, and he was astonished, his mouth agape, when he suddenly noticed in the distance a writhing mass of small fragments appearing shortly after Dandy's departure. Majin Buu had not been entirely eradicated. Realizing the implication, Babidi promptly replayed the footage to comprehend the situation. Although Dandy's recent strike had indeed obliterated Majin Buu earlier, when Buu had attacked Dandy, Dandy had pierced him with a blow that sent several fragments flying far away. When Buu later healed himself, he had failed to reclaim these minute pieces. Thus, while Buu had been mostly annihilated by Dandy, these overlooked remnants had survived. Nevertheless, due to the majority of Buu's body being completely destroyed rather than shattered into pieces, these few neglected morsels, though still alive, were struggling to recover fully, merely writhing in place. Excellent. Babidi, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. According to his original plan, he needed to continuously employ his dark magic within the Dark Demon Realm, manipulating hearts and gradually recruiting powerful subordinates to establish his own dominion. He intended to leverage the conflict between Dabura and Goku to transform the Demon King Dabura into his puppet, thus enabling him to ascend as the ruler of the Demon Realm. Subsequently, he would exploit the power of the Demon King to safeguard himself from the Kaioshin's relentless pursuit while seeking the opportunity to resurrect Majin Buu, thereby constructing his reign over the entire universe. Now, this Namekian had directly resurrected Majin Buu, which ironically simplified matters for me. I must retrieve the remnants of Buu and, based on my father's records, restore him and enhance his power. In doing so, I will hasten my domination over the Dark Demon Realm. As for the Kaioshin, the last of them, once I resurrect Buu, I shall ensure his demise. For my father's vengeance. Regarding that Namekian, could his power stem from the legendary Dragon Balls? I must inquire with Naiba. Chapter 187. The instigator of turmoil with lingering questions, Babidi approached the Namekian Naiba in the Demon Realm. Oh, Naiba, upon seeing Babidi, appeared dazed, speaking slowly as if his thoughts had become sluggish. Who could possibly be here? Is it a delivery? Hey, Naiba. I know you've preferred to remain uninvolved in the conflicts of the demon realm all these years, but before me, there is no need for you to feign such idiocy. After all, while no one can defeat the dragon god to make a wish on the Dragon Balls, no one wishes for their disappearance, and no one will bring you harm. I have come to ask you a few questions, although I shall not take your life. Should you fail to cooperate, I would not hesitate to let you experience the pangs of suffering. Babbidi's face contorted with malevolence as he threatened Naiba. What did you say? Naiba, however, remained in a daze, seemingly having not comprehended Babbidi's words, and inquired further. Stop feigning ignorance. We are both figures who stir the winds of the demon realm, so why pretend otherwise? Upon hearing this, Naiba's expression sharpened, as he forcefully planted his cane into the ground, gripping it with both hands, causing a formidable aura to rise around him. Since you are aware, how dare you come before me, posturing with such bravado? Babbidi, taken aback by the unexpected vigor emanating from Naiba's frail form, staggered back a step, barely regaining his footing while gasping for breath. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Babbidi steadied his breath before speaking. I assure you, I mean no harm. I merely wish to share new developments. Babbidi recognized that his magic was ineffective against this fellow Namekian, who was equally adept in the arcane arts, thus rendering him incapable of employing sorcery to subdue his adversary. Furthermore, the demons he had under his control could become unpredictable in their actions, and he dared not risk sending them against this venerable elder. Even if he were bold enough to act, Babbidi lacked the confidence to do so. After all, this individual had birthed 3 immensely powerful deities. Even if his own strength was lacking, who could ascertain whether he could command those deities to confront him? Or perhaps he had conjured other formidable entities lurking in the shadows. Given that Naiba had resided in the demon realm for tens of thousands of years, it was simply implausible that he lacked any form of support. In truth, Naiba was a being akin to himself, although his inherent power was exceedingly feeble. He possessed the ability to wield magic and control formidable forces through it. The distinction lay in Babbidi's necessity to manipulate those with malevolent hearts, a commodity abundant within the demon realm, while Naiba was capable of creating powerful forces himself. Although, aside from the 3 deities, no other combatants had been observed. It remained a fact that those 3 deities were unrivaled throughout the demon realm. New developments? Naiba's interest was piqued by Babbidi's words, and he gradually settled into a seated position, still leaning on his cane, and said languidly, do share. Before that, I must pose a few questions to you. Observing Naiba captivated by his remarks, Babbidi could not suppress a smile. What? In this demon realm, is there anything I know that you do not? Naiba was well aware that Babbidi had lingered in the demon realm for quite some time, subtly stirring the tides of chaos with his ambitions, which Naiba understood all too well. Yet, in Naiba's eyes, Babbidi's endeavors were hardly worthy of concern. Millennia had afforded Naiba the opportunity to experience the entirety of existence. However, one obsession persisted, namely, the Dragon Balls. Babbidi revealed a predatory grin. Ah, so it was the Dragon Balls that piqued his interest. Naiba smirked disdainfully and continued. Over these many years, no entity has yet emerged capable of vanquishing the god of the balls. Even I, at this juncture, find myself unable to utilize them. Oh, in all this time, you have not employed the Dragon Balls yourself? Do you not harbor any wishes to fulfill? In response to Babbidi's skepticism, Naiba reclined against his chair, languidly declaring, I have lived too long. A millennium is but a fleeting moment for me. I have indulged in every experience, and I find myself disinterested in everything. I anticipated you would respond thus. Yet, I am curious, have you never contemplated harnessing the Dragon Balls to gain unparalleled power? Is it power you seek through the Dragon Balls? Such a feat is beyond their capacity. Besides, if you possess the means to defeat the god of the balls, you would not be making such a trivial wish. Naiba remarked, a look of resignation crossing his face. It seemed Babbidi was still too naive to grasp even such elementary truths. Evidently, Naiba spoke with sincerity. Could it be that the Dragon Balls truly lacked the ability to enhance one's strength? How then did that Namekian manage to defeat Bu? One could not entirely trust the words of this old man. Babbidi pondered silently, yet continued to inquire, are there no Dragon Balls that can bestow power? Not even the Purunga? Purunga? Naiba paused, swiftly grasping Babbidi's intent. So, you wish to leave the demon realm and seek Purunga beyond its confines. Alas, even Purunga lacks such prowess, and the Namekians have been absent from the demon realm for millennia. Whether they still exist is a matter of speculation. As Naiba spoke, his gaze drifted skyward, memories of the past flooding back. When he bid farewell to all the Namekians, choosing to remain behind to safeguard the Dragon Balls of the demon realm. Observing Naiba's demeanor, Babidi sensed an absence of deceit, yet doubt lingered in his heart. This old man, who could conjure a god of the balls that even the Demon King struggled to defeat, guarded the Dragon Balls said to grant any wish, how could they possibly lack the ability to augment strength? Initially, Babidi had envisioned resurrecting Bu to challenge the god of the balls, thereby securing the opportunity to make a wish. Now, it seemed prudent to consider leveraging the Dragon Balls from outside to fulfill his desires. I must inquire about any news regarding the Dragon Balls outside. However, considering the formidable presence of the Namekians, it is imperative that I hasten to retrieve Bu. Babidi is aware that he can no longer extract any valuable information from Neva. With that in mind, I find myself devoid of further inquiries. As Babidi spoke, he turned to depart. Observing Babidi's retreating figure, Neva pulled himself from the depths of his thoughts. What scheme is that rascal Babidi concocting? Hasn't he been obsessively focused on resurrecting Majin Bu? Now, he suddenly inquires about the Dragon Balls, claiming to possess new intelligence. Could it be that he has witnessed something extraordinary outside? Neva pondered, shaking his head once more, and reclined further into his chair. Let him do as he pleases. All I need to do is safeguard the Dragon Balls of the demon realm. Dandy sensed the aura of Sun Wukong and instantaneously transported himself to Bulma's residence, where the banquet was still in full swing. Beerus and Whis were indulging in desserts when they noticed Dandy's arrival. Beerus leaned in and whispered to Whis, "Are you certain that the divine aura we just sensed emanated from this Dandy?" Chapter 188. Gak indeed. Whis affirmed with a nod, "From the image in my staff, it was unmistakably him." Upon hearing this, a look of skepticism crossed Beerus's face. How could that fellow possess a divine aura? Has he recently taken a deity as his mentor? By the way, Whis, where did that guy go during his time away from Beerus Planet? Well, at that time, I was busy overseeing training for Mr. Sun Wukong and Mr. Vegeta, so I wasn't paying attention. Whis replied with a smile. Fine, if you don't wish to elaborate. Then so be it, Beerus retorted, turning away. He knew that if Whis desired to review the events, he could easily do so. Yet he chose to offer such a blatant fabrication as an excuse. It seemed that Dandy was concealing his true power, as he currently emitted no divine aura whatsoever. Whis continued to savor his dessert, casually remarking, "Is that so? Could it be that he merely temporarily absorbed a divine aura? Moreover, even if he possesses a trace of divine essence, lacking mastery over the ultra instinct and destructive power renders it meaningless." As Beerus spoke, he dismissed the matter from his mind, grabbing 2 small cakes and devouring them with gusto. After all, possessing divine power was not an extraordinary occurrence. Even the deities on this earth possessed a hint of divine energy. Meanwhile, Dandy remained oblivious to the discussion about him, aware of the purpose of his visit. He approached Bulma directly and inquired, "Bulma, do you have a sister? Why have you never mentioned her? And why didn't you invite her to the banquet?" A sister? How did you know?" Bulma exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. "Never mind how I know. Can you reach out to your sister?" Upon hearing Bulma's admission of having an older sister, Dandy realized that the fortune-teller's words held truth. He hastily interjected, stating that while it was indeed possible to establish contact, she resided in the cosmos, far beyond reach. "What purpose does this inquiry serve?" he asked. Bulma was well aware that her sister had departed from Earth long ago, and that she merely pursued a career as a novelist. Thus, it seemed unlikely anyone would seek her out. "I have matters to discuss with her. More precisely, I need to locate the cosmic officer she is acquainted with." Dandy incisively strikes at the crux of the matter. "Cosmic police? I comprehend. Allow me to reach out to my sister for assistance." Although Bulma was unaware of Dandy's intentions, she proceeded to make the call. "Indeed, sister, that is the situation. Could your police acquaintance possibly visit Earth?" After hearing the response from the other end of the line, Bulma hung up and turned to Dandy. "Dandy, my sister mentioned that the officer named Jack is exceedingly busy. As you heard, I had to fabricate a sense of urgency regarding Earth to lure him here. Once he arrives, I shall require your assistance in maintaining this ruse. Otherwise, he may accuse me of filing a false report." "Understood." Dandy nodded, yet his mind wandered. Could it be that Bulma indeed has an elder sister, and that there exists a cosmic officer by the name of Jack? What Dandy was unaware of was that Gak, as a galactic patrol officer, bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the security of the Milky Way. Many years prior, Gak had received orders to journey to Earth, tasked with investigating a spacecraft that had been launched from the planet Vegeta. Due to a momentary lapse in attention, Gak failed to notice the landing of that very ship. Inside it resided none other than Son Goku, sent to Earth by his father Bardock in a desperate bid to escape the impending cataclysm threatening their home planet. Dandy was unable to consume any food, only aware of a relentless thirst for water, which he drank to the point of discomfort. After approximately half an hour, a small spacecraft suddenly descended from the sky, swiftly coming to a halt before Bulma. As the hatch opened, Dandy was taken aback upon seeing the occupant of the ship. Could it be that you hail from the M78 Nebula? Dandy, taken aback, gazed at the figure before him, strikingly reminiscent of Ultraman, and wondered if he had somehow tuned into the wrong frequency. M78 Nebula? Where might that be? Is it also within the Milky Way? Surely. It cannot be within my jurisdiction. By the way, you are not a creature of this earth, are you? Could you be the one responsible for the emergency? As Gak spoke, he hastily disembarked from the vessel, drawing his laser gun and aiming it at Dandy. Bang! Bulma, witnessing the scene, swiftly struck Gak on the head with a powerful punch. Hey, Gak, could you exhibit a bit more professionalism? Display the decorum expected of a galactic patrol officer. How could you draw your weapon without discernment? Stunned by Bulma's blow, Gak immediately crouched down, wincing in pain. Upon witnessing this, Dandy was reminded of the sensation of being struck on the head by Bulma, and an involuntary shiver coursed through his scalp. What a terrifying woman, just moments ago. She was urging me to concoct a fib to placate this cosmic law enforcer, and now she had the audacity to directly assault an officer. Dandy scrutinized Gak closely and discerned the distinct differences between him and the beings from the M78 Nebula. Of course, this was not to imply any disparity in stature, rather. Gak was devoid of horns and lacked a head crest. To be precise, his crown was completely bald, resembling a polished dome. Noticing Dandy's unwavering gaze, Gak boldly initiated the conversation. What are you staring at? Have you never encountered an elite member of the Cosmic Patrol before? However, I must clarify, as an elite, my time is quite precious. Please, hasten to disclose the troubles you wish me to resolve. Observing Gak's ostentatious demeanor, Dandy felt a surge of playful mischief and promptly replied. Indeed, there are several matters that require your esteemed intervention. Dandy resolved to elevate this arrogant and narcissistic cosmic lawman to great heights. Hence he deliberately employed the term you with respect. Oh, pray, do tell quickly, for I am quite occupied. Upon hearing Dandy's tone shift to one of deference, Jack's head instinctively rose even higher. First and foremost, regarding the remnants of the Frieza force, could I kindly request your assistance in apprehending them? Dandy smiled and spoke. Frieza? Upon hearing this, Jack was taken aback, appearing quite flustered, and murmured, wasn't that guy killed a few years ago? Oh, killed you say? Could it have been the Galactic Patrol's doing? That would indeed be a significant achievement. My home planet was nearly obliterated by that villain Frieza. Dandy continued with his peculiar sarcasm, chuckling, oh, that's not the case. At present, we are still unable to contend with a being like Frieza. However, we have indeed captured a few of Frieza's minions. It seems you two have suffered at the hands of Frieza. Should you encounter any hardships in life, do not hesitate to reach out to us, the Cosmic Patrol. Jace, on the other hand, did not irrationally seek acclaim for himself. Dandy then remarked nonchalantly, oh, life is not difficult at all. As for Frieza, I have conveniently dealt with him. It is merely his numerous henchmen that I lack the time to address individually, which is why I seek your assistance in capturing a few. Chapter 189. The Sage Zuno enough already, Dandy, cease teasing Jack. Bulma interjected, stepping between the two, and added, Jack's lack of insight is understandable. He is not aware of the prowess possessed by your group. Upon hearing this, Jack visibly bristled, and after a brief silence, he erupted, what do you mean by lacking insight? I am a Galactic Patrol officer. Do you have any idea how vast the galaxy is? The entire expanse of the galaxy is under our protection. Furthermore, regarding Frieza's army, who does not know that ever since he ventured to Namek, he was vanquished, along with his father and brother. Wait, Namek? As Jack spoke, he scrutinized Dandy more closely, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty as he continued, upon closer inspection. Isn't this fellow a Namekian? Could it be that cough? Dandy, with a hint of mischief in his smile, coughed a few times, seemingly aware that his exploits had spread far and wide. However, recognizing that he had a request to make of Jack, he refrained from pursuing the subject further and instead articulated his needs. Lord Zuno, the sage? Upon hearing this name, Jack fell into a moment of deep contemplation before replying. Ah, I certainly know Lord Zuno. He recently reported encountering some troubling matters and expressed uncertainty about having the time to attend to you. Is the sage Zuno truly existent? Then let us inquire with him. Dandy never expected that Jack actually knew of this existence, one that even the fortune teller was unaware of. Jack, do you know where he is? If so, let us go and seek him out. Dandy displayed a glimmer of anticipation. I have already mentioned that Lord Zuno is currently preoccupied. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? Perhaps I could assist you. Jack replied with unwavering confidence. Oh, are you aware of what the super dragon is? The super dragon? What is that? Jack immediately revealed a look of confusion. Well, you see, it appears you truly are unaware. It is said that gathering the super dragon balls can summon such a being. Wait, the dragon balls? Aren't those the creations of your kind, the Namekians? How is it that you are not familiar with the matter of the dragon balls? Dandy felt utterly speechless. Indeed, it was widely believed that the dragon balls were conceived by the Namekians, and he himself possessed the ability to create them. Yet here he was, placing his hopes on extracting information about the eternal dragon from the lips of Zuno. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. Lord Zuno must possess the knowledge. Suddenly, Jack was brimming with confidence, asserting that Lord Zuno knew everything, even the color of the undergarments of those he had never encountered. Observing Gak's fervent conviction, Dandy couldn't help but harbor some doubts. Could that fellow merely be a charlatan with the ability to see through things? Despite these thoughts, Dandy found himself with no other recourse, deciding to gamble on this desperate venture, as there was little to lose. Then let us proceed to seek him out. Dandy promptly prepared to embark on his journey. You truly have a knack for squandering public resources. Alas, I shall make an exception and guide you this once. However, my spacecraft can accommodate only one additional passenger, or else we shall exceed the weight limit. Yet, there appears to be ample space here. Bulma also wishes to accompany us to witness the enigmatic sage, Lord Zuno. A weight limit is a weight limit. As a galactic patrol officer, I could never condone exceeding the capacity. Gak firmly declined. Very well, I shall go alone with him. Dandy appeared quite indifferent, after all. As long as he learned of Zuno's whereabouts and remembered his anger, he could teleport directly the next time. Boarding Jack's spacecraft, Dandy and Jack journeyed for a considerable time before finally arriving at Zuno's planet. Upon disembarking, Dandy immediately observed that the architecture on this planet was remarkably classical, reminiscent of the ancient Eastern buildings on Earth. However, to his astonishment, the scene before him was one of utter chaos. Some structures were even damaged, with debris scattered across the ground, and the trees in the courtyard were leaning precariously. Inside and outside the building, a swarm of identical little beings busily scurried about, transporting unknown books and items. Excuse us, but we have matters to discuss with Lord Zuno. The door was ajar, so Jack led Dandy into the courtyard. Jack casually stopped one of the little beings, who, with a reluctant expression, guided them into the house. Once inside, Dandy noted that aside from their varying sizes, the inhabitants of this planet shared nearly identical facial features, and the figure seated in the prominent position was evidently larger than the others. Are you here to ask questions? The individual in the main seat was undoubtedly the sage Zuno. Indeed, Jack replied enthusiastically. Then, please present your offerings. Very well, allow me to go first. Jack seemed familiar with the customs of this place. He approached without hesitation and pressed his lips against Zuno's face. Dandy was immediately taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What was happening? Was this truly a tribute? It was far too astonishing. Before Dandy could fully comprehend the situation, Zuno had already spoken. You are a man. Hence you are permitted to ask but one question. Jack knelt on the ground, clearly filled with deep respect and admiration for the individual before him. He eagerly nodded in agreement and then turned to Dandy, whispering, I am here to show you just how remarkable Lord Zuno truly is. He possesses knowledge about nearly everything. Dandy, however, remained somewhat indifferent. He could not bring himself to believe that anyone could possess such omniscience, displaying a hint of disdain, particularly regarding the ease with which questions were posed, feeling that this journey was overly simplistic. Wasn't it said that he had encountered troubles when reporting to the authorities? Yet, it seemed he bore no visible repercussions. Indeed, Gak also donned a look of sudden realization, then confidently declared, Lord Zuno must surely understand the matter. Allow me to inquire. As he spoke, Gak turned towards the sage Zuno and asked, Lord Zuno, what exactly is happening here? The sage Zuno, with a stoic expression, slowly replied, to address your inquiry, it is rather simple. Not long ago, the individual beside you unleashed a powerful energy wave to confront the demon Bew. inadvertently striking this place and creating a hole in the ground. Upon hearing Zuno's response, both Dandy and Gak were taken aback. The Demon Bew? Gak recalled having seen records about the Demon Bew in the archives, legendary for being a being even the Supreme Kai could not subdue. And this person beside him had actually taken action against the Demon Bew? On the other hand, Dandy's mind was equally astounded. What manner of person is this? How could he possibly know of such events? Chapter 190. The Super Dragon Ball's Dandy felt an overwhelming shock within his heart. It is important to note that the event concerning his confrontation with the villain Majin Buu had transpired not long ago, and at that moment, only he and Majin Buu were present. Therefore, it seemed improbable that Zuno, who resided deep within the cosmos, would possess knowledge of it. Even the Supreme Kai, who had witnessed the scene, would not find it surprising, as he had been continuously observing Earth. However, given the vastness of the universe, it was inconceivable that this individual could keep track of every corner of the cosmos or possess omniscient awareness. Dandy pondered. Even if this entity named Zuno had discovered that his residence had been breached and subsequently conducted an investigation, tracing the source of the energy wave back to Earth, he could have understood. However, the current predicament was that Zuno not only discerned that the energy wave had indeed originated from Earth in such a short span of time, but he also knew that it was Dandy who had unleashed it. More astonishingly, he was aware that Dandy had fired the energy wave with the intent to obliterate the malevolent Majin Buu. This revelation left Dandy utterly perplexed. It implied that the individual before him, Zuno, possessed an omniscient awareness, rendering Dandy devoid of any secrets in his presence. It even raised the unsettling possibility that Zuno might be privy to Dandy's identity as a traveler from another realm and the system he bore. Dandy felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety, causing beads of perspiration to form upon his brow. Although the sage Zuno observed Dandy's astonishment, his demeanor remained utterly unchanged, as if he deemed such matters to be entirely ordinary, even displaying a hint of impatience. According to custom, I am not particularly fond of male kisses as gifts. I may entertain a single inquiry. However, should it be from a young and beautiful woman who piques my interest, I would permit a few more questions. But as for you, Zuno paused momentarily before continuing. You neither fit the mold of a man nor a woman, and certainly are not to my taste. Thus, I shall answer your question this time without charge, but let it be understood that this is a one-time exception. Should you return in the future, I will not entertain your inquiries again, unless, of course, you bring along a few young ladies that I find appealing. Dandy was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the sage Zuno would voluntarily offer him an answer without any charge. He responded before Dandy even had the chance to pose his question, seemingly unwilling to disrupt the rules he had established. Given the current circumstances, it was hardly surprising that Zuno was aware of the situation involving Buu. Thus, it was only natural for him to discern the question Dandy was inclined to ask. However, what truly piqued Dandy's interest was Zuno's assertion that he was of no specific gender. This judgment was likely based on his Namekian form. If Zuno were aware of his transdimensional journey, he would surely recognize that Dandy was, in fact, male. Could it be that he was oblivious to Dandy's crossing of dimensions? Consequently, it would follow that he could not possibly be privy to matters concerning the system either. As Dandy contemplated this, his anxious heart finally eased somewhat. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze upon Zuno's eyes, a look of realization dawning upon his face. Could this fellow truly possess the ability to read minds? Perhaps it was time to put it to the test. Dandy understood that if the plump individual before him was incapable of reading minds, then he would certainly be unaware of Dandy's secrets. After all, whether it was the act of traversing into this realm or the matter of the system, such knowledge resided solely within his heart, never having been vocalized. He pondered the capabilities of this stranger. Perhaps he should attempt an assault to gauge his strength. Yet, given his own prowess, he would need to temper his actions, lest this planet be unable to withstand the consequences. As Dandy pondered, he fixed his gaze upon Zuno's eyes and perceived that there was indeed no sign of anomaly. With a gentle touch, he decided to deliver a light slap to his face, applying merely a fraction of strength, striking upwards on his right cheek. Dandy envisioned in his mind the scene of his assault on Zuno, striving to clarify every detail. As these thoughts unfolded, images of his subsequent actions began to materialize in his mind. While immersed in contemplation, Dandy's hand had already formed a fist. Upon scrutinizing Zuno's eyes once more, it was evident that his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of tension. Indeed, this fellow was incapable of perceiving the thoughts of others. Upon witnessing this, Dandy finally reached a conclusion, and his clenched fist relaxed. After all, the notion of relinquishing his offensive intent had only recently emerged, moments ago. He had genuinely intended to test the strength of this Zuno. Should this Zuno truly be privy to his secrets, Dandy would not hesitate to eliminate him. After all, having traversed the vast cosmos with his energy wave to arrive at this Zuno star, and subsequently creating a gaping hole in its surface, it was evident that this Zuno was not an entity of unfathomable power. Otherwise, the omniscient being would certainly have intervened to intercept his energy wave, thus preventing the emergence of such a cavernous void. Given that this individual lacked formidable strength, if he had witnessed Dandy's ability to vanquish the demon mage imbue, he would undoubtedly recognize the sheer terror of Dandy's prowess. It stood to reason that he would not remain unaffected by Dandy's intention to mount an assault. After all, this was a matter of life and death, and Dandy firmly believed that no one could maintain an unperturbed demeanor in the face of such a lethal threat. This clearly indicated that this Zuno did not possess the ability to read minds. Upon reflection, if this character truly had the power of telepathy, he would not have needed Gak to speak, but could have directly answered his inquiries. With these thoughts clarified, Dandy was able to restore his relaxed state of mind. It appeared that this Zuno had mastered a skill akin to that of the divining grandmother, capable of perceiving desired images through a crystal ball, albeit perhaps with a broader scope, reminiscent of the Kais. This individual could even witness scenes from a time prior, effectively allowing him to rewind the images he wished to see. Thus, he was able to trace the energy wave that had been launched toward this planet, following it all the way back to Earth, where he beheld the moment Dandy unleashed his energy wave. Dandy reached a conclusion in his heart, and at that moment, Zuno began to speak of the matters concerning the Super Dragon. The Super Dragon Balls, also known as the Wish Balls, were created by the dragon Godzilla. These perfectly spherical orbs, with a diameter of approximately 37,000 kilometers, are distributed between the 6th and 7th universes. There are a total of 7 orbs, each marked with a light yellow hue and adorned with 1 to 7 red star symbols. A diameter of 37,000 kilometers? Dandy, upon hearing this, was filled with incredulity. However, Zuno's introduction continued unabated.